a cold and elegant mature woman, a wealthy Lolita, fought for 7 days and 7 nights at school to become your exclusive beast companion. It's all because in this world, women awaken as beast girls when they come of age, possessing powerful combat abilities. Men awaken as Beast Tamer to assist women in fighting against the rampant alien beasts. At this moment, on the awakening square of Jiangzhou High School, a group of charming young girls are gazing eagerly at the awakening formation ahead. A young man with sharp eyebrows and eyes is bathed in a sea of red light, exuding an aura of dominance. This person is the student council president Long Outyen, standing proudly as a grade B Beast Tamer. Instantly, he drives the female students crazy with excitement, as they scream that President Long is so handsome. I want to bear a litter of little monkeys for you. I don't want a contract. President Long, please take me for free. I want to be your mount. At this moment, the girls have completely lost their minds, especially the class flower Lu Ruyan, who even transforms directly into a pink warhorse, swaying her long mane, trying to seduce Long Outyen. However, Long Outyen ignores these vulgar and flashy attempts, instead slowly raising his head to look up at the sky, where a stunning beauty with feathered wings, resembling an angel, shines brightly in the sunlight. This person is the school flower Chu Yulan. After awakening as a C-grade sky eagle, she added a touch of sacredness to her already exquisite beauty. Chu Yulan, we contract with Long Ocean, said with arrogance, but Chu Yulan is even more arrogant than him, just nodding slightly to reluctantly acknowledge. Seeing that the school flower is about to be taken down, the male students are also extremely envious, only hating that they didn't awaken as a B-grade themselves. Principal Lu Feng, seeing this, is even more excited and immediately applies for a 1 million scholarship for them, preparing to help them level up. If a pair of students who can enter a top institution can be cultivated, it will be the highest achievement in the school's history. However, just as everyone was still envious of Long Ocean, the sky suddenly changed color, and colorful lights filled the entire space. Various divine beasts carrying countless spirits nodding towards you, the terrifying pressure causing all students to kneel on the ground, even the teachers trembling and unable to stand steady. Damn! What level of awakening is this? Could it be the legendary S-grade? No, the S-grade doesn't have such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. The colorful lights. This is the top-notch SSS grade. For a moment, the girls excitedly began to scream. My husband is so handsome. What the hell is Long Ocean? Not even a piece of shit in front of my brother. Male god, let me be your dog. Amidst the noisy screams, you slowly opened your attribute panel. Name, Bai Ye. SSS grade Sword Bath Beast Master. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Energy, 100. Skill 1. True Eye. Can investigate detailed attributes of alien beasts and beast girls. Detect invisibility illusions and traps. Skill 2. Super Healing. Rapidly recover from injuries for yourself and beast girls. Skill 3. War Encouragement. All attributes of contracted beast girls increase by 100%. Skill 4. Beast Spirit Armor. Turn your energy into armor to protect designated beast girls. Skill 5. Dimensional Space. Gain 1 cubic meter of dimensional space for every 100 energy points. You were stunned in place at the sight. Generally, a pre-sale specialist would only awaken 1 skill, and those who can awaken 2 skills are considered exceptionally talented. Yet you directly awaken 5 skills, a perfect start with a great advantage. Just then, a tender shout echoed through the venue. Stop fighting. Bai Ye belongs to me. Lu Ruyan. She never expected that you, the lapdog who has been bringing her breakfast for 3 years, could awaken the highest SSS level talent. At that moment, she was full of confidence. If she could form a contract with you, her lowest grade Rouge Horse might directly advance to become a legendary A-grade existence. She then reached out her hand to you and said, I promise to be your girlfriend now. Come, let's form a contract. However, you couldn't be bothered to even look at her. Ever since you crossed over into this body and inherited memories, you felt extremely ashamed of the previous owner's behavior. The lapdog ended up with nothing in the end. How could a handsome guy like you be controlled so tightly by a scumbag girl? Even the school leaders couldn't bear to watch anymore. They directly pulled Lu Ruyan aside. She is an SSS-level Beast Tamer with unlimited potential. What are you? An F-grade mount with no combat ability. Doing here? Do you have no sense of urgency at all? At this moment, the school flower Chu Yulan took the opportunity to fly in front of you, smiling charmingly as she extended her delicate jade hand. Hello, Bai Ye. I'm Chu Yulan. Nice to meet you. At this moment, she had none of her usual aloofness, even intentionally lowering her neckline and striking a very charming pose. This immediately made the male students gulp and show expressions of disbelief. However, just as you were hesitating whether to accept this aloof school flower, a voice suddenly appeared in your mind. Super selection system successfully bound. Immediately after, 3 options appeared before you. Option 1. Hold Chu Yulan's hand and accept her friend request. Reward, charm value plus 50%. Option 2. Look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, coldly indicating that she's too optimistic. Reward plus 10 agility. Option 3. Stick out your tongue and lick Chu Yulan's jade hand fiercely. Reward title, King of Licking Dogs. Increase the combat power of the contract beast girl by 10%. Hearing this, you didn't have much emotional fluctuation. As a transmigrator, you understand that this is the standard system reward. Obviously, as long as you make a choice, you can get the corresponding system reward. However, the charm added by option 1 is optional. After all, you have already driven all the girls in the school crazy, and the 10 agility rewarded by option 2 is not bad, the first choice for running away. As for option 3, what the hell is licking someone's hand? Isn't this too perverted? The title of King of Licking Dogs. Whoever loves it can have it. In just a moment, you made a choice. Immediately, you looked up at the sky and said coldly, "You are happy too early." As soon as these words came out, Chu Yulan was instantly confused. Is this how normal people greet each other? And the people on the side who were watching the show burst into laughter instantly. What the hell? You are the first one to talk to the school flower like this. You are definitely the first. Truly worthy of being an SSS-level Beast Tamer. Seeing this, Chu Yulan blushed with embarrassment. This was the first time she had actively pursued someone, and she failed, but she didn't believe that anyone could resist her charm. So, she let the coat on her shoulder slip off, generously showing you her proud assets. Brother Bai, I can turn into a sky eagle and be your mount. Upon hearing this, you were instantly speechless. Who the hell wants to ride you? Why do you sound so perverted? Is this something a proper school flower should say? But to be honest, she is really tempting. However, just as you were about to lose control of yourself, a terrifying pressure suddenly came from the sky, and Chu Yulan, who was flirting in front of you, was directly blown away by a gust of wind. Looking up, there was actually a flaming dragon in the sky. Arrogant. How dare a sea-level little bird approach an SSS-level Beast Tamer? With that, she let out a terrifying dragon roar, frightening Chu Yulan trembling, while the flying dragon spewed hot flames, circling proudly over the school before landing satisfactorily, transforming into a tall and graceful girl. After scanning the audience proudly, her gaze finally locked onto you. She was very satisfied with your appearance and talent. If she could make a contract with you, she could advance further and become an S-level flame dragon. That would be a true dragon. Long Jiaojiao never expected that she was just traveling to Jiangzhou, and unexpectedly encountered such a great opportunity. So she didn't think much about it, directly transforming into a flying dragon form and rushing over at the fastest speed. She didn't even dare to tell her family. After all, such a terrifying talent would probably even make her mother excited. Not to mention the family had arranged for her a very annoying S-level Beast Tamer. Now she just wanted to turn the raw rice into cooked rice as soon as possible. As for you, Long Jiaojiao doesn't believe you would refuse, because there is no Beast Tamer who doesn't want to have a dragon as a mount. With a smile on her lips, she reaches out her hand to you. I am Long Jiaojiao, an A-level flame dragon. Let's make a contract. Hearing this, the school leaders couldn't sit still. The Long family of Dragon City is one of the top families in Hua country. If one could connect with such a family, the future would be limitless. It's no wonder she is SSS level, able to attract even such characters. It's like reaching the sky in one step. However, before you could make a choice, a cold light flashes, and a flying sword suddenly appears in front of you both, transforming into a stunningly beautiful girl in the next second. The extremely rare sword spirit Niang, Long Jiaojiao. This is Jiangzhou, not Dragon City. It was only at this moment that everyone finally saw the appearance of the newcomer. The powdered face is unearthly. It was too beautiful, especially that dusty temperament. It was even more mesmerizing. The school flower Chu Yulan even looked a lot more mediocre in front of her. Nangong Qianxue, the #1 beauty in Jiangzhou, the Nangong family's daughter. I didn't expect to see the real person. So beautiful. Such a goddess wouldn't also want a contract with White Knight, right? Ooh, so envious. The sensation caused by Nangong Qianxue's appearance was in no way inferior to Long Jiaojiao. However, this was not the end. A giant golden eagle, like golden lightning, instantly appeared above the playground from the distant sky. From the eagle's back walked down a gorgeously dressed rabbit-eared lady. The rabbit-eared lady, Shangyu. The rabbit-eared Niang looked to be of average talent and didn't seem to have any competitiveness, but no one dared to take it lightly, because her next words directly made all the people present all have their eyes glisten. I'll invest $10 billion to directly buy your school and provide everyone present with 100 white beast soul beads each. Is there anyone else competing with me? The crows were silent. In front of money power, everything seemed so pale. 10 billion. What kind of concept is that? It was enough to buy half of Jiangzhou County. There were also 100 white beast soul beads. Enough to raise everyone's level by 3 or 4 levels, and without risking anything at all. It's simply trenchant. And that was just the benefits for bystanders. For Bai Ye, the protagonist, how extravagant would it be? It was simply unimaginable. This was a bare-bones package. If you can get married to a rich woman like this, you'll have to struggle less for half your life. Who's this? She's got such a big mouth. You don't recognize her? The daughter of the richest man in Jiangzhou, Changyu. Crap. No wonder. I read a news article a while ago. I heard that the daughter of the richest man in Jiangzhou awakened an F-ranked white rabbit. People have long since kryptonized to a B-rank moonlight jade rabbit. Look at other people's bodyguards. Their breath is more powerful than even our principal. It's estimated to be at least a bronze-level beast lady. Money really is everything. I want to feel the joy of being adopted. Changyu's appearance once again made the scene boil. The powerful dragon race, the #1 beauty in Jiangzhou, and the richest daughter of the richest man in Jiangzhou. Either one of them was an excellent choice. In front of them, the school flower was just an accompaniment. In this situation today, the school leaders didn't know what to choose. However, this was only the beginning. Next, the calls from the school leaders never stopped. There were constantly all sorts of high-ranking, rich, and powerful people getting in touch with them through various means. And it was rumored that there were countless waves of forces on the road that were coming at breakneck speed. There is only one purpose: contract with White Knight. If all of these bigwigs gathered at Jiangzhou school, it would be enough to break down the school gates. At that time, no matter which one White Knight chose, he would offend everyone else. What was originally a good thing, in the end, could be a bad thing. Thinking about this, Principal Lu Fang panicked. Finally, she made up her mind and turned off her cell phone. Turn on the contract spell. She was trying to hurry before the bigwigs showed up, so that Bai Knight could contract early to minimize the number of people who would be offended. Under normal circumstances, it would take a week of getting to know the newly awakened beast maidens and the imperial beastmasters to bond before opening the contract spell. But at this time, Lu Fang couldn't care less about that. All the rules could be changed for the sake of Bai Ye, a SSS-rank super genius. Now, the choice was handed over to Bai Knight. At the same time, the system also gave options. Option 1, Long Jiaozhou. Completion reward, Golden Gun. Option 2, Nangong Qianshui. Completion reward, level plus 10. Option 3, Changyu. Completion reward, money plus 10 billion. Option 4, Black Cat. Completion reward, mysterious grand prize. Free attribute points plus 100. The first 3 options, whether it was the beast girl itself or the rewards, were all extremely appealing. Schoolgirl Chu Yulan didn't even deserve to appear in the options. However, what the hell was the 4th option? A black cat? The black cat was the cat that White Knight had been holding in his hands. Although the black cat was very unhappy with the name and often rebelled. But every time, it would be suppressed by White Knight. This black cat had suddenly appeared after White Knight had traveled to this world 3 days ago. However, it was an ordinary pet cat, a bit smarter and harder to serve at best. It wasn't a beast maiden at all. How to contract it? The most crucial thing was that this reward. Putting aside the precious free attribute points. Mysterious grand prize? The more mysterious something was, the more appealing it was. After a slight hesitation, White Knight made a bold decision. Contract the black cat. He wanted to see what this mysterious grand prize was. When White Knight announced this decision, everyone was stunned. I'm taking $10 billion to play with you, and you're treating me like air. To actually go and contract a cat. Chengyu was furious and stormed off at that moment. As the daughter of the richest man in Jiangzhou, there was nothing she couldn't get since she was a child. Today, she took the initiative to come over and pursue, and was unexpectedly rejected. The other party also chose a cat. Not a beast girl, simply a pet cat. Even if it was an F-ranked imperial beastmaster that no one wanted, they would at least choose some fighting hounds and falcons. You, a SSS-ranked imperial beastmaster, faced with so many rich, faceless, and powerful beast maidens, ended up choosing a pet cat. What is this? An insult? Not to mention Changyu, even Long Jiaozhou and Nangong Qianshui were very angry in their hearts. Even if Bai Ye didn't choose them and chose some school flower or even the class flower, they could still accept it. After all, day after day, they were fond of each other. However, choosing a pet cat, this was too much. You can't say that they, the proud girls of heaven, are inferior to a cat, right? Not very hurtful, extremely insulting. Mr. White Knight, be careful. Lu Fang, as the principal, couldn't stand it anymore and rushed forward to discourage him. Class teacher Li Ko was also frantically suggestive. Although Bai Knight was usually out of tune, he couldn't afford to fool around now that it was a critical moment. However, Bai Knight's mind was made up and he didn't listen to advice at all, directly holding the black cat and stepping into the contract formation. The light flowed. In the crowd's horrified gazes, the black cat suddenly turned humanoid and violently pounced on the frozen White Knight. Catwoman Lin Meng. Damn White Knight, actually really treating me like a cat. And jerking me around every day. Forcing me to eat dried small fish. Put a collar on me. I'll bite you to death. The beautiful maiden personified by the black cat pounced on Feng Yuan and scratched and bit her. White Knight forcefully pressed down on the other party's small head, her face extremely complicated. Lin Meng? I really had bad luck. I didn't expect to meet you after crossing over. After messing around for half a day, the so-called mysterious prize was actually her. That's right, the black cat was none other than White Knight's young partner before he crossed over, Lin Meng. The two of them grew up together and were considered childhood friends. But it's not the same as other people's childhood sweethearts. These two people, as soon as they meet, they are at each other's throats, and never stay together properly. Before crossing over, the two were at each other's throats. No wonder this black cat is so hard to serve, scratching White Knight 9 times in 3 days. Putting on a collar and tethering it didn't even work. It turned out to be Lin Meng. I'm the one who had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes to be brought along with you to cross over. Lin Meng's strength far exceeded White Knight's by virtue of the Beast Maiden's power talent and the massive attribute feedback she had gained after contracting with the SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master. She forcefully pushed aside White Knight's hand and continued to tickle him. Finished. It suddenly occurred to White Knight that in this world, boys were only assistants and girls were the main combatants. In the past, he was still able to bully Lin Meng due to the boy's strength. Now that Lin Meng had turned into a beast girl, there was no way for him to have a good time. White Knight hurriedly went to check Lin Meng's attributes. Name, Lin Meng. Talent, S-rank Dark Knight Cat Demon. Level 1. Strength, 60. Agility, 80. Physique, 40. Energy 20. Beast Master White Knight. Skill 1 Super sense of smell increases dramatically. Skill 2 Swift Pounce swooping down on the enemy, dealing a large amount of damage. Skill 3, Poison Claw, attacks with poison, continuously reducing the target status. Good guy, totally outmatched. The power difference was several times. Moreover, the growth of the Imperial Beastmaster was mainly an increase in energy, and the increase in other attributes was extremely small. No way, absolutely not. White Knight decided that in the future, he would be a violent Imperial Beastmaster. Not for any other reason, just so he could beat Lin Meng. It just so happened that after the successful contract just now, the system had rewarded an additional 100 points of free attributes. All of them disliked on strength. 110 points of strength, just ask if you're afraid? As for the Imperial Beast Master's main attribute energy, screw it, who cares? After his strength was strengthened, White Knight instantly turned over the surf and rode on Lin Meng in turn. It had to be said that Lin Meng had indeed gotten a lot cuter after crossing over and turning into a cat-eared lady. Coupled with her original looks that were comparable to a schoolgirl, it became even more charming. Unfortunately, White Knight ignored them all. There was no way, it was too familiar. Lin Meng wasn't willing to be weak either. She utilized the comprehensive physical qualities of a beast maiden, especially her super high agility, to nimbly tangle with White Knight. This time, the battle was very loud. After all, the physical qualities of the two nowadays were more than 10 times higher than a normal person. A claw down can scratch the concrete ground out 4 craters. The two peoples tearing, almost to the contract array to demolish. It was just that the people around them seemed to have heard some extraordinary information. Crossing over? What crossing over? The two who were tearing and fighting froze at the same time. This kind of thing, crossing over, absolutely can't let the natives know about it all. Otherwise, who knows whether they would be sliced up and studied or subjected to other tortures. At this time, the system options appeared again. Option 1, explode your own identity, no more pretending, I'm showing my cards, I'm a traveler. Completion reward, Lone Brave Song proficiency. Option 2, play dumb, what crossing over? I don't know, you guys heard wrong. Completion reward, Stealth Fruit *1. Option 3, possessed by the King of Push, I, White Knight, have acted in my life, why do I need to explain myself to others? Completion reward, Strength +10. After seeing the rewards, White Knight made his choice without hesitation. There was nothing else, mainly looking at the power bonus. Only to see White Knight turn his back to the crowd and stand with his hands negative, his gaze lonely and proud as he stared high into the sky. I, by night, have acted in my life, why do I need to explain myself to others? Congratulations to the host for successfully pretending, rewarded with Strength +10. Considering the host's perfect completion of the mission, an additional reward of +10 strength for the contracted beast. This extra reward is unnecessary. I was about to get the upper hand, but now that I've done this, I'm on equal footing again. However, there's no way to change it. Lin Meng joyfully watched her power increase again and asked in passing, how did you increase your power again? Did you awaken some kind of strongest pretending system? Good guy, it's worthy that they traveled together, they even know about the system. The conversation between the two once again confused the crowd. Crossing over hadn't even been understood yet, and here was another system. What's going on? Luckily, they didn't read web novels and couldn't understand what the two were talking about. Seeing that White Knight had already signed a contract with a black cat and turned her into a human, everyone could only sigh, worthy of being a SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master, too powerful. Cheng Yu angrily straddled the golden eagle and left directly. The spoiled one, she really couldn't stand this anger. Nangong Qianxue found Principal Lu Feng and expressed her desire to transfer into Jiangzhou school. She knew how to invest. Long Jiaojiao, on the other hand, forced down her anger and had to drag Bai Ye to the Fey Beast space to upgrade. It was very difficult to contract a second Beast Maiden. One of the necessary conditions was to become a Black Iron ranked Beast Master. As a result, it didn't pull. Long Jiaojiao was a Dragon Beast Maiden that excelled in strength. Even without contracting with an Imperial Beast Master, her base strength had reached 50 points. Surprisingly, she couldn't pull an Imperial Beast Master. Is this the power of a SSS ranked Imperial Beast Master? Wouldn't you be an Imperial Beast Master with a power growth talent? Although the vast majority of Imperial Beast Masters were energy growth, there were indeed some oddballs that were growth of other attributes. In other words, it was a crooked growth. So smart, this even made you guess. White Knight nodded with a proud face. Long Jiaojiao was completely rendered speechless. What's there to be proud of? You've all grown crooked and don't know it? The amount of energy would affect the strength of the Imperial Beast Master's skills. And for each skill, a large amount of energy is consumed. A Beast Master does not grow energy, that's a waste. Even if it was a SSS-level Imperial Beast Master, it was useless. Thinking about this, Long Jiaojiao was so angry that she directly turned into a dragon and flew away. After all, in her opinion, White Knight already had absolutely no investment value. The other Beast Maidens didn't care about that. Seeing the three top Beast Maidens give up their positions, it was as if they saw another opportunity. Especially class flower Yi Sakura. She didn't believe that White Knight, who had licked her for 3 years, would suddenly change her heart. The big deal was to give Bai Ye a ride. Let him whore himself out. I don't believe that he won't want it if it's delivered to his door. After making up her mind, Yi Sakura clamped her throat and once again tried to stick to White Knight. However, Yi Sakura wasn't the only one who wanted White Knight to whore herself out. The school flower Chu Yulan had the same idea. Moreover, Chu Yulan was a C-rank flying beastess, which was even more suitable as a mount. In front of Chu Yulan, Yi Sakura didn't have the slightest bit of competitiveness. No matter which way you looked at it, it was a whole lot worse. And in front of Jiangzhou's #1 beauty, Nangong Qianxue, the two of them were all inadequate. That's right, Nangong Qianxue was also prepared to start with a mount and slowly get closer to Bai Ye. She was an extremely rare sword spirit maiden, and had also awakened her flying sword skills. It was a superb mount. Which man didn't like flying with a sword? Moreover, as an A-class sword spirit, Nangong Qianxue wasn't just a mount. Her own attack power was also very powerful. The sharpness skill could also additionally increase the killing power. It had to be said that Nangong Qianxue was really capable of bending and stretching, much more so than Long Jiaojiao and Chang Yu's patterns. Such a situation made a group of boys jealous, especially Gongsun Aotian. He was the president of the student council of Qingjiang School, and he was tall and handsome, and had always been the male god in the eyes of the girls. He was a star-crossed existence. Today, he even broke the school's record and awakened a B-rank Imperial Beast Master. More than anything else, he deserves all the attention. However, all of these honors that should have belonged to him were taken away by White Knight. How could he not hate this? White Knight, I'm going to challenge you. Gongsun Aotian, who had been left out in the cold, issued an angry challenge to Bai Knight, who was surrounded by beautiful women. Gongsun Aotian wasn't entirely impulsive. Everyone had just awakened, and the influence of talent level was at its lowest moment. Instead, the class of the contracted beast maiden was more important. White Knight's contracted beastess was a pet cat, and even if it was upgraded to S-class, its combat power was estimated to be average. He had every chance to crush White Knight, thus reclaiming the glory that belonged to him. Because, what he had just contracted was the strongest beast maiden in Qingjiang School, the C-rank Tyrannosaurus Rex, King Kong. Don't doubt it, King Kong was the name of this beast maiden. Even though this Tyrannosaurus beast maiden was even taller and sturdier than Gongsun Aotian. But, it doesn't matter. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had a dragon bloodline after all. Even if it was extremely thin, it wasn't something that an ordinary beast maiden could compare to. Not a pet cat can be compared. Beast maidens, as long as they're strong enough, they're fine. As for image, it doesn't matter at all. As long as he could crush Bai Ye, even if he had to make a great sacrifice, Gongsun Aotian would not mind. However, White Knight, who was enjoying the tenderness of various beauties in the midst of all the flowers, was not willing to pay attention to this guy. At this time, the super option system appeared again. Option 1, ignore the challenge and continue to enjoy the tenderness of the beauties. Reward for completion, plus 20% male creature hatred. Option 2, accept the challenge and assist Lin Meng, defeating Gongsun Aotian's Tyrannosaurus Beastus. Completion reward, energy plus 10. Option 3, accept the challenge and rely on your own strength to defeat Gongsun Aotian's Tyrannosaurus Beastus. Reward for completion, strength plus 10. White Knight instantly locked onto the options. A real man, of course he would choose strength. With the extra 10 points of strength, Bai Knight would be able to steadily overwhelm Lin Meng. What's the point of hesitating? Just do it. Master Bai accepts your challenge. Bai Knight crossed over the crowd of beauties and hooked his finger at Gongsun Aotian. Arrogant. Gongsun Aotian was furious and signaled King Kong to transform. Only then did King Kong put down Gongsun Aotian in his arms with great interest, wiped his mouth, and walked towards Bai Ye with a domineering stride. It was only at this point that everyone noticed that Gongsun Aotian, once a male god, had committed himself to a Tyrannosaurus beastus in order to pursue power. Couldn't bear to look at it. However, when Gongsun transformed into a Tyrannosaurus rex, the crowd no longer dared to take it lightly. With a height of 3 meters, a weight of 2 tons, and a mouth full of sharp teeth, it gave people a great sense of oppression. This was only the immature body. Once mature, the Tyrannosaurus rex can have a height of 15 meters and a weight of 10 tons. It's definitely a tank-class existence. Worthy of being the strongest beast girl in Jiangzhou school. Could White Knight's pet cat withstand such an attack? Everyone was skeptical. Even if it was a SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master, what could it do? Battle. It was ultimately up to the Beast Maiden. White Knight, release your kitty, I'm going to stomp on it. After transforming into a Tyrannosaurus rex, King Kong was bursting with self-confidence. However, the kitty didn't come out. What came out was White Knight himself. Nani? What is White Knight doing? It can't be that he's going to go on by himself, right? How could that be? I've never heard of an Imperial Beast Master fighting by himself. Even a SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master couldn't possibly be a match for the lowest level Beast Maiden, could he? Is White Knight crazy? Amidst the crowd's doubts, White Knight calmly walked towards Tyrannosaurus rex. Tyrannosaurus cocked its large head with the same puzzled expression. This really gave her the whole won't. Defeating you is enough for me. White Knight stood with his arms folded, looking askance at the Tyrannosaurus rex, full of contempt. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus rex was furious, no longer able to care about anything else, and directly stepped towards Bai Ye with 1 foot. After the successful contract, the Tyrannosaurus beast mistress had a full 80 points of strength. Even a small car could be flattened with 1 foot. If it stepped on a person, I'm afraid it would be a direct pile of mosaics. Watch out! Lu Feng was alarmed and transformed into a running thunder tiger, pouncing violently. It was not easy for Jiangzhou school to have a SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster if he was trampled to death by a Tyrannosaurus rex before he could even blossom. Then she, who was the principal, would really have to cry to death. However, in the end, the distance was too far. Even if the Imperial Beastmaster behind her immediately enchanted her with a light wind spell, it was still too late. The Tyrannosaurus rex's terrifyingly large foot was like a 10,000-pound hammer as it violently stepped towards White Knight. The girl screamed, unable to bear the sight. Ha 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 ha. Gongsun Aotian, on the other hand, laughed excitedly. It was finally time to reclaim the glory that belonged to him. However, the imagined mosaic did not appear. The Tyrannosaurus rex's foot didn't even step down. White Knight had actually lifted the Tyrannosaurus rex with one hand. This was a Tyrannosaurus rex that was known for its strength. A royal beastmaster, lifting a Tyrannosaurus rex with one hand. Is that reasonable? However, this wasn't the end. Only to see White Knight grabbing the Tyrannosaurus rex's big foot with both hands, twisting his body violently, and surprisingly dropping the 2-ton Tyrannosaurus rex, directly onto the ground. Dust flew, and the concrete floor of the playground was smashed into a large pit. Reversing and twisting his body again, he slammed the Tyrannosaurus rex to the other side. Once again, a large crater appeared on the ground. White Knight just flung the huge Tyrannosaurus rex around like a toy. It wasn't until the Tyrannosaurus spat blood from its mouth, its sharp teeth splattered, and it completely fainted that it finally stopped. Silence. Deadly silence. An Imperial Beast Master. An Imperial Beast Master that everyone remembered as soft and weak, directly beat a Tyrannosaurus rex as a toy. This is too subversive. It's unbelievable. Gongsun Aotian was so shocked that he even forgot his auxiliary skills. He had the light injury healing skill, and he even had strength enhancement. However, he, who had no combat experience, had forgotten all about it. This couldn't be blamed on him, it was really because Bai Ye was completely out of character, making it impossible for people to react. Not to mention Gongsun Aotian. Even King Kong himself had forgotten the trample and tear skills. In the crowd's shock, White Knight beautifully harvested another 10 points of strength. Now, it was finally safe to bully Lin Meng. Bai Ye's victory didn't make Lu Feng and the girls excited, instead, they were filled with worry. A royal beast master, instead of increasing his energy properly, he played with violence. He also defied the crowd and contracted a pet cat. This was the opening of Tianhu, directly demolishing the fight. How much has a big disease? Lu Feng changed back to her human form and let out a long sigh. Teacher Li Ku, this is your student, teach him well. Okay, principal, I'll try my best. Li Ku also had a big headache. The awakening continued, the contract continued. Next, there was nothing more amazing. Other than the fact that there were 3 more C-rank Imperial Beast Masters, there were no more stunning students that appeared. With such results, in the 3 districts and 4 counties of Jianzhou City, it could only be ranked at the bottom of the list. In the entire Jiangzhou province, it was even completely unranked. However, if the B-ranked Gongsun Aotian was added, it would be a huge step forward. If the SSS-ranked White Knight was added, it would be an even more explosive existence. Jiangzhou school was still expected to rise. After all the awakenings were completed, the formal opening of the class division was opened. The Imperial Beastmasters and Beast Maidens who had already succeeded in their contracts were naturally assigned to the same class. However, this year, because of White Knight's extraordinary performance, there were some hiccups. For example, Lin Meng, who had changed from a pet cat. Not to mention school registration, she didn't even have an ID card. Luckily, there were so many people along to witness it at the time that the inspectorate finally managed to believe in the magical story of the cat changing into a human, and got Lin Meng a household registration. Then, there was also a large number of Beast Maidens who changed schools for the sake of SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmasters and refused to be contracted. For example, Nangong Qianxue, as well as a large group of Beast Maidens who thought like Nangong Qianxue. These people were either powerful or rich, and were all existences that Jiangzhou school couldn't afford to offend anyway. When they all offered to be in the same class as Bai Ye, Lu Feng had no choice but to simply place them all together and set up a unique class. White Knight class. A full 39 girls. There was only one boy, White Knight. And all of these girls were desperately trying to release their charms in an attempt to seduce White Knight. Every day in White Knight's class, there were all these girls. Every time White Knight walks in, he feels like he's visiting the Q building. As strong as White Knight is, he can't handle it anymore. If he went on like this, he would get malnourished. No. I'd better go to the beast space to fight monsters and upgrade. After only a few days of classes, Bai Knight couldn't take it anymore and simply asked class teacher Li Ku for a leave of absence. Originally, Li Ku wouldn't have agreed anyway. After all of these students had only just awakened and didn't have much real-world experience yet. Going to the treacherous alien beast space was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. When Nangong Qianxue said that she would also go, Li Ku immediately agreed. It wasn't that Nangong Qianxue was so powerful, but the Nangong family behind her would definitely protect her secretly. It also saved the school from having to do something, so why not? Nangong Qianxue, this little rich girl, in order to pursue Bai Knight, directly bought a house opposite Bai Knight's house, and went to and from school with Bai Knight every day. The determination is not ordinary. After Lin Meng turned into her human form, it was no longer convenient to squeeze into a one-room, zero-room rental house with Bai Knight. Of course, even if Lin Meng wanted to live together, White Knight wouldn't agree. He couldn't have his innocence ruined. So Lin Meng moved over to live with Nangong Qianxue. The two sisters weren't on good terms right now. And since Bai Knight did like the dashing nature of flying with a royal sword, he reluctantly accepted Bai Hui. As for Bai Knight's parents, 10 years ago, they went to explore an alien beast space and never came back. The house that was left behind was also licked away by White Knight when he licked Leaf Cherry. In the past few days, there were quite a few female students from White Knight's class who wanted to adopt White Knight. But, is White Knight the kind of person who eats soft food? Well, it wasn't actually impossible. The main reason was that every time, Lin Meng had gotten in the way. White Knight only felt that he had been unlucky, and couldn't get rid of Lin Meng even after crossing the border. He couldn't fall in love in his last life, and he can't even eat soft rice in this life. As for the school's rewards, Lu Feng simply couldn't think of anything that would be worthy of a SSS-level Imperial Beast Master. Giving money, too tacky. Giving Beast Soul Pearls, the SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master shouldn't be lacking. So, simply don't give anything. If White Knight knew, he would definitely exclaim, I really lack awe. Over the years, in order to lick Leafy Cherry, White Knight was poor. If not for the fact that there is now Nangong Qianxue wrapped up, he cannot even afford to eat breakfast. Beast Soul Beads are even more seen. Even the White Beast Soul Bead, only after killing with the beast, there is a certain chance to get from its corpse. Each one is worth thousands. Each one was worth thousands of dollars, as much as an ordinary person's salary for 10 days. With around 10 of them, a beast woman could be raised to the second level. Then with the power of the Beast Maiden's feedback, it could raise the level of the Beast Master to the second level as well. It could be considered extremely precious. Since he didn't have the money to buy them, White Knight was prepared to rely on his own strength to obtain them. Let's go buy some camping. Oh no, adventuring equipment first. With a wave of his hand, White Knight rushed into the mall with the two Beast Maidens. Chili, cumin, barbecue grill, potato chips, ice coke, picnic mat, tent, kite. That's enough you guys. Really think this is a camping picnic? Nangong Qianxue really couldn't watch anymore. This was an adventure to the alien beast space. There was no such thing as playing like this. However, after listening to the conversation between Bai Ye and Lin Meng, Nangong Qianxue was about to despair. I checked online yesterday, and it said that there is only one alien beast space in Jiangzhou County, and it's the green grassland. There's no shade on the grassland, it's too sunny, bring some sunscreen. Get it right, you're a black cat. Ugh, you're so dark, you're still afraid of the sun? Fuck off. You're the black cat. I'm now called the Dark Night Cat Demon. Do you understand? Isn't that even darker? White Knight, you're looking for death. The two didn't finish their 3 sentences and fought again. Then they quickly moved on to a new topic. Are we going to eat roasted whole sheep? Is that a roasted beautiful goat, or a roasted lazy goat? Roast the boiling goat, it has more lean meat. Silly, isn't it? Roasted meat is better when it's bubbling with oil. Of course I'll roast a lazy goat. That's enough, you two. There are no sheep in the green grassland. Nangong Qianxue couldn't stand to watch anymore and finally interrupted them. For this adventure in the space of foreign beasts, Nangong Qianxue really didn't have a bottom in her heart. Originally, she didn't like being taken care of by the clan at every turn, and now that she was being messed with, she even wanted to take the initiative to request the clan's protection. Ordinary royal beast masters couldn't give her a sense of security. It had to be a black iron level royal beast master. The green grassland was only the lowest level of imperial beast space. There were no black iron level foreign beasts at all. What Nangong Qianxue was worried about was the dreamy combination of Bai Ye and Lin Meng. When there was no danger, the two of them together was the greatest danger. Finally, the procurement was complete. A cubic meter of subspace was stuffed to the brim. The two of them were finally satisfied and set off. As for the money, of course, it was still Nangong Qianxue's. White Knight and Lin Meng together couldn't scrape together $5. Their pockets were cleaner than their faces. The entrance to the green grassland was 10 kilometers away from Jiangzhou County. However, there was a shuttle bus that traveled there every day, which was very convenient. Although flying with a royal sword was also possible, but there was still a battle to be fought later. There was no need to waste energy on something like rushing. Not to mention, the shuttle bus was also an excellent place to group up. As soon as the three of them got on the bus, they immediately drew a wave of awestruck voices. The two beautiful women were not to be mentioned. White Knight's handsomeness was also hard to describe in words. A pure beauty killer. Beauties, team up? Seeing as it should be your first time going to the beast space, right? Brother has been mixing in the green grass for years, so he knows his way around. I'll take you all flying. A triangular-eyed man with glowing eyes invited. By his side, there was also a woman in a revealing dress, but she didn't care about the triangle-eyed man. Instead, her gaze was hot as she stared at Bai Night. Little handsome boy, team up together. Sister is experienced in everything. Oh, good lord, the two of them were playing their own game. But this was normal. A lot of the combinations of imperial beast masters and beast maidens were just pure and simple working relationships. Just like many male-female combinations in the previous world. Auntie, we're not dating. Bai Night immediately chose to refuse. Women, to Bai Ye, were like floating clouds. Lin Meng and Nangong Qianxue likewise chose to refuse. The man and woman didn't say anything more, but only looked over from time to time. The three of them had just sat down, when a cute little beauty in a white school uniform in front of them turned back to greet them. Classmates, are you guys students from Jiangzhou school? Yeah, White Knight responded enthusiastically. It had to be said that this little beauty was really cute. Baby face, double ponytail, just like a porcelain doll. Even the school uniform couldn't hide her figure. Child's face, that is. The needle does not poke. My name is Cheng Yuan. I'm from the first Imperial Beast School. I heard that your Jiangzhou school has produced a SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master this year? Cheng Yuan was very talkative. Yeah. White Knight nodded enthusiastically once again. Handsome or not? Cheng Yuan's eyes glowed. Super handsome. Really? I want to change schools so badly, but unfortunately the principal won't let me. Why wouldn't he let me? It's your freedom. Because the principal is my mom. Oh, well, that's okay then. Good lord, the principal is your mom and you want to change schools. It seems that behind your round head are all backbones. Let's team up later. I'm level B, very powerful. Cheng Yuan issued an invitation. It's more than that, I think it has to be at least a D. Bai Night casually responded. What? Cheng Yuan didn't respond. Oh, I mean I only have a D. Is that okay? Bai Ye hastily changed his words. This wasn't a harmonious society, and talking nonsense would get you beaten up. A B-ranked beast maiden was still very strong, not to mention the fact that her mother was also the principal. It's okay. Cheng Yuan didn't mind in the slightest and introduced her partner in passing. My royal beast master, Wang Wanli, and my good friend Sun Qian. Bai Ye introduced his own little friend in passing as well. Nangong Qianxue, the number one beauty in Jiangzhou? Wang Wanli, the spectacle man, instantly had two glowing eyes. Nangong Qianxue nodded coldly as a response. At this moment, she once again resumed her once high and cold demeanor. A few other people heard this and were also excited. After all, a beautiful woman, who wouldn't like it? The triangular-eyed man sniffed, his eyes gurgled and turned a few times, secretly sending a few messages with the cool woman, not knowing what he was thinking. White Knight and their line of 6 people, all the same age, soon hit a peace. Then they also all learned about the types of their respective beast maids. Cheng Yuan was a golden armored ape with great strength and defense. Sun Qian was a C-rank eagle, also a munchkin. After being giganticized, it could carry 3 or 4 people in flight at once, and its main attack method was wind blades. A squad like this, whether it was long range or short range, whether it was attack power or flexibility, it was all very good. But in front of Lin Meng and Nangong Qianxue, they were all insufficient. AS Dark Knight Cat Demon and an A-rank Sword Spirit. In a small place like Jiangzhou County, they belonged to the top of the pyramid. It was only at this point that Cheng Yuan and the girls finally reacted to White Knight's identity. SSS ranked Imperial Beast Master. It turned out to be right in front of them. It was really cool. Cheng Yuan and Sun Xian's eyes were filled with little stars at the same time, and they acted even more enthusiastically. Soon, the shuttle stopped in front of a quaint market town. This was a town that had developed due to the Qingqing grassland alien beast space. It was called Qingqing Town. This place had a unique flavor that was different from ordinary townships. There was less wine and lights and more of a solemn atmosphere. Here, the corpses of various foreign beasts could be seen everywhere. There were also various injured Imperial Beast Masters and Beast Maidens. Everyone's face had an extra trace of blood on it. Even the town often saw squads of soldiers with loaded guns, as well as powerful Beast Maidens patrolling. It was like the front line of a war. In fact, this was the front line. Humans would enter the beast space to hunt the beasts, and the beasts would likewise run out to hunt humans. Entering Qingqing Town meant leaving the safe zone and facing the real danger head-on. After getting out of the car, Wang Wanli carried a huge hiking bag, taking logistics to the extreme. Looking at the empty-handed White Knight again, he was instantly a bit confused. Is a SSS Royal Beast Master that strong? Don't even need supplies? After learning that Bai Knight had a subdimensional space, Wang Wanli cried with envy. And after he saw the supplies White Knight had prepared, he really had to cry. Big brother, we're going on an adventure, not a camping barbecue. Even Cheng Yuan couldn't look at it anymore. Then they took a look at the supplies prepared by their first-grade buddies. Snake repellent powder, antidote, healing medicine, alcohol, bandages, dry food, drinking water. People are the ones who are serious about going on an adventure. Fortunately, Nangong Qianxue was reliable, and the small backpack that was hosted at Bai Knight's place had some essential medicines. After checking the supplies, the SSS-ranked White Knight was chosen as the captain again. Finally, it was time to enter the green grassland. Stop, what are you doing? At the entrance, a soldier stopped White Knight in their go. That's a good question. We've come to the verdant grassland. Of course we're fighting monsters and upgrading. Can't it be that we're still coming to go to school in Sheep Village? White Knight was speechless by their question. The soldiers were even more speechless. What the hell was a sheep village? Register over here. Pay the entrance fee. Good lord, you need money to enter a copy and brush the monsters? White Knight then realized what these soldiers were stopping them for. Thus, White Knight, who was at the front, spread his hands and gave up his position. Lin Meng, who was in the second position, also spread her hands and gave up her position. Nangong Qianxue paid $600 with a black line on her face. She had long since gotten used to these two small friends with poor pockets and poor mouths. Cheng Yuan and the girls, on the other hand, were filled with shock. A hallowed SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master couldn't even come up with $100? Is this really reliable? They wouldn't be cheated, right? Thinking of the cruel stories of the beast space that her mom had told, Cheng Yuan somewhat regretted teaming up with Bai Ye. However, having already gotten on the ship of thieves, it would be difficult to get off. Bai Knight, look, my hand is gone. In front of the entrance to the alien beast space that was like a vortex, Lin Meng greeted White Knight with a loud shout. She was seen sticking one of her hands into the vortex without her body following through, looking as if her hand was broken. Io, so much fun. I'll play too. I have no legs. I don't have a head, I'm a headless female ghost. What are you saying? I can't hear you. So, White Knight stuck his head in as well. In face base, White Knight had a head and a leg. Lin Meng had a head and a hand. The two looked at each other and laughed. And in the original world, the two wiggled their asses and shuddered non-stop. Laughing, don't get me wrong. Yuan, why don't we go back? Looking at the two like this, Sun Xian was a bit scared. Don't be nervous, the two of them are just there to liven up the atmosphere. Right, to liven up the atmosphere. Nangong Qianxue expressionlessly pushed the two people's asses in. Cheng Yuan took a deep breath and decided that it was better to follow and observe again. Sun Xian had no choice but to follow in as well. As for Wang Wanli, he was just a companion and had no decision-making power. However, when they went in and heard Bai Ye and Lin Meng's conversation, they finally couldn't help themselves and turned around to leave. Egu, there really is a sheep village. The iron fence surrounded by an enclosure in front of them, plus the two watchtowers at the entrance, as well as one small house, and the endless green grassland in the distance, wasn't it a sheep village? I want to eat boiling goat, lots of lean meat. I've told you, roasted whole sheep should be fat. It's moist and oily. Eat the lazy goat. Nangong Qianxue pulled Cheng Yuan and Sun Xian, who were turning to leave, and sincerely persuaded them. Observe again. Maybe there's still salvation. It seemed to be persuading the two of them, but it was more like persuading herself. If they continue to be so immodest, they really can't stand it. For the sake of Nangong Qianxue, Cheng Yuan and Sun Xian decided to observe one last time. Not abandoning, not giving up. This is a military camp guarding the space of foreign beasts. It's not some sheep village. There's no boiling goat. There's no lazy goat. Let's hurry up and find the foreign beasts. Nandong Qianxue forcefully pulled away the two people who wanted to explore the sheep village. It was only when they saw a group of powerful patrolling soldiers coming out of the hut that the two of them gave up exploring. The green grassland, as the name suggests, is a rolling, endless green grassland. Only, the green grass was more than half a person's height, and there was no telling what kind of crisis lurked underneath. The four beast maidens explored forward in a fan formation, keeping the two imperial beast masters firmly protected behind them. The golden armored apes were huge, and the sword spirits flew in the air, so no matter how high the grass was, they couldn't hide their silhouettes. The great eagles were all unchanged in their non-combat state because they consumed too much to fly. The dark night cat demon was just a circle larger than an ordinary cat, barely reaching a person's knees. Once it fell into the grass, it completely disappeared. White Knight, hurry up and learn a giganticization skill. I want to become taller than Ultraman. The dark night cat demon meowed and meowed. The milky, ferocious voice was unintimidating. Is this really an S-rank beast bitch? Chang Yuan and Sun Qian looked at each other in all directions, and once again had the idea of retreating. However, it was already too late. The grass in front of them suddenly shook. The dark night cat demon whooshed onto White Knight's shoulders, and the field of vision instantly opened up a lot. This was the feeling of standing on the shoulders of a giant. Wow! What a big rabbit! If this were to make spicy rabbit head, it wouldn't directly take up a pot. Saying that, the dark night cat demon lunged forward. Watch out! It's a long-toothed rabbit. Its teeth are extremely sharp, a bite can break a person's thigh bone. Chang Yuan hastily warned. Among the crowd, she was the only one who had been to the verdant grassland once. It was still her principal mom who personally brought her in. But that time, she had only felt the atmosphere of the Fey space and recognized some Fey, and hadn't actually fought. But Chang Yuan had already deeply realized the terror of the Fey beasts. However, it was already too late. Lin Meng took the long-toothed rabbit whose head had been slapped and returned to the camp. Sorry, I didn't grasp the strength, this big rabbit's head was smashed by my slap, so I won't be able to eat the spicy rabbit head. Lin Meng dropped the long-toothed rabbit with a regretful face, then looked at Chang Yuan again. What did you just say? Oh, it's fine. Chang Yuan was speechless. It seemed that this one was really an S-class beast maiden, this power, much greater than her, a power lineage beast maiden. Where did the beast soul pearl come from? White Knight squatted down and picked at the corpse of the long-toothed rabbit. Normally, it's in the head of a foreign beast, but there's no need to look for it. The probability of a long-toothed rabbit possessing a beast soul pearl is less than 1%, it's almost. Chang Yuan hadn't finished speaking when she saw Bai Ye hold up a white bead the size of a quail egg and asked, "Is this a beast soul bead?" Yes. Chang Yuan completely shut her mouth. She suddenly felt that she was so noisy. Under the discouragement of the crowd, Bai Ye finally managed to put down the body of the long-toothed rabbit and move on. The main reason was that they had just come in and weren't that hungry yet, and the dimensional space was stuffed. Otherwise, White Knight would have to taste the flavor of a hand-torn roasted rabbit high and low. Such a large rabbit, still wild, couldn't be eaten at the cost of money in the previous world. The crowd continued to go deeper. With the sensitive sense of smell of the dark night cat demon and the vast vision of standing on the shoulders of a giant, the crowd once again killed a few long-toothed rabbits, but unfortunately, no more beast soul pearls were dug out. Instead, a complete rabbit head was left behind, which could be made into a spicy one later on. For this reason, White Knight endured the pain of splitting 2 bags of potato chips with everyone and finally vacated a bit of a spot. At this point, the crowd was already some distance away from the sheep village barracks. The types of foreign beasts gradually increased. Wow, what a big herd of cows. The dark night cat demon stepped on White Knight's shoulder and pointed ahead, shouting. It's a giant horned barbarian bull, extremely strong, can break boulders on top, and it's a herd, we'd better not mess with it, take a detour. Chang Yuan gave advice. However, it was too late again. The dark night cat demon had already scurried out a long way. Even White Knight had chased after it. It was even if they were a beast maiden and rushed to the front. You're a royal beastmaster, why are you rushing so far ahead? Chang Yuan spat while also chasing after them. As a result, the picture in front of her once again overturned her perception, only to see that the dark night cat demon had doubled its attributes under the war encouragement, and was flexible as hell. Jumping around on the back of the giant horned brute bull, she caught the opportunity to scratch the throat of the brute bull with one claw, and then jumped towards another brute bull. Behind her tiny figure, several barbarian bulls were already lying down. After all, she was an S-rank beast maiden and had the assistance of an SSS-rank imperial beast master, so it was understandable that she was so tough. However, White Knight unexpectedly also rushed into the group of savage bulls, tugging on the 2 huge horns, directly flipping the 1,000-pound savage bulls to the ground, and then punching them to death in a chaotic manner. A royal beast master, using his fists, whacked a giant horned barbarian bull to death. Is this reasonable? Chang Yuan was not confident. It couldn't be that what her mom had told her was all a lie. Wasn't the giant horned brute actually that powerful? Thus, the golden armored ape that Chang Yuan had transformed into, with Wang Wanli's power boost, waved its iron fist and charged up. Dang! With a muffled sound, the giant horned savage bull stumbled and took a step back. The golden armored ape, on the other hand, directly flew backwards and fell out a long way. The bones almost didn't fall apart. Wang Wanli hastily released another healing spell. Only then did the golden armored ape slow down and continued to charge at his opponent. The great eagle cooperated with the golden armored ape, continuously releasing wind blades that cut a deep wound in the giant horned barbarian bull's body. With the tireless efforts of the two, they finally put down a giant horned savage bull. This was a third-level giant horned barbarian bull. The two of them, level 1 beast maidens, had actually won by virtue of their own strength. The sense of accomplishment was full. The two of them couldn't help but high-five and celebrate. When their attention returned to the battlefield, they realized that dozens of giant horned savage bulls were already lying around. At this moment, White Knight was holding a longsword in his hand and charging back and forth, even more ferocious than the Dark Knight Cat Demon. Was this a proper Imperial Beast Master? Just where did the longsword come from? Where is Nangong Qianxue? It turned out that Nangong Qianxue, as a sword spirit, consumed okay when flying. But every time it attacks, it requires a lot of energy. As a beast mistress, there was already limited energy. After a few attacks, it was exhausted. It just so happened that White Knight felt that fist hammering a bull was too inefficient, and simply held the sword spirit that Nangong Qianxue had transformed into in his hand. Suddenly being held in someone's hand, even if it had been transformed into a sword spirit, Nangong Qianxue still felt awkward. But the effect was really strong. White Knight's power, paired with the sharpness of the sword spirit, could truly be described as God-stopping God, Buddha-stopping Buddha. It was much more efficient than the Dark Knight Cat Demon. That's what gave rise to the stark contrast between Chang Yuanyuan and Sun Xian teaming up to kill just one cow, and dozens of cows already lying on the ground. The difference was too great. For the first time, Chang Yuanyuan had such a strong sense of frustration. As the proud daughter of the first Imperial Beast School, she had always been the most visible star. A few days ago, she had even become the first B-ranked beast maiden in the history of the first Imperial Beast School. Originally, she thought that she would be as bright as light. However, just after her first experience, she was dealt such a blow. It was too sad. Chang Yuanyuan was almost ready to cry. Suddenly, a cow roar resounded through the entire grassland. Moo! Immediately afterward, the earth made a drum-beating thumping sound. Chang Yuanyuan raised her head in shock, only to see a golden-colored behemoth charging towards the crowd with the momentum of pulling down mountains and trees. Ah! It's a chieftain-class foreign beast, the Golden Brute Bull. Worthy of being a schoolteacher, Chang Yuanyuan recognized the incoming object at a glance. Following that, she was so shocked that she could barely move her feet. It was too powerful. It simply wasn't something that could be fought by human power. At least not something a trainee beast maiden like them could fight against. Seeing this, the big eagle immediately giganticized and attempted to carry Chang Yuanyuan into the air. This was what Sun Xian had been following Chang Yuanyuan for all this time too, protecting her and relying on the advantage of flight to bring her to escape at critical moments. However, Chang Yuanyuan refused. I can't put down my teammates and escape alone. Chang Yuanyuan resolutely summoned her golden armor, waved her golden fists, and charged up. Attempting to lure away the golden armored brute, she stalled for time for the fighting White Knight and Dark Knight Cat Demon. If White Knight was allowed to be attacked from the back, even if he was a SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master, he was afraid that his life would be in danger. However, in front of the terrifying Golden Savage Bull, the golden armored ape wasn't even enough to look at, and was directly toppled dozens of meters away. Chang Yuanyuan only felt as if she had been hit head-on by a speeding large truck, and her entire body was almost shattered all at once. Fortunately, she had used her defense skills in advance. Otherwise, with that hit just now, it would have been certain death. At the back, a terrifying aura flashed by. It was Chang Yuanyuan's mother, the principal of the first Imperial Beast School, Xiasuya. She said that she agreed to her daughter coming to the beast space to practice, but as a parent, how could she be at ease? That was why the titular Black Iron-ranked beast mother had secretly mixed into the primary Fey beast space. Xiasuya had thought that with her daughter's prudence and reasoning, as well as her rich knowledge base, she definitely wouldn't encounter danger. Who knew that on the way, they had actually encountered Bai Ye, a SSS-ranked perverted genius. Only half a day after coming in, they had encountered such a great crisis. On the contrary, her daughter was still speaking of righteousness, unwilling to abandon her teammates. Xiasuya finally couldn't help herself and transformed into a Xian ice spirit ape, ready to strike. A chieftain-level foreign beast was simply not something that a few first-level trainee beast mates could fight against. However, Xiasuya was blocked by a pitch-black dagger. That aura, it was quite a bit stronger than Xiasuya. It was a secret guard of the Nangong family. Why are you blocking me? Xiasuya's face was anxious. Chang Yuanyuan was once again knocked out, her golden armor dimmed quite a bit, and she was afraid that she could still support the golden brute bull's charge at most once. Look again. The black dagger responded succinctly. If we wait any longer, my daughter's life will be in danger. Seeing her daughter in such danger, how could Xiasuya wait any longer? With me here, there will be no danger. The Black Dagger's confidence gave Xiasuya a hint of comfort. And at this time, White Knight had already noticed the Golden Brute Bull and probed the information of the other party. Type, Golden Brute Bull. Rank, 3rd level leader. Strength, 150. Agility, 50. Physique, 100. Energy, 20. Skills, punching, trampling, whipping. Character, irritability. Weaknesses, fear of fire, soft abdomen. As expected of a leader-level beast, its attributes were far superior to those of a similar beast maiden. Not to mention trainee beast maidens, even a black iron beast maiden would have to work very hard to face such a chieftain-level beast. Looking at Chung Yuan's state, it was estimated that it wouldn't last until the next charge. Dream, you go help, I'll take care of these last few giant horned barbarians. The boss's weakness is in the abdomen. White Knight completed the arrangements as fast as he could. By the way, he put the beast spirit armor on the Dark Knight Cat Demon. Otherwise, with the Dark Knight Cat Demon's small body, I'm afraid that if the Golden Brute Bull stepped on it, it would turn into a mosaic. Okay. The Dark Knight Cat Demon meowed and directly pounced on the Golden Savage Bull. As a result, the skin of the Golden Savage Bull was much tougher than what the Dark Knight Cat Demon had imagined. With her terrifying attacking power, she was just barely able to slash open a wound, not even blood came out. And the wound was healing at an extremely fast speed. Thick skin, high defense, and fast recovery. Worthy of being a chieftain-level foreign beast, it wasn't generally difficult to deal with. Instead, the Golden Savage Bull's long tail was like a whip, directly sending the Dark Knight Cat Demon flying. Luckily, White Knight had given her the beast spirit armor, or else just that tail whip just now would have taken half of the Dark Knight Cat Demon's life. Meow! The Dark Knight Cat Demon let out a roar and pounced again. At the same time, she thought of White Knight's explanation. The weak point was in the abdomen. Swiftly pouncing. Dramatic poison claw. It accurately hit the Golden Savage Bull's abdomen. It was really much softer there. The claws of the Dark Cat Demon finally saw blood, still black blood. The immense pain caused the Golden Brute Bull to go crazy. Only to see its back hooves stomping violently, as if kicking backward, it sent the Dark Cat Demon flying. At the same time, the wound on its abdomen was even bigger due to the violent movements. The poison prevented the wound from healing and caused the Golden Savage Bull to fall into a weakened state. Nice job! White Knight chopped off the head of the last giant horned barbarian bull with a sword and finally took the time to return to help. At this moment, the Golden Savage Bull's hatred was firmly locked onto the Dark Knight Cat Demon. It couldn't accept that it was injured by such a little guy. It must stomp this little guy into mush. The Dark Knight Cat Demon relied on the super sensitivity brought about by doubling its attributes to flexibly dodge the Golden Savage Bull's attacks. However, because she was always facing the Golden Brute Bull head-on, she also lost the opportunity to sneak attack. But there was still White Knight. He seized the opportunity and suddenly stabbed out a sword from behind the Golden Savage Bull's butt. With the sharpness of a sword spirit, the sword went straight to the end. Surprisingly, it was a heifer. Moo! The Golden Savage cow let out a mournful scream. Those who heard it were sad, and those who saw it shed tears. It was too miserable. Nangong Qianxue also realized that she had stabbed into something unimaginable and flew out in a hurry. Blood soared more than 10 meters straight up. It was really bullish and bad. With this one blow, it directly gave the Golden Savage Bull a whole waist. Only to see it look at White Knight with a grudging face as it slowly collapsed. Although it couldn't die for a while, it had lost its desire to fight. White Knight summoned Nangong Qianxue to come down, wanting to give the Golden Savage Bull a hard time. As a result, Nangong Qianxue was deathly unwilling to come down, and even directly rushed to the stream not far away, desperately washing her sword. Just now that one time, two perverse ah hello. Simple as Nangong Qianxue, she had almost been shamed by the whole thing. Lin Meng, however, didn't care about this and took this opportunity to pounce and unleash, giving the Golden Savage Bull an open heart. The Golden Savage Bull closed its eyes in relief. A few level 1 trainee Imperial Beastmasters and Beast Maidens had actually killed a level 3 collared Fey Beast. Not only did Chun Yuan Sun Xian and the girls stare in shock, even Xiasuya and Black Dagger, who were hidden not far away, were surprised. It was too unbelievable. Quick, clear the battlefield. This time, it was White Knight who was the first to react. Because, the super option system appeared once again. Option 1, roast a whole cow on the spot and share your cooking skills with the Grassland Hyena. Completion reward, Grassland Iguana title. Wearing effect, plus 50% status in the green grasslands. Option 2, leave quickly. Completion reward, agility plus 10. Option 3, fight hard against the Grassland Hyena pack and kill all the hyenas. Reward for completion, full attribute plus 100. Grassland Hyena. Seeing this name, White Knight only felt his lower body tighten. The name of Hollow Brother was as good as thunder, and it earned the hyena the title of Grassland's second brother. White Knight wasn't afraid of steppe overlords, but he was afraid of encountering these disgusting guys. It seemed like the smell of blood drew them in. The others were unsure, but they also understood that the smell of blood was too strong here and would definitely attract carnivores. Then it really wouldn't be something they could deal with. So one by one, they finished packing up all the beast soul beads handily. There were a full 10 of them. It had to be said that the explosive rate of the giant horned brute bull was still quite high. Not only that, the golden savage bull also exploded a beast soul bead. Cheng Yuan took another drop of golden blood from its heart. As for the beef, it was simply too late to harvest it. The surrounding area was already surrounded by drooling grassland hyenas. It was surrounded on all sides. It seemed that the grassland hyenas were trying to take them, the humans, in one fell swoop. Ow! With the hyena leader's command, several hyenas aimed to charge at the lower bodies of several people. Sure enough, the Hollowing brothers once again performed their stunt. Run! Without the slightest hesitation, White Knight hugged the Dark Knight Cat Demon, straddled the Sword Spirit, and lifted off. Luckily, Nangong Qianxue had come out of the shadows just now in time. Otherwise this time, White Knight would really have to say goodbye to his brother. On the other side, the Big Eagle also giganticized in time, carrying the others in a single flight. When the grassland hyenas swooped in, they could only barely enjoy the dozens of beef feasts. Xiasuya and Black Dagger simultaneously let out a long sigh of relief. Even they didn't dare to guarantee that they would be able to shield everyone in the midst of the hyenas. The slightest mistake, and someone would be extinct. Moreover, they didn't want to face these disgusting guys. Once the tragic experience, vivid in their memories. Luckily, these young people were able to stretch and bend, and didn't have the pride of a genius at all. When they encountered a danger they couldn't solve, they turned their heads and fled, very sensible. White Knight and the others flew out several kilometers in a row until the two flying mounts were all exhausted before they finally stopped. After all, the levels were too low, and they were both still immature. Regardless of whether it was the Sword Spirit or the Great Eagle, there was no way for them to fly for a long period of time. It was finally time to share the spoils. That giant horned barbarian bull we killed, I looked at it and there are no beast soul pearls, so we won't share it. Cheng Yuan took the initiative and refused to share the spoils. However, White Knight considered that she had been instrumental in holding back the golden savage bull and even almost hung up, so it was a bit unreasonable not to share a bit of the loot. Then, give one. White Knight heartily gave Cheng Yuan a beast soul pearl. That, fellow White Knight, can I ask you for something? Cheng Yuan casually accepted the beast soul pearl and threw it into her pocket without even looking at it. Then her eyes burned as she looked at Bai Knight. What do you want? Let's talk first. It's simply impossible to possess me. Seeing Cheng Yuan's fiery eyes, Bai Knight took the first opportunity to show his attitude. Men, they should be a bit more reserved. They can't just casually agree to a woman's pursuit. Even if she's the first middle school flower, even if her mom is the principal, even if she's AD. It also doesn't work. No. I just want to buy that drop of golden blood from you. Cheng Yuan hurriedly made her intentions clear. Only then did Bai Ye let out a long breath of relief. Almost lost his virginity. What price? Bai Ye asked. 1 million Chinese coins. Cheng Yuan directly quoted a terrifying figure. Bai Ye's eyes went straight when he heard it. Deal. Without any hesitation, he directly clapped. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, Bai Ye had never seen $1 million. Just one drop of blood was worth so much money. What hesitation was there? White Knight incidentally used the eye of true vision to probe the efficacy of that drop of golden blood. Blood of gold could raise the golden bloodline of a golden creature by 0.1%. Looking at Cheng Yuan again, there was indeed a note in the attributes that the golden bloodline was 0.1%. Relying on this drop of golden blood, the giant horned brute bull evolved into a golden brute bull. Cheng Yuan became a B-rank golden armored ape. It seems that this golden bloodline is an extraordinary thing. Surprisingly, it wasn't mentioned in the textbooks. But White Knight didn't care. What he cared more about was money. It couldn't be helped. It was really poor and scared. Then, there was a nearly transparent beast spirit bead. Inside it seemed to be sealed with a tiny golden savage bull, alive and well. Within the beast spirit bead, the skills of the beast were sealed. After eating it, there was a certain chance of obtaining one of that beast's skills. The 3 skills of the golden savage bull were charge, trample, and whip. Neither Lin Meng nor Nangong Qianxue used them. Instead, the strength-based Cheng Yuan was the most suitable. Little rich girl, oh no, Yuan, do you accept this? Bai Ye asked as he shook the beast spirit bead. Can you sell it to me? I'll offer 100,000. Cheng Yuan lived up to her name as a little rich girl, opening her mouth and quoting another price that Bai Ye couldn't refuse. The probability of being able to comprehend a skill was very low with a low-grade beast spirit bead like this. Not to mention the distraction of a miscellaneous skill like pumping. The main function was that it contained a relatively high amount of energy. To be able to sell it for 100,000, it was already very good. Once again, White Knight didn't hesitate to tap out and sell it. Together with the one from the long-toothed rabbit before, Bai Knight now had 10 white beast soul beads in his hands. It just so happened that Lin Meng and Nangong Qianxue had 5 each. Nangong Qianxue, however, didn't take them. Let's give them to Meng first, so you guys will have a chance to upgrade to level 2, which will help you more in the battles later on. This was indeed the optimal choice. It had to be said that Nangong Qianshua's pattern was really high. White Knight wasn't polite either and directly gave them all to Lin Meng. The absorption rate of an S-ranked beast maiden was very high, and after eating only 8 of them, she managed to raise to the second level. All aspects of her attributes increased dramatically, and her strength almost doubled. The feedback energy, in turn, helped White Knight raise to the second level. The strength, sensitivity, and body all increased by 10 points, and the energy value increased by 100 points. The most obvious effect was that the secondary space doubled. More treasures could be stuffed in again. Alright, take a break and get a camping barbecue going. To celebrate the elevation to level 2, White Knight started pulling things out of the subspace. Chili, cumin, barbecue grill. Everything was ready. Lin Meng transformed into a dark night cat demon and quickly caught a long-toothed rabbit from the grasslands. Everyone looked at White Knight with a look of anticipation. After a few grueling battles and traveling a long way. At this time, if they could get a small barbecue, happiness would definitely be full and their energy would be quickly restored. Suddenly, White Knight froze. What's wrong? Hurry up and grill. Lin Meng anxiously urged, her harumphs almost dripping to the ground. From the moment she entered the green grassland, she had been looking forward to grilling. Did you bring a fire? White Knight scratched his head awkwardly. Do I look like I brought fire to you? Lin Meng breathlessly patted the small skirt that didn't even have pockets. Hey, buddy, got a fire? White Knight looked at Wang Wanli again. Wang Wanli shook his head and calmly pulled out dry food from his backpack and nibbled on it. Just no. Not reliable at all, okay? In this way, White Knight and the 3 of them were embarrassed. They couldn't just gnaw on the rabbit meat raw. There were some potato chips and coke in the dimensional space, but this stuff was just a snack, and it wasn't enough to fill them up. In the end, White Knight looked to the encyclopedia Chang Yuan Yuan. Are there any fire-type exotic beasts in the green grassland? Chang Yuan Yuan answered without thinking. There are. The most common one is the earth fire rat. Bai Ye's eyes lit up when he heard this. Catching rats? Dream, that's your job. You're the cat. I'll scratch you to death. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Nangong Qianxue, who had long been used to it, calmly blocked the center. You guys don't want to eat barbecue anymore? Want to? The two spoke in unison. Then go find the ground fire rats. Nangong Qianxue waved her small hand. Lin Meng immediately transformed into a dark night cat demon, huffed her little nose, and burrowed into the grass. Possessing a super sense of smell, she quickly distinguished the rat's odor from the air. With a pounce, she directly pressed down. The ground fire rat was similar to the long-toothed rabbit, both being the lowest tier of foreign beasts in the verdant grasslands. The strength was several times worse compared to Lin Meng, and it didn't have the slightest room for resistance. The only attacking power it had was to spit fire. The killing power was really limited. But as a barbecue fire, it was enough. It just so happened that White Knight didn't even have charcoal with him, and there were no trees on the grassland, so the fire-breathing skill of the ground fire rat was perfect. Come on, breathe fire. White Knight pointed at the grill and ordered. However, the ground fire mouse yipped and squealed, indifferent. Can't understand human language, can you? White Knight came up with a big forced pocket. The ground fire rat angrily spewed out a string of flames. White Knight flipped the roasted rabbit with satisfaction. Unfortunately, the flames only lasted for about 10 seconds before stopping. White Knight snapped another big force pocket. The earth fire rat once again spewed out a string of flames. After 10 or so times, when the fire rat opened its mouth again, it only spat out a puff of smoke, no more flames. The long-toothed rabbit was still a long way from being roasted. Bai Ye simply fed the ground fire rat one of Lin Meng's remaining beast soul beads. Chang Yuan Yuan and the others were dumbfounded. A white beast soul bead, but it was worth thousands. How could the wealthy Bai Knight be such a loser? In fact, Bai Knight didn't even know the value of beast soul beads. Having easily obtained 11 of them in one morning, he hadn't even thought that it would be worth anything. So it didn't hurt to use them. Beast soul beads were an excellent tonic for foreign beasts. The earth fire rat was instantly energized, spewing out flames lifelessly. Unfortunately, until an entire beast soul bead was consumed, the roasted rabbit still wasn't cooked. Thus, Bai Ye once again fed the ground fire mouse a beast soul pearl. Watching Nangong Qianxue was heartbreaking. 2 white beast soul beads had been used for a barbecue. Even her Nangong clan wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. With the previous experience, the ground fire mouse was already comfortable barbecuing. It didn't need White Knight to give it the big pussy pocket, but it had already skillfully grasped the various commands. It could even control the size of the flames. Worthy of being a foreign beast, it was just smart. Finally, after consuming 2 white beast soul beads, the roasted rabbit was finally cooked, with chili peppers and cumin. Perfect. Although Chang Yuan Yuan's few people were almost full from nibbling on the dry food, they still couldn't help but gulp furiously after seeing the nourishing and bubbling roasted rabbit. Come, eat together. White Knight greeted generously. After all, dozens of pounds of rabbit, relying on the 3 of them, they simply couldn't finish it. Not only Chang Yuan Yuan and the others, even the ground fire rats were given a large piece of rabbit meat. That's right, the ground fire rat submitted. It had submitted to White Knight's atmospheric handiwork. As the lowest level of the green grassland, the ground fire rat had never thought that it would also have a day where it could eat beast soul pearls. Or 2 of them. It simply broke the record in the history of the ground fire rat. And the roasted meat was still so delicious, so much better than eating it raw. Although they spent most of their time gnawing on grass roots and eating small insects, but they had also eaten some of the leftover meat from the beasts, and the flavor was way worse compared to the roasted meat. The earth fire rats decided that they would hang out with White Knight from now on. White Knight happened to be short of fire, so he nonchalantly accepted this little brother. A few people ate a small barbecue and drank ice cola, living a beautiful life. It wasn't like they were on an adventure. It was clearly a vacation. Even Siasuya and Black Dagger, who were hidden not far away, couldn't help but gulp. With their rich life experiences, they had never seen such an outrageous way of adventuring. It was thought that this adventure would inevitably cause these little ones to suffer a huge blow. Siasuya was even prepared to appease her daughter. As a result, looking at Cheng Yuan with her mouth full of oil, she really didn't know what else to comfort. Even Siasuya felt that she was the one who needed to be comforted more. After drinking and eating, Bai Ye's energy and stamina were pretty much restored, so they could continue to head out. They were going to head back the other way. After all, this was the first time they had entered the Fey space, and with their strength, they weren't strong enough to spend the night here. Going back by a different path was also to encounter a new Fey beast. Hearing that their master was looking for a Fey beast, the ground fire mouse took the initiative to take on the task of searching for it in order to show itself. As a native of the green grassland, the ground fire mouse had a clear understanding of the distribution of foreign beasts in this surrounding area. Karakiri. The ground fire mouse sold out, but unfortunately, no one could hear it. Thus, the ground fire rat simply gave up on verbal communication and pointed vigorously in one direction, then turned back as it walked, signaling for White Knight to follow. Fellow White Knight, should we follow? Cheng Yuan had a bit of trouble grasping the magical scenario in front of her. Follow. What are you afraid of? White Knight followed first. He saw sincerity in Mouse Jr.'s eyes. Moreover, with Nangong Qianxua around, if he really encountered danger, escaping would still be no problem. Hey, you're a beast royalist, you should walk behind the beast lady. Cheng Yuan's heart was crumbling. It felt like this SS-ranked Imperial Beast Master didn't know the slightest bit of theoretical knowledge, and was completely out of line. I really don't know how the Jiangzhou school taught her. Having no choice, she hurriedly transformed into a golden armored ape and rushed to the front. Soon, Mouse little brother led the crowd to a crypt. There were still dozens of meters away, and Mouse little brother cowered and didn't dare to move forward any further. At the entrance of the crypt, there were some bones piled up, and a large portion of them were from the earth fire rats. It seemed that this was the burrow of the natural enemy of the ground fire rat. The rat little brother did help find the foreign beasts, but it played it smart and wanted to use the power of humans to solve their natural enemies. White Knight, this is the burrow of a carnivorous foreign beast. I'm afraid it's at least level 5, we're no match. Cheng Yuan immediately judged the situation in the cave based on the surroundings. Worthy of being a schoolteacher. And at this time, before Bai Knight's eyes, options appeared once again. Option 1, turn around and leave. Gain bonus, agility +1. Option 2, kill all the adult meerkats in the cave. Gain reward, strength +10. Option 3, kill all adult meerkats in a 2-kilometer radius. Gain reward, full attribute +10. Schoolmaster Chang, what level is the meerkat? Bai Knight asked casually. A meerkat is an agility level 5 Fey beast, characterized by its extreme speed, and its herd-like. Cheng Yuan instantly gave a reply as if she was memorizing a book. However, soon after, she was shocked. This is a meerkat's den? Just by taking a look at the surroundings, you could accurately determine what kind of exotic beast's burrow it was? You're the real schoolteacher, aren't you? White Knight nodded and started arranging things. First, Ratty was used as bait and put on an injured appearance with a large amount of long-toothed rabbit's blood smeared on his body. Then, White Knight and a few beast maidens hid at the entrance of the cave, preparing for a sneak attack. For such an arrangement, Mouseketeer refused. After all, it was too dangerous to be the bait. Especially since the meerkat was so fast again, a slightly slower reaction could result in a hanging. Unfortunately, as a little brother, there were no human rights. The objection was invalid, and it continued to be implemented. The mouse little brother dragged his hind legs that were stained with rabbit blood and screamed miserably. That acting, absolute. The Oscars all owe it a small gold medal. The sharp mongoose heard the familiar cry and immediately scrambled out. White Knight and the others only saw a yellow shadow suddenly scurry out and almost didn't react. It was too fast. Ratty was so scared that he almost peed. This time it wasn't a fake. It was still the Dark Knight Cat Demon, which had been energized by the war inspiration, that was the first to react, making a lunge and slapping the opponent at his feet. Then the sharp claws popped out and slashed the mongoose's throat. At this time, the Dark Knight Cat Demon had a full 200 points of strength. It simply wasn't comparable to an agility-based meerkat. Moreover, it was a sneak attack. It was normal to be killed in seconds. At this time, another yellow figure scurried out. White Knight's flying sword stabbed it and nailed it to the ground. Then, more meerkats scurried out. The golden armored ape's huge fists, as well as the great eagle's wind blades, slashed its head. A saturation attack finally ended the battle. Only then did the crowd see the meerkat's appearance. Yellow skin, dark eyes, looking a bit like a fox, and a bit smaller in size than a dark cat demon. Any more? The golden armored ape, covered in golden light, stared at the mouth of the cave with a vigilant face. No more. White Knight waved his hand, signaling her to relax. This was because the reward for option 2 had already come down. There were a total of 5 meerkats in this cave, and only one white beast soul bead was dug out. The burst rate was a bit low, but it was easy and convenient to kill, so it wasn't a loss. Go, little mouse brother, continue. I'm going to kill all the meerkats in a 2-kilometer radius so that you never have to worry about the threat of natural enemies again. White Knight waved his big, righteous hand. Little brother Mouse was touched and bowed his head. In his heart, he sighed, I really didn't follow the wrong master. With the experience they had just gained, coupled with little brother Mouse's guidance, White Knight and the others quickly took out several nests of mongooses around them. They obtained 5 white beast soul beads, 1 for each of the 4 beast maids plus White Knight. After all, only the 5 of them had combat power. However, White Knight's option 3 reward was still not obtained. Mouse-John, is there still a meerkat that hasn't been found? White Knight looked at Mouse little brother. Little brother Rat gibbered and didn't know what he was saying, but on its rat face, deep fear could be seen. White Knight's eyes lit up. Is there an alpha-level meerkat? The ratlet nodded. It was able to understand human language. White Knight had taken it as a little brother because of this. The Mouse little brother's character was understanding. And since eating the 2 white beast soul beads, Mouse little brother had become even smarter. But White Knight didn't care about Rat Shouty's fear. It was rare to have an alpha-level beast, so he definitely couldn't let it go. That was all money. A golden savage bull, sold for 1 million. Even if it was an ordinary alpha-level alien beast, I'm sure the earnings wouldn't be low. It's dry. Little brother Rat had no choice but to lead the way with fear and trembling. As a result, before a few people got close, they saw an upright mongoose standing on a high mound. The large eyes wrapped in black circles glanced around vigilantly. Upon seeing White Knight and the others, it immediately let out a piercing screech. Instantly, a large number of meerkats burrowed out of the burrow. There were dozens of them. Surprisingly, it was a meerkat tribe. This is the true terror of the alpha-level beasts. Sea of Beasts tactics. Facing such a large number of meerkats, there was no way to fight. White Knight greeted them and immediately jumped onto the flying sword with a cat in his left hand and a mouse in his right. The mouse little brother didn't think it would have a chance to fly in this life. It was almost like a dream. It couldn't help but be excited again, and all of its previous fears were much smaller. The big eagle also giganticized in time, carrying Cheng Yuan Yuan and Wang Wanli, and soared into the sky. The meerkats could only straighten up and look at the eagle. It was only at this point that the meerkat leader walked out of the cave without any haste. The body was as white as snow, and standing up, it was nearly 1 meter tall. Streamlined body, full of agility. A look at the speed is extremely fast. Type, lightning mongoose. Rank, level 5 leader. Strength, 100. Agility, 300. Physique, 50. Energy, 50. Skills, lightning claws, speed, super poison resistance. Character, vengeful. Weakness, fear of cold. This agility, even the Dark Knight Cat Demon under the War Inspiration enchantment couldn't compare. White Knight saw the shadow of Prairie Flathead from the Lightning Mongoose's character. In fact, these two guys were originally very similar, both being bullish existences that ate poisonous snakes like chili fries. I didn't realize that they were also so vindictive. It is said that if you mess with Ping Tu in the grassland, no matter if you are a lion or an elephant, its small body, it dares to fight with you. And even if it chases you to the ends of the earth, it will definitely take revenge. This was something that could be utilized. A plan emerged in White Knight's mind. Big Eagle, throw a wind blade over there. The Great Eagle was a bit hesitant. This meerkat leader is too fast, my wind blade shouldn't be able to hit it. Don't worry about that, just throw a wind blade. Okay. The Great Eagle obediently lowered her height and threw a wind blade over. Her wind blade attack distance was only 10 meters, there was no way around it, the energy was just too low. The lightning meerkat easily dodged it. This kind of attack was no threat to it. The lightning meerkat suddenly leapt violently, directly jumping more than 10 meters high and pouncing on the large eagle in the air. At the same time, crackling lightning emerged from its claws. It was the lightning claw. If caught, the Great Eagle would definitely lose its mobility even if it didn't die. Then the 3 people on the big eagle's back would be caught in a swarm of mongooses, and would not survive 10 deaths. Ah! The Great Eagle let out a scream and directly closed its eyes. Good fellow, this battle sense, is it an ostrich? It can only be used as a mount. Luckily, Cheng Yuan reacted in time, her golden fist blooming with light, blocking the meerkat leader's lightning claws. However, she herself was also electrocuted and convulsed. Even the big eagle underneath her buttocks had its feathers flying about. Luckily, the meerkat leader's lightning ability wasn't very strong in the first place, and when it was transmitted to the great eagle again through the golden armored ape, the intensity was already weak. The great eagle pulled up strongly and rose in altitude. In terms of being a mount, the great eagle was still very competent. At such a height, even if the lightning mongoose's bouncing power was even stronger, it wouldn't be able to threaten them anymore. However, the wind blades and fists just now completely angered the lightning meerkat. It directly led an army of meerkats in the direction of the great eagle, in hot pursuit. The lightning meerkat knew that these human beast maids, their range was very poor. It was estimated that it wouldn't be able to chase them far before they fell, and then it would be able to take revenge. Captain, what to do? The great eagle was on the verge of crying. Had I known that I shouldn't have messed with the meerkat leader. Don't be afraid, the purpose has been accomplished, follow me. White Knight was satisfied with the result, then asked Mouse Jr. again. What other alpha-level foreign beasts are nearby? Lead the way. The mouse little brother was worthy of being understanding and immediately understood Bai Knight's thoughts, excitedly pointing in a direction. White Knight didn't hesitate and signaled the sword spirit to fly in that direction. The big eagle followed closely behind. After flying for not long, Bai Ye suddenly felt that this direction was a bit familiar. Everyone else had the same feeling. From afar, the herd of beasts ahead was already visible. Grassland hyenas. Good lord, after going around in circles, he actually ran into these crotch-hollowing monsters again. If the two groups of beasts didn't fight, White Knight and the others would be completely hopeless, and the deaths would be extremely gruesome. Thinking of this, Bai Knight couldn't help but tighten his lower body. The others did the same, and were even a bit desperate. Even Xiasuya and Black Dagger were nervous. Facing two beasts that possessed chieftain-level foreign beasts, even they weren't sure that they would be able to retreat in one piece. These little guys, they were too capable of causing trouble. No, it was mainly White Knight who was too capable of causing trouble. Cheng Yuan and Nangong Qianxue, who were their guardians, were both good girls. Who knows, without White Knights teasing them, the two beasts just met and directly confronted each other with swords drawn. From the looks of it, they were already feuding. White Knight couldn't help but look at the little mouse brother on his right hand. The corners of the rat little brother's mouth slanted slightly, revealing a look of humanized smugness. It seemed like it had long known that the two beasts had a grudge. Good guy, it's practically become refined. If White Knight had extra pet space right now, I'm afraid that he would directly have to sign a contract with it. Looking down at the two beasts screaming and shouting but not making a move, White Knight was very contemptuous. I'm not going to do it, but I'm going to do it. What the hell is all this bickering about? Of course, it was mainly because the sword spirit and the big eagle couldn't hold out any longer. White Knight tugged at the dimensional space and found a meerkat corpse from it and threw it at the hyenas. This was something Lin Meng had insisted on leaving behind earlier, saying that she was going back to roast it and taste what it tasted like. After all, these were protected animals in her previous life, and as a foodie, Lin Meng had long had a craving. White Knight was refusing. It was only because of Lin Meng's lewdness that he was forced to load it into the subspace. Well, that was it. He didn't have the slightest interest in protecting animals, and definitely didn't want to taste them. Seeing the falling meerkat carcass, a hyena, not knowing what to think, opened its mouth and grabbed it. Worthy of being a dog. To hold something in its mouth was almost an instinctive reaction. However, this action was like lighting a powder keg. The angry meerkats, regardless, rushed into the hyena group. The fight begins. Due to the small size of the meerkats, the hyenas were unable to perform their crotch-pulling stunts. Instead, the meerkats utilized their small bodies and flexible positioning to continuously pull out their crotches. The hyenas were crying and wailing. The scene was extremely tragic. Those who pulled out their crotches, people would always pull out their crotches. It's true that the heavens have spared no one. The hyenas were also not willing to show weakness, utilizing their physical qualities that far exceeded those of the meerkats, and fought back to the death. It often took several meerkats to bite a hyena to death. The hyenas, on the other hand, can kill a meerkat with a single bite if they catch a chance. Overall, the two sides were evenly matched. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. There's a fierce battle between the two leaders. The hyena leader, named Iron Armored Hyena, had extremely strong defense. The lightning hyena's normal attacks didn't break the defense at all, but the lightning claws could deal very considerable damage. In particular, the paralyzing effect of lightning was very effective against the Iron Armored Hyena. At first, the Iron Armored Hyena was almost pressed by the lightning mongoose, and its body was scratched and bruised. However, the Iron Armored Hyena seized the opportunity and slapped out an Iron Hyena claw, almost tearing the lightning meerkat in half. The lightning meerkat lay on the ground, unable to get up for half a day. The Iron Armored Hyena revealed its hideous sharp teeth and fiercely bit at the lightning meerkat, wanting to end the fight completely. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, the lightning mongoose rolled over and rose up, biting the Iron Armored Hyena's throat before it did. The Iron Armored Hyena scratched its limbs in pain. The lightning meerkat's lower body was scratched to pieces, but it still bites and won't let go. This guy, not only was he ruthless to others, he was even more ruthless to himself. It was at this time, White Knight seized the opportunity and descended from the sky. The long sword stabbed straight down with the force of 1,000,000 pounds. It directly penetrated the neck of the iron-armored hyena, and the head of the lightning mongoose. With just a single sword strike, he killed 2 chieftain-class foreign beasts at the same time. So cool! Cheng Yuan exclaimed, also jumping down directly from the big eagle and completing his transformation in the air. The golden armored ape that weighed hundreds of pounds fell from dozens of meters in the air and directly smashed a hyena and 3 meerkats to death. The golden armored ape took advantage of the situation to launch a charge, and the hyenas and meerkats in the surrounding melee flew up. This was a skill that Cheng Yuan had obtained from the iron-armored brute's beast spirit bead. It had to be said that her luck was really good. With such a low probability, it was all crashed into by her. Bai Ye pulled out his sword spirit and had it turn on its sharpness skill, following close behind. Like slicing fruits, the hyenas and meerkats that were knocked up were sliced in half. A perfect match. The Dark Knight Cat Demon wasn't willing to show weakness either, and with White Knight's boost, its sharp claws continuously reaped the lives of the heavily injured hyenas and meerkats. As for the Great Eagle, it was already too tired to even spit out its wind blades, so it could only honestly hide at the side to recover its status. Even then, the hyenas and meerkats were still fighting. It seemed like they were fighting out of fire. The temperament was really big. In this way, it was much easier for White Knight and the others. Plus, by the time they came down, both sides of the beasts were already half dead or wounded. So it didn't take long for all the hyenas and meerkats on the field to be eliminated. The crowd was just overly consumed and barely suffered any injuries. Complete victory! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarded with full attributes plus 10. Exceeded the quest, additional reward skill, beast language proficiency. A very generous reward, almost equivalent to a half level up. And there was also the beast language proficiency skill, so finally there was no need to compare. White Knight was able to communicate with all the Fey beasts without any obstacles. Looking at the corpses of the Fey beasts lying all around them, Cheng Yuan almost couldn't believe that they had done this. It was too incredible. White Knight deserves to be a SSS-level Imperial Beast Master. He was simply a miracle maker. Cheng Yuan's eyes were like silk, almost completely wrapped around White Knight. Well, another one charmed. White Knight sighed helplessly and signaled everyone to dig for the beast soul pearls. As for himself, he personally went to dig up the beast spirit beads of the 2 chieftain-class foreign beasts. It was only after Cheng Yuan repeatedly confirmed that the 2 chieftain-class foreign beasts had no additional value that White Knight finally gave up on dissecting the corpses. In this battle, a total of 20 white beast soul beads, and 2 beast spirit beads were obtained. To be fair, White Knight and the 4 beast maidens each had 4 beast soul beads. Even Mouse little brother shared one. Only Wang Wanli remained a chaperone. Normally, royal beastmasters were not involved in the distribution. Only White Knight was an anomaly. His combat power was no worse than any of the cat girls. I won't take it, after all, I didn't participate in the battle. Sun Qian was embarrassed to share the loot. How did you not participate? Without that wind blade of yours at the very beginning, there wouldn't be any of this afterward. Although Bai Ye was greedy for money, there was still fairness that should be there. Sun Qian was moved to accept it. As for the beast soul pearls that Bai Ye and Lin Meng shared, they each took out 3 and gave them to Nangong Qianxue, helping her break through to the 2nd level. At the same time, they paid back the previous account. Nangong Qianxue's talent was also good, and she managed to break through after eating only 9 of them. In fact, with Nangong Qianxue's family history, she wouldn't care about a few white beast soul beads at all. As long as she wanted to, she could even directly kryptonize to a black iron grade Imperial Beast Master. But that was the behavior of a tycoon. A large family that truly knew how to educate would not do that. Only by taking one step at a time and moving forward in a solid manner could one have higher achievements. Cheng Yuan's mother, too, had the same considerations. It was the beast soul pearls obtained from fighting in person that gave a greater sense of accomplishment. And it was after intense battles that the efficiency of absorbing the beast soul pearls would be higher. Whether it was Xiesuya or the Black Dagger, both were filled with relief. As for the 2 beast soul beads, this had been handled by Bai Ye alone from start to finish. Cheng Yuan and the girls were unwilling to share it again no matter what. For this kind of good thing that could be sold for money, Bai Ye didn't want to share it either. Little rich girl, do you want these 2 beast spirit beads? Bai Ye started his big plan to make money again. Forget it, neither of these 2 beast spirit beads are very suitable for me. Cheng Yuan shook her head before adding, actually, both of these beast spirit beads are very suitable for Sister Lin, you can give them to her. Sister Lin was referring to Lin Meng, a title that was originally very nice to hear. But when it was paired with Lin Meng, it didn't sound harmonious in any way. And Cheng Yuan was extremely puzzled in her heart. Why would a SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master be so wealthy? Hearing that there was food and that it was suitable for them. As a foodie, Lin Meng directly grabbed it and stuffed it into her mouth. She even barred her mouth after eating it. It doesn't have much flavor, it's not good. This was Lin Meng's evaluation. Cheng Yuan stroked her forehead speechlessly. This was a beast spirit pearl. Does it matter what the flavor is? Did you comprehend any skills? Yuan really couldn't help herself and asked the key point that she should be concerned about. It seems like I've comprehended an extreme speed skill. Lin Meng replied. The luck wasn't too good. Didn't comprehend powerful attack skills like Lightning Claw and Iron Hyena Claw. Neither did he comprehend an excellent support skill like Iron Armor Technique and Super Poison Resistance, but at least it wasn't the Air Force. Comprehended extreme speed, which could increase agility by 100%. It was also okay. Everything was distributed. Lin Meng looked at the corpse of the lightning mongoose and couldn't help but drool. White Knight, let's roast it. Lin Meng was already interested in the meerkat's meat, and now that there was an alpha-level meerkat, she was even more excited. Alright, with nothing else to do, Bai Ye started roasting the meat. He definitely wasn't interested in the lightning meerkat's meat. Ratty was still a walking meat roaster, and it was happy to do so. After it ran out of energy and strength, its master would give it beast soul beads to eat. It was too happy. As expected, in order to eat the roasted meat of an alpha-level meerkat, Rat Shouty once again ate 2 beast soul beads. Ratty felt like he was vaguely showing signs of a breakthrough. White Knight also discovered this through the eye of true vision, so he asked for the white beast soul bead left over from Nangong Qinshui as well and fed it to Mouse little brother. Surprisingly, Rat little brother managed to break through to the alpha level in front of everyone. Type, Fire Spirit Mouse. Rank, First Level Chieftain. Strength, 50. Agility, 100. Physique, 50. Energy, 50. Skills, Fire Breathing, Earth Drilling, Treasure Hunting. Character, Understanding. Weakness, Fear of Water. This attribute, it really sucks. But no matter what, it's a chieftain class Fey beast. It was the first alpha-level foreign beast in the history of their ground fire rats. Little Mouse brother excitedly bowed to the ground. However, Lin Meng's eyes glittered as she looked at Ratty little brother. You're not a cat addict, are you? Surprisingly, you want to eat a mouse. Bai Ye was somewhat speechless. The little mouse brother, on the other hand, was scared and hurriedly hid behind Bai Knight. It was really scared of Lin Meng, the eater. In the verdant grasslands, there had never been any foreign beasts that would eat the meat of a mongoose. But this woman in front of him ate it. Just based on this, Mousechan would never doubt that she wanted to eat her heart. Earlier, Mousechan had also heard that Lin Meng liked eating potato chips. Chips. Mouse chips. It's horrible. You're the one who wants to eat rats. Doesn't a chieftain class Fey beast explode beast spirit pearls? It's quite expensive and worth $100,000. Lin Meng finally stated her purpose. The little mouse brother immediately felt that his situation was even more dangerous, and had even realized that his master was a bit moved. This kind of ground fire mouse, the talent is very poor, the skills are all very average, and the probability of comprehending the skills is too low. I'm afraid that no one will buy the beast spirit pearls. Yuan couldn't help but dispel the money-hungry duo's thoughts. There was also a difference in the price of beast spirit beads. Even if they were of the same level, the difference could be as high as hundreds of times. The fire spirit mouse was so excited that it almost cried when it heard this. It was true that fierce and large women were the kindest. Fiercest. Upon hearing that the rat's beast spirit bead was worthless, Lin Meng diverted her attention and aimed at the lightning meerkat's roasted meat. Up came a big bite. It's delicious. Lin Meng had a satisfied face. How horrible, to even eat the meerkat's meat. Mouseketeer couldn't help but spit. What's wrong? Can't you eat meerkat meat? White Knight utilized the beast language and exited to ask. Master, you can talk to me now? Mousechan had an excited look on his face. White Knight nodded. Anyway, there's never been a Fey beast on the green grassland that would eat meerkat meat, and I don't know why. After all, I've never had the chance to eat it. Mousechan gabbled and explained, so now he didn't have to worry about White Knight not understanding him. Alright. White Knight moved up to smell the lightning meerkat's meat, and it really did have a strange stench to it. Even the chili and cumin couldn't cover up that stench. It was better to observe it before saying anything. Oh, you guys, aren't you going to eat? Lin Meng's mouth was stuffed to the brim as she looked towards the other few people. No, you eat. Yuan and the girls couldn't stand the strange flavor and refused. Even little brother Mouse shook his head in rejection. Although as a mouse, it had always wanted to eat cat meat, it would never include meerkat meat. This thing smells bad and tastes good. It's just like stinky tofu. Trust me. Lin Meng swallowed the meat in her mouth and highly recommended it. Unfortunately, no one was willing to try it. For some reason, everyone instinctively rejected meerkat meat. Goo 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 goo. What's that sound? Is anyone hungry? There's roast meat here. In the midst of the crowd's confusion, they only saw Lin Meng suddenly drop the roasted meat and cover her stomach, her small face a purple red. Poisoned. Good lord, no wonder no Fey would eat meerkat meat. It turned out to be poisonous. Paper. Lin Meng struggled to hold back a single word. White Knight was really afraid that she would scurry right on top of the crowd, so he hurriedly took out a pack of tissues and threw them over. Lin Meng scurried into the grass as fast as she could. Put. Clatter. In an intriguing symphony of sound, it was only after a long time that Lin Meng weakly walked back with a rickety body. I'll never eat. Retch indiscriminately again. Before the words were finished, she wowed and vomited again. There were potato chips, spicy fries, dry noodles, and roasted meat. Hell knows what all she ate. Vomiting and diarrhea, it seemed to be quite poisoned. By night super healing could only treat external injuries, and had little effect on this kind of poisoning symptom. The antidotes that Nangong Qianshui and Shan Yuanyuan had brought with them also had little effect on this kind of severe poisoning. Just when everyone was at a loss, little brother Mouse suddenly gabbled a whole bunch of words. You're saying there's an antidote in the meerkat cave? White Knight's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten about this? Many alpha-level foreign beasts were surrounded by spiritual herbs and fruits that existed. Understood in another way, many alpha-level foreign beasts relied on these spiritual grasses and fruits to advance in rank. For a meerkat to have such strong poison resistance, there must be corresponding spiritual objects around. At the same time, White Knight also thought of Ratty's treasure hunting skills. It was really picking up treasure. White Knight made an immediate decision and asked Chung Yuanyuan and the girls to help guard Lin Meng. He, on the other hand, took Ratty little brother and rode his flying sword back to the meerkat cave to look for the antidote. At this point, Lin Meng was already too weak to maintain the beast maiden transformation, so bringing her along was too cumbersome. Nowadays, the meerkat cave was empty. Little brother Mouse volunteered to go in and look for the antidote. As a ground fire mouse, it hadn't even thought to itself that there would be a day when it would enter the meerkat cave, and it was still going to raid the house. It was too cool. However, little mouse brother was still a bit scared of the strong odor of natural enemies inside the cave. Walking up and down, he was careful. Suddenly, a meerkat purred from deep within the burrow. Mouseketeer was so scared that he ran away. When he was almost at the entrance of the cave, Mouseketeer reacted. The cry just now was too childish, and it was obviously a meerkat cub. Surprisingly, he was scared like this by a meerkat cub. He himself was a leader-level fire spirit mouse. It's too humiliating. Luckily, the master didn't see it, or else how would he still be able to mix with the master in the future? Thinking of this, the mouse little brother gathered enough courage and turned his head to continue drilling deeper into the cave. Only the rat's head in head, cowering, very cautious. Finally, Mouse Boy came to the depths of the cave. Inside was indeed a meerkat cub. And there was more than one, there were more than a dozen. The fire of hatred in Mouse's eyes was soaring. Its grandfather, its mother, were all eaten by meerkats. Growing up spiritually intelligent, it had always remembered it. Finally, it would be able to take revenge. Under the terrified gaze of the meerkat cubs, Mouse little brother opened its mouth and spat out a roaring flame. A gust of meaty aroma wafted out of the cave. After becoming a chieftain-class foreign beast, Rat little brother's fire-breathing skill was much more powerful. The young meerkats were unable to resist and were all burned to death. Rat Shouty was so excited that tears flowed wildly. Finally, it killed the meerkat with its own hands. And all this was given by its master. Mouseketeer swore that he would repay his master properly in the future. The master needs the antidote to the poison, so go find it immediately. Mouseketeer turned on his treasure hunting skill and searched deeper into the cave. Soon, a small black bead was found in a pile of meerkat feces. It was very similar to a sheep dung egg, only smoother and more like a black pearl. In fact, the formation of this black bead was also very similar to a pearl. It was formed after being sharpened for a long time in the meerkat's intestinal tract and absorbing a large amount of secretions. It had a strong detoxification function. Without stopping, Mouse little brother continued to turn on the treasure hunting function and changed to the next place to look. In the end, it came directly to the residence of the meerkat leader. There, not only did he find a bigger black bead, but he also additionally found a very attractive tuberous root. The tuberous root was crystal clear, hanging in the middle of the cave, with a plant stem attached to it. At a glance, it was not a mortal product. Without even thinking about it, Mouse little brother directly picked it. Although gulping furiously, Mouse little brother did not eat, all held in his arms, ready to offer to the master. Looking at the fully loaded Mouse little brother, the more White Knight looked at it, the more he liked it, and really had the intention of cultivating it. Learning from the lesson of the previous poisoning, this time, White Knight spared no effort and opened the eye of true vision, ready to make sure it was clear before eating it. Otherwise, if Lin Meng was poisoned again, I'm afraid it would really be hopeless. Although it was said that the two of them fought every day, after all, they had traveled together and had a kind of affectionate feeling of being dependent on each other. White Knight wouldn't let her die no matter what. Cat poop bead, a spirit bead formed by absorbing the intestinal secretions of a meerkat, with a strong detoxification function. Poison spirit fruit, a first-order spirit fruit that drastically increases the ability to resist poison. The black beads really do have a detoxification function. Mard, isn't this just cat poop coffee? It's also too disgusting. White Knight couldn't help but throw it on the ground. Seeing this, Mouse Jr. was terrified, thinking that he had found the wrong thing. Ahem, you did a good job. I'll get you a few more beast soul beads to eat later. White Knight consoled little brother Mouse. Then he found a large bucket of water from the dimensional space and ruthlessly rinsed it. Only then, padded with napkins, did he put it all into a plastic bag and throw it into the subspace. It looked as if it was going to be as disgusting as possible. Then there was the poison spirit fruit. This was a good thing. White Knight couldn't help but nibble on it, his mouth full of flavor. Delicious. After eating it in 3 tries, White Knight gained plus 100% resistance to poison. In the future, if someone is poisoned, give her cat poop beads. Anyway, this thing ratty little brother has gotten a lot of it. As for himself, he didn't need it anymore. After packing up his stuff and making sure nothing else was left behind, Bai Knight harnessed his flying sword and hurried back. At this time, Lin Meng and the girls were in a very bad situation. Not long after White Knight left, they were sneak attacked. It was a silver-ringed serpent beastess. Cheng Yuanyuan didn't even have time to transform before she was directly bitten by the silver-ringed snake and lost her fighting strength. Sun Xian still wanted to fight back, but her little fighting strength was dispensable. Before she could take off, she was poisoned and fell to the ground. Lin Meng had long since pulled herself out of the air. Oh, and Wang Wanli. I almost forgot. Forget it. Even the silver-ringed snake didn't bother to bite him. The entire team, instantly wasted. Even Xiasuya, who was not far away, didn't react. If he went over it this time, he would only be threatened, so it would be better to wait and see what happens, and look for an opportunity to save people again. As for the black dagger, it followed Nangong Qianxue and went to the meerkat cave. Fortunately, that silver-ringed serpent beastess didn't want them dead. It only rummaged through each person's body, and after cursing a poor man, it rolled up Wang Wanli's backpack and left. The various potions in the backpack were more or less worth some money. When he took away the backpack, Silver Ring Snake also touched Wang Wanli's body. It made Wang Wanli blush, and he felt unclean. By the time White Knight returned, what he saw was a scene of people lying on the ground. What's going on? Bai Knight was furious. Chang Yuan weakly gave an explanation. Hearing that it was just poisoning, Bai Knight breathed a long sigh of relief. He didn't have anything else in his backpack, but he had a lot of cat poop. Antidote pills. A meerkat can eat a poisonous snake like a chili bar, so it must not have any problems detoxifying snake venom. After feeding a cat poop bead, Cheng Yuan really recovered. Seeing the effect, Bai Knight fed Sun Xian cat poop beads as well. For Lin Meng, White Knight prepared her with the super cat poop beads that the lightning mongoose had pooped out. White Knight, are you sure this is edible? Lin Meng was a bit scared by the mess. Of course. White Knight nodded with great certainty. Why does it smell a bit stinky? Lin Meng was still a bit skeptical. It smells bad and tastes good, just like stinky tofu. Bai Ye used her previous words and replied. Fine. Lin Meng really couldn't stand the pain of vomiting and diarrhea anymore, and directly closed her eyes and tilted her head back to swallow the egg-sized bead of super cat poop. Choking straight up, she rolled her eyes. Luckily, the medicine was enough to get rid of the disease. Lin Meng quickly came back to life. Starving to death. Lin Meng, who had only just recovered, was clamoring for food again. It was understandable, after all, everything she had eaten before, all of it had been expelled with vomiting. This isn't the time to eat, we have to get revenge. White Knight was very angry. In the dangerous alien beast space, poisoning someone over and leaving them in the wilderness unattended was no different from murder. Forget it, we didn't lose anything precious anyway, and the other party is very strong. I'm afraid it's at least level 8. Cheng Yuan discouraged. A level 8 beast maiden, even if her talent was poor, it wasn't something that these level 1 and 2 rookies like them could deal with. And at this time, options appeared in front of Bai Ye's eyes once again. Option 1, give up on revenge. Completion reward, stamina +1. Option 2, catch up with the other party and grab all their supplies. Reward for completion, strength +10. Option 3, catch up with the other party and grab all their supplies, and kill them. Reward for completing this option, attribute +100. The reward for the last option was very tempting. But one should also be wary. Unless the other party was truly unforgiving, even if the rewards were generous, one could not just kill them. Whatever level she is, if she dares to treat you guys like this, we can't let her go. White Knight forcefully argued and chose to chase after her to take revenge. Seeing this, the others followed suit. With the Dark Knight Cat Demon's super sense of smell, following was just too easy. Soon, White Knight and the others saw the two who were busy not far away. In fact, they hadn't gone far. This was exactly the battlefield where the hyenas and meerkats had been earlier. Fearing that the strong smell of blood would attract powerful foreign beasts, White Knight and the others quickly moved away after the battle ended. They didn't expect to go around in circles and come back. And while those two were busy, they were still spitting. I don't know where the thug came from, killing so many meerkats, but not even cutting the skunk glands. I guess people don't even see these small amounts of money. That's right, to be able to kill so many meerkats and hyenas, they are at least black iron ranked powerhouses, and surely they don't see this $100 a piece meerkat gland. A total of 48 skunk glands. It's higher than what we earn from a week of hard work and busyness. There's also the corpse of an alpha-class iron-armored hyena here. It's worth tens of thousands of dollars for good leather armor. Don't even want this, it's too wasteful. White Knight and the others listened in awe. They didn't realize that the corpses of the alien beasts that they had casually discarded were actually petty cash everywhere. This was something that even the schoolteacher Cheng Yuan didn't know, because the books didn't talk about it at all. The Eye of True Vision likewise did not have such detailed instructions. This was purely experience. Experience from practice. It wasn't until then that Bai Ye noticed. These two people were actually the triangular-eyed man and cool woman they had encountered in the car. As for the attributes, they were extremely bad. Name, Lu Mei. Talent, Grade E Silver Ring Snake. Level, Grade 8. Strength, 64. Agility, 80. Physique, 40. Energy 2-4. Beast Master Feng Fei. Skill, Poison Feng. Although it was level 8, no matter which attribute it had, it was no match for the just level 2 Dark Knight Cat Demon. This was the gap brought about by talent. And as the level increased, the gap would only grow wider. For an opponent of this level, there was no need for any trickery at all, it was just a matter of directly toughing it out. Surprisingly, it's you guys. Aren't you guys poisoned? How did you recover so quickly? Lu Mei and Feng Fei had also discovered Bai Knight and the others and couldn't help but be filled with shock. One had to know that Lu Mei's silver ring snake poison was extremely strong. Even with the primary antidote pill, it would take a long time to recover. But it had only been half an hour, and they had all recovered and even chased after them. It was too unbelievable. To even dare to rob us, simply looking for death. White Knight didn't say anything, and with the longsword transformed by Nangong Qinxue in his hand, he charged straight over. A royal beast master fighting in person? I'm afraid it's not some kind of serious illness. Lu Mei was shocked, but her years of combat experience caused her to instantly react and transform into a silver-ringed serpent, scurrying out at extreme speed. White Knight's sword chopped out and surprisingly fell short. It had to be said that the silver-ringed serpent's serpentine position was extremely flirty, and even White Knight couldn't grasp it. Surprisingly, he was bitten in return. Oof, little brother, after getting hit by my snake venom, let's see how arrogant you can still be? Lu Mei let out a charming smile and was about to watch Bai Ye go soft. As a result, the smile froze on her face. Bai Knight was surprisingly unresponsive and even pouted and shouted, "Hey, it's fine. Come and bite me. Bite me. It's too much." Lu Mei was so angry that her tail lashed out and she catapulted out, ready to take another swipe at Bai Ye's neck. She suspected that White Knight didn't react just now because she bit on White Knight's butt, and there was probably too much flesh there for the venom to take effect slowly. A bite on the neck, just don't believe it's still okay. As a result, the silver-ringed snake was grabbed by White Knight. With the little strength she had, there was no room for resistance. Aren't you an Imperial Beast Master? How come your strength is so great? Lu Mei was so shocked that she even forgot to resist. She had thought that Bai Ye was sick in the head to fight in person. Now it proved that the one who was sick was herself. Master Bai, I'm powerful in many ways. Now I'm going to ask you a few questions, and you're going to answer me truthfully, but if you dare to be the slightest bit deceitful, I'll directly chop off your snake head and stew it in snake soup. White Knight pinched the silver ring snake 7 inches and threatened. Well, little brother, you ask. Lu Mei said with a clenched voice. But the silver ring serpent state of her voice was always so cold. Have you two ever killed anyone? Bai Ye asked. No. Silver ring serpent answered with certainty. White Knight opened his eye of true vision and saw that silver ring snake's emotions were stable, so it seemed like it shouldn't be a lie. So he asked again. How many times has this form of robbery been done? 5 times. Silver ring serpent gave an instant reply and added. I would leave at least one person to take care of the others every time. It seemed that Silver Ring Serpent had guessed the purpose of White Knight's inquiry and was fighting for her own chance to survive. It had to be said that she did. With what Silver Ring Serpent had done before, it was true that the crime was not punishable by death. Grab all of their stuff. Bai Knight signaled Lin Meng to do it. Alright. This kind of thing, Lin Meng liked to do. Not to mention, these people had just robbed them. Feng Fei, the Imperial Beast Master, didn't have the slightest resistance in front of Lin Meng and was directly robbed of everything. Even the skunk glands and the iron-armored hyena skin that had just been cut off were robbed. Lin Meng, who had a keen sense of hearing, had long heard that these things were worth money. It had to be said that the harvest of these two people was really good. A marijuana bag was filled to the brim. Luckily Lin Meng was strong, otherwise she couldn't even carry it. One last question. You ask. What's the use of skunk glands? Sure enough, a student with no life experience. The Silver Ring Serpent spat out a sentence before giving the answer that. Skunk glands are an important ingredient for practicing the primary antidote pill. Suddenly, the Silver Ring Serpent seemed to have thought of something. These hyenas and meerkats, they can't all be killed by you guys. The Silver Ring Serpent's mouth opened wide in surprise. Unfortunately, there was no temptation in the face state. There was just a cold and creepy feeling. White Knight didn't bother answering her and casually tossed it aside. Mission completed, 10 points of power in hand. Too bad, if only Lu Mei was a bit more badass. Looking at Bai Knight's eyes, Lu Mei, who had taken human form, couldn't help but shiver in agitation. It's a good thing she wasn't bad enough. I'll never rob again in the future. In addition, Lu Mei wanted to exclaim. The young people nowadays are really powerful. This matter is over, it is already late, have to go back to the outside town to rest. The green grass at night is 10 times more dangerous than during the day, not something that rookies like them can stay in. But before that, they can lick a pack and share the dirt. First, Wang Wanli's backpack has to be returned to him. Then, those skunk glands and adamant hyena skins, as well as all sorts of materials, Cheng Yuan and the girls didn't have any place to put them, so they all gave them to Bai Night. Bai Night opened his eye of true vision, and sure enough, he could see the relevant functions. The meerkat gland has a detoxification function and can be used to create a primary detoxification pill. It turned out that the eye of true vision could only give the relevant introduction after it was collected. In addition to that, there was also the cowhide of the giant horned barbarian cow, which was also an ingredient of the primary antidote pill. Even the cowhide of the golden barbarian bull was in the sack. It seemed like Lu Mei and the others had been following behind scavenging. As for the various messy herbs and ores, there were even more. Luckily, Bai Night had the eye of true sight, otherwise he might have thrown them away as weeds and rocks. It had to be said that Lu Mei and Feng Fei were, indeed, experienced. It was just a pity that all of these materials were all low-grade goods that didn't enter the rank, and none of them could hold a candle to the poison spirit fruit. These things alone almost filled up Bai Night's subspace. It seemed like he'd have to go back and clean it up in a hurry. There were also 10 white beast soul beads, and it was unknown where they got them. White Knight nonchalantly gave each person 2 of them. Well, there should be no miscalculation. White Knights 2 were rewarded to Mouse Jr. In the outside world, uncontracted fey beasts were not allowed to enter or exit. White Knight then let Mouse little brother go back first and made an appointment to see him tomorrow. Finally, he returned to Qingqing Town before dark. Back to the harmonious society. The crowd was relieved. At this point in time, Qingqing Town had long since lost the solemnity of the time when they arrived, and had become as lively as a food market. Everywhere were stalls and hawkers, selling the fruits they obtained today. There were also some collectors, blocking the exit of the alien beast space, trying to acquire other people's results. As soon as White Knight and the others came out, they were pestered by a collector. "Handsome guys and girls, how's the harvest today? Why don't you let Brother Wolf give you guys an estimate, guaranteed?" With Grey Wolf's rich social experience, he could tell at a glance that it was White Knight's first time for them to come to Qingqing Town, so he acted especially enthusiastic. The other collectors originally wanted to pester them as well. However, seeing that Bai Night's group of little white sheep had already been pestered by the Grey Wolf, they gave up scrambling and prepared to aim for the next wave of fat sheep. White Knight did have a lot of things to sell, so he casually touched out a meerkat gland. "How much is this?" The Grey Wolf froze and asked with some surprise. "This is what you fought." Meerkats were swarming beasts and were fast, not something a novice could tackle. "Don't worry about that, just tell me how much it costs for one. If the price is reasonable, I have plenty more." White Knight was too lazy to bullshit. $10 apiece. The Grey Wolf tentatively quoted a price. White Knight turned around and walked away. Good guys, treating them like little white sheep to be slaughtered. I knew that these guys at the door weren't reliable at all. If he hadn't heard Lu Mei and Feng Fei's conversation, White Knight might have really just sold it out of hand. But to offer $10 for something that cost $100, that's just too much, isn't it? 20, 30. Handsome, don't go, let's discuss the price again. The Grey Wolf still wanted to continue to take advantage. Grey Wolf, that's enough, you're slaughtering too hard. Lu Mei's voice suddenly came from the exit. Yo, isn't this Sister Snake? Why are you empty-handed today, no harvest at all? After being called out by Lu Mei, the Grey Wolf knew that this business would not be done, so he took the opportunity to be sarcastic. With Lu Mei's rich experience, it was impossible to return empty-handed, and the red marks on her neck from being pinched spoke volumes. At first glance, it was a rollover. Lu Mei snorted coldly, didn't bother with the Grey Wolf, and quickly caught up with White Knight. "Little brother, there are a lot of crooks here. I'm afraid that if you sell it yourself, you won't even be able to sell it for half the price, so why don't you leave it to me to deal with it, and only charge a 10% commission?" Lu Mei tugged at her ragged clothes and said in a whiny voice. "That mature flavor, pure teenage boy killer." Bai Night had been facing dozens of beautiful women of all colors seducing him every day for the past few days and had gotten used to it, so he didn't have much of a reaction. Wang Wanli, who had been touched by a handful of them, was so red that his nosebleed spiked out. "Then you give me an estimate for these goods, if it's appropriate, it's not impossible." White Knight pulled out a marijuana bag from his dimensional space. It was indeed troublesome to deal with it on his own, and there was also a high chance that he would be pitched, so he might as well leave it to a professional. Seeing the familiar sack, Lu Mei couldn't help but pout. It was clearly his own sack, but, alas, forget it. No need to order, count 30,000. Lu Mei directly quoted the price. No one knew the price of these goods better than her. Deal. It was pretty much the same as Bai Ye's previous estimate, so it seemed that Lu Mei hadn't lied to him. "Should I give you 27,000 directly, or should I wait until the goods are sold out and calculate the commission based on the final price?" "Give the money directly." "Fine." The two of them completed the transaction with alacrity. It was also considered the return of the goods to their original owners. Just for this, Lu Mei paid a cost of $27,000. No, there were also 10 white beast soul beads, which were also worth 10,000. This wave of blood loss Lume carried the sack and wanted to leave. She really didn't want to face White Knight anymore. It was too suffocating. Hey, wait! Bai Knight suddenly called out to her. What's wrong? Lume hugged the sack tightly and cautiously looked at Bai Ye. Don't be nervous, I just want to ask, are there any maps of the green grasslands for sale here? It's best to have some illustrations as well, like how much are which body parts of which beasts worth. These things belong to pure accumulation of experience, and even textbooks didn't explain them in detail. Of course, even if it was explained, White Knight hadn't memorized it. Didn't study it properly at all. I have it right here. How much? 37,000. How come there's a zero and a hole? Isn't this the money Lume lost today? Nice guy, waiting here. Just say whether you want it or not. This is a detailed guide that the two of us have spent more than 10 years, soaking in the green grasslands all year round to accumulate. Lume took out her cell phone and displayed an app called Green Grassland, only to see that there were several columns inside, such as maps, exotic beasts, herbs, ores, forums. It was divided into categories and very clear, and it was still updated in real time. For example, today, the killing of the leader of the giant horned brute bull, grassland hyena, and meerkat were all uploaded. There was even a special thread on the forum discussing this matter. Many people thought that it was some shameless black iron ranked imperial beastmaster who did it. There was an account called Silver Snake commenting that these chieftain-level ferrets were all killed by a few young men. It was also wildly mocked. This Silver Snake is you, right? White Knight asked, pointing at the post. Ahem, yes. The vest was called out, and Lume was a bit embarrassed. But it had to be said that this app was a really good thing. It's just that the price is too expensive. 100. Bai Ye cut the price directly to the soles of his feet. No way, at least 10,000. 200. No way, don't even think about it for less than 5,000. 500. No more. Forget it, I'll sell it to you for 1,000. If you cut the price again, you can find someone else. 808, for luck. Okay, you're stingy. The two had a war of words and finally completed the transaction at 880. Through Lume's invitation code, White Knight quickly loaded the completion and registered the account. Account name, Master White. Just as White Knight was standing on the side of the road, joyfully brushing his posts, suddenly, a promotional little girl with advertisements printed on her clothes handed over a flyer. Little brother, have you downloaded the Green Grassland app yet? Now download and install it, and complete the registration. You can give away 100 yuan worth of Qingqing coins. Oh, White Knight. Good guy, the original registration of Qingqing Grassland app, not only do not need money, but also free Qingqing coins. White Knight asked the promotion little sister 2 more times. He learned that if the promotion was successful, he could also get 200 points of Qingqing coins. That's $200. Excessive. It's too much. White Knight looked towards the crowd. Where was Lume's figure? Forget it, I'll get it back with interest sooner or later. The others also wanted to register, and were rejected by Bai Knight on their behalf. In the promotional little sister's grudging eyes, White Knight sent his invitation code to the remaining 5 people. Gaining 1,000 points of Qingqing coins, he finally got a mouthful of blood back. Then a few people squatted in a row on the side of the road and began to immerse themselves in the app. In the end, everyone came up with a nationalism. It's too damn ruthless. Simply wanting money like crazy. Sparrow Vine had to call out the insiders when they saw it. It turns out that the Green Grassland app costs money almost everywhere. The map is only free for 1 kilometer around the sheep village, and for every kilometer deeper, it will cost 100 green coins. The beasts are only free to open the long-toothed rabbit and the fire rat, which are the 2 lowest level and most common beast icons. If you want to open other iconography, you have to pay for it. And the higher the level of the beast, the more expensive the icon. The same goes for ores and herbs. Even the forums, there was a lot of paid content. For example, on how Imperial Beastmasters can safeguard themselves in battles. Reading requires 10 Cygnus coins. My selfie pictures reward 100 Qingqing coins to add the owner's FMS. Reading needs 10 Qingqing coins. That year, my head was a green meadow. Long serialization, 1 Qingqing coin /chapter. It's getting more and more immodest. However, it's not all about content that costs money. There are also ways that you can make money. For example, providing some important information. Like the deaths of the 3 chieftain-class foreign beasts provided by Lume today, with pictures and the truth, it was high-quality information. Each piece of information received 1,000 to 2,000 Qingqing coins. Overall, Lume barely lost much today. Moreover, the cyan coins could be discounted and withdrawn, or traded with others. It could be said to be very convenient. Since the app charged money everywhere and there was nothing to play with, White Knight and the others wandered around the tiny Qingqing town. It's a great way to gain a wave of insight. It's all about what you can't learn from textbooks. White Knight saw a small backpack that was nice, so he bought it and prepared to give it to Mouse little brother. This way, if it searched for treasures in the future, it wouldn't run out of places to put them. Charcoal and a lighter were also added in case there was another situation where it couldn't eat. The others each bought a few trinkets as well. In the evening, everyone gathered together at the restaurant and ate a ferocious meal of fey beasts. One had to compliment. It was too delicious. Lin Meng's little stomach rolled up so much that she couldn't even walk. Finally, the day was over. Taking stock of the day's results, it could be said that the harvest was full. The cash proceeds amounted to 1,127,000 yuan, directly into the well-off. As for the cheated 880, don't mention it. Lin dreamed of claiming the portion of money that belonged to her, and was casually given a few $100s by White Knight to get rid of it. If you want to take money from White Knight, there is no door. As for Nangong Qianxue, she was a little rich, not bad at all. In addition to that, all three of White Knight's Lin Meng and Nangong Qianxue had been raised to the second level. Their strength had increased significantly. It was time to look into tomorrow's itinerary. Cheng Yuan and the girls were a bit unable to keep up with Bai Ye's pace, and were very sensible not to continue dragging their feet. So, the three little heads huddled together, staring at Bai Knight's cell phone. If you want to be rich, first build the road, have less. Bah! What with what? Ah! It should be, if you want to do a good job, you have to make a good tool first. The map should be opened or opened. It just so happens that White Knight now has 1,000 greenbacks, so it will be opened directly to 10 kilometers. Leave 100 greenbacks for emergencies. It should be said that things that cost money are really good. The map was labeled in extreme detail, and the activity range of each beast was circled. For those that have fixed nests, such as meerkat caves, it is even more precise. Even the strength and number of the beasts inside had rough data, and it was updated in real time. For example, the 3 alpha-level alien beasts that White Knight and the others had killed today had dimmed down, and were labeled with the time they were killed. After 12 AM, they would be refreshed. There was also the strongest foreign beast in a 10-kilometer radius, a level 8 chieftain-level foreign beast, the bloodthirsty demon wolf. It has more than 30 prairie wolves under its command. The combat power was extremely strong. The advice given on the map was not to mess with it below the black iron level. The three of them studied it and had very serious disagreements. Lin dreamed of going for the sheep roaming around and insisted on eating roasted whole sheep. Unexpectedly, there were actually flocks of sheep in the verdant grasslands. Bai Ye wanted to go around picking on alpha-level foreign beasts and sell beast spirit beads to make a small fortune. Nangong Qianxue, on the other hand, suggested to play it safe and steady, starting with the level 5 or lower foreign beasts first, and working their way up the ranks one step at a time. In the end, they decided to deal with highly poisonous foreign beasts like poisonous snakes and scorpions with Bai Knight's super poison resistance and cat poop beads. After agreeing, each of them went back to their rooms to sleep. Nangong Qianxue paid for it. Although the facilities in Qingqing town were a bit shabby, the charges were really high. A single room plus a standard room dared to charge 1,800. White Knight casually reported a tax evasion, unqualified fire protection, and the store involved in H, and then hid deep in his heart. The next day, the three of them ate 30 Savage Ox Big Meat buns and drank 3 bowls of ostrich egg soup before burping into the green grassland. The first stop was to pick up Mousy. It has been waiting outside the sheep village for a long time. In the arms of the mouse little brother, also holding a dozen cat poop beads. After going back last night, Mouse Xiaodi turned over the previous meerkat caves. It was just to offer the treasure to White Knight. Loyalty was full. When shopping yesterday, Bai Knight learned that this kind of cat poop bead was much more expensive than the primary antidote pill, and could be sold for as much as $500 apiece. So, White Knight gave the small backpack that he bought for $5 yesterday to Mouse little brother. There was another burst of gratitude. It made White Knight a little embarrassed. Why don't we buy a $10 one for the kid next time? Next stop, level 5 Grassland Viper. Riding the flying sword, the destination was reached in a few minutes. A gloomy cave. Looking down at the arm-thick, 2-meter long, constantly writhing gray-brown viper. Even Lin Meng, the foodie, lost her appetite. Little brother Mouse was even cowering in fear. This was also its natural enemy. Well, any carnivore on the green grasslands was its natural enemy. But White Knight didn't care, these were all chump change. After determining that the grassland viper didn't have any other skills aside from its intense poison, White Knight directly rushed into the snake group with his sword spirit in hand. The viper group was frightened and transformed into grass on grass, imprinting tooth marks after tooth marks on White Knight's legs and buttocks. However, nothing happened at all. If it were anyone else, after being hit by so many poisons, they would have already died from the poison. The antidote pills wouldn't even be able to save them. Only White Knight could be so fierce. Meerkats could eat poisonous snakes like chili fries. White Knight was almost the same now. Sword spirits didn't have flesh and blood bodies, so they didn't care about the poison even more. White Knight held a longsword and sliced and diced his way through the grassland vipers. Lin Meng, on the other hand, ate a special effect antidote, cat poop bead, in advance and followed behind happily digging for beast soul beads. Later on, when there was no place to put them, they simply rinsed them with water and ate them directly. The little mouse brother didn't dare to approach at all. Combat-wise, it really couldn't help. Suddenly, a dark green mist rose up around them. The surrounding plants were corroded with nuisance sounds. At a glance, it was highly poisonous. The chieftain-class beast, the venomous viper, appeared. Species, venomous viper. Rank, level 5 chieftain. Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Physique, 100. Energy, 100. Skills, poisonous mist, speed catapult, strangulation. Character, ice cold. Weaknesses, fear of fire, soft belly. Attributes in all aspects are very strong. The huge body that was thicker than a thigh and 6 or 7 meters long was even more shocking. Lin Meng couldn't be bothered to dig into the beast soul pearl again, swallowing a special effect antidote pill that Bai Ye had given her once again, transforming into a dark night cat demon, and pouncing on her. White Knight smoothly enchanted her with war inspiration and beast spirit armor. With the double enchantment and the cat poop beads antidote effect, the dark night cat demon wouldn't be in any danger in a short period of time. As an alpha level foreign beast, the venomous viper was somewhat intelligent. It knew that when fighting humans, it should take care of the Imperial Beastmaster first. Then the Beast Maiden would be greatly reduced in strength or even suffer a severe injury due to the death of the contracted Imperial Beastmaster. It would be much easier to deal with the Beast Maiden then. Therefore, the first reaction of the venomous viper was to resolve White Knight, only to see it suddenly catapult out, as fast as a bolt of lightning. It was the skill, extreme speed catapult. Although White Knight had prepared for this, he was still too late to dodge, and only slightly avoided the vitals of his head. The venomous viper wrapped itself around him and unleashed a stranglehold. A huge force firmly bound White Knight in it, and it kept shrinking. The suffocating squeezing sensation made White Knight almost breathless. Even with White Knight's repeatedly strengthened strength, it was still slightly inferior. Fortunately, there was still Lin Meng outside. The Dark Night Cat Demon's sharp claws popped out, and there was a burst of scratching at the dramatic poison viper. At this point, the poisonous viper was unable to move, and could only be beaten passively, and was scratched bloody, seeing that its internal organs were about to be shaved out. On the contrary, White Knight's strength was immense, and the imagined broken bones and shattered internal organs didn't appear. It was simply impossible to tackle White Knight in a short period of time. Since when did Imperial Beastmasters have so much strength? Could it be that the other party was a Black Iron-ranked Imperial Beastmaster? The breath didn't look like it. The poisonous viper's large triangular head was filled with doubt. However, it could not afford to hesitate any longer. Its stomach was about to be scratched through. Giving up the stranglehold, the venomous viper slid off of White Knight and unleashed its extreme speed catapult, swallowing the Dark Night Cat Demon into its stomach in one bite. As a result, what the venomous viper didn't expect was that the strength of a tiny cat demon wasn't even the slightest bit worse than White Knight. Relying on the squeezing of its muscles, it was unable to crush the Dark Night Cat Demon in its belly. On the contrary, the Dark Night Cat Demon scratched even more happily when it arrived in the poison viper's belly. The highly poisonous viper was covered in scaly armor, and its defense was very strong. However, it had the weakness of a soft belly. Forcibly swallowing the Dark Night Cat Demon was simply digging its own grave. Under the Dark Night Cat Demon's frantic scratching, the venomous viper rolled and struggled in pain, but unfortunately, it was all to no avail. Finally, the huge body of the poisonous viper collapsed, completely silent. The Dark Cat Demon crawled out of it, continuously flinging blood and meat scraps from its body. Yuck! It's so disgusting. Aha! I'm dirty. And you're taking pictures. At this moment, White Knight's cell phone just happened to capture the image of the Dark Night Cat Demon lifting off the poisonous viper's huge mouth and drilling out. Then a panorama of the surroundings and a close-up of the viper leader. All the material was ready. White Knight first uploaded the information that the grassland viper's nest had been terminated and the viper leader had been killed. Then he compiled a post. Shocked. She actually killed the viper leader in this way. Image. Venomous viper properties. Required to read, 10 cyan coins. A set of operations that ran in a smooth flow. The black line on the side of the alien beast space teleportation array was the internet line. However, it can only be used to log into the Cyanide app, and cannot be used to make phone calls. Sort of a large LAN. It was also pretty good. Since the photo provided by Bai Ye was very clear, and there was no PS in this world, the review was very fast. Directly 2,000 Qingqing coins arrived. In addition, White Knight's post could be said to have brought the UC shot department's characteristics to the extreme. Attracted a large number of people to click and read. The income quickly exceeded 2,000 Qingqing coins. And it was still growing rapidly, and it was only at night that the reading peaked. It was estimated that with just one post like this, Bai Ye's earnings would be over $10,000. King Kinji One app is considered to be played by Bai Ye to understand. After having money, White Knight generously bought the Grassland Viper Illustrated Guide, and directly the most detailed version. 50 Qingqing coins, a small amount. Viper Gallbladder, precious herb, eaten raw to improve eyesight. Recommended price, 100 greenbacks per item. Viper's poison sac can be used to make poisons and poisoned weapons. Recommended price, 50 coins per item. Viper skin, so snake skin armor. Recommended price, 10 greenbacks per piece. Viper meat, used to make snake soup. Recommended price, 2 greenbacks/kg. Good lord, this is taking the grassland viper inside and out. It's really utilized to the extreme. It's not a bad buy. Although there was no illustration of the viper leader, I'm sure the usable parts were about the same. It was the price that I had to figure out for myself. While White Knight was researching how to make a small fortune, the Dark Knight cat demon was sick to her stomach, only to see her rubbing on the grass while shouting, "It's too disgusting. I want to take a bath. I want to take a bath." White Knight, on the other hand, casually responded while collecting beast soul beads, poison sacs, and snake gallbladders. "Don't be in a hurry, let's collect the loot afterward." This field of viper corpses, especially the viper leader, couldn't be wasted. It was all small money. The snake skin was too troublesome to peel, and the price of the snake meat was too low. Just take only the valuable parts. By the way, send Mouseboy to delve into the depths of the snake cave to look for treasures. Places with chieftain-class foreign beasts are most likely to have treasures. In this battle, he accumulated 5 white beast soul beads, 100 poison sacs, and 100 snake gallbladders. There were also the Viper Chieftain's beast soul bead, poison sac, snake gallbladder, and snake skin. Adding it all together, it was another 100,000 or so. White Knight could love this speed of earning money too much, but the most expensive things were going to be eaten by his own people. The beast soul beads were distributed to Lin Meng. The beast soul beads were given to Nangong Xinshui. Lin Meng was worthy of being an S-ranked beast maiden. Her absorption efficiency was just high, and she once again awakened new skills. Intense poison mist. Ratty managed to find a spirit fruit from the depths of the snake cave. Dramatic poison fruit, first-rank spirit fruit. After taking it, if not poisoned to death, it can significantly increase one's own toxicity. If not poisoned to death, this means that it's still real. White Knight couldn't help but look towards the Dark Knight cat demon. What for? The Dark Knight cat demon was a bit uncomfortable being looked at, and even her wiping motion stopped. Seeing White Knight's eyes, he felt something was wrong. There were always unruly people who wanted to harm me. Nothing, just want to give you a spirit fruit to eat. You're not trying to poison me, are you? The highly poisonous fruit was red and very similar to the poisonous apple in the Empress's hand. Don't eat it and pull back. I'll eat it myself, Bai Ye said and shoved it into his mouth. Whoosh! A gust of wind flashed by, and the highly poisonous fruit in White Knight's hand appeared in the Dark Knight cat demon's hand. In order to grab the food, she used her extreme speed skill. Crunch! The Dark Knight cat demon finished gnawing on the poison fruit in a few bites. Quite tasty. The Dark Knight cat demon smacked her lips. Suddenly, his abdomen felt like a knife. White Knight, you really want to poison me? Isn't it just that I often snatch your food, often fight with you, often stir up your romance, often? As far as you're concerned? Hearing this, Bai Knight really didn't want to give her cat poop beads anymore. Forget about poisoning her to death. But considering that this was the only traveler who shared a common language, adults don't remember small people's faults. Forget it. Stuff a cat poop bead. The toxin hasn't lifted yet. Keep stuffing. It wasn't until a dozen or so cat poop beads were stuffed into the dark cat demon that she finally slowed down. My toxic mist skill, the range has increased dramatically. The toxicity has also grown quite a bit. The toxic claw skill has also been strengthened. So eating poisonous fruits has this effect. More. Good fellow, only just slowed down, but he still wants to eat. Worthy of being a foodie. White Knight used the Eye of True Vision to check out the Dark Knight cat demon's attributes and found that after eating the poison fruit, the poison mist had actually become a growable skill. Along with that, the claws of poison had also become growable. In other words, the Dark Knight cat demon could increase its skill strength by swallowing poison? White Knight was ready to try it out, so he handed over a viper poison sac. Here, eat it. The Dark Knight cat demon didn't think much of it and stuffed it into its mouth when it saw food. It didn't learn the lesson from before at all. In fact, with Lin Meng's relationship with White Knight, she didn't believe that he would poison her at all. It was entirely the two joking about it. Both skills have been strengthened by a drop again. Again! To his own people, White Knight was never stingy, and all 100 vipers were stuffed into whatever the dark cat demon wanted. Oh, there's no effect behind it. After only a few dozen, it was surprising that resistance had developed. Then let's have this big one. White Knight pulled out the viper leader's poison sac and handed it to the dark cat demon. This time, two skills directly evolved. Fierce poison mist. Fierce poison claws. The effect increased dramatically. No food, right? The Dark Knight cat demon asked, rubbing its rounded stomach. Nope. White Knight was speechless. Then hurry up and take a bath. Can't stand it. One couldn't care less about this while eating. After eating, the Dark Knight cat demon was instantly in a hurry. She didn't even dare to change back into her human form in order not to dirty her main body. Alright. White Knight opened the map and quickly found a small stream next to it. It should be said or not, with a map, it was indeed a lot more convenient. After confirming the location, the Dark Knight cat demon let White Knight carry her as she flew over with her imperial sword. However, White Knight was also too dirty. The Dark Knight cat demon was going to be autistic. She could only go on her own legs. As an agile beast maiden, the Dark Knight Cat Demon quickly arrived at the brook after confirming her location. Looking at the trickling stream, the Dark Cat Demon excitedly jumped in. Finally, I could take a good bath. The smell of blood on my body is too heavy. Flush the brain. I love baths, good skin. La 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 la. Ah, what's biting my ass? The Dark Knight Cat Demon, who was happily bathing, suddenly shrieked. White Knight on the side heard the sound and hurriedly ran over. However, he saw that the Dark Knight Cat Demon was surrounded by piranhas densely. The jagged teeth, even through the stream, could be felt. The Dark Cat Demon was covered in a strong smell of blood, simply equivalent to hitting the nest. It wasn't strange at all for so many piranhas to appear. It was only then that White Knight reacted to the fact that the map was labeled that there were piranhas in the creek. He had forgotten about this. Although it was only a level 2 piranha, its bite was extremely strong, and there was hardly any foreign beasts on the verdant grasslands that dared to easily enter the creek. At this moment, dozens of piranhas were hanging directly from the Dark Knight Cat Demon's tiny body, and she could barely be seen. Aha! White Knight, save me! The Dark Knight Cat Demon was dragged by dozens of piranhas down to the water. There were more piranhas around her eyeing them. Without her having to shout, White Knight's super heal, war inspiration, beast spirit armor, various skills had all been thrown up. Although her injuries were healed and the beast spirit armor blocked the piranha's mouth, the Dark Knight Cat Demon was still being dragged by the piranha and sinking towards the bottom of the water. If this continued, the Dark Knight Cat Demon would drown even if it wasn't bitten to death. Use fierce poison mist. Use fierce poison mist. White Knight shouted loudly. The Dark Knight Cat Demon vaguely heard White Knight's shout. Panicked, it hastily released the fierce poison mist that it had just learned and strengthened. The originally clear stream water around them instantly turned into an oozing dark green color, and it was still spreading. The surrounding piranhas, one by one, turned white. The Dark Knight Cat Demon that drank a bellyful of water finally got out of the trap. I'm going to eat roasted fish today, the Dark Knight Cat Demon said with hatred. Then the small claws kept waving, and threw the piranhas that turned white bellies, all of them towards the shore. White Knight took pictures and recorded them in passing. Super Raider. She actually killed countless piranhas in this way. Everyone can do it. Image. Reading requirements, 10 Ching coins. The title is going over the word count. The piranhas didn't have any usable supplies on them. The burst rate of beast soul beads was also not high. With over 100 piranhas, only 3 white beast soul beads were popped out. But it was very easy to get them. White Knight was going to use this method to kill all the piranhas in this creek. This way, even if everyone mastered his strategy, they wouldn't have anything to kill. The dissected open piranhas could be used to build a nest, perfect recycling. Just as White Knight was about to spill the beans on his plan, the Dark Knight Cat Demon suddenly said, I was just under the water, and I think I saw a black iron chest. Treasure chest? White Knight, who often played games, immediately reacted. It's probably. The Dark Knight Cat Demon had 2 glowing eyes. At this time, she wasn't afraid of the piranhas and directly jumped down. The treasure chest wasn't big, and with Dark Knight Cat Demon's strength, she easily took it up. Sure enough, it was a black iron treasure chest. I didn't expect that there was such a good thing in the face space. One could only say that the two were uneducated. The matter of treasure chests was known to those who had gone to school. Let me see what's inside. The Dark Cat Demon excitedly opened the treasure chest. It was a transparent bead. Inside was a huge piranha silhouette with a tiny piranha in the center. What is it? The Dark Knight Cat Demon tossed it around without seeing anything, then opened its mouth and stuffed it into its mouth. It hadn't learned any of the lessons from before. White Knight hurriedly stopped her, then opened the Eye of True Vision. Giganticization skill bead, consumed by an Imperial Beast Master, it has a certain chance of acquiring the Giganticization skill. It turns out that Imperial Beast Masters were also able to acquire skills. After hearing White Knight's account, the Dark Knight Cat Demon jumped straight up in excitement and shoved the skill bead into White Knight's mouth. Quickly eat it. I want to get bigger. Being too small in stature had always been a pain in the heart of the Dark Knight Cat Demon. Now she could finally get bigger. Could she not be excited? With White Knight's SSS rank talent, the absorption rate was extremely high, and she directly gained the Giganticization skill. Giganticization increases the size of the designated contracted beast maiden by 10 times and increases its strength by 100%. White Knight had only just learned it when the Dark Knight Cat Demon pestered him to use it out. The original half-meter long Dark Knight Cat Demon directly turned into 5 meters long. It was twice as big as an adult tiger. It finally had a majestic appearance. After getting bigger, I wonder if my appetite will also get bigger. The Dark Cat Demon excitedly tried it out. Taking the piranhas that were poisoned over on the ground, he frantically stuffed them into his belly, and in a moment's time, he had stuffed dozens of them. Worthy of being a cat. After seeing the fish, they couldn't even wait for it to be roasted and thought about eating it. Don't, these fish are still going to be used for nesting. White Knight hurriedly stopped the Dark Knight Cat Demon, then spelled out his plan. It had to be said that the rate degree of obtaining beast soul pearls using this method was really fast. Relying on the dozens of piranhas to build a nest, hundreds more piranhas soon appeared around the area. As for the original poisonous mist, it had already been washed downstream and diluted in the stream. Another 3 beast soul pearls arrived. After changing 7 or 8 places in a row until the energy of the dark cat demon was exhausted, a total of 30 beast soul pearls were obtained. The dark cat demon upgraded first. After using only 16 white beast soul beads, it managed to break through to level 3. After upgrading, all the statuses were once again back to full. This was the effect White Knight wanted. Unlimited renewal. White Knight was excited as they made their way up the creek, poisoning almost the entire creek of piranhas. With this, another 20 beast soul beads were obtained. The Dark Knight Cat Demon was elevated to level 4. Even Nangong Qianxue was raised to level 3. Even the mouse little brother, its level had unexpectedly broken through the limit and reached level 2. Normally, it was rare for a foreign beast to break through its own rank restriction. Like the mouse little brother, it was considered an oddball. One could only say that meeting White Knight was a strange encounter in its life. Enough to go down in rat history, if anything. When the Dark Knight Cat Demon jumped into the stream once again, preparing to poison the fish, a big guy suddenly tumbled out from under the water. An 8th grade black scale crocodile. The Dark Knight Cat Demon that was preparing to release the poison, along with the dozens of piranhas that were attracted to it, were all swallowed in one bite by the black scaled alligator. The huge bite force almost crushed the cat along with the fish. Type, black scaled crocodile. Rank, 8th level. Strength, 300. Agility, 100. Physique, 200. Energy, 50. Skills, bite, death roll. Character, ice cold. Weakness, weakness of tension. Worthy of being a level 8 Fey Beast, its attributes were even more powerful than the leader level Fey Beasts below level 5. The 4th level Dark Knight Cat Demon, despite its high growth rate, only had 150 points of strength. It was twice as bad as the black-scaled crocodile. But the Dark Knight Cat Demon wasn't fighting alone. She also had White Knight. War Inspiration. All attributes plus 100%. Gigantization. Strength plus 100%. Stacked on top of each other, it was in turn super half. The black-scaled crocodile with a mere 300 points of strength was simply not enough to look at. The Dark Knight Cat Demon directly broke open the black-scaled crocodile's mouth and grabbed it to wrestle it to the ground. The earth was hammered to the point of trembling. After a few rounds of wrestling, the black-scaled crocodile completely hung up. It wasn't until then that White Knight noticed. They were too excited about poisoning the fish, and now they had broken through 10 kilometers to the depths of the green grasslands. Not far away, a group of ghostly green eyes were staring at them dead on. Surprisingly, they had encountered a prairie wolf pack. The one at the head was blood red in color and was 4 to 5 meters long, almost as long as a gigantic-sized Dark Knight Cat Demon. It was the prairie wolf leader, the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Type, bloodthirsty demon wolf. Rank, 8th level leader. Strength, 600. Agility, 300. Physique, 300. Energy, 100. Skills, berserk, blood armor, blood recovery. Character, bloodthirsty. Weaknesses, fear of poison, weak after berserk. Good lord, I can't believe I've met the overlord of this area. It's really bad luck. If the bloodthirsty demon wolf could hear White Knight's heart, it would definitely tell him that it wasn't a coincidence. It was here to find White Knight. Just now downstream, his pack had gone to drink the water, but one by one, they were all poisoned. The entire stream was surprisingly poisoned. This is too much. Which unethical guy did this? Angry, he led his herd all the way up the stream to find the culprit. It finally found the culprit. Damn humans. How dare they pollute their water? I'll have to chew them up today. Eat them all. At that moment, options appeared before White Knight's eyes. Option 1, successful escape. Reward for completion, agility plus 10. Option 2, kill the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Completion reward, full attribute plus 10. Option 3, kill the 5 leader class demon wolves, bloodthirsty demon wolf, blizzard demon wolf, dark demon wolf, flame demon wolf, and cold demon wolf, of the green grassland. Completion reward, basic swordsmanship. Option 4, slay the lord class beast, silver moonsong wolf. Completion reward, sword art proficiency. The bloodthirsty demon wolf was already powerful, and even with the dark cat demon status added on, it was still quite a bit worse. After going berserk, the attack power could also be doubled. What's more, there were dozens of prairie wolves around. It's impossible to fight. If you can't defeat one, the system will let you defeat 5. They even told me to take out a lord-level beast, the silver moon wolf. Bullshit. Let's get out of here. White Knight picked up the Dark Knight Cat Demon and Mouse Little Brother, directly jumped onto the flying sword, and left. However, it was impossible to run away. After Nangong Qianxue loaded up White Knight, her speed was drastically reduced. It was quite a bit slower than the bloodthirsty demon wolves, just about the same speed as ordinary prairie wolves. And these prairie wolves, especially the bloodthirsty demonic wolves, hated White Knight very much, because the weakness of the bloodthirsty demon wolves had a fear of poison. And since White Knight had polluted the entire water source, they were now each carrying poison. Could they not be angry? The bloodthirsty demon wolves understood that humans, especially these low-level humans, had very low energy and were not expected to last long. And that's exactly what happened. This place is more than 10 kilometers away from the sheep village. Nangong Qianxue carrying White Knight simply cannot fly so far. By that time, White Knight and the others would only be food for the prairie wolves. I'm not just poisoning some fish to eat, but I'm not emptying your wolf's den, is that so? Looking at the wolves in hot pursuit behind them, Bai Ye was speechless. Going on like this is not a solution. White Knight's mind turned, and he quickly figured out a way out from the bloodthirsty demon wolves' weaknesses. Dream, poison them. Alright. The Dark Night Cat demon rushed at the prairie wolves in hot pursuit below and opened its mouth to spit out a large swath of poisonous mist. It spread for hundreds of meters, almost wrapping the entire wolf pack. It could poison piranhas in the water, let alone in the air. This was its home ground. The wolves that were already slightly poisoned were directly ruined this time. Even the bloodthirsty demon wolves moved much slower. It's having an effect. Continue. White Knight and the others simply stopped running away and circled around the prairie wolves. As soon as the fierce poison mist cooled down, they immediately went up and sprayed a mouthful. After a few rounds, there was no need to do anything at all. All of the prairie wolves, all of them, were poisoned to death. Even the bloodthirsty demon wolves entered an extremely weak state, with less than 10% of their strength remaining. Kill. White Knight descended from the sky and his longsword directly pierced through the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Full attributes plus 10. In addition, prairie wolves were high-ranked and had a high probability of producing beast soul pearls. Dozens of prairie wolves directly produced 10 white beast soul beads. The beast soul beads of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, White Knight didn't waste them and directly gave them to the Dark Night Cat demon. The more similar the attributes, the higher the probability of being able to comprehend a skill. Coupled with the Dark Night Cat demon's S-rank talent, successfully comprehending the skill, blood recovery. It could obtain energy from blood and quickly recover from its own injuries. Now, the 6-skill Dark Night Cat demon was already powerful enough to single-handedly challenge a leader-level beast of the same level. Of course, the pictures that should be taken should still be taken, and the posts that should be made should still be made. Generation Overlord, bloodthirsty demon wolf, who actually killed him? Pictures, required to read, 10 Qingqing coins. By the way, the news of bloodthirsty demon wolf's murder was then transmitted to the app. A set of operations would at least bring tens of thousands of dollars to White Knight. Beautiful. Currently, White Knight had accumulated 50,000 cyan coins on his account. One could be extravagant. Directly opened the map to full capacity. One would have thought that a basic alien beast space wouldn't have much of an area. As a result, it was 100 kilometers deep. In a previous life, it would be as big as a large city. The most powerful beast known in the green grassland is a 10th level Lord level beast. The Earth Berserker Lion. It's a higher level of existence than the Lord level. Even a 9-star Black Iron powerhouse would find it difficult to fight against it. It was simply not something that a trainee Imperial Beastmaster or a Beast Maiden could deal with. However, this Lord Berserker, 24 hours a day, at least 22 hours of sleep. Most of the time, he stayed in the deepest part of the grassland far away from the sheep village, and seldom came into contact with human beings. Therefore, it was not a problem. On the contrary, the other new Lord, Silver Moon Wolf, was very ambitious. He has the intention to unify the green grassland. Now he has already subjugated the Flame Demon Wolf and the Ice Demon Wolf, and has more than 100 packs under his command. To the beast maidens of the green grassland, it was a huge threat. The officials even sent several Black Iron-ranked beast nymphs to come and surround them. As a result, that Silver Moon Pale Wolf was vigilant and always managed to dodge in advance. Moreover, with its speed, ordinary Black Iron-ranked beast maidens really couldn't catch up with it. In the end, the officials could do nothing but remind everyone to avoid the wolves as much as possible. White Knight, however, wanted to try and kill the 5 demonic wolves. This was because he was really interested in that basic sword art. At this moment, Bai Ye would only hold the longsword that Nangong Qianxue had transformed into and slash randomly without any rules. If he could really learn the basic sword art, I'm afraid that his combat power would increase dramatically. One would truly be able to join the battlefield. Just say it and do it. Since the app prompted that someone had seen that the Flame Demon Wolf and the Cold Demon Wolf had already been subdued by the Silver Moon Pale Wolf, then White Knight was prepared to deal with the remaining 2. It was just that the wolves had been roaming around without a fixed lair, so it wasn't easy to find them. This was the time to play the role of the Green Meadow app. Reward quest, location of the Blizzard Demon Wolf or Dark Demon Wolf. Reward, 10,000 cyanide coins. White Knight directly hung up a reward post. It's Master White. He's going to kill the alpha level foreign beasts again. Master Bai has already killed 2 powerful alpha level foreign beasts today, and he even researched a way to quickly kill piranhas. It's so awesome. I looked, Master Bai just registered his account yesterday. Could it be that a full-leveled big shot came to abuse the newbie village? It can't be that bad taste, can it? Judging by Master Bai's meaning, he's screwing with the wolves. It seems like that Lord-level Silver Moon Crown Wolf is also looking for this two-headed demon wolf. I really want to get to know this Master Bai. I recognize. I was classmates with him. Did you pay off the mortgage? Did you buy the animal soul beads for your child's leveling? Can you afford to go to the hospital? Why don't you hurry up and go find the demon wolf? Sure enough, no matter what world they were in, netizens were especially capable of bullshit. White Knight waited while eating the roasted meat. Today's portions of roasted meat were roasted viper, roasted piranha, roasted crocodile tail, and roasted bloodthirsty demon wolf. It was really sumptuous. Among them, the flavor of the roasted crocodile tail was amazing to the three of them. Lin Meng alone held and nibbled on 10 pounds of it. She even couldn't get enough of it, and ran to the creek to catch 2 more black-scaled crocodiles, chopped off the crocodile tails, and placed them in the White Knight subspace, ready to go back and continue eating. Finally, useful information appeared on the post. Someone had discovered the dark demon wolf, and uploaded a photo as proof. Master Bai, did you take this photo with a landline? So mushy. Doggy 1, nonsense, do I dare get close? What was said made sense. White Knight didn't bother and traveled towards the location Doggy 1 had mentioned. It was more than 20 kilometers away from the three of them, and it was a bit difficult to rely on Nangong Qianxue to bring White Knight to fly there. It was too tiring to go by leg. Suddenly, White Knight saw that not far away, there was a group of grade 3 wild horses eating grass. There was something to it. Since the horses in his previous life could be tamed, why couldn't the horses in the space of foreign beasts be tamed? Thinking of this, White Knight gathered his breath, brought 2 beasts and a sword, lowered his head and sneaked over. Taking advantage of a white horse's lack of attention, White Knight rolled over and rode on it. The white horse was instantly startled and kicked back, trying to throw White Knight off. But with the white horse's little strength, it wasn't enough in front of White Knight. White Knight directly pressed the white horse's neck, forcing it to run in the direction of the dark demon wolf. At first, the white horse kept trying to resist. But after being hammered a few times by White Knight, it was instantly honest. However, White Knight had always given both grace and mercy. Since the white horse was so obedient, let's reward it with a beast soul pearl. As a herbivore, it was unimaginable that the white horse would have the opportunity to eat a beast soul pearl in its lifetime. After having the beast soul pearl as a reward, the white horse ran even more vigorously. The journey of more than 20 kilometers was successfully reached in less than half an hour. In the grass, a group of imperial beast masters and beast maidens were indeed seen. That group of 4 people couldn't help but feel a bit nervous when they saw White Knight and the others. In the space of foreign beasts, sometimes it was more dangerous to encounter people than foreign beasts. After scanning the circle, White Knight didn't take it seriously at all and casually asked, "Who's Doggy 1? I am." One of the imperial beastmasters in his 20s raised his hand. "Were you the ones who found the dark demon wolf?" White Knight asked again. "Aha! You are Master Bai?" Doggy 1 was a bit shocked. The legend was surprisingly true. Master Bai was actually really this young. "Well, where is the dark demon wolf?" Getting a personal reply from White Knight, Doggy first brother was extremely excited. There was another big story to break. However, before that, it was better to complete the bounty mission. Doggy 1 pointed to the shadows of the hillside ahead and said, "The dark demon wolf is proficient in stealth and is resting in the shadows of that hillside." White Knight opened his eyes of true vision. Sure enough, he saw the dark demon wolf. And it was only by itself. It was a lone wolf. But an assassin-type beast like this one that was good at stealth was instead traveling alone, which was more stealthy and convenient. Type, Dark Demon Wolf. Rank, 9th level Chieftain. Strength, 500. Agility, 600. Physique, 300. Energy, 300. Skills, Stealth, Shadow Claws, Darkness Shrouded. Personality, Withdrawn. Weakness, Aversion to Light. With high agility and the ability to be stealthy, it's very hard to deal with. The only good thing was that there were no minions. And the stealth skill had no effect under White Knight's eye of true vision. It could be fucked. The Dark Cat Demon scurried out with a whoosh. At level 4, she already had 200 points of agility, with the boost from War Inspiration and the extreme speed skill. In terms of speed, it wasn't weaker than the Dark Demon Wolf at all. The Dark Demon Wolf was instantly entangled. One was Shadow Claw and the other was Fierce Poison Claw, both of which dealt very high damage. But the Dark Cat Demon had White Knight's superb healing behind it. And blood recovery could also get energy from the Dark Demon Wolf's blood. The Dark Knight Cat Demon grew more and more courageous and completely pressed the Dark Demon Wolf. As soon as the Dark Demon Wolf saw that something wasn't right, it prepared to stealthily flee. This guy was using this feature to evade the human's pursuit, as well as the Silver Moon Pale Wolf's subjugation. It also utilized this to hunt foreign beasts and hunt humans. Unfortunately, the original invincible stealth was completely useless in front of White Knight. Where to escape? White Knight threw out his flying sword and directly knocked the Dark-Eyed Demon Wolf out of its stealthy state. The Dark Knight Cat Demon pounced on it and continued to scratch it. The Dark Demon Wolf was so anxious that it actually created a black night around it. It then transformed into shadows and blended into the blackness. The effect was so powerful that even White Knight's eye of true vision couldn't detect it for a moment. The Dark Knight Cat Demon simply spat out a large swath of poisonous mist, shrouding the entire darkness. This was a poisonous fog that even the bloodthirsty demon wolf was afraid of, and the dark demon wolf was certainly not immune. After stacking it 3 times, the dark demon wolf was so weak that it could no longer maintain the dark domain and fell out of the darkness. The Dark Knight Cat Demon's fierce poisonous claws slashed at its throat. The Dark Knight Demon Wolf was in a weakened state at the moment, making it difficult to make a dodge, and was killed by a single blow. The chilling Dark Knight Killer of the Grasslands was killed just like that, not even managing to escape. Doggy One and the others who were secretly watching from the grass behind were dumbstruck. Are all the young people nowadays so powerful? Hurry up and break the news, you'll definitely make a lot of money. I think it's better not to cause trouble. Yes, this big brother also likes to post, robbing his business. I'm afraid we won't be able to walk out of the green grassland. After agreeing for a bit, the 4 of them didn't dare to say any more nonsense and quietly left. They hadn't guessed wrong, White Knight had indeed posted again. It didn't matter if it made money or not, but pretending was really cool. Who doesn't call him Master Bai in the forums now? The new post had just been sent out and had tons of attention. White Knight noticed that someone wanted to buy the Dark Demon Wolf's Beast Spirit bead from him. The bid was $1 million. It was probably because they were looking at the stealth skill. This skill could be used by almost any beast maiden. Even adding another 0 would be worth it. A suite in a big city. Just as White Knight swiped through the posts, he was a bit torn. When he looked up, he realized that the Dark Knight Cat Demon was holding a bead and stuffing it into his mouth. Shut up! Leave the bead in your mouth. Boo-doo! What's wrong? The Dark Knight Cat Demon swallowed the Beast Spirit bead and looked at White Knight with a puzzled expression. It's fine. Just wanted to tell you that you just ate a sweet in the big city. What a sweet! The Dark Knight Cat Demon gave White Knight a blank look, then said excitedly, I've comprehended the stealth skill. From now on, I'll be able to sneak around and do bad things, hee hee. This luck, it really couldn't be said. Even the stealth skill that was so hard to get had been comprehended. Nangong Qianxue was crying with envy. Could this be the advantage of contracting with a SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master? Nangong Qianxue's eyes grew hotter and hotter as she looked at Bai Knight. As for this battle, Bai Knight had been riding on top of a white horse since the beginning and had maintained a handsome posture. It was quite like strategizing. Nangong Qianxue couldn't help but secretly take several back photos. It's so handsome. Why don't you just make a post as well? Registered account, Night Fascination. This is Master Bai. Come together to feel his obsessive handsomeness. Picture. Once the post was sent out, it instantly attracted tons of attention. And Nangong Qianxue, as a little rich girl, didn't set a charge at all. For a while, there were countless readers. Really handsome. Handsome and strong. I want to be his beast mistress. Offering a reward of 10,000 Qingqing coins, asking for Master Bai's contact information. Blossom Fortune is paying attention to you. Suck it. It seemed that Nangong Qianxue had mastered the traffic code and actually knew to utilize Bai Knight to increase her attention. Still really smart. It's a shame that there's no money-making mind to read for free. Just as White Knight was scrolling through the forums, preparing to look for information on the Blizzard Demon Wolf, Prairie Wolf after Prairie Wolf suddenly appeared on the surrounding grassy slopes. Following that, they connected into a large area, surprisingly surrounding them. High on the grassy slope, a divinely handsome silver-colored giant wolf was looking down on them from above. Even in the silver wolf's eyes, humanized anger could be seen. It was none other than the Lord-class Fey Beast, the Silver Moon Pale Wolf. Type, Silver Moon Kang Wolf. Rank, 10th level Lord. Strength, 1000. Agility, 1000. Physique, 1000. Energy, 1000. Skills, Strike, Moonlight, Iron Skin and Bone, Silver Moon Slash. Character, Ambitious, Suspicious. Weakness, None. Each attribute is powerful and balanced, and the skills are matched with attack, defense, speed, and even long-range attacks. No weaknesses. Worthy of being a legendary Lord-class Fey Beast, there was absolutely no way to fight it. What's more, to the left and right of the Silver Moon Pale Wolf, there was also a red, a blue, and a green, a full 3-leader class demon wolves, as well as hundreds of prairie wolves. Even the Black Dagger that had been following behind to protect Nangong Qianxue was somewhat desperate when it saw this kind of formation. The Silver Moon Pale Wolf was depressed. It had originally planned to subdue the 5-leader class demonic wolves on the verdant grasslands, and then go challenge the veteran lord, the Earth Berserker Lion. It was not easy to subdue the Blizzard Demon Wolf. He was about to continue to take in the bloodthirsty demonic wolf, but it turned out that he had already been killed. Having just gotten the shadow trail of the dark demonic wolf, it turned out to be late once again. This time, however, everyone was caught. The culprit was finally caught. Surprisingly, it was a few such weak humans. They had to be made to pay. Suddenly, White Knight spoke up. Let's chat. The Silver Moon Pale Wolf froze. White Knight was surprisingly using beast language. He could actually speak beast language. Chat about what? You guys killed 2 of my right-hand men. What else is there to talk about? The Silver Moon Song Wolf had trouble hiding his anger. However, for White Knight, it was a good thing. As long as there was intelligence, there was a chance to communicate. First of all, they're not your men yet, then, they're already dead and you can't do it even if you want to resurrect them, so why don't we talk about what's next? What's next? I'll help you kill the Earth Berserker Lion and help you become the new overlord of the Green Grassland. Hearing this, the Silver Moon Pale Wolf's heart was moved. Although they were both lord-level foreign beasts, the Earth Berserker Lion was, after all, an old overlord that had ruled the green grassland for many years. The Silver Moon Pale Wolf, on the other hand, had only just become a lord a few days ago. The gap was not generally large. If one only relied on these two henchmen around them, it would be almost impossible to take down the Earth Berserker Lion. Even with the addition of the Blizzard Demon Wolf, the chance of success was not very high. Perhaps, cooperating with the human in front of him was a good opportunity. How can I trust you? Humans were cunning, and the Silver Moon Pale Wolf could not be trusted. You should know that I'm a beast sentinel, I don't have much combat power, you just need to send a prairie wolf to guard the side. White Knight had long guessed from the Silver Moon Pale Wolf's suspicious character that it didn't trust it, and had prepared a response to say so. After hesitating for a moment, the Silver Moon Pale Wolf's huge head nodded in recognition. However, the one it sent over to guard White Knight wasn't an ordinary prairie wolf, but a Blizzard Demon Wolf. Is this a new mount for me? White Knight nonchalantly jumped onto the back of the Blizzard Demon Wolf. Ow! The Blizzard Demon Wolf showed its teeth in anger. As a chieftain-level foreign beast, it was being treated as a mount. It was too much. White Knight didn't pay attention to the Gale Demon Wolf's anger, but instead looked towards the Silver Moon Pale Wolf. This place was still 70 to 80 kilometers away from the territory of the Earth Berserkers, so if he expected a Beastmaster to catch up, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to arrive in 2 days. When Silver Moon Song Wolf thought of this, he nodded his head and agreed. White Knight was finally able to ride the Blizzard Demon Wolf in peace. With a domineering stance that was 5 meters long, it was simply too handsome to use as a mount. White Knight couldn't help but take a selfie. He also had Lin Meng give a panoramic view from a distance. Demon Wolf Mount. A true man's choice. Image. Reading requirements, 2 ching coins. Nowadays, Master White's productions have become a synonym for fine products on the forums. So once it was released, it immediately attracted a large number of people. Crap. Wasn't Master Bai putting a bounty on the Blizzard Demon Wolf? How did this sit on its own? Taking a chieftain-class foreign beast as a mount, this is too awesome. Wait. Look at the background. Is that the Silver Moon Song Wolf? It can't be. No way. What the hell is going on here? Watching everyone talk, White Knight enjoyed the thrill of pretending while making money. One word. Really cool. Master Bai, tonight, bring everyone together to witness the Green Grassland Hegemony Exaltation. Crap, Master White, what are you trying to do? You're not going to fuck the Earth Berserkers, are you? That's a Lord-class beast that's ruled the Green Grasslands for many years. Master Bai, you're not working with the newly promoted Lord Silvermoon Kang Wolf, are you? Humans and Fey beasts can communicate and cooperate? It couldn't be that. Master Bai signed a contract with the Silver Moon Pale Wolf, could it? Master White's beastess is a black cat, which has been seen in many posts. What on earth, Master White, reveal a little more information. We're willing to pay. Master White, there's no rush, the results will be revealed soon. White Knight rode on the back of the Blizzard Demon Wolf and had nothing to do left or right, so he chatted with everyone on the forums about bullshit. A distance of 70 to 80 kilometers would take a few hours to run, even at the speed of a steppe wolf. After all, no matter if it was a human or a foreign beast, it was impossible to keep running at full speed for a long time. If they didn't die of exhaustion then, what was the point of fighting? Moreover, along the way, whenever he saw a foreign beast, White Knight would ask the wolves to help out. It was said that it was for the sake of boosting their strength a bit more before fighting. This request was reasonable. Although the Silver Moon Pale Wolf was on the verge of going berserk, it agreed after some consideration. With the help of the wolves sweeping along the way, the Dark Knight Cat Demon smoothly broke through to level 5. Incidentally, White Knight also received an upgrade. By the time they finally arrived at the Earth Berserkers' territory, the sun had already set. From afar, he saw a majestic golden lion that was sound asleep. Type, Earth Berserker Lion. Level 10 Lord. Strength, 2000. Agility, 800. Physique, 2000. Energy, 1000. Skills, Berserk, Earth Rejuvenation, Lion Armor, Lion's Roar. Character, Bullying. Weakness, Sleepy, can't leave the ground. This strength was much more powerful than the Silver Moon Coyote. What's more, the surrounding area was accompanied by more than 10 lionesses. Among them, there were 4 lionesses at the leader level. No wonder the Silver Moon Kang Wolf wanted to recruit a few more alpha-level demonic wolves as assistants. White Knight gave the Earth Berserker Lion a distant photo, then left a message on the forum. Master White, brothers and sisters, ready to go. I'll report the results of the battle to you later. At this point, before White Knight's eyes, options appeared once again. Option 1, assist Silver Moon Pale Wolf in killing the Earth Berserker Lion. Completion reward, Lion Soul Protector. Option 2, Infernal Path, take advantage of the opportunity to kill the Silver Moon Pale Wolf. Completion reward, Wolf Soul Protector. Option 3, kill the Silver Moon Wolf and kill the Earth Lion. Completion reward, Beast Soul Protector. Skills again. The rewards were very enticing. What's more, the previous quests of killing the Silver Moon Pale Wolf and the 5-headed Demon Wolf were still there. The stacked rewards were even more tantalizing. The system was trying to make Bai Ye play Infernal Ah. After some serious deliberation, White Knight got together with the Silver Moon Pale Wolf and secretly discussed countermeasures, and quickly reached a consensus. First step, the Night Cat Demon stealthily approached the lions. First, she secretly assassinated a leader-class lioness to reduce the opponent's high-end combat power. Immediately after that, the Dark Cat Demon released a fierce poisonous mist. First, cut down the status of the lions. Next, soldier against soldier, general against general. The Silver Moon Pale Wolf first relied on its speed to hold back the Earth Berserker Lion. Then the Ice and Fire Demon Wolves, as well as the Dark Cat Demon, dealt with the 3 leader-class lionesses. The other Prairie Wolves then assisted in the battle. Striving for the fastest speed, they resolved all the lionesses, and then swarmed the Earth Berserker. The Blizzard Demon Wolves, on the other hand, had been monitoring White Knight. The first few sessions went smoothly. However, during the process of resolving the lionesses, there was some trouble. The 2 demonic wolves, Ice and Fire, were simply no match for the leader-class lioness, and even with many Prairie Wolves assisting beside them, they were still being pressed. Going on like this was not a solution. The Silver Moon Pale Wolf was extremely ambitious and would do anything to achieve its goal. It was prepared to use the lives of ordinary Prairie Wolves to fill the gap. Under the command of the Silver Moon Pale Wolf, one by one, the Prairie Wolves brazenly pounced on the leader-class lioness. The Ice-Fire Demon Wolf then retreated to the side and sneak attacked with fiery rockets and ice-cold arrows. As the Ice and Fire Demon Wolves were leader-class foreign beasts, the magic arrows they sent out could easily pierce through ordinary foreign beasts. Even though the lioness had amazing defense, she was still shot out with a huge wound. The ordinary Prairie Wolves then followed the wounds and scratched and bit hard inside. Soon, the lionesses were bloodied and fell to the ground. However, the Prairie Wolves also paid a huge price. Of the several hundred Prairie Wolves, less than 100 were left, and all of them were wounded. The only thing that was fortunate was that the 2 leader Demon Wolves survived. Facing the Earth Berserker Lion, ordinary Prairie Wolves couldn't do any damage at all, and it was useless even if there were more of them. It was still necessary to rely on the assistance of the leader-class Demon Wolves. The Dark Night Cat Demon was likewise no match for the Alpha-level Lioness. Even with White Knight's full assistance, the Dark Cat Demon was still battered and bruised. However, the Dark Night Cat Demon's greatest characteristic was her extremely strong endurance. She herself possessed the blood recovery skill, making her almost invincible in this kind of blood-soaked battlefield. Not to mention White Knight's super heal. As long as she wasn't killed in seconds, she had a chance to keep fighting. Under the ferocious fighting style of the Dark Night Cat Demon exchanging injuries for injuries, the last of the leader-class lionesses slowly fell. Finally, it was possible to join forces against the Earth Berserker Lion. Roar! Seeing that the wolves were about to surround them, the Earth Berserk Lion let out a lion roar, directly shocking a dozen or so of the more heavily injured Prairie Wolves to death. The rest of the Prairie Wolves, including the Silver Moon Pale Wolf and the Dark Cat Demon, all fell into a stunned state. The Earth Berserker Lion turned on its berserk skill, its body glowing with blood, and its strength soared once again. A huge lion claw the size of a millstone slapped at the Silver Moon Wolf with the force of 1,000 pounds. Even if the Silver Moon Pale Wolf had copper skin and iron bones, it was still slapped by a claw and blurred with blood and flesh. Ow! The Silver Moon Pale Wolf let out a long whistle, shaking the rest of the Prairie Wolves awake. The Ice and Fire Demon Wolves hurriedly released flame arrows and ice arrows to attack. However, the invincible magic attacks could only leave a shallow scar on the golden skin of the Earth Berserker Lion, barely able to deal effective damage. The Silver Moon Pale Wolf opened its mouth and spat out a half-arc silver moon, which was able to cut a deep wound on the Earth Berserker Lion's body. The Dark Night Cat Demon took the opportunity to pounce on it, and its fierce poisonous claws clawed into the Earth Berserker's body along with the wound, seriously injuring the Earth Berserker. The Earth Berserker Lion was in pain and hurriedly threw off the Dark Night Cat Demon, while its body lit up with golden light. It was the Berserk Lion armor skill. When the golden light lit up, the flaming arrows and ice arrows hit it and no longer had any effect. Even the Silver Moon Pale Wolf's attacks were useless. The defense was too strong. However, the Earth Berserker Lion did not take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Instead, it rooted all 4 of its feet in the dirt and did not move, as if it was asleep. Knowing that the Earth Berserker Lion was sleepy, but it wouldn't be so bad that it would fall asleep again in the middle of such an intense battle, right? Of course, this was impossible. The Earth Berserker Lion was performing the Earth Rejuvenation skill. As long as his feet were on the ground, he could continuously draw energy from the land to recover from his injuries. Sure enough, the wounds on the Earth Berserker Lion's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The crowd and the beasts could only watch it recover, unable to do anything about it. Soon, the Earth Berserk Lion recovered as before. The Berserker armor coupled with Earth recovery was simply a bug-like existence. If you wanted to kill the Earth Berserker, unless you let it get off the ground. However, the 10-meter-long Earth Berserker Lion weighed tens of thousands of pounds, so it was impossible to get it off the ground. The Silver Moon Song Wolf was a bit desperate. However, White Knight was able to see the problem from the Earth Berserk Lion's state through the eye of true vision. Although the Earth Rejuvenation skill had restored the Earth Berserk Lion's injuries, it hadn't eliminated the toxin damage from the fierce poison claws. It was just like White Knight's super heal, which couldn't remove toxins and other negative statuses. It was still screwed up. Fierce Poison Mist superimposed on Fierce Poison Claws would be too much for even a Lord-level foreign beast to handle. However, the Fierce Poison Mist had the same effect on them, the Silver Moon Pale Wolf. The Silver Moon Pale Wolf had the heart to refuse, but White Knight persuaded it. The Earth Berserkers would have to suffer from two types of fierce poisons, while it would only need to suffer a little bit from the Fierce Poison Mist, and in the end, it would definitely be the Earth Berserkers that would lie down first. Thinking about it, the Silver Moon Kangwolf was prepared to give it a try. Next, as soon as the Fierce Poison Mist cooled down, the Dark Knight Demon spat it out. Silver Moon Song Wolf then utilized Silver Moon Slash to make deep wounds on the Earth Berserker Lion's body. The Dark Knight Cat Demon then followed the wounds and struck the Fierce Poison Claws. The coordination was quite tacit. The Earth Berserker Lion wanted to slap the tiny Dark Cat Demon to death, but the Dark Cat Demon was too nimble. Moreover, after hitting it, it would stealthily hide aside, quite obscene, causing the Earth Berserker Lion to be very depressed. As the toxins stacked up, the air in a circle of several hundred meters had almost turned dark green. The status of the Earth Berserker Lion continued to decrease. Victory was in sight. However, the Silver Moon Pale Wolf was bloodied and bruised by the Earth Berserkers during the hold. And with the same amount of toxins stacked on it, its status was not much better than the Earth Berserker Lion. As for the Ice and Fire Demonic Wolves, they were already poisoned to the point where they couldn't even stand up. Finally, the Silver Moon Pale Wolf caught a chance and knocked over the Earth Berserker Lion, and the Silver Moon Slash sliced into its soft stomach, which had a relatively low defense. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered and internal organs flowed all over the place. The Dark Cat Demon pounced in and gave the Earth Berserker Lion's internal organs a fierce poisonous claw. This kind of injury, even if the Earth returned to life, it would be difficult to heal. In fact, the Earth Berserker Lion could no longer stand up, and even if it wanted to cast Earth Return Spring, it was impossible. The battle was finally over. However, the end was only a new beginning. The Silver Moon Pale Wolf, which had just spat out Silver Moon Slash, suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on the Dark Knight Cat Demon. At the same time, the Blizzard Demon Wolf, which had been wandering outside, also received the news and turned around to bite at White Knight on its back. The picture was endless. The original cooperation had just ended, and both sides had become enemies. White Knight knew the Silver Moon Song Wolf's suspicious character and had long been on guard. In the instant the Blizzard Demon Wolf turned its head, the sword spirit that Nandong Qianxue had transformed into was already deeply embedded in the Blizzard Demon Wolf's neck. It directly penetrated the throat, killing it in one blow. At the same time, the Dark Knight Cat Demon's body suddenly lit up with black light. The Beast Spirit armor blocked the Silver Moon Pale Wolf's bite to death. The Dark Knight Cat Demon and the Silver Moon Wolf fought together. At this moment, the Dark Knight Cat Demon no longer suppressed its strength and transformed into a 5-meter cat, fighting with the Silver Moon Wolf. The Silver Moon Song Wolf was deeply poisoned. Its strength had dropped so much that it was no longer an opponent. It was almost suppressed by the Dark Knight Cat Demon. As for White Knight, after resolving the Blizzard Demon Wolf, he also rushed up with his sword spirit in hand. He first resolved the Ice and Fire Demon Wolf, which had already lost its combat power, and gained the basic sword art. At the same time, he absorbed the surrounding lion spirits and formed a golden armor around his body. Then he transformed into a swordsman and left deep wound after deep wound on the Silver Moon Pale Wolf. The Dark Knight Cat Demon then followed these wounds and struck the fierce Poison Claw, dealing with the Silver Moon Song Wolf in the same way it had dealt with the vigorous Berserker Lion before. The Silver Moon Kangwolf did not expect that a royal beast master would have such a powerful fighting force no matter what. It attempted to fight back to the death, however, it failed to break down the Lion Soul Protector. This was a skill rewarded by the system after killing the Earth Berserker Lion. It could collect the souls of freshly dead lion-type beasts and turn them into its own armor. At this moment, the armor formed by so many powerful lion-fey beasts lying around was simply not something that the Silver Moon Pale Wolf could break down. The final counterattack failed, and the Silver Moon Pale Wolf completely collapsed. White Knight and the Dark Knight Cat Demon scattered their attacks, decapitating all of the remaining dozens of prairie wolves that were still alive. Finally, it was all over. White Knight had additionally gained sword mastery and beast soul protection skills. He could utilize all the beast souls as his armor now. It was a pity that he didn't have a container to collect beast souls yet, so he could only let these powerful beast souls in front of him dissipate. Their beast spirit beads and beast soul beads, however, were all still there. There were hundreds of white beast soul beads. There were also 7 chieftain level beast spirit beads, as well as 2 lord level beast spirit beads. It's a huge profit. The Silver Moon Wolf's Beast Soul Bead was given to Nangong Qianxue. Even the Nangong family's daughter was extremely moved by the sight of this kind of Lord-class Beast Spirit Bead. This was a good thing that could not be found. The Earth Berserker Lion's Beast Spirit Bead was given to the Dark Knight Cat Demon. This kind of Lord-level Beast Spirit Bead, coupled with the two of them having good talent, was almost 100% capable of comprehending skills. Nangong Qianxue comprehended Silver Moon Slash, which was the most powerful attack skill of the Silver Moon Pale Wolf, and it was very compatible with Nangong Qianxue's Sword Spirit. Thus, Nangong Qianxue had an additional long-range attack skill. The Dark Knight Cat Demon had actually comprehended the Lion's Roar. A kitten that comprehended Lion's Roar, was it going to meow and scare people? In addition, 100 Beast Soul Pearls caused Lin Meng to raise to level 6 and Nangong Qianxue to level 5. The remaining ones were given to Mouse Little Brother, helping it break through to level 3. In the Earth Berserker Lion's territory, Mouse Little Brother found out a piece of 1-star Earth Gold fruit, which could drastically increase his physique. The three of them, White Knight, each ate several of them, and even Mouse Little Brother savored them. Everyone increased their physique by 10 points each. Continuing to eat more would have no effect. The extra dozen or so, White Knight put away, this thing could be sold for 10,000 apiece on the app. On top of that, Ratty had dug up a gold spirit mine. This was an extremely valuable ore for creating armor equipment, and by adding a little bit of it, it could drastically increase the defense of the armor. This vein, all dug up, was worth at least 10 million. For this reason, White Knight had rewarded Mouse Little Brother with the Beast Spirit Bead of the Flame Demon Wolf as well. I didn't expect Ratty to comprehend the Flaming Arrow skill, and by the way, his level broke through again, reaching level 4. The matter of mining was left to Ratty. White Knight, on the other hand, went around taking pictures. A new post was generated. The battle is over. Just who is the new Grassland Overlord? Pictures, pictures, pictures. Required to read, 100 Qingqing coins. At this point in time, the sky was already dark, and the vast majority of Imperial Beastmasters and Beast Maidens had already returned to Qingqing Town. All of them were paying attention to White Knight's information. Seeing a new post generated, a large number of people flocked to it. As for the 100 Qingqing coins, who cared? Who wouldn't want to be the first to get such important news? The reward given by the officials alone was as high as $100,000. After all, it was broadcasting the news of the deaths of 2 Lord-level foreign beasts. There were also so many people's top Lord-class foreign beasts. In just a split second, the earnings from reading had, as well, reached 100,000. And it was still growing at an extremely fast rate. It seemed that as long as there were people from Green Grassland app, even if they weren't in Greentown at the moment, they were all paying attention to this matter. Crap. All. Dead. Dead. Master Bai actually killed all of the 2 Lord-class Fey beasts. What kind of divine being is Master Bai? So, who exactly is the new overlord of the Green Grassland? The 2 Lord-class foreign beasts as well as those powerful Chieftain-class foreign beasts are all dead. I'm afraid that for a long time to come, the Green Grassland will become a newbie's paradise. Master Bai has simply rewritten the history of the Green Grassland. So awesome. But there were also different voices. It's just using a move to drive away wolves and swallow tigers, what's so great about it? There was no need for Bai Knight to personally open his mouth, and there were people who directly disliked him. If you're good, you're on. If you can't, don't be. To be able to maneuver between 2 powerful Lord-level foreign beasts and become the ultimate victor, an ordinary person would have turned into feces long ago. Have the guts to say that to Master Bai's face, don't hide behind the internet and be a keyboard warrior. At this time, Bai Knight was too lazy to pay any more attention to the insanely bouncing messages, happily having a barbecue party with Lin Meng and Nangong Qianxue. What was grilled was none other than the meat of the Earth Berserker Lion and the Silver Moon Pale Wolf. It was full of energy and really tasty. The beast skins, on the other hand, were put away by White Knight in the subspace. As for Rat Little Brother, it had taken in a bunch of Earth Fire Rats from somewhere and was struggling to dig up gold spirit ore. This was the territory of the Earth Berserker Lion, and there was such a strong and powerful smell of blood around it that ordinary beasts didn't dare to approach. White Knight and the others were completely free to camp out in the wilderness. At this time, the 3 tents White Knight had prepared finally came into play. It was really good to have a sub-dimensional space. Even the night watch was saved. With Mouseketeer on watch, everyone had a good night's sleep. In the morning, they woke up refreshed. Enjoy. When people camped out in the alien beast space, they were all scared and couldn't sleep the whole night. White Knight is good, they have enough to eat and drink and have a tent sleeping bag, they sleep better than anyone else. After collecting the gold spirit ore that the ground fire rats had dug for the night, and simply eating a meal of roasted meat, White Knight was ready to head back. With such a long distance, if they didn't hurry in time, they were afraid that they would have to stay in the wilderness for another night. Nangong Qianxue didn't want to do that anymore. The black dagger that was following behind to protect her couldn't look on either. Catching the road was impossible on its own. It was still necessary to take an amount to do so. White Knight stepped on the flying sword and searched all the way. First, he saw a group of zebras. It turned out that these guys were clearly grass eaters, but they were ferocious. They had all been killed and not one had been tamed. No wonder there were no zebras to ride in his previous life. Continue searching. Saw another herd of bison. Still grumpy and unwilling to yield. All the way to find, all the way to kill. Nangong Qianxue had risen to level 6 and hadn't tamed a single mount. Just as Bai Ye was getting depressed, a large, graceful leopard appeared in front of him. Surprisingly, it was a chieftain-level foreign beast, the wind-chasing leopard. Nowadays, Bai Knight could completely travel across the verdant grasslands. A mere chieftain-class foreign beast wasn't even in his eyes. However, the wind-chasing leopard had a clear goal, as if it was rushing towards Bai Knight. Upon seeing White Knight, it bowed its head. By the way, it offered a pack of first-order spirit fruits, the clear wind fruits. What's the situation? This confused Bai Knight. I want to become the new overlord of the green grassland and ask for your help. The wind-chasing leopard said in beast language. It surprisingly knew that Bai Knight could communicate with foreign beasts. At the same time, options appeared before White Knight's eyes. Option 1, kill the wind-chasing leopard. Reward for completion, strength plus 10. Option 2, help the wind-chasing leopard break through to the lord level and become the new overlord of the green grasslands. Completion reward, full attribute plus 100. Option 3, help the fire spirit mouse break through to lord level and become the new overlord of the green grassland. Completion reward, become the king of the verdant grassland. In the verdant grassland, full attributes plus 100%, can instantly appear in any corner. Killing the wind-chasing leopard is too small a reward to be cost-effective. Helping Mouse little brother become the new overlord of the green grassland, the reward was instead extremely generous. It was almost equivalent to controlling the entire green grassland. Directly owning an alien beast space sounded enticing. Unfortunately, if one wanted to take the lowest level earth fire rat and cultivate it into a lord level foreign beast, all the resources consumed were extremely huge. And even if it reached the lord level, with the talent of the mouse little brother, I'm afraid that it would still be difficult to defeat a normal leader level foreign beast. So it's better not to toss it. Let's just establish the wind-chasing leopard as the new overlord. Through the eye of true vision, White Knight realized that the attributes of the wind-chasing leopard were no longer much worse than the silver moon-crowned wolf. It was even close to 2,000 points in agility. It was just a step away from breaking through. There was every hope of becoming the new overlord. After you become the new overlord of the green grasslands, what benefits can I expect? White Knight wouldn't be a white officer. Offer you 10 white beast soul beads or a spirit fruit every day. The wind-chasing leopard gave his conditions. It was equivalent to $10,000 a day. It sounded pretty good. White Knight directly answered. The first step was to help the wind-chasing leopard break through to the lord level. This was very simple. After directly giving it the beast spirit bead that the blizzard demon wolf had exploded, it successfully broke through. For foreign beasts, the quality and energy of a beast spirit bead far exceeded that of a beast soul bead. What's more, the attributes of the blizzard demon wolf and the wind-chasing leopard were extremely similar, so the absorption rate was extremely high. For the wind-chasing leopard on the threshold, it was nothing more than a matter of water. Thus, the wind-chasing leopard turned into a hurricane demon leopard, doubling in size once again. It was more than 10 meters long, giving a huge sense of oppression. The next step was to resolve a few of the more threatening chieftain-level foreign beasts. For example, the black-scaled crocodile leader, the golden-horned rhinoceros leader, and the giant elephant leader. These chieftain-level foreign beasts were scattered all over the verdant grasslands and all had their own territories. If they relied on White Knight himself, I'm afraid it would take a week to kill them. But with the assistance of the hurricane demon leopard, the problem became much simpler. After breaking through to the lord level, under full gallop, the hurricane demon leopard could reach almost anywhere in the green grasslands within an hour. With the hurricane demon leopard's solitary character, it wouldn't have been easy for it to take care of those lord-class beasts among the alien beasts. But with White Knight's help, it wasn't a problem at all. One day down. In White Knight's pockets, there were 5 more beast spirit beads of alpha-level beasts, as well as 50 or 60 beast soul beads. Nowadays, White Knight wasn't short of money anymore, so the beast soul beads were simply all eaten by his own people. The Dark Knight Cat Demon had comprehended the power of the giant elephant. Not only could its strength be doubled, but its size would also be doubled at the same time. A tiny cat demon with power comparable to that of a giant elephant was truly unholy. White Knight couldn't even look at it anymore. The main reason was that he realized that he couldn't match Lin Meng's strength again. Nangong Qianxue comprehended armor breaking. For armor-clad beasts with higher defenses, the killing power increased drastically. The other few beast spirit pearls, on the other hand, had failed to comprehend. Even with their talent, they couldn't achieve a 100% success rate. Finally, before nightfall, the system's task was completed. White Knight's full attributes increased by 100 points, and as Lin Meng rose to level 7, so did he. Name, White Knight. Talent, SSS level. Rank, level 7 trainee Imperial Beast Master. Strength 330. Agility, 310. Physique, 200. Energy, 820. Contracted Beast Mistress Lin Meng, Dark Knight Cat Demon. Skills: Eye of True Sight, Strong Healing, Dimensional Space, War Inspiration, Beast Spirit Armor, Enormous Transformation, Beast Soul Bodyguard, Swordsmanship Proficiency, Super Poison Resistance, Beast Language Proficiency. The trip to the Green Grassland had yielded huge rewards. Nowadays, the Green Grassland was no longer of any interest to Bai Ye. It was time to go back. On the way back, on the back of the Hurricane Demon Leopard, White Knight once again sent out a post. I appointed the new overlord of the verdant grasslands. Image. Reading requires 100 cyanide coins. The accompanying picture was a picture of a hurricane demon leopard stepping on the corpses of various powerful chieftain-class foreign beasts. It was posed at White Knight's request. Crap, another Lord-class foreign beast has appeared. What do you mean he appointed it? Could it be that Master Bai? Good lord, Master Bai really is a legend who made history. Witnessing a new history of the Green Grassland again. The attraction of the new post was much greater than the last one. After all, a new overlord had appeared, and those who wanted to hang out in the green grasslands had to learn about it. At the same time, they also truly recognized how terrifying Master Bai was. Especially Lu Mei, his intestines are repenting. For the sake of a few $100s, they had offended such a powerful existence, it seemed that there would be no place for them in the green grasslands in the future. Thinking of this, Lu Mei and Feng Fei did not dare to stay, and immediately had to leave. As a result, they saw a terrifying figure from afar, running rapidly. It was impossible for an ordinary chieftain-level foreign beast to possess such an aura. Could it be? Thinking of this, Lu Mei and Feng Fei shrank in the grass and shivered, only hoping that they wouldn't be seen by that powerful existence. Hee, brother Fei, look! There's someone on the Hurricane Demon Leopard. Lu Mei suddenly exclaimed in shock. That's a Lord-level foreign beast, the new overlord of the Green Grassland, who dares to ride on him. Feng Fei secretly stuck his head out from behind Lu Mei, and as a result, he really saw someone on the Hurricane Demon Leopard. And it was so familiar. It's Master Bai. Crap, what kind of immortal have we offended? Feng Fei was practically crying. At the same time, White Knight saw them as well. Yo, finally found you too. The last time he was cheated, Bai Knight had always held a grudge. He had long wanted to take revenge. As a result, this didn't come to his door. Seeing the head of the Hurricane Demon Leopard, which was even bigger than himself, reaching over, Feng Fei was so scared that he directly knelt on the ground and cried out in pain. Master Bai, if you're so kind, just let us go as if we were a fart. Lu Mei was also trembling with fear, and said in a strong, whiny voice. Master Bai, we're willing to offer all of today's gains, no, all of our assets, to you. That's right, offer me to you as well. Do whatever you want. Please spare us. It's only a few $100s, it's really not enough to kill someone. Look at how scared the two of them are. It made White Knight embarrassed. Are you sure you want to offer yourself to me? Bai Knight suddenly asked. Lu Mei's eyes lit up. Could it be that Master Bai was interested in himself? Yes, innocent young boys liked mature women like her the most. If she could get on Master Bai's good side, her future would be unlimited. Lu Mei wanted to go up, but after seeing the terrifying Hurricane Demon Leopard, she was a bit scared. So she pretended to be a churlish and shy look and said, well, Master Bai, from now on, I will be your person, you can do whatever you want to me. Seeing this, Feng Fei had absolutely no objections. He was even very excited. When one man wins, a chicken and a dog can rise. If Lu Mei could get on Master Bai's good side, he would also be able to dip into a lot of benefits. Nangong Qianxue, on the other hand, was filled with jealousy. She could accept Bai Ye making out with Lin Mang because Lin Mang was already very beautiful and had a great relationship with Bai Ye. But seeing Bai Ye being attracted to this seductive woman in front of her, she was a bit less able to accept it. Could it be that she wasn't charismatic enough? Did men like raggedy, mature and charming women? It seemed like she had to make some changes herself. However, Bai Knight wasn't the kind of person they thought he was. He had another use for taking in Lu Mei. Alright, I need an agent in the Green Grasslands, so it's you. The Hurricane Demon Leopard agreed to offer a daily tribute of 10 white beast soul beads or a first-order spirit fruit. White Knight didn't have the energy to stay here all the time and really needed an agent. Hearing this, Nangong Qianxue blushed and realized that she had indeed overthought things. Lu Mei and Feng Fei, on the other hand, looked regretful. But being able to be Master Bai's agent was lucky enough. When they heard that the Hurricane Demon Leopard had to pay tribute to Bai Knight every day, Lu Mei and Feng Fei were even more surprised with their mouths wide open. What kind of divine figure was this? If this news were to break, I'm afraid it could detonate the entire Qingqing town. But the two of them wouldn't dare. In case they offended Master Bai, it wouldn't just be a matter of not being able to mix, they would probably become the feces of a foreign beast. After introducing the Hurricane Demon Leopard and Lu Mei, Bai Knight continued his journey. The guard post of the sheep village immediately sounded the siren when it saw a huge beast approaching at high speed from afar. Alarm! Alarm! A Lord-class Fey beast is attacking. Crap, didn't you say that the two Lord-class foreign beasts on the Green Grassland were both killed by Master Bai? Your news is too backward. Master Bai has just appointed a new Lord-class Fey beast as the overlord of the Green Grassland. Where did another Lord-class Fey beast come from? When did Lord-class foreign beasts become so common? It couldn't have been cultivated by Master Bai, could it? Cut the crap and activate the defense. Crap! That lord has a few people riding on its back. It's Master Bai. So young. Amidst the crowd's shock, White Knight waved his hand at the sheep village sentry. Don't be nervous. One of our own. Goddamn own people. Since when could a lord-level beast be one of their own? However, the commander of the sheep village didn't dare to talk too much. Even though she was a black iron-class beast maiden, she didn't have the slightest confidence in facing a lord-class Fey beast. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, White Knight waved goodbye to the hurricane demon leopard and mouse little brother. He then walked into the sheep village with a flourish. Commander Jiangzhou personally went out to greet them. Although White Knight's trio looked very young, she didn't dare to take them lightly. When they came to Qingqing town, ordinary collectors didn't dare to come near them at all. Only the biggest mall in this place, the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Tiger Mall, dared to politely welcome them. I am Ma Shuxian, the shopkeeper of the Qingqing branch of the Heavenly Tiger Mall, meet Master Bai. In this world, martial arts were honored. Beast maidens, as the main fighting force, occupied key positions in various industries. So no matter if it was a commander or a shopkeeper, they were basically all beast maidens. This Ma Shuxian, although she was a businesswoman, her strength was equally at the black iron level, and in the entire Qingqing town, she was an extremely powerful existence. However, facing the excessively young Bai Knight, she was still extremely respectful. Sky Tiger Mall, White Knight had heard of it. It was probably equivalent to the national chain of T-malls in the previous life, and was extremely powerful. White Knight was relieved to sell things to them, so he kept pulling things out of his dimensional space. There were 2 Lord-class alien beasts, as well as a dozen or so precious materials from Leader-class alien beasts. Among them were mainly skins and furs, as well as the golden horns of the golden horned rhinoceros, the tusks of the giant elephant, and so on. The eyes of the crowd went straight as they watched. Everyone finally believed that those powerful foreign beasts had all died at the hands of White Knight. These supplies alone were worth millions. The gold spirit ores that a group of ground fire rats had dug up overnight were similarly worth millions. Unfortunately, there weren't a few of the beast spirit beads that everyone was expecting. Most of them were eaten by Lin Meng and Nangong Qianxue themselves. The remaining ones could only barely sell for $1 million or so. Worthy of being Master Bai, it's really powerful. I won't go into detail on these supplies, I'll give you 10 million, do you think that's okay? Worthy of being the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Tiger Mall branch, he was a professional. Ma Shuxian just swept a glance and directly gave a price that Bai Knight couldn't refuse. Deal. 3 days ago, Bai Knight was a poor man who couldn't even afford a $100 entrance ticket to the green grasslands. 3 days later, sitting on $10 million in cash, the sky had turned upside down. Lin Meng clamored for a share of the money. Although White Knight is afraid of her spending money, but still generously gave $100. Lin Meng's happy mouth bulging, like a small puffer fish, very cute. Nangong Qianxue is not poor. White Knight did not mention the matter of sharing the spoils. On top of that, there were more than 2 million greenbacks on the Green Grassland app. These were all earned by Bai Knight's posting and providing various information. The alien beast space was really a magical place to create wealth. Of course, this was only for powerful existences like Bai Knight. For ordinary people, the Fey space was a dragon's den, and every time they entered it was a challenge of life and death. It had been 3 days since they left the modernized city. Everyone couldn't wait to get home to take a hot shower and sleep in a big, comfortable bed. So that night, they took the last shuttle bus and returned to Jiangzhou County. When they returned to school again the next day, there had been a huge change. The White Knight class had been cancelled. Those beast maidens who had rushed to White Knight, after realizing that there was absolutely no chance for them to do so, had turned back to their original schools. With the exams just around the corner, there was no way for them to continue wasting their time. Jiangzhou School was poor in resources, and being here would only affect their chances of going on to higher education. So the 3 of them were put back into the first class. White Knight, who was about to enter the classroom, was stopped at the door by Gongsun Outyen. Now, Gongsun Outyen had become the new class president of the first class. White Knight, the 3 of you have been absent from class for 3 days without any reason, so you'll be punished for cleaning the training ground today. Good dogs don't get in the way. Go play on the side. Bai Knight was too lazy to bother with Gongsun Aotian and pushed him away and headed for the classroom. As far as Gongsun Outyen's small body of an imperial beast master was concerned, Bai Ye could poke him to tears with a single finger. Where would he be able to block Bai Knight's footsteps? Gongsun Aotian was exasperated and shouted, "White Knight, I'm going to challenge you." White Knight couldn't help but stop in his tracks when he heard this. What? The sky has cleared up, the rain has stopped, and you think you can do it again? It had to be said that Gongsun Aotian still had some guts. Knowing that Bai Knight was a SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, and having already been beaten up once, he still dared to continue the challenge. Bai Knight opened his eye of true vision and scanned the area before finally understanding why. Nowadays, Gongsun Aotian was surprisingly level 9. Without a doubt, definitely kryptonite. His contracted beastus was a C-ranked Tyrannosaurus Rex, and he wanted to harden up to level 9 without experience in combat. The resources consumed, at least millions. It was enough to buy a top-notch villa in a small place like Jiangzhou County. That's pretty extravagant. No wonder he dared to challenge White Knight again. What? Don't dare. Gongsun Aotian tilted his head high and held his nostrils toward Bai Knight. However, Bai Ye didn't say anything. He was waiting for the system to provide options. Every time he chose, it was a chance to improve, so it was a waste not to. Ha ha ha. Coward. What a bullshit SSS level. Garbage. Gongsun Aotian thought that Bai Knight didn't dare, and immediately mocked madly. Forget it, let's not wait, let's do it. It seemed like the system didn't take Gongsun Aotian seriously at all, and didn't even bother to come up with options. White Knight directly pulled back and signaled Gongsun Aotian to hurry up. Rude. I'm a beast master, how can I possibly fight in person? Gongsun Aotian was aware of Bai Ye's immense power and hurriedly retreated to the side, signaling Tyrannosaurus Rex King Kong to get on. Vajra came thumping towards White Knight like a tank. At level 9, she was even bigger. Even without transforming, the classroom door could barely contain her. The class teacher, Li, saw this and rushed forward to stop her, but she was hit by Vajra and stumbled, falling onto White Knight. Agu. Teacher Li is quite material. Bai Knight secretly exclaimed before putting Li Ku down. Feeling Bai Knight's power, which was even more terrifying than that of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Li Ku could not help but be a bit shocked. How could a royal beast master have such a powerful force? Could this be the terror of a SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master? Seeing that the battle was imminent, Li Ku once again stood between the two. To fight to the training ground. Fine. White Knight was also worried that he wouldn't be able to keep his hands off the fight later and demolish the entire school building, then he would have to lose a lot of the small amount of money he had managed to earn. Seeing this, students from all classes ran over to watch the fun. The teachers didn't block it either. After the theoretical learning of the previous period, it was time to get in touch with some actual combat. There was no harm in letting them take a look. The floor of the training ground was made of steel, just in case it was destroyed in battle. Here, White Knight would be able to attack without fear. By the way, he used the Eye of True Vision to look at King Kong's attributes. Name, King Kong. Talent C level. Rank, 9th level Tyrannosaurus Rex. Strength, 240. Agility, 80. Strength 160. Energy, 40. Beast Master Gongsun Aotian. Skills, trampling, biting. This attribute was quite a bit higher than Lu Mei. But compared to Bai Ye, it was far worse. It wasn't even comparable to a normal level 9 beast. It was simply no threat at all. Classmate White Knight, are you sure you don't want to fight on your own without the help of a beast girl? Li Ku was still a bit uneasy. The main reason was that he had really never seen this kind of situation before. What kind of Imperial Beastmaster fought by himself? When they were first awakened, SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmasters might be more powerful because of the bonus of more basic attributes. But nowadays, Tyrannosaurus Rex had already been raised to the 9th level, and in the last 2 days, he had even fought all over the entire Jiangzhou school. There were no opponents at all. It would be dangerous to be gullible in this situation. A little Tyrannosaurus Rex, it's nothing. White Knight waved his hand, not taking it seriously at all. These days, he had killed all sorts of powerful chieftain-level and even lord-level alien beasts. For this kind of small beastie with low strength, it wasn't even in his eyes. Roar! King Kong's temper was still as hot as ever. After hearing that Bai Ye had underestimated her, Vajra immediately transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex and sprinted towards Bai Ye. Today's Tyrannosaurus Rex was a full 5 meters tall and weighed a whopping 4 tons. It was close to semi-mature. This would be a direct mosaic if it was stepped on. However, with that little speed of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it would be too late for White Knight to wait until she rushed in front of him before dodging. Watch out! Amidst the crowd's cries of alarm, White Knight slightly sidestepped and easily dodged the Tyrannosaurus Rex's impact. Then with a casual jump, he arrived on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's back, transforming into a Tyrannosaurus Knight. No matter how much the Tyrannosaurus twisted, it couldn't throw White Knight off. Snap! Be honest. White Knight came up and gave the Tyrannosaurus Rex a big forced pocket. The beating buzzed the Tyrannosaurus Rex's brain. The force was too much. Roar! Tyrannosaurus still wanted to resist. White Knight snapped and gave her another big pussy pocket. The beating made Tyrannosaurus barely able to stand on its feet. What happened to Tyrannosaurus Rex? Didn't White Knight just slap her twice, and she's such a big guy, did she have to faint like this? Even Gongsun Aotian was a bit puzzled. What the hell, once she was mounted by White Knight, she couldn't walk well anymore. Vajra! Cheer up! Beat White Knight, tonight! You know! The Tyrannosaurus Rex sniffed, instantly glowing with both eyes, his spirit rejuvenated. Nothing else, just for the sake of being able to eat a big meal at night. However, Tyrannosaurus Rex had just branched out and froze up, when White Knight punched her in the head, directly whacking her to the ground, unable to stand up for half a day. The scene was extremely bizarre. This can't be a fake match, right? It looks like, Tyrannosaurus Rex is so powerful, How could it be hammered down by an Imperial Beast Master's fist? It shouldn't be? With the feud between Chairman Gonsun and White Knight, it's completely unnecessary? It couldn't be that White Knight's power is really that great, right? Impossible. Where would he get so much power for a royal beast master? Amidst the crowd's doubts, White Knight lifted the 4-ton Tyrannosaurus Rex up and then dropped it heavily. It was still the same recipe, still the same flavor. It was just that today's Tyrannosaurus Rex was heavier. White Knight's strength was also greater. Gonsun Aotion hurriedly used a healing technique to heal the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus stood up trembling. White Knight grabbed her tail and slammed her to the ground again. Gonsun Aotion healed again. White Knight wrestled again. After a few times, Tyrannosaurus shouted in a dying voice, "Stop healing. I admit defeat." The first sentence was said at Gonsun Aotion, and the second sentence was said at referee Li Ku. To show his refusal to fight, King Kong even transformed back into his human form. Tears were flowing. Surprisingly, he was crying from the beating. It was too tragic. It was only at this point that the crowd realized just how terrifying an enemy King Kong was facing. Alright, I'll leave you to clean up the training grounds from now on. Bai Ye glanced at Gonsun Aotion and arranged it. On what basis? I'm the class leader. Gonsun Aotion was still a bit unconvinced. Even if he couldn't beat Bai Knight, he was still the class president appointed by the homeroom teacher. Oh, so now I'm the class president. Bai Knight scanned the circle. Anyone not convinced? The crowd lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Even Tyrannosaurus Rex, who had beaten the entire school without a single opponent, had been beaten to tears by White Knight. Where would the others dare to resist? Look, doesn't this mean that everyone has elected me as class president? White Knight spread his hands. Teacherly. Look at Bai Knight, he's gone too far. Gonsun Aotion saw that he couldn't fight or argue, so he complained to the teacher. Classmate White Knight, we need a petri dish, we can't be so violent. Unless one day you can beat me, only then will this class be your say. Li Ku was a bit unable to watch. White Knight sniffed and suddenly became interested. The main reason was that the system options were here again. Option 1, concede defeat to MS. Li Ku. Completion reward, agility plus 10. Option 2, send a contracted beast girl to defeat teacher Li Ku. Reward for completion, plus 10 attributes for yourself and your contracted beast girl. Option 3, beat Mr. Rico to tears and take control of the entire class. Reward for completion, plus 100 attributes. The last option was tempting. But trying to rely on one's own strength and personally defeat a Black Iron level Beast Maiden was basically impossible at the moment. Name, Li Ku. Talent C level. Rank Black Iron 3-star Golden Eagle. Strength 700. Agility, 1000. Physical fitness, 400. Energy 300. Beast Master Wang Hong. Skills, Eagle Eyes, Gale, Golden Claw Slam, Shark Beak. Teacher Li Ku's attributes were much worse compared to a Lord-level Fey Beast, though. However, White Knight and Lin Meng together couldn't match her attributes. Not to mention, Li Ku was also a flying unit. This battle was not going to be easy. However, there was still a chance. Li Ku's skills were too few, and with White Knight and Lin Meng's skills combined together, it wasn't like there wasn't a chance. Okay, Mr. Li, this is what you said, if I beat you, this class is mine to say. Bai Knight directly answered. Li Ku was a bit confused. She just wanted to shock Bai Knight, how could she take it seriously? A little Imperial Beastmaster who had just awakened not more than a few days ago was going to compete with a senior Black Iron ranked Beast Maiden? Just kidding. What's wrong, MS? Li? You don't dare, do you? White Knight deliberately provoked. It was rare for the system to come up with an option, so he couldn't let it go. Good. It seems that if you don't deter you little guys, you won't know the heights of heaven. Li Ku was really provoked to fight. With a movement of his mind, he directly transformed into a golden giant eagle that was more than 10 meters long. The sharp gaze was simply going to shoot people through. It was only at this point that the crowd reacted to the fact that the soft and weak-looking teacher Li Ku was also a powerful beast maiden. That terrifying aura was so intimidating that people couldn't raise their fighting spirit, and they didn't even dare to raise their heads. It was too terrifying. However, Bai Ye had seen too many terrifying beasts, and had even seen 3 Lord-level beasts. A mere Black Iron 3-star beastess was no big deal. Meng, prepare for battle. White Knight shouted, and Lin Meng meowed, transforming into a Dark Knight Cat Demon and entering combat. White Knight, are you sure you want to fight? Looking at the Dark Knight Cat Demon that wasn't even as big as his own paw, Golden Eagle was really worried that he wouldn't accidentally stomp her to death. White Knight nodded. Good. Have the guts. But, teacher is going to tell you today that sometimes having too much guts can be a dangerous thing. Li Ku was determined to teach White Knight a lesson. She only saw her spread her wings and transformed into a golden lightning bolt as she rushed towards the Dark Knight Cat Demon. White Knight's war inspiration arrived instantly. The Dark Knight Cat Demon, on the other hand, activated Swift Pounce and flashed to the side. The Golden Eagle's sharp claws scratched several long white marks on the steel ground. If it were to scratch on the prey, I'm afraid that it would be able to crush the other party's skull in one go. The power of a Black Iron-class Beast Maiden was simply not something that could be imagined by ordinary people. Seeing the Dark Knight Cat Demon dodge the pounce, Golden Eagle secretly nodded his head. This battle sense and reaction speed was quite good. But this was only the beginning. The Golden Eagle reversed its direction and attacked again. As it approached, it suddenly flapped its wings, whipping up a gust of wind. The Dark Knight Cat Demon was unsteady for a moment and couldn't dodge, and was grabbed by the Golden Eagle's claws. White Knight instantly put Beast Spirit armor on her. Even the Golden Eagle's sharp giant claws didn't manage to scratch through the Beast Spirit armor. But it didn't matter, the Golden Eagle was ready to soar into the sky and take the Dark Knight Cat Demon up into the sky. Give her an extreme free fall. Just don't believe it still won't admit defeat. However, surprisingly, it didn't grab. A kitty that was almost as big as her claws, she surprisingly didn't grab it. It was White Knight who cast the enormous art in time. The Dark Knight Cat Demon herself cast giant elephant power. Under the superposition of the two, the original half-meter Dark Knight Cat Demon directly rose to more than 10 meters. The strength even reached 750 points. It was even more powerful than the Golden Eagle. The Golden Eagle were to grab up, but instead was Dark Cat Demon back to grab, pressed on the ground friction. Once the Golden Eagle lost its advantage in the air, it was directly ruined. Li Ke's contracted Royal Beast Master was Wang Hong, the Royal Beast teacher of the first class. He was originally just watching the fun and wasn't prepared to make a move. In his opinion, without the aid, Li Ke could easily take it down. As a result, he didn't expect that it would turn over. Worthy of being a SSS Royal Beast teacher, it was too powerful. Wang Hong hurriedly put a power enchant on the Golden Eagle. With Wang Hong's assistance, the Golden Eagle finally regained the upper hand. At the same time, the sharp golden beak fiercely pecked at the Dark Knight Cat Demon. The speed was too fast to dodge. The Beast Spirit armor instantly collapsed. The gap was too great. But the Dark Knight Cat Demon had a ruthlessness, not letting go of her claws at all and fighting the Golden Eagle to the death. She had the blood recovery skill and White Knight's super healing behind her. She wasn't afraid of getting hurt at all. But Golden Eagle was different. Although Wang Hong also had a healing skill, it was much less effective. After just a few rounds of sparring, the Golden Eagle had its eagle feathers flying around, was bruised and battered, and was even deeply poisoned. The Dark Knight Cat Demon, however, was still as energetic as if nothing had happened. That little injury had long since recovered. I admit defeat. Li Ke finally couldn't carry on anymore. If the fight continued, she was really worried that she would hang at the hands of the students. After transforming back into her human form, Li Ke was in rags, bruised and battered, and her face was bruised as she lay on the ground unable to get up for half a day. This time it was really ragged and scratched. And the blue color of the face was not from anger, it was from being poisoned too deeply. When the crowd saw this, they clamored. Surprisingly, she really beat the teacher. A trainee Beast Maiden defeating a Black Iron ranked Beast Maiden? This is too unbelievable. If I remember correctly, this black cat was just an ordinary pet cat before, and only became a Beast Maiden after the contract. A SSS ranked Imperial Beast Master is surprisingly so powerful. Terrifying as hell. No one dared to question White Knight's strength anymore. So, in the future, I'll do what I say? Bai Ye looked at Li Ke. Li Ke simply tilted his head and fainted. It really didn't have the face to be awake. This isn't cheating. White Knight was speechless. Other people had the shitting and peeing escape, but you're going straight to the fainting escape. That won't do. Isn't it just that you've been poisoned too deeply? It's okay, we have an antidote. White Knight touched a cat poop bead from his dimensional space and shoved it to Li Ke. What are you shoving? Wang Hong rushed over to stop it. A cat shit bead. White Knight spread it out on his hand. Surprisingly, it's a cat poop bead. As a Royal Beast teacher, Wang Hong obviously recognized this precious antidote as well. What cat shit bead? Lin Meng, whose clothes were also somewhat broken, opened her eyes wide. She couldn't even be bothered to change her clothes. This is a spirit bead formed by absorbing the grassland meerkat's intestinal secretions, and it has a strong antidote function. Wang Hong, as a teacher, was very patient and explained for Lin Meng. So, it's just the meerkat's poop, right? Lin Meng was still a bit unwilling to believe it. To be more precise, it's the essence of meerkat poop. Wang Hong seriously summarized. In fact, there was no need to speak so clearly. Lin Meng's expression was as ugly as eating shit. Nope, she did eat shit. It was also more than once. Wretch. White Knight, you actually fed me shit. I'll fight you. Lin Meng pounced on Bai Ye, scratching and clawing. Luckily, White Knight's strength wasn't weaker than hers in the slightest, and she didn't lose any ground at all. The two rumbled and fought on the training ground. That formation was in no way inferior to the battle just now. Those who didn't know would have thought that the two of them had a great deal of hatred. Only Nangong Qianxue was filled with black lines. Really can't stand these two anymore. After eating the cat poop beads, Li Ke quickly woke up. With the Beast Lady's strong recovery power, coupled with the Imperial Beast Master's treatment, she would soon be able to recover completely. It seemed like trying to feign unconsciousness was impossible. White Knight pressed down on Lin Meng's little head while asking Li Ke the question he asked just now once again. Alright, what you say? Li Ku was also speechless. Ha 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 ha. White Knight laughed excitedly. This was more than class president, he had directly become the class bully. Come over here a few beast maids, pull this little kitty on me away. White Knight immediately started exercising his rights as a little bully. The beast nymphs were afraid that White Knight would give her small shoes in the future, so they came over to help. However, all the remaining beast nymphs in the entire first class put together surprisingly failed to shake Lin Meng. The difference in strength was too much. You guys are also too weak. How does Teacher Li usually give you guys training? White Knight couldn't help but spit out. Li Ku sniffed and simply stormed off. It's only been a week since everyone's awakening. Isn't this situation normal? It can't be possible for everyone to be as perverted as you. So, if it was you, how would you train? Li Gao asked, holding back his anger. Of course it's to go to the face space to train. Bai Knight made a decision right away. Today is a vacation, everyone go back and get ready. Tomorrow we'll go to the green grassland and have a party. When Li Ku heard this, she was directly anxious. Going to the beast space to have a party? Crazy. No, the verdant grassland is too dangerous. We must have sufficient training and be fully prepared for it. White Knight didn't care. It's a deal, I'll do what I say in one class. White Knight waved his big hand and directly took a vacation. Li Ku couldn't beat Bai Ye and could only go to the principal, Lu Feng, to complain. Lu Feng couldn't help but get an idea when he heard that White Knight was so powerful. Next, it was the college league. Jiangzhou School, as a county school, has had poor strength throughout the years, and didn't even qualify as a finalist at all. It had thought that there would be a reversal with the appearance of a SSS Imperial Beast Master. Instead, he ended up contracting a pet cat, and he himself was still a power growth type. It was sort of practically useless. What I didn't expect was that a SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master would be so powerful. Even if the number was practiced and wasted, it was still far superior to people of the same level, and could even cross the level of challenge. It was too much to look forward to. Lu Feng was prepared to personally follow him over to take a look. Li Ku was speechless. Oh well, it's a waste of time to sue. Surprisingly, even the principal supported White Knight. She was a failure as a class teacher. Forget it, if you can't beat it, join it. Let's follow along tomorrow and see what happens. Thus, the plan for the first class to go to the green grassland to party, oh no, to challenge the space of the beasts, was reached. The school had even chartered a bus specifically for them, saving even the traveling expenses. On this trip, Bai Knight personally led the team. Lu Feng, Li Ku, and their Imperial Beast Masters served as security. A group of more than 40 people, vastly advancing towards the verdant grasslands. On the way, Bai Knight recommended everyone to download the Green Grassland app, and incidentally sent his invitation code to the class group. Another small $8,000 in hand. Maisie. Nangong Qianxue was filled with black lines. You're a multi-millionaire, as for still earning this small amount of money? If White Knight heard this, he would definitely tell her. You don't understand the joy of making money. Soon, the bus pulled into Qingqing town. Only just getting off the bus, he was greeted warmly. Good morning, Master Bai. Master Bai, you're back. Master Bai, what big thing are you planning to do again today? Bringing so many people, you're not thinking of toppling the green grassland, are you? Almost everyone had to say hello when they saw Bai Knight. Not to mention the first class, even Lu Feng was a bit confused. Why were they all called Master Bai? Why was Bai Knight so famous in Qingqing town? What exactly did Bai Knight do here? With deep doubts, the crowd walked towards the entrance. Watch out for the line, $100 entrance fee per person. The guards chided loudly. Suddenly, someone saw White Knight. Master Bai, you're here? Come in quickly. The guards hurriedly invited respectfully. Seeing this, the people in the surrounding queue also made way without any dissatisfaction. Nonsense, if you dare to be dissatisfied with Master Bai, do you still want to hang out in the green grassland in the future? Who didn't know that the green grassland's bearer was Master Bai's little brother? Ahem, I'm bringing my classmates to play at the green grassland. White Knight pointed to the crowd behind him. So it's Master Bai's classmates, come on in, it's all free. The guards waved their hands and directly let them all in. This isn't good, is it? It's fine, Commander Zhang personally ordered it, as long as you're here, you'll be received with the highest specifications. A conversation that made Lu Feng and the others even more confused. The commander of the alien beast space? That was in existence at the same level as Lu Feng, and was even more powerful and of a higher status. Even such a person had to be so respectful to Bai Ye, so how powerful did Bai Ye have to be? It was clearly only awakened a week ago. Is that SSS-level Imperial Beast Master that powerful? Lu Feng cast a searching gaze at Li Ku. Li Ku spread her hands and said she wasn't sure. Seeing that Bai Ye didn't have any intention of explaining either, everyone could only follow into the verdant grassland. Come, when we reach the verdant grassland, we're home. Everyone, don't be polite, feel free to play whatever you want. White Knight greeted warmly. It was as if everyone was really visiting his home. Lu Feng and Li Ku were both speechless for a while. The students, on the other hand, were both excited and nervous. After all, it was all their first time coming to face space. Before this, they had heard countless horrifying legends about the Fey space from the internet, from their parents, and from their teachers. However, when they arrived at the verdant grassland, under White Knight's greeting, everyone didn't feel that it was so scary. Instead, there was a sense of excitement of leaping forward. Suddenly, a large, crimson-colored mouse came out of the grass. There was an ear-ranked bobcat beastess who excitedly transformed and pounced. As a result, she was stomped out far away by the red rat. Be careful, it's an alpha-level foreign beast. Li Ko, who possessed eagle eyes, was shocked when she saw the red rat's attributes, and her voice changed in nervousness. Lu Fang also felt an unusual energy fluctuation from the red rat. This is the entrance. Why would there be a leader-class alien beast? Doesn't the military camp even clean up? When did a chieftain-class rodent appear on the green grassland? Lu Fang and Li Ke's heads were filled with doubts. But there was no time to explore these doubts. It was imperative to settle this chieftain-class Fey beast as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would definitely be casualties. At this moment, the chieftain-class foreign beast had already pounced on Bai Ye. How could a beastmaster be a match for a chieftain-class Fey beast? Don't let anything happen. Lu Fang's heart was burning with anxiety as she transformed into a running thunder tiger and, like lightning, ran towards the alpha-level foreign beast. White Knight, get out of the way. Li Ku also transformed into a golden eagle and flew in at breakneck speed. Stop. What are you guys doing? White Knight hugged his little mouse brother and hurriedly jumped to the side, looking at the running thunder tiger and golden eagle, who had amazing breath, with a wary expression. Could it be that they were preparing to do a blackout in Fey space? Wasn't it just defeating the class teacher? Wasn't it just stealing the management of the first class? It's not like it's a big deal. It's not so much. Running thunder tiger and golden eagle hastily braked their feet. Big heads, big doubts. White Knight, you're holding a chieftain-class foreign beast. Li Ku tried to remind. I know. White Knight patted his ratty little brother's ratty head, indicating that he was well aware of it. After all, it was still him who helped elevate it. So, you. Li Ku didn't know what to say. The picture in front of her eyes was too magical. She needed to clear her head and make sure she wasn't dreaming. So she turned her gaze to Lu Fang. So, this alpha-class alien beast knows you? Worthy of being the principal, Lu Fang asked the point at once. My little brother. White Knight nodded his head, then rushed the mouse little brother. Come on, say hello to everyone, these are my teachers and classmates. Mouse little brother waved his hand at the crowd in a very humane manner, even maintaining a mouse-style smile. Lu Fang and Li Ku were unable to accept such a magical thing for a while. On the contrary, the students were extremely receptive and came up to greet Mouse little brother, and there were even bold ones who went up to shake its hand. Mouseketeer readily accepted good advice and greeted everyone warmly. After greeting them, White Knight commanded, Mouse little brother, go find some long-toothed rabbits for everyone to practice on, and use them for roasting meat in the meantime. Little brother rat sniffed and chirped for a while, and dozens of ground fire rats instantly appeared around him. One by one, they stood on both feet and held their heads high, like soldiers listening to training. Good fellow, this was Rat little brother taking in another little brother. Under Mouse little brother's arrangement, a group of gopher rats huffed and puffed their noses and dispersed in all directions. Soon there was a ground fire rat running back, pointing in a direction and chirping. A long-toothed rabbit has been spotted ahead. Come, everyone line up according to their school number. One by one go up and challenge it. Don't crowd, everyone. Who's number one? Where's number one? White Knight greeted while translating. Gongsun Ao Tian and Jin Gang hesitantly stepped forward. It turned out that number one was the two of them. It's level 9, why are you still fighting the long-toothed rabbit? Next, number 2 happened to be that bobcat. Led by the ground fire mouse, the bobcat boldly moved forward. She was also the first one to pounce on the rat little brother before. The boldness was not ordinary. It soon found a long-toothed rabbit that was grazing. The growth rate of foreign beasts was extremely fast, and a long-toothed rabbit like this one could give birth to a dozen or so in a litter and mature in a month. That's why it was all over the place. After seeing the long-toothed rabbit, the bobcat directly pounced on it. The long-toothed rabbit also saw the bobcat, but without fear, directly accelerated and rushed up. The long-toothed rabbit was about the same size as the bobcat, and its leg muscles were extremely developed. This collision directly toppled the bobcat out for a long distance, lying on the ground, unable to climb up for half a day. Too scary. Wasn't it said that the long-toothed rabbit was the lowest level foreign beast? Why is it so powerful? I feel like if I were to go on in its place, I wouldn't be able to beat it either. It's charging up again. With such long teeth, I'm afraid it will bite through the bobcat. Amidst the crowd's cries of alarm, the long-toothed rabbit rushed towards the bobcat. The long teeth, under the sunlight, glowed with a cold light. The crimson eyes, like cannibalistic maniacs, frightened the crowd, who no longer felt the sense of relief they had before. Just when Li Ku was ready to transform into a golden eagle again to rush over and pounce, suddenly, a figure scurried out at breakneck speed and grabbed the long-toothed rabbit's ears. It was White Knight. He was seen carrying the long-toothed rabbit's ear and placing it in front of everyone, gesturing as he said, You guys see huh, this is a rabbit, one scratch against its neck, isn't it over? Being used as a teaching tool, the long-toothed rabbit was very resentful and bared its teeth in desperate resistance. Be honest. White Knight snapped and gave it a big pussy pocket, almost killing it. It was honest now and no longer dared to bare its teeth. Then, White Knight flipped the long-toothed rabbit over and over again and gave everyone a comparison. After confirming that everyone had grasped the main points, he tossed the long-toothed rabbit to the side. The long-toothed rabbit that had regained its freedom, how could it dare to be wild anymore, and ran away with its legs pulled out? Where's number 3? Go! Number 3 was an agility system leopard beast maiden, and her imperial beastmaster just happened to know speed enchantment. Before the two stacked, the leopard whooshed out, much faster than the long-toothed rabbit. As soon as it did, it pounced on the long-toothed rabbit and then bit down on its throat. The long-toothed rabbit fought back desperately, its powerful hind legs stomping on the leopard's body. But the leopard was furious and wouldn't let go of its bite. Finally, the long-toothed rabbit slowly softened, completely silent. Finally, the long-toothed rabbit was defeated. It was not easy. Everyone was no longer contemptuous, instead, they were filled with nervousness and even fear. At this time, another ground fire rat came to report that a small group of hyenas had been found ahead. This was an extremely difficult beast to deal with in the green grasslands. After understanding the situation, Liku immediately arranged for everyone to take a detour. No need. Just settle it. I'm in charge here. After saying that, Bai Ye greeted everyone and followed. This group of grassland hounds was only 10 or so. It was completely inadequate. White Knight held the sword spirit and charged straight up. He knew he was reckless, but he wasn't that reckless. That's a pack of hyenas. You're a beast master and you're just going to go up like that? Li Ku felt that he didn't even have the certainty of victory. Lu Fang even transformed into a running thunder tiger again, making preparations to rescue him at any time. However, amongst the hyenas, Bai Ye was dancing like an ancient sword fairy. The skill of the sword was so exquisite that even Lu Fang's eyes widened in surprise. Is this a movie? Sans movies don't even dare to shoot like this. It's incredible. Maybe this is the power of a SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. When things weren't decided, they pushed towards SSS level, and they hadn't seen it before anyway. As the hyenas died, the Beast Soul battle armor appeared on Bai Ye's body. The more hyenas that died, the tougher the Beast Soul battle armor became. At the back, there was almost no need for defense, and one could kill several hyenas with a hard-on. It was that powerful. However, White Knight didn't kill all of them and left one behind. Number 1. I'll leave the remaining one to you. White Knight put away his sword spirit and retired his battle armor, clean as a whistle, passing through the chaotic flowers, not touching a single leaf. This dashing style won a burst of adoration from the beast maidens. Lu Fang's eyes were also glowing. Jean Gang sniffed and charged up in the form of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, the hyena, which was as fragile as a slice of melon under White Knight, was extremely flexible in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Only the hyena kept circling back and pulling out its crotch. When it caught a chance, it bit on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's butt. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail swiped at the hyena's body, but was unable to cause substantial damage. Instead, the hyena took the opportunity of falling to the ground to pounce and bite the Tyrannosaurus' lower abdomen. The Tyrannosaurus wailed in pain. In the end, it was only in the midst of the chaos that the Tyrannosaurus Rex performed the trample skill before finally trampling the hyena's lower body. Even so, the hyena was still ferocious, using its two front legs to support half of its body. It also bit furiously on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. In pain, the Tyrannosaurus Rex once again cast the tear bite skill and bit the hyena to pieces. The battle was finally over. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was covered in bruises. The broken clothes could barely pocket the huge body. This was why the beast skins of exotic beasts were more precious. It was because leather armor made from beast skins not only increased defense, but also avoided the embarrassment of broken clothes caused by the battle. It was fortunate that Gongsun Aotian knew healing techniques, or else the Tyrannosaurus Rex would be considered wasted for a short period of time. A rank 5 hyena had almost ruined a rank 9 Tyrannosaurus beastus. Everyone finally recognized the reality. At the same time, in contrast, they also finally saw how powerful White Knight was. He was in the middle of a dozen or so hyena packs without a single leaf touching him. And he was also a beastmaster. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Bai Ye broke open the hyenas' heads one by one and found 2 white beast soul beads. Looks like you guys really need to step up your training. White Knight was very dissatisfied with everyone's performance and shook his head helplessly. At this time, several ground fire rats had already come over to report that they had found the long-toothed rabbit. Next, number 4. White Knight pointed at a long-toothed rabbit. The one who stood out was a white lotus flower-like girl. It was the school flower Chu Yulan. Only to see her give White Knight a sultry and adoring glance, she transformed into a celestial eagle and fiercely flew towards the long-toothed rabbit. With a pair of eagle claws, she grabbed the long-toothed rabbit's neck dead center and lifted it up. The long-toothed rabbit struggled desperately. Although the heavenly eagle flew shakily, it still lifted the long-toothed rabbit and flew 100 meters into the air. Then it violently dropped it. the long-toothed rabbit directly fell to its death. An operation that was very smooth, and was considered to be one that performed quite well amongst the crowd. Chu Yulan seemed to have regained the pride that originally belonged to her, and stood in front of White Knight in a churlish manner, displaying her beauty. Couldn't figure out what there was to be proud of for dropping a long-toothed rabbit to death. Trouble make way. Next, White Knight waved his hand, signaling that Chu Yulan could stand to the side. Brother Knight, people are mounts and can't fight. It was Yi Sakura. Then what are you getting together for? White Knight was a bit dissatisfied. Brother Knight, you help people wait, I'll let you ride. Yi Sakura whined and pouted. Ahem. There are so many people, why are they being so immodest? Suddenly, Lu Fang became highly nervous and immediately transformed into a running thunder tiger and blocked in front of the crowd. Her imperial beast masters were also each gaining status, desperately adding to her. Teacher Li Ku, quickly take everyone away. At the same time, release a flare and call for help from the garrison. Lu Fang's voice trembled a bit as she was nervous. Because, up ahead, she sensed an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. Even the alpha-level foreign beasts were far inferior. There was only one possibility. The lords had appeared. This place was so close to the entrance, how could a lord-class foreign beast appear? Lu Fang was about to be dumbfounded. However, there was no time to dwell on it now, one could only hope that they could withstand it. I hope the students are all fine. Li Ku also realized this and was even more nervous and trembling. Lord-class foreign beast even she was no match at all. Quickly go. Beast maidens all transformed. Those who can carry people on their backs. I can also carry a few people on my back. Hurry, hurry. The scene was chaotic under Li Ku's shouts. However, White Knight was indifferent. White Knight, what are doing? Hurry up and go. It's a lord-class fey beast. Li Ku turned into a golden eagle and reminded in a shrill voice. Lu Fang couldn't help but turn around and urge her as well. White Knight, quickly go. Go to the military camp. Bai Knight was the Jiangzhou school's treasure and could not afford to be lost. Looking at the chaotic scene, Bai Knight cried and laughed. Settle down, this is my little brother too. White Knight stepped forward and waved, and under the nervous gaze of the crowd, the hurricane demon leopard slowly walked over. The head, which was bigger than a human, rubbed affectionately against Bai Knight. It messed with Lu Fang's nerves. With such a close distance, even she was too late to rescue. Behind the hurricane demon leopard, there was also a leader-class kangaroo. Only to see the kangaroo pull out 10 white beast soul beads from its own pocket and offer them to White Knight. This is tribute? A lord-level foreign beast, actually paying tribute to White Knight. Everyone finally understood why everyone in Qingqing town was so polite when they saw Bai Knight. Who the hell would dare not be polite? Treating the overlord of the verdant grasslands as a little brother, this place could truly be said to be Bai Knight's home. Lu Fang and Li Ku looked at each other and suddenly felt redundant. What else is there to protect? This was all at Bai Knight's home, so what else was there to protect? The two of them transformed back into their human forms and cowered at the back, quietly watching Bai Knight act like a bully. However, White Knight's next move still refreshed their perceptions. At this moment, in a flat clearing, there was a row of handled long-toothed rabbits inserted. The ground fire rats were lined up in rows and were fighting to spit out flames. One wave of flames had just been extinguished, and another wave immediately followed. Seamless succession. Under the roasting of the flames of the ground fire rats, the fat long-toothed rabbit was bubbling with oil, emitting a burst of aroma. The leader of the fire rats even knew how to sprinkle chili and cumin on it. The movements were incredibly skillful. It was simply magical. What was even more magical was that the lord-level hurricane demon wolf was sitting on the side, its saliva flowing all over the place, and it looked like it couldn't wait for the meal to start. Taking advantage of Mouse little brother's inattention, the hurricane demon wolf also tried to steal a half-baked long-toothed rabbit. It was discovered by Rat Shouty in time and slapped back. Mouseketeer, don't be in a hurry, you want your master to eat first. Hurricane demon wolf, I just want to taste if it's cooked for my master. In front, White Knight was still commanding. Today, only those who participate in the battle will have roasted meat to eat, otherwise go hungry. Under White Knight's compulsion, even Yi Sakura's rouge horse cooperated by kicking away a long-toothed rabbit with its long legs. The most amazing thing was a plant-based beast girl. Pea shooter. Once it finished transforming, it would be rooted in the dirt and unable to move. However, it was able to quickly spit out head-sized super peas, smashing a long-toothed rabbit's head in a few hits. Lin Meng drooled at the sight. With peas this big, one would be enough for a meal. Taking advantage of the end of the battle, Lin Meng sneaked up to pick up a large pea and went up to gnaw on it. As a result, she almost knocked her teeth out. It was too hard. Throwing it to the ground fire rat to cook, it turned out that it couldn't be cooked either. Lin Meng was disappointed and diverted her attention. Everyone else performed well. With the help of the ground fire rats, finding the foreign beasts was quite simple. Over the course of the day, each person experienced more than 10 battles. However, the opponents were mainly low-level foreign beasts like the long-toothed rabbit, jumping antelope, and giant-horned savage bull. The cumulative number of white beast soul beads obtained was less than 10. It wasn't as much as the Hurricane Demon Leopard's tribute, but for the students, it was very satisfying. Finally experiencing a real battle. That feeling of tension and excitement really got to their heads. Had to once again sigh, the gap between ordinary people and geniuses is really too big. In the evening, the lively barbecue party began. The students who had worked hard for a day, with fatigue and excitement, as well as the exuberant energy of 18 years old, sang and danced on the grassland. It was as lively as if they were really on vacation. The people who passed by had a sense of unreality. When did the terrifying alien beast space become so harmonious? However, the harmony was only of the white knights, they were still menacing and cruel. Before dark, everyone withdrew from the verdant grassland with great interest. With White Knight around, sleeping out in the wilderness wasn't dangerous, but it was ultimately inconvenient. On the way back, Lu Fang told White Knight her thoughts. You're a SSS-ranked genius, you're different from ordinary people, there's no need to waste any more time with them. Seize the time, rise to level 9 within a week, it would be even better if you can reach the Black Iron level, there's a very important league that you need to participate in next. If you get a good enough score, you can even be directly exempted from the written exam. Hearing that he could be exempted from the written exam, White Knight's eyes instantly glowed. With his little bit of theory level, it was already good enough for him to not turn in a blank paper. Wanting to get into an institution of higher learning on his own was nearly impossible. He at least had the memories of his predecessor to turn over. Lin Meng would really have nothing, a proper white paper player. Being exempt from the exam was the only hope they had left. Fuck! White Knight took on the mission without hesitation. The resources of the green grassland had been pretty much spoiled, so it was time to take a look at the new alien beast space. At this time, Nangong Qianxue finally realized her value. Go directly to Jiangzhou City. I'm familiar there. In order to pursue Bai Ye, Nangong Qianxue had come to the tiny Qinjiang county. Jiangzhou City was where she was truly familiar with. It was rich in resources and had the most suitable alien beast space for newbies in the entire Jiangnan region. Hearing that she was going back to Jiangzhou City, Nangong Qianxue immediately and excitedly called for an overbearing SUV. The driver was a gentle-looking middle-aged man, and there was a cold woman in black leather armor sitting in the passenger seat. White Knight opened his eye of true vision and swept it, realizing that they were all surprisingly Black Iron 9-star existences. They were even more powerful than Principal Lu Feng. Especially the cold woman named Nangong Yan, who was actually a weapon spirit as well. A B-rank Xianxian dagger. As soon as Nangong Shallow Snow got on the car, she greeted politely. And Yan. For the driver, it was still ignored. One could only say that the status of men in this world was too low. HM. Nangong Yan nodded slightly as a response. It looked even colder than Nangong Qianxue. Instead, a faint smile appeared on her face when she saw Bai Knight, and she couldn't even help but praise her. You're very good. White Knight was nothing, but instead, Nangong Qianxue had a shy face. It was made to look as if she was being complimented. Xinjiang County was remote and it took 3 hours to drive. The three of them got into the back seat and drifted off to sleep. Lin Meng's saliva flowed all over the place, and from time to time, she had to tickle White Knight twice. In a daze, options suddenly appeared before White Knight's eyes. Option 1. Continue to doze off and then get blown up into the sky. Reward for completion, primary healing pill *1, if there's still a chance to eat it. Option 2. Shake Lin Meng awake, kick open the car door, and fly into the sky. Completion reward, agility +10. Option 3. Remind the driver to stop immediately, then get out of the car to defuse the bomb. Completion reward, explosive bomb *1. After seeing the options, White Knight instantly sobered up. Crap! There was an ambush ahead. Seeing what the system meant, it would be life-threatening. What else is there to choose? White Knight immediately sat up straight and called out. Stop the car! Stop the car! The driver was startled, but didn't stop. This is a highway, you can't just stop. There was no time to explain. Seeing that the driver didn't stop, White Knight directly picked up the sleepy Lin Meng, grabbed Nangong Qianxue, and kicked open the car door. Quickly transform. Fly out. Nangong Qianxue had been through many battles with Bai Ye and had never seen Bai Ye in such a hurry. So without asking much, she directly completed her transformation and carried Bai Ye in a flight. At the same time, a hot flame came from underneath the car. This was followed by a deafening explosion. The overbearing SUV was directly torn apart, with pieces splattering everywhere. Bai Knight put a beast spirit armor on Lin Meng, then carried her as a shield, blocking the powerful shockwave as well as the car debris. It wasn't until then that Lin Meng finally came to her senses. What? Going to have a barbecue party? There's no barbecue meat, but there's one for barbecuing people. White Knight said as he pointed at the flames rushing into the sky below. Nangong Yan and the driver hadn't reacted to the explosion just now. However, Nangong Yan was physically strong as a beast maiden, and even the explosion didn't cause much damage to her. The driver was not so lucky. As a fragile Imperial Beastmaster, he was directly blown up into serious injuries before being engulfed by the flames. It seemed that this murder was aimed at the Imperial Beastmaster. As for whether it was against the driver or White Knight, it was impossible to say. Bai Ye thought about it, he had only left Jiangzhou County for the first time, he shouldn't have offended anyone. The only possibility was that it was against the Nangong family. At the same time, a car that was following at the back stopped, and several powerful beast masters and beast maidens came out from above. White Knight swept a glance, all of them were at the black iron level. Qianxue, do you recognize these people? Nangong Qianxue flew around in a circle, then shook her flying sword, indicating that she didn't recognize them. However, she also understood that these people were afraid that they were coming for her. Sure enough, after those people saw Nangong Qianxue fly out ahead of time, although they were a bit surprised, they still reacted at the first opportunity. One of the beast maids transformed into a crimson bloodbat and chased after Nangong Qianxue. How dare you make a move against the Nangong family? Simply seeking death. Nangong Yan finally slowed down from the explosion, transforming into the Xianxian dagger and intercepting towards the bloodbat. Your opponent is me. A firewolf was killed from a diagonal, a hot ball of fire, forcing the black Xuanha dagger back. The arcane dagger could only travel low in the air and did not have the ability to fly in the sky, so it was impossible to bypass the firewolf. Although the explosion just now didn't cause much damage to her, the death of the contracted Imperial Beastmaster caused her to enter a weakened state. In contrast, on the other side, the firewolf had an Imperial Beastmaster behind it, and with the two combined, it steadily suppressed the Xianxian dagger. If they wanted to get away and rescue them, it was simply impossible. White Knight and the others, they could only rely on themselves. The flying sword carried White Knight and the Dark Knight Cat Demon, flying hard. However, facing the 5-star Black Iron Bloodbats, there was no speed advantage at all. They were soon caught up. The Bloodbat opened its mouth and spat out a bloody arrow, heading straight for White Knight. Her target was surprisingly White Knight. With the body plate of a Beastmaster, it definitely couldn't carry such an attack. White Knight could only raise Lin Meng as a shield once again. The Beast Spirit armor shattered in response, and the bloody arrow almost pierced through the Dark Knight Cat Demon's body. The level difference was too great. And in the air, both White Knight and the Dark Knight Cat Demon could only take passive hits. The fierce poison mist was also ineffective against the Bloodbats with higher poison resistance. If they continued like this, sooner or later, they would be killed by the Bloodbats. Fall down. White Knight didn't care about the danger on the ground and hurriedly commanded the flying sword to drop down. The Bloodbats were in hot pursuit. He watched as the blood arrows took shape once again. At this point, it wasn't far from the ground. White Knight rolled over and gripped the sword spirit, releasing Silver Moon Slash. At the same time, he threw the Dark Knight Cat Demon towards the Bloodbats. The Silver Moon Slash was unbeatable when dealing with SSS-level beasts. However, when facing a 5-star Black Iron Beast Maiden, it was somewhat inadequate. It only broke through the Bloodbat's body, causing a shallow damage. Meow! The Dark Knight Cat Demon suddenly let out a regal lion's roar, interrupting the Bloodbat's coalescing blood arrows, and at the same time shocking the Bloodbat into a slight dizziness. Taking this opportunity, it violently leapt onto the Bloodbat's back. Giganticization. The power of a giant elephant. Under the double superposition, the Dark Cat Demon became even more massive than the Bloodbat. The Bloodbat desperately resisted, but its strength was simply no match for the Dark Knight Cat Demon at this point. It was pressed down rapidly. Boom! The Bloodbat and the Dark Knight Cat Demon crashed to the ground together with a dull thud. Of course, it was mainly the weight of the Dark Knight Cat Demon. But with the Bloodbat as a meat cushion, the Dark Knight Cat Demon didn't suffer much damage. The Bloodbat, on the other hand, was crushed to the point of almost vomiting blood. White Knight, who had prepared for this, rushed up with Nangong Qianxue in his hand. Sharp, armor breaking, coupled with White Knight's tremendous strength. The blood shield that the Bloodbat had urgently gathered was directly pierced. The longsword pierced into the Bloodbat's body, completing a large amount of damage. The Bloodbat wanted to struggle, but was deadlocked by the several tons of Dark Knight Cat Demon, and could only flap its wings in vain. The sword rose again. The Bloodbat's head was chopped off, completely dying. The three of them had combined their efforts and had actually defeated a Black Iron level 5 Beast Maiden. Nangong Qianxue had a vague sense of unreality. Last time, White Knight and Lin Meng combined their efforts to defeat Li Ku because Li Ku was lightly defeated and didn't kill. This Bloodbat Beast Maiden in front of her was much more powerful and really wanted to kill White Knight. As a result, this was all counter-killed. One had to sigh, Bai Knight was really strong. Quickly go save Aunt Yen. Nangong Qianxue suddenly reacted. Just before escaping, everyone noticed that there was more than one killer. Moreover, Nangong Yen had suffered heavy injuries and was even less of an opponent. The truth was exactly the same. At this moment, the Xianxian dagger that Nangong Yen had transformed into was barely able to maintain its beast mother state under the attack of the firewolf. It was quickly knocked back to its original form, lying shriveled on the ground. Who are you guys? How dare you make a move against the Nangong family? Nangong Yen spat out blood and questioned. Humph. It's your Nangong family that doesn't know how to behave, who's to blame? The firewolf sneered and opened its mouth to spit out flames, preparing to burn Nangong Yen to death. Suddenly, it sensed a hint of danger and hurriedly tried to dodge. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The Dark Night Cat Demon, with its status stacked full, from its stealthy state, struck out with fierce poison claws. The firewolf only had time to slightly deflect its head to avoid the vitals of its neck, and its shoulder was directly torn apart, dripping with blood. Dark green venom flowed into his body along with the blood, and his status dropped drastically, clearly poisoned. At the same time, White Knight, holding the sword spirit and covered in blood-bat armor, also appeared in the field. Seeing the few people who had gone and returned, Nan Gongyan was both relieved and angry. "Why are you guys back again? Quickly go away. You guys are no match." Her mission was to protect Nangong Qianxue, not to be protected by Nangong Qianxue. "Since you're back, don't leave. He. After seeing the visitor clearly, the firewolf burst into a fierce laugh. It didn't look at the few people in the slightest. As for the whereabouts of the bloodbat, she didn't even bother to ask. It was impossible that they were killed. This was good, it was equivalent to the credit being hers alone. Firewolf excitedly turned around and pounced on the Dark Night Cat Demon. As long as she solved these guys and kidnapped Nangong Qianxue, she would be able to get a large sum of money. More than enough to raise her another star. It was important to know that for a beast maiden at her level, the consumption was in the millions for every level up. The Dark Cat Demon had prepared for this, and after a successful sneak attack, she spat out a burst of poisonous mist before initiating a swift pounce and fleeing in reverse. The Fire Wolf pounced. Only when she gave chase did she realize that her speed was unexpectedly no match for the Dark Night Cat Demon. She was a Black Iron level 5 beast maiden. The other party was only a small beast maiden who had just reached adulthood. How could this be? In its full state, the Dark Cat Demon's agility reached 1,300 points. An ordinary Black Iron ranked beast maiden wouldn't be able to catch up. Seeing that he couldn't catch up to the Dark Night Cat Demon, Firewolf turned his head and aimed at White Knight. He didn't believe that an Imperial Beast Master could be this powerful. It had thought that White Knight would harness a flying sword to escape. However, White Knight wasn't afraid at all, and with his sword spirit in hand, he charged head-on. First, he released a Silver Moon Slash, blocking the Firewolf's charge. Then, utilizing his sword art proficiency, he fought the Firewolf in a fierce battle. In this world, with the Beast Maiden being honored, there were hardly any sword arts or fist arts. Encountering this situation for the first time, Firewolf was also in a state of confusion. On the contrary, the sword spirit's attacks were extremely strong, especially the sharpness coupled with the armor breaking. Even the Firewolf would have its skin split open if it was hit. Fortunately, there was an Imperial Beast Master behind her, who promptly released a healing spell, as well as a shield, for the Firewolf. Taking this opportunity, the Firewolf fought back, attempting to use the flames to burn White Knight into ashes. What came out was a mouthful of blood. It was the power of the counterattack. The Dark Night Cat Demon found the lurking Imperial Beastmaster and slapped it to death with one claw. The Firewolf fell into a weakened state under the backlash. White Knight took the opportunity to thrust out his sword, penetrating the Firewolf's body and seriously injuring it. The Dark Night Cat Demon returned to help and tangled with it. The fierce poison mist superimposed on the fierce poison claws caused the Firewolf to grow weaker and weaker. The Dark Cat Demon, however, was recovering with blood, and its condition was getting better and better. Finally, the Firewolf could not support its huge body and fell to the ground with a plop. It turned into a ragged woman, no longer able to maintain the Beast Maiden transformation. Nan Gongyan, who was on the side, watched in awe. A few little guys, unexpectedly defeating a powerful Black Iron ranked Beast Maiden. It was incredible. White Knight was simply a miracle worker. Although she had seen it many times, now that she saw it again, Nan Gongyan was still shocked. "Speak! Who sent you guys?" White Knight condescended to look down on the Firewolf Beastmistress. "Humph! A countryside brat who dares to covet the Nangong family's daughter. Don't you know how much trouble you've caused?" The Firewolf Beastess mocked as she spat out blood. "So the crux is here. But you guys seem to have gotten it wrong. It's Nangong Qianxue who pursues Bai Night, not Bai Night who covets Nangong Qianxue, okay? However, it doesn't matter. Daring to come and kill someone just for this is really lawless. No matter who was behind it, Bai Ye couldn't spare him. Are you guys from the Chung family?" Nangong Qianxue turned back into her human form and asked with an ironclad face. For the sake of pursuing Bai Ye, she had paid so much, and it had been hard for her to get in line and get the love number plate. Being messed up like this, it was practically a lost cause. Could she not be angry? "Miss Nangong, I hope you'll behave yourself." The Firewolf Beastess was in a pool of blood, but she still didn't forget to threaten. "Go to hell." Nangong Qianxue was so angry that she directly transformed into a sword spirit again and stabbed the Firewolf Beastess to death. Further questioning probably wouldn't lead to anything useful, but would instead make Bai Ye even angrier. "What's the situation?" Bai Night looked at Nangong Qianxue. "It's nothing, it's just that Cheng Pang, the son of the Cheng family, once pursued me, and after I rejected him, he stalked me and even threatened me with my family. Cheng Pang has a maniacal personality, relying on his family having a few stinking dollars. He often does crazy things, so I suspect it's him." Nangong Qianxue explained. "It's that whatever the #1 richest man in Jiangzhou is?" Bai Ye suddenly remembered that when he had just awakened, there was also a person who claimed to be the daughter of the richest man in Jiangzhou who pursued him, and it seemed that her surname was also Chang. Nangong Qianxue nodded with some guilt. She felt very guilty for involving Bai Ye in this kind of fight. It's fine, it's not your fault. Bai Ye patted Nangong Qianxue as a sign of comfort. During this period of time, he had gotten along very well with Nangong Qianxue, and Bai Ye had already treated her as a friend. Daring to treat his friend like this was simply looking for death. No matter what his status was, sooner or later, he would have to teach him a good lesson. Hurry up and go, I'm afraid they'll have other tactics next. And it's not good to be found out by the inspectorate. The slightly recovered Nangong Yen stepped forward to remind. Everyone thought about it. After all, they had killed someone. Even if they were more justified and powerful, they would have to go over and make a statement or something. Quite troublesome. So they grabbed the other party's car and continued to Jiangzhou city. Jiangzhou is really much more lively than Xinjiang County. This can be seen from the dress of the little sister. The more developed the place, the cooler the little sister wears. True, I'm not fooled. Bai Ye was dazzled by what he saw. When he arrived at the hotel that Nangong Qianxue had booked, Bai Night even saw what was called luxury. Upon entering, there was a row of 185 handsome men on the left, and on the right was a row of rabbit girls, cat-eared ladies, small flower demons, and mermaids. Is this formal? White Knight couldn't help but ask the doubt in his heart. Formal. Nangong Qianxue was speechless. Regular even. Bai Night turned around and was about to leave. Enough. Nangong Qianxue covered her face and pulled Bai Night inside. This is the best hotel in the entire Jiangzhou. You don't ask about the food and accommodation but ask if it's formal or not? Sick, right? After arranging the accommodation, Nangong Qianxue took Bai Night and Lin Meng to the restaurant downstairs. Giant arowana shrimp, ice bear paw, jade deer tail. A dish of food made from exotic beasts made Lin Meng's eyes water with harumph. However, Bai Night noticed that all of these delicacies were made from ordinary foreign beasts, and basically no meat from alpha-class foreign beasts could be seen, let alone lord-class. Can you process the meat of foreign beasts here? White Knight asked. Of course I can. The service staff responded very politely. Oh, then make me a lion's head. White Knight pulled out a huge lion's head with a diameter of more than a meter from his dimensional space and slapped it on the bar. It scared the waiter so much that he backed up and almost fell over. Even if it was already dead, the intimidating aura of the Earth Berserker lion was still not something an ordinary person could withstand. You're a chieftain-class exotic beast? The attendant asked with a trembling voice. Lord level. Bai Night replied casually. Ah. The waiter once again retreated in fear. A lord-level foreign beast. How powerful an existence must that be? Ordinary people had never even seen one before, not to mention eating it. Even for top hotels like theirs that surpassed the 5-star level, the meat of a lord-level foreign beast had never appeared before. The waiter didn't dare to receive it at all and hurriedly invited out the manager. The manager nodded his head and acted extremely respectful. It just indicated that there was a difficulty. The lion's head wasn't made from a lion's head. What if we just use a lion's head to make a lion's head? White Knight kept the lion's head just to eat lion's head. Such a big hotel couldn't even make it. Master Bai is going to get angry. The manager's face was covered in sweat and he could only promise to try his best. Then White Knight pulled out another 2-meter-long wolf leg from the dimensional space. Trouble this one to help roast it as well. Feeling the ferocious aura that remained on the wolf leg, the manager gulped. This one is also a lord-class fey beast? Ah nah. Based on the principle of not taking advantage of a bargain if there was one, White Knight pulled out another bunch of ingredients from his dimensional space. There was the crocodile tail of the black-scaled crocodile leader, the trunk of the giant elephant leader, and the ribs of the golden-horned rhinoceros leader. All of them were stuffed into the dimensional space by White Knight under Lin Meng's compulsion. Even though White Knight's dimensional space was 8 cubic meters at the time, it was still stuffed to the brim. If the hotel could do it all in one sitting, it wouldn't be a meal that could be finished. The main thing was that there was a time stationary function inside the subspace, and the things thrown in there could even retain their heat. It was simply a matter of utilizing the hotel chef to make them, so that when they entered the phase space later, they could just take them out and eat them. The meat of the alpha level or even the lord level was of great help for energy recovery, as well as energy growth. Looking at the full of high-quality ingredients, the hotel manager was already numb. Not to mention the manager, even the diners, their eyes were all round. Good fellow, pulling out so many precious ingredients in a single breath, the lowest of which are from a chief-class alien beast? It couldn't have all been fought by him, right? They look so young, how could they possibly kill a head-collar-level foreign beast? It's probably some rich second generation who collected them to lose. Look at that superb beauty next to them, she seems to be the Nangong family's daughter. Oh, that's alright then. I wonder which family's son this handsome guy is. Handsome and rich, so envious. In the midst of the crowd of envious words, a mocking voice suddenly came. Hee, which is what kind of male son, clearly a country bumpkin from a small place. The crowd turned around and realized that it was actually Chang Pang, so they speculated about what he meant. I heard that some time ago, a SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster appeared in Jiangzhou County, and the Nangong family's daughter directly ran over to pursue him. It couldn't be this handsome man in front of us, right? I heard that SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster even rejected the Chang family's Missy. It's rumored that Chang Peng has been pursuing the Nangong family's daughter since she was old enough to understand. This is multiple layers of emotions superimposed. Ah, crap. Is it that explosive? There's a good show to watch. Under the attention of the crowd, Chang Peng indeed walked towards Bai Ye and the others. Qianxue, you're back. In that instant, Chang Peng only had Nangong Qianxue in his eyes. Call me by my full name. I'm not that familiar with you. Nangong Qianxue did not hide her disgust. Qianxue, who is this? Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. Surname Chang. Nangong Qianxue felt disgusted even saying his name. Oh, so you're from that rabbit family? Bai Ye remembered that Cheng Yu was a rabbit lady. This undoubtedly ignited Cheng Peng's anger. Because in this world, the strong were honored and rabbits were the weakest, they were often curse words. Used to describe men, it was even more humiliating, equivalent to saying that women were chickens. What's more, in the Chang family's genes, women were already mostly rabbit mothers. This was undoubtedly having their tails stepped on. You country bumpkin. Looking for death. Cheng Peng was instantly anxious and was about to hit Bai Ye with his open hand. In his opinion, a hillbilly Imperial Beast Master, I'm afraid that he was relying on the little attributes he had accumulated from upgrading. Even if he was SSS ranked, what could he do? It simply wasn't enough to look at. After all, he had eaten all sorts of precious spirit fruits, and his strength was as high as 250. Even a beast maiden of the same level was slightly inferior. However, Chang Peng's hand did not fall. He felt that his hand was being clamped by an iron vice, and he was unable to move it in the slightest. How did you get so much strength? Chang Peng's face was suffocatingly red and filled with shock. It's true that you're from a rabbit family, with this much strength, you dare to show off? White Knight threw Chang Peng aside like a broken rag. Kid, I didn't kill you during the day. You will never be spared tonight. Chang Peng's angry words instantly exposed his actions during the day. Surname Chang, it was really you who messed up during the day. Nangong Qianshue's eyes turned red with anger. That driver during the daytime and Nangong Yan, the pair of partners, had been her bodyguards, protecting her for so many years. As a result, they were killed today. Although Nangong Qianxue had suspected that it was Chang Peng, but because there was no evidence, she didn't just slander it. As a result, she didn't expect that Chang Peng would explode on his own. Chang Peng knew that he had slipped up, but he couldn't care less about that and directly shouted, Zhenrong, go! A tall girl stepped out in response. Even without a transformation, her aura was extremely impressive. White Knight's eye of true vision checked it out and realized that it was actually an S-class beast girl. Golden Mammoth. Name, Zhenrong. Talent, S-rank, A-rank evolution. Rank, 9th level Golden Mammoth. Remarks, Golden Bloodline 1%. Strength, 600. Agility, 300. Physique, 600. Energy, 200. Beastmaster, Chang Peng. Skills, Trample, Proboscis Whip, Megaforce, Punch, Gravity, Golden Armor, Shockwave. This attribute was comparable to a Black Iron level Beastmaster. It was the first time White Knight had seen a Beast Maiden with so many skills, and it was still evolved from an A-class with a Golden Bloodline as high as 1%. White Knight remembered that the previous 0.1% Golden Bloodline was sold for $1 million. This 1% from Zhenrong was $100 million. As an A-class Beast Maiden, there should only be 2 to 3 skills upon awakening, and the rest should be acquired from the Beast Spirit beads later on. All of these skills were of high quality, and with a not-so-high probability, it was estimated to be another 100 million. Also from her base attributes, she should have eaten a lot of precious spirit fruits. Good lord, when you do the math, building such a 9th level Beast Maiden cost at least a few 100 million ya. It was too extravagant. It was simply unrivaled. Chang Peng's attributes and skills were even better. Cultivating a Beast Master was even tougher. Because the Beast Master's skill beads could only be obtained from the treasure chests in the beast space or from special items. Each one was worth millions, and there was no guarantee of 100% comprehension. However, Chang Peng had strength enhancement, agility enhancement, defense enhancement, fire resistance increase, ice resistance increase, healing technique, insight, poison repellent, purification. Although the quality of the skills was slightly inferior, the quantity was already no less than White Knight. Talents were stacked from E rank to S rank. The resources that this required were even more astronomical. If there weren't enough channels, one couldn't even buy it with money. It could be seen how huge the Chang family's power was. With an opponent like this, there was no way for White Knight not to be cautious. At the same time, the options appeared again. Option 1, lose the fight. Completion reward, power -10. Option 2, win the fight. Reward for completion, strength +10. Option 3, win 3 times in a row. Completion reward, full attribute +10. In the world of Imperial Beasts, everyone is good at martial arts. As a top hotel, naturally there was a martial arts field. and it was very huge, just like the soccer fields in the previous world. White Knight and Changpeng both held back their anger and walked in. In the city, other than qualified places such as the martial arts arena and training grounds, fighting was forbidden elsewhere. Otherwise, if they fought in the hotel, they were afraid that the place would turn into ruins. This was something that even Changpeng did not dare to disobey. In front of a true power machine, his old man, so-called richest man, was useless. Both sides walked into the martial arts arena. A large number of spectators quickly gathered around them. The match between the son of the richest man and a SSS-level Imperial Beast Master, no matter which one, it was all gimmicky. There were even spectators who had started placing bets. And the starting price was extremely high, with a minimum of 100,000 per bet, capped at 10 million. After all, they were all rich people, not bad for that kind of money. After noticing this, White Knight secretly sent a message to Nangong Qianxue, asking her to help bet 10 million on herself to win. It was almost equivalent to half of White Knight's fortune. If he lost, White Knight would lose a lot. Therefore, this battle could not be lost. Perhaps it was because of the fact that Bai Knight was a legendary SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, so the odds were still maintained at 1-1, even against the richest son of the richest man. That wouldn't do. It was too little to earn. Bai Knight quickly turned his head, considering how to make the odds change. At this time, Jean Ron was the first to complete his transformation. A behemoth with a golden body that was more than 10 meters long and nearly 10 tons appeared in the arena. With every step, the earth almost trembled. Even the spectators in the stands felt a massive sense of oppression. That terrifying aura was comparable to that of a lord-level foreign beast. At the same time, the Dark Knight Cat Demon completed its transformation. With a length of more than half a meter and an aura like a pet cat, people couldn't help but be in a trance. As if afraid that the audience wouldn't believe her identity, the Dark Cat Demon even meowed twice. Crap! What the hell is this? Don't tell me that the legendary SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master is contracted to a pet cat? As if that's the truth. Didn't you guys watch the news? A while ago, there were several things about the SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master hanging on the hot search list, and one of them said that his contracted beast was a pet cat. Mud, I want to refund my ticket. Nope, it's refunding the bet. Change the bet. As the beast maids from both sides completed their transformations, the odds instantly changed dramatically. It directly soared to 1-4. This was still because everyone had already placed their bets before and couldn't change them. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have gone up to 1-10. After all, the difference was too great, not a weight class at all. Even with the assistance of a SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master, there was no chance at all. Seeing that their purpose was accomplished, White Knight and Lin Meng smiled at each other, deep in their hearts. This was the effect that was wanted. The battle began. Both sides started on status. White Knight only added war inspiration and beast spirit armor to Dark Cat Demon, and by the way, she let herself add extreme speed. All other skills were useless. The purpose was to hide her clumsiness. White Knight wanted to win 3 times in a row to get the third reward. If she scared Changpeng right off the bat, how could she win 3 times? The speed of the Dark Cat Demon was already higher than that of the Golden Mammoth, and under double acceleration, the Golden Mammoth couldn't even catch up with its shadow. Even if Changpeng had added agility enhancement, it was useless. In order to give the Golden Mammoth hope, the Dark Cat Demon hadn't run far, and occasionally went back to scratch a claw. The fierce poison claw could more or less break through a little bit of defense, and could even slightly poison the Golden Mammoth. It's not that the toxicity of the claws of poison isn't strong, it's really that the Golden Mammoth's size is too big, so this amount isn't quite enough. But this also made Changpeng nervous enough. He kept releasing poison-repelling spells. White Knight, on the other hand, took the opportunity to bypass the battlefield and ran to Changpeng, snapping him to the ground with a slap. Admit defeat or not? Changpeng froze for half a day before stifling a sentence. There's no such fight. White Knight didn't care, and came up with another big forced pocket, buzzing Changpeng's brain. When you get to the space of the foreign beasts won't talk to you about rules. Just ask if you admit defeat? Looking at Bai Ye's raised palm, Changpeng held his face red and eventually lowered his head. I admit defeat. Bai Knight snapped another big forced pocket. Didn't hear that, louder. Changpeng was almost knocked unconscious, and his face swelled up. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Changpeng stuffed special healing medicines into his mouth while aggrievedly shouting that he admits defeat. Done. White Knight clapped his hands and enthusiastically pulled Changpeng up before making a suggestion. Why don't we not count that round just now? Let's fight again and add another rule. Imperial Beastmasters can't fight Imperial Beastmasters. When Changpeng heard this, he answered without even thinking. That battle just now was too humiliating, especially in front of goddess Nangong Qianxue. If he didn't get his face back, how could he appear in front of Nangong Qianxue afterward? How to mix in Jiangzhou city? He was worried that he would not be able to find an opportunity. Since Bai Knight took the initiative to propose, Changpeng naturally would not refuse. The gamblers in the stands were also unwilling to recognize such an ending. So, the fight started again. This time, Bai Knight and Changpeng stood at each end, and no one circled back anymore. However, just now, it was only said that Imperial Beast Masters couldn't fight Imperial Beast Masters, it didn't say that Beast Masters couldn't fight Imperial Beast Masters. So as soon as the battle started, the Dark Knight Cat Demon filled up its status and directly pounced on Changpeng. The Golden Mammoth didn't have time to block it. When the Dark Knight Cat Demon placed its claws on Changpeng's neck, the battle was directly over. Can't you play a good game? There is no such thing as playing like this. Changpeng was about to cry. The spectators on the stands were also furious. After all, most of them had pressed for Changpeng to win. If the fight was won in a fair and square manner, everyone would still be able to accept it. But if you messed up like this, you wouldn't be able to convince everyone. So this time, there was absolutely no need for White Knight to push. In the midst of the crowd's clamor, as well as Changpeng's insistence, the third round of the competition logically began. This time, Bai Knight wasn't hiding anything. War inspiration, enormous transformation, and beast spirit armor were all added at the same time. The Dark Knight Cat Demon also exerted giant elephant power and extreme speed. The original body of more than half a meter leapt into a dozen meters long, no less than a golden mammoth. When they fought, whether it was speed or strength, they were equally no match for each other. It was only then that the audience reacted. They seemed to have been deceived. Where was this a pet cat? It was clearly a powerful S-class beast maiden as well. Moreover, behind her, there was also a SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. This was clearly an evenly matched battle. Some people regretted once again and wanted to change their bets. However, now that the betting disc was locked, no one could change the car again. Getting out of the car wasn't an option either. The Dark Knight Cat Demon in its full state, although its attributes were not weaker than the Golden Mammoth. But the Golden Mammoth's combat skills were very well matched, and there were so many active attack skills that it wasn't easy to defeat her. It was another bloody battle. However, the Dark Knight Cat Demon, who had been fighting for a long time, wasn't afraid of a bloody battle at all. Moreover, she had always treated the battles in this world as if she was playing a game. So she came up and fought with the Golden Mammoth in a close fight, not giving her a chance to utilize her skills at all. Even when the Golden Mammoth's long teeth pierced through the Dark Cat Demon's body, the Dark Cat Demon still scratched at the Golden Mammoth's face regardless. The ferocious fighting style shocked the audience. The Golden Mammoth, who had barely had any combat experience, was on the verge of being beaten to tears. However, the Dark Cat Demon got fiercer and fiercer the more it fought. Mainly because the Golden Mammoth had plenty of blood, the Dark Knight Cat Demon, nourished by blood recovery, was completely unafraid of damage. Even sucking and sucking, the Dark Cat Demon also gained 0.1% more golden bloodline. It was 10 times more than Chang Yuan, who had just started. In other words, the Golden Mammoth had lost at least 1/10 of its blood. It was on the verge of making people whole and anemic. As a result, the Dark Cat Demon gained a new skill, Golden Claw. Golden Claws popped out with a sharpness more than double that of the previous one, easily tearing through the Golden Mammoth's defenses and dealing a large amount of damage. When the Golden Mammoth lost 20% of her blood, she could no longer support her massive body and directly slumped into a pool of blood. "I admit defeat," the Golden Mammoth weakly shouted. "Can't hear you. Can't hear you." The Dark Knight Cat Demon pressed down on the Golden Mammoth's mouth while continuing to desperately suck blood. She had already discovered the benefits of the golden blood. Now, after possessing 0.2% of the golden bloodline, the Dark Cat Demon's golden claws were even sharper. Oh, the weak Golden Mammoth was no longer capable of resisting the Dark Knight Cat Demon, and with her mouth pressed down, she couldn't even cry out to admit defeat. Changpeng, who had discovered the situation, although his heart was unwilling, he could only pinch his nose and shouted to admit defeat for the third time. However, the Dark Knight Cat Demon was still unwilling to let go. Enough! Someone finally spoke out. It was a black iron level 9 beast nymph. It looked like it should be Changpeng's bodyguard. Seeing this, the Dark Knight Cat Demon was reluctant to let go and retreated back to Bai Knight. White Knight used the Eye of True Vision to see that the Dark Knight Cat Demon's golden bloodline had reached 0.22%. It was equivalent to picking up 22 million for nothing. Not bad for Lin Meng. But White Knight earned even more. 40 million directly. In addition, the system's reward had arrived, with a full attribute of +10. This hand earned a lot. White Knight returned to the hotel with everyone in a happy mood. At this time, all sorts of delicacies made from the meat of the alpha and lord level exotic beasts were brought to the table one after another. A 1-ton lion's head was made into a 200-pound super large meatball lion's head, emitting an extremely enticing aroma. I really don't know where the hotel got such a big pot. Lin Meng looked at the lion's head that was even bigger than herself and couldn't walk with gluttony. I consumed too much from the battle just now. I'll take care of this lion's head. You guys are okay with it, right? Lin Meng drooled and asked Bai Knight and Nangong Qianxue. Where did you consume just now? The Golden Mammoth was almost sucked dry by you. And such a big lion head, can you eat it alone? White Knight questioned loudly. Eat up. White Knight, quickly put me on giganticization. Lin Meng directly transformed into a Dark Knight Cat Demon in the hotel and cast giant elephant power while constantly urging White Knight. This was a true desire to eat the lion's head in one gulp. In the city, as long as they didn't fight, beast maids could transform. For example, those beast maiden welcome ladies at the entrance were in a half-transformed state. White Knight hurriedly drew out a dinner knife and sliced off a few pounds of meat, which gave the Dark Knight Cat Demon a huge transformation. Even for the more than 10-meter-long Dark Knight Cat Demon, it wasn't easy to eat a 200-pound lion's head. But the gluttonous Lin Meng still ate all of it and ended up with a rounded belly. Miraculously, every once in a while, Lin Meng's power added a little bit. It seemed that consuming and absorbing the meat of an alpha-level beast or above was able to increase the corresponding attributes. No wonder it was hard to see the meat of alpha collar level or above exotic beasts on the market. It's a pity. I should have moved the entire Earth Berserker Lion as well as the Silver Moon Pale Wolf's meat back before. Still, the subspace was too small. However, the amount that needed to be consumed was relatively large, like when Bai Ye and Nangong Qianxue shared the remaining bit of lion head, it didn't increase any attributes. At this time, the Silver Moon Pale Wolf legs were also roasted. It was a full 300 to 400 pounds. It took two burly beast maids to lift it together. Lin Meng looked at the roasted Silver Moon Pale Wolf legs, and tears indisputably flowed down the corners of her mouth. It was a pity that she couldn't eat anymore. This is called being young and not knowing precious, and being old and looking at empty tears. White Knight calmly cut off 2 pounds and shared it with Nangong Qianxue. The rest was put into the subdimensional space to keep it fresh. Next, giant elephant trunk, black-scaled crocodile tail, golden-horned rhinoceros ribs. The ingredients from various chieftain-level foreign beasts were processed into delicacies and served up. Even though the restaurant was filled with well-informed tycoons, they were still tempted to drool. Some people couldn't help themselves and went up to ask if they could sell some. But White Knight was now a super rich man with $50 million in assets. Would he care about that little bit of money? That's right, he cares. In addition to leaving 10 pounds of each to taste, all the others were sold. Surprisingly, he made a full $10 million. It was as if White Knight had seen a business opportunity. It's a pity that there are so few chieftain-level beasts, and the green grassland is almost spoiled by White Knight, but he's only managed to get so much meat. Moreover, it was too difficult to keep the meat of the beasts fresh. In face space, it would only take a day for the energy inside the meat to dissipate, making it even more unpalatable than bread meat. It was only because White Knight had a subdimensional space that he was able to make it this way. Anyone else would simply not be able to do it. After the wine and food were finished, Nangong Qianxue offered to take White Knight and the others for a stroll. Counting up, it had been about 10 days since they crossed over to this world, and this was the first time Bai Knight and Lin Meng had entered a big city. Along the way, Bai Knight noticed that the kind of sports cars with extremely low chassis from his previous life were gone, and there were more of various armored off-road vehicles. It seemed that even in the outside world, it wasn't that safe. There should be alien beasts sneaking out. The place Nangong Qianxue took them to was neither a movie theater nor a KTV, but instead a large shopping mall. All that was sold inside were things that Imperial Beast Masters and Beast Maidens needed. It just so happens that you made a lot of money today, so you can come here to improve yourself. Nangong Qianxue enthusiastically introduced. Why should I spend the money I earned with great difficulty? Bai Ye covered his pockets tightly and looked at Nangong Qianxue with a wary face. There are always unruly people thinking about my money bag. Then what are you making money for? Nangong Qianxue was full of doubts. Saving money for retirement. Bai Ye replied righteously. Nangong Qianxue was filled with black lines. You have to be more reasonable whenever you say you're saving money to get a daughter-in-law. If you want to save money for retirement now, wouldn't it be a bit too early? But whether to spend money or not is another story. There's always no problem with shopping. The first thing to enter was the clothing store. But instead of selling ordinary clothes, they were selling all sorts of leather armor and armor. These equipments can significantly increase defense, and some of the equipments made from special exotic beast skins or precious materials even come with extra attributes. Both Imperial Beast Masters and Beast Maidens can use them. Especially for Beast Maidens, it can effectively avoid the situation of being in rags after ending the transformation. Nangong Qianxue was familiar with this place and enthusiastically introduced them to Bai Knight. The front was all fine. After hearing about the functions of the Beast Maiden in the back, White Knight only felt that. What a nosy thing to do. It's the ragged ladies that look the best. White Knight casually picked up a leather armor and opened the eye of true vision. Ice Wolf leather armor, made of ordinary ice wolf skin. Equipment effect, defense plus 5, cold resistance plus 10%. Opening requirement, 1 point of energy consumed per hour. Yo, there's really an attribute. However, to open the equipment effect, it was surprising that it also consumed energy. It's a bit pitiful. Looking at the tag again, $5,000. A leather armor made from ordinary ice wolf skin, with a lousy batch of attributes, surprisingly sold for so much. No wonder so many people in Qingqing town were willing to collect exotic beast skins. White Knight had some regrets. Those alpha-level exotic beast skins of his, were they sold too cheaply? There were also those ordinary exotic beast skins that were just ignored. It was too wasteful. Although Lin Meng was most interested in food, as a woman, she was equally irresistible to good-looking clothes. As soon as she entered, she took a fancy to a small dress hanging in the center of the store that sparkled with starlight. Seeing this, the sales boy immediately introduced it enthusiastically. This beautiful young lady has a good eye. This skirt is made from the skin of a leader-level starlight tiger. Not only does it increase defense significantly, it also increases speed additionally. It is the treasure of the store. Lin Meng's eyes were filled with little stars and she immediately took it into the fitting room to change into it. When Lin Meng walked out of the fitting room, even White Knight felt a light in her eyes. The black dress, dotted with starlight, was like wearing the Milky Way on her body. Under the starlight, Lin Meng's skin was as bright as the white moon. For the first time, White Knight felt that Lin Meng looked like a woman. Starlight skirt, made from the skin of an alpha-grade starlight tiger. Equipment effect, defense plus 30, speed plus 30. Opening requirement, consume 1 point of energy per minute. This dress is equivalent to an increase of 60 attributes. Putting aside the absolutely beautiful design, the attributes alone were extremely high quality. One look at the price. 5 million. Martyr, money grabbing. Dream, do you want to buy it? White Knight asked sincerely. Aha! Lin Meng nodded heavily. How much money do you have? $500. That's $1 million short. Wait until you've saved up enough money to buy it. Don't you have my money? My money is my money. What's it got to do with you? White Knight, I'll fight you. Lin Meng's ladylike attributes that had just awakened were suddenly gone, and she once again fought with White Knight. Nangong Qianxue simply ignored it directly. It had long since gotten used to it. Suddenly, a voice came. Yo, isn't this the legendary SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master? How come you can't even afford a piece of equipment? The person who spoke was quite poised and looked a bit familiar. Who are you? White Knight clamped Lin Meng's head and was a bit puzzled. The person was choked for a bit and said with a grumpy face. My name is Ningwen. I used to be a student in White Knight's class. It turns out that it was once also Q Lu, also a classmate of Chungjian School Ah. Bai Knight let out an slight sound and continued to fight Lin Meng. There is no greater contempt than ignorance. Ningwen felt a great insult, pointed at Lin Meng, and pouted at the boy beside her. Brother Jia, I want that dress. Fine, buy it. It was rare to see a goddess pouting. Sun Jia's heart melted, angling his head and shouting at the clerk. I'll buy that dress. Quickly let that woman take it off. Can you afford to pay for it if it's ruined? The clerk smiled and took out the QR code. $5 million, please. Sun Jia froze at once. Crap, what kind of clothes, so expensive? Cough cough, when, that dress has all been worn, let's change it. Ningwen sniffed and her face instantly pulled down. Sun Jia, you can't afford it, can you? But you told me that your father is a billionaire. Seeing this, Sun Jia immediately became anxious. When, what are you saying? A dress, how could I not be able to afford it? Ningwen directly interrupted him. Stop it, if you buy this dress today, I'll contract you tomorrow, if not, let's go bye-bye. Sun Jia's face kept changing, and he finally clenched his teeth fiercely. Bye. If you can't give up your daughter-in-law, you won't be able to lasso a colorful wolf. Let's trick it into our hands first. Humph. Ningwen looked at Bai Knight with a smug expression. However, White Knight remained oblivious and only focused on fighting with Lin Meng. Sorry, my friend has already bought this dress. It was still Nangong Qianxue who stepped in and stopped the farce. How can that be? Clearly the clerk just said that he didn't buy it. Ningwen didn't believe it at all. Did I buy it? Nangong Qianxue looked at the sales clerk. Miss Qianxue, you've already bought it. The sales clerk immediately gave a respectful response. Only then did Ningwen react. This store was clearly owned by the Nangong family. Nangong Qianxue, you're the Nangong family's daughter, and the no. One beauty in Jiangzhou, paying so much, as far as that goes. Ningwen was puzzled. However, Nangong Qianxue didn't care at all because only she knew how powerful Bai Ye really was. I'm happy to. That was Nangong Qianxue's reply. Ningwen was completely speechless. She really didn't expect that Nangong Qianxue would be willing to give so willingly for Bai Knight. Sun Jia, on the other hand, was envious. It was simply a model for men. After the two left, Bai Ye didn't really ask Nangong Qianxue to pay. It was only $5 million, not bad money. Just now was just teasing Lin Meng. If Lin Meng wore something nice, the cheap one wouldn't still be White Knight. Here, besides equipment, there were also weapons. In this world, beast maidens couldn't use weapons, and imperial beast masters rarely participated in battles and couldn't use weapons, so the price of weapons was very low. White Knight had his eye on a golden spirit sword made from golden spirit iron with plus 100 attack power. Yet it only cost 1 million. It was considered extremely cheap. Moreover, Bai Knight had sword mastery, which was a perfect match for this sword. Just as Bai Knight was about to pay, Nangong Qianxue blocked in front of him with a grumpy face. Buying a sword in front of a sword lady. It was equivalent to jerking off in front of his wife. It would be strange for people to be happy. Bai Ye repeatedly promised that he would just put it in secondary space for backup and would never abandon her. Only then did Nangong Qianxue reluctantly accept. Next was the elixir spirit fruit area, and Bai Knight truly realized what was called luxury. Crap, A primary power pill that adds 1 point of strength actually costs 12,000. This thing is even drug resistant, and can only increase strength by 10 points at most. Oh ho, an intermediate power pill that adds 10 points of strength is selling for $150,000. It's a money grab. Isn't this the earth gold fruit I sold earlier? It's selling for 15,000, so I guess I really sold it cheap. A primary healing pill for 10,000? What's the use of this thing? I guess it can only treat the kind of wounds that are about to heal before they reach the hospital, right? Throughout the entire pill and fruit area, Bai Ye had been in a state of shock. It was too easy to make this damn money. Is it good to be a pill refiner? Bai Ye couldn't help but ask. Before Nangong Qianxue could open her mouth, the person selling pills on the side had already snorted out a laugh. Haha, little friend, you'll know when you get into an institution of higher learning. An alchemist is an even more precious existence than an imperial beast master. Imperial beast masters are generally 4-year systems, and alchemists have a minimum of 10 years. Simply to familiarize yourself with the pharmacology of various herbs, without 3 years, you simply can't do it. White Knight was just about to respond when options suddenly appeared before his eyes. Option 1, ignore the taunts and continue shopping. Completion reward, physique plus 10. Option 2, punch Jiangzhou in the face. Completion reward, elementary alchemy. Option 3, show off the whole scene. Completion reward, intermediate alchemy. Bai Ye wanted to show off the whole scene, but he didn't know anything about pill refining. He couldn't show it. So, it could only be a slap in the face. Pa! What are you hitting me for? Oh, there's a mosquito on your face. White Knight's face punching, surprisingly, was really just a literal face punch. It was really real. The system had no choice but to rule that option 2 was complete. Finally, he could refine pills. However, the mission wasn't over yet. That is to say, there could still be a follow-up. Right, what did you just say? Refining pills is hard? Bai Ye suddenly asked. Bullshit. Jiangzhou almost stormed off. Shouldn't something as simple as refining pills be as easy as having a hand at it? Bai Ye looked like he didn't believe it, and his pitch even went up a few degrees. The surrounding people couldn't help but look over when they heard this, wanting to see who had such a big mouth. Jiangzhou was even directly exasperated and laughed. I studied hard for 10 years before I became a junior pharmaceutical refiner, and you tell that you can do it with your hands? Fine, as long as you can refine a pill today, all the pills in my store will be given to you. Okay. Bai Ye didn't even think about it and directly agreed. What if you can't refine it? Jiangzhou looked at Bai Ye with a mischievous expression. The pills in his store were all elementary, but together, they were worth tens of millions of dollars. He wanted to see if this arrogant young man in front of him dared to bet 35 million in cash. Bai Ye directly pulled out all of his family's assets. There were also 10 million assets on the Green Grassland app. Let's hope that the system's reward for the primary pill refining technique is okay. Hey, White Knight, don't mess around. Oh, that money is still mine. I've never heard that you know how to refine medicine. Lin Mang couldn't help but get a little anxious. Even if you have the strongest pretending system, you can't pretend to be everything. If you don't succeed in pretending, be careful of getting hit in the face instead. Ha 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 ha. Good. Jiangzhou sniffed and directly answered. An arrogant second-generation rich man who dared to pretend to be a pussy in front of him, be prepared to be punched in the face. At 35 million, it was also true that he could buy all of his pills. Do you have a pill refining tool here? The system alchemy prompted that pill refining required a pill refining furnace, which Bai Ye didn't have. I'll lend you my pill refining furnace for a bit. First things first, if it blows up, you'll have to compensate me $10 million. Jiangzhou gave up his furnace. A primary pill refining furnace naturally wasn't worth 10 million. Jiangzhou treated Bai Ye like a dog big to slaughter. Fine. Bai Ye was too lazy to dwell on this, then fiddled with it for a bit without studying it. This thing was more complicated than a rice cooker. How does it work? There was no way around it. White Knight still had to ask. Pohahaha, is this person here to be funny? Can't even use a pill refining furnace, betting with someone for $35 million? Crazy? Rich people nowadays really know how to have fun. Probably trying to act tough in front of the two beauties next to him. The one in the white dress seems to be Jiangzhou's #1 beauty, Nangong Qianxue. The other one wearing a black skirt isn't bad either. That skirt seems to be made of starlight wolf skin and sells for $5 million. TSK TSK TSK, what a blessing. I wonder which big family's young master is equipped here. It looks like it's that SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master who's been on Hotlist 1 for a while now. Having a high talent for Imperial Beasts doesn't mean you can make medicine. The crowd was talking a lot, but basically the ridicule was predominant, and not many people believed that Bai Ye could really refine pills. Jiangzhou even had a winning expression on his face as he patiently gave Bai Ye a lecture on the usage of the pill refining furnace. This is the switch to turn on the fire spirit stone. Here you can adjust the flame size. This is. Bai Ye looked at the fire spirit stone with both eyes glowing. This thing is a masterpiece for barbecuing. Leaving the green meadow, Mouse's little brother couldn't follow him, and Bai Ye was worried about how to barbecue next. Wasn't this a sleepy person sending a pillow? Crap, Using a fire spirit stone as a barbecue charcoal is really not your average rich kid. A primary fire spirit stone can only burn for 10 hours at most, yet it's worth thousands. It's worth thousands. It can even top a white beast soul pearl. Bai Ye's level of dirtiness once again caused the crowd to be shocked. After playing with his understanding, Bai Ye began to study which medicine to refine again. Jiangzhou couldn't help but taunt Bai Ye when he saw him staring at the piles of medicinal herbs. Little friend, do you recognize the herbs? Do you need me to help you match the ingredients as well? Bai Ye blankly glanced at Jiangzhou and didn't bother with him. Opening the eye of true vision, information about the surrounding medicinal herbs immediately surfaced in front of his eyes. Bai Ye casually picked up a dolly flower and threw it into the pill refining furnace. When the water of the vigorous flower dried and curled slightly, he immediately poured a jar of foreign beast blood on it. Immediately afterward, he continuously put in other materials based on the reaction within the pill refining furnace and adjusted the temperature along with it. This is to refine power pills. Starting out this high? Usually novices practice some simple resistance potions, only experienced junior alchemists dare to practice this kind of complex pills. It feels like this guy is just messing around. No, his technique in no way looks like a novice. Among the crowd of people watching, there were also pill refiners present. They could tell at a glance that Bai Ye's technique was extremely professional. The grasp of timing was extremely precise. Even Jiangzhou had a look of disbelief on his face. This was even more skillful than his teacher. He's just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. But, how could such a young man know how to make medicine? Could this be the terrifying talent of a SSS-level Beast Master? Jiangzhou was numb. As if to verify Bai Ye's success, a burst of charming aroma emanated from the pharmacy. The entire pill refining furnace was shrouded in dense smoke. Under the illumination of the light, it refracted colorful colors. Dan fragrance, Dan mist, Dan xia. This is a collection of all the Dan wonders. Refining a furnace of primary vigorous pills can even give birth to a vision. It's incredible. Genius. Absolute genius. Excited words of praise continued to spill out from those who knew the trade. Even those who didn't know their way around could see the magic. Open the furnace. Accompanied by Bai Ye's yell, the pill refining furnace was opened, and inside lay a full 5 power pills. Under normal circumstances, a furnace that could produce 2 to 3 pills would be considered very successful. 4 pills in a furnace is extremely rare. 5 pills are even more likely to only exist in legends. White Knight, on the other hand, had done it. The entire audience was shocked. It was a complete showstopper. Intermediate level pill refining skill in hand. Master, do you want to sell the freshly baked power pills? I'll give you 13,000. I'll give you 15,000. I'll offer 100,000 for the whole lot. Some people began to snatch up the power pills that Bai Ye had refined. Only then did Bai Ye remember to pay attention to the pills that had just come out of the oven. Elementary vigorous pill, 1 grain, increases strength by 2 points, drug resistance halved. Surprisingly, the legendary Dan lines had come out. It seemed like there was an expert in the arena who recognized the Dan lines before paying a big price for it. Not for sale. Do you see Master Bai Ye look like someone who lacks money? After Bai Ye finished speaking, he grabbed 5 vigorous pills and stuffed them into his mouth. What kind of vigorous pills is a royal beast master eating? The rich man's world, it's really hard to understand. Amidst the crowd's exclamations of surprise, Lin Meng pounced on White Knight. White Knight, the power pill should have been given to me. Quickly spit it out. Will you still eat it if I spit it out? You're so disgusting. Ha 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 ha. Right, aren't all the pills in this pharmacy ours? Lin Meng suddenly woke up and hurriedly got off of Bai Ye, scavenging for pills as quickly as she could. First, she stuffed 10 vigorous pills into her mouth, followed by acceleration pills, strengthening pills, and essence-generating pills. Like a little squirrel, his mouth was stuffed full. It really surprised everyone. It was the first time they had seen such an eating of elixirs. Could it be digested? As it turned out, Lin Meng's appetite was really good and she quickly digested it. Full attributes plus 10. Under Jianglei's bawling eyes, Bai Ye loaded all the remaining elixirs into the subspace. Hey, the alchemy furnace doesn't count. Herbs aren't included either. The fire spirit stone. Forget it, just take it. Jianglie was speechless, taking everything in sight, overdoing it, haha, simply a robber. With a few thousand pills, Bai Ye walked out of the drugstore with a satisfied heart. In the future, when he went out on adventures, he would never have to worry about a lack of pills again. On the way, White Knight threw a power pill, body strengthening pill, and other elixirs into his mouth from time to time, just like eating sugar peas. The luxury was outrageous. The next place he arrived at was the true gold selling cave. Selling skills, including beast spirit beads for beast maidens, and skill beads for imperial beast masters. They all start at a minimum of $100,000. For those extremely valuable skill beads, even hundreds of millions. Here, even the richest person wouldn't dare to say they'd buy them openly. After strolling around for a while, White Knight found an interesting point. There were actually combat-type skill beads here. As everyone knew, the physical strength of a royal beastmaster was extremely poor, so it was rare that they would directly engage in combat. The most expensive ones were support-type skills. Then there were the skills that increased speed and defense, with which imperial beastmasters could increase their chances of survival. The worst were the combat skills, which no one bought at all. White Knight saw that a heavy slash skill bead with plus 100% attack power was only sold for $100,000. There was also the continuous chop. The higher the agility, the more times you could chop. It was priced at 100,000 yuan. As well as straight line impact. When cast, it instantly impacts strength /10 meters and picks off enemies in a straight line. Priced at 200,000 yen. It was simply a cabbage price. For an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster, whose strength was only 20 or 30 points, charging 2 or 3 meters really didn't mean much. But White Knight's strength had currently reached 360 points. For that kind of gathering of beasts, no matter if it was killing in or killing out, the effect of the attack was very obvious. One by one, the skills were as good as a freebie. White Knight nonchalantly pocketed them all. With his talent, he naturally comprehended them all. The combat power increased dramatically. Lin Nang also found an interesting skill. Miniaturization technique, shrinks in size by 10 times and reduces strength by 50%. Lin Meng himself was only over half a meter long, and if he shrunk 10 times more, he would only be 5 centimeters. Only half the size of a palm. Completely a cat in a cup. Yet it was very interesting. For a skill with this kind of negative buff, the selling price wasn't too high, just $200,000. But Nangong Qianxue looked at a accelerated flight skill that could plus 100% flight speed. It was very applicable to flying beastesses. The price was as high as 5 million. The little rich girl didn't even blink and took it on the spot. It's just so trenchant. It felt like Nangong Qianxue had grown a bit off. She seemed to have positioned herself as a mount. The most expensive skill in them all was a flame wing. After comprehending it, one could gain the ability to fly. And it was a skill of the Imperial Beastmaster. By obtaining this skill, the Imperial Beastmaster's survivability would increase dramatically. Even White Knight was extremely moved. After all, flying was everyone's dream. Although it was also possible to fly with a royal sword, it was nowhere near as exhilarating as flying on your own. It was just that the selling price wasn't too harmonious. Directly $100 million. With all of Bai Knight's current assets combined, he was still tens of millions short. Just as White Knight's eyes were burning, a familiar voice suddenly came. This flame wing, I'll buy it. The crowd turned around and realized that it was a girl who was wearing an extremely flashy dress. That golden-colored dress was compiled from golden dragon silk. Whether it was defense or additional attributes, it was far beyond what a trainee beast maiden could afford. The value was even harder to estimate. The person who came was none other than the daughter of the richest man in Jiangzhou, Chengyu. White Knight, I'm going to show you how much of a regret it is for you to give up on me. Chengyu bought the flame wings and threw it directly to her royal beastmaster. $100 million worth of stuff, giving it away when you say you'll give it away, how extravagant. This was truly trenchant. And that Imperial Beastmaster, surprisingly, was S rank. Chengyu had also upgraded to S rank. Hell knows how many supplies she had stacked. Having money really can do whatever you want. At this moment, the options appeared again. Option 1, intercept the flaming wings at a higher price. Reward for completion, evolve into flame wings, flight speed plus 100%. Option 2, win the flame wing by betting on it. Completion reward, gain the flame attribute. Option 3, grab the wings of flame directly. Reward for completion, strength plus 100. The system was determined to win the flame wings. Option 1, fighting Chengyu for financial power, had absolutely no chance. White Knight couldn't even afford to buy it at its original price. Option 3, no way either. Robbery is illegal. Robbing hundreds of millions of things, I'm afraid you can sit in jail. One could only outsmart it. Chengyu, you're surprisingly S-ranked. Do you dare to fight? If you lose, give me the flaming wings. If I lose, I'll contract with you. White Knight tried to lure Chengyu into a match. The tiny golden jade emperor rabbit was easy for Bai Ye to take down. No match. Don't think I don't know that you just won against Cheng Peng today. Even the golden mammoth isn't a match for you. I'm not going to fight you. Unexpectedly, Chengyu directly refused. Not taking the bait at all. White Knight began to conceptualize a new bet again. Then we'll bet on. Before White Knight could finish his sentence, Chenyu's Imperial Beastmaster had already swallowed the Flame Wing skill bead. This guy was truly afraid that Bai Ye would snatch it away from him. After all, he was uncompetitive in front of White Knight. These days, he heard Chengyu recite about White Knight almost every day. He was just a flat replacement model. So hurry up and fall belly up. With this mess, White Knight was embarrassed. For the first time, he encountered a complete failure of the mission. Chengyu thought that Bai Ye was sad about not getting the flame wings and immediately got all high and mighty. White Knight, now you know how much of a regret it is to give up on me. It's not too late to regret it. Nangong Qianxue, on the other hand, looked at White Knight with a grumpy face. Why do you always want to replace me? Am I not good enough? With the flame wings, there really was no need to fly with the sword spirit anymore. Alas, it's not easy for outstanding men, always being stared at by all sorts of beautiful women. White Knight couldn't explain that it was the system that had to let him get his hands on the flame wings. But the others heard it and almost soured into lemon essences. The daughter of the richest man in Jiangzhou, who had once been rejected in public, was surprisingly still undyingly interested in Bai Knight. The number one beauty of Jiangzhou, for Bai Knight, her stance was so low. It was really enviable. Let's go. This streak couldn't go on any longer. Bai Knight and Lin Meng went back to the hotel to rest. Nangong Qianxue went home. She hadn't been home for many days since she followed White Knight. At this time, the atmosphere of the Nangong family was a bit heavy. Several important members were gathered together, and all of them looked sad. Nangong Yan in particular was in a somewhat depressed state. "Mommy, I'm home." Nangong Qianxue affectionately hugged Nangongya's arm, trying to cheer up her mom. "Shuer, why don't you leave White Knight?" Nangongya found it a little difficult to say. "Mommy, Aunt Yan, and all the elders, Cheng Peng has personally admitted to what happened this morning. It was White Knight who helped teach him a lesson. These days on Flying Mail, I've also explained to you all how powerful White Knight is. Why do you still want me to leave him?" Nangong Qianxue was very aggrieved and very confused. Obviously, Bai Ye was so outstanding, and she had managed to build a deep friendship with him, so why did he still want her to leave? Alas, Shuer, you don't understand how powerful the Cheng family is. The Cheng family holds most of the various raw materials produced by the alien beast space in the entire Jiangzhou, which is equivalent to holding the pricing power. Even Sky Tiger Mall doesn't dare to mess with this kind of local snake. Our Nangong family's main business is to make and sell all kinds of equipment, and our dependence on raw materials is very large. Now that they've cut off our raw material supply, it's almost equivalent to cutting off our lifeline. Whether we go and acquire them piecemeal ourselves, or go out of town to purchase them, the cost will increase dramatically. The equipment industry already has thin profits, and if we continue like this, our Nangong family will be finished. Nangongya spoke slowly, trying to make her daughter understand the situation they were in today. "So you guys want me to take from that foppish rich second-generation Chengpeng? Uncle Hua's revenge will not be avenged? You guys are trying to take me and sell me for a good price, aren't you?" Nangong Qianxue questioned loudly. "Little Snow. Family interests come first. And what's wrong with people Chengpeng? If you want money, you have money. If you want strength, in the entire Jiangzhou, which woman doesn't want to be her beast bitch? Xianhua and Yenner's matter, it was also you who betrayed them first. Nangongya, look at the daughter you taught. Too disobedient. I told you long ago that when they first awakened, we should have let them contract directly and there wouldn't have been so much trouble." The elders of the surrounding Nangong family began to criticize in a chorus of words. There was only one central theme. Nangong Qianxue should have been allowed to leave Bai Ye in contract with Chengpeng. "I will prove to you that Bai Knight is stronger than the entire Cheng family." Nangong Qianxue was completely galvanized. A little kid who can top a huge family? Joke. Where would these people believe that? Good. Tomorrow, you guys send a team of butchers to follow, bring enough equipment, and I'll show you what it means to be powerful. Nangong Qianxue had full confidence in Bai Knight. Good. I'd like to see how powerful the legendary SSS-class Imperial Beastmaster can be. A silver-haired crone sitting in the very center of the room paused her walking stick and got up to leave. The others also pointed and left one after another. Only Nangong Qianxue and Nangongyan were left behind. "Shuer, that young man called Bai Knight, is he really that powerful?" Nangongya was still a bit unconvinced. "Really? It's even more powerful than what I said." Nowadays, Nangong Qianxue had some infinite trust in Bai Knight. Nangongya turned her gaze back to Nangongyan. He is indeed unimaginably powerful." Nangongyan similarly gave an affirmative answer. This caused Nangongya to be very surprised. One must know that this younger sister of hers had always had her eyes set high and was very proud. "Surprisingly, even you hold him in such high esteem, then I really must go and take a look. Shuer, I'll be in charge of protecting you tomorrow." "Okay, mommy. Remember to arrange for a team of butchers. Oh, the more the merrier. HM. Early the next morning, Nangong Qianxue led a huge team to the entrance of the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, waiting for Bai Ye and Lin Meng. As soon as he went out and saw a dozen large freezer trucks waiting for him, Bai Knight was stunned. "What's this for? Selling ice cream?" Nangong Qianxue was filled with black lines. Sure enough, it was still unreliable for nothing. "These are professional butchers, responsible for disposing of alien beast corpses behind us. They're all my family's employees, guaranteed to yield higher returns than if we were to dispose of them ourselves, and there's no delay." White Knight couldn't help but give a thumbs up after hearing this. Everything was ready. Departure. Target. 5 Elements Mountain. The 5 Elements Mountain was the largest entry-level alien beast space in Jiangzhou province. Inside, there are 5 large mountains with an elevation of over 5,000 meters and covering an area of over 100 kilometers. Each mountain belongs to a different attribute. Together, they surrounded a basin that was more than 200 kilometers in circumference. Moreover, the energy within the 5 elemental mountains was abundant, and the breeding speed of the foreign beasts was extremely fast. It also meant that the resources were extremely abundant. It was a very high-quality place to practice leveling. With Nangong Qianshua's family's fleet, Bai Ye and the others didn't need to wait for a shuttle anymore. They set off directly. An hour later, the crowd appeared in a very lively small town. Although it was called 5 Elements Town, it was much better than Jiangzhou County. White Knight's first reaction was to ask if there was a 5 Elements app. Was the download free? After confirming that it was the same as King Jiangzhou, White Knight immediately downloaded it himself first, and then pulled Nangong Qianshue and Lin Meng to download it with their own invitation code. He even had to pull the butchers to follow and download it. Unfortunately, they had already registered years ago. It can only make a small profit of 505 line coins. These are all officially developed apps, and various coins are common, but there is a 10% handling fee. White Knight's more than 10 million Xingqing coins were transferred, and more than 1 million were deducted. It was too pitiful. It was better to leave it to Lu Mei to deal with slowly. Now to find a way to get some 5 elements coins. Of course it's posting. Qianshue, come on, strike a few nice poses, I'll take some pictures of you. Just after entering the 5 Elements Mountain, Bai Knight commanded Nangong Qianshue to strike various beautiful poses and took a bunch of pictures. It had to be said that Nangong Qianshue was really good looking. If placed in her previous life, she would be a proper superstar. It was worthy of the title of Jiangzhou's #1 beauty. Selected a few and uploaded the post. The first beauty of Jiangzhou has appeared on the 5 Elements Mountain. It's so beautiful. Required to read, 1 5 Elements coin. As you can imagine, this post is bound to attract a whole lot of old colorful critics. It would casually make a fortune. White Knight felt that he had found the traffic code. However, after waiting for half a day, only a few people read it sporadically. Total reads, less than 100. What's the situation? White Knight thought for half a day before realizing that this world was predominantly female. The real traffic code should be yourself. Shocked. A SSS class Imperial Beastmaster has actually appeared on 5 Elements Mountain. It's so cool. Pictures. Reading requires 1 5 Elements coin. The accompanying picture was a selfie taken by White Knight as he stood at the entrance to 5 Elements Mountain. Handsome and compelling. The moment the post was sent out, it exploded with reads. It even quickly rushed to popular. Good lord, it turns out the old color batch has always existed. It's just shifted. Look at the comments, they're unbelievable. There are those who want to give White Knight a little monkey, those who want to give birth to a little bird, and those who want to give birth to a little flower. Flowers for chrysanthemums? Really? Not at all reserved. White Knight could only use the dirty money earned from these sacrifices to open up the entire map. The 5 Elements Mountain was indeed rich in resources, and the map was densely populated with beasts, so there was no need to intentionally look for them. White Knight's plan was to kill as many beasts as possible, earn a small fortune. Behind them were dozens of butchers with portable trailers and various tools. The lineup could not be described as large. The pedestrians on the road glanced sideways, wanting to see what kind of bigwigs were so bullish. Instead, it turned out to be just a few young men. Just 2 little beast maids with dozens of butchers. What is this about? Can't see it. It can't all be following behind to fetch materials, right? The rich man's world is really not something we can understand. Amidst the crowd's confusion, the first target that White Knight and the others picked. The blizzard antelope. These guys were swift as the wind, and a beast maiden below the black iron rank wouldn't even be able to see the taillights. Their skins were excellent materials for making agility system leather armor. Most importantly, the number was large enough. There were 200 to 300 of them. Moreover, their long horns were extremely sharp. When they charged, it was almost a tidal wave of beasts. The average person wouldn't even want to mess with it. But that didn't include White Knight. After getting into full condition, the Dark Knight Cat Demon made a lunge and leapt into the antelope herd. Waving its sharp claws, it rapidly harvested lives. With her small body and flexible positioning, the blizzard antelope couldn't touch her at all. After a dozen or so antelopes were lying around, White Knight absorbed their beast souls and formed a protective armor around her body. He then grabbed the sword spirit that Nangong Qianshue had transformed into and charged up. What's a beast master doing charging into a herd of foreign beasts? Sending them to their deaths? Also, why would Schwer let a man hold it? There will be feelings. Hey. Nangongya, who had secretly followed behind, couldn't help but feel a wave of weakness in her body after seeing her daughter being held in someone's hands. Similarly, as an artifact spirit, she knew that even after transforming into a form, there were still feelings. What shocked Nangongya even more was that Bai Knight was too strong. Only to see him transform into a swordlight and charge into the antelope herd. All the antelopes in a straight line were picked off and chopped. It was a skill he had just learned, straight line impact. Nangong Qianshue's sharpness was turned on. Combined with White Knight's immense strength, it was basically 1 antelope per sword. The killing speed was not slower than the Dark Knight Cat Demon at all. As the blizzard antelope continued to die, the beast soul armor on White Knight's body grew thicker and thicker. The antelope's sharp horns on top of it didn't react at all. White Knight didn't need defense at all and just needed to kill with all his might. More than 100 antelopes were soon lying on the ground. The antelope leader couldn't stand it anymore and directly held up his 2-meter-long sharp horn like a submarine and charged towards White Knight. It was the saber-wind antelope. With such a terrifying rush, even a power beast maiden of the same level wouldn't be able to carry it. However, White Knight didn't dodge at all. This was looking for death. Nangongya became anxious and transformed into a spear, about to fly over. I'm afraid it's too late to save White Knight. One could only see if they could save their daughter. However, the scene in front of him once again refreshed Nangongya's perception, only to see Bai Knight first release a silver moon slash. Although it was shattered by the top of the long horns of the sword and halberd wind antelope, it slightly blocked its footsteps. Immediately afterward, White Knight began to build up his strength. Nangong Qianxue also began to build up her strength. Heavy slash plus armor break. Under the double stack, a terrifying attack power was exerted. White Knight, who possessed swordsmanship proficiency, accurately bypassed the long horns and ruthlessly slashed at the center of the sword halberd wind gazelle's head. The entire sword halberd wind antelope was directly split in half from head to tail. Nangongya directly froze. Too strong. Too strong. Was this really the attack power that a royal beast master could possess? It was as terrifying as this. This is still saving what pure overthinking. When the other blizzard antelopes saw this, they didn't dare to resist and turned around to run away. The nightcat demon chased after them and killed dozens more before finally giving up. In this battle, nearly 200 gale antelopes were killed. The time has just passed 2 minutes. Not to mention that the wine was still warm. The urine wasn't even cold. The butchers who followed closely were stunned. They've been with hunting teams and mercenary groups, but they've never seen such high efficiency. Simply perverted. However, the butchers also showed White Knight what it meant to be professional. Some people harvested beast soul beads, some skinned the skin, some cut the meat, some took the horns, and some loaded the car. It almost formed an assembly line. In less than 10 minutes, someone had delivered 190 beast soul beads, as well as 1 beast spirit bead. Immediately afterward, a dozen or so portable carts were filled. The butchers continued to decompose, and the transportation team began to pull the goods out. There was even a rank 9 beast maiden assigned as a presser. If the entrance wasn't too small and the road inside the alien beast space was too lousy, they even wanted to drive the freezer truck in. For these corpses, the butchers were very satisfied. Almost all of them were killed in one hit, with no unnecessary wounds. All of them were fine skins. That's really something. There was no need for White Knight and the others to wait any longer, and rested for a little while, continuing to set off. The 5 Elements Mountain was worthy of being the richest alien beast space in Jiangzhou. The number of foreign beasts in just the valley in the middle was staggeringly high. There were beasts everywhere. For ordinary people, it was dangerous. For White Knight, they were all walking Chinese coins. The slaughter continued. As the killings increased, the beast soul armor continued to accumulate, almost condensing into substance. A black armor tattooed with various exotic beasts. It was domineering. Combined with Bai Knight's upright stance and his heroic face, it made people unable to help but be mesmerized. Nangong Qianxue couldn't help but be mesmerized and secretly took several more pictures. It was transmitted to the forums, and attracted another group of beast maiden old colorful batch of wild licks. For Nangong Qianxue to earn a lot of 5 Elements coins, she finally knew how to make money. Because this was forced by White Knight, the two split it 28. Nangong Qianxue too. Not to mention her, even Nangongya was amazed. She finally understood why her daughter was so obsessed. If she was 20 years younger, she would be just as infatuated as her daughter. It was too handsome. However, the beast soul armor could be more than just good looking. After condensing into substance, not even a full force strike from a Dark Knight cat demon could shake it in the slightest. Ordinary fey beasts, even chieftain level fey beasts, were even more difficult to break through the defense. White Knight became even more reckless. It had only been half a day and the butchers couldn't take it anymore. It was really because White Knight's killing speed was too fast for them. The dozen or so freezer trucks had long since filled up. The transportation fleet just never stopped. The butchers who were responsible for handling the carcasses of the alien beasts were busy without a moment's pause. They even gave up taking the meat, as long as the hides and other relatively precious materials. But still, they couldn't catch up. In the end, the Nangong family had no choice but to conscript butchers on the spot with high salaries. It was only after coordinating dozens more freezer trucks with their partners that they finally managed to keep up with Bai Knight's pace. The Nangong family finally realized what was meant by one person topping a family. With White Knight's speed of providing raw materials, he could really supply the Nangong family's production. In order to keep the beast soul armor in a constant state of high intensity, White Knight barely made long pauses. It had been killing continuously, almost killing a surrounding area into a vacuum. Drink when you're tired and sleepy. Yuck! Just pull out some recovery elixirs from the dimensional space. Body recovery elixir, essence recovery elixir. These were all ushered in from yesterday's bet. although it was slightly extravagant to use elixirs to recover. But these were purchased with $0, so it didn't hurt. And compared to the massive harvest, this investment was not a problem at all. One day down, White Knight obtained more than 200 Beast Soul Beads and 10 or so Beast Spirit Beads. With these Beast Soul Beads, all 3 of them were raised to level 8. As for the Beast Soul Beads, there were no special skills, so they were all given up. On top of that, the Nangong family collected various materials with a cumulative value of 2 million. It was fortunate that the Nangong Chinchue family's butcher had followed, or else discarding those ordinary beast skins and other supplies, the harvest would have been more than 10 times less. The cumulative harvest for one day was in the millions. Such a speed of earning money made White Knight excited. However, it also drew resistance from the people of Five Elements Town. Because White Knight was killing too aggressively. People killing a few dozen alien beasts a day was considered relatively strong. You're taking out thousands a day, and a dozen or so chieftains. It's a completely sustainable drying up of the fish. Killing them like this is affecting them all. Seeing the comments from the crowd on the forums, White Knight decided, continue tomorrow. It's not like the Five Elements Mountain is your family's. Not to mention the fact that White Knight paid to go in. Why shouldn't he be allowed to kill the beasts? After 3 consecutive days, the circle of beasts around the entrance was killed in a vacuum. Complaints were rampant. White Knight's total income exceeded $10 million. And all 3 had reached level 10. Level 10 to Black Iron was a chasm. The amount of energy that needed to be accumulated was more than level 1 to level 10 combined. And even if they accumulated a full amount of energy, they still needed to complete certain challenges to break through. Many people were unable to complete it in their entire lives. The difficulty was evident. Therefore, next, accumulating Beast Soul Beads was not so important. The Nangong family had also accumulated a certain amount of supplies, so it wasn't as urgent for the time being. Therefore, Bai Ye and the others were prepared to explore a bit deeper. It was best to pick an elemental mountain to go in and take a look. It was said that within each elemental mountain, there was a Lord-class alien beast. At the same time, options appeared. Option 1, destroy the Golden Arrow Porcupine, Lord of the Golden Spirit Mountain. Reward for completion, agility plus 100. Option 2, destroy the Greenwood Mountain Lord Greenwood Tree Demon. Completion reward, recovery speed plus 100%. Option 3, destroy the Ice Storm Bear, Lord of Ice Mountain. Completion reward, strength plus 100. Option 4, destroy the Flame Elf, Lord of the Flame Mountain. Reward for completion, energy plus 100. Option 5, destroy the Stone Giant, Lord of the Rocky Mountains. Completion reward, physique plus 100. The rewards are all very good. White Knight chose to take them all. The entrance was about 100 kilometers from each elemental mountain. For the strength-controlled White Knight, the first stop was of course to challenge the Ice Bears. In order to save time, White Knight chose to tame a beast as a mount. The fastest around was the Gale Antelope. They were old friends. When White Knight appeared in the antelope herd, all the antelopes fled, not daring to put up the slightest resistance. They were really scared of being killed. Don't run, whoever runs will be killed. White Knight swung his sword spirit and released a silver moon slash, killing one of the frontmost blizzard antelopes. There were also those that stirred, and they were killed by the Dark Knight Cat Demon jumping over and scratching them to death with a claw. Finally, the antelope herd didn't dare to move anymore. They honestly gathered in a group and looked at White Knight with a shiver. Don't worry everyone, nothing else, just want to find a mount to send me to the cold ice mountain. The reward is 2 beast soul pearls. White Knight's words caused the antelope herd to stir once again. This time, however, it wasn't thinking about escaping, but rather considering whether or not to do it. As grass-eating blizzard antelopes, it was usually rare to have the opportunity to eat beast soul pearls. Now that the opportunity was in front of them, the ambitious antelope couldn't help but give birth to the idea. After all, the antelope herd currently had no leader, so perhaps the 2 beast soul pearls were an opportunity. Finally, a strong Gale antelope stood out. Following that, the second, the third, and finally all of the blizzard antelopes stood out. Good man, this is to make all of them submit. Beast language proficiency was really good. Since this was the case, Bai Knight didn't pick any more and randomly jumped on a strong blasted wind antelope. Lin Meng and Nangong Qianxue also each picked a blizzard antelope to use as a mount. The entire army attacked. The Gale antelope herd rolled up a gale and charged towards the cold ice mountain at breakneck speed. Nangongya was envious. She so wanted to experience the thrill of steering a sheep as well. Unfortunately, she had nothing. She could only transform into a spear and follow not far away. But on the way, it was blocked. She was a peak Black Iron level beast maiden. In an entry-level Fey beast space, she was actually stopped in her way. It seemed that the other party must have been planning this for a long time. Who are you people? Nangongya looked at the 2 beast nymphs with powerful auras in front of her and was filled with wariness. These 2 beast nymphs were unexpectedly all Black Iron 9-star powerhouses. Behind them, there was also an ambush of Imperial Beast Masters. In this situation, even Nangongya did not dare to guarantee a full-body retreat. Our mission is only to block you for a day. I hope you're sensible and don't make things unpleasant. One of the Black Panther Beast Maidens, stretching her agile figure, threatened. There was hardly a weakling who could reach this level. Another Xian Crow Beast Maiden, fluttering her wings, indicated that the path in the air was also blocked. People of the Black Blood? Did the Chang family send you? Nangongya seemed to have guessed something and became even more wary. Since you know about us, Black Blood, you should know that we only take on missions and don't ask our employers. It was still Black Panther who answered. The Black Blood Mercenary Corps was a rather famous assassin organization. Although they didn't have many members, every single one of them was extremely powerful, and would never betray their employers. It seemed that trying to get the mission and employer out of them was basically impossible. Nangongya guessed that the target of these people, I'm afraid, was not herself. Rather, it was her daughter and White Knight. Whether it was her daughter, or the person her daughter looked up to, nothing could happen to her. It was imperative to go to the rescue. Nangongya raised his spear, and like a silver light, he shot towards Shin Crow at extreme speed. As if the crows had anticipated this, they suddenly split into a bunch of crows and fled in all directions. Behind each crow's butt, a black line was pulled out. The black threads weaved into a net, binding the silver spear tightly. The silver gun was not willing to show weakness, and countless silver-colored light spikes suddenly stretched out around its body, violently strangling it. The black net was stirred to pieces. Just when the silver gun wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, the Black Panther suddenly scurried, sharp claws with bloody marks, fiercely slapping down. The silver gun shuddered and retracted back into the black net. Obviously, it had suffered a considerable injury. But the silver gun still didn't give in, violently bending its body, utilizing its elasticity, and collapsing into an ear-piercing air-braking sound. The speed was extremely fast. The force was tremendous. The Black Panther that was close at hand was unable to dodge in time, and was catapulted dozens of meters away. A long string of blood was spat out in the air. However, as a white light fell behind her, the injuries on her body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon enough, she charged back up again. A beast maiden with the assistance of an imperial beastmaster more than doubled her combat power. The Shin Crow kept releasing a black feather, like a sharp arrow, and shot it towards the silver spear. A series of tinkling sounds rang out. Each time the sound rang out, the silver spear shook for a moment. It seemed to have injured her main body. The silver spear put a defensive shield around her body to block the black feather's attacks. Then it took advantage of the situation and counterattacked, stabbing the Shin Crow's wings. However, the Shin Crow and the Black Panther belonged to the same Imperial Beastmaster and were quickly healed as well. On the contrary, Silver Gun, unassisted, continued to accumulate injuries. It soon lost its fighting strength and couldn't even maintain its transformation. It was completely bound by the black net. Shin Crow dragged Silver Gun into a cave and hid it. Black Panther transformed into a woman dressed in black leather, filled with the vestigial feeling of a queen. Looking at the raggedly clothed, bundled and dimpled Nangongya, she couldn't help but lick her scarlet lips. Don't worry, honestly stay here for a day, nothing will happen. I'll be with you all the way. On the other side, the three of them, White Knight, were galloping their sheep and enjoying the beautiful scenery of the Five Elements mountain. When one antelope got tired, they jumped on another, rewarding them with a beast soul pearl in the process. It was so enjoyable. Suddenly, options appeared before White Knight's eyes. Option 1, successfully escaped the Five Elements mountain. Completion reward, agility plus 100. Option 2, kill a strong enemy. Completion reward, full attribute plus 100. Option 3, get killed. Completion reward, game over. Crap, another ambush. White Knight was startled and immediately looked back, only to see that in the distant air, a black dot was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the situation, it could never be a trainee beast maiden. This is still fucked up. The wind was tight. Rip who? White Knight immediately greeted Nangong Qianxue as she transformed, grabbed the Dark Knight Cat Demon and jumped up. Accelerated flight. Run. However, it still didn't work. The black dot in the distance was still getting bigger, and White Knight had even seen the identity of the opponent. A black armored dung beetle with 9 stars of black iron. Wow! What a big dung beetle! The Dark Knight Cat Demon shrank in White Knight's embrace, looked back, and couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Not to mention, it really looked like an enlarged version of a dung beetle. Moreover, on the back of the shithell Lang, there was also a royal beastmaster sitting on his back. With such cooperation, it was simply not something that Bai Knight and the others could resist. When White Knight flew up, they realized that there were 2 other beastmasters on the ground, running wildly at breakneck speeds. One was a black python. One was a ghost fire. That's right, it was a greenish flame. Looking at that formation, the target was similarly White Knight. In order to protect the resources of the alien beast space and achieve sustainable development, an entry-level Fey beast space like the Five Elements Mountain did not allow beast maidens above the bronze level to enter. As it turned out, all of these people were black iron 9 stars. It was really looking up to White Knight. They're only at the 10th level of apprenticeship. It's like killing a chicken with a bull's knife. And there's more than one. Damn, it's impossible to fight. Who the hell is it? Is there such a big feud? White Knight spat as he ran. White Knight, that shithead is coming over. So disgusting. Lin Meng was not afraid of the sky or the earth, but she was afraid of bugs. Now that she saw this enlarged version of a bug, she was even more disgusted to the point of exploding. The black-armored dung beetle was now very close to White Knight, and the Dark Knight Cat Demon's words were all heard in her ears. She was instantly angry and exploded. People were clearly black-armored dung beetles, why were they shitheads? Although there were no cats to kill in the quest, she didn't mind taking care of it in passing. Only to see a huge black ball suddenly spawn in front of the black-armored dung beetle, violently smashing towards White Knight and the others. Wretch! What a huge ball of dung! The Dark Knight Cat Demon once again let out a soul retch. The exasperated black-armored dung beetle almost went crazy. White Knight, on the other hand, maneuvered his sword spirit to make an emergency reversal, narrowly avoiding the large dung ball. However, because of this delay, the distance between the black-armored dung beetle and White Knight once again closed. White Knight could already see the sharp barbs on the black-armored dung beetle's legs. If one were to be stabbed by such long legs, I'm afraid that it could directly pierce one through. White Knight could even see the humanized evil smile on the black-armored dung beetle's face. If it continued like this, they might really be planted. There had to be a way to counterattack. White Knight couldn't help but form a countermeasure in his mind as he looked at the Imperial Beastmaster on the black-armored dung beetle's back. The Imperial Beastmaster was a powerful aid for the Beast Maiden, but at the same time, it was also a weakness. As long as it was utilized well, a counterkill wasn't impossible. So White Knight whispered his plan to the Dark Knight Cat Demon. The Dark Knight Cat Demon desperately shook her head in rejection. She really hated bugs, but there was no way, no choice. Everything went according to plan. The Dark Knight Cat Demon slowly hit its figure. White Knight grabbed the sword spirit and suddenly did a dry run, scampering straight up into the sky. The black-armored dung beetle continued forward due to inertia and just managed to come underneath them. White Knight dropped the Dark Knight Cat Demon in his hand. Due to stealth, neither the black-armored dung beetle nor the Imperial Beastmaster on her back had noticed the Dark Knight Cat Demon. Fierce Poison Claw. With the sneak attack that suddenly appeared, even if that Imperial Beastmaster was more experienced in battle, he was unable to dodge and was directly scratched off his head. He was killed in a single blow. Due to the Royal Beastmaster's death in battle, the black-armored dung beetle also fell into a weakened state, and its attributes were greatly reduced. Giganticization. Giant elephant power. The combination of the two skills caused the Dark Cat Demon to suddenly increase in size by 20 times. The massive size almost completely covered the black-armored dung beetle. The corresponding weight added to the black-armored dung beetle, which was already not good at flying. No matter how much the black-armored dung beetle stirred its wings, it was unable to provide any more flying power. It fell straight down. The Dark Cat Demon, on the other hand, took advantage of the black-armored dung beetle's open armor and waved its huge claws to grab at the exposed soft back. As soon as the claw went down, a bunch of yellow liquid gushed out. The Dark Cat Demon was so disgusted that it almost vomited. It was true that bugs and stuff were the most disgusting. However, this blow was extremely lethal to the black-armored dung beetle. Already weak, she violently closed her armor in pain. Although they blocked the Dark Cat Demon's attack, the speed of the descent was even faster. And below them was a large beach of debris. Find, how many newtons of impact can a 10-ton object, falling from 100 meters in the air, generate? Okay, I don't know this one. Anyway, the impact is huge. Big enough to break the hard armor of a black-armored dung beetle. The Dark Knight Cat Demon made a swift pounce, stepping on the black-armored dung beetle and leaping upwards in the moments before it hit the ground. White Knight, on the other hand, scooped up the smaller Dark Knight Cat Demon in the process. Then with the sword spirit in his hand, the armor-breaking aggravated slash, he violently stabbed at the black-armored dung beetle that had fallen unconscious on the ground. The sword spirit followed the junction of the black-armored dung beetle's neck and went straight to the bottom consistently. The black-armored dung beetle with 9 stars of black iron died just like that. Incidentally, even his Imperial Beastmaster hung as well. Such amazing combat strength caused the Black Python and Ghostfire at the back to be shocked for a moment. However, they didn't have any fear. Although they didn't know the exact details of the battle, they could roughly guess. White Knight had definitely used a trick. The black-armored dung beetle hadn't exerted her proper combat power at all. It had only smashed out a big ball of dung since the beginning. Bah, what big ball of shit. It was a giant ball attack. So, as long as they were allowed to catch up to White Knight, killing these little trainee stage guys wouldn't be a breeze. Nandong Qianxue was carrying White Knight and the Dark Knight Cat Demon, and her consumption was very high. Although for a short period of time, not even a black iron level beast maiden could catch up. However, the duration was very short, and after flying only a dozen kilometers, the energy was depleted. As a sword spirit, without a mouth, it couldn't even eat pills to recover, so it could only stop to recover. In doing so, the pursuers behind them caught up. Thus, White Knight turned his gaze to the Dark Knight Cat Demon. What are you looking at me for? White Knight, I treat you like a brother, you're not trying to ride me, are you? The Dark Knight Cat Demon's eyes widened with a disbelieving expression. At the same time, his footsteps kept retreating, trying to distance himself from White Knight. You're of the agility lineage, you're already very fast, and with my war inspiration, and your extreme speed, you'll be able to completely get rid of them. White Knight didn't care, and after applying giganticization and war inspiration to the Dark Knight Cat Demon, he jumped up with his sword spirit. Although the Dark Knight Cat Demon was very dissatisfied. However, she also knew that the situation was urgent at this time, so she couldn't let her be capricious. She could only accept the reality helplessly and ran wildly with White Knight on her back. The war inspiration increased not only speed, but also stamina and energy. With the Dark Knight Cat Demon's state, coupled with enough elixirs, running for dozens of kilometers in a row was no problem at all. White Knight's energy value had long since broken 1,000, and with enough elixirs, it wouldn't be a problem to maintain the huge enchantment and war inspiration all the time. After charging all the way into the cold ice mountain, the Black Python was so tired that it was about to vomit blood, and it still hadn't been able to catch White Knight. Are these little guys really trainees? Why are they so fast? So persistent? The Black Python spat out its tongue, sputtering intermittently. It was too tired. The Ghost Flame's flame was also a big circle smaller, so it seemed that the consumption wasn't small either. Moreover, the cold ice mountain had a natural suppression for her, a fire attribute elemental beast maiden. Here, Ghost Fire could only exert half of its strength. It was weakened too much, but it was enough to deal with a few trainee stage little guys. At this time, the Dark Cat Demon was also tired enough that it couldn't run anymore. Just in time to change sword spirits again. On this kind of snow-covered cold ice mountain, the speed of flying far exceeded climbing on the ground. They could even use this opportunity to completely throw off the pursuers behind them. However, while the idea was beautiful, the reality was cruel. White Knight had only just lifted off for a short while when a group of snowy owls came pounding in with fluttering wings. The flying feathers attacked like snow. White Knight could only top the Dark Knight Cat Demon as a shield and fall downward at great speed. It wasn't until he escaped into an ice cave that he finally dodged a bullet. The ice cave was long, and the depth was unknown. Considering that the pursuers behind them were about to arrive, White Knight didn't have time to think about it and directly drilled into the depths of the ice cave. The Dark Knight Cat Demon's vision was completely unaffected in a dark environment. White Knight had the eye of true sight and was also fearless of the darkness. As for Nangong Qinshui, she was just a weapon and couldn't use her eyesight at all. At this point, the benefits of opening the eye of true sight became apparent. Along the way, from time to time, good things could be found. First order spiritual grass, ice spirit grass. It can be taken directly to increase cold resistance by 10 points, and can also be used to refine primary ice resistance pills. White Knight didn't have time to refine pills, so he directly threw it to the Dark Knight Cat Demon and ate it. I'm a cat. Don't eat grass. The Dark Knight Cat Demon decisively refused. She had always been meatless, but she didn't even like vegetables, let alone grass. White Knight was too lazy to persuade her, so she ate it herself. Next, he came across several more plants, all of which were not guarded by beasts. White Knight nonchalantly picked them and ate them all. Suddenly, ice crystals appeared on the side of the road. This is a good raw material for refining weapons and equipment, and can attach ice attributes to equipment. White Knight wanted to casually break a few pieces, but he didn't expect that the pile of ice crystals would come to life. Type, Ice Crystal Beast. Rank, Level 10 Special. Strength, 500. Agility, 300. Physical Fitness, 1000. Energy, 300. Skills Hammering, Ice Crystal Body Protection, Low Temperature. Character, Ice Cold. Weaknesses, Fear of Fire, Ice Crystal Cores. It is a special monster. This kind of foreign beast is very rare, and usually only appears under special circumstances, and they are usually very powerful, almost comparable to a chieftain-class Fey beast. It seems that this ice cave wasn't naturally formed, and there must be some powerful existence inside. White Knight should have thought of that. Normally, around spiritual herbs and fruits, there would be foreign beasts guarding them. However, all the way here, there were spirit grasses growing randomly along the roadside, and there were no foreign beasts to be seen at all. This was very unreasonable. However, it was too late to turn around. The way back had already been blocked. White Knight could even see ghostly flames flickering at the entrance of the cave. At this moment, options appeared in front of White Knight's eyes once again. Option 1, turn back and counter kill. Completion reward, rapid recovery. Option 2, resolve the extremely cold ice crystal beast in the depths of the ice cave. Completion reward, energy link. The rewards for both quests were both quite good skills. Stretching one's head was a knife, and shrinking one's head was a knife. White Knight chose to harden his head and continue charging in. With White Knight's speed, getting rid of the ice crystal beasts wouldn't be a problem. However, there were more and more ice crystal beasts ahead. It was impossible to completely dodge them. Moreover, these ice crystal beasts were gathering together, and the temperature was getting lower and lower. Freezing one couldn't help but shiver. Agility was drastically reduced. It was their natural skill, low temperature. The Dark Knight Cat Demon was slightly better with its fur in the way. If White Knight hadn't eaten a few ice spirit grasses, he would probably have been frozen at this moment. There was no way to run away. It could only fight. White Knight carried his sword spirit and charged up. Thud. The sword spirit slashed at the ice crystal beast as if it was cutting on top of steel. It didn't break defense at all. 1,000 points of body mass was not something to talk about. On the other side, the dark cat demon situation wasn't much better. Even the golden claw could only grab off a small piece of ice crystal, causing very little damage. The toxin was even completely useless, as the ice crystal beast had no flesh at all. At this point, White Knight remembered the previous tip. Weakness, ice crystal core. Opening the eye of true vision and scanning around, at the chest of the ice crystal beast, Bai Ye saw a crystal that emitted a faint blue light. However, because the ice crystal beast was on all fours, its chest was firmly protected underneath its body, so it couldn't be reached at all. Dream. Ice crystal core. White Knight simply pointed, and the Dark Knight cat demon immediately understood. Gigantization. The power of a giant elephant. The Dark Knight cat demon turned into a behemoth and violently dropped the ice crystal beast on all fours. White Knight stabbed forward with his sword, directly shattering the ice crystal core. The ice crystal beast lost its energy supply and instantly fell apart. It collapsed into a piece of ice crystal stone. This is good, there is no need for White Knight to dig. He directly picked them up and threw them into the dimensional space. These are all money. When White Knight looked at the surrounding ice crystal beasts again, it was as if he was seeing walking Chinese coins. I don't care about that much, making money is important. Kill them all. The Dark Knight cat demon transformed into a wrestler and wrestled over one ice crystal beast after another. White Knight, on the other hand, specialized in sword stabbing ice crystal cores. Nangong Qianxue looked extremely distressed and couldn't help but remind. Ice crystal cores can increase cold damage and cold resistance for the beast maidens. They are extremely precious and each one is worth $1 million. Crap. Why didn't you say so earlier? When White Knight heard this, he straight away felt like his heart was bleeding. It was too heartbreaking. The long sword that had stabbed out hastily turned around and changed from stabbing to picking. It had to be said that White Knight was worthy of being a proficient swordsman, and the change of stance was performed extremely smoothly. The ice crystal core was easily picked out. Driven by money, White Knight and the Dark Knight cat demon exerted 120% of their strength as if they had stacked a mental buff. Even the cold was ignored. The two of them grew more and more courageous as they fought, and soon slaughtered the surrounding ice crystal beasts. And at that moment, the Black Python and Ghostfire chased after them again. Too late to clean up, White Knight grabbed the ice crystal core and continued to flee deeper into the ice cave. Black Python and Ghostfire couldn't help but show shocked colors as they looked at the ice crystal stones scattered all around them. They were aware of the terrifying defense of the ice crystal beasts. Let alone a trainee beast maiden, even if it was them, it would be quite troublesome to solve. Not to mention a large group. It seemed that one really had to be cautious. Black Python and Ghostfire simply blocked the doorway and stopped going in. Anyway, there was only one road, and sooner or later, White Knight and the others were going to come out. Let's keep a lookout. Although the Ghostfire glow was dim, it was exceptionally obvious in the pitch-black ice cave. White Knight and the others immediately noticed the reaction of their pursuers. The tense atmosphere finally eased a lot. On the road, there was even more ice spirit grass. White Knight's ice resistance grew to 100 points and then had no effect. With the choice of not wasting it, he gave it to Lin Meng to eat again. At first, Lin Meng was reluctant to eat the grass. Later, White Knight sprinkled it with salad dressing and it tasted just like an ice grass salad. It was refreshing and very tasty. Lin Meng couldn't stop eating at all. When Nangong Qianxue saw this, she had another black line on her face. Who in their right mind would come out on an adventure and bring salad dressing with them? And that's a spirit herb. Many people want to eat it and still can't. You guys even dislike the flavor. But I have to say, sprinkled with salad dressing, it's really delicious. Nangong Qianxue also couldn't stop eating. Soon, all three of them had increased their cold ice resistance by 100 points. For the cold in the ice cave, they were all able to adapt. Nangong Qianxue also ate 20 ice crystal cores, increasing her cold ice damage by 200 points. By the way, the cold ice resistance also increased to 200 points. Eating any more would have no effect. The Dark Knight cat demon was a poison attribute plus darkness attribute, and it didn't have much compatibility with the cold ice attribute, so it didn't go to waste. After all, it was 1 million apiece. After solving dozens more ice crystal beasts and collecting thousands of ice crystal stones, the three of them finally arrived at the deepest part of the ice cave. The surrounding area was already cold to the point of splashing water into ice. A giant azure-colored ice crystal beast was spewing out cold air as if it was asleep. Type, Extreme Cold Ice Crystal Beast. Level 10 Special Leader. Strength, 1000. Agility, 500. Physique, 2000. Energy, 500. Skills, Hammer Blast, Extreme Cold Ice Shield, Ultra Low Temperature, Ice Crystal Blast, Frosty Feet. Character, Rage. Weakness, Fear of Fire. Is this a proper leader-level beast? Its overall attributes have caught up to those of a lord of the same level, especially its constitution, which is as high as 2000 points. Even if the Dark Cat Demon was in full condition, it wouldn't even be able to break its defense. And in the chest of the extremely cold ice crystal beast, a thick ice crystal shield, firmly buckled on it, the extremely cold ice crystal core protection of a stable. Even the greatest weakness of ordinary ice crystal beasts was eliminated. Impeccable. How do we fight? Lin Mang and Nangong Qianxue looked at Bai Night, waiting for him to get an idea. Bai Night looked at the terrifying extreme cold ice crystal beast in front of him, and then looked at the faint ghost fire behind him. If anything, he instantly had an idea. Dream, I'll give you a daunting task. Wait, you lure the boss to those two bad guys in the back, then use stealth to get away. Watch out for the boss's cold magic, especially the ranged magic. Also, don't OT. Lin Mang nodded and immediately understood White Knight's arrangement. After all, they were constantly double-rowing hacking together, not an ordinary understanding. Although Nangong Qianxue wasn't too clear on some of the terms that came out of White Knight's mouth, she also understood what he meant. Drive the wolf to swallow the tiger. Then sit back and reap the benefits. It had to be said that this was a very good solution to the current situation. The premise was that Lin Mang could really get out safely between two waves of powerful forces. When all was said and done, Lin Mang transformed into a Dark Knight cat demon, and White Knight gave her a full status. For the sake of dodging magic, she didn't get bigger. Strike! The Dark Knight cat demon sneaked up to the extremely cold ice crystal beast, jumped up and rushed at its knee with a fierce poison claw. A light green shallow scar appeared on the extremely cold ice crystal beast's body, which was hardly affected at all. The defense was too strong. However, such an attack awakened the extremely cold ice crystal beast. Looking at the small cat demon in front of him that wasn't even as big as his own paws, he couldn't help but be confused for a while. When did such a small little guy dare to provoke himself? Where were the guards? How did they let it in? With a violent rage, the extreme cold ice crystal beast used the explosive hammer skill. The sound was so loud that it almost hammered the entire ice cave. Obviously, it was a spirit monster piled up with extremely cold ice crystals. Why was it still so easily enraged? Surprisingly, it used such a powerful attack skill against a small cat demon. It was really hard to cool hot blood after 10 years of drinking ice. After the Dark Knight cat demon completed its sneak attack, it immediately reversed and executed a swift pounce. Finally, it dodged the extremely cold ice crystal beast's amazingly powerful explosive hammer. Then, not daring to have the slightest stay, he desperately scurried towards the outside of the cave. The extremely cold ice crystal beast chased after it with great strides. But the speed of the Dark Knight cat demon was too fast. Even if it didn't add any status, the extreme cold ice crystal beast couldn't catch up. Thus, the extreme cold ice crystal beast spat out a thick frost and rushed towards the Dark Knight cat demon. The frost spread out, enveloping the entire ice cave. The Dark Knight cat demon couldn't avoid it, and all four of its cat claws were covered in thick frost, drastically reducing its speed. It was a pity that White Knight hadn't learned the purification or dispel skills yet. However, stacked with war inspiration and Lin Mang's own extreme speed, the speed could still be faster than the extreme cold ice crystal beast. The two beasts chased each other and quickly dashed outward. White Knight held his sword spirit in his hand and hid in the corner to wait. It wasn't a sneak attack, after all. It wasn't like the defense was broken. Rather, he was ready to escape at any time. Luckily, the extremely cold ice crystal beast's hatred was firmly locked onto the Dark Knight cat demon, whistling past them and completely ignoring them. Successfully dodged. The following was up to the Dark Knight cat demon's maneuver. The distance to the ice cave wasn't very long, and with the two beasts running at full speed, they arrived at the entrance of the cave in minutes. Black Python and Ghostfire felt the earth shaking violently, and hurriedly raised their heads to look inside. The two beasts of darkness vision is not good, can only vaguely see a huge thing is running at great speed. There was no way to see the dark and small Dark Knight cat demon. Crap! Such a big ice crystal beast. It's a leader class extreme cold ice crystal beast. Mard! What the hell are these little guys up to? How dare they even provoke this kind of existence? Run! The two beast maidens could no longer care about anything else and turned around to run. Even they were not willing to provoke this kind of existence. The extremely cold ice crystal beast, however, took the two beast nymphs as helpers, and even thought that those ice crystal beast corpses on the road, they were the ones who killed them. Instantly, his anger skyrocketed. The ice crystals exploded. Extremely cold energy instantly filled the entire ice cave. One by one, terrifyingly huge hailstones descended from the sky and violently smashed towards the ground. Then a violent explosion occurred. The shattered ice crystals, like sharp swords, impacted in all directions. The hard ice walls were shot out with deep holes one after another. The Dark Knight cat demon hastily performed the small change technique, turning into a super miniature kitten that was only the size of a fist, and ducked into a small ice hole. It successfully avoided the ice blades and snow swords that roamed the sky. Black Python and Ghostfire weren't so lucky. Faced with this kind of map-wide attack, they had nowhere to dodge. The Black Python was instantly shot with 1,000 holes. Although the Ghost Flame had no entity, every time the ice blade and snow sword pierced through its body, its breath would dim by 1 point. By the time the ice crystal blasts ended, the Black Python was already dying and the Ghostfire had dimmed a lot. However, it was ultimately a Black Iron 9-star existence with an extremely strong vitality. The two each swallowed some recovery pills and turned around to counterattack. Surprisingly, they wanted to kill the extreme cold ice crystal beast. It was because they knew that escaping was definitely not possible. Only by killing back would they have a chance of surviving. The black python's more than 10-meter long body bound the extreme cold ice crystal beast to death. Strangulation was unleashed. Ghost Flame then rushed at the extremely cold ice crystal beast's chest, spewing out dark flames. It seemed like she also knew the weakness of the ice crystal beast. Although the dark flame was less hot, it was extremely corrosive. It was very effective against a special foreign beast like the extremely cold ice crystal beast that was afraid of fire. The ice shield on the extremely cold ice crystal beast's chest melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, no matter how much the extremely cold ice crystal beast struggled, it was unable to escape the stranglehold of the black python. After all, it was a black iron 9-star beast maiden, and its strength was quite a bit greater than the extreme cold ice crystal beast. How easy was it to get out of control? According to this trend, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for the extreme cold ice crystal beast to be broken through the ice crystal core and die. The angry extreme cold ice crystal beast directly burned its own life, forcing it to open the ice crystal explosion blast again. Marred. Crazy. Ghostfire was so shocked that he turned around and ran, not even caring about his teammates. If they didn't run again, both of them would have to die. No one would be able to carry another round of ice crystal explosion blasts. The black python also wanted to escape, but it was deadlocked by the extremely cold ice crystal beast's head and tail, as if it was surrounded by a scarf. It even tried to tie another knot. In this way, the black python could only completely endure an ice crystal explosion blast. She, who was already dying, could no longer support herself and transformed into a woman in a black dress, lying on the ground. No more sound. Dead can no longer die. The extremely cold ice crystal beast was not doing well either, having just been strangled by the black python's strangulation, strangling its body with some misalignment. The ice shield on its chest was also burned through by the ghost fire. Plus, it burned its life to forcefully release a second ice crystal explosion blast. Now it was also in a weakened state. The Dark Knight Cat Demon seized the opportunity and launched a swift pounce, its golden claws probing out, accurately pulling out the extreme cold ice crystal core. Before the extremely cold ice crystal beast had time to react, it crumbled apart. Without the energy supply from the ice crystal core, the ice crystal beasts were just a pile of ice crystals. Although they didn't have beast soul beads, the value of ice crystal stones and ice crystal cores far exceeded that of beast soul beads. White Knight's 10 or so cubic meters of subdimensional space was almost full. Together, they were worth over 50 million. This one made a huge profit. However, the most precious of them, the extreme cold ice crystal core, was given to Nangong Qianxue. With this, Nangong Qianxue's cold ice damage accumulated to 500 points. Cold ice resistance also increased to 500 points. Ordinary ice attacks could barely harm Nangong Qianxue anymore. She had just become a cold ice sword. There's still one more ghost fire, keep chasing. White Knight and the others couldn't wait to take stock of the loot. Stepping onto the flying sword that Nangong Qianxue had transformed into, they hurriedly chased outwards. In the dark ice cave, the ghost fire was extremely obvious and could be seen clearly from a long distance away. Catching up with her was effortless. Nowadays, the ghost flame was in an extremely weak state, and its strength was 1 out of 10. However, even so, the claws of the Dark Knight Cat Demon did not react at all. Instead, the Dark Knight Cat Demon itself was burned and meowed. Ghost fire had no entity and was almost physically immune. The Dark Knight Cat Demon naturally couldn't deal damage. Humph, with you little guys, you still want to leave me behind. Ghostfire laughed triumphantly. Swish! The cold ice sword chopped out. Ghostfire, who was in the midst of his complacency, was almost chopped in half. You! Swish! Good! Swish! Without waiting for Ghostfire to finish, he was completely decapitated by the ice-cold sword. The villain died of too many words. White Knight was too lazy to give her a chance to speak. After the Ghostfire dissipated, it fell into a black silk sack that contained quite a few intermediate-level pills. Another lot of harvest. Nowadays, Nangong Qianxue came with 500 points of cold damage, which was a magical attack, and was completely capable of inflicting damage on spirit bodies. At the same time, he completed the quests of counter-killing and killing the extremely cold ice crystal beast. White Knight gained 2 skills at once: rapid recovery, physical strength, energy, injuries, etc. Recovery speed plus 100%. Energy link, can establish a link with a designated target to share energy. Now, White Knight's energy had reached 1,140 points, which was slightly inferior even to a Black Iron 9-star Beast Maiden. If it was shared with Nangong Qianxue, then her flight endurance would increase by several times. This battle was a huge gain. However, instead of being happy, Nangong Qianxue was filled with sadness. Qianxue, what's wrong? Bai Ye couldn't help but ask. Actually, these past few days, my mommy has been quietly guarding us from behind. However, today, when we encountered such a great danger, she never showed up. The opponents are so powerful, I'm worried that something has happened to my mommy. Nangong Qianxue finally spoke out her long-suppressed worries. White Knight also reacted to the fact that there was another option that hadn't been completed before. That was to escape the 5 Elements Mountain, or to kill a strong enemy in return. The only killers that White Knight and the others had seen were the 3 Beast Maidens and 1 Imperial Beast Master. All of them had already been killed. By all rights, they should be considered to have completed the mission. However, they had never received a reward. It meant that the killers weren't just a few of them, there were others. Maybe Nangong Qianshua's mom was really in danger. Sure enough, the system's options proved it. Option 1, successfully rescued Nangongya. Completion reward, gunnery proficiency. Option 2, abandon the rescue and escape the 5 Elements Mountain. Completion reward, agility plus 10. Option 3, fail to rescue. Completion reward, strength minus 10. Now that it was dark, the alien beast space at night was extremely dangerous. And because of the effect of the field of vision, the difficulty of finding someone had increased dramatically. They had gone through another day of fleeing and killing, and they were all already tired. In this situation, it was also unrealistic to forcefully go looking for someone. They could only spend the night in the ice cave first. The 3 of them all had enough cold resistance, and with this bit of cold, there was absolutely nothing to worry about. Moreover, because of the existence of the Ice Crystal Beast group, the other foreign beasts didn't dare to easily enter the ice cave. Comparatively speaking, it was much safer to camp here. White Knight pulled out delicacies made from the meat of various chieftain-class fey beasts from his dimensional space and set them out on a picnic mat. It was even faintly hot. These were all made by the chef that he had gotten there at the Jiangzhou hotel before he left. It should be said or not, the subspace was really a must-have item for traveling at home. Food was the most healing. After eating and drinking, Nangong Qianshua's sorrow faded a lot. The main thing was that she had finally figured out the cause and effect. These killers, most likely came from the Cheng family. On one hand, it was because Nangong Qianshua had dumped Chengpeng for Bai Night, and before that, Bai Ye had even beaten up Chengpeng in public. On the other hand, it was because Bai Ye couldn't look at Chengyu. This pair of proud and willful sickly siblings definitely couldn't swallow this breath. That's why they paid big bucks to hire a killer. They weren't short on money. The Cheng family had shares in the 5 Elements Mountain exotic beast space, so they were able to arrange to bring in a large number of Black Iron 9-star assassins. It was also able to obtain their information. After figuring this out, Nangong Qianshua had no need to worry. After all, Chengpeng's purpose was to obtain Nangong Qianshua. Since this was the case, it was impossible to kill Nangongya. At most, he would just trap her and prevent her from interfering. So, it was time to eat and sleep. In the 5 Elements Mountain, Bai Ye hadn't collected any little brothers yet, so there was no one to help them with the night watch. They could only rely on themselves. The 3 of them took turns, with one person keeping watch for 3 hours. The first stop was White Knight. With nothing to do, he sat on a piece of foreign beast skin and casually swiped through the posts. There was no other signal in the Fey space, so he could only play LAN on the app. Today at Shattered Beach, I came across 2 corpses of Black Iron 9 stars. RT. When I probed into the 2 corpses levels, a whole lot of shock came over me. The 5 Elements Mountain is just an entry-level alien beast space. How could a Black Iron 9-star powerhouse fall? What kind of terrifying danger exists in the 5 Elements Mountain? Figure C downstairs. Picture. 3rd floor, crap, that scares me. I'm camping in the wilderness tonight and I don't dare to sleep. 4th floor, what bullshit danger, but it's just dog eat dog between big families. 5th floor, upstairs is the right answer. 6th floor, black armored dung beetles? It's the black-blooded one. 7th floor, crap, the legendary black blood mercenary group? Floor 8, what kind of person can kill them? It's too unbelievable. This post was quite hot, earning the owner quite a few 5 Elements coins. It caused White Knight to have a heart attack. He should have known that he'd come to post this thread. Besides, he still had 2 Black Iron 9-star Beast Maiden corpses here. Unfortunately, it couldn't be posted indiscriminately, or wouldn't he be revealing his whereabouts to the rest of Black Blood? Even the matter of the death of the extreme cold ice crystal beast couldn't be spoken about now. At least not until after this night. White Knight then left a comment below the post. What is the Black Blood Mercenary Corps? It sounds so awesome. Would love to know information about their members. Reward 1,000 5 Elements coins. It had to be said that netizens really were omnipotent. Someone soon chatted privately with White Knight about the Black Blood Mercenary Corps. There were 5 Beast Maidens and 3 Imperial Beast Masters. One of the Imperial Beast Masters, as a manager, was only responsible for taking on missions and rarely took action himself. The information of the 5 Beast Maidens was also posted. White Knight finally realized that aside from the 3 Beast Maidens they had killed, there was also a Black Panther and a Xian Crow. Both were Black Iron 9 stars. It seemed that Nangongya's opponents were the 2 of them. After learning this information, White Knight continued browsing the forums. The people in this world hadn't been trained by the UC Shock Department, and the posts were written in a boring manner. Almost all of them were flat-out boring, and reading them made Bai Night drowsy. Suddenly, White Knight vaguely heard something talking. Elder brother Extreme Cold, are you home? White Knight responded in the same language in a daze. In. The voice continued. How's the consideration of my previous offer going? You hand over the 5 elements spirit disc, and I'll help you raise to the Lord level. White Knight snapped out of it. This damn thing wasn't even human language. It was clearly beast language. Opening the eye of true vision, only to see a huge figure in the distance, groping its way forward. It doesn't look like it has good eyesight. Type, Ice Storm Bear. Rank, 10th level Lord. Strength, 2000. Agility, 1000. Physique, 2000. Energy, 1000. Skills, Berserk, Ice Cracking Claws, Ice Armor, Roar, Charge. Character, Stupid. Weakness, Poor Eyesight. So it's a blind bear. No wonder his eyesight is so poor. It's so close, but it still hasn't recognized White Knight. But as a Lord-level beast, its attributes are also really strong. While the Ice Storm Bear hadn't reacted yet. While chatting with it one by one, White Knight quietly woke up Lin Meng and Nangong Qianxue. The two of them couldn't help but stare in disbelief when they saw the behemoth not far away. This was a Lord-level foreign beast. It was so close. It was too terrifying. What shocked them even more was that Bai Knight was even chatting with the Ice Storm Bear. Even White Knight had extracted a secret from the Ice Storm Bear's mouth. In the ice cave of the extremely cold ice crystal beast, there was a treasure called the 5 elements spirit disc hidden. Surprisingly, White Knight and the others hadn't discovered it. It was a big loss. As the saying goes, if you say too much, you'll lose. Even as stupid as the ice-cold tyrant bear, he had discovered the problem from White Knight's voice. Elder brother extreme cold, why is your voice so soft now? Like a pussy. You're not hiding a beast in your cave, are you? The ice-cold berserker bear stretched out its big, gossipy head and came in front of Bai Knight. Then it widened its eyes in shock. In its large eyes, a sharp sword emitting a cold aura was gradually enlarging. Ow! The ice storm bear let out a miserable cry, and one of its eyes was directly stabbed blind. At the same time, the Dark Knight Cat Demon's golden claw scratched at the other eye of the ice-cold storm bear. In this way, it really became a blind bear. The ice storm bear, whose eyes were stabbed blind, crashed angrily in the ice cave. The terrifying impact almost collapsed the entire ice cave. After a while of madness, the ice tyrant bear was also a bit tired and wanted to rest for a while. The Dark Cat Demon then rushed up and scratched a claw, then turned around and ran. The angry ice storm bear once again went berserk. After a few rounds of back and forth, the ice raging bear was completely weak. It was lying on the ground, panting like a dead dog. At this time, it was finally time for White Knight to appear. Sharpness, armor break, heavy slash. The status was stacked. Following the bleeding eyes of the ice storm bear, he stabbed violently. The long sword went in flush. The mountainous ice bears collapsed with a loud thud. Killed in one blow. A terrifyingly powerful Lord-class alien beast was killed by White Knight and the others just like that. The death was quite stifling. One could only say that it really was a stupid death. The corpse of the ice storm bear was too massive, and White Knight's subspace was stuffed with ice crystal stones. So the bear meat was even, leaving only a bare skin, and 4 dozens of pounds of bear paws. Go back and steam the bear paws. Thinking about it all drooled Now that there were 2 powerful beast corpses lying in the ice cave, I'm sure no more ungrateful beasts would dare to come and disturb them, right? The 3 of them can finally sleep peacefully. But before that, first they had to find the 5 elements spirit disc that the ice storm bear had spoken of. Something that could make a lord-level foreign beast miss it must be a treasure. The 3 of them searched around the deepest part of the ice cave and finally saw a chest in a patch of ice crystals. A bronze-level treasure chest. Such a treasure was even in the space of an entry-level foreign beast. It was truly magical. The 3 of them couldn't wait to shatter the ice crystals and took out the bronze treasure chest from it. Inside was indeed a multicolored jade disc with 5 holes in it. 5 elemental spirit disc. Place 5 beast spirit beads of a lord-level fey beast into the holes with the corresponding attributes to open the seal. Seal? What's sealed? A treasure or a demon? The Eye of True Vision did not give a more detailed explanation, but the 3 of them were all very interested in the results after opening it. It just so happened that White Knight still had the quest to kill 5 lord-level foreign beasts. Simply do it all together. The night was peaceful and uneventful. In the morning, the 3 of them simply nibbled on the roasted leg meat of a silver moon pale wolf and set off. The goal was to follow the path they came from to find traces of Nangong Qianxue's mother. With the Dark Knight Cat Demon's superb sense of smell, they soon caught the scent provided by Nangong Qianxue at the place before they encountered the black-armored dung beetle. There was a strong and powerful smell of blood. It seemed like a very intense battle had been experienced. When Nangong Qianxue saw this, she was a bit anxious. But as long as there were no corpses in sight, there was still hope. The next road could be easily found without even using the Dark Knight Cat Demon. Because the bloodstains on the road were too obvious. As the target approached, the trio became more and more cautious. After all, the other party was in existence that could subdue a peak black iron beast maiden. In a head-on confrontation, the 3 of them were afraid that they would hardly be opponents. Simply let the Dark Knight Cat Demon stealthily scout the path, and after confirming that there was no problem, White Knight and Nangong Qianxue would then follow. Anyway, with White Knight's energy link, the Dark Knight Cat Demon could stealth at will and not worry about consumption at all. Soon, the Dark Knight Cat Demon arrived in front of a cave. It could clearly smell the strong smell of Nangonya in the cave. It seemed to have found the right place. And at the entrance of the cave, a beast woman was swiping her cell phone in boredom. White Knight opened his eyes of true vision from afar. Sure enough, it was that Xian Crow. Since this was the case, what was there to say? A direct sneak attack. From stealth, the Dark Knight Cat Demon struck a fierce poison claw. Before the Xian Crow could transform, its neck was directly scratched off. The death was too quick. Even she herself didn't expect it. With that, there was only one last Black Panther left. The Dark Cat Demon continued to dive in, and then saw an extremely fragrant scene. On one side was a ragged woman who was bound and dimpled. On the other side was a sexy woman dressed in leather with a small whip in her hand. They were playing an indescribable game. Lin Mang was so young, or had she seen this situation before, she was instantly dumbfounded. The leather-clad beauty was very alert. When she realized that there was a change in the black net binding Nangonya, she immediately transformed into a Black Panther and stared vigilantly at the cave entrance. Crow, crow? Crow! After shouting twice with no response, the Black Panther knew something was wrong. It just so happened that Lin Mang had forgotten to maintain her invisibility because she was frozen, and actually revealed her form. White Knight's Dark Knight Cat Demon? Black Panther recognized Lin Mang's identity at a glance. It seemed like they were really coming for White Knight. The Dark Knight Cat Demon finally woke up and turned to run. There was no way around it. It was obvious from her aura that she was definitely no match on her own. But after adding White Knight, the situation was different. Black Panther was of the agility lineage, with a speed of up to 1,500 points. But with war inspiration and extreme speed stacked on top of each other, the Dark Knight Cat Demon's speed wasn't weak at all. The strength was similarly not inferior. Especially after all the statuses were stacked, the Dark Cat Demon's strength was 1,200. It was even better than the Black Panther. Moreover, with White Knight around, the Dark Knight Cat Demon wasn't afraid of getting hurt. This was how powerful it was to have the assistance of a royal beastmaster. Black Panther was almost being suppressed by Dark Knight Cat Demon. She really couldn't believe that this was really just a trainee beastmistress in front of her. It seemed that those teammates of hers had really failed. Black Panther knew that she couldn't even try to escape against such an enemy, so she could only think of a way to break the game. Thus, Black Panther stared at White Knight. It was common knowledge that Imperial Beastmasters were basically fragile. This was common knowledge. As long as she caught a chance, she could kill them with a single claw. Seeing an opportunity, Black Panther suddenly split into a doppelganger to tangle with the Dark Knight Cat Demon. His own main body then swooped down on White Knight. The speed was so fast that one simply couldn't react. However, White Knight had more than enough battle sense. It was even ready at all times. Sharp, armor-breaking, straight-line impacts. White Knight in turn took the initiative and charged head-on at an even faster speed. The speeds of the two were superimposed, so fast that they couldn't make any reaction at all. White Knight and the Sword Spirit's human swords merged, directly piercing through the Black Panther's body and spraying out a long string of blood. Black Panther, die. Nangonya, who had broken free from the black net, saw the scene in front of her and opened her mouth wide in shock. She knew that White Knight was powerful, but she didn't expect it to be this powerful. Surprisingly, he could even kill a Black Iron 9-star powerhouse. Then wasn't it possible to kill herself as well? Thinking about this, Nangonya finally put away her lofty mentality. It began to look flatly, or even up at White Knight. This was respect for the strong. And when Bai Ye saw Nangonya, this almost spewed nosebleed. It was too powerful. Nangong Qianxue was known as the #1 beauty in Jiangzhou. To be able to give birth to such a daughter, Nangonya, who was her mother, was naturally not bad at all. The people who chased after her back then could circle around Jiangzhou city. In the previous battle, Nangonya's clothes were shot with holes by the Xian Crow's feathers. Now it looked really somewhat less elegant. But under normal circumstances, whoever went out would not carry replacement clothes with them. Nangonya could only reach out to Bai Knight for them. She was aware that Bai Ye had a sub-dimensional space. White Knight did have Nangong Qianxue's spare clothes in his secondary space. It just so happened that she could take it to Nangonya to wear. It was just that Nangonya had an upright figure that was a full meter 8 towards the top, coupled with a fiery figure. Originally worn on Nangong Qianxue's body, there was a kind of dusty temperament of the clothes. Wearing in Nangonya body, but seems a little tight. One could only sigh, a good-looking person, no matter what she wore, could not hide her unique temperament. It was too prominent. Schwer, are you alright? After putting on her clothes, Nangonya was the first to run to her daughter's side, concerned about her situation. It's fine, mommy. Nangong Qianxue spun around, showing Nangonya that she hadn't suffered a single scratch. Changpeng didn't go to trouble you guys? Nangonya was a bit shocked, even thinking that she had guessed wrong. Looked for awe. Then where are their people? You mean Black Blood's people? They were all killed. Those are all Black Iron 9-star powerhouses. How did you kill them? Just like I killed that Black Panther just now. Well, Nangongya had to admit that ever since she had followed White Knight, her daughter seemed to have changed into a different person. It had even become strong enough to rival her. Worthy of being a SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master, it was truly amazing. Too powerful. When Nangong Qianxue recounted that they had also killed the extremely cold ice crystal beast as well as the cold ice storm bear in passing, Nangongya was even more surprised and opened her mouth wide, making it difficult to close it for a long time. Even she, who was at the peak of black iron, couldn't do it. White Knight was truly a miracle worker. Nangongya wanted to be his beast maiden. Auntie? You look too young, I'll call you Sister Ye. White Knight stepped forward to greet her. Nangongya was very satisfied with this title and didn't mind this messing up of seniority at all. Nangong Qianxue beamed her mouth, somewhat dissatisfied. In this way, wouldn't she have to call Bai Ye uncle? It was a drop of a generation for nothing. Really? What's wrong with mommy? Obviously, she was usually very polite and had always been a dignified and beautiful lady. Why is she acting like a little woman today? Amidst Nangong Qianxue's dissatisfaction, Bai Knight continued. Sister Ye, do you know where Chang Peng went? I heard that he recently brought his golden mammoth and has been collecting golden blood in that area of Golden Spirit Mountain, and in the meantime, he's been honing his battle skills in preparation for his impact on the Black Iron level. After speaking, Nangongya instantly reacted. White Knight, you're not thinking of dealing with Cheng Peng, are you? Don't ever mess around. The guards around Cheng Peng are much more powerful than the entire Black Blood mercenary corps. It's simply not something you guys can deal with. White Knight, however, was unimpressed. It's fine, let's go to Golden Spirit Mountain to practice as well. I heard that there are a lot of golden exotic beasts there. Nangongya wanted to persuade, but she simply couldn't shake White Knight's decision, so she simply followed directly by her side so she could block them at any time. Their strength was about the same anyway. Even if they joined White Knight's adventure squad, it wouldn't have too much of an impact. Speaking of which, it seemed like the idea of fighting together with White Knight had really been realized. Nangongya was even a little excited about it. Departure, Golden Spirit Mountain. In order to provoke, White Knight even took photos of the corpses of the entire Black Blood mercenary corps and posted them on the forum. What he wanted was to completely provoke Cheng Peng. As long as Cheng Peng dared to make a blatant move, White Knight would dare to cut off his outstretched hand. Catching up on the road was certainly impossible on its own. White Knight just happened to run into the blizzard antelope herd that had temporarily parted ways that day again. So the few people continued to gallop. Nangongya finally experienced that kind of dashing. It was as if they had returned to their student days. Happy little face read. The Golden Spirit Mountain was opposite to the Cold Ice Mountain, and the return journey just happened to pass by the military camp. The Mercedes-Benz flock, and the 4 people riding on it, drew a burst of amazement from the crowd. This kind of tawdry operation was the first time they had seen it. And when White Knight pulled out the spoils of war from the subspace, it shocked everyone even more severely. Nearly 10 cubic meters of ice crystal stones. There were even extremely cold ice crystal stones. This was a nest of ice crystal beasts, right? That terrifying ice cave, even Black Iron ranked beast maids didn't dare to step into it easily. How did these few apprentice rookies of theirs do it? And when White Knight pulled out the ice storm bear skin, everyone completely shut up. This was really strong. Surprisingly, he'd even killed a lord-level foreign beast. White Knight handed over all of yesterday's loot to the Nangong family's transportation team. Finally, he vacated the subspace. It was time to happily snatch and grab again. And the loot, valued at $50 million. White Knight had become a true billionaire. Nangongya also had her equipment fetched and finally changed out of the clothes that combined cuteness and sexiness on her body. Wearing black iron grade armor, she was like a female general, heroic and vigorous. It was only a pity that the once lofty and majestic temperament was gone in front of White Knight. Instead, her little face was flushed like a shy little girl. It caused Nangong Qianxue to almost not recognize her mommy. After briefly fixing up, the group continued to ride the blizzard antelope and ran towards the Golden Spirit Mountain. When they approached the Golden Spirit Mountain, they really saw a huge golden mammoth that was fighting with a golden saber-toothed tiger. The golden mammoth had enormous strength, and even the leader-level golden saber-toothed tiger was slightly inferior. What's more, there was also an S-ranked beast master Cheng Peng behind it, assisted by a variety of chaotic skills stacked on top of each other. Completely crushed the golden saber-toothed tiger. The golden saber-toothed tiger also understood that he was not an opponent, turned around and wanted to use his speed to escape. However, there was a circle of Black Iron level beast maids standing around. No matter which direction they ran, they couldn't complete the breakout. Fighting but not able to fight, running also cannot run away. The golden saber-toothed tiger, once hardened, simply directly pounced on Cheng Peng. It also knew that the Imperial Beast Master was relatively fragile. As long as it resolved the Imperial Beast Master, if it fought alone, it believed that it would not be weaker than the Golden Mammoth. However, this move of the golden saber-toothed tiger was simply stabbing the ant's nest. Its fierce tiger pounce had just been unleashed, and several black iron grade magic immediately issued from the surroundings, directly shooting it into a bloody gourd in the air. The The golden saber-toothed tiger smashed heavily to the ground and completely lost its voice. However, underneath it, there was still a person. It was Chang Peng. This guy, he couldn't maneuver at all. Couldn't even dodge a dead foreign beast. In fact, White Knight wasn't prepared for a head-on confrontation. His goal was just to piss off the porcupine herd. By killing a porcupine in public, White Knight managed to accomplish his goal. Then he turned around and ran. Right into a head-on collision with the black iron-ranked beast maidens that were chasing after him. Switch! The silver spear that was originally used as a mount was held in White Knight's hand. The sword spirit then turned into a mount. It impacted in a straight line. White Knight held up his silver spear and charged directly at one of the falcon beast mothers flying at the front. The silver lance's attributes were very powerful as an A-rank black iron peak beast maiden, combined with White Knight's skills as well as his strength. The attack power that erupted was extremely astonishing. The falcon didn't even have time to react before it was pierced through the chest by White Knight. He died on the spot. Perfect partners. Nangong Qianxue was jealous as she watched. White Knight shouldn't have a crush on her mommy, right? You know, ever since dad died, mommy hasn't contracted with anyone. In case, blah blah blah, it shouldn't be, right? In the midst of Nangong Qianxue's rambling thoughts, White Knight threw the stealthy Dark Knight cat demon at a flying fish. He himself pushed his gun and killed a flower butterfly. The Dark Knight cat demon was experienced in aerial combat, probing out its fierce poison claws in stealth and directly scratching the royal beastmaster on the flying fish's back to death. Then he opened his golden claws and scratched at the flying fish's wings. 3 or 2 times, he scratched the flying fish's wings to pieces, and then let her fall down at speed. The dark cat demon then utilized swift pounce and jumped upwards. By the way, it also stomped on the flying fish. The rest was left to White Knight. With the tacit understanding from all these years, Lin Meng trusted him unconditionally. At this moment, White Knight erupted into a combo, almost dancing the silver spear out of a phantom. Gun mastery was unleashed. Nowadays, Bai Knight was a gun master. Combined with the skill, the attack power was simply terrifying. The flower butterfly didn't even have time to send out an attack skill before she was stabbed all over the place. It couldn't be dead anymore. However, on the other side, a flower butterfly appeared again. That was just an illusion. Flower butterflies were proficient in illusion. Only then did White Knight react and hurriedly opened his eye of true vision. He realized that the flower butterfly that appeared was still a fake. The real one was in stealth, fluttering a white powder. At a glance, it was highly toxic. However, White Knight wasn't afraid of poison at all. Isn't this a coincidence? White Knight went straight through the poisonous white powder and shot the butterfly in the head. Butterfly didn't even react until she died. She couldn't believe that her own phantom and stealth were useless in front of White Knight. Ordinary purple arts simply couldn't do this. Worthy of being a SSS-level Imperial Beast Master, too powerful. This was the last exclamation of the flower butterfly before she died. White Knight then reversed his flying sword to catch the Dark Knight cat demon that was about to descend. Everything worked together seamlessly. The flying fish, as well as the bodies of the falcon and the flower butterfly, fell into the porcupine herd. It was eaten by the crowd of pigs. The corpses of the black iron-class beast maidens were extremely bountiful in terms of energy for the foreign beasts. On the spot, a porcupine completed its advancement and became a chieftain-grade long arrow porcupine. Under the temptation of food, the porcupines became even more excited. One by one, they wailed and chased towards White Knight. It happened to collide with the other beast maidens that were chasing after them. These beast nymphs couldn't fly. Facing such a terrifying porcupine herd, they didn't have any desire to fight and turned around to escape. The leaders of the porcupine herd shot long arrows. Immediately, 2 beast maids were unable to dodge and were hit by the long arrows, their speed greatly reduced. At the same time, the rain of arrows from the porcupine herd flew in, instantly shooting the 2 beast maids into hedgehogs. The other beast nymphs still wanted to escape, but White Knight wouldn't let them go, constantly releasing skills from the air to interfere. The Silver Lance also had a long-range attack skill called Silver Lance Cannon. Whether it was the attack distance or the killing power, it far surpassed Silver Moonslash. It was a great threat to the beast maidens. After White Knight established an energy link with the silver gun, he could completely use the silver gun as a sniper rifle. There was no need to worry about consumption. Whichever beast maiden ran forward, White Knight would snipe them. The beast maidens were all scared and could only run at a suppressed pace. However, with the porcupines chasing after them, if they ran slowly, they would be shot into hedgehogs and eventually become pig poop. Forward and backward are both dead. Can only stay in the center. That is to say, maintaining a speed similar to that of the porcupine herd. This was exactly what White Knight needed. He even had to guide the direction of the porcupine herd, without bias, straight to Cheng Peng's location. Along the way, when all the foreign beasts saw the porcupine herd, their first reaction was to urgently flee. In the end, all the foreign beasts along the way, followed and rushed out of the Golden Spirit Mountain. Even the surrounding unknown foreign beasts followed blindly. White Knight originally just wanted to lure the Golden Arrow Porcupine to deal with Cheng Peng. As a result, he didn't expect that it would cause a wave of beasts. 10,000 beasts were rushing about. With that formation, the entire Five Elements mountain was startled. Alarm! Alarm! A beast tide has occurred in the direction of Golden Spirit Mountain. All adventurers are requested to take shelter immediately. Alarm! Alert! All the people in Five Elements Mountain who had installed the app received a piercing alarm. This was one of the app's functions. There hadn't been a beast tide in the Five Elements Mountain for many years. Every time it appeared, it meant a large number of casualties. The commander of the military camp, a peak black iron flower demon, immediately commanded the army to rescue them. Suddenly, one of his men quietly reported. The young master of the Chang family, Chang Pang, is at Golden Spirit Mountain at this moment. The flower demon commander was shocked. Marred, what is this dude doing at Golden Spirit Mountain? The beast tide couldn't have been caused by him, right? Commander, now is not the time to dwell on this. It's imperative to rush to the rescue, otherwise none of us will have any good fruit to eat. Tell the Chang family's people about this news and let them figure it out on their own. We don't have the energy or manpower for that. After the flower demon commander said that, she didn't want to bother with this matter anymore. Anyway, she was a plant-based beast maiden, only suitable for defending the city, not for taking the initiative. Anyone who came would not be able to blame her. That henchman was a member of the Chang family. Seeing that the commander was unwilling to care, he hurriedly ran outside the Fey Beast space and urgently contacted the Chang family. Soon, a group of black iron-level beast maidens rushed into the Five Elements Mountain with great vigor, heading straight for the Golden Spirit Mountain. And White Knight, who started it all, realized that it was a big game. However, the surroundings were filled with foreign beasts, and there was nowhere to go if you wanted to hide. Even the air wasn't safe anymore. A large group of flying beasts had also joined the beast tide. Golden owls, long-horned eagles, sword-feathered birds, iron-winged swallows. Not to mention the golden arrow porcupine firing golden arrows from time to time. After some consideration, White Knight simply took a few beast maids and fell into the herd, once again riding on the back of the blizzard antelope. The surrounding beasts were filled with vigilance. White Knight hurriedly explained. Own beast. Own beast. I'm a mutated humanoid foreign beast. The surrounding Fey beasts heard that since they were also speaking beast language, they should be Fey beasts. Forget it, since the blizzard antelope itself was fine with it, the other Fey beasts didn't bother. White Knight successfully penetrated the beast tide. The beast tide had already formed, and even without White Knight's guidance, it wouldn't easily disappear. It was like a flood that had already formed. How easy would it be to stop? The direction of the beast tide was precisely Chang Pang. At this moment, Chang Pang also noticed the beast tide rolling in. He was so scared that his legs went weak. Save me! Quickly take me away! Chang Pang screamed in terror. The golden mammoth rushed over and wanted to carry Chang Pang away. But Chang Pang couldn't even look at her. After all, the golden mammoth wasn't an agile beastus and its strength was too low to protect him. What Chang Pang was interested in was a cloud-piercing bird beastus. She didn't have any other abilities, but she was extremely fast. Chang Pang had been letting her follow him around, in order to take him to escape at any time. Brother Pang, there's still me! The golden mammoth shouted at Chang Pang who was flying into the sky. However, where did Chang Pang care about the others? Suddenly, a cloud-piercing arrow flew in at extreme speed, directly shooting the cloud-piercing bird through and through. It also almost shot Chang Pang to death together, to kill two birds with one arrow. It was the golden arrow of the golden arrow porcupine. Within 1,000 meters, it can hit anywhere. The golden arrow porcupine doesn't care if a beast flies over its head. But not human beasts. As long as they see it, they have to shoot it down. White Knight had been attacked several times before. If he hadn't reacted sharply, I'm afraid he would have entered the porcupine's stomach at this point. The cloud-piercing bird was instantly killed. Chang Pang covered the root of his thigh that was gushing blood and screamed. Save me! Save me! That golden arrow just now, if it had been a little more off, he might have been extinct. Another flying beast maiden hurriedly flew into the air to meet it. As a result, it had just taken off when it was shot down by a new golden arrow. For a while, no beast maiden dared to take off anymore. But Chang Pang also had to save. After all, this was their core mission. Thus, a spider beast maiden urgently weaved a giant web. It finally covered Chang Pang, who was descending at great speed. Now, no one dared to fly. Chang Pang then sat on a wind shadow wolf beast maiden and quickly fled. The others followed closely behind. In the face of the tidal wave of beasts, even the black iron-grade beast nymphs could not raise the slightest bit of fighting spirit. When the tide receded, one could see who was swimming naked. When the escape began, one could see who was slow. Without a doubt, the golden mammoth was the slowest one. So slow that even the ordinary porcupine's back spines kept landing on her. Soon, the golden mammoth almost became an oversized porcupine. Only the thorns on her body were sticking right through. If this continued, she would definitely die. If the contracted beast died, it would also be very damaging to the imperial beast master. Moreover, the golden mammoth was cultivated by the Chang family at great expense. It consumed more than 1 billion. It couldn't just die here. Thus, Chang Pang rushed a speedy spotted tiger beside him and ordered, "Flower tiger, go save Jean Rong." The spotted tiger was a little hesitant. Facing the beast tide, even she did not dare to guarantee that she could retreat in one piece. How could she still care about the others? Seeing this, Changpeng could not help but become furious and uttered a threat. Hua Hu, what are you doing? Do you still want to hang out in Jiangzhou? Considering the power of the Chang family, the spotted tiger finally compromised and turned back to rescue. Facing the golden mammoth that was even more massive than himself, the spotted tiger could not carry it at all. Quickly turned back into human form. The spotted tiger roared in a bad tone. When the golden mammoth saw that someone finally came back to rescue it, it was like grasping the last straw, almost crying out in gratitude. It hurriedly transformed into human form and jumped onto the back of the spotted tiger. After transforming into human form, the back thorns were almost densely inserted, looking extremely terrifying. Zhanrong almost fainted from the pain. The spotted tiger was too lazy to care about this, just ordering Zhanrong to hold onto it, and then scurried out in a hurry. Even so, it still received a few more arrows. Luckily, most of them were blocked by Zhanrong. It was a good thing to carry a person like a shield on one's back, but it wasn't so friendly to Zhanrong. After transforming back into her human form, her defense dropped greatly. Even ordinary porcupine back spikes could easily shoot through her. The new few back spikes were almost equivalent to nailing her to the spotted tiger. It was also saved from falling. At this time, Changpeng once again gave a new order. You guys, cover our escape. He was trying to abandon all of his guards and escape alone. If these black iron-grade beast maidens struck at the same time, they could indeed slightly stop the speed of the beast tide. However, that would also mean that they would have to face a scene of 9 deaths. They were all a little envious of the wind shadow wolves and spotted tigers that had been drafted as mounts. As the Chang family's guards, these people didn't dare to disobey Changpeng's command, or else they wouldn't want to hang around in Jiangzhou. They could only force themselves to burst out with their strongest attacks. The foreign beasts that rushed at the front were instantly slaughtered. However, the foreign beasts at the back followed closely to replenish the void. It was simply impossible to kill them. Their behavior was only slightly blocking the beast tide. Trying to completely block it was tantamount to a mantis. They themselves knew this, and after releasing a wave of attacks, they turned around and ran. But the porcupines wouldn't spoil them. Back spikes fell like rain. The few beast maidens who ran the slowest were instantly shot into hedgehogs. The beast nymphs fought back desperately, but only managed to kill a few hundred more fey beasts. It had little effect on the tide of 10,000 beasts running around. Instead, after White Knight absorbed hundreds of beast souls, the beast soul armor once again condensed into substance and no longer feared the porcupine's back spine attack. In the midst of the beast tide, the degree of safety increased greatly. Due to the beast maid's desperate counterattacks, Changpeng and Zhanrong were finally able to escape. It was just that both of them were carrying heavy injuries. Especially Zhanrong, who was almost dying. It was Changpeng who had been using all sorts of precious elixirs, as well as healing techniques, to keep her alive. But the porcupine's back spines hadn't been pulled out yet, and if they started healing now, every single one that was pulled out afterward would be a miserable experience. Changpeng just wanted to hang on to Zhanrong's life so that the huge investment would not go down the drain. He didn't care about Zhanrong's pain. One could only say that following this kind of tycoon was destined to be a tragedy. Finally, the Chang family's rescue team arrived. The killing began. The Chang family's rescue team were all black iron-grade beast maidens, and their killing power was still very strong when dealing with low-level beasts. If they let go of their hands to kill, the wave of beasts could really be taken care of by them. However, their purpose was only to rescue Changpeng. Now that their purpose was accomplished, they wouldn't sacrifice to protect others. So they just left a part of the beast nymphs to break the back, while the other beast nymphs covered Changpeng's rapid retreat. However, if Changpeng wanted to get away so easily, he also had to ask White Knight if he would agree. White Knight threw out the stealthy Dark Knight Cat Demon and had her specialize in sneak attacks. Ordinary black iron ranked beast maidens couldn't block the Darkness Cat Demon's golden claws. For the tricky ones like that, White Knight then sneakily sent out a silver gun cannon with his silver gun. The attacks of a peak black iron level beast maiden weren't something an ordinary person could carry off. The crowd of foreign beasts were finally sure that White Knight was their own beast. Under White Knight's destruction, the defense line established by the Chang clan's beast nymphs was easily torn apart. The tide of beasts continued to surge towards Changpeng at an extremely fast speed. The Chang clan's beast nymphs continued to fall. The wind shadow wolf under Changpeng's seat desperately fled, its forelegs almost smoldering. It was about to shake off the wave of beasts. White Knight watched with a pang of anxiety. He couldn't let him off so easily. Sweeping around, he happened to see a porcupine. Meng, throw that porcupine over there. White Knight filled up Lin Meng's status, and her strength reached a staggering 1,500 points. It was easy to throw a 100 or 10-pound porcupine. Lin Meng grabbed that porcupine's hind legs and violently swung it around a few times, directly throwing it thousands of meters away. Coincidentally, it happened to smash into Changpeng's body. The porcupine sensed the danger and immediately shot out all of its back spines. The armor on Changpeng's body had an extremely high defense, so ordinary back spikes naturally couldn't penetrate it. However, with a large number of back spines and firing them at such a close range, they still pierced in quite a few along the gaps. Painfully, Cheng Peng bared his teeth and screamed. "Damn you guys!" Cheng Peng stormed out, smoothly pulling out a sharp dagger from his pocket and slashing the porcupine's neck. This action was like stabbing an ant's nest, and the porcupines behind him were instantly enraged. Especially the golden arrow porcupine, its attack distance was enough to cover Cheng Peng. A round of golden arrows came again. Cheng Peng was scared at the sight of the golden arrow and quickly dodged to avoid it. He was able to dodge it, but the wind shadow wolf under his seat was miserable. It was directly nailed into the back by the golden arrow, wailing in pain. Fortunately, this was the limit distance, and the power of the golden arrow had been cut by half. Otherwise, it would not just be a simple matter of being nailed in the back, it would probably be shot straight through. Seeing Cheng Peng dodging the attack, the golden arrow porcupine fired a golden arrow again. Cheng Peng dodged it again. Then it nailed the wind shadow wolf's back again. The angry wind shadow wolf wanted to curse his mother. It didn't work like that. Immediately after, the third golden arrow was fired. This time, the golden arrow porcupine aimed at Cheng Peng's thigh. It was impossible for Cheng Peng to dodge the attack by deflecting his body. He was directly shot through his thigh by the golden arrow and nailed onto the wind shadow wolf. Now, both of Cheng Peng's legs were shot through. Moreover, they were nailed together with the wind shadow wolf, so it would be difficult to dodge again. It's true that within 1,000 meters, it can hit wherever it's pointed. It's too accurate. It was more accurate than the 100 steps through Yang and Regulus. This was the golden arrow porcupine's precision shooting skill. "Quickly protect me!" Cheng Peng hurriedly shouted to the guards around him. One more arrow and he would hang. The beast maidens hurriedly gathered behind Cheng Peng, forming a human wall. The golden arrow porcupine began to attack frantically. Constantly, some beast nymphs were hit and fell into the tide of beasts behind them. But no matter what, they were unable to attack Cheng Peng. The angry golden arrow porcupine chased and shot all the way, and it was almost bald. And at this time, it finally arrived at the military camp. Thousands of beast maiden soldiers stood at attention. On the arrow towers stood all kinds of long-range attacking beast maidens, as well as imperial beast masters. The entire barracks, transformed into a beast full of sharp teeth, waiting for the beast tide to descend. Seeing Cheng Peng retreat into the military camp, White Knight secretly exclaimed a pity, then thought about switching camps. The beasts couldn't be allowed to attack the military camp, otherwise there would be heavy deaths and injuries. The great battle was imminent. Countless arrows and magic shot out like locusts. Hundreds of fey beasts died within moments. Especially a huge cannibal flower at the head, opened its mouth and spat out a waterfall of green venom. Immediately, more than a dozen foreign beasts were corrupted and died. The fey beasts were also not willing to show weakness, and various long-range skills were shot at the military camp. Again, they caused a considerable amount of damage. The giant cannibal flower, too, suffered quite a few attacks. But after she opened her mouth and swallowed a few fey beasts, the damage she received, surprisingly, recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Other than not being able to move, it was simply invincible. This cannibal flower was the commander of the military camp here, a peak B-rank black iron powerhouse, Yang Min. With her guarding them, it was almost impossible for the foreign beasts to break through the military camp. But what follows is bound to be a grueling battle. I'm afraid the deaths and injuries would be extremely heavy. Yang Min couldn't help but sigh. Right at this moment, a human warrior with black armor and a silver spear suddenly appeared among the beasts. The gun came out like a dragon. With every strike, it would accurately take away a powerful foreign beast. Even the leader-class foreign beasts were unable to block one of his attacks. Moreover, that person didn't do any defense at all. A black armor covered his entire body without any loopholes. Even the golden arrow of the golden arrow porcupine was surprisingly unable to shoot through the black armor. One really didn't know what material it was made of. But the experienced young men saw it with a glance. It wasn't any equipment at all, but a skill. A super invincibly strong defense skill. Nowadays, the beast's soul armor had absorbed thousands of beast souls, and its defense had indeed reached an extremely terrifying point. White Knight could completely kill the beasts without a care in the world. Coupled with the silver spear's superb attacking power, there was simply no one who could stand up to him. He was like Zhao Zilong, who had made 7 advances in 1,000,000 troops. Hegemony of a batch. The number of beasts killed by him alone was more than that of the entire army camp. And as he killed more and more beasts, the armor on Bai Knight's body grew thicker and thicker. It even grew spikes. Every time he suffered an attack, a spike would shoot out like a porcupine's back spines, reverse piercing through the alien beast that attacked him. This was evolving into anti-armor. With this, White Knight became even more reckless. As for the Dark Knight Cat Demon, she stealthily followed behind White Knight. Every time White Knight killed a foreign beast, she stepped forward and pulled out the opponent's soul bead and stuffed it into her mouth. There was blood everywhere around them, and the Dark Knight Cat Demon wasn't afraid of any damage at all. It was equally reckless. These foreign beasts all came down from the Golden Spirit Mountain, and usually fed on golden thatch grass. Or they fed on the fey beasts that fed on golden thatch grass. So there was more or less some golden bloodline in their bodies. The Dark Knight Cat Demon always turned on blood recovery, and her golden bloodline was surprisingly growing, and it was about to approach 1%. This time, she had earned a lot. Compared to the Golden Mammoth's huge investment, this was simply something she had picked up for nothing. Finally, the foreign beasts were scared of being killed. A route began to appear. A large pink meatball ran at the front. What is that thing? The Dark Knight Cat Demon was puzzled. She didn't remember there being such a beast. White Knight was also a bit puzzled, so he opened his eye of true vision. Crap! What? That big pink ball of meat is the golden arrow porcupine? The eye of true vision wasn't broken, was it? This doesn't fit with the domineering golden arrow porcupine. Could it be that the golden arrows of the golden arrow porcupine have all run out? Isn't this a big fat pig with its hair removed? I didn't expect it to be so pink. White Knight couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. When the Dark Knight Cat Demon heard White Knight's explanation, it even rolled on the ground with laughter. The contrast was also too big. But no matter what, this was after all a Lord-level foreign beast. White Knight wouldn't let it go. Leaving the Dark Knight Cat Demon here to continue pulling out the beast's soul pearl, White Knight stepped on his flying sword and chased after it. It soon disappeared from the crowd's view. The fated golden arrow porcupine was completely devoid of any threat and was stabbed to death by White Knight. A Lord-level beast spirit pearl arrived. However, in order to open the 5 elements spirit disc, White Knight had kept all of these Lord-level beast spirit beads. They weren't casually eaten. By the time White Knight returned, the soldiers had already started cleaning up the battlefield. The Dark Knight Cat Demon, on the other hand, was like a kitten protecting its food, not allowing the soldiers to get close to the foreign beasts that Bai Knight had killed. Yang Min was also a bit afraid of that black armored war god, so he strictly watched over his men and didn't allow them to mess with the Dark Knight Cat Demon. When White Knight returned, everyone who saw him stood in awe. This was the worship of the strong. It wasn't until then that Yang Min realized that this black armored war god was actually a trainee royal beast master. Imperial beast master? Or a trainee? The damn scrying technique is out of order. Suddenly, Yang Min thought of something. You're that legendary SSS Imperial Beast Master? White Knight nodded. No wonder. I didn't expect an SS Imperial Beast Master to be so powerful. This time, even Yang Min felt that she had grown in knowledge. The silver spear in White Knight's hand also transformed back into its original form. Yang Min was even more shocked when she saw it. Nangongya? Proud as you are, you're actually willing to become a man's weapon. Nangongya's face was scarlet at the question. She had just been held in by Ye's hands and killed in a big way. Refreshing was refreshing, but embarrassing was also really embarrassing. But after both identified themselves, the next thing was simple. The butcher team brought by Nangongya came out and directly took over the thousands of alien beasts that Bai Ye had killed. The frantic collection of raw materials began. This time, the harvest was almost equal to the sum of the previous days. And the quality was higher. It brought in another tens of millions of dollars for Bai Knight. And it solved the Nangong family's problem of lacking raw materials in a short period of time. It was equivalent to helping them pull through. Lin Mang took advantage of the chaos and ate a few hundred beast soul beads, and now she had almost reached the peak of the 10th level, taking the time to prepare for the breakthrough. On behalf of the 5 Elements Mountain Military Camp, Yang Min awarded Bai Knight the title of 5 Elements Mountain Warrior. In the future, Bai Knight would no longer need to pay an entrance fee to enter the 5 Elements Mountain. Even his entourage no longer needed to pay. It could be said that he had earned a lot of money in terms of both honor and face. And although White Knight's true purpose hadn't been perfectly achieved, it was almost there. The Golden Mammoth was seriously injured, and if he wanted to recover in a short period of time, he would definitely have to pay a huge price. Cheng Peng himself was also not lightly injured, especially the piercing wounds on both legs, which had almost shattered the thigh bones. It was destined to take a while to recuperate. As for the black iron grade beast maids that the Cheng family had left behind in 5 Elements Town, they had almost lost all of them. It was also considered a sufficient lesson. It was thought that the Cheng family should not dare to find White Knight in trouble again in a short period of time. After a comfortable night's rest in the town, White Knight and the others continued their struggle. Goal: the 3 remaining Lord-class alien beasts. Killing them would not only earn them a large amount of rewards from the system, but it would also open the mysterious 5 Elements Spirit Disc, an array disc that required 5 Lord-level Beast Spirit Beads in order to be opened. Who could not be curious? This time, the team was 4 people. Nangongya also joined in. Instead of following behind and secretly protecting, it was better to just join in. Originally, Nangongya was worried that if she followed along, it would give Bai Ye and the others too much security, thus failing to achieve the effect of the training. But now it seemed that it was White Knight who gave her a sense of security. Nangongya felt that she, a peak black iron level beast maiden, had become a companion. So there was absolutely no need to think too much. Just get high together and be done with it. Although Nangong Qianxua felt a huge threat, after all, it was her mommy, so there was nothing more to say. First stop, Giant Rock Mountain. The mountain was filled with various boulders. Just when you thought these boulders were all dead, they would suddenly jump up and scare you. They're rock monsters. These guys have extremely high defenses that can't be broken by normal attacks. It would be too exhausting to use skills all the time. Thus, the silver spear was used once again. Although Nangongya felt a bit awkward, she had more or less gotten used to it, letting White Knight hold it in his hands. Those stone monsters, in front of the silver lance's attack, were like paper mache. Almost one stone monster per shot. After all, there was a whole big step difference. As for the other Earth-type foreign beasts encountered on the road, they were left to the Dark Knight Cat Demon to deal with. After all, she was the real beast maiden in charge of combat. White Knight was overstepping her bounds. They walked all the way and killed along the way. By the time they reached the stone giant's territory, White Knight had finally accumulated enough beast souls. Then when he saw the image in front of him, his entire being was dumbfounded. In front of White Knight, there was actually a pyramid. And there were stone men who were constantly using their earth energy to create boulders that weighed several tons. Then with their powerful strength, they carried them over and built them on top of the pyramid. The scene is extremely bizarre. It seemed like they were performing some sort of mysterious ritual. White Knight opened the eye of true vision and found that in these pyramids, there was actually a mysterious energy flowing. It was a pity that there were no more detailed instructions. Everywhere revealed strangeness. White Knight couldn't care less. It's straight up dry. Let you have 1,000 spells and 10,000 changes, I will break them with a single sword. The stone man's strength and physique were extremely high, but his agility was extremely low, only 100 points. A random level 10 beast woman could walk them. The dark cat demon filled up its status and rushed up to scratch them. Debris flew, and the stone people were quickly put into serious injuries. As a result, they turned their heads and ran, directly drilling into a pyramid. The first time I encountered this kind of beast that ran away in the middle of a fight, it was really magical. With curiosity, the dark cat demon also wanted to drill in. As a result, the stone man created a huge stone and directly sealed the door. The pyramid emitted a faint glow. Soon, the stone man drilled out again. Not only did all of his injuries all recover, but his status was even slightly improved. It was comparable to a spring water base. How the hell could this be a fight? Should we push the tower first? Dark Knight Cat Demon instantly understood what White Knight meant and deadlocked Stoneman. White Knight, on the other hand, took the sword spirit and rushed the pyramid with all sorts of slashes. As a result, it couldn't be hacked at all. It was too hard. There was no other way but to switch to the silver lance. This time, the combat power directly doubled several times. It was worthy of being a peak black iron level beast maiden. For a while, debris flew. However, without the help of minions, solo tower demolition was still relatively slow. It was good that the pyramid wouldn't attack. Demolishing the tower was merely a matter of time. Soon, the first pyramid was demolished. White Knight dug out a primary energy crystal from inside. According to Nangong Qianxue, this thing was the core of energy weapons and energy buildings. Each one was worth millions. Another big profit. On the other side, the Dark Knight Cat Demon also finally scratched the stone man. A white beast soul bead was obtained. With such a big gesture, the surrounding stone men were surprisingly indifferent. It was as if their mission in life was just to keep piling up pyramids. No distractions. Because the stone people didn't interfere with each other, the battle was relatively much simpler. White Knight pushed them all the way in. The pyramid got higher and higher, and the attributes of the stone men increased. On the innermost layer, it had even evolved to the chieftain level. It was truly a magical beast. In the face of a chieftain level stone man, even a full-state Dark Knight Cat Demon could barely break defense. Only by continuously turning on the claws of gold could it barely deal some damage. The defense was too strong. No wonder no one wanted to mess with them. The sturdiness of the pyramid was, likewise, higher. Luckily, Nangongya was there. Her attack power was over 2,000 points, and she was still able to deal very noticeable damage. But it was just taking a bit more time. Pushing all the way through, a gigantic tower in the sky appeared in front of him. It looked to be hundreds of meters. It was several times taller than the tallest pyramid on the blue planet in the previous life. This pyramid, in particular, was built on top of a mountain that was thousands of meters high. It was even more majestic. People couldn't help but feel the emotion of wanting to worship. It was actually the power of faith, that is, the power of God. This pyramid really has given birth to a trace of the power of God. Although it was extremely small, not even 1/10,000th of a point. However, for a trainee beast maiden, it was extremely intimidating. Nangong Qianxue didn't even dare to flash her blade at it. Luckily, White Knight had strong energy and was almost unaffected. Nangongya was also minimally affected due to her higher level. It could be dry. White Knight held up his gun and sent out a silver lance cannon. The outside of the super pyramid flashed with a light that was barely affected at all. Surprisingly, a shield was formed. This was not going to be easy to mess up. Luckily, the stone giants inside sensed that the pyramid was under attack and immediately drilled out to guard it. Behemoths as tall as 50 meters could really be called giants. The Dark Knight Cat Demon tried to pull the boss, but he was slapped and sent flying hundreds of meters, and his beast spirit armor directly burst into pieces. After White Knight slapped a strong heel on the Dark Knight Cat Demon, he rushed up to meet the stone giant. At this point, the beast's soul armor had accumulated a large number of foreign beasts, even the souls of chieftain-level foreign beasts, and the anti-armor reappeared. The defense was even higher to the point where it was fearless against the stone giant's attacks. After the previous battle, White Knight's coordination with Silver Lance had reached the point where it was as good as a charm. The power of the two of them working together was completely able to compete with the stone giants. The only thing that needed to be worried about was the pyramid. This giant pyramid, surprisingly, could directly provide energy to the stone giants outside. The damage that White Knight had managed to inflict, people immediately recovered as before. It was equivalent to standing in a spring. As long as you can't kill them in seconds, the stone giants are invincible. This is not the way to go. White Knight signaled the Dark Cat Demon to sneak into the pyramid and see if it could break through from the inside. With just a look, the Dark Knight Cat Demon immediately understood what White Knight meant. The bonding had lasted long enough, and the tacit understanding was complete. The Dark Knight Cat Demon turned on stealth and sneaked towards the giant pyramid. As a result, just as he arrived at the door, his figure was directly revealed. The pyramid actually had a manifestation function. The stone giant took a look and realized that someone was trying to enter its pyramid. It was instantly furious. Completely ignoring White Knight's attack, it desperately ran back. When the Dark Knight Cat Demon took a look at the situation, it didn't care about covering its tracks and directly launched a swift pounce and jumped into the pyramid. Then he turned on extreme speed and transformed into a black shadow, leaping towards the depths. White Knight, on the other hand, stopped at the entrance of the pyramid. With White Knight's power alone, it was impossible to stop the stone giant. But there was still Nangongya. Her strength exceeded 2,000 points. Sometimes, a proper soft meal would help with digestion. When the two were perfectly matched, the superimposed power could completely compete with the stone giant. No matter how much the stone giants pounded on it, White Knight stood still. It was a wall of steel. The two sides had a back-and-forth tussle and froze, not letting the stone giant step into the pyramid half a step. Finally, the light of the pyramid went out. The Dark Cat Demon had won. The stone giant was furious to the extreme and sent a storm of attacks at White Knight. However, it still couldn't help the White Knight with its amazing defense. It was just the rage of the incompetent. Without the aid of the pyramid, the stone giant's attributes had dropped greatly. The most crucial thing was that the damage the stone giant had received could no longer be recovered. White Knight had his feet on the sword spirit and his silver spear in hand. With the cooperation of Nangong's mother and daughter, he continuously chipped away stones from the stone giant. Finally, the massive stone giant collapsed and shattered into a pile of boulders. Stone giant, dead. Such a pile of broken rocks had no value. The most valuable thing was none other than the intermediate energy stone that the Dark Cat Demon had pulled out of the giant pyramid. It's worth $10 million. In addition, the Dark Cat Demon also found a black iron treasure chest from the giant pyramid. Inside was surprisingly a drawing for building a pyramid. This thing, if constructed in a military camp, could provide attribute increases to the soldiers around it, and could also quickly recover from injuries. It was a bit like a healing shrine in a big city, and the resources consumed were much less. A truly good thing. The value was incalculable. Nangongya was prepared to spend $100 million and buy it from Bai Ye. The actual value was certainly more than that. But Nangongya also contributed a huge amount of power before giving up the distribution of the other loot. This $100 million was considered compensation to White Knight. After that, Nangongya was going to send an architect to learn this drawing. Then they could cooperate with the military camps of each alien beast space and build pyramids everywhere. It was simply a cash cow. However, the return of money was slower, and it required communication everywhere. White Knight was too lazy to bother. He still preferred to see cash money. Although the stoners were a bit poorer and didn't have much in the way of supplies to utilize after death. But overall, they were the richest. After one battle, White Knight's assets directly doubled. Continuing on to the next stop. Approaching was the Flame Mountain. Once inside the mountain, the temperature steeply increased by tens of degrees. From time to time, flames would spew out from the surrounding stone crevices. The natural conditions were extremely harsh. White Knight and the others each ate some fire resistance potions, which increased their flame resistance by 100 points each. Only then did they feel slightly more comfortable. All along the way, there were all sorts of fire alien beasts. White Knight directly topped the scorching and attacked with impunity. Ever since absorbing the stone giant's soul, the beast's soul armor defense had once again increased dramatically, completely fearless of any attack below the black iron level. It was in order to maintain this defense that White Knight continued to push on to the next stop without stopping. Quick battle, don't waste any time, try to complete all the tasks today. White Knight took the lead and madly charged up. The Dark Knight Cat Demon was at the back picking up the slack and deducting beast soul pearls in the process. An S-class beast maiden had been reduced to an existence of miscellaneous work for the Imperial Beast Master. No one would probably believe it if they said it. The Flame Elf was not at the top of the mountain, but rather in the belly of the mountain. In fact, the Flame Mountain was an active volcano. The flame elves, however, lived inside the volcano. White Knight stepped on the sword spirit and flew around the constantly erupting magma towards the interior of the flaming mountain. Only just landing, the crowd immediately felt a dry heat. It was simply going to roast people. The only one who wasn't affected was Bai Ye. His beast soul armor isolated all the heat. It was cool and comfortable. And the battle was all left to White Knight. Elves were a special kind of beast. They had no entity and were almost immune to physical attacks. It was a rather difficult existence to deal with. The beasts inside the flame mountain were fire elves composed of the element of fire. When encountering this kind of beast, the Dark Knight Cat Demon was considered completely useless. Even Nangong Ye's attack power was drastically reduced. At this time, Nangong Qianshui, who was previously reduced to a companion, instead became the main force. Because earlier in the ice cave, she had gained 500 points of cold ice attack, and the cold ice attribute had a double damage effect on fire elves. Holding the cold ice sword that Nangong Qianshui had transformed into, White Knight was able to easily finish off a fire elf with a few swipes. Then he quickly killed them in the depths. Even the magma that was constantly spewing around him could be directly ignored. Topped with the soul-sucking beast soul armor, it was that tough. The Dark Knight Cat Demon, on the other hand, held its silver spear and wandered around with nothing to do. With Nangong's rich knowledge, it went around collecting all sorts of spirit herbs and spirit minerals. Why does it feel like this place has just been dug over? It's a bit off. How come the number of fire elves is so low? The more Nangong dug, the more puzzled she became. Soon, she was able to determine the problem from the traces on the ground. Someone had just passed by. White Knight, be careful. There might be other teams here. Nangong hurriedly issued a warning. Hearing this, White Knight sent the Dark Knight Cat Demon stealthily to the front to probe the situation. It didn't take long for the Dark Knight Cat Demon to send word. Sure enough, there were people. There were 5 of them, including the beast nymphs. The Dark Knight Cat Demon didn't have any scrying skills, but judging from their attack power, they should all be Black Iron ranked beast maidens. They could easily kill a fire elf with a single round of unison fire. The fiery lion, which was at the forefront and was responsible for defense, barely received any attacks. It quickly advanced all the way forward. The royal beast masters on the side even had the leisure to dig around for spirit grasses and minerals. This situation made White Knight very passive. Killing the flame elf not only involved the system reward of 100 points of energy, it also involved the opening of the 5-element spirit disc. Once the boss was snatched by another team, 100 points of energy was nothing. But it would be very troublesome to open the 5-element spirit disc, unless it was to spend a large amount of money and buy the flame elf's beast spirit bead from the other team. However, there was a fire attribute beast maiden in the other team, and it looked like it should be the captain. I'm afraid that they wouldn't let it out easily. If one were to rob the boss hard, no matter if it was in the game of his previous life or in this world, it would be a very unorthodox thing to do. One could only wait and see what happened. Completely uninterested in killing monsters, White Knight followed suit and sneaked over, wanting to take a look at the other party's specific situation. The Eye of True Vision scanned the circle, and there were a total of 9 people. 5 beast maidens and 4 imperial beast masters. Among the beast maidens, other than the one at the top, which was of the fire attribute, the other 4 were all of the cold ice attribute. There was even a beast maiden that was a cold ice elf. The other 3. An ice one, which could launch ice feathers. A snowman that could automatically generate snowballs and smash people forward. There was also a plant attributed cold archer that could spit out cold peas. No wonder the killing power against the fire elves was so strong. With such a combination, it seemed like it was rushing towards the flame elves. Pushing forward, they soon reached the deepest part of the lava cave. A huge ball of flames was emitting a scorching light. The Dark Cat Demon's 100 points of fire resistance wasn't enough to see, so it could only retreat to the side. Nangong Qianshui and Silver Gun were unaffected because they had no physical body and were almost immune to elemental damage. The mother and daughter plopped down beside White Knight on the left and right and secretly watched the battle ahead. The fiery lion that was burning with flames was basically unaffected by the scorching. The other few cold-type beast mothers weren't as comfortable. Especially that snowman beast maiden, which was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Quickly, I won't be able to hold it for long. The snowman beast maiden urged anxiously. Good. Start the battle. Straight to the big move. The flaming lion turned the flames around its body into armor and charged straight up. The other few beast nymphs sniffed and unleashed their strongest battle techniques. For a time, ice blades and snow swords drifted up throughout the lava cave, and even the temperature was lowered by quite a bit. Worthy of being a black iron grade beast maiden, their strength was still very strong. What the flame elves hated the most was the cold and ice attribute. As a result, these beast maids messed up her home as soon as they came up. It was equivalent to a person who didn't eat cilantro having a bowl full of cilantro dumped in their bowl. It was too disgusting. What's more, the damage of these skills was so high. The flame elf was instantly enraged, only to see it suddenly open its mouth wide and unexpectedly spit out a river of lava. In an instant, all the beast maidens were placed into the lava. Even the flame lion was burned and jumped straight to its feet. not to mention the ice beast maids. The snowman directly transformed into a humanoid form. The ice elves, on the other hand, instantly dimmed a lot. The ice archer took 2 short legs made of roots and desperately tried to escape from the lava river. But with her speed, where could she run away? She was almost directly ignited by the lava river. After all, fire was stronger than wood. No matter how much the ice archer changed, its essence was still a plant. Only the ice swan flew in the air and received relatively little damage. However, her attack power was average, and her main role was to act as a mount and transfer flexibly. Expecting an auxiliary to save the day and carry the entire field was almost impossible. This elite squad was almost instantly annihilated. But Flame Lion was not willing. After all, she had paid a huge price for this action. Everyone exit the lava river first. Ice One, you draw out the Lord. After making her deployment, the Flaming Lion quickly retreated. The others also hurriedly followed suit and shifted. Only the ice-cold archer was striding on her small short legs, unable to keep up with everyone's pace at all. The Flaming Lion smoothly grabbed her slender stem and dragged her out. Although the plant-based beast maiden had a strong attack power and a fast recovery speed, but not being able to move, or moving at a slower speed, was a big flaw. The lava river didn't cover a large area. To be more precise, it was just a river. When everyone exited the lava cave and came to the open area outside, they soon managed to get to the shore. And the ice swan also managed to lure the flame elf out. The crowd continued to charge up, after recovering briefly with the assistance of the Imperial Beastmasters. Under the frantic attacks of several black iron-ranked beast maidens, the flaming elf dimmed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Victory was in sight. Everyone was extremely excited. After all, this was a Lord-class beast that many people might not have the chance to challenge in their entire lives. No one was more excited than the Flame Lion. If she could eat this Lord-class beast spirit bead of the same attribute, together with the other spirit fruits and elixirs she had prepared earlier, she would even be able to evolve into a grade A Flame Frenzy Lion. Then again, promotion to bronze was expected. In the entire Jiangzhou city, she would also be a person of honor. With such a chance to rewrite her destiny, could she not be excited? Just as everyone was getting excited, a sudden change occurred. The flame elf, which was about to be extinguished, suddenly drilled into a huge lava lake. Now everyone was dumbfounded. Because no one dared to be reckless enough to swim in a lava lake. Even the fire attribute Flame Lion couldn't do it. It could only stand blearily on the shore and look in. Ice One, we can only rely on you. Shooter, ride on Ice One's back and go over together. The Flaming Lion instantly made an arrangement. The two led the order and flew towards the lava lake in coordination with each other. Poo poo poo. The two roots of the cold ice archer wrapped around the ice one and shot out dense cold peas towards the lava lake. For a time, a large amount of water mist vaporized over the lava lake. Even the lava cooled down quite a bit. The flame elf poked its head out of the lake and opened its mouth to spit out a piece of lava. It was what it had just poured into its mouth. It's like a child filling its mouth with water and spraying it everywhere. Then he takes another sip. Bitchy bunch. Ice One didn't notice for a moment and was directly shot by the lava, almost turning into a roasted bird. Luckily, the cold ice archer held up a curtain of ice in time, blocking the majority of the damage. The two flew back to the shore in a crooked manner. The ice swan lost most of its feathers from the lava scorching, losing its ability to fly in a short period of time. Now, everyone was completely helpless against the flame elf. When the flame elf returned to the shore after eating and drinking, its condition had completely recovered. It was completely impossible to fight. No wonder that the 5 Lord-level beasts in the 5 Elements Mountain have been dominating this place for many years and have not been eliminated. They are more difficult to deal with than the others. The few Lord-level beasts from the green grassland that came over would only be a younger brother. The expression on the flaming lion's face was worse than eating shit. It had no choice but to hold its nose and continue eating. The crowd attacked again. After all, it was a black iron-level beastus, and its attack power was still very strong. The flaming elf was quickly beaten to death once again. Result: the person ran into the lava lake to take a dip again. This would be too cheap. The ice swan was no longer able to take off and didn't dare to take any more risks. Everyone could only stand on the shore and watch as the flame elf quickly recovered from its injuries and condition. Soon, the flame elf arrived as promised. The status was full. The crowd of beast maidens were about to curse. This is still a fight. A new round of battle began. This time, the flame lion intentionally led the flame elf in a direction away from the lava lake. The space in the belly of the mountain was huge, and the crowd retreated as they fought, hard enough to lure the flame elf out a few kilometers away. With such a long distance, even if the flame elf wanted to run towards the lava lake again, everyone was sure to finish it off on the way. The chance of victory appeared once again. Let's do it! Before the crowd was exhausted, they finally managed to beat the flame elf down to a crippled blood once again. Quick! One last burst wave. Finish it off! The flame lion shouted hoarsely. The other beast nymphs shook their spirits and tried to take this opportunity to finish off the blazing flame elf. It really couldn't be carried. If there was another round, they would be the ones lying down. However, they weren't the only ones who erupted. the flame elf similarly began to erupt. Only the direction of its outbreak was the ground. Under the scorching of the flame elf, a large hole was actually burnt in the ground. A stream of lava gushed out. It turned out that underneath the feet of the crowd was the lava lake. The entire belly of the mountain was actually an island floating on the lava lake. This damn, a whole stupid. Mad. Do not play. Go. Yakido turned her head away in anger. Nowadays, she had already melted her face, and even if she had a royal beast master to assist her at the back, she couldn't carry on. The other few cold and ice imperial beast masters were no better. One after another turned to leave. This time, saying nothing will not fight again. The flaming lion went from being full of hope, to disappointment, to repeated disappointment, and repeated disappointment over and over again. The entire person was on the verge of despair. Looking at the flame elf who was taking a dip in the lava lake, the flame lion retreated with fondness. She really didn't expect that after preparing so well, she still failed. She only blamed the flame elf for being too cheap. However, White Knight was extremely happy. He had thought that there was no chance left, but he didn't expect that these black iron ranked beast maidens wouldn't be able to compete, and in the end, the boss was still his. After those people retreated far away, White Knight rushed up with his sword and stopped the flame elf who was preparing to go home. The flame elf was puzzled. Just now, a group of powerful beast maidens had tried to deal with it, but hadn't succeeded. Why did a little guy appear and try to challenge it? And it was only one person. The guts were too big. In that case, let's stay as food. The flame elf opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of lava, looking like it wanted to directly kill White Knight in seconds. As a result, the lava slid off the top of the beast soul armor, and White Knight was not affected in the slightest. It even bounced back with a few soul spikes, stabbing the flame elf with a flicker. Soul spikes dealt with this kind of elf monster, and the damage was also drastically increased. The flame elf was instantly a bit angry. What kind of cat or dog dared to provoke it? Fuck you to death. The flaming elf directly spat out a river of lava, enveloping White Knight. However, White Knight remained unafraid. Traveling through the river of lava, he rushed to the flame elf's side. He unleashed a series of slashes. The cold ice sword flew and slashed at the flame elf's body. Another ice attack. The flame elf was annoyed. It desperately tried to counterattack, but it was never able to help White Knight. Instead, its own status continued to drop. It was surprised to be bullied by a little guy like this. The flame elf was ready to jump into the lava lake to recover its status and then teach White Knight a good lesson. As a result, it had just jumped into the lava lake when White Knight unexpectedly followed suit. With the protection of the beast soul armor, White Knight could really swim in the lava lake. The flame elf was dumbfounded. What kind of divine defense was this? It was the first time it had seen any other creature that could enter a lava lake based on defense alone. This was really in the cards. However, a strange change occurred again. The flame lion and the girls were in the process of exiting, when they happened to notice. The flame lava stones that they had originally marked and were going to come back to dig up again had actually been dug up by someone else. In the belly of the flame mountain, there were others. The several beast maidens glanced at each other, and a sense of curiosity arose. Go back and take a look. With a wave of the flaming lion's paw, the crowd immediately followed quietly. By the time they rushed back, they happened to see White Knight soaking in the lava lake, struggling to slash the dying flame elf. Bing Luan, what level is the other party? The flame lion couldn't help but ask. She really couldn't believe that there was an existence with such a strong defense. Unless the opponent was a bronze level or even higher level beast maiden. As a result, what Ice Luan found out by utilizing her scrying technique was that the other party was only a trainee imperial beast master. Apprentice. Still an imperial beast master. What the hell is this? After repeatedly recognizing that White Knight was only a trainee royal beast master, the flame lion immediately had an idea. A man is not guilty of a crime, but he is guilty of a crime. Blame could only be placed on White Knight for being too weak. If he was a bronze level beast master, the flaming lion would definitely not dare to mess with him. But a trainee imperial beast master, what else was there to worry about? After killing it, it was thrown into the lava lake. No one would be able to find any traces. Wait until that guy kills the flame elf and goes ashore, then we'll immediately kill him in seconds. Never give him the chance to jump into the lava lake. The flaming lion immediately made an arrangement. The others answered yes and made full preparations. White Knight didn't know this and continued to slash the blazing flame elf with vigor. Even in the lava lake, the flame elf's recovery speed couldn't catch up with White Knight's attacks. Finally, in a violent flash, the flame elf completely disintegrated. A Fire Lord class beast soul beat arrived. The flame lion's eyes were ablaze. White Knight had only just disembarked when the flaming lion immediately ordered an attack. Put! The Ice Luan, which was just about to take off, was directly grabbed off its head. The Ice Archer looked at the Dark Knight cat demon in front of him with a look of horror, his eyes almost glaring out. The round mouth opened even wider. Ow! The zombie ate your brain. Ha, you don't even have a brain. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the words that the cold archer couldn't comprehend, the dark cat demon clawed off her slender stem. In just an instant, the flame lion's team lost two beast maidens. Only then did they notice that there was a beast maiden who had been stealthily following them. I'm afraid that they had even heard their conversation. Kill her. The flaming lion immediately and angrily greeted the crowd to attack. As a result, the Dark Knight Cat Demon didn't even pester them and directly jumped behind White Knight as fast as she could. Kid, if you're sensible, hand over the blazing flame elf's beast spirit bead, or else I'll kill all of you and throw you into the lava lake. The flaming lion viciously threatened. This is a straight-up robbery? Not even going through the procedures? Bai Ye didn't expect this group to be so fierce. It was a shame that he was embarrassed to rob the boss before. By the time the Dark Knight Cat Demon told White Knight about the other party's machinations, White Knight's face instantly turned cold. In that case, you're welcome. Come on. White Knight switched his coal ice sword to a silver spear and pointed it straight at the other party. By the looks of it, it was going to pick 3 with 1. Kid, wild enough. The flaming lion was also nonchalant and charged up first. The snowman and the ice-cold elf, on the other hand, assisted remotely. With just 1 shot, White Knight then directly decapitated the flaming lion. The terrifying attack power was chilling. The snowman and ice-cold elf were so scared that they desperately threw skills. As a result, White Knight even saved on defense and charged straight up against them. After absorbing the blazing elf's soul, the beast soul armor's defense was on another level. Below the bronze level, no one was able to break through White Knight's defense. The rebounding soul spikes even nearly killed the ice-cold elf in seconds. White Knight swept across the room with his spear and directly shattered the Yeti. Only the chilling elf was left as a beast maiden. As a result, a problem arose. White Knight didn't have an attack that could restrain the cold ice elf. Although the Silver Lance's attack was powerful, it was limited to physical attacks. The same was true for the Dark Knight Cat Demon. The cold ice sword did have a cold ice attack. However, the ice elf's ice resistance was extremely high, and it simply couldn't deal effective damage. The cold ice elf immediately became excited after realizing this. Although she couldn't kill White Knight all the same, she could at least get out alive. Hey, don't rush off. Go take a bath together. My treat. White Knight tugged at the cold ice elf and headed towards the lava lake. Thank you for your kind offer. I'm not too used to mixed gender bathing. The cold ice elf was on the verge of crying. Desperately, she tried to break free from White Knight's control. However, White Knight's power was far superior to hers, so it was impossible to resist. Moreover, the beast soul armor was capable of grabbing a spirit body. Don't be polite. This isn't Eastern Japan, where you don't take off your clothes in a mixed bath. White Knight pulled the cold ice elf and jumped directly into the lava lake. Before the ice-cold elf had time to react, it immediately turned into a puff of water mist and completely dissipated. Ha! You're stripping off too much, there's nothing left. White Knight was bored and swam in the lava lake for a while, preparing to go ashore. As a result, he unexpectedly came across a black iron treasure chest floating in the lake. This thing was really hidden, and ordinary people really couldn't discover it. Even if they found it, I'm afraid it would be difficult to fetch it. It was an Imperial Beast Master's skill to summon a flame elf. The attack power of the flame elf was based on the energy of the Imperial Beast Master. White Knight's more than 1,000 points of energy now directly gave the flame elf a powerful attack power that exceeded that of a normal black iron ranked beast maiden. This was another powerful boost added. Taking advantage of the fact that the beast soul armor was still at its peak, White Knight continued to run towards the last Greenwood Mountain. There wasn't even time to go digging for the various spirit herbs and spirit minerals in the lava cave. As for the few Imperial Beast Masters in the Flaming Lions team, they had long since been taken care of by the Dark Knight Cat Demon. Greenwood Mountain was a paradise for plant-based beast maidens. The beast soul beads that burst out here had the highest absorption rate for them. The skills produced by the beast soul beads were also more suitable for them. But at the same time, it was also the favorite place for fire-type beast maidens. Setting a mountain on fire or something, it was the most enjoyable. The attack power of several of them, White Knight, was surprisingly no match for the flame elves. The fighting strength of the squad, once again, increased dramatically. After charging all the way, before dark, they finally arrived at the Greenwood Forest. Finally arrived, exhausted. So the boss is inside this forest? Lin Mang asked with her waist crossed, gasping for air. Yes, but then again, it's not. Nangong Qianxue had gotten used to the name boss. What do you mean? These words confused Lin Mang. The boss is not in this forest, but the entire forest is the boss. Nangong Qianxue's reply completely shocked Lin Mang. So, are we going to be disguised as lumberjacks? But lumberjacking is tiring. This time, Nangong Qianxue really couldn't pick up the conversation. White Knight also understood what Nangong Qianxue meant. Here, there were no small monsters. There was only one boss. To be more precise, the entire Greenwood Forest was a foreign beast. The Greenwood Tree Demon. A single tree became a forest. Every large tree in front of us was actually just a root hanging down from the Greenwood Tree Demon. This was a behemoth that covered an area of thousands of meters. It was the largest foreign beast Bai Ye had encountered so far. Type, Greenwood Tree Demon. Rank, 10th level Lord. Strength, 2000. Agility, 0. Physique, 2000. Energy, 2000. Skills: birthlessness, greenwood poisonous mist, branch whipping, root entanglement, wood hardening. Character: silence. Weakness: fear of fire, unable to move. Lin Meng, who was an afterthought, finally reacted. So, do we really have to cut down all the big trees? How? Nangong Qianxue gave up on conversing with Lin Meng and directly asked White Knight. As expected, when things were not decided, they had to look to Bai Ye. So, are you going to transform into a lumbering axe today? Why are you both so interested in logging? Can't there be a more reliable way? There was once someone who organized hundreds of lumberjacks with all sorts of logging tools to cut down trees, and guess what happened in the end? They were chased all over the mountain by bears? Where did the bears come from? It was their tree cutting speed that simply couldn't catch up with the recovery speed of the greenwood tree demon. In the end, they all became the nutrients of this forest. Where did you two get these strange ideas from? Nangong Qianxue was somewhat speechless. Then set the mountain on fire. White Knight once again made a suggestion. Be careful of sitting in jail. Lin Meng hurriedly reminded. Her sense of the rule of law was strong. You'll know if you burn it. Nangong Qianxue simply gave up explaining. White Knight summoned the flame elf and had it spit out a fireball at the woods. The fireball just touched the tree trunk, and immediately a large piece of dense green water mist emerged, instantly dousing the flames. And that green mist was still spreading, obviously highly toxic. The greenwood tree demon was afraid of fire. But you want to use a match to ignite a large tree that is growing. It was basically equivalent to a drop in the bucket. Mard, it's going to be dark soon, no more tangling, just charge hard. With a sword in one hand, a gun in the other, and wearing beast soul armor, White Knight directly killed towards the greenwood tree demon. Anyway, at this time, he was invincible below the bronze level. At least he wouldn't be harmed. The moment he stepped in, the surrounding trees violently dispersed countless roots, firmly binding White Knight. Even with White Knight's powerful strength, he was unable to break free in the slightest. Luckily, Nangong's mother and daughter flew out in time, chopping off the various roots and whiskers and saving Bai Knight. It almost turned over in the gutter. After exhausting all kinds of means, it was surprising that he still couldn't enter the greenwood forest. Sure enough, none of these lord-level foreign beasts in the Five Elements Mountain were easy to deal with. There's a way. Bai Ye's brain was just good, and he instantly had another idea. What solution? The other few beast maidens hurriedly chased after him. Let's return to the Flame Mountain first. In order to reduce the weight, Xiaomeng shouldn't go and guard the package here. When White Knight said that, he pulled out everything inside the subspace, stuffed it into a backpack, and handed it over to Lin Meng. All of the previous loot had been handed over to the Nangong family. Later, at the Flaming Mountain, there was no time to scavenge. So there was nothing precious left in White Knight's subspace other than some outdoor camping equipment. After finding a hiding place for Lin Meng, White Knight stamped his feet on his silver spear and charged towards the Flame Mountain. With the energy link as well as a quick recovery, the silver spear flew to the Flame Mountain in a single breath. White Knight jumped into the lava lake and gulped down a dozen cubic meters of lava. A single match would not be able to ignite a large tree. But what if it was a load of wood? Lava was magma from the melting of rocks. The temperature is thousands of degrees. Even rocks could melt, let alone trees. After filling up with lava, White Knight jumped on the ice-cold sword and returned at full speed. The mother and daughter alternated as mounts, so they had great staying power. With the bright moon just rising, White Knight finally reappeared in the greenwood forest. On the way, there was a swarm of ungrateful bats, as well as a swarm of night owls, that wanted to deal with White Knight. As a result, White Knight directly ignored them. Instead, the beasts were killed in seconds by the soul spikes bouncing off the beast soul armor. White Knight didn't delay for a second. At this moment, White Knight was an invincible existence in the entire Five Elements Mountain. Even the greenwood tree demon could only trap him without being able to do any damage to him. White Knight flew to the greenwood forest and didn't stop, continuing to fly upwards. He directly arrived right above the greenwood tree demon's trunk and then leapt down. After the greenwood tree demon sensed Bai Knight's aura, it immediately stretched out one of its long root whiskers and rolled him in front of it. It wasn't until then that Bai Knight finally saw the greenwood tree demon's true appearance. It was a super huge tree with a chest circumference of hundreds of meters. I'm afraid it would take hundreds of people holding hands to hug it. In the center of the cracked trunk, there was a wrinkled human face. It looked very bizarre. Human. My favorite delicacy. Ha 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 ha. The greenwood tree demon opened its disgusting mouth and directly swallowed White Knight in one gulp. Good lord, White Knight didn't have to do anything. Everything went smoother than he thought. With a dozen cubic meters of lava, it was still difficult to ignite the entire greenwood forest. That's why White Knight thought of maximizing his proximity to the main trunk of the greenwood tree demon. As a result, he didn't expect that the greenwood tree demon would be so voracious that it directly stuffed White Knight into its mouth. At a glance, the greenwood tree demon had never read Journey to the West. But whenever they dared to eat the Monkey King in their stomachs, none of them had a good ending. The greenwood tree demon was no exception. White Knight had just been swallowed, and immediately opened the subspace, pouring out a brainful of the lava inside. The entire greenwood forest went crazy. All the tree trunks were writhing in agony. All the roots scurried out, trying to grab onto something, but it was all in vain. At this moment, the greenwood tree demon's body was directly filled with lava and completely burned. Without any resistance, the greenwood tree demon was directly killed in seconds. White Knight successfully obtained the greenwood tree demon's beast spirit bead. Finally, he had gathered all 5 elements of the beast spirit bead. It was too difficult. The previous task from the system was also finally completed. White Knight's entire attributes were plus 100. In addition, he obtained the rapid recovery skill. With the 2 stacked, the skill evolved into extreme recovery. The recovery speed was much faster. White Knight also became more durable. At the same time, new options appeared. Option 1, open the 5 elements spirit disc, then immediately escape the 5 elements mountain Fey Beast space. Reward for completion, agility plus 100. Option 2, open the 5 elements spirit disc and defeat the 5 elements beast king. Completion reward, full attribute plus 500. Option 3, abandon starting the 5 elements spirit disc. Completion reward, physique plus 100. I thought the 5 elements spiritual plate was some kind of treasure. Turns out it's just collecting all 7 dragon balls and summoning the divine dragon, is it? Oh no, it's collecting all 5 beast spirit pearls to summon the 5 elements beast king. This guy, as you can tell by his name, is in existence beyond the lord level. King level beasts. White Knight had searched through the original owner's memories and couldn't find the existence of a trainee king level foreign beast. Sister Ye, have you ever heard of a king level foreign beast below the black iron level? Bai Ye suddenly asked Nangongya. Nangongya didn't react for a moment. How could there be a king level foreign beast below the black iron level? Then do you want to see one? Bai Ye asked again. Nangongya was baffled by the question. What was the meaning of this? Is it hard to believe that you can create a king level foreign beast? But looking at Bai Ye's eyes, it seemed like this was what he meant. You don't really want to create a king level foreign beast, do you? Nangongya was all shocked. This kind of legendary level existence could still be artificially created? Nah. Bai Ye gave an affirmative reply and asked in passing. Sister Ye, do you think that if the 2 of us join forces, we'll have a chance to dry out a king level foreign beast? Nangongya turned around. Thanks. Auntie doesn't date. Bai Ye pulled Nangongya back and explained the situation to her. Nangongya didn't expect that Bai Ye wasn't joking and could actually summon a king level foreign beast. Honestly, I'm not sure at all. Nangongya didn't have the slightest intention of pretending. After all, people already had. So acting very sincerely. It really can't be done. But she didn't completely give up either. Are there any conditions for this summoning? Like what about a different time and a different location? The location can only be opened in the 5 elements mountain Fey space. For the time, it's best to be tonight because tonight, I have the highest defense. White Knight made an explanation. At this moment, his beast soul armor had absorbed 3 powerful lord-class beast souls, as well as thousands of other beast souls. It was at its peak state. It was invincible, but after a night's sleep, these beast souls would dissipate. It would be almost impossible to gather so many beast souls in one day again. Relying on ourselves alone, it's definitely impossible. But if we want to urgently mobilize people, I won't be able to find enough strong help tonight. The 5 Elements Mountain doesn't allow bronze-level beast mates to enter, that's the official rule. So, it really can't be done. Nangongya did a series of analyses and finally determined that Bai Ye's conditions were too harsh and simply impossible to accomplish. Then what if we ask the Chang family to help? Bai Ye asked again. The 5 Elements Mountain belongs to the Fey space that the Chang family participates in, and they do have a great deal of power here. But now that we're in such a stalemate with the Chang family, how could they possibly be willing to help? Nangongya directly rejected Bai Ye's idea. Whether they are willing or not is not up to them. Bai Ye smiled faintly, clearly already having a plan. The crowd hurriedly picked up some tree demon spirit leaves. This item also belonged to the first order spirit items, which could enhance the success rate of pill refining, as well as the quality of the pills. Each piece was worth $1,000. The closer to the core of the tree demon spirit leaves were the most abundant. Unfortunately, the core was burned away by White Knight with a fire. One could only pick up some of the missed ones. After casually getting a few thousand pieces, White Knight flew them towards the barracks. The alien beast space at night was indeed dangerous. The attribute states of the Fey beasts had all increased quite a bit, and their aggressiveness was also stronger. However, White Knight ignored them all and bore forward. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, he finally arrived at the bottom of the barrack city. The soldiers guarding the city immediately spotted White Knight. In order to prevent sneak attacks from flying beasts, the air had always been the focus of the defense. I'm Imperial Beastmaster White Knight, requesting to enter the city. Bai Knight immediately identified himself. As a result, he didn't expect that the other party would not only not relax after hearing Bai Ye's self-introduction, but would instead become even more vigilant. It even directly blew its horn. What the hell? Thinking of me as a foreign beast? Bai Knight was a bit confused. Immediately after, a familiar figure in a wheelchair appeared on the city wall. It was Chang Peng. White Knight, you're finally back. Chang Peng roared viciously. What? I didn't dare to open the banquet without coming, did I? Bai Ye stepped on his flying sword without a care in the world. How dare you be arrogant? In order to block you, I've replaced the entire military camp with my people. Today, I will make sure you die. Cheng Peng screamed hysterically, in a state of madness. Over the years, under his monetary offense, no one had ever dared to defy him. But after meeting Bai Ye, he suffered blow after blow. This morning even almost took his life. Cheng Peng couldn't forgive no matter what. It had to be White Knight's death. So now the military camp is full of your Cheng family? Bai Ye's tone was a bit strange. There was even a hint of excitement. Right. Be afraid. Now kneel down and beg for forgiveness, and honestly contract with my sister, and I might even let you off the hook. Cheng Peng thought Bai Ye was afraid and immediately became arrogant again. Then I'm relieved. The corners of Bai Ye's mouth rose as if he was happy. The Cheng family thought Bai Ye was crazy. Only Nan Gongya guessed the possibility. Sure enough, it was just as she had guessed. Bai Ye pulled out a 5-colored array plate and, in order, placed 5 Lord-level Beast Spirit beads in sequence. Gold, water, wood, fire, and earth, born from each other, formed a cycle. Immediately, dazzling multicolored light shot up into the sky. It almost illuminated the entire 5 Elements mountain. Immediately afterward, the 5 elemental spirit plate pulled the 5 elemental mountains and shot out a huge pillar of light from each of them. The light pillars continued to condense in the center of the void, unexpectedly forming a 5-colored giant egg. Then, the 5-colored egg ruptured, and a huge beast emerged from it. That foreign beast was hundreds of meters tall and emitted a terrifying pressure. What is this thing? Cheng Peng desperately tilted his neck in an attempt to see the strange sight directly above his head. It was so desperate that the wheelchair tipped over. The men rushed to lift it. Leave me alone. Quickly go and find out. What the hell is this contraption? Cheng Peng roared loudly. The henchman hurriedly let go and heaved Cheng Peng to the ground again. Angry Cheng Peng bared his teeth. At this time, someone finally probed for information. Young master, it's, what the hell is it? You'd better say it. Cheng Peng struggled to get up and roared in an ungraceful manner. It's a king-level foreign beast. It's a king-level foreign beast. The man shouted excitedly. What nonsense. This is an entry-level Fey space. How could there be a king-level Fey beast? Cheng Peng stretched out his leg and tried to kick over, only to wail in pain. Being shot through both legs by the golden arrow porcupine, even if he ate the most precious elixir, it would take a certain amount of time to fully recover. It really is a king-level foreign beast. The man posted the information he had scoped out for Cheng Peng to see. Type, 5 Elements Beast King. Rank, 10th level Beast King. Strength, 3000. Agility, 3000. Physique, 3000. Energy, 3000. Skills, invisible. Even a Black Iron ranked Beast Maiden couldn't probe the detailed attributes of the 5 Elements Beast King. White Knight's eye of true vision wasn't too far off. The difference was too great. Just based on the attributes exposed by the 5 Elements Beast King, it wasn't something a Black Iron ranked Beast Maiden could contend with. Cheng Peng was only terrified for a moment, followed by excitement. A trainee king-level beast. This kind of existence was an unparalleled existence when looking at the entire country. If one could obtain its beast spirit bead, and with enough resources, it was even possible to cultivate a SS-ranked beast maiden. That would break the records of the entire Jiangzhou province. His position in the Cheng family would definitely become more secure. Give me an all-out attack. Attack regardless of the cost. Make sure to take it down. Cheng Peng jumped up in excitement, not even caring about the injury on his leg. The fear in the eyes of the others was gradually covered by greed. After all, it was a never-before-seen apprentice king beast, and they would all be the ones to make history. If they could really kill the 5 Elements Beast King, even if it was just to share a piece of meat, it might be a huge harvest. And the Cheng family would definitely not treat them poorly. With Cheng Peng's order, various attacks came at the 5 Elements Beast King like a torrential downpour. But most of them didn't break defense. However, there were still a few beastmasters that were extremely powerful and could barely do a little damage. The damage caused by the giant crossbows and magic towers of the city's defense was especially noticeable. The magic towers were very similar to the pyramids that White Knight had gotten his hands on, both belonging to energy buildings. The 5 Elements Mountain's magic tower was a Thunderlight Tower, which belonged to the existence of a more powerful attack. Even with the 5 Elements Beast King's terrifying defense, it still took a considerable amount of damage. There is hope. Cheng Peng roared with excitement. The others were also extremely excited when they saw this. It was as if victory was already in sight. Suddenly, a burst of green light emerged from the 5 Elements Beast King. All the injuries were restored. Then, red light flashed from the 5 Elements Beast King's body. Terrifying lava flew down like a waterfall. It was almost like a volcano erupting. The barracks was suddenly filled with ghostly cries. But anyone who was hit by the lava waterfall, no matter if it was a trainee or a Black Iron ranked beastess, all of them directly melted away. This was the terrifying attack power of a king-level beast. It was simply not an existence that ordinary people could resist. Saturation attack. It must be suppressed. I'll go out and invite the bronze-level beast maids, Chang Peng shouted as he retreated towards the exit under the cover of several peak black iron beast nymphs. If he didn't leave, he was afraid that he would be burned to death. The power of the king-level beasts really made him fearful. The Chang family did have a bronze-level beast nymph in the Five Elements town, and even an accompanying royal beast master. This was the Chang family's strategic level weapon to safeguard the Chang family's interests in Five Elements town. Normally, it would not be utilized easily. But in today's situation, it was necessary to invite a bronze-level beast maiden to appear. Fang Xia was a B-grade bronze 3-star golden hair roar beast maiden. Back then, she was sent to a shitty place like Five Elements town because she had a short temper and killed someone on the street. After arriving here, Fang Xia's temper still hadn't been restrained and she couldn't move without punching someone. However, this place was already a semi-chaotic place, and she was the top existence here. No one dared to disobey her. Sometimes even the face of Chang's family was not given. So when Chang Peng asked her to come out, Fang Xia simply didn't bother with him. Auntie Xia. Really, you have to believe me, a king-level foreign beast has really appeared in the Five Elements mountain. Chang Peng coweringly pleaded. Fang Xia simply didn't bother to pay attention to the second-generation ancestor, and her probing gaze looked at the guards behind Chang Peng. It was only after confirming it again and again that Fang Xia finally paid attention. A trainee king-level foreign beast was something that even she had never heard of before. Its value was unimaginable. It's not impossible to let me help. Fang Xia was finally moved. Chang Peng sniffed and immediately became excited. If the bronze-level Fang Xia could make a move, the chances were great. But there is a condition. Fang Xia suddenly added. Auntie Xia, go ahead. Chang Peng acted quite humbly. The Beast King's Beast Spirit Pearl has to be given to me. Fang Xia stated her conditions. Chang Peng's face immediately froze. He had gone through all the trouble to fight the Beast King just to rely on the Beast King's Beast Spirit Bead to make another breakthrough. What was the point of him bothering when it was directly given to Fang Xia? However, it could not be dismissed outright. Chang Peng hesitated and said, 100 million. Fuck off. I'll give you 100 million and you let me have the Beast Spirit Pearl. 500 million, that's the limit. 1 billion. And only if your old man agrees. Otherwise bye-bye. Fang Xia did not budge an inch. Chang Peng was worried that something would change in the Five Elements mountain. In case that Beast King hid and took over the mountain like the other chieftain-level foreign beasts in the Five Elements mountain, then his geographical advantage would be gone. At that time, I'm afraid that even if a bronze-level beast maiden appeared, it wouldn't necessarily be possible to take it down. Moreover, the longer the time dragged on, the more people knew about it, the smaller his chances of monopolizing the Beast King would be. After agonizing for a while, Chang Peng dialed his father's phone. Degree was still very spoiled to his son, otherwise he wouldn't have spent so many resources to help him improve his strength. After hearing that a king-level beast had appeared in the Five Elements mountain, he made a snap decision and directly promised $1 billion. This was boldness. He looked much farther than Chang Peng. A trainee king-level foreign beast was worth more than $1 billion. After receiving the degree of promise, Fang Xia immediately brought her own royal beast masters and rushed towards the Five Elements mountain. Chang Peng felt that with Fang Xia around, there shouldn't be any more danger, so he followed suit. At this time, the Five Elements mountain military camp had been mostly destroyed. Part of it was burned by lava. Part of it was collapsed by the storm. The Five Elements Beast King, on the other hand, was still covered with a thick layer of earth-colored armor. Not to mention the Beast Maiden's attacks, even the giant crossbow and the Thunderlight Tower couldn't break through the defense. The crowd today was completely passive. When Fang Xia appeared, the situation finally reversed. The golden hair roar was covered in golden light and roared like thunder. The surrounding Beast Maidens and Imperial Beast Masters that were caught in the wave were shaken to the point of dizziness, almost losing their fighting strength. As for the Five Elements Beast King who bore the brunt of the attack, his thick earth armor shook and almost collapsed directly. Dizziness appeared in the colorful giant eyes. The golden hair roar took advantage of this opportunity, and a foot-long sharp blade popped out from both claws, rushing at the Five Elements Beast King like a storm and clawing furiously. For a time, debris flew. Soon, the thick earth armor completely crumbled. The Five Elements Beast King's main body was revealed. The two sides engaged in a physical fight. For a time, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The Five Elements Beast King had a reply technique, and the golden hair roar had the same royal beastmaster assistance behind it. It did not lose out in the slightest. Worthy of being a bronze-level beastmistress. It was too powerful. The level suppression was too obvious. What's more, there were still the remaining giant crossbows and lightning towers to support them. The Five Elements Beast King gradually fell behind, and it was too late to recover from the injuries on his body. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the Five Elemental Beast King would surely be wiped out. This was a Beast King that Bai Ye had summoned with great effort. It couldn't be cheap for Chang Peng. Not to mention, there was the tantalizing reward of adding 500 to all attributes. It was even more bountiful than the cumulative rewards of all the previous quests. It must not be given up. White Knight hid in the shadows and quietly thought about countermeasures. After observing for a while, he finally had an idea. Dream, sneak into the barracks and go to that bronze-level Imperial Beastmaster's side and wait for my notification. Bai Ye immediately made a deployment. Lin Mang instantly understood White Knight's idea and a burst of excitement was revealed in her eyes. This was going to be a move against the bronze-level Imperial Beastmaster? It was so exciting just thinking about it. Without saying a word, Lin Mang instantly transformed into a Dark Knight cat demon, turned on stealth, and quietly groped towards the bronze-level Imperial Beastmaster. White Knight enchanted his status in passing. At this point in the military camp, the city wall had been knocked down for a long period of time, and the various energy buildings had also collapsed. Wanting to touch into the barracks was simply too easy. Moreover, the night was like a fish out of water for the Dark Cat Demon. When the Dark Cat Demon hid in the darkness, even if White Knight opened his eye of true vision, he could only see a faint black shadow. Not to mention other people. Everything proceeded smoothly. The battle between the 5 elements Beast King and the Golden Hair Roar was still loud and powerful. Just the ripple of energy alone made the outside of the barracks a mess. It was as if it had been bombarded by artillery indiscriminately. The 5 elements Beast King's injuries were getting heavier and heavier, and his energy was getting lower and lower. It was almost impossible to even unleash a reply technique. Golden Hair Roar's state wasn't much better. At this moment, she was similarly scarred. A mighty golden hair was almost burned bald, revealing pieces of charred skin. The forepaws were yet again frozen black and blue, her speed greatly reduced, and every step she took carried with it great pain. It was at this time. White Knight didn't have a cup in hand to drop, so he blew his whistle. After the Dark Knight Cat Demon was notified, he immediately unleashed his golden claw, following the gap in the bronze Imperial Beastmaster's armor and scratching off his neck. This wave of operation was smooth and flowing. At first glance, it was experienced. With the sudden fall of the contracted Imperial Beastmaster, Feng Xia's strength plummeted and he entered a weakened state. The 5 elements Beast King seized the opportunity and opened its mouth to swallow Feng Xia into its stomach. In its belly, rolling lava flowed. Almost instantly, the weakened Feng Xia was digested and became the 5 elements Beast King's nourishment. Under the nourishment of the bronze-level Beast Maiden, the 5 elements Beast King's injuries and state recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's the situation? It was obviously fine just now, why was it suddenly eaten? Oops. Quickly run. The Beast King is about to get angry. The crowd, which was originally full of hope, instantly fell into a state of despair. The scene was instantly chaotic. No one bothered to dwell on what exactly had happened. It was also impossible to probe in the chaotic darkness of the night. Everyone had only one thought. Escape as fast as possible. Cheng Pang, who was in a wheelchair, was instantly squeezed down by the surging crowd, and then was continuously trampled on. Mard, get out of the way. I'm Cheng Pang. Who the hell stepped on my face? Looking for death. Oh, aha. In the chaos, no one heard Cheng Pang's shouts. Although they felt a foreign object under their feet, they just stepped on it and continued to rush in the direction of the exit. As Cheng Pang was dying, a guard finally thought of him, but it wasn't until the crowd dispersed that they finally saw Cheng Pang, who was covered in shoe prints. Young Master Chang. The man hurriedly pounced on him and called out, but there was no response. After touching it, it was getting cold. The man fished out a bunch of precious pills from Cheng Pang's accompanying pockets. Not bothering to recognize them, he directly stuffed a brain into Cheng Pang's mouth. Then carrying him, he quickly rushed into the teleportation array. Now, in the entire 5 Elements Mountain, only Bai Knight and the others were left. Kill! White Knight was undaunted and charged forward with his spear. The 5 Elements Beast King, who had just recovered a tiny bit, was furious. It was even if a bronze-level Beast Maiden challenged it, but Ju, a tiny trainee Imperial Beastmaster, even dared to come over and provoke it. It was simply lighting a lamp in the toilet, looking for death. The 5 Elements Beast King opened its mouth and spat out a terrifying lava waterfall. In its opinion, such an attack was enough to burn this little rookie in front of it to dregs. However, what the 5 Elements Beast King didn't expect was that White Knight would directly top the lava waterfall and charge at its mouth to kill it. What kind of person was this? Surprisingly, he wasn't even afraid of its lava waterfall. Is this reasonable? The angry 5 Elements Beast King simply opened its mouth wide and directly swallowed Bai Knight into its stomach. It was just like when it had eaten that bronze-level Beast Maiden. The lava in its belly was even more powerful, so it didn't believe that White Knight could still carry it. However, Bai Ye really could. He started swimming in the lava sea again. Only this time, it was the lava sea inside the 5 Elements Beast King's belly. It didn't make a difference anyway. White Knight attacked frantically inside the 5 Elements Beast King. Although the 5 Elements Beast King had a strong defense, it was outside. And inside the belly, it was still extremely vulnerable. White Knight operated fiercely like a tiger for a while, churning the 5 Elements Beast King's internal organs into a paste. The 5 Elements Beast King rolled around like crazy in pain, almost flattening the entire barracks. The few beast nymphs who hid among them and still wanted to pick up the advantage paid for their greed with their lives. Finally, the 5 Elements Beast King was completely silent. White Knight lifted its mouth and jumped out. Easily, without taking any damage, taking care of a king-level beast. Perfect. Alright, there's no one here anymore, you can change back. White Knight patted the silver spear, signaling that everything was over and it was time to harvest the loot. However, the silver spears shook their reddish bodies and were dead set against changing back. It turned out that they weren't unharmed. White Knight was fearless of the sea of lava within the 5 elements Beast King, but Silver Lance was not. Although she was immune to most elemental damage, it would still have an effect after exceeding her defense value. For example, Nangonya's armor wouldn't be able to withstand such scorching at all. In the sea of lava just now, it all turned into ashes. Now, she was naked again. So how could she be willing to change back? There was no way, so she had to wear Nangong Qinshue's little cute clothes again. Everything else was fine. It's just that the chest is just too crowded. It can't be buttoned up at all. After barely tidying up, Nangonya was ready to go out and shout for the butcher team. Such a huge 5 elements Beast King couldn't fit into even White Knight's enhanced subspace. It couldn't even fit 1 to 10 th of it. It could only be handed over to the butcher team. White Knight, on the other hand, took the opportunity to dig out the 5 elements Beast King's Beast Spirit Bead. That abundant energy made the Dark Knight Cat Demon gulp straight, but it still couldn't be eaten. Because in the center of the 5 elements Spirit Disc, there was still a hole. By the looks of it, it was prepared for the 5 elements Beast King's Beast Spirit Bead. White Knight was too interested in the 5 elements Spirit Disc, so he didn't hesitate to put the Beast Spirit Bead in. For a moment, the 5 elements Spirit Disc shone brightly. Each of the 5 elemental mountains shot out a ray of light and merged into the 5 elements Spirit Disc. When the light dissipated, White Knight's crowd unexpectedly appeared in the 5 elements town. The 5 elemental Spirit Disc collected its light and shrunk back into White Knight's hands. Around them, there were some tents that had suddenly appeared, as well as the Beast Maiden who had a dumbfounded look on her face. Ha! Where is this place? Wasn't I camping in the 5 elements mountain foreign beast space tonight? Old one, aren't you the night watch today? What's the situation? How the hell do I know what's going on? I'm confused too. Crap, this seems to be 5 elements town. Why am I suddenly back? I must be dreaming. The scene was chaotic for a while. It wasn't so sudden for White Knight and the others to hide into the crowd. It was Nangonya, who had gone out to look for the butcher team, who was a bit confused. Where was the entrance to the 5 elements mountain? It was clearly fine when they came, so how come they couldn't go back? The others also discovered the situation. Especially the Chang family was even more alarmed. After all, the 5 elements mountain was their Chang family's money tree and an extremely important source of materials. If the 5 elements mountain was gone, their Chang family would definitely be weakened drastically. However, there was no longer a Chang family spokesperson in the 5 elements town. Now, Feng Xia had been swallowed by the 5 elements Beast King, and Chang Peng did not know if he was dead or alive. No one else had the prestige to be able to command the crowd. One could only urgently contact the family head in Jiangzhou City. What? You said the 5 elements mountain is gone? What does gone mean? Such a big alien beast space, how can it be gone? Did it grow legs and run away? Where's Chang Peng? Put him on the phone. What? Chang Peng is dying? Where's Feng Xia? What's she doing? What? Feng Xia was eaten by the Beast King? The more Degree heard, the more alarmed he became. When things went wrong, there must be a demon. The appearance of a never-before-seen apprentice king-level Fey Beast was definitely not right. He should have thought of it long ago. At this time, Degree no longer had the calmness he once had and hissed hysterically. Call over all the stewards of the Chang family, as well as all the beast maids above the bronze level. Before dawn, I want to see everyone appear in 5 elements town. After giving the order, Degree hoofed it towards 5 elements town. And at this moment, the 5 elements town was completely thrown into chaos. No one could still sleep. After all, the 5 elements mountain was gone, so what the hell was there to sleep for? White Knight also realized the severity of the problem. It seemed that he had accidentally put the entire 5 elements mountain into the spirit disc in his hand. In other words, the 5 elements spirit disc had become the new entrance to the 5 elements mountain. And it was a movable entrance. And this entrance was in White Knight's hands. A foreign beast space that could be carried around. When Nangonya learned of this news, her entire body went numb. She didn't even notice that the buttons on her chest were chipped open. Go! Leave 5 elements town immediately. Nangonya didn't hesitate and directly pulled White Knight and the others to hide in the darkness. Then he transformed into a silver spear and rushed back to Jiangzhou City at full speed while the night was still young. This really messed things up. For the next period of time, I'm afraid that the entire Jiangzhou City would be in chaos. Right at the moment White Knight and the others left, a blast of wind wrapped around a middle-aged man and appeared in the 5 elements town. It was none other than the Chang family's family head Degree. And his beast maiden was an S-class blizzard elf. The level was even beyond the bronze level. Even in the entire Jiangzhou province, it was an extremely top-notch existence. The speed is unrivaled. After arriving at the 5 elements town, the first thing he did was to save Chang Peng. On one hand, it was because Cheng Peng was his son, on the other hand, he also wanted to learn the truth from Cheng Peng's mouth. At this time, Chang Peng's body had basically cooled down. There was only a little bit of heat in his heart. That was the heart-protecting pill taking effect. The beast woman who had saved Chang Peng earlier had haphazardly stuffed a bunch of elixirs, and surprisingly, it had actually worked. Degree somewhat fleshly painfully pulled out an extremely precious elixir from the dimensional space and fed it to Chang Peng. Chang Peng's originally pale skin slowly reddened, and even a faint breath appeared. That's right, Degree also had a sub-dimensional space. Although it was only 1 cubic meter, it had cost him tens of billions of dollars. This thing was too rare. That was why it was usually only used to hold the most precious items. The 9 Revolution Soul Restoration Pill that he had just fed to Chang Peng was actually an elixir that he had kept for himself to use to save his life. The value was incalculable. But for the sake of his son, for the sake of the truth, it could only be given up. By night. White Knight. The first thing Chang Peng said when he woke up was to continuously call out Bai Knight's name. Check. Check for me immediately. Before dawn, I want to know all the information about White Knight. The roar of the Degree resounded through almost the entire Five Elements town. But White Knight couldn't hear it. At this time, he was already comfortably lying on the big bed of the Nangong family. By the way, he happily took stock of his earnings. Name, White Knight. Talent, SSS level. Rank 10th level trainee Imperial Beast Master. Strength, 1090. Agility, 960. Physique, 960. Energy, 1740. Contract Beast Mistress Lin Meng, Dark Knight Cat Demon. Skills, Eye of True Sight, Strong Healing, Dimensional Space, War Inspiration, Beast Spirit Armor, Huge Transformation, Beast Soul Bodyguard, Swordsmanship Proficiency, Super Poison Resistance, Beast Language Proficiency, Intermediate Alchemy, Heavy Slash, Combo, Straight Line Impact, Extreme Speed Recovery, Energy Link, Gunnery Proficiency, Summoning Flame Spirit, Ice Resistance plus 100, Flame Resistance plus 100. In the end, the rewards from this quest were too bountiful. It directly caused White Knight's attributes to almost double. Nowadays, he couldn't even compare to a chieftain-class beast of the same level. A beast maiden of the same level was even worse. In terms of money, White Knight now had over 300 million in cash. Among the additional 100 million was the corpse of the Five Elements Beast King. That's right, a corpse that was directly sold for 100 million. And that's not all. Nangongya also promised to give Bai Knight 3 pieces of the equipment that was made. Processed Beast King meat, send 10 tons. Even so, Nangongya was making a bloody profit. After all, this was a Beast King level corpse. The equipment made would sell for tens of millions of dollars each. The Five Elements Beast King was so large that even after refining it, it could make dozens of pieces. Throwing out the cost of hiring a high-level tailor, as well as the cost of various accessories, Nangongya could also net a few hundred million. It's just that the risk is a bit big. So it is directly pulled to the Nangong family's secret base slaughter. The handlers are also Nangongya's beloved. Do not dare to guarantee that absolutely will not leak, but at least a short period of time should not have a problem. However, the biggest gain, or the entire Five Elements Mountain Alien Beast space, all got into the hands. This was equivalent to mastering a resource-rich raw material production base. And it belongs exclusively to himself. The Nangong family no longer had to worry about the source of raw materials. And the beast space is not just for this purpose. If this thing is used properly, it's a killer. You think I'm alone? I'll backhand you and pull out an army of 10,000 people. Are you afraid? If it's used for stockpiling, it's even more awesome. 100,000 square kilometers. How much stock would that be? White Knight is no longer short of money. He was no longer the poor loser whose pockets were cleaner than his face. Cool. In his beautiful dreams, White Knight slept quite sweetly, completely unaware that the entire city of Jiangzhou had stayed up all night for him. After only one night, everyone knew that the Cheng family's money tree was gone. The Five Elements Mountain face base was nominally owned by the official Jiangzhou city, but the actual operator was actually the Cheng family. It belonged to the public-private partnership system. This was the practice of the vast majority of alien beast space management. The Cheng family monopolized all sorts of basic raw materials by virtue of their mastery of the Five Elements Mountain, thus gaining great wealth. As a result, it's gone. Where does the future Cheng family go from here? Will it still be able to have a supreme position in Jiangzhou? The crowd couldn't help but put a question mark on it. The Cheng family themselves understood this, so they were almost frantically looking around for clues. The entire Five Elements town had been rummaged through by them, and all the people had been tortured. However, there was still nothing. All hope could only be pinned on the name that Cheng Peng had been chanting after he woke up. White Knight. Early in the morning, when Bai Ye was still sleeping, the Nandong family was surrounded. White Knight, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by the noisy sounds outside. Yawn. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? White Knight asked as he stretched his back. Your heart is really big, you can still sleep here. Nandongya sat on the edge of the bed and smiled helplessly and bitterly. There was a faint ring of blackness around her eyes, and it looked like she hadn't slept well all night. Why did you run to my room? White Knight grabbed the quilt and blocked it in front of her chest, a look of horror on her face. Nangongya rolled her eyes straight away. What the hell? It made it seem like she was going to violate Bai Ye. Hurry up and get up. The Cheng family is here to make inquiries. Nangongya lifted off Bai Ye's quilt without any good humor. Ah, why aren't you wearing clothes when you sleep? Although Nangongya had seen the world, she still couldn't help but blush when she saw this kind of scene now. It had to be said that Bai Ye was still very capitalized. Bah! What am I thinking about? Nangongya's face turned even redder. Of course it's comfortable to sleep naked. Besides, have you seen enough? Return the quilt to me when you've seen enough. Bai Ye shouted as she covered her face. Nangongya panicked and threw the quilt back, then couldn't help but ask, what are you covering your face for? Shouldn't you cover the key parts? Nonsense, of course I'm covering my face to not be recognized. Bai Ye recovered the quilt. Nangongya, It seemed to make sense. But then again, it seems to make no sense at all. Right at this moment, Nangong Qianshuet and Lin Meng from next door also ran in when they heard the sound. Seeing Bai Ye naked, he pulled the covers tightly in an attempt to cover up. Then they looked at Nangongya's pretty scarlet face standing beside the bed. A 100,000-word indescribable plot immediately formed in the minds of the two. White Knight, you guys. Can't be right? Mommy, you. Both of them were stunned. It's true that it's still mature women who have the most charm. Nangong Qianxue was considering whether to take the mature route as well. You two little girls, don't think nonsense. Nangongya immediately interrupted the unhealthy fantasies of the two. I just came in as well, and I wanted to discuss with White Knight about how to deal with the Cheng family. Oh, really? Oh, why do you guys look like you don't believe it? We didn't say we don't believe it? Forget it, let's get down to business. Thus, the 3 women and 1 man were in White Knight's room, ready to hold a seminar. 3 beauties, excuse me, can you let me get dressed first? White Knight shrank under the covers and hesitantly raised his hand. Let's discuss the business first. Nangongya completely let go, regardless. What business? The matter of the Cheng family's rising up. Why are they raising offense? We lost their 5 elements mountain face base. What? The 5 elements mountain face base is gone? There isn't, aren't you clear in your heart? How could I be clear? I went to bed last night when I came back, and slept until dawn. But what? What proof do you have that we're related to the disappearance of the 5 elements mountain face base? Nangongya was stumped by the question. Nangong Qianxue also blinked her big innocent eyes with an admiring look. Lin Meng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. If the next Oscars Gold Award doesn't have you, I'll designate that I won't watch it. Oh no, you can't see the Oscars being awarded here. But after being told this by Bai Ye, everyone was enlightened. Yeah, there's no evidence. This is a society with the rule of law, even the Cheng family wouldn't dare to mess around. There was indeed nothing to be afraid of. Alright, then I'll open the door to welcome guests. Nangongya walked out as if relieved. On the way to the door, she didn't forget to turn back and urged. Get up quickly. Come with me to deal with it. I can only get up and get dressed after you guys go out. White Knight still covered his chest with the quilt to death. Want to take advantage of him? No way. Nangongya couldn't help but blush again. Thinking about sharing a room with a shirtless man for such a long time, Nangong Qianxue also blushed a little and ran out of the room in a panic. Only Lin Meng looked indifferent. Not only had she seen it, she had even played it. What's the big deal? However, she also followed out. White Knight was finally able to get up and get dressed. Outside the door, at the head of the group was a bronze-ranked beast maiden. Chang Shao, what are you doing blocking my door this early in the morning? After having Bai Ye to back her up, Nangongya instantly hardened her bottom. However, Chang Shao crossed over Nangongya and looked directly at Bai Knight. You're Bai Knight? It seemed that the Cheng family had already gotten all of Bai Knight's information, so they recognized him at a glance. It's you, Master Bai. Looking for me for what? Bai Knight rubbed his bleary eyes with an unimpressed look. Kid, I'm asking you, be honest with me. Chang Shao was infuriated by Bai Ye's attitude. Who are you? Bai Ye wouldn't be afraid of Chang Shao. I'm Chang Shao from the Cheng family. I'm asking you, yesterday at the 5 Elements Mountain, was it you who released the 5 Elements Beast King? Chang Shao asked as he suppressed his fire. Bai Ye nodded. There was no need to deny this, after all, so many people were watching at the time. Chang Xiao's face was delighted, he had indeed asked for useful information. And then? Chang Shao continued to pursue the question. Then the people from the military camp fought with the 5 Elements Beast King. I'm telling you, you weren't there and can't imagine how terrifying the scene was. That scene, it was like gongs and drums and firecrackers. Oh, stringing the stage. Anyway, I'm a trainee royal beast master, afraid of being affected, just hurry to hide far away. And then, inexplicably from the 5 Elements Mountain, suddenly appeared in the town. Bai Ye made it up in a decent manner. Chang Shao also felt that this was how it should be. What tricks could a trainee royal beast master toss out? It was estimated that releasing the 5 Elements Beast King was just a coincidence of getting some special props. Later on, when he saw that the situation was not right, he naturally ran as far away as he could. And then the situation was exactly as everyone described. It seemed like it should really have nothing to do with White Knight. Seeing Nangong Qianxue beside White Knight, Cheng Xiao also figured it out. It was probably just a love rival. This Cheng Pang really can't get on top. The 5 Elements Mountain alien beast space had disappeared, such a big deal, and he was still preoccupied with his love rival. Cheng Xiao casually asked a few more questions and then simply left. Anyway, she was already certain that this matter was definitely not the work of Bai Knight, this tiny trainee imperial beast master. As for whether Cheng Peng's father and son believed it or not, she couldn't care less. Passed just like that? Nangongya was still a bit incredulous. What else do you want? Bai Ye indifferently went back to eat breakfast. Breakfast was 5 Elements Beast King meat porridge with Beast King big meat buns. It was full of energy. After one breakfast, all of Bai Knight's 5 elemental resistances were +1. Lin Meng, on the other hand, was directly +10. That's right, her meal size was 10 times that of Bai Knight's. Next, 7 days had expired, so it was time to go back and participate in the college league that Mr. Li Ku was talking about. The rewards were said to be extremely generous. The main thing was that there was a chance to be exempted from the written exam. Directly guaranteed admission. Before returning to Jiangzhou County, Bai Knight entrusted Nangongya to help purchase a flying skill. After all, it was time for a competition, so he still had to be well prepared. There was currently no second contract space, and there was no way for Nangong Qianxue to go on the field together. In case the opponent was a flying beastess and would also attack from a distance, they would be passive. Considering Bai Ye's financial strength, Nangongya directly helped him buy a flowing illusion wings worth 500 million. Not only did this skill look extremely racy, the effects were equally extremely significant. The higher the energy value, the more speed it increased. It was very suitable for White Knight. As for not having enough money, just look for the Nangong family's mortgage. White Knight was sitting on the money tree of the 5 Elements Mountain, so he was still worried about having no money? But there was no way White Knight would go hunting on his own. He doesn't have the time. Still, he had to train a few capable Fey henchmen. Train one for each elemental mountain, and another for the valley in the center. The method was simple: first beat the submissive. Then make a promise to help elevate it to the Lord level when the opportunity arises in the future. For the sake of ease of management, White Knight promoted all 5 elemental elves. As for the valley with the widest range in the middle, White Knight went directly to the green grasslands and picked up the hurricane demon leopard and rat little brother. After all, it was left to guard the gate, or the original team that started the business together was the most trustworthy. With that little bit of resources from the verdant grassland, White Knight had already completely looked down on it. The big deal was just to retrain another agent beast. 5 Elements Mountain was different. The resources provided every day were dozens of times more than the Green Meadow. 5 million at the bottom. It couldn't be helped, there was plenty of energy and the growth rate of the foreign beasts was too fast. If they weren't cleaned up regularly, they'd all run out of room to grow soon. After the arrangements were made, the 3 White Knights finally went back. As for the delivery of supplies, it was left to Nangongya's mother and daughter. There was no need for White Knight to worry about it. Back to the school. After hearing that Bai Knight had returned, Principal Lu Feng personally greeted him. You guys are finally back. After learning that the 3 of them had all reached the peak of their apprenticeship, Lu Feng was smiling from ear to ear. This year, Jiangzhou School was finally going to rise. There was no need to select any 10 teams at all. What was the point of bothering with that? Having White Knight alone was enough. The rules of the competition were divided into several stages, including the qualifier, preliminary, and final. In the preliminaries, each city could only have 1 team in the lineup. Jiangzhou City, as the capital of the province, could have 3 teams in the lineup. The preliminary round is then an inter-city league. The 16 teams from Jiangzhou province competed and selected 3 teams to participate in the finals. That is, the real national league. There were 2 tournaments, the contracted Beastmaster tournament, and the solo Beastmaster tournament. The rules were the same. After all, before going to college, many beast maids would not be contracted. There was even a large portion of beast maidens that would not be contracted for the rest of their lives, lest they let the Imperial Beastmaster become their weakness. The competition opened. On this day, the central square of Jiangzhou County was bustling with activity. For schools, each occupying a direction. In the center of the square was the competition ground. The surrounding area was already packed with people watching. First of all, the 4 schools in Jiangzhou County were going to decide on a team. The Jiangzhou First Royal Beast School took one look at Bai Knight's appearance and directly gave up the match. And it was the principal, Xiasuya, who responded personally. What's the point? There's no way to fight. Xiasuya even felt that even if she personally went on, she wouldn't necessarily be an opponent. You really don't want to fight? White Knight and Lin Meng stood in the center of the field, rather bored. Alas, being invincible was truly lonely. No. We fully support you to break out of Jiangzhou and go national. Cheng Yuan waved her small fists and cheered for Bai Ye. Cut. The first royal beast is really a wimp as usual. Why don't you just give us the first royal beast's name? The one who spoke was a beast girl from the 2nd Imperial Beast School. Although she was only a C rank, what she had awakened was the Blood Wolf, which had very strong combat power. With one move, the Blood Strike, the attack was incredibly powerful. Master White appreciates your courage. Hearing the provocation, White Knight was happy. However, out of concern, White Knight still asked one more question. How many teams did your second royalty organize this year? 10 teams. What's wrong? The Blood Wolf Beastess was a bit confused by the question. Oh, nothing, let's go together then. That's the way to have fun. White Knight finally got a little excited. White Knight, I know you're a SSS class Imperial Beast Master, but there's no need to be so arrogant. A middle-aged woman's face was red and somewhat angry. And you are? The lead teacher of the 2nd Imperial, Wang Min. Oh, then you're coming along too. Not only Wang Min, everyone around was confused. 1 against 10 is understandable. Young people, they always have to act tough. But you even want to fight the teacher together, is there a need to be so fierce? Ahem, White Knight, restrain yourself. Lu Feng couldn't stand it anymore. Principal, actually, it's fine. Li Ke pulled Lu Feng back. Lu Feng was a bit puzzled. They already beat me up last time when they were only 7th grade. Li Ke said with a bit of embarrassment. Okay. Lu Feng was completely speechless. Well, how could I forget about this? White Knight's strength really couldn't be viewed conventionally. Good. This is what you said. Wang Min couldn't care less about her status as a teacher, she just wanted to teach Bai Knight a good lesson. Principal Lu, look at this. Principal Erwo had a difficult look on her face. It actually wanted Lu Feng to personally recognize this type of match. Otherwise it wouldn't be a big loss if the opponent didn't recognize it after winning the fight with great difficulty. Just go with what they discussed. Lu Feng touched her nose, a little embarrassed. Okay. Principal Erwo immediately smiled happily. It seemed that Jiangzhou school was going to pay for their pride today. Such a scene also drew a great deal of attention. The crowd wanted to see whether the SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Masters were really this awesome, or if they were just bragging. The match began. White Knight stood calmly in the middle of the field. The 10 Beast Maidens of the 2nd Imperial, as well as the 10 Imperial Beast Masters, were in an emergency formation. The defensive Beast Maidens were at the front, the long-range Beast Maidens stood at the back, and the others maneuvered to attack. Wang Min didn't have the heart to call out to her Imperial Beast Masters, so she prepared to fight alone. Otherwise, it would be too bullying. As a result, she was noticed by White Knight. Hey, that. MS. Wang, where's your Royal Beast Master? Shout it out and join us. Wang Sensitive was greatly insulted. I'm a 3-star Black Iron Beast Master. It's already considered bullying to go on by myself, but you even want the Royal Beast Master to go on as well. It's too much of a look down on people. The 2nd Imperial Principal sniffed, not caring if Bai Knight was looking down on people or not. Anyway, it was White Knight who wanted to play the bully, and it had nothing to do with their second royal. So he let Wang Min's Royal Beastmaster go on as well. Wang Min, who was furious, charged up first. She wanted to rely on her own strength and directly defeat Bai Knight, letting him know the price of not having pussy and playing hard to get. Wang Min was a green wind beast that was extremely fast, and even amongst the Black Iron ranked beast maidens, she was considered an extremely agile existence. Almost in an instant, it ran in front of White Knight. Sharp claws snapped at White Knight. White Knight, be careful. Even though they knew Bai Knight's strength, the teachers and students of Jiangzhou school couldn't help but feel a wave of worry. The sharp claws of the green winged beast were about to grab White Knight. Everyone held their breath nervously. However, White Knight's beastess, the Dark Knight Cat Demon, didn't have any intention of returning to help at all, and directly charged towards the 10 teams with a full stat. What was the meaning of this? Completely disregarding his own Imperial Beastmaster? It's true that he's still young, completely inexperienced in battle. Just when the crowd thought that Bai Knight would inevitably be knocked out by the green wind beast's claw, suddenly, White Knight struck, only to see his palm, at a much faster speed, come after him. It directly gave the green wind beast a big forced pocket. What was even more frightening was that the green wind beast flew backwards. This was a Black Iron 3-star Beastmaster. Surprisingly, it let a trainee Imperial Beastmaster slap it away. Was this real? As a matter of fact, White Knight's 4-dimensional attributes, no matter which one, exceeded the green wind beast. Being able to fan her was not surprising in the slightest. The Dark Knight Cat Demon also understood this, so she wasn't worried at all. The green wind beast didn't believe it and charged up again. As a result, it was once again slapped away. From the beginning to the end, White Knight hadn't moved a foot. He just carried one hand behind his back and calmly watched the battle on the field. From time to time, he would shake his palm and slap the green wind beast that rushed up. He was as calm as a bystander watching a play. Wang Min was confused. Is it necessary to be so bullish? This is too strong. How about trying to find a way to break through from the beast lady? Wang Min gave up on challenging White Knight and turned to watch the battle between the Dark Knight Cat Demon and the 10 teams. Why is everyone flying in the sky? All the stone-armored cows that big are flying up into the sky? Was it blown? Oh, no. they were thrown up into the sky. Is this the kind of power a trainee beast maiden should have? It's at least 1,500 points. As a 3-star Black Iron Beast Maiden, the Green Wind Beast's strength is still twice as high. It's impossible to fight. Completely unbeatable. The only good thing was that there were still 2 Flying Beast Maidens in Irmu's team. With the advantage of flight, they might still have a chance. The Peregrine Falcon began to dive. This is the fastest flying beastess in its class. Like lightning, the Peregrine Falcon shot towards the Dark Cat Demon. Extremely fast speed, combined with the sharp claws and beak. Once hit, I'm afraid that even the Dark Cat Demon would have to be seriously injured. Result. With an even faster speed, the Dark Knight Cat Demon popped out its claws and directly slapped the Peregrine Falcon on the ground. Immediately fainted and lost its combat power. The strongest person of the Second Imperial, defeated. This. Everyone was shocked. This was a bit too exaggerated. It was even if the SS Imperial Beast Master was powerful. How could a pet cat be so powerful? Still not letting people live. But, it's okay, there's still a chance. The Second Royal also had a Wind Sparrow Beastess that could release wind blades. Relying on long-range strikes, he could at least be invincible. However, those wind blades hitting the Dark Knight Cat Demon was like scratching an itch. Even the Beast Spirit armor couldn't break, let alone injure the Dark Knight Cat Demon. After all the Beast Nymphs were resolved, the Dark Knight Cat Demon looked at the Wind Sparrow flying in the sky. After aiming slightly, she directly threw out a fainted Beast Maiden with her hand. It was directly thrown hundreds of meters. If this were to fall, it would probably fall to its death. The frightened Green Wind Beast rushed over to catch it. The powerful impact caused her to have a surge of blood and chi. Ouch! Surprisingly, I missed. The Dark Knight Cat Demon scratched her head in embarrassment and picked up another Beast Maiden, throwing it into the sky. The Green Wind Beast hurriedly went to pick it up again. This time, it was directly spit out blood from the impact. No more fighting. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Wang Min really couldn't carry it anymore. It was too ferocious. Regardless of whether it was a Royal Beast Master or a Beast Maiden, none of them were good to be messed with. No wonder the First Imperial gave up straight away. It seemed like they had already known how powerful Bai Ye was. The Second Royal conceded defeat, and now there was only one last one left. Private school, strong school. We admit defeat. The principal of the Strong Shang School was very sensible and conceded immediately. Otherwise, she couldn't afford the medical bills. Next was the solo Beast Girl competition. Without White Knight's terrifying suppression, everyone was much more relaxed. There should be a chance now. Several principals jumped at the chance. As a result, another superpower appeared. Nangong Qianxue. A-ranked, her talent far surpassed that of all the Beast Maidens. Moreover, her skill allotment, battle experience, and so on, were completely incomparable to ordinary trainee Beast Maidens. Let you have 1,000 changes and 10,000 aptitudes, I will cut them down with a single sword. There simply wasn't a single opponent. Nangong Qianxue used her strength to prove her worth. Thus, the competition that was expected to be a whole day's worth of work was over in half an hour. Many people weren't even on the field. There was no way around it. The strength of Bai Ye's trio was just too much more than ordinary people. And in this competition, there was a first, not a second, and the third was 100,000 miles away. The prizes that the county had prepared, they didn't know how to give them out. They have prepared the first, second and third prizes. In the end, they gave them all to White Knight. And they're quite useful. There was even a purification skill bead. Originally, White Knight was going to go collect one, but this was good, it was directly saved. Perfect. It seemed that Jiangzhou County had also put in a lot of effort for this league. This skill, in fact, was prepared for White Knight. They had known that White Knight would be first place. It was just that they didn't expect that Bai Knight would be so strong that he would directly mess up even the second and third place. Nangong Qianxue also obtained a Beast Spirit bead, which contained several skills that were not bad. She directly ate it and smoothly comprehended instant strike, sending out an attack at an extremely fast speed. It was also quite suitable. As for the other rewards, they were all defensive equipment and Beast Spirit beads. These were things that White Knight could no longer use. He simply sold them to his classmates on the spot. More or less, it would help everyone improve their strength. Next stop, Jiangzhou City. As a prefecture-level city, Jiangzhou City's resources far exceeded those of Jiangzhou County. There were several schools in the city, almost all of which had a B-rank presence. There was even an A-ranked Imperial Beast Master in the North River First Imperial. And then using various resources, he piled up an A-ranked Beast Maiden and signed a contract with her. This was an insurmountable mountain for a county school that barely even had a B rank. Several other districts and counties were deeply pressurized. Basically, they all came with the attitude of exchanging experiences, not daring to expect any gains at all. In fact, Jiangzhou City behaved very arrogantly. The rules of their competition were that players from the 7 counties could challenge any team selected by the city at will. As long as the challenge was successful, they could proceed to the next stage of the competition, completely not taking the people from the county school in their eyes. The people from the county school dared to be angry. After all, they really couldn't compare. Whether it was talent or strength, the gap was huge. It's always been only you, Master Bai, who pretends to be a pussy. No one has ever dared to pretend to be a pussy in front of me. Bai Knight was very dissatisfied with Beijing City's attitude and was ready to teach them a good lesson. The challenge match began. Before Bai Knight could react, a team stepped forward. Surprisingly, it was Level B. It was the Binjiang County School. They were challenging the city's 4th Imperial Beast School, which looked weaker. Being at the same B rank, the chances were still high. However, the imagined even match did not appear. The Binjiang School's B rank Beast Girl was completely overwhelmed, and the other party struck extremely hard. If it wasn't for the Invigilator stopping it, the Riverside School's Beast Nymph would probably have been killed. It was too overbearing. Such a match was surprisingly deadly. For a while, the teams from the various county schools were all very angry. However, no one dared to challenge again. It was really because they were frightened by the battle just now. This was exactly the result that the several schools in the city wanted to see. But White Knight wasn't afraid of them. As the crowd cowered and didn't dare to step forward, he directly stepped forward. "You're that legendary SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster?" Someone recognized Bai Knight. "It's you, Master Bai." Bai Knight responded nonchalantly. "Humph. I'd like to see if your strength has such a hard mouth." The man was enraged by Bai Knight's attitude, and without waiting for a challenge, he was directly going to choose to make a move. "Back off, you're no match." A feminine voice stood out. It was Chen Liang, an A-ranked Imperial Beastmaster from 1st Imperial. "Let me challenge the legendary SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster." Although there was a huge difference in talent, Chen Liang still didn't look at White Knight, who came out of a small place, in the eye. The strength of a royal Beastmaster was not just dependent on talent. Resources and education were equally important. And their Chen family, as the #1 family in Jiangzhou City, didn't lack these at all. Chen Liang, who had now reached the peak of his apprenticeship, was ready to let these small-town do-it-yourselfers understand what was called the power of money. "Challenge me? You're not worthy. A broken A rank. What's the point of pretending with White Knight here? Don't waste time, let's go together." White Knight was as quick as ever. "Ha? What do you mean?" Everyone was a bit confused. "I mean, all of you city-elected teams, come on together." White Knight's words instantly shocked the entire room. "You mean to challenge the elites of the 5 schools in the entire Beijing City all by yourself?" The host kind of couldn't believe his ears. "That's right, hurry up," White Knight impatiently urged. Grabbing the end of the time, he could still go to the alien beast space outside of Beijing City to wreak havoc. Having come, how could he leave empty-handed? "White Knight, this is Jiangzhou City, not your tiny Jiangzhou County, don't be too arrogant." Chen Liang was furious enough. No one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of him. "Where's all the nonsense, fight or not?" Bai Knight was in a hurry to make money. Where did he have time to nag with a brat? "Go on. Together, we'll teach this guy who doesn't know the heights of heaven a lesson." The people from the other few city schools were also enraged and no longer cared. They directly rushed up. This time, the Beast Maiden was much stronger than last time. However, there was still no threat. The Dark Knight Cat Demon was fully charged and was still like swatting flies, one claw at a time. Easy plus casual. Until then, Chen Liang had just gotten ready. His Beast Maiden was a fiery eagle. Flying, long range. These 2 points alone would make the flaming eagle invincible. Chen Liang believed that this battle would be won. The facts also proved his thoughts. Under the Flame Eagle's long-range attacks, the Night Cat Demon was simply unable to resist. The Dark Night Cat Demon wanted to repeat the same trick and use the beast nymphs around it to smash the Flaming Eagle. However, the Flaming Eagle's dodging was very agile and didn't care about this kind of humanoid concealed weapon. Worthy of being an A-ranked Beast Maiden, its various attributes and battle sense far surpassed the C-ranked Wind Sparrow from before. Chen Liang revealed a winning smile. Today, he was going to step on White Knight's face and prove that SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmasters were just trash. He was the biggest genius in Jiangzhou City. Then, Chen Liang realized that a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "What are you doing?" Chen Liang looked at the giganticized Dark Night Cat Demon in horror. "Guess." The Dark Night Cat Demon revealed a humanized smile before violently slapping at Chen Liang. Seeing this, the Flaming Eagle rushed forward to block it. As a result, the Dark Night Cat Demon had prepared for this and took advantage of this opportunity to violently leap dozens of meters and directly grab the blazing eagle out of the sky. The speed was so fast that the Flaming Eagle didn't even react. It was directly pressed to the ground. The battle was over. The Dark Night Cat Demon explained to them what it meant to have combat experience. Everything was so clean. Hearing that Bai Ye was going to scourge the Beijing City's Fey Beast space, Nangong Qianxue immediately became anxious, fearing that Bai Ye wouldn't take her with him. "How many individual beast maids are there? Let's go together." Nangong Qianxue had also learned to pretend with Bai Knight. The crowd had still heard about Nangong Qianxue's strength. That's why everyone attached great importance to it, even more so than they did to White Knight. However, it was still futile. Those beast nymphs' attacks were almost immune to Nangong Qianxue. In turn, her silver moon slash almost directly killed 2 beast nymphs. Fortunately, the invigilator reacted in time and saved them. This could not be blamed on Nangong Qianxue. After all, the damage of the Silver Moon Slash was not something Nangong Qianxue could control. Immediately after, Nangong Qianxue transformed into a flying sword and traveled back and forth among the beast nymphs. In the instant before any of them could react, each beast maiden's neck was slashed with a blood mark. However, the blood marks were shallow and didn't kill them, just a threat. In this situation, it would be ungrateful not to admit defeat. Although Nangong Qianxue was only A-ranked, she explained to them what it meant to be a true aristocrat. Compared to resources, which of their families dared to match the Nangong family? The two battles were added together and ended in 10 minutes. The time it took to organize the team was longer than that. White Knight received his rewards and headed off. The reward was also precious. The skill bead was directly a healing technique. Unfortunately, it was useless to White Knight and was sold directly. The total rewards added up to tens of millions. Nangong Qianxue, on the other hand, had once again acquired a skill. Split Shadow, can use shadows to attack. This is a disguised split shadow technique. Quite a good skill. With a full harvest, the three of them rushed towards the alien beast space outside Jiangzhou City. The dark forest was about the same size as the green grassland, but the number and types of fey beasts were several times greater. This was a sign of abundant energy. However, wherever White Knight had marched, it hadn't been good. The green grassland had been ruined by him and had changed several lords in a row, and now it was completely leaderless. The Five Elements Mountain was even directly destroyed. Let's see how White Knight makes a mess in the dark forest. The first step is to install the app first, and the map is directly pulled full. Not bad. And then find the Lord-level beasts. In the small dark forest, there were actually two Lord-class fey beasts. One was a strength-based minotaur. It was quite strong. Even the hurricane demon leopard was no match at all. It was almost comparable to the several Lord-level foreign beasts in the Five Elements Mountain. Facing the terrifying strength of the ox-headed beast, even the Dark Knight Cat Demon in its full state would have difficulty resisting it. But the Dark Knight Cat Demon wasn't a strength beast maiden. What she was really good at was agility and toxin attacks. With the speed of the Dark Cat Demon, the Minotaur couldn't even catch a single hair. The Dark Cat Demon could even weave in and out of a group of Minotaur soldiers like nobody's business. During this period, the Dark Cat Demon continuously released the fierce poison mist. From time to time, it also used its mighty poison claw to scratch on the body of the Minotaur giants. Soon, all the Minotaur monsters turned dark green. The Minotaur soldiers were the first to be unable to carry on, and one by one, they fell to the ground as if they were drunk, never able to get up again. The Minotaur's steps were also getting slower and slower, and with the strong resistance of the Lord-level foreign beasts, it could barely hold on. However, its strength plummeted. Taking advantage of the attention of the ox-headed beast, when it was attracted by the Dark Knight Cat Demon, Nangong Qianxue transformed into a flying sword, instantaneous strikes and armor-breaking superimposed, directly piercing through the chest. The powerful Lord-class bullhead beast was so easily decapitated by the two beast maidens. The corpses were all thrown into the Five Elements Mountain. A bit of energy could not be wasted. Then released the rat little brother. The treasure hunting skill was activated. In the territory of the Minotaur, there was indeed a treasure. It's a first-rank red blood grass, one of the main ingredients for refining healing pills. There's a huge area here. Dig them all up by the roots and plant them into the Five Elements Mountain. As long as there's enough energy, more can grow. If picked properly, it can even be supplied in cycles. It would be a huge gain. As a reward, White Knight rewarded Mouse Little Brother with a Beast Spirit Bead from a Chieftain-level Minotaur. Not only did Ratty not only level up by one level, but he even comprehended the Giant Strength skill. His attributes had once again increased dramatically. Looking at this trend, it could even evolve. Engaging White Knight was looking forward to it. The next Lord-level beast was a flying dark griffin. Black as ink, it had the body and sharp claws of a lion, as well as the head and wings of an eagle. The undisputed aerial overlord of the dark forest. It was the one that suddenly appeared in the dark forest face space one day. No one knew how it came to be. No one was able to conquer it either. It is an extremely mysterious existence. The good thing was that it rarely attacked humans on its own accord, and it always hovered around its lair, not staying away. So the officials didn't specifically organize a powerful team to go and kill it. After so many years of accumulation, its strength had reached a point that was unimaginable to normal people. Some people suspected that this dark griffin was most likely originally a powerful existence, but just didn't know what the reason was and stayed here. After all, under normal circumstances, it was indeed rare to see a trainee griffin. It usually had to be bronze level or above. It seemed like the dark griffin was definitely hiding a great secret. White Knight was in high spirits. After absorbing the beast souls of the Minotaur behemoth as well as a large number of Minotaur soldiers, White Knight's beast soul armor once again condensed into substance. Safety was greatly increased. White Knight stepped on his flying sword and headed straight for the Dark Griffin's nest. Type, Dark Griffin. Level 10 Lord. Strength, 2000. Agility, 2000. Physique, 2000. Energy, 2000. Skills, swooping attack, dark strike, dark corrosion. Character, none. Weakness, lack of soul, loss of skills. This attribute was considered extremely explosive amongst the lords. However, White Knight found the flashy point. This guy didn't have a soul. Yeah, how could a creature as powerful as a griffin only be at the apprentice stage? This right now was clearly just a puppet. What on earth was controlling such a powerful puppet? And why would it stay in an entry-level alien beast space like the Dark Forest? At this moment, White Knight's mind was filled with doubts. Luckily, the system options appeared again. Option 1, kill the Dark Griffin and flee immediately. Reward for completion, strength plus 100. Option 2, kill the Dark Griffin and resolve the Dark Spectre behind it. Completion reward, Necromastery, skill bead. Remarks, when the Dark Spectre dies, the Dark Forest will change dramatically. Option 3, turn around and leave. Completion reward, agility plus 10. Behind the Dark Griffin, there really is something. But I'm afraid it's hard to deal with. It might be some kind of Beast King level boss. And once the Dark Spectre was killed, the Dark Forest was going to be played with by White Knight again. Hey, why did I say again? Never mind, I don't care. Just do it. How do you fight it? And use poison? Lin Meng could also see how powerful the Dark Griffin was, so she didn't recklessly charge up, but waited for White Knight's command. This thing isn't a living thing at all. I'm afraid the toxins are useless. Bai Knight recounted his guesses to Lin Meng and Nangong Qianshui. Ha! The Dark Griffin is already hard to fight, and there's an even more powerful existence behind it. Do we still have to continue? Nangong Qianshui was a bit worried. Another super boss? Fuck it. Lin Meng, however, jumped into action, not knowing what fear was at all. That's right. Fuck it. White Knight waved his hand and directly started the fight. There was no way around it. The Dark Griffin's various attributes were balanced and powerful, and he couldn't see any weaknesses at all. He could only fight hard. The Dark Griffin's reaction was very slow, and it wasn't until the Dark Cat Demon rushed closer that it finally reacted. The golden claws grabbed several deep wounds on the Dark Griffin's body. However, instead of blood, what flowed out was a burst of black mist. As the black mist filled the air, the wounds of the Dark Griffin, surprisingly, recovered directly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if behind the Dark Griffin, there was an extremely powerful Imperial Beastmaster. And as if the Dark Griffin didn't have a sense, it looked numbly at the Dark Knight Cat Demon, and then gathered black light on its claws and violently slapped out. The Beast Spirit armor on the Dark Knight Cat Demon instantly disintegrated, and it was directly slapped tens of meters away. It was Darkness Strike. The attack was not ordinarily powerful. The Dark Knight Cat Demon didn't believe it and wanted to charge up and continue fighting. However, it was preempted by White Knight. At this time, White Knight had a strong defense, and it was more appropriate for him to be at the front. However, the Dark Griffin's attacks were equally capable of shaking the Beast's soul armor. It looked like it wouldn't take more than a few hits to directly shatter it. What kind of terrifying strength was this? In contrast, the damage dealt by White Knight and the others was extremely limited. The Dark Griffin only needed the black mist to surge, and it would quickly recover as before. Unless one hit killed them, it was simply impossible to kill the Dark Griffin. After realizing this, White Knight gave up blindly attacking. While the Dark Knight Cat Demon held back, he opened the Eye of True Vision and searched around. What White Knight wanted to find was the Dark Spectre that was hiding behind him. The Dark Griffin didn't have a healing skill. Then, behind it, there was bound to be an existence like a royal beastmaster. However, no matter how much Bai Knight's Eye of True Vision searched, it came up with absolutely nothing. Where exactly was the Dark Spectre hiding? Although the Eye of True Vision couldn't find where the Dark Spectre was, White Knight was convinced that it was nearby. After all, the system wouldn't lie. Thus, White Knight shouted out Mouselat again. Where there was a super boss, there were bound to be treasures. Sure enough, Rat Little Brother had just activated his treasure hunting skill and was immediately attracted by the light under the cliff, and couldn't help but rush there. The Dark Griffin's lair was built on a steep cliff. The direction that Ratty Little Brother ran to was below the cliff. Fearing that Ratty Little Brother would fall to his death, Bai Knight hurriedly picked it up and together they stepped onto the flying sword and headed straight for the cliff. The originally dull Dark Griffin was in a hurry. It directly shook off the Dark Cat Demon and pounced towards White Knight. The biting blast of wind almost blew people over, but it also proved one thing. The direction was right. White Knight flung the sword spirit to slightly block the Dark Griffin. He himself summoned his flowing light illusion wings and swooped downwards. In just an instant, he arrived in front of a hidden cave. After confirming it with Mouse Jr., White Knight drilled in without hesitation. The Dark Griffin directly ignored the sword spirit's attack and followed closely. But the cave was narrow, and the Dark Griffin's huge body was instantly greatly restricted. The power of the attack dropped drastically. The sword spirit rushed down with the Dark Cat Demon on its back and drilled through the gap, blocking the Dark Griffin's path. White Knight, on the other hand, took the opportunity to charge deeper into the cave. The depths of the cave were pitch black. White Knight's flowing light illusion wings appeared extremely abrupt. The colorful and dazzling light could be seen from a long distance away. I hate light. A terrifying voice like fingernails scraping glass suddenly resounded in White Knight's ears. However, White Knight scanned around, but he couldn't see any figure at all. It wasn't until he opened his eye of true vision that he finally saw a person's iffy, massive silhouette in the darkness, almost blending in with the darkness, and no attributes could be seen at all. It seemed that the strength was far beyond him. Jia, to think that a fresh soul would personally come to the door. What a powerful soul. The sound echoed around White Knight like a 3D surround. Want to eat me? It also depends on whether your teeth are hard enough. Facing a strong enemy, White Knight was undaunted and directly slammed his fist over. Wearing the beast soul armor, he was able to deal damage to the soul body. Surprisingly, it's an armor made up of souls. Sucking. The Dark Spectre actually made a drooling sound. Then it directly wrapped White Knight completely. It was as if it had swallowed White Knight whole. White Knight could feel the soul power on the beast soul armor, draining away at a rapid pace. This thing could actually feed on souls. It didn't even spare the beast soul armor. The reason why White Knight was emboldened was because of the beast soul armor. It wouldn't be fun to mess with it like this. White Knight hastily summoned the flame elf. This flame elf that could share his energy was equivalent to having 1740 points of flame damage, plus the additional damage to the soul body. The Dark Spectre let out an agonizing scream. Finally, effective damage had been inflicted. However, the miserable scream only lasted for a short time. The flame sprite was unexpectedly shot straight through by a soul spike. As a summon, the quality of the flame elf was ultimately too poor. There was no comparison to the Dark Spectre. Let's see what else you have up your sleeve. The Dark Spectre laughed and wrapped White Knight once again. The beast soul armor almost collapsed, while the Dark Spectre's aura grew stronger and stronger. Going on like this wasn't a solution. White Knight's mind spun and quickly thought of a solution. With just a thought, 5 Lord-level elemental spirits suddenly appeared around him. They were the henchmen that Bai Knight had cultivated in the 5 Elements Mountain. With the 5 Elements Spirit Disc in hand, Bai Knight could achieve complete control over the 5 Elements Mountain. With a thought, he could appear in any corner of the 5 Elements Mountain. It was also possible to make any of the foreign beasts in the 5 Elements Mountain appear directly in front of him. In the 5 Elements Mountain, White Knight was a god. The 5 Lord-level elemental spirits instantly erupted with terrifying attack power after receiving White Knight's command. It directly drowned the Dark Spectre completely. The Dark Spectre hissed in pain. However, this time, it was impossible for it to easily crush its opponents again. These 5 could all be powerful Lord-level existences. Although the Dark Spectre was powerful. However, the strength that remained today was at best equivalent to a peak-level Lord Fey Beast. It was almost impossible to kill an existence of the same level in seconds. Victory was in sight. Under the frantic attacks of the 5 Lord-level elemental spirits, the Dark Spectre's aura was rapidly declining, and it looked like it was about to completely disintegrate. My lord, spare my life. As long as you are willing to spare me, I can give you a treasure. The Dark Spectre actually began to beg for mercy. Worthy of being a high-level existence, it really did have wisdom. Oh, what treasure? White Knight became interested and signaled the 5 elemental elves to pause their attacks. The Soul Nurturing Bowl. Your beast soul armor should only be able to absorb fresh beast souls, but not store them. The Soul Nurturing Bowl solves this problem perfectly. The Dark Spectre pushed extremely hard. White Knight's eyes lit up when he heard this. This was indeed the biggest headache White Knight had been having. Every time, he had to complete a certain amount of kills before he could summon the beast soul armor that was as solid as a substance. It was always very dangerous at the very beginning. If there really was a so-called Soul Nurturing Bowl, White Knight's survivability would greatly increase. Bring it to me. White Knight stretched out his hand. How can I believe that you'll let me go? The Dark Spectre wasn't stupid. It wouldn't easily trust White Knight. I can get it just as well if I kill you. White Knight signaled the 5 elemental elves to continue attacking. The Soul Nurturing Bowl is hidden by me. No one can find it except me. The Dark Spectre responded while dodging the attacks. Kirikiri? Is this it? Musketeer shouted as he held a black bowl. Ha! The Dark Ghost was confused. It had clearly hidden the Soul Nurturing Bowl in the Black Crystal Stone Mine, and its breath was completely concealed, so how was it discovered? Good job. White Knight couldn't help but give ratty little brother a nod. Treasure hunting skills were really good. Seeing this, the little mouse brother immediately ran excitedly to claim credit, and by the way, told the rest of its harvest as well. In the depths of the cave, I found a very large black crystal stone mine. There's also a lot of spectral grass. One could only say that it was worthy of being a rat little brother. It's too powerful. When forging weapons, if you add black crystals, you can attach a dark corrosion effect. Adding it to a defense can also increase the darkness defense. At the same time, black crystal stones could also provide energy to dark buildings, such as dark arrow towers and black crystal cannons. It was a relatively precious material. Musketeer had unexpectedly discovered an entire vein of it directly. Consuming spectral grass could cause attacks to be attached with spectral attributes, possessing corrosive and weakening effects. Refining it into a spectral soul pill had an even more pronounced effect. It was especially suitable for dark cat demons. Since the treasure had been found, there was no need to keep the Dark Spectre. The Dark Spectre also realized this and hurriedly shouted, "You can't kill me. Otherwise, I'll plant a dark mark on you, and there will be endless dark creatures hunting you down." Dark mark? What the hell? White Knight was unmoved and continued to order the 5 elemental elves to attack. Aha! I escaped the pursuit of so many powerful people, and I wanted to hide in a low-level alien beast space to recover my strength, but I didn't expect to be killed by a rookie. I'm not willing to do this. Accompanied by a wail of despair, the Dark Spectre transformed into a ball of black runic marks and violently shot towards White Knight. White Knight waved his hand to block. However, the massive black rune marks directly pierced through his body and imprinted into Bai Knight's soul. White Knight could feel that there was a shadowy aura, if anything, that appeared on him. However, it couldn't find the exact location. White Knight tried to dispel it with his purification skill, but it had no effect. Whatever. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover. Fear nothing. White Knight happily went to collect the loot. A broken silver-white beast spirit bead appeared where the Dark Spectre had just been. There was also a black cloud flying in it. The transparency of this beast spirit bead doesn't work, and it's even broken. White Knight was a bit less than satisfied with this harvest. However, Nangong Qianxue screamed directly in excitement when she saw it. A silver-grade beast spirit bead. Where did it come from? With the death of the Dark Spectre, the Dark Griffin completely turned into a pile of corpses and rapidly decayed. Only then did Nangong Qianxue and Lin Meng rush to the depths of the cave to join Bai Knight. Then they saw the broken silver-white beast spirit bead in Bai Knight's hand. Nangong Qianxue's entire body froze. Even for their Nangong family, it was rare to see such a high-level beast spirit bead. What? You're saying this is a silver-grade beast spirit bead? Bai Ye was also a bit incredulous. This was an entry-level alien beast space, how could there be a silver-level alien beast? It seemed like that Dark Spectre just now really wasn't simple. But having killed it all, one couldn't care less. Dream, this suits you, eat it directly and see the effect. White Knight casually threw the Dark Spectre's beast spirit bead to Lin Meng. Can't eat it. Nangong Qianxue tried to stop it. However, Lin Meng had already stuffed the beast spirit bead into her mouth. What? Lin Meng asked while swallowing. The energy is too strong. It'll burst. Nangong Qianxue still wanted to remedy the situation, but it was too late. Only to see Lin Meng directly transform into a dark night cat demon, and her body began to emit a thick black mist. The body was also like blowing up a balloon, almost expanding into a ball. Ah! White Knight! Quickly save me! I feel like I'm going to explode. Lin Meng shouted with her belly wide open in the black mist. White Knight was also anxious. But there was nothing he could do, he couldn't deflate Lin Meng. White Knight scanned the circle, and his gaze finally landed on the soul-nurturing bowl that little brother Mouse had just handed to him. The energy of the Dark Spectre was essentially a form of soul power. Isn't the soul-nurturing bowl the right match? He couldn't care less. Let's treat the dead horse as a living horse. Who let Lin Meng be such a glutton? Sooner or later, she had to be the one to prop herself up. White Knight spat while fiddling with the soul-nurturing bowl. Soon enough, he found out how to use the soul-nurturing bowl. All that was needed was to integrate his energy into the soul-nurturing bowl, and the manipulation would be complete. Suck! White Knight maneuvered the soul-nurturing bowl like Fa Hai's hand on the demon-subduing bowl, constantly absorbing the black chi from Lin Meng's body. As the black chi flowed away, Lin Meng also shrank like a deflated balloon, finally transforming into its normal form. However, the soul-nurturing bowl didn't stop, and there was still a dense darkness around it. White Knight was based on the principle that it was a bastard not to take advantage of a bargain. He didn't care about the source of the darkness, and took it all in. What White Knight didn't notice was that the spectral grass in the depths of the cave was slowly withering, and the black crystals were fading. Even the perennially dark sky outside gradually brightened. It was only until the surrounding darkness had faded to an unheard-of level that White Knight finally and reluctantly stopped absorbing. Nowadays, there was a large amount of darkness power stored within the soul-nurturing bowl. Although it couldn't be used directly by White Knight, it was an excellent place to nourish the soul. If the soul was absorbed within, not only would it not dissipate quickly, but it would gradually strengthen. Even putting corpses inside could cultivate dark creatures like the Dark Griffin. Good treasure! White Knight joyfully put away the soul-nurturing bowl. Then that's when he realized that all of the soul grass had withered and the black crystals had become transparent. Who did this? White Knight was very distressed. This is all money. Nangong Qianxue and Lin Meng all pointed their hands at Bai Knight. Even little Mouse Brother hesitantly extended his little paw, and the direction was still White Knight. Okay. White Knight scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Only after Mouse Little Brother double-checked that there were no treasures did White Knight finally reluctantly leave. Lin Meng gained 1,000 points of dark attack and dark defense from the Dark Spectre's Beast Spirit Bead, and the strength of the dark attack would continue to increase afterward as she sucked some darkness from White Knight's soul nurturing bowl every day. Also gained a skill, Dark Shadow Arrow. Lin Meng finally had a long-range attack skill as well. As for the Dark Griffin, as a dark puppet, the Beast Spirit Pearl had long since disintegrated into its body. On the Dark Golem, it really couldn't take advantage of a single dime. With the soul bowl in hand, it was empty of darkness, so how could it work without the dark puppet and the beast soul? So White Knight started to frantically hunt the alpha-level beasts in the dark forest. These beasts didn't know what to do, and they were all extremely weak. White Knight and the others easily killed dozens of chieftain-class foreign beasts. Almost all of the decent chieftain-class alien beasts in the dark forest had been killed. Then all of them were placed in the soul-nurturing bowl. The sense of security increased greatly. The adventurers who were fighting monsters in the dark forest also discovered that the foreign beasts had all entered a weakened state. One by one, they were excited. One after another, they called out to their friends and entered the dark forest, preparing for a big fight. As a result, the next day, there were a lot fewer fey beasts in the dark forest. 3 days later, the foreign beasts in the dark forest were almost extinct. It was rare to run into a fey beast even after wandering around for half a day. The adventurers were confused. What? It was killed off? It shouldn't be. The self-recovery ability of the alien beast space was extremely strong. If you don't clean it up for a while, the fey beasts will be flooded. Why is it as if the dark forest has lost its recovery energy? And can the current dark forest, where the sun shines brightly all day long, still be called a dark forest? The power of darkness has almost disappeared. What in the world had happened? As the actual administrator of the dark forest, the Chen family put in all their efforts and launched an investigation. As a result, only one abnormality was found. That is, White Knight had come, and everything that was abnormal had only happened since White Knight had left. White Knight! The Chen family's family head was practically exploding with anger. He had long heard that the disappearance of the Five Elements Mountain had something to do with White Knight. I'm afraid that the disappearance of the Dark Forest was absolutely unrelated to Bai Knight as well. It was imperative to find White Knight to get an explanation. After leaving the Dark Forest, White Knight followed Principal Lu Fong closely, not leaving for a moment. Along the way, there were also various media outlets that were shooting at White Knight with long guns and short cannons. There were even all sorts of self-media, broadcasting live 24 hours a day on White Knight. It made Lu Fong very confused. But it's just a city's first place. It's barely past the qualifiers. And the preliminary rounds haven't even started yet. So is there a need to pay so much attention to it? Wasn't it that the media in Jiangzhou had nothing better to do? Lu Fong suspected that these media were all trusts. In fact, Lu Fong's suspicion was right. These media outlets are indeed all trusts. They were all found by the Nangong family. But the idea came from Bai Knight. The inexplicable loss of the Five Elements Mountain exotic beast space was a huge loss for the Cheng family. They would definitely not give up on the investigation. And Bai Knight was, without a doubt, the biggest suspect. So they would definitely utilize various means to deal with Bai Knight. If they fought hard, neither Bai Knight, nor the Nangong family were opponents. That was why Bai Knight thought of the power of the media. This was also what was left over from playing on the Blue Star in his previous life. With so many people watching, the Cheng family would definitely not dare to deal with Bai Knight at will. After all, the Cheng family was only the richest in Jiangzhou, and was still far from being able to do anything more than cover the sky. Being overly concerned by the media was annoying, but at least it was safe. Thus, when Bai Knight went out to play in the Inter-City League, it was simply like a star making an appearance. Who's this guy? Such a big show. Seems like he's the champion of Jiangzhou City. Isn't it just the first place winner of a remote city? Is there a need for so much media attention? I recognize it. This is White Knight, the legendary SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. So handsome. Handsome and strong. I want to be his beast maiden. Be reserved. I'm different. I want to give White Knight a little beastie. It was only after hearing the crazy shouts from the beast maids that everyone finally realized why White Knight was so popular. With so much media attention, it should be normal, right? Well, it should be. On the other hand, when the other teams came out, they similarly gained a huge amount of attention. After all, they were all the first place winners of a city and were all destined to be the pride of the heavens. Especially when the 3 teams from Jiangzhou City came out, the attention reached its peak. Black Iron Grade Imperial Beastmaster. Surprisingly, someone has broken through to the Black Iron rank. It's been many years since there was a Black Iron Grade Imperial Beastmaster in Jiangzhou participating in the league. Don't even look at the person's status. The Cheng family's youngest master. With so many resources piled up, even a pig could reach the Black Iron level. A Black Iron Grade Beastmaster can contract 2 Beast Maidens. How can anyone else fight? Just give him first place. Let's see if that legendary SSS class Beastmaster can handle it. This is really going to be a good show. Hearing the commotion, White Knight also looked over. Goo. It's kind of interesting. Cheng Pang had surprisingly even run up to the Black Iron rank. Moreover, among his contracted Beast Maidens, Aside from the original golden mammoth, there was clearly an additional dark phantom dragon, a dragon beastess. This was a proper S-class top beast maiden. When did Jiangzhou have such a powerful character? I haven't heard of it at all. White Knight's eye of true vision swept towards a black-armored maiden behind Chengpeng. Name, Yu Shi. Talent, S-rank dark side dragon. Remarks, evolved from a graded dark gargoyle. Rank, black iron 1 star. Strength, 800. Agility, 600. Physique, 800. Energy, 800. Beastmaster Chengpeng. Skills dark dragon breath. Dragon blood boiling. Corrosive poison. Dark shock. Darkness descent. Darkness curse. This Nemo was evolved again. It was important to know that the evolution of a beastmaid's talent consumed an extremely huge amount of resources, especially when it came to level B and above. It could easily be counted in the billions. The resources consumed when trying to cultivate a gargoyle bloodline was even more staggering. The Cheng family really did have money after all. There was a chance to glean some more. Yui Shi's various attributes comprehensively surpassed Lin Meng's, and her skills weren't even close at all. It's not easy to deal with, and it always felt like Yui Shi's aura was very strange. When White Knight scanned Yui Shi, she similarly focused on White Knight. The eyes were surprisingly filled with intense hostility. This was strange. Bai Ye was certain that he hadn't peeked at her shower or pulled her hair. He hadn't even met her at all before. Where did the hostility come from? Forget it. Whatever. Anyway, beating her up in a while would be the way to go. At this time, several Imperial Beastmasters and Beast Maidens with amazing auras appeared on the field. All the leaders all stood up and looked at them respectfully. These few were all mentors from the Collegiate Alliance. Whether it was their strength or status, they were extremely unusual. Even the mayor of Jiangzhou City would have to respect them when they saw them. White Knight swept around with his eye of true vision and found that he couldn't obtain any information at all. It seemed like the gap was too big. It was as if those few people had also sensed Bai Knight's scrying and looked back. One of them even smiled faintly at White Knight. As they took their seats, the match finally began. 16 teams, decided by drawing lots, fought each other team by team. The first opponent Bai Knight drew was an A-ranked Imperial Beastmaster beside Chengpeng. It was also one of the 3 teams from Jiangzhou City. Try to exhaust him by all means. Chengpeng blatantly arranged. The man nodded in response. It seemed to have been arranged long ago. This kind of thing was just never fair. But White Knight didn't need any so-called fairness either. As long as one had enough strength, any kind of crooked ways could be smashed with a slap. The match began. The opposing beast maiden was a Xian ice turtle with extremely impressive defense. The Dark Knight cat demon was in full condition, and when the golden claw slapped it, there was almost no reaction. Instead, it was stabbed by the rebounding basalt ice spikes. Surprisingly, there was anti-armor. It was impossible to fight, and if she didn't, she was disgustingly releasing all sorts of cold magic. This would be too disgusting. On the other hand, the Xian ice turtle's poison resistance was very high, and it wasn't even afraid of the Dark Knight cat demon's fierce poison mist. It was clearly targeting White Knight. However, White Knight had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Since you have high physical defense, I'll give you a carbon-baked turtle. Summon Flame Elf. A Flame Elf with a magic attack close to 2,000 points was simply not something a trainee beast maiden could resist. What's more, the attributes just happened to be mutually exclusive. Soon, the Xian ice turtle couldn't carry it anymore. Hold on. Consume more of his energy. Chengpeng didn't expect that Bai Ye had this trick. He could only order the Xian ice turtle to hold on for a while longer. As a summoned creature, what the Flame Elf consumed was naturally White Knight's energy. This was obvious to anyone. The Xian ice turtle was ready to admit defeat, but after hearing Chengpeng's words, they could only continue to grit their teeth. What they didn't know was that Bai Knight also had the extreme speed recovery skill. This point of consumption didn't really have any effect at all. It was just a pity that the Xian ice turtle, which was almost roasted, still didn't dare to surrender. It wasn't until the referee couldn't stand it anymore and directly declared White Knight's victory that it finally came to an end. At this time, the Xian Bing turtle has been unable to maintain the Beast Maiden transformation, covered in charcoal lying in the arena. It looked miserable. However, no one complained about White Knight. Instead, it was Chengpeng that everyone was dissatisfied with. Even the few tutors from the Collegiate Alliance on the stage expressed their dissatisfaction with the Cheng family. After all, anyone could see that it was the Cheng family that was up to no good. The 8 matches in the first round ended quickly. The second round opened directly. White Knight just happened to draw another team from Jiangzhou City. No one would believe it if they said there were no shady practices. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter at all. Just do it. This time, the opponent was still A rank. and still a defensive beastess. The giant rock beast. In the last round, she had used her strong defense to wear down her opponent. In terms of defense alone, the giant ice turtle was a step behind. Because the giant rock beast didn't just have a strong physical defense, its magical defense was equally strong. For the flame elf's burning, it was not afraid at all. And she also has no physical body and is not afraid of poison. The giant rock beast was the one Changpeng had arranged to specifically deal with White Knight's existence. The Xian ice turtle just now could only be considered a test. It could only be said that Changpeng had also exhausted all of his mechanisms in order to deal with Bai Knight. All of Bai Knight's methods were exhausted, and there was no way to resolve the giant rock beast. However, the giant rock beast was extremely slow, and it was almost impossible to attack the Dark Knight cat demon. The scene was at a stalemate for a while. In the end, one could only rely on brute force to do it the hard way. The dark cat demon grabbed the giant rock beast and violently smashed it on the ground, then twisted its body and reversed it to the other side. A full-state Dark Knight cat demon's strength was several times that of the giant rock beast, and the opponent was simply powerless to resist. For a while, a series of thuds rang out on the field, like the beating of a drum. The ground of the alloy trembled continuously, shaking the butts of the people in the seats. But the giant rock beast's defense was also really strong. And even after being dropped like this by the Dark Knight cat demon, it still didn't react by collapsing. The tired Dark Knight cat demon gasped. It was only after a few hundred falls that the giant rock beast was finally knocked out. Whether it was physical strength or energy, the Dark Knight cat demon was almost exhausted. It finally advanced into the quarterfinals. On the contrary, Changpeng's assigned opponent was unexpectedly the Beast Maiden that was seriously injured in the previous round. It was a direct victory with almost no effort. The status was still full. However, the more this happened, the more Changpeng's lack of confidence was emphasized. In the final semifinal, Bai Ye's opponent was an A-ranked golden winged tiger. It was able to fly and was extremely powerful, with a very strong attack. Facing such an opponent, the dark-eyed cat demon wouldn't be able to intervene. However, she did get tired just now, so it was time for White Knight to personally strike. The flowing light illusory wings came out. For a moment, the entire arena was illuminated in a colorful manner. It was so tawdry that it didn't look like anything else. This thing was indeed a great tool for pretending. The various media outlets all disliked the camera. The gimmick was full of gimmicks. Crap, this is too cool. Mom, I want it too. What is he doing? Not going to fight himself, right? Imperial Beast Masters can fight too? Amidst the crowd's shock and skepticism, White Knight recruited a chieftain-class beast soul and formed a layer of beast soul armor. Then from the subspace, he pulled out a long sword. This was the golden spirit sword that he had previously spent 1 million on, which could add 100 attack points. Now it finally came in handy. Straight line impact. White Knight turned into a stream of light and shot directly at the golden winged tiger. The golden winged tiger also didn't expect Bai Knight to be so swift as a royal beast master. In a moment of inattention, it was almost shot straight through. It was also that the quality of the golden spirit sword was too poor. In the place of Nangong Qianxue, that hit just now might have directly ended the fight. The golden winged tiger put away her contempt and pounced towards Bai Knight with a golden aura emanating from her body. In her opinion, Bai Knight, as a royal beast master, would definitely be much less powerful than her. In a physical fight, Bai Knight had no chance of winning. This was also everyone's opinion. A royal beast master, physically fighting a beast maiden? What a fool! I was still thinking about watching his battle with Changpeng, but I didn't realize it would be over so soon. Ha! What SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master? It's just a joke. Everyone was waiting to see White Knight's joke. However, what was shocking was, the golden winged tiger was almost being pressed by White Knight. This power, was it serious? Behind the golden winged tiger, there was a royal beast master. With his assistance, the golden winged tiger's power was almost 1,000 points. This was already considered very powerful amongst trainee beastmasters. Yet it wasn't even close to White Knight. In other words, White Knight's base strength had, at the very least, broken 1,000. A trainee beastmaster with 1,000 points. Are you kidding me? Not to mention that ordinary people didn't believe it. Even the tutors on the podium had never seen this kind of situation before. Elder Master Tsang, have you ever heard of anything that can increase strength by thousands of points during the apprenticeship period? All the spirit medicines and spirit fruits that I know of combined can only increase the strength of a beast maiden in the apprenticeship stage by 200 points at most. 1,000 points? Or an imperial beast master? I can't even think about it. Unbelievable. Is this the terrifying talent of an SSS-ranked imperial beast master? Combat Imperial Beast Master. This one is clearly suitable for our Huawu University. We have an academy that specializes in cultivating battle beast masters. This is coming to dig in? It's not too good. Bai Ye is a local. He'll definitely choose Jiangzhou University. Seeing that the two were about to get into a fight, the beast maiden in the center, who had a stunning aura, suddenly interrupted. Gentlemen, don't be in a hurry. Let's take a look first. When the crowd heard this, they immediately closed their mouths. Obviously the status of this one in the middle was a bit higher than all of them. The battle continued. The golden winged tiger attempted to counterattack several times, but it was always unable to break through Bai Knight's beast soul armor. Instead, it was stabbed all over by White Knight's godly longsword. He had never seen someone with such profound sword skills, not even a beast maiden, let alone a royal beast master. The golden winged tiger wanted to rely on its speed to get rid of White Knight's suppression and thus carry out a roaming battle. However, it realized that agility was similarly outmatched. You're a beast master. What's the point of being so omnipotent? Do you still want others to live? The golden winged tiger almost despaired. Her imperial beast master was equally desperate, because his healing techniques were simply too late. The various increased skills were also completely useless. Facing White Knight, the terrifying pressure was suffocating. No more fighting, no more fighting. The golden winged tiger really didn't have the desire to continue fighting. The difference was too great. It wasn't a weight class opponent at all. Moreover, she hadn't been bought by Changpeng. There was no need to consume White Knight's strength for him. The Chang family couldn't do anything to control anyone yet. On the other side, Changpeng also ended the fight quickly. Since the beginning, it was the golden mammoth that was fighting alone. However, as an S-class beast maiden and having smashed hundreds of millions of resources, plus breaking through to the black iron class, the golden mammoth had absolute suppression over the other beast maidens. With just her alone, it was indeed enough. The dark spectral dragon didn't participate at all, as if it was none of her business. It only swept up a hostile glance at White Knight from time to time. It was a pity that White Knight didn't have access to the dark spectral dragon's fighting style. It was the only existence he was afraid of anymore. But it didn't matter. The battle between the two was finally about to begin as well. The final match of the Intercity League officially kicked off. White Knight, I'm going to make you look good today. Having broken through to the black iron rank and possessing two S-ranked beast maidens, Changpeng was now bursting with self-confidence. Don't need your help, Master Bai. I've always looked good. Bai Ye struck a handsome pose. It immediately caused a group of beast nymphs to scream. Very handsome indeed. This made Changpeng hold his tongue and couldn't catch a break. However, Yuishi didn't give them a chance to talk nonsense and directly transformed into a dark spectral dragon, flapping its wings and rushing over. Hey, don't be in a hurry. I haven't even added your status yet, Changpeng shouted from behind. However, the dark spectral dragon simply ignored him and went straight towards White Knight to kill. It opened its mouth and spat out a dark dragon breath. The crowd was shocked. This was dragon breath. It could be called the highest damage skill of the dragon clan, not to mention a trainee imperial beast master. Even a black iron ranked beast maiden wouldn't be able to carry it. If hit, I'm afraid it would turn into ashes in an instant. Even the referee wasn't sure enough that he could safely rescue White Knight. The few tutors on the podium couldn't help but stand up. There was even a tutor who directly turned on his transformation, and a terrifying pressure shook the entire arena. Surprisingly, it was a silver-class dragon eagle. However, the dark phantom dragon was completely unaffected as the dragon's breath went straight for White Knight. Ah! Watch out! Referee, don't stop the match yet. Help! The surrounding spectators let out cries of shock, hardly daring to open their eyes to see such a terrifying dark dragon breath. It was simply not humanly possible to resist it. Changpeng's face, on the other hand, was filled with a smug smile. He knew that the dark phantom dragon was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this ferocious. This time, all the hatred would finally come to an end. The dragon eagle's wings spread out, ready to rush over to rescue it, but he was pulled back by a hand. There's no rush. Look again. With such a delay, there was completely no chance. There was no one left to save White Knight. However, the brutal images imagined by the crowd didn't appear. A set of pitch-black armor suddenly appeared on White Knight's body, completely blocking the dark dragon breath's attack. It was beast soul armor. In White Knight's soul-nurturing mantle, there were dozens of beast souls of chieftain-level beasts. Under the nourishment of the rich dark energy, not only did these beast souls not weaken, they instead grew stronger. When these beast souls gathered to become the beast soul armor, the powerful defense was so strong that even the dark dragon breath couldn't do anything about it. White Knight summoned his flowing light phantom color wings and charged up with his sword. The powerful attack made wounds on the Dark Phantom Dragon's body. For a time, he actually suppressed the Dark Phantom Dragon. With such a scene, people couldn't believe their eyes. They had already seen how powerful White Knight was before, but they didn't expect it to be this powerful. It had completely exceeded their knowledge. It wasn't until then that Cheng Peng's assist skill was finally added to the Dark Spectral Dragon. By the way, it healed her injuries. With Cheng Peng's assistance, the Dark Spectral Dragon grew more and more courageous, and in turn pressed against White Knight. After all, White Knight wasn't a combat profession, and was at a much greater disadvantage when it came to various skills. Under the Dark Phantom Dragon's consumption, the beast's soul armor gradually dimmed, and it looked like it wouldn't last long. Worthy of being a top-tier S-ranked beast maiden, it was indeed very powerful. Seeing this, the Dark Cat Demon turned on stealth and sneaked towards Cheng Peng to kill him, sneaking up on the Imperial Beast Master. This was something she was familiar with. However, Cheng Peng had prepared for this and had inserted a manifestation totem beside his body, so that within a 100-meter radius, no stealth unit could hide. The Golden Mammoth was even guarding his body without moving an inch. If you want a sneak attack, there is no chance at all. After experiencing the battle at Five Elements Mountain, the Golden Mammoth's character became more and more calm. Although it wasn't a match for the Dark Knight Cat Demon, it was sufficient as a guard. Since neither side could break through, they would switch opponents. White Knight directly dumped the Dark Phantom Dragon and rushed towards Cheng Peng. The Dark Spectral Dragon swooped down in a hurry and tried to block it, but was stopped dead in its tracks by the giganticized Dark Knight Cat Demon. However, White Knight was also blocked by the Golden Mammoth. With their speed advantage, White Knight and the Dark Knight Cat Demon easily completed the exchange of opponents. Under the Dark Knight Cat Demon's suppression, the Dark Phantom Dragon couldn't even take off and could only physically fight with the Dark Knight Cat Demon on the ground. The Beast Spirit Armor, under the Dark Spectral Dragon's powerful attack, instantly collapsed. However, the Dark Spectral Dragon's dark magic was useless against the Dark Knight Cat Demon. The Dark Knight Cat Demon's darkness resistance was too strong. Only the Dark Dragon's breath could barely cause some damage to the Dark Knight Cat Demon. However, White Knight's random powerful healing directly restored the Dark Cat Demon to its original state. The situation was instantly reversed. The Dark Spectral Dragon was in a hurry and directly turned on Darkness Descent. The entire arena suddenly went dark, unable to see anything. Even the light emitted from White Knight's flowing illusionary wings seemed to have been absorbed. Ha! Why is the sky dark? Power outage? It's outdoors. Blackout my ass. Could it be the sun's blackout? Mud. Who's touching me? Ouch. Don't. Stop. Stop pretending. You're a beast maiden. Your power is much greater than the Imperial Beast Master. It's only possible that you're the one who's touching people. The scene was chaotic for a while. Luckily, White Knight had the eye of true sight, so the impact wasn't too great. The Dark Knight Cat Demon was even more at home in the pitch black, but even more adapted was the Dark Phantom Dragon. With the enhancement of Darkness Descent, the strength of the Dark Phantom Dragon increased dramatically, especially the dark magic. The attack power almost doubled. Now, the Dark Cat Demon couldn't completely ignore it. Under the effects of corrosive poison and dark curse, the Dark Knight Cat Demon's status continued to decrease, and it looked like it would not be able to suppress the Dark Spectral Dragon. Dream, more dark energy. White Knight resisted the Dark Side Dragon's attack and threw the Soul Nurturing Bowl to the Dark Knight Cat Demon. In such a pitch-black environment, the Golden Mammoth was as blind as a blind man and didn't dare to chase it out. The Soul Nurturing Bowl stored a large amount of pure energy absorbed from the Dark Spectre Beast Spirit Bead. The Dark Knight Cat Demon could have slowly absorbed it, but now it was too late. It directly sucked in violently. The Dark Knight Cat Demon swelled up once again, but the darkness resistance also increased dramatically. It was finally able to completely defend against the Dark Spectral Dragon's dark magic attacks once again. But as soon as the Soul Nurturing Bowl came out, the Dark Spectral Dragon instantly became agitated. The entire person lunged at the Dark Knight Cat Demon in a frenzy, ignoring even White Knight's attacks. Even though his body was bruised and battered, he still wanted to snatch the Soul Nurturing Bowl. Not only the Dark Spectral Dragon, but the several powerful tutors on the podium also stood up in surprise. Such a low level of darkness descending naturally couldn't block their spiritual probes, so they all clearly saw the situation in the field. The highest-ranked beast maiden among them was even so excited that she directly shouted out, "Soul Nurturing Bowl!" She actually recognized the Soul Raising Bowl. What in the world was going on here? It seemed like that Dark Spectre really did have a story. Facing the Dark Knight Cat Demon, whose darkness resistance was close to 2,000 points, the Dark Spectral Dragon's attacks were just futile. It simply couldn't harm her in the slightest. As for the Dark Knight Cat Demon, Due to her body being filled with tyrannical energy and eager to vent, her state became extremely manic. Grabbing the dark spectral dragon, she slammed it. It was several times more overbearing than wrestling the giant rock beast just now. Even with the dark phantom dragon's strong body, it was also broken. Unfortunately, everyone's eyes were in darkness and they couldn't see anything. We could only judge from the familiar sound. I'm afraid that it was the dark cat demon performing her drumming and wrestling method again. But can the dark cat demon really deal with the dark phantom dragon like it did with the giant rock beast? The crowd was skeptical. Finally, under the frantic wrestling of the night cat demon, the dark phantom dragon completely fainted. The darkness dispersed. The dark cat demon, who had gained a large amount of weight, was still madly wrestling the dark phantom dragon. Chang Peng, on the other hand, was hiding in the golden mammoth's crotch, trembling. The entire audience was shocked. That was a dragon beastess, and it was still a black iron level powerhouse. How could a tiny cat demon take her and drop her like a broken toy? And I heard that she was once just a tiny pet cat. It was only with the help of an SSS ranked beast master that she became a dark night cat demon. Is that SSS ranked Imperial Beast Master really that powerful? In the midst of the crowd's shock, someone couldn't sit still. Stop fighting. Fighting again will kill people. The Cheng family's head of the family degree issued a voice to stop it. The dark spectral dragon's identity was special, and if it really died here, he wouldn't be able to account for it. What's more, he had spent a lot of money for the dark spectral dragon. It should be fine. Dark spectral dragon can still maintain the beast girl transformation. The referee tried to argue. The dark spectral dragon has already lost its combat power. The reason why it can still maintain its transformation is because, saying this, Degree suddenly closed his mouth. But if he didn't say it, someone else went on for him. It's because it was originally a dark side dragon, not a human. The person who spoke was the most powerful beast maiden tutor who sat in the middle. Seeing that he was nailed, Degree stopped pretending. So what if it is? A beast master would have been able to sign a contract with a foreign beast. Wasn't this cat demon of white knights once a pet cat as well? Humans could transform into beast masters. Fey beasts could also transform into humans under certain conditions. This was indeed the consensus of everyone. However, there were very few Imperial Beastmasters who could truly sign a contract with a foreign beast. At most, they would only contract some falcons and hunting dogs or something like that, so that they could be tamed as Fey beasts. Directly taming a powerful and intelligent dark creature like the Dark Phantom Dragon was extremely rare. It was only at this point that White Knight finally realized why he felt so strange when he saw the Dark Phantom Dragon. At the same time, he also understood why the Dark Phantom Dragon was so hostile towards him. It was probably that darkness mark. Marred. I didn't expect it to have an effect. Unfortunately, White Knight couldn't even find it, let alone dispel it. Imperial Beast Masters are allowed to make contracts with foreign beasts, but it doesn't say they can make contracts with dark creatures. The powerful tutor in the center once again sounded out, his tone filled with majesty. Although Cheng Peng was the richest man in Jiangzhou and was a silver-level royal beast master, however, facing this powerful mentor, he was still in a cold sweat. That has already been tamed, Degree nervously defended. In front of her, Degree was simply like an elementary school student who had done something wrong. Whether it's tamed or not, I don't care, just behave yourself. The person no longer paid attention to Degree and turned to look at White Knight. Hello, my name is AOZ. I'm a tutor at Dragon Capital University. Good day, MS. AO, my name is Bai Ye. Bai Ye immediately responded enthusiastically. He could sort of tell that AOZ's status was extremely high. Degree didn't even count as a fart in front of her. As long as he hugged this teacher AO's thigh, he didn't care at all about the bullshit Chung family. There was no need to worry about anyone coming looking for trouble anymore. It had to be said that AOZ's legs were really long. It must be very convenient and comfortable to hug on. Mr. White Knight, can I ask you a question? Teacher AO, you ask. This soul-nurturing bowl, where did you get it? I killed a dark specter and exploded out of him to find it. Dark specter, you actually managed to kill it. Where did you kill it? The dark forest outside of Jiangzhou City. I see. I didn't expect this guy to hide in an entry-level face space. No wonder I couldn't find it after searching for so long. Cough Teacher AO. You know that dark specter? Of course. It was injured by me, and the beast spirit pearl was shattered by me. So it's not that easy to recover. After all this, Bai Ye had picked up AOZ's favor. While the two were talking, Cheng Peng took advantage of Bai Ye's inattention and suddenly ordered the golden mammoth to directly charge over. With the golden mammoth's massive size, coupled with the tremendous impact brought about by the charge. If he was hit, even if Bai Ye was topped off with the beast soul armor, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured. Roll! AOZ turned around and roared, directly blowing the golden mammoth's dozens of tons of body directly out. It even broke the alloy guardrail and ended up falling on a group of spectators, nearly smashing a large number of them to death. Without transforming, it had such a terrifying killing power. If one transformed into a beast maiden, how powerful would that be? White Knight swore that this thigh would be hugged. Lord AO, the match isn't over yet. You can't interfere. The referee tried to maintain justice. It's over when I say it's over. Does anyone have an opinion? AOZ swept a circle. No one dared to answer. Even the mayor of Jiangzhou quietly lowered his head. Can't afford to mess with it. Can't afford to mess with them at all. Not to mention the strength, the family that they represent behind them. Even the governor can't afford to mess with them. Seeing this, the main referee hurriedly declared Bai Ye the winner. White Knight became the ultimate champion. Come to Dragon Capital University. I'll cover you. AOZ threw out an olive branch. It's not impossible. It's just, White Knight wasn't such a casual person, and the conditions that should be there still had to be mentioned. The result was directly interrupted by AOZ. Is what? The soul nurturing bowl has been given to you. What's not to fulfill? That's a 5th order gold level prop. Even I'm red-eyed. Soul nurturing mantle was originally something I scored. White Knight argued with reason. Alright, you say what you want, right? AOZ was too lazy to pursue the matter. It was worth paying some price for a SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. I want you. Want me for what? Want you to be my beast maiden. When these words came out, the entire room was shocked. The mayor, who was drinking tea, chewed his cup to pieces. Bullish. What a bully. This is the young princess of the AO family, and she's already a silver-level tutor. How dare you, a trainee beastmaster, make such a request? You don't have a lot of guts. AOZ was a bit confused by Bai Ye's boldness. This was the first time someone had dared to make such a direct request to contract her, and it was still a tiny trainee Imperial Beastmaster who had just reached adulthood. Wait until you catch up to my level. AOZ froze for half a day before finally giving a reply. In her opinion, it was simply impossible for Bai Ye to catch up to her rank. After all, while Bai Ye was progressing, she was likewise progressing. With this reply, she was considered to have refused. However, Bai Ye didn't care at all and answered with his mouth full. Alright. After saying that, he directly ran up and stood by AOZ's side. What are you doing over here? AOZ looked at White Knight in confusion. Oh, aren't you my future beast mother? Of course I have to stay next to you. White Knight looked like he was taking it for granted. He even pulled out an outdoor folding chair from the dimensional space and sat next to AOZ. AOZ had a question mark on her face. AOZ had a question mark on her face. Just now, didn't she mean to reject White Knight? How did she become Bai Ye's future beast maiden? It's good for young people to have a fighting spirit, but being too overambitious is not good. AOZ intentionally wanted to teach Bai Ye a lesson, but didn't know how to start, so she simply shut up, letting Bai Ye sit beside her. This was the podium. What was Bai Ye sitting here? Everyone looked confused. What was even more confusing was that White Knight kept pulling out food from the dimensional space. Steamed bear paw to eat? The paw of a Lord-class ice storm bear? AOZ recognized it at a glance. Aha! White Knight nodded. Thanks, no food. AOZ had also seen the world. The meat of a mere 10th level Lord Fey beast was not something she looked at yet, so White Knight continued to pull out in the subspace. Dried pork to eat? Meat from a Lord level golden arrow porcupine? This time AOZ was a bit surprised. White Knight nodded again. Thanks, no food. AOZ still refused. White Knight continued to pull out. Beef jerky to eat? This was freshly made yesterday with the meat of the ox-headed beast. AOZ was numb. Just how many Lord-level foreign beasts have you killed? If I remember correctly, Lord-level is considered the peak of trainee alien beasts, right? This backpack of yours is also too much. You're not even going to eat this? Looks like I can't impress you without pulling out something good. White Knight finally pulled out his crushing delicacies. The 5 Elements Beast King large meat bun. AOZ huffed, the majesty on her face no longer able to be maintained. This is the meat of a Beast King? There's a Beast King in the apprenticeship stage? Even with AOZ's knowledge, she had never heard of such an existence. The people next to them heard this and had sideways glances. Degree, in particular, stood up in excitement, pointing at White Knight and shouting, "It really is you. What's wrong with me? Can't eat a meat bun," White Knight said, and also moved closer to AOZ. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. I'm not afraid of you now that I have a big leg to stand on. AOZ finally understood why White Knight was trying so hard to get to her side. It turns out that the Chang family was offended. Thus, AOZ took a 5 elements Beast King large meat bun and ate it. It was also a way to show her support for Bai Knight. The district Chung family, she didn't even put it in her eyes. Tell us the origin, AOZ asked as she ate. So Bai Ye told the story of how he killed the 5 elements Beast King. Adding to the story, the main content was centered around how he was wise and heroic. Of course, the truth was also true. It was indeed White Knight who killed it with his own hands. When the surrounding tutors heard this, their minds instantly came alive, and they all wanted to pull in Bai Knight. The conditions given were extremely enticing. What tens of billions of dollars in subsidies were not even on the table. Just as a group of tutors were circling around White Knight, Degree rushed up at an inopportune moment and asked, "Then what?" White Knight's eyes slanted. "What then?" Degree questioned. "And then where did you get the 5 elements mountain?" "How would I know? The 5 elements mountain is so big. It's hard for me to stuff it in my pocket?" Bai Ye responded in a good-natured manner. But the 5 elements mountain was indeed stuffed in his pocket. Degree still wanted to continue questioning, but it turned out that the surrounding mentors who were trying to pull White Knight's strings couldn't stand to watch. Scram! This was shouted by several tutors at the same time. It directly flipped Degree over and fell several times. This time, Degree no longer dared to provoke. Although the 5 elements mountain alien beast space was precious, it wasn't enough to even give up one's life for it. "Alright, you all take a break. White Knight has just promised to go to our dragon capital university." After chasing away Degree, AOZ tried to chase away the tutors from the other universities. But those tutors were also rushing towards White Knight, and enrollment was their mission. With the school as a strong backing, they weren't afraid of AOZ, so pretending not to hear, they continued to lobby White Knight. There were those who wanted to give money, those who wanted to give resources, and even those who wanted to give a beast maiden, especially the Dragonhawk beast maiden, who even directly promised that she was willing to be White Knight's beast maiden. "Good guy. You're a silver-ranked tutor. Can't you be a little more reserved?" The scene was simply too much to watch. In the end, AOZ couldn't stand it anymore and directly erected a golden shield around her, isolating all the sound. AI. How can't I hear the sound outside? White Knight tried to knock open the golden shield, but found that it was completely futile. That kind of sturdiness was simply not something he could break through. "You don't mind the noise?" AOZ pointed at the gibbering mentor outside. From the mouths, it was clear that none of them should be saying anything good. It was probably complaining that AOZ was too domineering, eating alone or something like that. "It's not noisy. How nice they speak, especially the dragon eagle beastess. How nice to have strength and face value." White Knight was a bit enamored. Although the experience of being scrambled by a beast maiden had long been familiar to White Knight, but being scrambled by such a group of powerful beast maidens felt different again. It was too secure. "You want to eat soft food so badly?" AOZ was a bit speechless. Nah, eating soft rice and being adopted. That's my dream." White Knight had a longing face. AOZ was speechless. Still, she threw out her enrollment conditions. "You have a portable alien beast space in your hand, right?" "Ahem. What portable alien beast space?" "I don't know." "Alright, don't pretend. Portable face space is rare, but an entry-level one is nothing to covet." Then what?" "I'll help you take that portable face space of yours and upgrade it to black iron grade." "Teacher AO, you are my pro teacher. From now on, I'm a person from Dragon Capital University. I'm definitely not doing this for any portable black iron grade alien beast space. It's purely for the beautiful teacher AO. Get lost." AOZ couldn't stand White Knight's thick skin anymore and directly kicked him out of the golden light shield. Next, there was the competition for the individual beast maids. It was equally very important, especially for Nangong Qianxue. By the time they reached the Inter-City League, the lowest level was B, while most of them were A and even S. Nangong Qianxue had no advantage at all. Nangong Qianxue's advantage was gone, and the next battle was a bit dangerous. In the solo beast maiden competition, Chunyu was listed, and it had already reached the black iron rank. White Knight clearly remembered that Chunyu had signed a contract and was still an S-ranked Imperial Beast Master. And this was split? It seemed that Chunyu just wanted to use the S-ranked Imperial Beast Master to complete a breakthrough in his realm. Use it up and just kick it. Then use the identity of a separate Beast Master to gain access to the national finals. From there, he would be able to identify even better Imperial Beast Masters in the top advanced academies. It had to be said that children from rich families really knew how to play. As the only Black Iron ranked Beast Maiden in the Inter-City League, Cheng Yu had a huge advantage, and the Cheng family could also manipulate the match. It could be said that first place was basically secure. As the biggest competitor, Nangong Qianshua's experience was extremely similar to Bai Ye's. The first opponent she encountered was an A-ranked beast maiden with strong defense, the golden scaled snake. Its body was round and slippery, and every attack from Nangong Qianshua would be slid away. The unloading effect was full of points. Nangong Qianshua couldn't strike an effective attack at all. The golden scaled snake was very vigilant, just constantly lashing out with its tail, not opening its mouth at all. Even its eyes were half squinted, hiding all of its weaknesses, not giving Nangong Qianshua a single chance. Nangong Qianshua had no choice but to keep using armor breaking, attacking at the golden scaled snake's fixed position. After a few times, a gap was finally broken open. Then it took hundreds of more attacks before finally seriously injuring the golden scaled snake. But at this time, Nangong Qianshua was almost depleted. She originally had no staying power, and simply couldn't withstand this kind of tossing and turning. If she were to open the second round of the competition directly in this state, she would definitely lose. Even if she ate pills, her recovery speed wouldn't be able to keep up. Don't be afraid, you still have me. White Knight stepped forward and threw the energy link. He fed his energy, in a steady stream, into Nangong Qianshua's body. Soon, Nangong Qianshua recovered as before. What elixir could compare to White Knight? An SSS-class Imperial Beast Master was not something to talk about. Referee, I'm reporting, she committed a foul. Chunyu pointed at Nangong Qianshua and yelled, which one of your eyes saw me commit a foul? Nangong Qianshua had no good face at all towards Chunyu. This is the solo beast maiden competition. How can you let the Imperial Beast Master give you assistance? White Knight is just my Damaku. Didn't let him assist during the battle. Didn't you take the elixir as well? That won't work either. Why not? Do you really take the Municipal League as your Cheng families? The two girls argued on the field. Seeing that she couldn't speak to Nangong Qianshua, Cheng Yu turned her target to the referee. Referee, don't you guys care? The referee was a bit embarrassed. Bai Ye didn't assist in the fight, so it wasn't really a violation. But then again, she was someone bought and paid for by the Cheng family, so it wasn't possible to not favor the Cheng family at this time. But there were so many bigwigs around, especially the Nangong family, which was also a big family with a reputation in Jiangzhou. She didn't dare to offend either end. Thus, the referee simply handed over the decision-making power to the tutors on the podium. There is no foul. The match continues. A voice came out from the podium. It was White Knight who was eating snacks. He was just rubbing off on AOZ's status and really considered himself a mentor. However, no one refuted White Knight. No one was willing to offend AOZ. It wasn't like there were any other mentors who had a different opinion. The referee would just have to follow White Knight's instructions. The match continues. With the referee's order, a new round of the match began. Chunyu was furious as he rushed at his opponent and frantically unleashed golden light slashes. For a time, the entire competition arena was filled with swords and shadows. After all, it was an S-ranked beast maiden, and stacked with a lot of resources. Cheng Yu's attack power was still very strong. The opponent was almost directly chopped into minced meat by Chunyu. Luckily, the referee had stepped in time and saved the person, or else there would have been deaths and injuries. This was obviously intentional. Unfortunately, the referee didn't dare to give Cheng Yu a warning. The next opponents Nangong Qianshua encountered were all very powerful though. But Nangong Qianshua didn't need to hold back any more energy, coming up with frantic attacks, not skimping on energy at all. With Bai Ye around, there were no worries, easily taking down 2 rounds of combat. Finally, Nangong Qianshua and Cheng Yu were going to duel. With White Knight's assistance, Nangong Qianshua was still in full form. Even though Cheng Yu had broken through to the Black Iron rank, she still didn't have enough certainty to defeat Nangong Qianshua. After all, she was only a Kryptonian beast maiden. Her own talent was very poor, and she didn't have enough experience in actual combat. Seeing that the battle was about to begin, Cheng Yu suddenly turned his gaze to the degree. Dad, I want the Heart of Darkness. Degree was startled. The energy of the Heart of Darkness is not something you can control. Cheng Yu, however, didn't care and pouted that he must have it. The dark spectral dragon, who had just woken up, was filled with rage at the words. Degree, that Heart of Darkness, you promised to give it to me. This was one of the conditions that the dark spectral dragon had agreed to contract with Changpeng. What are you? A dark creature? How dare you compete with me? Cheng Yu's tone was filled with arrogance. Not to mention a dark creature. There weren't many people that she could put in her eyes. You The dark spectral dragon was so furious that it fainted again. What are you guys making a scene about? Are you still fighting or not? Nangong Qianxue couldn't help but urge. Dad, quickly give me the Heart of Darkness. I must get the first place in Jiangzhou province. Chengyu hugged Degree's arm and shook it continuously. After some deliberation, Degree finally decided that he would give the Heart of Darkness to Chengyu. He considered more. Now that the Cheng family had declined, they had to find a new point of strength before they could do so. Cheng Peng had already hooked up with the dark creature, but that alone wasn't enough. Chengyu also had to hook up with a big family before he could do so. There were no more clans in Jiangzhou that were worth the Cheng family's time, so it had to go to a bigger stage and get noticed by more people, thus attracting even better imperial beast masters, especially the young talents of the big families. Since this was the case, it was given. Degree pulled out a pitch-black heart from the dimensional space. A thumping sound could even be faintly heard. Only just after taking it out, the air around them felt a few degrees colder, and it was as if the evil thoughts in everyone's hearts were also tickled. Quickly hit it. What for? Kill. I want to see blood. Fighting to the death is fun. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll blow your head off? Tyrannical emotions spread through the crowd. Even White Knight was affected and couldn't help but want to punch someone, then casually hammered the people around him. Suddenly, White Knight felt a powerful killing aura. Not good. White Knight hastily withdrew his hand and retreated to the side. What was he doing just now? How dare you beat up a mentor? This was on the podium, in front of the people of the entire province, in front of so many media. AOZ's body flashed with golden light, looking like he was about to make a move at any moment. It looked like bloodshed was about to occur. Suddenly, a burst of white light enveloped the entire arena. The crowd's tyrannical emotions seemed to be soothed. AOZ also finally withdrew her golden light. White Knight breathed a long sigh of relief. Degree, think carefully, don't ruin your daughter. A winged beast woman flew out of the divine temple and looked at father and daughter Degree from afar. This was an angel in the divine temple. It was considered a special kind of beast maiden. Degree looked at the other party and nodded. Bishop Chang Xin, I have thought it over. That angel, however, did not leave and instead continued. Brother, in my capacity as Aunt Yuer, I'll ask you one last time. Have you considered it clearly? It turned out that this angel, unexpectedly, was also a member of the Cheng family. It seemed that the Cheng family's power had really infiltrated every aspect of Jiangzhou. A struggle appeared in Degree's eyes, but he quickly made a decision. Xin, don't mind this matter. I've already considered it clearly. Cheng Xin sniffed and directly turned around to leave, truly doing so without questioning the world. Cheng Yu finally obtained the Heart of Darkness as he wished. Looking at the black heart in her hand, Cheng Yu's eyes were filled with greed. Only just after she opened her mouth, the Heart of Darkness transformed into a small black snake and drilled into Cheng Yu's mouth. It was rather like the Heart of Darkness had a consciousness. Suddenly, terrifying dark energy raged. The dark phantom dragon, who had just fainted, was once again awakened. Her eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. That was the Heart of Darkness that she had been longing for. It was actually swallowed by a human. She couldn't wait to swallow Cheng Yu whole. And Cheng Yu, who had swallowed the Heart of Darkness, had an extremely strange aura. White Knight opened the eye of true vision and realized that Cheng Yu's various attributes were growing at an extremely fast rate. In an instant, he possessed a strength comparable to that of a Lord-level foreign beast. When Cheng Yu's state stabilized, the attributes had changed drastically. Type, Black Gold Demon Rabbit, S-Class. Name, Cheng Yu. Rank, Black Iron 1 star. Strength, 2000. Agility, 2000. Physique, 2000. Energy, 2000. Skill, unable to probe. Cheng Yu unexpectedly turned from a human into a dark creature, and it was so powerful that even Bai Ye's eye of true vision couldn't detect the detailed skills. Based on attributes alone, Nangong Qianxue was no match at all. Even the combination of White Knight and the Dark Cat Demon didn't dare to guarantee a solid win. After all, Cheng Yu had too many skills, and after swallowing the Heart of Darkness, it should have been strengthened once again. It was even more difficult to deal with than a Lord-level foreign beast. Looking at Cheng Yu's eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glow, Bai Ye directly shouted, Qianxue, admit defeat, there's no need to fight anymore. Bai Ye was worried that Cheng Yu would lay a deadly hand on him. However, Nangong Qianxue shook her head and refused. She was originally a haughty and strong character, and even after following the two unreliable guys, Bai Ye and Lin Meng, for so long, she was still the same. It was absolutely impossible to have her directly admit defeat. In that case, then go to hell. Cheng Yu let out a sardonic laugh and transformed into a pitch-black demonic rabbit. violently charging towards Nangong Qianxue. Nangong Qianxue hurriedly transformed into a sword spirit and rushed into the sky in an attempt to dodge. The black and gold devil rabbit followed closely, directly jumping hundreds of meters high and slapping the sword spirit to the ground. Immediately after, the dark energy continued to erode the sword spirit's body. The sword spirit utilized instant strike and attempted to dodge. Instead, it ended up crashing on top of a black barrier, emitting a clanking crunch. When he turned around again, he realized that all the surroundings had been enveloped by the dark barrier. The sword spirit was being as if it was locked in a cage. Sharp, armor breaking, instantaneous strike, split shadow. The sword spirit's various skills stacked up, frantically slashing and stabbing at the dark barrier. Yet it still had no effect. Don't struggle, it's useless. Today, I'm going to use your soul as a sacrifice to witness my new life. Chen Yu's voice was as if it came from the nine hells, completely devoid of the sweetness it once had. Humph, wanting to win against me. It's not that easy. Nangong Qianxue no longer panicked and turned around to kill Chen Yu. Silver Moon Chop. This was a skill that Nangong Qianxue had obtained from the Lord Grade Beast Spirit Bead, and the attack power was extremely strong. But when it landed on the black gold demon rabbit, it had no effect. It didn't break the defense at all. This defense is too terrifying. There was absolutely no way to fight. Ha 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 ha. The black gold demon rabbit laughed wildly, and even directly gripped the sword spirit. The sharp blade of the sword seemed to have no effect on her. Instead, the intense power of darkness corroded the sword spirit and nourished it. At the same time, endless darkness power surged into the sword spirit. The originally polished sword spirit unexpectedly began to rust and rot. The black gold demon rabbit's darkness power was too strong, and it was surprisingly able to corrode even the sword spirit that didn't have a biological body. We admit defeat. Nangong Qianxue admits defeat. Nangong Ye shouted loudly. However, no one paid any attention to her. The referee had long been bought by the Chang family. Damn it! Nangong Ye cursed and directly transformed into a silver spear, charging up. However, she was stopped by the referee. The match is still in progress. No one is allowed to interfere. The referee had a businesslike appearance. Facing the bronze-level referee, no matter how Nangong Ye attacked, he could not break through. Unable to do anything else, Nangong Ye could only send a request for help to Bai Knight, and White Knight had long since hugged his thigh and requested AOZ to step in. Alright, the sword spirit has lost its combat power. The battle is over. Demon Rabbit wins. AOZ wasn't just doing this for White Knight, but also because she just couldn't watch anymore. For Jiangzhou, she was very disappointed. Even the referees of the college league could be bought and paid for. It was simply chaotic to the extreme. However, the black gold demon rabbit continued to erode the sword spirit as if it hadn't heard AOZ's voice. AOZ was furious. Surprisingly, even her words were useless? Humph. AOZ coldly snorted, and a golden light, accompanied by her voice, shot out, directly smashing the dark barrier. The black gold demon rabbit opened its mouth and spat out a pitch-black blood. It landed on the alloy ground and made a nuisance sound, surprisingly corroding out speckled holes. This power of darkness was also too terrifying. Sensing AOZ's anger, the black gold demon rabbit, however, continued to hold onto the sword spirit and did not let go. Its red eyes emitted a bloodthirsty light. Suddenly, the black gold demon rabbit was filled with black mist, and it even transformed into two huge black hands that tightly grasped the two ends of the sword spirit. Die! The large black mist hands violently exerted force, unexpectedly breaking the sword spirit into two pieces alive. Schwerer, Qianxue, Nangong Ye and Bai Ye rushed up. AOZ was trembling with anger. Surprisingly, she had directly killed someone in front of her, and she had even raised her voice to stop it. It was simply too much. Degree, this daughter of yours? I'm afraid she has been completely corrupted by the power of darkness. It seems that she must be settled, AOZ said, once again sending out a golden light that shot directly at the black gold demon rabbit. It looked like it wanted to directly kill Chengyu. It looked like the golden light was about to strike Chengyu. Suddenly, a blast of wind shot out. It directly crushed the golden light. Don't forget, Degree was also a silver-level royal beast master. They, the Chang family, had more than one silver-level beast maiden. This was Jiangzhou, their home turf. Good, good. AOZ laughed in anger. I'd like to see if the sky of Jiangzhou is really so dark. AOZ jumped out of the podium and directly transformed into a purple gold jiao, pouncing downwards. With the appearance of the purple gold auger, the surrounding area was suddenly filled with lightning and thunder. It was actually a thunderstorm that rose from the ground. A terrifying aura enveloped almost the entire Jiangzhou city. Although the Chang clan's silver-ranked beast maidens were in awe, they still hardened their heads and met them. For a while, the battle was earth-shattering. The crowd only felt that the tickets they bought this time had really earned a lot. Originally, they were just watching a group of trainee beast maidens playing house, but they didn't expect to encounter a silver-level beast maiden battle. Such a scene could not be seen very often. It could even be said that it couldn't be seen at all in Jiangzhou. It was too rare. The Chang family, as the Jiang continent's local snake, had a large number of people. Even though the purple gold Jiao was powerful, it couldn't take them down for a while. This was called a strong dragon not suppressing a ground snake. What's more, AOZ had yet to become a true divine dragon. The dark power of the black gold demon rabbit was still eroding the broken sword spirit. It looked like it was going to completely kill it before it would give up. At this point, everyone was watching the show and could only rely on White Knight to make a move. Come out, dark puppet. White Knight directly summoned the corpses of dozens of chieftain-class foreign beasts from the soul nurturing bowl. They were all acquired in the dark forest. These corpses had been in the soul nurturing mantle for too short a period of time and hadn't yet become true dark puppets, but they were already barely usable. Facing the Chang clan beast maiden who tried to block them, White Knight chose to directly let the dark puppets explode themselves. This was the only thing they could do. Expecting these low-grade dark puppets to deal with beast maidens above the black iron level was simply impossible. It was also only possible to utilize the self-detonation to slightly block it. Taking advantage of this gap, White Knight summoned the 5 elements elves from the 5 elements mountain. These could all be lord-level foreign beasts, and even a normal black iron-level beast maiden would be no match. With the 5 elemental elves all out, the black gold demon rabbit was simply powerless to stop them, and was directly struck and seriously injured. Bai Ye rushed forward and finally saved Nangong Qianxue. Seeing this, AOZ summoned a roiling divine thunder and sent all the people around him flying before landing next to Bai Ye. Nangongya also repelled the referee and turned into a silver light, rushing in front of White Knight. Schwerer. Nangongya held the rusty broken sword and howled. However, it couldn't wake up Nangong Qianxue at all. Bai Ye didn't know what to do and could only look at AOZ once again. Teacher AO. What's wrong with Nangong Qianxue? She's still able to maintain her transformed state. Does that mean that nothing is wrong? AOZ shook her head and gave an explanation. This girl is very seriously injured right now. One could even say that it's almost a dead end. However, she is very smart and knows that the artifact spirit does not have a physical body and does not care about life and death. So in the emergency, she forcibly locked the beast maiden transformation and is currently considered to be in a state of false death. Once it transforms back into a human body, it's certain death. White Knight listened to the clouds and only continued to ask. You directly say how to save her. Nangongya also stopped crying and looked at AOZ with a hopeful face. AOZ's hand touched the broken sword and sensed it for a while before saying, the power of darkness is still continuously eroding her soul, and now that she is in the stage of ignorance and unconsciousness, she has no resistance to the power of darkness at all. Before AOZ could finish her sentence, White Knight pulled out the soul nurturing bowl. How did I forget about this? AOZ slapped her head and commanded Bai Ye to utilize the soul nurturing mantle to suck the darkness power in the broken sword directly into the air. It was a pity that Bai Ye's control was still insufficient. Otherwise, it would have been possible to take Nangong Qianxue's soul and temporarily transfer it into the soul nurturing bowl. Instead, it would be safer, but doing so was enough for now. At least Nangong Qianxue wouldn't die from the erosion of the darkness in a short period of time. What's next? Bai Ye asked again. She can only maintain this state for another day at most. After one day, I'm afraid that the soul will collapse, AOZ said regretfully. Degree. Nangongya turned her head to look at Degree, her eyes filled with intense hatred. If her daughter died, she would make sure that the entire Cheng family was buried with her. What if I rise to the black iron rank, sign a contract with her, and then utilize the super healing technique to heal her? Bai Ye suddenly thought of a solution. AOZ's eyes lit up when she heard this. That's something we can try. Turning around, she sighed. The transfer quest is tough, especially for a SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster like you, and I'm afraid the difficulty has reached an unprecedented level. Trying to complete it in a day is almost impossible. It's possible to contract with me. I also have healing techniques. Cheng Peng took the opportunity to drill out. Although he already had 2 beast maids, he could abandon them at any time for Nangong Qianxue. It seemed to remain dead set in his heart. Scram! Bai Ye roared at Cheng Peng without a trace of anger. Then he said to AOZ, don't worry, I'm not an ordinary beast royalty. AOZ nodded. Alright, you go for it. Just now, the ability that Bai Ye had exploded was truly not comparable to an ordinary Imperial Beast Master. Perhaps, there really was a chance. Nangongya also seemed to see hope again. White Knight, as long as you can save Schwer, I'll do anything you want me to do. Bai Ye, however, shook his head. Qianxue is also my friend. Saving her is also my will. Not only that, but the system's mission came as well. Option 1, personally save Nangong Qianxue. Reward for completion, subspace plus 100 cubic meters. Option 2, have someone else save Nangong Qianxue's life. Completion reward, physique plus 10. Option 3, rescue fails, Nangong Qianxue dies. Completion reward, full attribute minus 100. After Bai Ye briefly prepared himself, he took Lin Meng and headed directly towards the shrine in the center of the city. In addition to its healing function, the Divine Temple also took into account the advancement function. It was an extremely rare energy building. In the entire Jiangzhou province, there was only one. It could be said to be the most valuable existence in Jiangzhou. Breaking through to the black iron level wasn't something that could be done with money. In addition to preparing a black iron grade mirror breaking pill worth $1 million, one had to rely on their own strength to pass through a unique secret realm. The secret realm varied in difficulty and type depending on the strength of the intruder, and was almost untraceable. It was considered to be the most mysterious type of foreign beast space. It was even in existence between the real and the unreal. The foreign beasts in the secret realm directly disappeared after they died. There were no beast soul beads, no flesh and blood, and no soul. This wasn't so friendly to Bai Knight. This also meant that Bai Knight couldn't utilize the beast soul armor or drive the dark puppet. He could only rely on himself. Now that time was running out. It was too late to go to other alien beast spaces to kill alien beasts. However, a temple angel blocked their way. It was Chang Xin. As the bishop of the Jiangzhou Divine Hall, if she didn't let White Knight enter, then she really wouldn't be able to enter. The nearest other divine halls were thousands of miles apart, and it was simply too late to go back and forth. The shrine is something shared by the people of Jiangzhou. What do you mean by that? White Knight stared at Chang Xin with some dissatisfaction. It had to be said that this woman was still beautiful under the shroud of divine light. It was truly like an angel. I don't mean to keep you from entering. I'm just reminding you that the divine hall means a lot to the people of Jiangzhou, so don't mess it up again. Chang Xin's tone was gentle and didn't show any hostility towards Bai Ye. It made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. It seemed like she didn't just rely on money and connections to become a temple bishop. It was true that she had a broad mind. What do you mean by that? White Knight was a bit embarrassed. It seemed that the fact that there wasn't a single alien beast space that didn't suffer wherever he passed had been known by many. Even the angels of the Guardian God Temple knew about it. You know what it means. I'm just kindly reminding. Chang Xin smiled faintly and gave way. Bai Ye and Lin Meng were finally able to enter the secret realm of the Divine Temple. For safety's sake, Lin Meng transformed into a Dark Knight cat demon before entering. White Knight also gave her the Beast Spirit armor. And by the way, he gave himself the Beast Soul armor as well. It was just that the Beast Soul armor was no longer able to stay substantial due to the excessive exertion from the previous fight. But it didn't matter so much. Let's go straight to work. Time and space twisted, and White Knight appeared in a dimly lit space, and the Dark Knight cat demon had already encountered a battle. The opponent was an upright creature covered in black fur, with a green face and fangs. It looked extremely terrifying, and its attacks were also very strong, with its sharp claws shattering the beast spirit armor in a matter of moments. However, when it encountered the dark cat demon's body, its attack power was instead greatly reduced. It turned out to be a dark werewolf. What it relied on was precisely dark energy, and the Dark Knight cat demon's darkness resistance was as high as 2000 points. After the darkness attribute was removed, the dark werewolf was barely equivalent to an ordinary leader class fey beast, so it was no match for the Dark Knight cat demon. It was quickly killed. As a result, after the dark werewolf died, it directly turned into a ball of black gas and slowly disappeared. Not only was there no beast soul pearl, not even the corpse was left behind. It really didn't give White Knight any benefits at all. The temple secret realm is also too stingy, but in the spirit of thieves don't go away. It's based on the principle of plucking feathers from geese, so no matter what, you have to glean a little bit. Thus, White Knight pulled out the soul nurturing bowl. Surprisingly, he actually sucked in the massive black energy that the dark werewolf had transformed into. This massive energy was extremely pure, and White Knight could even clearly feel the energy within the soul nurturing mantle grow by 1 point. This energy then nourished the beast soul armor in turn, directly allowing the armor to condense by 1 point. It's a good thing. Who was it that said that the temple mystic realm didn't have any loot? One could only say that it was too simple. In front of White Knight, anything could be turned into loot. After sensing the benefits of this dark creature, White Knight immediately began searching for it. Finally, a new dark creature appeared. It was a specter. Without an entity, it completely ignored the dark cat demon's attacks. Now the dark cat demon was grasping at straws. But there was still White Knight. It just so happened that he could summon a flame elf, which perfectly restrained the spectral spirit. The speed of resolution was even faster than dealing with that dark werewolf just now. Another ball of pure darkness energy was included in the soul-nurturing bowl. Outside the secret realm, in the divine hall, Chang Xian stared at the secret realm, always feeling that something wasn't quite right. Have you guys felt that the secret realm's energy depletion speed is a little bit faster? Chang Xian asked the nuns around him. No, right. That nun wasn't too sure either. Keep a close eye on me, the one who just went in. But it's White Knight. Chang Xian was still a bit uneasy. A person's name, a tree's shadow. Chang Xian was really intimidated by White Knight's reputation. That 5 elements mountain exotic beast space of the secular family was gone. But the Temple of God's secret realm couldn't go wrong. Oh, that nun hurriedly nodded her head, then stared dead on at the energy pillar of the secret realm. The opening and operation of the temple's secret realm consumed energy stones. White Knight had just gone in and pulled out a primary energy stone, which was considered an entrance ticket. An entrance ticket worth millions. The secret realm. White Knight and Lin Meng were madly charging. After the beast soul armor condensed into substance again, Bai Knight became even more reckless. Even if it was a swarm of dark creatures, White Knight had no fear. He just went straight up and did it. As he charged all the way up, a dark silhouette like a castle faintly appeared in front of him. What the hell is that? The Dark Knight Cat Demon asked suspiciously. Do you think I would know? White Knight asked rhetorically. What kind of trash system did you awaken? It might as well be given to me. The Dark Knight Cat Demon grumbled, and then killed his way towards the Dark Castle. There was no information on the Dark Wasteland other than the various dark creatures. It couldn't even communicate. In order to pass through the temple's secret realm, it was obvious that one had to go to this Dark Castle. The closer one got to the Dark Castle, the greater the number of dark creatures and the stronger they were. At the back of the room, when they encountered a thick copper-scaled serpent, even White Knight and the Dark Cat Demon felt a bit overwhelmed. Regardless of whether it was the Flame Elf or the Dark Knight Cat Demon. Surprisingly, they couldn't break through the defense. The defense was too strong. In the end, it was the Dark Knight Cat Demon that was broken from the inside after being swallowed by the copper scale snake. This thing already possessed attributes comparable to a Lord-level foreign beast. It hadn't even gotten close to the Dark Castle, and it had already encountered such a powerful dark creature. How dangerous must that Dark Castle be? Soon enough, the Dark Castle confirmed its level of danger to White Knight. A shadow arrow, which was several meters long, suddenly attacked and directly knocked the dozen-meter-long Dark Knight Cat Demon out dozens of meters away. It was fortunate that the darkness resistance of the Darkness Cat Demon was high enough. Otherwise that one hit just now would have been enough to kill the Dark Cat Demon in seconds. This damn thing was excessive. Surprisingly, they let them, a man and a cat, attack a castle, and there were magical buildings in the castle. White Knight was indeed a SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, and it was understandable that the difficulty of the secret realm was a bit higher. But to be this much higher, it would be too outrageous. White Knight hurriedly withdrew from the Dark Arrow Tower's attack range and observed the Dark Castle from afar. Just as White Knight was plotting how to scout for information, a flock of crows unexpectedly flew out of the Dark Castle. Good lord! Looking at this situation, the Dark Castle was actually the first to come out to scout for information. This group of dark creatures had intelligence. This was even more difficult. There was no comparison between fighting a group of unintelligent beasts and fighting a group of intelligent creatures. The latter was several times more difficult. White Knight drove the Flame Elf to exterminate the group of crows in passing, then retreated further into the mountains, completely isolating the Dark Castle's vision. There had to be some proper planning. First of all, White Knight definitely couldn't fly there by himself. Otherwise, in the sky, he'd be a living target. Even with his current beast soul armor, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to carry a few shadow arrows. After all, it was a magic building. Blindly attacking wouldn't work either. Rushing in rashly would simply be a tenfold death. The only way was to let the Dark Knight Cat Demon stealthily go in to scout the situation. In the dark environment, the Dark Cat Demon was like a fish out of water. There were no hidden devices around the Dark Castle. The Dark Cat Demon easily blended into the Dark Castle. In the castle, the more she wandered, the more alarmed she became. Inside the entire Dark Castle, there were thousands of dark creatures. The most powerful of them all was a black vicious dog with 3 heads, much like the legendary 3-headed dog of hell. although it didn't know its specific attributes. The terrifying size that stood up almost flush with the walls of the castle was enough to explain everything. The three heads swept around from time to time, and that evil look in its eyes was intimidating. Suddenly, one of the dog heads twitched its nose as if it had smelled some unfamiliar odor. The other dog head twitched its ears, trying to be recognizing the sounds around it. Oops, the Dark Night Cat Demon exclaimed in shock, hastily holding its breath and quietly moving away. It kept hiding a good distance away before finally letting out a long breath. The three-headed dog of hell's perception was too high. Only after a long while, after confirming that there was no movement, did the Dark Night Cat Demon continue to look for opportunities. These dark creatures, obviously weren't real, because they didn't need to eat, drink or shit at all. They were similar to the monsters in the game. It seemed to be all the products of energy vaporization. So the plan to poison the food was a no-brainer. Trying to take advantage of a gap in the patrols to allow White Knight to blend in and then break through from the inside wasn't plausible either. Because of their patrols, there were no dead ends at all. The only way, then, was to forcefully attack. After the Dark Night Cat Demon spied out the situation, he exited the Dark Castle and discussed his strategy with White Knight. Sun Tzu's Art of War has a saying, 10 is surrounded, 5 is attacked, times the battle, the enemy can be divided. To attack a castle, without 10 times the number of soldiers, it was almost impossible, and White Knight only had 2. This was a bit of a stretch. Thinking about it, Bai Ye thought of his 5 elements mountain Fey Beast space. There were more than tens of thousands of foreign beasts in there. The beast tide that was caused at Golden Spirit Mountain that time alone was already in the tens of thousands. The other several elemental mountains weren't even close. The valley in the middle is even several times more. We're not attacking the city? Then we'll annihilate it tenfold. Not only that, we'll also give you a 3-dimensional strike. There's no shortage of flying beasts in the 5 Elements Mountain. The question is, how to control them? How can we command them to attack the city? The 5 Elements elves are White Knight's own beasts, promoted by White Knight himself, and they have simple intelligence and can barely communicate. What about ordinary beasts? It's not like any foreign beast can communicate. And what if you put it out and can't get it back? White Knight can control the 5 Elements Mountain, but he can't control the space outside the 5 Elements Mountain. When the time comes, it will be easy to invite the gods and difficult to send them away. So it will be troublesome. After some deliberation, Bai Ye finally had an idea. Since he couldn't manipulate these beasts to attack the city, he would release them inside the Dark Castle. At that time, these beasts would naturally attack indiscriminately like trapped beasts. Messing up the Dark Castle was no big deal. As for whether or not these beasts would still be able to take back the 5 Elements Mountain in the end, who cares? Anyway, this is the secret realm of the Divine Temple, not the outside world. Scourge as much as you want. After figuring this out, White Knight had no more scruples. Wave up. But a new problem came up. White Knight didn't know how to be invisible. So how could he blend in? The 5 Elements Spirit Disc was bound to White Knight, and only White Knight could control it. It was useless for the Dark Night Cat Demon to take it in. Currently, the biggest threat to White Knight was the Dark Arrow Tower. As long as the Arrow Tower was demolished, White Knight would be able to force his way in. Hopefully, when the time came, the beasts summoned from the 5 Elements Mountain wouldn't attack him. Let's do it! The Dark Night Cat Demon was still stealthily sneaking into the Dark Castle. However, this time, the 3-headed dog of hell seemed to be very vigilant. The Dark Night Cat Demon had only just dived in when it directly glared over. One of the heads on the side directly spewed out a large green poisonous mist. The Dark Night Cat Demon was startled, but due to its high poison resistance, it wasn't affected much and continued to touch towards the Dark Arrow Tower. The hell's 3-headed dog cocked its 3 large heads, not knowing what it was thinking. Suddenly, the other head spat out dark red flames. The surroundings instantly turned into a sea of fire. Sea of Hellfire. Another ranged attack magic. This time, the Dark Night Cat Demon was unable to hide and directly revealed itself. The beast spirit armor barely blocked the Hellfire's scorching. Sure enough, it was here. The 3-headed dog of hell was both surprised and angry. The surprise was that it really hadn't sensed it wrongly. The anger was that there really was a creature that had blended into the Dark Castle right under its nose. It was simply looking for death. The head in the middle of the 3-headed dog of hell bloomed with pitch-black lightning. The lightning system had always been the existence with the strongest attack power among the various elements. After fusing with the darkness attribute into black lightning, the attack power was even better. If struck by such black lightning, the Dark Night Cat Demon was not absolutely certain that it would be able to retreat in one piece. It was too much to worry about. Swift Pounce was launched. the dark cat demon directly jumped hundreds of meters and pounced on top of the dark arrow tower. Golden Claw was turned on, frantically pushing the tower. The dark arrow tower sent out counterattacking dark arrows. However, the dark cat demon's darkness resistance was extremely strong, and it was only lightly injured. Continue pushing the tower. At the same time, the black lightning finally fell. It accurately hit the dark cat demon. The dark cat demon's body was electrocuted, and white bones continued to flash out all over its body. All of its fur stood up, like a big black fur ball. Put! The dark night cat demon opened her mouth and spat out a puff of black smoke. Luckily, she had enough darkness resistance to immunize half of Dark Lightning's attack. Otherwise, that hit just now would have directly killed her in seconds. Fortunately, the Dark Arrow Tower was also collapsed by the Black Lightning. It was equivalent to helping the Dark Cat Demon, but miraculously, the Dark Arrow Tower was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This really was a virtual world. Even these dark buildings were surprisingly able to recover quickly. White Knight didn't dare to delay any longer and directly invoked his flowing illusionary color wings to charge towards the dark castle as fast as he could. In the dark environment, White Knight became the prettiest boy in the entire secret realm. Almost all of the dark creatures' attention was attracted by White Knight. The Dark Night Cat Demon was finally able to breathe a long sigh of relief as it secretly turned on its stealth and shrunk into a corner. Roar! Gah! Hoo-hoo! The flying creatures in the dark castle quickly ushered towards White Knight in an attempt to stop White Knight from getting closer. You think you're the only ones with flying units? With a thought, hundreds of flying alien beasts of all kinds instantly appeared around White Knight. The two groups of flying units instantly collided together. The fight began. For a time, black smoke accompanied by bird feathers flew everywhere. Blood fell like a torrential downpour. The battle was extremely intense, but the more chaotic the scene, the more suitable it was for White Knight. The beast soul armor condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Being in the middle of a chaotic battlefield, White Knight was like a fish out of water. The condensed beast soul armor was fearless of attacks from any side. White Knight no longer cared about the battle in the air and fell straight towards the dark castle. Seeing this, the three-headed dog of hell released magic from all three heads at the same time. Darkness poison, hellfire, black lightning. Every single magic had a shocking attack power. White Knight's beast soul armor almost collapsed directly. Luckily, that round of aerial combat just now had added quite a bit of beast soul to White Knight. It finally held up. Next, it was White Knight's turn to perform. The five elements mountain opened up, and a steady stream of foreign beasts poured into the dark castle. It almost filled the entire dark castle. The three-headed dog of hell was so crowded that it barely had a place to stand. Even a large group of porcupines had burrowed underneath its belly. The backstab was unleashed. The three-headed dog of hell was covered in spikes. Exasperated, it swung its claws around, resulting in its claws being stuck with spikes as well. These porcupines, they were just too abominable. The three-headed dog of hell could only lower its head and use magic against them. White Knight finally got some time and blended in with the beasts. The Dark Night Cat Demon also burrowed out. There was blood everywhere around her, and her blood recovery was finally able to kick in. The constant flow of blood quickly restored her to her original state. This was coupled with White Knight's assistance. The Dark Night Cat Demon started killing in all directions. White Knight, on the other hand, couldn't care less about fighting and opened his soul-nurturing bowl, crazily absorbing the surrounding dark energy and foreign beast souls. At the same time, the beast soul armor was madly strengthening. It soon gave birth to anti-armor. Now, White Knight became even more reckless. Regardless of whether it was a dark creature or a foreign beast, if they dared to hit him, not only would they not be able to break through the defense, but they would instead suffer a counterattack from the soul spikes. This caused everyone to stay far away from him, not daring to mess with him at all. Bored, White Knight realized that the city walls were actually piled with dark energy as well. Simply digging up the walls, wherever White Knight passed, not an inch of grass grew. Everything here was White Knight's. Outside the secret land, in the temple, the little nun screamed and cried out, "Lord Bishop, it's no good. The secret realm's energy is dropping so fast. The 100 primary energy stones we just filled yesterday are almost depleted." Chang Xin sniffed and instantly appeared in front of the secret realm. Looking at the rapidly declining energy, she stomped her feet in anger. This White Knight guy, sure enough, he's a fey space killer. Surprisingly, he didn't even spare the temple's secret realm. These energy stones, they're worth hundreds of millions, enough for tens of thousands of uses, and he spent it all on his own. Not only Chang Xin, even AOZ and the others who had followed him in were confused. What was this situation? What exactly did Bai Knight do in the secret realm? It was the first time I had heard that there were people who could Huahua Divine Hall Secret Realm. Quickly fill the energy furnace with new energy stones. If we're late, the secret realm will shatter. AOZ couldn't help but voice out a reminder. Once the Divine Hall Secret Realm shattered, it would be difficult to repair it again. In that case, the Jiangzhou Divine Hall would also lose the promotion channel for trainee Imperial Beast Masters and Beast Maidens. This would be an unacceptably huge loss for the Jiangzhou Divine Hall and for the people of Jiangzhou. Chang Xin was angry, but the energy stones should still be stuffed. Just looking at this rate of consumption, I'm afraid that the Divine Hall would have to hemorrhage. It was only after hundreds of primary energy stones had been stuffed that the rate of consumption finally slowed down. Chang Xin let out a long breath. In the secret realm, the dark creatures had been pretty much killed. The city walls had also been pretty much dug up by White Knight. All of this, White Knight didn't waste. The dark energy and beast souls were collected into the soul nurturing bowl. The alien beast corpses were collected into the 5 elements mountain. The surroundings were suddenly empty. The 3-headed dog of hell looked at the disappearing castle, angry 3 mouths cursing at the same time. Unfortunately, after opening its mouth and spitting for half a day, it didn't spit out any new skills. Its energy had been pretty much depleted from the intense battle just now. A hell's 3-headed dog without magic was basically a dish. The Dark Knight Cat Demon filled up its status and directly greeted it. Although the Dark Knight Cat Demon was still very small compared to the hell's 3-headed dog. However, its power was barely able to counteract it. After all, the hell's 3-headed dog was only a legal boss, and strength wasn't its strong suit. The two sides began to fight in the wilderness, with White Knight's strong healing, and the blood all over the surrounding area. The Dark Knight Cat Demon was almost invincible. The dark energy on the hell's 3-headed dog, on the other hand, was constantly being cut down, and its strength was slipping by leaps and bounds. The more they fought, the smaller they got. Soon it was about the same size as the Dark Knight Cat Demon. Slowly, it was even only a few meters long. Let you be arrogant. Can't be bullish now. Can you? How dare you make me look up to you? This time I'll let you feel what it's like to look up to your old lady. The Dark Knight Cat Demon cursed as it fought. The 3-headed dog of hell was being beaten and wailing, but had no power to resist at all. Finally, under the Dark Knight Cat Demon's claw of gold, the hell 3-headed dog completely disintegrated. 3 beast spirit beads fell. Finally, there was loot, and I didn't expect it to be so bountiful. These 3 beast spirit beads, surprisingly, corresponded to dark poisonous mist, hellfire sea, and black lightning. They were all quite powerful skills, and perfectly suited to the Dark Knight Cat Demon. No wonder it was said that the temple secret realm had 1,000 faces. It turns out that it really does make different adjustments according to different beast maidens. And the final loot was the skill reward for the beast maid to break through to the black iron level. The Dark Knight Cat Demon was an S-rank beast maiden with exactly 3 skills. Perfect. These 3 beast spirit beads, all of which were black iron ranked, had to be absorbed after breaking through to black iron rank. White Knight and Lin Mang were just one first-order mirror breaking pill away. Nangongya had already had this sent over when Bai Ye and the others came in. Everything was ready. It was finally upgraded. Both of their attributes had increased dramatically. Name, White Knight. Talent, SSS class Imperial Beast Master. Level Black Iron 1 star. Strength, 1140. Agility, 1010. Physique, 1010. Energy, 2340. Contracted Beast Maiden 1 Lin Meng, Dark Knight Cat Demon. Contracted Beast Maiden 2 No. Skills, Eye of True Sight. Powerful Healing. Dimensional Space. War Inspiration. Beast Spirit Armor. Mega Manifestation. Beast Soul Bodyguard. Swordsmanship Mastery. Super Poison Resistance. Beast Language Mastery. Intermediate Alchemy. Heavy Slash. Combo. Straight Line Impact. Extreme Speed Recovery. Energy Link. Gunnery Mastery. Summoning Flame Spirit. Purification. Flowing Light Illusionary Colored Wings. Name Lin Meng. Talent S-Class Dark Knight Cat Demon. Level Black Iron 1 star. Strength 570. Agility, 760. Physique, 400. Energy 180. Beast Master White Knight. Skills Super Sense of Smell. Fierce Poison Claws. Swift Pounce. Dark Fierce Poison. Stealth. Giant Elephant Strength. Blood Recovery. Lion's Roar. Golden Claws. Miniaturization. Shadow Arrow. Sea of Hellfire. And Black Lightning. Breaking through to the Black Iron rank, White Knight finally had another contract space. It was imperative to hurry and save Nangong Qianxue. As for the foreign beasts that were left behind in the temple's secret realm, White Knight couldn't care less. Let them fend for themselves. Bai Ye couldn't even think about how much of an impact these foreign beasts would have on the divine Hall mystic realm in the future. What he had to deal with now was Chang Xian's wanting dead at this moment. Just now, you entered the divine Hall secret realm and consumed a total of 1,000 primary energy stones, counted as 1 billion for you. Are you shelling out money, or energy stones? White Knight, who had just stepped out of the temple secret realm, was stopped in his tracks by Chang Xian. Didn't I shell out the entrance fee? Bai Knight argued with reason. The difference between the ticket you shelled out, and the energy you consumed, is too great. You must make up the ticket. Chang Xian pulled at Bai Knight, not letting him go no matter what. There was no way around it. The energy stones stored in the Jiangzhou Divine Hall were almost depleted. There was barely enough energy to heal people next. The price is clearly marked. But you can't play tricks on me. Be careful, I'll sue you at the Market Supervision Bureau. Bai Ye wouldn't recognize this. He broke away from Chang Xian and headed out. Although Chang Xian belonged to the beast nymphs, she was a healing angel, and her strength was no match for Bai Ye. White Knight easily shook off Chang Xian and quickly dashed outside. There, Nangongya had spent a huge amount of money to hire someone to specially build a contract spell formation and get everything ready. And Cheng Peng was standing there, trying to contract with Nangong Qianxue. White Knight was rushing as much as he could though. But the Temple of God's secret realm was too big, and it still took most of the day. Nangong Qianxue didn't know what was wrong, and her situation suddenly deteriorated. It looked like her soul was about to be dispersed. Although Nangongya was unwilling, she could only agree to Cheng Peng's contract request. The contract spell formation was ready to open. Cheng Peng finally got what he wanted. After that, if one wanted to break the contract, both the Imperial Beast Master and the Beast Maiden had to agree. As long as Cheng Peng did not agree, Nangong Qianxue would always be his. Thinking of this, Cheng Peng couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile. How can you deserve it with this trash? Bai Knight suddenly appeared and kicked Cheng Peng away. The contract spell formation opened. It finally caught up in the nick of time. White Knight! Cheng Peng didn't expect to fail even after reaching this point. He was not willing. Destroy the contract formation for me. Cheng Peng hissed with all his might. However, this time, no one in the Cheng family dared to make a move. Before, in order to protect Chengyu, it was still justifiable. Now that they were fighting over Cheng Peng's jealousy, they would go back to making a move. It would really not put the Nangong family or AOZ in their eyes. The Cheng family does not want to give Cheng Peng as a companion. Cheng Peng, who was already crazy, tried to drive Jean Rong again. However, Jean Rong completely ignored him, because just now, the two had completely drawn the line. There was no longer any relationship. Cheng Peng had to uncontract one in order to contract with Nangong Qianxue, because of a particular reason. He couldn't uncontract the Dark Phantom Dragon, so he could only uncontract the Golden Mammoth. Having been abandoned several times, Jean Rong was completely desperate for Cheng Peng. She now only wanted to be a solo beast maiden in peace. She no longer wanted to get involved with the Cheng family. The Dark Spectral Dragon had yet to awaken. Cheng Peng had no one to use and madly tapped the contract spell formation, but it could not be shaken. Finally, the contract was reached. Nangong Qianxue became Bai Knight's second beast maiden. Under Bai Knight's nourishment, Nangong Qianxue was successfully upgraded to an S-ranked Ice Spirit Cold Light Sword. The attributes had increased dramatically, and the Ice Spirit skill had also been added. However, in order to break through to the Black Iron rank, one more separate passage through the Temple Secret Realm was needed. But all of this wasn't the point. The point was that after the contract was completed, the energy brought about by the promotion to S rank, coupled with White Knight's strong healing, Nangong Qianxue finally slowly healed. White Knight, I knew you would save me. The reborn Nangong Qianxue directly jumped into Bai Knight's arms and cried out in excitement. Sure enough, it was Bai Ye who had saved her. They had finally cultivated their relationship and succeeded in signing the contract. No longer did they have to worry about other beast maids interfering. Too happy. Ahem, with a royal beast master. You don't even want your mom anymore? Nangongya couldn't help but interrupt her daughter's happiness, thanks to her being so worried before. Unexpectedly, when Nangong Qianxue woke up, the first thing she did wasn't to embrace and comfort her. Instead, she hugged a man and cried. Sure enough, a woman is not a man. Mommy, embarrassed, Nangong Qianxue left Bai Ye's embrace and turned to pounce on Nangongya to pamper her. But it was still Bai Ye's embrace that was whiter and warmer. Aya, what are you thinking about? Nangong Qianxue couldn't help but spit on herself mentally, her face reddening. The qualifiers in Jiangzhou province were over, and it was finally time to collect the prizes. Bai Knight, as the first place winner, received an extremely generous reward. $100 million in cash was directly rewarded. In addition, there were 100 drops of golden blood, which was given to the Beast Maiden. After Lin Meng ate it, the blood of gold directly reached 2%, and the effect of the claws of gold was strengthened exponentially. It could almost be called her strongest physical attack skill. Nangong Qianxue, as the runner-up of the solo Beast Maiden, also had an impressive reward. It was a beast spirit bead of a Lord-class Fey beast. Nangong Qianxue comprehended the skill, strong hardening, from it. With this skill, it shouldn't be easily broken anymore. It was also considered a greatly enhanced defense. Anyway, the Divine Hall was right next to it, so Nangong Qianxue simply entered the secret realm directly. Taking advantage of this time, Bai Ye went to the Nangong family and cleaned up the bodies of the tens of thousands of foreign beasts that had just died in battle in the Divine Hall's secret realm. During this period of time, the Five Elements Mountain had been scourged too much, so I'm afraid it would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. And the Nangong family shouldn't be short of raw materials for a very long time. Nangong Qianxue progressed very smoothly, and after only an hour or so, she managed to pass the level. It also broke through to the Black Iron level. Attributes had received a substantial boost. 3 additional skills were obtained. One had to sigh in admiration. A SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster was a true flavor. Just signing a contract could save hundreds of millions of resources, allowing a Beast Maiden's talent, without any assistance, to directly break through to SSS rank. Nangong Qianxue felt that her hard work as a lickspittle before had not been in vain. The 3 skills were Cold Ice Multiplication, Ice Blade Snow Sword, and Block. All of them were very good combat skills. It was finally time to participate in the National League together. Participating in the National League were 23 provinces, 7 giant cities, 5 affiliated countries and 1 shrine. That just happens to be 36 teams. A few others are good to talk about. The Pantheon should be highlighted. In the Pantheon, besides the healing angels, there were also the powerful Templars. This is a special group of Imperial Beastmasters and Beast Maidens. They dedicated their souls to the Divine Temple, thus gaining powerful talent boosts. Chang Xin, for example, was originally just an E-ranked Jade Rabbit. After dedicating her soul to the Divine Temple, she became an A-rank angel with very powerful healing skills. It could heal the injuries of any Imperial Beastmaster or Beast Maiden. Being able to obtain such a powerful gift enchantment also showed that Chang Xin was pious enough. It seemed that she served the deity very sincerely during her nun stage. There were also some believers who would be designated by the deity as knights to guard the temple. In conjunction with that, there were nuns who became mounts. These guys could borrow the power of the gods because they had the favor of the gods, and each one of them was very powerful, and were considered to be relatively strong opponents. And from the nation's pantheons, the most outstanding young men selected were even more powerful to the point of being unimaginable. What White Knight had to face next was such a group of opponents. The winner please arrive at the West Plains city of Jiangzhou province 7 days later. There, a newly discovered Black Iron Great Alien Beast Space has been discovered, which will serve as the final venue for the finals. Those who do not arrive after the deadline are considered to have automatically abandoned the competition. AOZ, on behalf of the tutor group, announced how the final match would be conducted. It was still the final hegemony, giving up the traditional one-on-one fighting method and directly using the Fey Beast Space as the competition venue, and it was a newly developed foreign beast space. All information about this foreign beast space had been blocked. No one could make preparations in advance. A true test of resilience. Teacher AO. I'm already considered a member of the Dragon Capital Academy now, right? Do I still have to participate in the finals? White Knight had participated in the Collegiate League in the first place to be exempted from the test. Now that the purpose had been accomplished, he didn't even bother tossing it. Don't you want to be honorable? AOZ followed the advice and tried to establish a correct view of the competition for Bai Knight. No, I don't want to. Glorious means sacrifice in my old country. I don't want to die. Bai Ye decisively refused. Good lord. Asking people if they want to be honorable? Are you being polite? AOZ was speechless. What kind of weirdo is this? Is it too late to return it? Suddenly, AOZ seemed to think of something and said, I heard that the reward for the finals is as high as billions. Sure enough, the moment he heard about such a large reward, Bai Ye instantly got energized. Qianxue, immediately book a ticket to West Plains City. Nangong Qianxue was a bit puzzled when she heard this. We're 3 people why are we only booking 1 airfare? Bai Ye looked at Nangong Qianxue as if he was looking at a little fool. You and Little Dream directly transformed. One as a pet and one as a weapon. Wouldn't you be able to save 2 air tickets? Nangong Qianxue was speechless. How stingy are you? Surprisingly, you even want to save this money. According to the regulations governing beast maids are not allowed to transform in public transportation. What kind of weird law is this? What exactly did you learn in school? Learn how to fall asleep fast. AOZ heard the conversation between the two and regretted it more and more. This wasn't a scum of the earth. I'm afraid the reason why White Knight had worked so hard to participate in the college league, it couldn't be for the sake of being exempted from the exam. Could it? It couldn't be. It couldn't be. If White Knight could hear AOZ's heart, he would definitely answer her. It is. Seeing that AOZ's face was not right, Bai Ye was afraid that she would regret it and quickly promised, Teacher AO, don't worry, I promise to step into the Dragon Capital Academy with honor, and I definitely won't disgrace you. AOZ sniffed and couldn't help but roll her eyes. I'll believe the hell out of you. You will not disgrace me? Do you believe it yourself? AOZ really didn't want to bother with Bai Ye anymore and turned around to leave. White Knight quickly pulled back. Hey, Mr. AO, why are you leaving? Why don't you join us? Why don't you just reimburse us for our airfare? AOZ immediately waved her hand. Sorry, it's not on my way. I'm going back to school. However, Bai Ye still didn't let go of his hand, raised his eyebrows, and said quietly, and what about the one you promised? What White Knight wanted to say was AOZ's promise to help him raise the 5 Elements Mountain Alien Beast Space to the Black Iron level. But this look, this tone, how did it feel a little less serious? AOZ reacted only after half a day. Wait for me to go home and fetch it. I don't have a dimensional space. It's impossible for me to carry everything with me. After AOZ said this, she directly broke free from Bai Ye's pull and transformed into a purple go-logger that shot away like running thunder. She really didn't want to talk to Bai Ye anymore, afraid of being pissed off. Hey, Teacher AO. White Knight's words hadn't even gotten through yet. Just now, he was thinking about saving money and forgot about the dark mark on his body. Should have gotten AOZ to help remove it. Before, White Knight didn't feel much, but ever since he encountered the dark phantom dragons, he didn't feel any sense of security. These dark creatures were truly hostile to him. The next step was to roll over 10,000 miles. So what if he encountered another dark creature along the way? It was a pity that AOZ had left too quickly. There was no one in the Nangong family who could clear it, and they had never even heard of it. As for the Divine Hall, there was even less to think about. White Knight had already been blacklisted by the Divine Hall of Jiangzhou, and he didn't even dare to approach it now for fear that Cheng Xian would find him and ask for a debt. There was always a feeling of owing a love debt. Calculating martyrs. Soldiers come to block. Water comes to cover. What the hell, dark creatures? Come one to kill one. Come two to kill a pair. So White Knight put the matter of the dark mark aside. Instead, the Cheng family, which was eyeing the tiger around them, was more worthy of vigilance. Even though I'm handsome, Master Bai, there's no need for me to stare all the time like this. Bai Ye gave a provocative smile before immediately jumping into the midst of the media reporters. Come. Hurry up if you want to interview the Jiangzhou provincial scholar. I'm about to fly to West Plains City. In AOZ's absence, these reporters were Bai Knight's protective shield. No matter how crazy the Cheng family was, they wouldn't dare to blatantly kill Bai Knight in plain sight. Under the escort of a bunch of reporters, Bai Knight managed to reach the airport. Everyone, just don't send them off. I'll carry everyone's expectations and deliver the culture of Jiangzhou to the entire country. At the airport, White Knight gave an enthusiastic speech. It wasn't until the ground crew repeatedly urged that Bai Knight finally boarded the airplane with reluctance. The Nangong family was generous and directly booked 3 business-class cabins. White Knight finally experienced the luxury of the rich. He also finally realized why the curtain must be drawn between the 2 cabins. This is for fear that the people in the economy class will hate the rich. The economy class was so crowded that you couldn't even stretch your legs straight. But the business class is so spacious that you can even lie down. Inside the cabin, there were also 2 185 handsome men, as well as 2 young and beautiful beast maids enthusiastically serving. Completely different from the big brothers and big sisters in the economy class. Mud, what a treat! White Knight comfortably laid down and leisurely ate fruit. Suddenly, there was a person sitting on the side, staring intently at White Knight. White Knight crooked his head and narrowed his eyes as he swept a glance. Then straight away, he wasn't sleepy anymore. Nima, this is Changyu? Why does it look so evil? These clothes are a bit too ragged. What can it cover? At a glance, it's not a serious dress. It should be a light black veil formed by dark energy, simply making it cover. It's even more seductive than not wearing it, especially those eyes. charming to the extreme. Just by looking at it, White Knight almost lost his Dao heart. Well, actually, White Knight didn't have much of a Dao heart. The heart of darkness was really powerful, surprisingly hardening Changyu into a chimera-like existence. Seeing Changyu appear, Nangong Qianxue and Lin Meng, who were originally lying down, all sat up straight with alert faces. The previous Changyu, although she was an S-class, she didn't have much combat experience, and she was also a normal person, at most a little capricious, so there was no need to worry. But now she couldn't tell if she was a human or a ghost at all. It couldn't be judged by common sense. The most crucial thing was that this girl was now too tempting. Not only did she decapitate men, but also women. Even Nangong Qianxue and Lin Meng blushed when they looked at her. This Nima is simply a demonic spirit. Changyu, what are you doing here? Bai Ye's eyes didn't know where to go. There wasn't a single decent spot on Changyu's entire body. I'm also the first place winner, so of course I'm going to West Plains City to participate in the finals. Changyu's voice was fluffy and soft, making one's heart itch to hear her, and one couldn't help but pounce on her and make her scream a little more ebulliently. Bai Knight gulped a mouthful of saliva. It wasn't Bai Knight's intention, but there was no way. Just couldn't help it. It was too evil. Bai Knight couldn't help but open his eye of true vision again. As a result, he found that behind Changyu's black gold demon rabbit, another phantom demon had been prepared. In other words, in Changyu's body today, there were two souls. Inside that heart of darkness, the souls of dark creatures still remained. I don't know for what reason. It was actually awakened. Therefore, the current Changyu was really both a human and a ghost. White Knight, who hadn't taken it seriously, was finally alerted, and Nangong Qianxue had long since looked on and insisted on switching seats with Bai Ye. She was worried that White Knight would fall. Even after switching seats, Bai Ye and the others didn't let their guard down. It wasn't just the threat from Changyu, but also the dark mark on Bai Ye's body. Who knew if another dark creature would pop up out of nowhere? Luckily, the trip was only 4 or 5 hours long, and they would be able to arrive in Shiyuan City that night. A little less rest wouldn't hurt. Just as White Knight was enjoying the sunset over the clouds, suddenly, the system options reappeared. Option 1, rush into the cockpit and coerce the captain to land quickly. Completion reward, agility plus 100. Option 2, directly break through the airplane window and jump out. Completion reward, the Eye of True Sight is promoted to the Eye of Insight. Option 3, successfully stop the bombing of the airplane. Completion reward, full attribute plus 1000. Option 4, remain indifferent and continue to enjoy the sunset. Completion reward, physique plus 100. Danger was coming. White Knight even felt the hairs on his sweat stand up. This was his high perception coming into play. At this time, where was there any other options to worry about? Jump the plane. Without the slightest hesitation, White Knight directly greeted him, put on his beast soul armor, smashed through the plane's porthole, and jumped out. A set of actions was clean and clear, without any procrastination. Nangong Qianxue and Lin Meng were prepared and immediately completed their beast nymph transformations and jumped out together. They had unconditional trust in Bai Ye. This set of tawdry maneuvers stunned the crowd, especially the air hostesses and air hostesses. They were so scared that they couldn't even say a complete sentence as they screamed. At this moment, the airplane was flying in the stratosphere at a height of 10,000 meters. The temperature outside was tens of degrees below zero, and the air was extremely thin. Isn't playing parachute jump at such a high place looking for death? If you want to parachute, at least put a parachute on your back. What is the meaning of jumping directly from the airplane? However, next, several more beast maidens broke through the portholes and jumped down, falling down like dumplings. Chengyu similarly jumped down and rode on the back of a pale eagle beastess. What the hell is going on here? Has every one of them gone crazy? The passengers were completely confused. Immediately afterward, there were passengers shouting shrilly for a hurried landing. Any later and everyone in the cabin would be freezing to death and suffocating. After the captain got the news, where did he dare to stay? He directly did an inversion and zipped towards the ground. However, it was still too late. While flying in mid-air, the airplane suddenly exploded. The dazzling light was even more brilliant than the evening sun. The entire airplane was instantly torn apart. The people inside were naturally dead. This was why White Knight was in a hurry to jump down. It was really imminent. Where to stop something like blowing up an airplane? This was the world of Imperial Beastmasters and Beastwomen. There was no need for any countdown bombs. Directly rushing at the airplane's fuel tanks with a fire skill would easily accomplish the task of blowing up the plane. By then it would be too late to run. The few beast maidens that escaped didn't care about their own safety. All fluttered their wings and rushed towards White Knight. These were all flying beast maids, and all of them were black iron grade. These beast nymphs, are they dead soldiers arranged by the Chang family, or are they dark creatures? Nangong Qianshui asked as she carried the dark cat demon while flying. White Knight opened the eye of insight he had just acquired and finally discovered the problem. In the attribute bar of these flying beastesses, it was clearly shown that they were all charmed. So, they were neither Chang clan's dead soldiers nor dark creatures. Rather, they were manipulated by Changyu, or rather the charmed demon. Changyu had indeed lost control. She has been completely controlled by the heart of darkness. She even did something like blowing up the plane. You know, there are hundreds of passengers on the plane. This didn't even kill you. You're really vigilant. The Chimera let out a winking laugh and maneuvered a few black iron-level beast maidens to send a suicide attack at White Knight. Crazy. White Knight cursed, holding his ice spirit cold light sword and sending out long-range attacks towards the beast nymphs. Silver Moon slash. Ice Spirit slash. Ice Blade Snow Sword. The Dark Knight Cat Demon sat on White Knight's shoulder and also sent out a series of attacks. Dark Knight Fierce Poison. Hellfire Sea. Black Lightning. With White Knight's assistance, the two beast nymphs' attacks were extremely strong. Those beast nymphs that were being manipulated by the charm were all chopped down before they could even get close. Some even attempted to blow themselves up, but all of them were blocked out by the beast's soul armor. When Changyu saw this, not only did he not panic, but he became even more excited. A kind of perverted excitement. This kind of perverted enemy cannot be capped. Too dangerous. It had to be killed. White Knight reversed direction and killed towards Changyu. Changyu attempted to charm White Knight, but found that it was useless. White Knight's energy was too high, and he was extremely resistant to this type of mental mastery skill. Charming Lin Meng was still ineffective. Although Lin Meng's energy was low, her darkness resistance was extremely high. Charming just happened to belong to the darkness category of skills. As for Nangong Qianshui, she said a fucking emotional sword spirit. She doesn't even have a flesh and blood body. What can she charm? Seeing this, Changyu hurriedly maneuvered the sitting beast maiden to escape. However, nowadays, Nangong Qianshui was also Bai Knight's beast maiden. Bai Knight's enhancement skill could be added to the icy cold light sword. The speed immediately multiplied. This was coupled with the accelerated flight skill that Nangong Qianshui already had. Under the superposition, the speed of the flying sword was as fast as lightning. In just an instant, it caught up with Changyu. Changyu simply abandoned the beast maiden that he had just taken control of and quickly fell towards the ground. He was about to hit the ground, but then he suddenly turned into a puff of black smoke. He landed lightly without receiving a single injury. Then, the black smoke dispersed into the dense forest and disappeared without a trace. Even the Dark Knight Cat Demon's super sense of smell could not detect it. Changyu, who possessed a double transformation, had too many means. It was too dangerous to drill the woods at night. There was no other way. White Knight could only temporarily give up the chase and find a small county nearby, ready to rest for the night. At this point, the trip was already halfway through. They landed in the relatively desolate Jiangzhou. This place was sparsely populated, and the cities were too far apart, so there was no need to rush to the big city overnight. After briefly trying the local specialties, the three of them went to bed early. This day was really too hard. However, it was only just after they had slept until midnight when the strange changes started again. So many beasts. It's a beast tide. Fey beasts are attacking the city. Alarm! Alarm! Jingle bells. The silent night was suddenly torn apart by screams. It was immediately followed by the ear-piercing sound of an alarm. White Knight, who had extremely high senses, instantly came to his senses. Nangong Qianshui and Lin Meng also broke through the walls directly from the rooms on either side and guarded Bai Knight's side. Although she knew that Bai Knight was powerful, he was after all an Imperial Beast Master. It was every Beast Maiden's responsibility to guard their own Imperial Beast Master. What's the situation? The two Beast Maids all stared at Bai Knight and asked. It made it seem as if White Knight was all-knowing and all-powerful. I don't know. Go out and take a look. The three of them didn't make a big deal out of it, and went out, blending into the crowd and approaching the direction of the city walls. The screams became more and more piercing, accompanied by the hissing of various foreign beasts in the meantime. What's the situation in front? White Knight asked as he pulled a beast woman in official clothes. That person was on fire, and originally didn't want to bother with White Knight. But seeing that the inquiry was from a few young people, he temporarily suppressed the urgency in his heart and patiently explained briefly. The beasts are attacking the city. You kids go home and hide in a safe place. Don't come out. White Knight was a bit confused when he heard this. Don't all foreign beasts stay in the foreign beast space? How could they attack the city? The man lost his patience when he heard Bai Ye say this. No time to explain to you. Go home and flip through your history books. After saying that, he directly shook off White Knight and rushed towards the front line. I'm sure every mom who was a mom wouldn't have a good attitude towards a school dud like Bai Knight. With no other choice, Bai Knight could only turn his searching gaze towards Nangong Qianxue. Nangong Qianxue couldn't help but roll her eyes. Just what kind of school scum would not even understand a little bit of history? In history, there had been countless times when foreign beasts attacked the city. The most serious one even directly overran to Ao Island. That's right. In this world, there are no more humans onto Ao Island. Only foreign beasts remain. Without the level suppression of the foreign beast space, those foreign beasts could evolve and level up infinitely just like humans. This is why, in every fiend space, there is a powerful beast suppressor army guarding it to the death. They were determined not to let any foreign beast escape from the foreign beast space. Every single fey beast that escaped was a great danger. After hearing Nangong Qianxue's explanation, Bai Ye finally understood the gravity of the matter. At the same time, he also thought of someone. Shang Yu. This matter was definitely her doing. How else could it be such a coincidence? White Knight and the others had just moved into a small city, and immediately, a beast tide occurred. The truth was just as Bai Ye had guessed. Shang Yu had used charm to control the soldiers guarding the gate and easily entered the beast space. Then he charmed two powerful Black Iron rank leader foreign beasts, and with the help of the inside and outside, he forced his way through the guards of the Jin beast army. Immediately afterward, it was tens of thousands of fey beasts whistling out and charging towards the nearest county town. That's right, this Pingliang County where Bai Knight and the others stayed. There was actually a Black Iron grade foreign beast space outside the city. The more remote and sparsely populated an area was, the more powerful the alien beast space was instead. This was geographic common sense that everyone knew. For a Pingliang County with a population of less than 100,000, such a number of alien beasts attacking the city would be tantamount to a devastating blow to them. Pingliang County was also located in a remote area, hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest city. By the time help arrived, I'm afraid there wouldn't even be a single living person left. At this time, the city walls were in a precarious state, and there were already alien beasts breaking through the walls and slaughtering indiscriminately within the city. With only 2,000 defenders, Pingliang County was simply powerless to resist. The citizens had transformed and joined the city's defense, but it was still far from enough. After all, the vast majority of the citizens hadn't reached the Black Iron rank yet, and were completely defenseless against opponents far stronger than them. White Knight, what do we do? Nangong Qianxue still regarded Bai Knight as her backbone. Assist in defending the city. Kill. This matter had started because of Bai Ye, so there was no way he would stand by and watch. Fighting in such a chaotic group of beasts was still risky. Not to mention, there was a powerful phantom demon hiding in the shadows. If he was not careful, White Knight might also fall here. However, it was too much to care about. There was no way that White Knight could watch so many citizens die in front of him. It wasn't until after White Knight had made his decision that the system's options arrived late. Option 1, support Pingliang City. Reward for completion, +1 to all attributes for every 100 people who survive. Option 2, abandon Pingliang City and successfully escape. Completion reward, agility +100. White Knight didn't bother to look around and directly charged towards the city walls. As a result, they were stopped in their tracks by a person. Surprisingly, it was the official beast mistress that they had just asked for directions. Hey, what's wrong with you kids? Didn't I tell you guys to hurry up and hide? Is this kind of battlefield something you guys can come to? I'll help you defend the city. White Knight brandished his ice spirit cold light sword and was about to rush down. As a result, he was pulled back by that official beast mistress again. Young man, I take back the slight I made just now. You're all very good, but right now, the most important thing for you is to live and avenge us in the future. However, where could her strength compare to Bai Knight's? White Knight didn't bother with nonsense and directly broke free from her pull, summoning his flowing light illusionary color wings and rushing up into the sky. In the dark night sky, it was like a firework, blossoming with brilliant light. Almost all of the surrounding foreign beasts were attracted by this light. The charmed demons were certainly no exception. Immediately, there were two charmed chieftain-class flying fey beasts that came towards White Knight to kill him. Immediately afterward, White Knight was instantly flooded by various flying foreign beasts. By doing so, he had undoubtedly made himself a target. However, it also greatly eased the pressure on the city defense. The pressure on the city defense was smaller, but White Knight's pressure was greater. Luckily, there were a large number of beast souls around, providing a constant supply of armor power, so White Knight could at least stand undefeated. The next step was to kill with impunity. White Knight stacked full status for the Ice Spirit Cold Light Sword. Facing the fiery flames spewed out by the flaming bird, Bai Ye directly charged head-on and swung his sword to kill. A chieftain-class foreign beast. Dead. Turning around again. Facing the arrows in the sky, White Knight swung his sword again. Another leader-class beast. Dead. Next, ice blades and snow swords flew in the sky, killing hundreds of flying alien beasts in the surrounding area. Countless amounts of blood, turned into a rain of blood, fell down. The crowd looked up to the sky, shocked beyond words. Especially the official beast maiden who had just tried to block Bai Ye was so shocked that her jaw was about to drop to the ground. What the hell is this? This was a super invincible genius. So young and so powerful. Compared to him, I'm the scum. The official beast mistress completely forgot to attack as she watched. On the ground, the Dark Knight Cat Demon transformed into a huge cat demon of more than 20 meters, killing with blood all over his body. The efficiency wasn't much worse than White Knight. After breaking through to the Black Iron rank, the Dark Knight Cat Demon's size increased once again. Her combat power had even doubled. Her terrifying dark fierce poison corroded the earth. The foreign beasts that were enveloped in it lost their combat power almost instantly. The sea of hellfire and black lightning attacks were even more ridiculously strong. After all, the Dark Knight Cat Demon had a full 2,000 points of darkness damage. Even a Black Iron level foreign beast couldn't carry such a strong attack. Under White Knight's trio's reckless attacks, the number of foreign beasts was decreasing at a rapid rate. At the same time, White Knight's energy was also decreasing at a rapid rate. After all, the Beast Maiden's energy value was too low, and the three were counting almost entirely on White Knight. Especially the Dark Knight Cat Demon. Those ranged magics of hers consumed too much. It was almost sucking White Knight dry. With such drastic consumption, White Knight's extremely fast recovery simply couldn't catch up. Upgrade. Upgrade. White Knight immediately made a deployment. Every time one upgraded, one's entire body would be restored to its peak condition with a large amount of energy feeding back. There were corpses of Black Iron grade alien beasts all around, so even if the burst rate was low, one could easily obtain enough beast soul pearls. Soon, the Dark Knight Cat Demon completed its upgrade. It had successfully broken through to a Black Iron 2-star. As a royal beast master, White Knight also upgraded smoothly. In the case of contracting multiple beast maidens, as long as the highest ranked beast maiden upgraded, the Imperial Beast Master would follow suit. After reaching Black Iron 2-star, White Knight's energy increased by 500 points once again and was already close to 3,000 points. As his level increased, the terrifying talent of a SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master gradually appeared. The length of growth was too high. With so much energy, the trio could squander it recklessly again. For a time, corpses were everywhere. As the corpses around them increased, White Knight's strength grew more and more terrifying. The beast soul armor that was full of counter spikes killed almost anyone who hit it. It was that domineering. White Knight was a one-man army, and he had killed more foreign beasts than the entire Pingliang army put together. The soldiers and civilians on the city walls were completely dumbfounded. Whose general was this? Surprisingly, he was so brave, simply so strong that it exploded alright. Not only the people of Pingliang County, even the foreign beasts were stunned. Originally, it was just that they had been suppressed for a long time and wanted to come out to eat some people and have a good time. As a result, they just came out and ran into such a big ruthless man. No, it was clearly a big wolf exterminator. Too fierce. What's the point of fighting? Let's retreat. The beasts lost their fighting spirit and immediately scattered. Kill. White Knight waved his hand and led the crowd in pursuit. Don't chase after a poor enemy, he said of human battles. How did the foreign beasts know anything about tactics? Routing was really routing. Moreover, any fey beast straying into the wilderness was a huge threat to humans. If they killed one more now, they would have 10 times less effort when they were purged afterward. However, White Knight only charged for a while, killing a few powerful chieftain-class foreign beasts before stopping, because he had more important things. Finding Chengyu. The day Chengyu didn't die, the day Bai Ye wouldn't have peace, tragedies like today's would still continue to play out. Bai Ye remembered seeing Chengyu's figure in the woods off to the side when the battle started. At that time, she should have been riding on a two-tailed black wind leopard. Although it only appeared for a split second, it was still successfully captured by White Knight's Eye of Insight. Now, following his memory, he found that location, although he still didn't smell Chengyu's scent. However, the Dark Knight Cat Demon smelled the scent of the twin-tailed black winged panther. I'm afraid that Chengyu didn't expect that he would reveal such a big break. White Knight didn't hesitate and directly had the Dark Knight Cat Demon follow the scent and chase after him. The Dark Knight was not much of a threat to them. And for the Dark Knight Cat Demon, it was still like a fish out of water. Previously, they didn't see Changyu as too much of a threat, so they didn't rush after him, but they hadn't expected that Changyu would be able to do something so heartless no matter what. Therefore, she absolutely could not be spared. Chasing all the way, they soon came to a deep cave. By the looks of it, Changyu should be hiding in here. If she went in at this time, she could catch a turtle in a wang. No matter if she had 1,000 means and 10,000 changes, she wouldn't be able to escape again. The Dark Knight Cat Demon was about to rush in with a roar, but was stopped by White Knight reaching out. What's wrong? The Dark Knight Cat Demon was a bit puzzled. If you don't go in now, when will you wait? There's a problem, be careful. White Knight's eyes stared. This was because the system had once again given options. Option 1, charge into the cave, kill the chimera, and retreat in one piece. Reward for completion, strength plus 200. Option 2, sneak into the cave, sneakily destroy the ambush, and kill the phantom demon as well as the 3 black iron level dark creatures inside. Reward for completion, plus 200 attributes for yourself and your 2 contracted beastmaids. Option 3, abandon the attack and retreat to Pingliang County. Completion reward, agility plus 20. There was actually an ambush inside. It wasn't until then that Bai Ye realized that this place was less than 5 kilometers from where the plane crashed. It seemed like Changyu had prepared for this. Choosing to strike here was all planned in advance as well. It was even a chain of events. If this series of actions are all within Changyu's plan, then it's even more dangerous, because Changyu alone is certainly not able to do. It means that behind Changyu, there is a strong and complete organization. No, not Changyu, but Phantom. This organization is the Dark Creature Organization. After the 3 of them plotted at the entrance of the cave, they decided that the Dark Cat Demon would stealthily go in and explore the situation, destroy the ambush if possible. White Knight would then charge in with his Ice Spirit Cold Light Sword. Now, the Beast's soul armor was at its peak. If he really wanted to go in hard, he wouldn't fear any damage. But for some reason, Bai Knight always felt that the ambush inside wasn't that simple, so it was better to explore it first. After receiving the order, the Dark Knight Cat Demon concealed its figure and sneaked into the cave. The cave was even darker than the outside, and it even reached the point where you couldn't see your fingers. Moreover, there was a cold and gloomy smell that made people feel very uncomfortable as long as they were close to it. But the Dark Knight Cat Demon was very adaptable. It blended in perfectly. It easily arrived at the deepest part of the cave. There was actually a wide platform inside. It was hundreds of square feet, and the ground was inscribed with dense patterns that looked extremely bizarre. It was obviously traces of human carving. Sure enough, there's a problem. The Dark Cat Demon was about to do some proper exploration. Suddenly, the lines under his feet seemed to come to life, and then transformed into a large energy net, trapping the Dark Knight Cat Demon within it. Meow. At the moment of emergency, the Dark Knight Cat Demon immediately unleashed a lion's roar. Then it fell into unconsciousness. The Dark Knight Cat Demon's lion roar instantly spread out of the cave. Not good. Little Dream is in danger. Without any hesitation, White Knight carried the Ice Spirit Cold Ice Sword and killed straight in. Then it collided with 2 dark werewolves. These dark creatures were almost exactly the same as the ones seen in the Temple's secret realm, and the attributes were even stronger. Even White Knight wasn't able to break through the siege for a while. White Knight, you really do have some tricks up your sleeve. Surprisingly, you even recognized the ambush here, Chengyu said while absorbing dark energy at a rapid pace. The source of the dark energy was the Dark Knight Cat Demon in the center of the spell formation. It turned out that this spell formation was not only able to trap people, but also absorb the energy from them. It was a bit like the star absorbing technique. Moreover, the energy of the Dark Cat Demon is extremely compatible with the Chimera, so there is no obstacle to absorbing it. At this rate, I'm afraid that in less than a minute, the Dark Knight Cat Demon would be sucked dry. It was necessary to hurry up and save them. White Knight immediately filled up his Ice Spirit Cold Ice Sword and ignored the Dark Werewolf's attacks, directly killing towards Changyu. They couldn't break White Knight's defense anyway, so there was no need to care. At this time, another ghost-faced spider came out from the depths of the cave, only to see its butt pucker. It instantly spewed out a black mist, then formed a black web that tied Bai Knight firmly. The 2 dark werewolves immediately rushed up, cooperating with the ghost-faced spider and pulling Bai Knight towards the center of the spell formation. Once caught in the spell formation, White Knight would also be trapped by the dense black web. Then it would be turned into chimera energy. These guys, they really had prepared for this. Now that White Knight was firmly bound, he was unable to cut through the cobwebs. Although his power was strong, it couldn't be compared to the 2 dark werewolves. Not to mention there was a ghost face spider. Ha ha ha, White Knight. So looking forward to your essence. The phantom demon licked her scarlet lips with a look of longing. She was ready to enjoy White Knight immediately after enjoying the Dark Knight cat demon. By the way, White Knight still had the soul nurturing bowl on him. If she absorbed all of this energy, the phantom demon would be able to barely recover 1% of her strength. The revenge for killing his body before would be able to be avenged bit by bit. To be able to command so many dark creatures so easily, it seemed like the phantom demon had once held an extremely high position. What is the Chang family doing? How dare they even mess with such a high-level dark creature, and even dared to incorporate it into their daughter's body? It was simply looking for death. But it wasn't that simple for Phantom Demon to kill White Knight. Summoning a flame elf, a blazing fire elf suddenly appeared in the cave. The surrounding darkness and gloom was instantly dispersed. At the same time, the fire elf that possessed close to 3,000 magic attack points, just by spewing out a ball of flame, it easily burned the spider web to ashes. White Knight got out of the trap. He directly killed the Phantom Demon. The Phantom Demon also didn't expect White Knight to be so fierce, and in a moment of inattention, she was almost killed directly. However, her means were more than just charm. Spiritual impact. White Knight suddenly felt a pain in his head, as if he had been poked violently with a needle. The movements of his hands immediately went off the rails. The ice spirit cold ice sword slashed into the mountain wall to the side, directly going in flush. The killing power was evident. Bai Ye's beast soul armor was able to block some of the mental attacks. Moreover, his energy was extremely high, and he was immune to spiritual attacks below 3,000 points. Even so, the Phantom Demon's spiritual impact was still able to affect him. It could be seen that the Phantom's spiritual strength had reached such a terrifying level. No wonder it was able to control even a Black Iron ranked alpha foreign beast. It seems like she recovered quickly, especially after absorbing a large amount of energy from the Dark Knight cat demon. Her strength grew stronger and stronger. After such a delay, the two dark werewolves pounced once again. The ghost-faced spider also kept releasing dark spider webs to interfere. Going on like this wasn't an option. White Knight could only summon the 5 elements elves again. However, this time, the originally invincible Lord-level bosses could no longer be majestic in front of the dark creatures. There was no way around it. They were after all apprentice stage Fae, and compared to Black Iron level dark creatures, their strength was much worse, but it was possible to barely block them, especially the flame elves, which were perfectly restrained against ghost-face spiders. White Knight was finally able to find the time to deal with the Phantom Demon without worry. The twin-tailed black-winged panther rushed over in an attempt to block, only to be killed by White Knight's sword. Ordinary Black Iron ranked alpha foreign beasts weren't much of a threat to White Knight. There were no more creatures around that could be controlled. The Chimera had to face White Knight head-on. At this point, she could no longer care about sucking in the energy of the Dark Cat Demon and turned into a black mist, trying to dodge White Knight's attacks. At this time, White Knight was surrounded by all sorts of 5 elemental elves. How could it be so easy to escape again? The 5 elements instantly spread throughout the entire cave. The Phantom Demon could no longer hide and gradually revealed itself, and it was obviously heavily injured. It seemed that when in the state of black mist, the defense ability of the Phantom was drastically reduced. Moreover, elemental attacks had a great damage bonus to the Phantom. Facing the weak Phantom, White Knight no longer had any qualms and swung his sword up. It was a must-hit. He thought that there would be no more surprises this time, but as a result, White Knight's attack was still blocked. It was a shield that emitted a holy light. Light and darkness were completely opposite attributes, so how could an element of light appear here? At this moment, a winged silhouette suddenly appeared before the Chimera's eyes. It was Chang Xin. How did this woman come after them? Chang Xin also recognized White Knight. You want to kill Yuer? Chang Xin looked at Bai Knight warily. What's behind you isn't Cheng Yu at all, but a chimera. Bai Ye recounted what Cheng Yu had done. Chang Xin no longer had anything to say. There was no denying that Cheng Yu had indeed lost control. Seeing Chang Xin appear, the Phantom Demon's soul immediately hid into the depths of Cheng Yu's sea of consciousness. Cheng Yu's soul awoke. As soon as he saw Chang Xin, he immediately cried and pounced on him. The result was an empty pounce. At this time, Chang Xin is only a split body attached to the jade pendant, used to save Cheng Yu's life at a critical moment, not a real entity. But Cheng Yu now has nothing to rely on, can only go to beg Chang Xin. Everything that was done before, although it was not done by Cheng Yu, but she, as the main soul spirit, has been watching from the sidelines. Having done so many sinful things, Cheng Yu knew that Bai Ye would definitely not let her go, and even if Bai Ye spared her, the chimera would devour her soul sooner or later. Auntie, save me. Chunyu knelt on the ground and howled loudly. She has committed such a great sin. Do you still want to protect her? Are you still a guardian angel of the temple? Bai Ye sternly questioned. Whether it was for the more than 100 lives on the airplane or for the tens of thousands of people in Pingliang County, there was no way Bai Ye would let Chengyu go. If Cheng Xin dared to obstruct, Bai Ye didn't mind beheading her along with her. After all, what was in front of Bai Ye now was only a shadow of Cheng Xin. Bai Ye believed that he had the strength to do it. Cheng Xin's face kept changing when she heard this. On one side was her closest niece. On one side were tens of thousands of innocent lives. After some deliberation, Cheng Xin gave a solution. I'll help you kill the phantom demon together. And you spare Yuer. After all these things, Yuer was not involved. She is also a victim. As compensation, those passengers on the plane that crashed, as well as the tens of thousands of people in Pingliang County, all the damages will be taken care of by the Cheng family. That's right, there are also these alien beasts that have wandered off in the surrounding area, and the Cheng family is also responsible for purging them. Cheng Xin's attitude was considered very sincere. However, Bai Ye didn't buy it. Chunyu and the chimera are now fused together. How can they be distinguished? Cheng Xin pointed to the spell formation in the center of the cave. Ordinary means might not work, but there just happens to be a spirit-devouring spell formation here in front of us. Cheng Xin then recounted the detailed method of operation to Bai Ye. The reasoning was actually very simple. All that was needed was to switch the positions of Lin Mang and Chunyu, with Lin Mang in turn absorbing energy from Chunyu. Because Lin Mang is a dark attribute, the spirit-devouring array will naturally absorb the dark energy first and feed it back to Lin Mang. After Lin Mang had absorbed her fill, there was the soul-nurturing bowl. After absorbing all the dark energy from Chunyu's body, the phantom demon would naturally die. Theoretically there was no problem. However, White Knight suggested that it had to be up to him to determine whether or not the two were truly divested, and whether or not the phantom demon was truly dead. Because of White Knight's system, there was still a mission to kill the phantom demon. Only after the mission was completed could the phantom demon be considered dead. It was only at this point that Bai Ye finally reacted to why the system had allowed the killing of the phantom demon instead of Chunyu. It seemed that the system had long ago calculated that there was such a step. It was really omniscient. Cheng Xin was still a bit hesitant, but Bai Ye directly voiced a threat. If you don't agree, I'll kill you along with you. These words were filled with the overbearing flavor of blood, but Cheng Xin knew that White Knight could do what he said, so he could only nod helplessly as well. I just hope you'll be fair. After they had discussed the matter, White Knight finally found the time to help the 5 elements elemental elves kill the 3 dark creatures. 3 dark spirit beads were exploded. Any later and the 5 of them might have been in danger of losing their lives. However, they had all paid a huge price as well, diminishing very badly and almost being eroded by the darkness. White Knight promised that he would help them raise to the dark iron level in the future. This only barely comforted them. The stick should be there, and so should the carrot. If you can't lead a team, you'll just have to do it until you die. These 5 elemental elves were very useful, and it was very good to train them as subordinates. Anyway, AOZ had already promised White Knight that she would help him raise the 5 elemental mountains to the black iron level. This wasn't exactly painting a big picture for White Knight. After rescuing the Dark Knight cat demon that had shrunk a large circle, Cheng Yu hesitantly walked into the spirit-devouring formation. The phantom demon was unwilling and tried to re-manipulate Chunyu. However, it was suppressed to death by Cheng Xin's light energy. Cheng Xin was a silver-level guardian angel, and it was a completely restraining attribute. Suppressing today's phantom demon wasn't a breeze. The spell formation was activated. A steady stream of dark energy surged into the body of the Dark Knight cat demon. The originally shriveled body gradually plumped up, and then swelled up once again. Suddenly, Cheng Xin emitted a piercing pillar of light that shot towards the Dark Knight cat demon. White Knight was startled and was about to go and block it. Instead, a scream came from his ears. It was the voice of the phantom demon. This guy was actually trying to sneak into the Dark Knight cat demon's body using the spirit-devouring formation. It was really a thief's heart. It was a good thing that Cheng Xin was there, or else something would have almost gone terribly wrong. It should be said or not. Although Cheng Xin was also a member of the Cheng family, his quality was completely different. At least there was a conscience. Stop sucking. White Knight was really uneasy and hurriedly made the Dark Knight cat demon retreat, then placed the soul-nurturing bowl on it. Today's Dark Knight cat demon had a full 3,000 points of darkness attack. It was already enough. If he sucked it down again, he would have to hold it up again. And it was too risky. It would be safer to store it in the soul-nurturing bowl and slowly absorb it later. The phantom demon was unwilling to dissipate like this, and still die at the hands of a black iron-grade Imperial Beast Master. However, what could it do if it was unwilling? No matter how much it resisted, it was unable to fight against the spirit-devouring formation outside, as well as Chang Xian who was standing on the side, unable to do anything else. The phantom demon could only choose to enter the soul-nurturing bowl. Chang Xian wanted to send out another pillar of light to strike. Bai Ye, however, stopped her move. Entering the soul-nurturing bowl, both the corpse and the soul would be controlled by Bai Knight. Even if the chimera's soul went in, what could it do? It would just be throwing itself into the net. The phantom demon was betting that perhaps she could be used for White Knight, and what White Knight was considering was to see if the system recognized it. If putting the chimera in the soul-nurturing bowl counted as completing the mission, then White Knight would keep it. If it didn't count, White Knight could kill the phantom demon with a single thought. This was absorbed for another 10 minutes or so, until the dark energy gradually disappeared and normal energy began to appear. Chang Xian finally offered to stop. Is it okay now? No. Absorb it again. These could be pure energies. Whether they existed in the soul-nurturing bowl or absorbed away by themselves, they were all very good. Chunyu was slimming down at a rate visible to the naked eye, which was even better than losing weight. It quickly turned from a plump and rounded cute image into a bony beauty. Almost done. Chang Xian was really heartbroken. However, Bai Ye still didn't stop. Don't you just want energy? I'll replenish you with 100 primary energy stones. Chang Xian saw White Knight's intentions and hastily made a price offer. This was an attempt to use 100 million to ransom Chunyu. The Divine Hall had already lost 1,000 primary energy stones before, and now, before they could ask for their debt back, they had to hitch another 100 into it. Chang Xian felt his heart dripping blood. However, Bai Ye was still unsatisfied. Anyway, in this situation now, even Chang Xian couldn't stop it immediately. The only way to stop it was if Bai Knight took the initiative. Switch to intermediate energy stones, or else we're free to talk. 100 intermediate energy stones. That's 1 billion. You've already consumed 1 billion of the Divine Temple's energy before, and you haven't even been asked to pay for it yet. White Knight, don't go too far. Trouble entered my ears, shaking my head to shake it out. Hey, just pretend you didn't hear it. Chang Xian was speechless and could only nod in agreement. Alright, stop it. Only then did White Knight stop. Cheng Yu was already thin enough to be comparable to a supermodel. The little bunny on her chest had lost a large circle of weight. With a grudging glance at Bai Ye, Cheng Yu shrank to the side, pulling out a large push of supplements from her backpack. She gnawed on them like a bunny gnawing on a radish. Chang Xian was also heartbroken and injected a large amount of light energy into her. Chang Yu's miserably white face was finally rosy once again. The reason why Bai Ye was finally willing to stop was because the system prompted that the mission was complete. It seemed that the chimera had indeed left Chang Yu's body, but only half of the reward was given. After all, there was still some difference between capturing and killing. Even so, Nangong Qianxue was astonished for a moment. Why do I feel like I'm suddenly stronger? It's like the full attributes have been increased. Lin Meng, however, took it for granted and comforted. And la, it's a reward from that guy White Knight's pretentious system. Lin Meng insisted that what White Knight had awakened was the strongest pretender system. What's a pretender system? Nangong Qianxue was listening to the clouds. How can I explain it to you? Anyway, you know it's awesome. Lin Meng really had no way to explain what a system was to someone who hadn't read the novel, so she simply gave up explaining and settled all the problems with a single bullish. After Chang Xian saved Chang Yu, the energy of the doppelganger gradually ran out. White Knight, please take care of your, before dark today, the Chang family will bring 100 intermediate energy stones to exchange with you. After saying these words, Chang Xian completely dissipated. It was just that the way it was said, it always felt a bit awkward. As if it was White Knight kidnapping for ransom. So we're now kidnapping the daughter of the richest man in Jiangzhou? Lin Meng's words deepened this layer of meaning. But what's with the excited look on your face? Cheng Yu sniffed and shrank towards the corner, but didn't dare to say anything. The originally arrogant rich second generation was destroyed into this state. It was really pitiful. But Lin Meng didn't have the habit of pitying her. Seeing that Bai Ye didn't refute her, Lin Meng immediately became interested. Come on. Pull out all the goodies from your backpack. She had long since taken aim at the various exotic treasures Chang Yu had just eaten. Just now, watching her clicking and eating so deliciously there, Lin Meng was drooling. You're not injured. What's the point of eating these things? Chang Yu hugged her backpack. unwilling to hand it over. Grinding my teeth won't work. Lin Meng was completely treating Chengyu in the same manner as a captive. What's the captives? Is my stuff. Lin Meng was not polite at all. Cats aren't rodents. They don't need to grind their teeth. Chengyu was aggravated and wanted to cry. How dare you talk back? Be careful, I'll beat you to tears. Oh. Lin Meng stretched her claws to scare. Nowadays, Chengyu's thin and weak figure, coupled with the Hyun's small appearance, it's really a bit of a feeling of pity when I see it. It seemed that although the chimera had left her body, it had deeply affected Chengyu. This little girl is becoming more and more alluring. Alright, you coaxed after beating someone to tears? This is a kidnapping worth $1 billion. Don't play waste. Bai Ye pulled Lin Meng back without a good reason. Then he probed his divine sense into the soul-nurturing mantle. At this point in time, the soul-nurturing bowl, the dark energy was thick to the extreme. It had more than doubled from before. That burst just now had completely sucked in all the pure energy of the entire heart of darkness. That was the energy essence of a high-level chimera. The overall quality of the soul-nurturing bowl had directly risen by a large step. In addition, the 3 darkness spirit beads, White Knight didn't dare to let Lin Meng eat them directly for fear of a situation like the Heart of Darkness, so they were also thrown into the soul-nurturing mantle and converted into pure dark energy. By the way, even their souls were also inhaled into it. It was only a pity that they didn't have enough spiritual power to retain their consciousness. In the entire soul-nurturing bowl, only the phantom demons were unaffected. Sensing White Knight's spiritual probing, the phantom demon immediately put on a seductive appearance. Brother White Knight, you finally came to see me. Good lord, even without a body, it was still so tantalizing. Bai Knight didn't think of how to deal with it, so he used dark energy to turn it into a cage. First trapping it in the soul-nurturing mantle, and then talking about it later when he had a way to control it. Meanwhile, the quest in Pingliang City was settled. White Knight's full attributes had increased by 800 points. This was considered one of the most generous rewards, but Bai Ye wasn't how happy, because this meant that more than 10,000 people had died in that battle just now. These were all living lives. It wasn't until this point that White Knight finally realized how great of a threat the foreign beasts were to humans. It suddenly occurred to him that there were many more foreign beasts that had fled during the previous battle. These were threats that had to be eradicated. Although the Cheng family had promised to be responsible for the eradication mission, there was no telling when their army would arrive. In the meantime, there was again no telling how many people would lose their lives. Now that it was getting light, Bai Ye led the crowd towards Pingliang County. Chengyu, of course, had to be brought along as well. After all, this was a kidnapping worth $1 billion. When Bai Ye and the others appeared in Pingliang County, an extremely warm welcome immediately rang out around them. There were even quite a few people who directly knelt down. White Knight and their previous actions had truly saved the lives of the entire county. The county governor personally stepped in and granted Bai Knight's trio the title of permanent honorary citizens. With this title, any consumption in Pingliang County would be paid for by the government. Then I'm going to eat 10 bowls of mutton dumplings. Lin Meng issued a declaration. Bai Ye and Nangong Qianxue covered their faces and pretended not to recognize her. It was too humiliating. Give you the whole county for free and you want to eat mutton dips, right? And 10 bowls. Not afraid to brace yourself. Alright, let's work before we eat. Let's hurry up and get rid of the beasts in the wild. White Knight pulled Lin Meng and headed out of the city. There's no rush, kid. Eat first before you eat. An older woman pushed a steaming tricycle over, and it was clearly mutton bubbles. Under the warm hospitality of the citizens, Bai Knight and the others ate a bowl each in embarrassment. Lin Meng, on the other hand, actually did eat 10 bowls. This guy, whoever marries her is really going to be eaten out of business. After eating and drinking enough, it was time to get to work. Just what Lin Meng's super sense of smell was needed next. Chengyu was deeply moved by the image she just saw. For the first time, she felt that sense of being respected from the bottom of her heart. Because she had appeared with Bai Ye and the others, she had been treated as if she was Bai Ye's junior partner by the people of Pingliang County, and had just been respectfully treated to a bowl of mutton bubbles. It was the best food she had ever eaten in her life. In return, Chengyu was also going to join into the purging squad. After all, she was also an S-class beast maiden and possessed skills that were in no way less than Lin Meng and the others. A proper Kryptonian beast maiden. Her super hearing was just enough to help with the search. So the 4 of them split into 2 groups and quickly swooped into the wilderness, searching and clearing out the foreign beasts. The efficiency of the 4 was higher than the entire Pingliang army. After all, in the entire Pingliang county, not to mention the S-class beast maidens, There weren't even any B-class ones. There was absolutely no comparison to White Knight and the others. The four's actions had once again won high praise from the people of Pingliang County. So much so that when the Cheng family came to pick up Chengyu in the afternoon, she was surprisingly unwilling to leave. Chengyu was going to stay and cooperate with Bai Ye to complete the next work of clearing out the foreign beasts and subsidizing the victimized people. This was a way for her to atone for her sins. It was also a move to rediscover the meaning of life. White Knight was happy to see this. A few people worked for 3 more days, finally taking care of various things in Pingliang County. The Cheng family arranged for a special plane and even sent out silver-level guards to send the 4 to West Plains City. Unfortunately, Bai Ye couldn't trust them at all and preferred to go by train himself. Bai Knight could trust Cheng Xin and the current Chengyu, but he couldn't trust the rest of the Cheng family, especially that crazy dog Cheng Peng. What if they came to a blackout? After all, Bai Knight was carrying $1 billion on his body. Seeing this, Chengyu also gave up his private airplane and took the train with Bai Knight and the others. After clanking around in the wilderness for most of the day, they finally arrived in Shiyuan City. At this point, there were only 3 days left before the official competition. Everyone was nervously adjusting their state and preparing various supplies. The entire Shiyuan City was filled with a tense atmosphere. Only White Knight and the others were frantically strolling around eating and shopping. Those who didn't know thought they were traveling. It wasn't until the eve of the competition that AOZ finally found them. Thought you got lost. AOZ tossed a diamond-shaped crystal to Bai Ye without any good humor. Nah, this black iron-grade space crystal is what I promised to give you. Combined with 1,000 primary energy stones, you'll be able to upgrade your portable alien beast space to black iron grade. Do you have any energy stones? If you don't have any, I can loan them to you, and you can just pay back 2,000 of them a year later. Black. Really black. 100% annualized loan rate. Typical loan shark. Be careful to sue you at the banking bureau. No need. Isn't it just 1,000 primary energy stones? I have them. Luckily, White Knight had just blackmailed 100 intermediate energy stones from the Cheng family. The energy was comparable and of higher quality. Seeing that Bai Ye was able to casually take out 1 billion worth of energy stones, AOZ couldn't help but be shocked. She remembered that when she was in Jiangzhou, Bai Ye was still poor and had a wealthy look. After not seeing him for a week, why was he suddenly so wealthy? Moreover, why was Chengyu by Bai Ye's side? Aren't the two of them incompatible enemies? Also, the dark energy on Changyu's body, why was it gone at all? It seems that a lot of things happened to Bai Ye this week. I heard that a few days ago there was a beast attack in Pingliang County and tens of thousands of people died. I wonder if it had anything to do with Bai Ye and the others? I've always heard that White Knight is the destroyer of alien beast space, so it's not like he's going to have problems even if he passes by, right? With a head full of doubts, AOZ continued with the arrangements. White Knight, I've also taken in a student here. It's a solo beast nymph, so remember to take care of it when you enter the Fey space later. Saying that, AOZ pulled out a porcelain doll-like little girl from behind her back. Yi Qingqing. Her name is Yi Qingqing. You guys get to know each other. After the introduction, he didn't forget to make a threat. Bai Knight, don't bully her. The way this was said, when had Bai Knight ever bullied a girl? You, guys, are good. I'm called. Yi Qingqing's nervous little face was red, and she couldn't speak well. That small appearance made people's hearts melt just by looking at it. Only, would this little girl be a little too small? Adult? White Knight couldn't help but send out a searching gaze. What are you thinking about? Qingqing is just growing small. She'll be an adult soon. AOZ really wanted to give Bai Ye a popping chestnut on the head. Yi Qingqing twisted the corner of her coat and dared not speak even more. Little sister, don't be nervous, none of us are good people. Bai Ye tried to comfort. As a result, Yi Qingqing was about to cry. Go. Can you coax a child? Lin Meng pushed Bai Ye aside, fished out a lollipop from her pocket, and handed it to Yi Qingqing. Nah, eat candy. He said that he was almost an adult, but he still used the same thing he used to coax children. Bai Ye didn't believe that this would work. As a result, Yi Qingqing took the lollipop and actually smiled happily. The sweetness was unbelievable. The two instantly became good friends. White Knight was stunned. Anyone who could play with Lin Meng was designated as unadult. White Knight opened his eye of insight in passing and swept a glance at Yi Qingqing's attributes. Then he was even more shocked. Name, Yi Qingqing. Talent, SS grade Holy Imperial Grass. Rank, Black Iron 3 stars. Strength, 1500. Agility, 500. Physique, 1500. Energy, 2500. Beast Master, none. Skills, Entanglement. parasitism, plant communication, energy harvesting, super toughness, everything born, flying leaf spike. Remarks, what elemental attack plus 2000. Surprisingly, it was at SS ranked plant system Beastus. AOZ didn't know where she abducted the treasure from, without mentioning anything else. Just based on that everything born skill, this little girl, White Knight, is covered. Because of this skill, it could promote the rapid growth of plants and even mutate and evolve. Doesn't this mean that it is possible to make the first order spiritual grasses and fruits in the 5 elements mountain evolve into second order ones? Do what you say you will do? Bai Ye pulled Yi Qingqing and tried to turn her towards the 5 elements mountain. Frightened, Yi Qingqing almost cried again. This girl was too unresistant. If she followed Bai Ye, she would definitely suffer in the future. However, it was good to exercise Yi Qingqing. Her character was too soft. AOZ simply turned a blind eye and let Bai Ye go. It just reminded, the match is about to start. Pay attention to time control. Okay. White Knight answered and pulled Yi Qingqing into the grove of 5 elements mountain. What are you doing? Yi Qingqing covered her body with a nervous face. At the same time, the plants in the entire valley seemed to have come to life, surrounding Bai Knight in the center. For the first time, White Knight felt that an ordinary grass could be so tough. Don't worry, I'm really not a good person, Bai Knight hurriedly comforted. Then he started upgrading the 5 elements mountain. The space crystals and energy stones were slowly integrated into the space of the foreign beasts. White Knight could clearly sense that the energy in the 5 elements mountain was rising by leaps and bounds. All of the foreign beasts were roaring with excitement. It was as if they were having a carnival. The level seal had finally been lifted. They could all continue to raise their strength. As if Yi Qingqing had been infected as well, she gradually relaxed her guard and accompanied the surrounding foreign beasts and became happy together. This empathy ability. Absolute. That. Qingqing, can you make this first order Herculean flower upgrade to second order? Bai Ye pulled Yi Qingqing and appeared in front of a Hercules flower. The one guarding this Hercules flower was a purple striped wind tiger leader. Originally, it wanted to block Bai Ye from approaching, but it was slapped and sent flying a long way away. Trembling in fear, it can. When asked about her specialty, Yi Qingqing wasn't nervous anymore. It turned out that Bai Knight's purpose was this or he wants that one. Although Yi Qingqing's face was blushing, the movements of her hands were not slow. A ball of green energy that emitted thick vitality was born from her small hands and surged into the vigorous flower. The vigorous flower shook its body, surprisingly emitting an ecstatic emotion. Then, in front of Bai Ye, there were actually a few Hercules flowers that had really broken through to the second stage in a hard way. Those that didn't break through also fell to the ground and took root, blooming more Hercules flowers. It really had an effect. This everything-born skill was too strong. After picking 2 second-order Hercules flowers, Bai Ye pulled Yi Qingqing to appear in front of a piece of first-order earth spirit grass. Then once again, he advanced. He shook a dozen places in a row and spawned a large number of second-rank spirit grasses and spirit fruits. Yi Qingqing's tired little face turned white. I need to draw some energy before I can continue to cast 10,000 things born, Yi Qingqing said timidly. Saying that, she was about to put roots on the ground. Don't! Bai Ye hurriedly stopped it, scaring Yi Qingqing so much that she almost cried out again. Don't suck the energy from my alien beast space. Let's go to another alien beast space and come back in after. White Knight really wasn't a normal stingy person. The two of them had just appeared outside when AOZ directly pulled them away. You guys finally came out. If you're any later, you won't be able to catch the match. The final match, finally, was about to begin. When Bai Ye and the others arrived, a large number of young people had already gathered on the field. The surrounding crowd of onlookers was even more crowded. There were countless drones flying in the sky, broadcasting every detail of the scene in all directions. This level of bustle was more than a notch higher than the auditions. After all, this was the National League. Those who could make it this far were all the pride of the heavens. The lowest were A-ranked, while most were S-ranked. And there were even higher level existences. When White Knight's few people appeared, they immediately drew a large amount of attention. Even the host couldn't help but pause for a moment before interjecting. The one coming towards you all is the legendary SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. Not only is he strong, but he's also very handsome in person. Yo, this host knows his stuff. Oh, surprisingly so polite. White Knight waved his hand to everyone, in the manner of a leader inspecting. However, AOZ didn't have a good face. This was clearly targeting White Knight. She was aware of the rules of the finals, and by doing this, the host was undoubtedly making White Knight a target. Sure enough, just after the host finished his introduction, all of the contestants focused their eyes on Bai Ye. the vast majority of them bore hostility. Because, this time, the competition was a big mix-up. If the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. White Knight's talent was far superior to everyone. It would have been fine if he had kept a low profile, since everyone didn't really know each other anyway. But now that the host had done this, everyone recognized White Knight. Everyone's first reaction, I'm afraid, was to join forces to solve the biggest threat. What was this if not targeting? The one who acted the strongest was a knight with blonde hair, golden armor, and golden spear. Standing there, it was as if he was as blinding as the blazing sun. Originally, he was the most eye-catching presence in the entire room. He was enjoying the attention of the crowd when suddenly all the attention was sucked away by White Knight. As proud as he was, how could he not be hostile? This was this year's contestant from the Divine Hall, Yang Lai. He was an S-class paladin. The mount was an SS-class golden dragon beastus. Even amongst the dragons, it's considered a top-notch existence. Such a combination, placed anywhere, would be the most dazzling existence. Yet, there was a SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. On the contrary, it was also so handsome. Yang Lai swore that he would trample White Knight under his feet and prove to the entire nation that he was the strongest. Regarding Yang Lai's intense hostility, Bai Ye just casually swept a glance and didn't take it seriously at all. So what if he was a temple paladin? If they weren't honest, they'd beat them up just the same. This disregard made Yang Lai even angrier, hating the fact that he couldn't go up and fight with White Knight right now. The other strong animosity came from the boys as well. After all, White Knight was the beast maiden killer. Girls couldn't wait to like it, so where would there be any hostility? And beside that boy, there was a familiar face. It was Long Jiangzhou. She had finally become an S-rank flame dragon, but also contracted with the Imperial Beast Master. But on her face, she couldn't see any joy. Instead, she was filled with dislike for the Imperial Beast Master beside her. Looking at that Imperial Beast Master's deep dark circles under his eyes, as well as his lewd appearance, it wasn't a surprise that Long Jiangzhou would dislike it. And beside this lewd Imperial Beast Master, there was also a bewitching woman. The talent was surprisingly also S-ranked. 9-headed pheasant essence, controlling 9 different elements. The magical attacks are extremely strong. In terms of strength, it was quite a bit stronger than Long Jiangzhou. To be able to contract 2 such powerful beast maids at the same time, and even make the dragon family have to submit, it seemed like he had a great deal to offer. Seeing Bai Ye looking towards the lewd royal beastmaster, AOZ couldn't help but remind him. That one is Wang Tianhao of the Dragon Capital Wang family, the first of the 4 youngsters of Dragon Capital. His family has a very deep background. Don't mess with him if you're fine. Listening to AOZ's tone, it seemed as if even she was a bit scandalized. Bai Ye shrugged his shoulders and didn't respond. The other party better be honest and not look for trouble. Otherwise, White Knight doesn't care what kind of less he is. It should be punched as much as it is punched. In addition to that, there was a hostile intent that was all but icy cold. White Knight didn't find a specific location, so he didn't bother. Seeing that people had arrived, the host began to introduce the rules. The venue for the competition this time was the newly discovered Black Iron Great Alien Beast Space, tentatively named West Plains Giant Mountain. The competition lasted for 7 days. The final result of the competition was based on the beast soul beads obtained. Each Black Iron Grade Beast Soul Bead was credited with 1 point. Leader Grade Beast Soul Bead was credited with 10 points. Lord Grade Beast Soul Bead was credited with 100 points. And King Grade Beast Soul Bead was credited with 1,000 points. However, before this, there were already strong people who had briefly explored the alien beast space, and there were no king-level alien beasts. One could rest assured on this point. Although the ones present were all proud sons of heaven, they weren't arrogant enough to dare to stiffen a king-level foreign beast. Even White Knight couldn't do it. The competition allowed for scrambling for each other, but it didn't allow for intentional killing. There were also a series of specific rules that were printed in the competition manual. There would be drones following the entire match. A large number of bronze-level referees were monitoring the scene, and once violations were found, the match would be immediately disqualified. After hearing this long list of rules, Bai Knight's first reaction was, "This is raising compulsion." It was already dangerous to be in the space of the foreign beasts, but as a result, one had to be on guard against competitors sneaking up on them at any time. The level of chaos at that time could be imagined. Of course, with White Knight here, I'm afraid that the level of chaos will increase by more than 10 times. The efficiency of the organizers was very high. After reading out the rules of the competition, there was no leader's speech, and it directly and crisply began. Go, open the new copy. White Knight led the 4 beautiful little maidens and happily rushed towards the entrance of the alien beast space. It didn't look like they were going on an adventure at all. Instead it looked like they were going on vacation. Sister Meng, I heard that the foreign beast space is very dangerous. Yi Qingqing was a bit scared. It was still her first time entering the Fey beast space. Her combat experience was basically zero. The reason why she was able to get this far was really because her talent was too high. She simply couldn't meet any decent opponents. Don't listen to people's nonsense. What's so dangerous about the Fey space? It's fun inside and there's food everywhere. Lin Mang excitedly pulled Yi Qingqing and rushed into the Western Plains giant mountain. Then she was stunned by the picture in front of her. In the middle of the entire alien beast space was a lofty and upright giant mountain. The peak of the mountain rushed straight into the clouds, with no end in sight, as if it was the uncharted mountain that topped the sky. It gave people a great sense of oppression. It truly deserved the name Giant Mountain of the Western Plains. As the crowd entered, several drones flew over, following them closely. The live broadcast began. Is this the legendary SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master? So handsome. Why are there 4 beast maids around him? Wow 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 wow. That's our southern continent's lowly god Yi Qingqing. So cute. Lowly Sago. Bai Ye swept a glance at the live broadcast screen, not realizing that Yi Qingqing's popularity was so high that it was almost comparable to his. It seemed like he had underestimated this little lowly. Then, only just after entering the alien beast space, the battle started straight away. Because it was an undeveloped alien beast space, the military camps to guard the entrances and exits had yet to be established. The alien beasts roaming around immediately charged up ferociously when they saw the humans. The contestants who had just entered were directly dispersed before they were ready. Aha! So scary! Yi Qingqing was so frightened that she let out a piercing scream. The green grass around them suddenly grew wildly, instantly entangling dozens of foreign beasts around them in death. No matter how much they struggled, they could not break free. Those were alpine yaks with immense strength. White Knight had just seen with his own eyes that an A-ranked beastess was toppled out dozens of meters away, coming to glide through the air. The seemingly soft grass was able to bind even the alpine yak. It was too unbelievable. What was even more incredible was that a large number of grass blades suddenly flew out from Yi Qingqing's body like sharp swords, stabbing into the alpine yak's body. Dozens of black iron-grade alpine yaks around them were instantly shot into bloody gourds. The other players in the surroundings moved away from this place as fast as they could. It was too terrifying. It was simply more terrifying than a foreign beast. The live broadcast room was even filled with pop-up screens. Crap! Is this little lowly so bullish? Now you know how powerful our southern continent lowly god is, right? I would like to call this the strongest beast girl of this year. White Knight dodged the flying leaf thorns while shouting, "Stop! Stop!" However, Yi Qingqing continued to shoot frantically as if she didn't hear. It wasn't until her energy was depleted that she finally fell to the ground with a small, white face. Luckily, when he was at the 5 Elements mountain before, Yi Qingqing had already been depleted by about the same amount. Otherwise, there was no telling how long it would take to shoot. At this time, in the hundreds of meters around Yi Qingqing, there was not a single living thing anymore. Even the huge rock on the side had been shot into a sieve. It was too terrifying. Bai Ye finally knew why she had won first place in the Southern Continent province. Who could carry this off? So terrifying, so scary. Yi Qingqing patted her small chest with a look of having survived a robbery. The scary one is clearly you. Okay. White Knight was simply speechless. In the future, without my order, you're not allowed to play skills indiscriminately. Got it? White Knight droned on while pulling grass. Those flying leaf spikes, surprisingly, nailed into the beast's soul armor. Thanks to White Knight's safety considerations, he had put on his armor before coming in. Otherwise, that hit just now might have seriously injured him. Anyway, the Dark Knight Cat Demon's beast spirit armor had shattered, and several flying leaf thorns were stuck in its body. However, there was a large amount of Fey beast blood around, and it quickly recovered as before. Nangong Qianshui, as a sword spirit, hadn't suffered much damage. There was no one more miserable than Changyu, originally a rabbit, now evolved into a hedgehog. It looked as miserable as it could be. Changyu glanced at Yi Qingqing grudgingly, then clicked and ate all the grass stuck on her body. Combined with her backpack full of healing good medicine, it was not life-threatening. Seeing this, Yi Qingqing was very embarrassed. She was busy apologizing all around. Seeing that Changyu was seriously injured, she also drew energy from the earth to heal Changyu. Good fellow, controllable, attackable, and healing, simply all-powerful. No wonder even AOZ had taken a liking to it. Having just consumed so much, I had thought that Yi Qingqing was expected to sulk for a long time next. As a result, he turned his feet into roots, rooted into the earth, and recovered in a short while the ability to continue to live. This is still a fight. White Knight has been transformed into a small assistant in digging beads. Dozens of alpine yaks contributed 3 black iron level animal soul beads to White Knight's team. The explosion rate was average. However, the undeveloped alien beast space was rich in resources, so there was no rush. Alright, Lin Meng turn on her super sense of smell. Chang Yu turn on her super hearing, search for the foreign beasts and get ready to start. White Knight quickly made his deployment. With a double search, the efficiency was bound to be extremely high. Are you guys, going to search for foreign beasts? Yi Qingqing asked shyly. Anan, what's the problem? White Knight casually responded. I can communicate with plants to know where there are exotic beasts. Listening to Yi Qingqing was a real effort. It was only after struggling to understand for a bit that Bai Ye finally responded. So, you can quickly find foreign beasts? Aha! This time, Yi Qingqing simply didn't talk much and just nodded, then pointed in a direction. White Knight and the others followed the direction and looked forward, but found nothing. Pangolin armor. Inside the mountain. Yi Qingqing now changed to saying words without sentences, which prevented her from stuttering nervously. The problem was, the pangolin armor was inside the mountain. How to get it out? Yi Qingqing had a way. Under her control, a large tree next to her, its roots suddenly grew wildly, probing inside the mountain. The surrounding mountain rocks were squeezed and constantly shattered. A group of pangolins, which were resting at home, ended up with the beasts and their nests, suddenly exposed to the sunlight. The mountain-piercing armor was dumbfounded. Unfortunately, they were unable to move at all. This was because their bodies were firmly entangled by the tree roots. This was too powerful. White Knight's dream was to eat soft rice, and he didn't expect it to come true so soon. Soft rice smells so good. It's also good for the stomach. However, when faced with a high-defense beast like the pangolin armor, the attack power of the flying leaf thorns wasn't quite enough. They finally came in handy for White Knight. 2 more beast soul pearls arrived. The crowd was about to leave when Yi Qingqing suddenly added, the chest. Bai Ye and Lin Meng glanced at each other and immediately reacted. Treasure chest. Where is it? Lin Meng asked. I'll have Uncle Big Tree send it out. Yi Qingqing was not nervous when she spoke to Lin Meng. Soon, a rhizome rolled a black iron treasure chest and delivered it to Yi Qingqing. Thank you, Uncle Big Tree. Yi Qingqing smiled sweetly. The fans' live broadcast was wildly rewarded. The big tree shook its body, its leaves rubbing out a rustling sound as if saying you're welcome. This treasure chest was huge in size, and when it was opened, inside was actually a black iron grade pill refining furnace. This thing was worth a lot of money. It was worth tens of millions of dollars at least. White Knight would collect it for now and divide the loot when he got out. With Yi Qingqing's superb assistance, finding the foreign beasts became exceptionally easy. Even if they were hidden, they could be easily found by the omnipresent plants. However, as they went deeper, the strength of the foreign beasts became stronger and stronger. Yi Qingqing's lack of attacking power gradually became apparent. It was especially evident when they encountered the leader-class foreign beasts. She only had a flying leaf stab that was considered an attack skill, and if she couldn't stab it, there was nothing she could do. The parasite skill could instead continuously draw on the energy of the foreign beast, causing it to fall into a weakened state. However, it would take a long time, making it difficult to have a quick effect. Moreover, Yi Qingqing still had a great weakness, a weakness shared by the vast majority of plant beastesses. Speed was too slow. Once she encountered danger, she simply couldn't escape. This was also the reason why AOZ had asked Bai Ye to help take care of Yi Qingqing. At this point, it finally manifested the role of Bai Knight and the others. Yi Qingqing's control, coupled with Bai Knight's superb attacks, was simply unbeatable. A perfect match. Along the way, it was simply a carpet cleanup. Any foreign beasts and spirit grasses and fruits were not spared. Those who followed him couldn't even eat a fart. Not even a fart. Luckily, the spatial range of the black iron ranked foreign beasts was huge, so as long as they stayed away from White Knight, they would be fine. Over the course of the day, they obtained hundreds of beast soul beads, and 6 or 7 chieftain grade beast spirit beads, as well as a large amount of spiritual grasses and fruits. They even opened 2 more treasure chests. They were the sheep transformation technique, and a mystic token. The sheep changing technique could turn any creature with less energy than itself into a sheep, with the duration based on the difference in energy between the two. Once it suffered an attack, the change would end. As for the mysterious token, it was confusing to figure out what it was used for. All of these things were temporarily placed in White Knight's subspace and would be distributed when they went out. As night fell, the contestants entered the campsite located at the foot of the giant mountain one after another. This was temporarily set up by a group of bronze-level powerhouses by the organizers in order to protect the safety of the contestants. After all, it was too dangerous to spend the night in an unexplored alien beast space. Even experienced adventurers wouldn't dare. Not to mention these youngsters. This competition was just to exercise them, not to send them to their deaths. However, White Knight's next tawdry maneuver made everyone think that it would be better to go sleep out in the wilderness. One could only see that White Knight had summoned a group of stone men from nowhere. They used the earth element to create tons of boulders, and then under the command of White Knight, the contractor, they surprisingly quickly erected a castle. The living room, bedroom, restroom, and shower room were all there. In the courtyard at the entrance, a group of ground fire rats skillfully grilled meat skewers. The fire elves were lined up in a row, squatting and sitting there as charcoal. The Zibo barbecue, the West Plains giant mountain subbake, was officially opened. After White Knight and the others comfortably took a hot shower, they started jerking off. The hot water was water created by the water element. Then after being heated by the fire element, it was poured into a metal bucket created by the gold element and sprayed out through a metal shower. This magic castle really stunned the crowd. This was too much of a show. Feelings that you guys are really here on vacation. Teacher, I'm reporting it. White Knight cheated. Someone couldn't stand to watch anymore and protested to the judges around them. Where did he cheat? A bronze-level referee walked out with a skewer of roasted chieftain-level alien beast meat. The man couldn't say anymore. As a referee, you've eaten someone's roasted meat. Can you be expected to administer justice? Do you even bribe the referee without avoiding people? It's a bit too blatant. Looking at the other referees, they were all eating White Knight's barbecue. What's the point of reporting this? Why don't you just shut up? Only, the mouth was closed, but the nose couldn't be closed. The aroma of the barbecue kept burrowing into his nose. That barbecued meat was the meat of a chieftain-class foreign beast. It smells too good. Even the bronze-level referees couldn't handle it, let alone the others. Smelling the tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat and then eating compressed cookies. It's hard to swallow. It's simply devastating. Even so, White Knight didn't think it was enough, and even pulled out another karaoke machine. Even installed a flashing colorful light on the magic castle. Lin Meng is even more crazy. Had to pull Nangong Qianshui, Chang Yu, Yi Qingqing 4 people, teaching them to dance pure land of ultimate bliss. Lin Meng youthful vigor, Nangong Qianshui dignified atmosphere, Chang Yu arrogant rate, Yi Qingqing delicate cute. For beast maids with very different character images, dancing together in a house dance. That scene, simply, who is confused. The live streaming room was bristling with carnivals. 2-6 First time I've seen someone who lives such a dashing life in face space. Aha, my family's green sauce actually danced an otaku dance. It's so sweet. My Jiangzhou's #1 beauty isn't bad either. Such a dignified goddess doing an otaku dance. The contrast is explosive. Wei is dead. The live broadcast room was bustling with activity. But to the others in the camp who were so bored that they were patting their own bellies for fun, it was a great torture. Enough. If this continues, they'd rather move out of the camp and face the alien beasts head-on. This time, more than half of the players filed a complaint. The referees finally gave a warm reminder, signaling White Knight that they should restrain themselves a little. As a result, the referees were also pulled into the KTV by White Knight. It was directly a big party. Outside of the beast space, several of the main referees looked at the bizarre picture in the live broadcast and couldn't help but look at each other. In the end, their gazes all gathered on AOZ. AOZ hurriedly lowered her head and picked at her phone, pretending that she didn't recognize White Knight and the others. But, pretending? Who doesn't know that out of the 5 people, 4 of them were recruited by you? Ahem, teacher AOZ, why don't you talk to the people inside and tell them to restrain themselves? The silver-haired beast maiden, the oldest one, really couldn't stand to watch, but holding her own identity, she was too embarrassed to mention it directly, so she let AOZ go and say it. This time, AOZ couldn't pretend anymore, and had to connect to the communication inside through a special channel. Ahem, it's me, AOZ, let Bai Ye pick up the video. That referee didn't dare to delay and hurriedly handed the video call to White Knight. Hi, teacher AO, get high together. White Knight held up his cell phone and shook it. Lin Meng also stuck her little head over and, teacher AO, when I get out, I'll teach you to dance the pure land of ultimate bliss. There was no need for that. AOZ's hallowed silver grade purple gold Jiao didn't want to dance any otaku dances. White Knight, that's enough. Stop it. Ha, what did you say? My eyes are blurry. I can't hear you. AOZ could kind of tell that White Knight had no intention of listening to her. The sky was high and the Emperor was far away, so she couldn't control it even if she wanted to. She simply didn't waste her words and directly hung up the video. White Knight's waves were even more reckless. Even Yi Qingqing, the little girl, got high, bouncing and jumping joyfully. The space for foreign beasts is really fun. It's not scary at all, since no one cared and it was unbearable. Let's join. Someone offered to pay the price of one black iron grade beast spirit bead to join Bai Knight's party. White Knight took a look. This was a business opportunity. Where would he refuse? There was even a barbecue shower K-Som one-stop package. We are all young people. It is difficult to endure loneliness. Even if they can endure, they cannot carry the temptation of barbecue. The beast woman is even more unable to carry the temptation of the shower. In one night's time, Bai Ye unexpectedly harvested nearly 100 beast soul beads. It was almost worth a whole day's hard work. What's the point of fighting monsters? Why don't we just set up a stall in the beast space and sell barbecue? Young people are just as energetic, and after a hard day of fighting monsters during the day, they can still pop up and eat barbecue at night. Has been tossed until the middle of the night, before finally gradually dispersed. This night, sleep that called a good. Until the sun came up, White Knight woke up leisurely and prepared for a new day of activities. For the next 3 days, it was like this every day. White Knight's squad's beast soul beads had accumulated to 600, and the leader-level beast soul beads had accumulated to 20. There were also quite a few treasure chests opened, but they were basically all mystic tokens. At the end of the day, there was even one in each hand. Other squads had also opened mystic tokens. Many people began to explore the usefulness of the mystic tokens. The biggest feature of the Western Plains giant mountain alien beast space was that there was an extremely huge mountain peak in the center. Just by covering an area, it exceeded 10,000 square kilometers. It was 10 times more than Mount Everest, the highest peak of the Blue Star in the previous life. The closer to the peak, the stronger the foreign beasts were. Therefore, if one wanted to explore the usefulness of the mysterious token, one would inevitably have to ascend to the highest peak of the giant mountain. This was the consensus of everyone. After the White Knight squad had accumulated 3 days' worth of beast soul beads and determined that they could secure first place, they finally launched a charge towards the peak. The reason why they hadn't acted in the first few days was because this giant mountain was extremely bizarre. For every 100 meters increase in elevation, the gravity increased by 1%. And this gigantic mountain, you couldn't see the end of it at all. It was only when they reached the waist of the mountain that the gravity increased by several times, and they couldn't even fly. Everyone was pressed to the ground. One could only use their feet to measure this mountain climbing path. This was a great test of physical strength. Cheng Yu had originally come to join in the fun, see the world, and in the meantime liaise with the young talents. As early as 2 days ago, she had already stopped participating in the White Knight squad's battles. She was even less likely to participate in this kind of high-intensity hiking path. Thus, there were only the 4 White Knights. Of the 4, the one with the most power was instead White Knight, the Imperial Beast Master, with a whopping 2,100 points of strength. It made even the Black Iron-ranked Beast Maidens look up. Thus, Yi Qingqing transformed into a small blade of grass and wrapped herself around White Knight. Originally, she wanted to squat on White Knight's head, but was sternly rejected by White Knight. What a joke! Who's a decent person with a grass on his head? Nangong Qianxue transformed into a long sword and lay on White Knight's back. Lin Meng transformed into a dark night cat demon, shrunk down and squatted on White Knight's shoulder. After all, it was White Knight who bore everything. Just as Bai Knight was struggling to climb the mountain, Yi Qingqing suddenly leaned over to Bai Knight's ear and whispered a reminder. Brother Bai Knight, there's an ambush. 3 Imperial Beast Masters and 7 Beast Maidens, all of them at the Black Iron level, in a place with lush vegetation. Yi Qingqing was the omniscient being. Although this place had reached a height of tens of thousands of meters, the energy was instead denser, and the vegetation was even more lush than at the bottom of the mountain. Newton couldn't care less about the face space. Yo, this is looking at the beast soul pearls in our hands. White Knight instantly understood these people's intentions. As a matter of fact, the way everyone looked at Bai Knight these past few days was always colorful. At first, White Knight thought that these beast maidens were craving his body. It wasn't until he opened his dimensional space to count the beast soul pearls, and the passing beast maidens stared with glowing eyes, that White Knight reacted. These guys all wanted it. What to do with them? After these few days of debauchery, Yi Qingqing had gotten very familiar with Bai Ye and spoke much more fluently. It was true that it was still necessary to do something shameful together in order to quickly improve their feelings, such as singing some weird songs and dancing some weird dances. Since they're so enthusiastic about giving us beast soul pearls, let's reluctantly accept them. Bai Ye gave a slight smile and gave his answer. Robbery? I'm the best at this. Lin Meng excitedly jumped down from White Knight's body and was ready to do it. No. Just leave it to me. Yi Qingqing patted the blades of grass and directly wrapped it up. Be careful. White Knight and the others are coming over. Yesterday, I saw that White Knight had several hundred beast soul beads in his hands, and there were even 1 or 2 dozen leader-level beast soul beads. If we grab them, we'll definitely be able to bag the top 3. AI, are you sure your stun mushrooms will work? Don't worry, the surroundings are already covered with my stun mushrooms. Even if a peak black iron beast maiden comes, she'll be too dizzy to find her way out. Zhou, are you sure you've arranged all your poisons? Sure. There really isn't a single drop left. Good. This time, make sure to take it steadily. In the bushes, several people pouted and stared in White Knight's direction. The surrounding area even masked the smell with the feces of the foreign beasts. No wonder Lin Meng didn't smell the human odor. Ha! So many mushrooms. It's so nice to look at. Can I eat them? Lin Meng jumped down from White Knight and surrounded a patch of colorful mushrooms with a curious face. These are stun mushrooms. They can't be eaten. There was no plant that could be difficult for Yi Qingqing. As a result, Yi Qingqing's words not only didn't dissuade Lin Meng, but instead made her even more excited. Is that the kind of mushroom that you can see little people when you eat it? I want to try it, hey. After saying that, despite the crowd stopping her, she directly stuffed the stun mushroom into her mouth. This was true gluttony. Blah, 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 blah. The flavor is average, Lin Meng commented as she ate, but it was not affected in any way. As a result, it scared those who were ambushed. AI, didn't you say there's no problem with stun mushrooms? That cat even ate the stun mushroom and didn't see anything happen. I don't know what's going on either. Then let the stun mushroom spray spore mist. The stun mushroom seems to be out of control. In front of the sacred emperor grass, any plant had to be obedient, including mushrooms. Cho, detonate the poison. The man saw that the stun mushroom was ineffective, so he prepared to activate Plan B. A surrounding piece of poison sacs, like pebbles, suddenly exploded. The thick green poisonous mist corroded the ground with a nuisance sound. Bingo! They'll definitely be poisoned over this time. A group of people excitedly jumped out of the bushes, ready to tackle White Knight's 4. As a result, White Knight calmly walked out. The scene was quite awkward as the group of people stared wide-eyed. Regardless of whether it was White Knight or Lin Meng, the poison resistance was very high. Nangong Qianxue wasn't a living creature and was basically immune to toxins. Yi Qingqing, as a Saint Emperor level existence in the plant world, was also immune to most toxins. Toxins and whatnot were simply useless against their team. Straight up, since they had already charted their way to the top, they simply stopped pretending and prepared for a hard grab. 10 against 4. There was definitely no problem. As a result, the originally sleeping stun mushroom suddenly popped over and rushed at them. AI, so you're undercover. The crowd fainted after letting out their last shouts. I don't know what's going on either. I'm really not an undercover agent. AI was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. Don't cry. We believe you're not an undercover agent. Bai Ye hurriedly comforted. She couldn't bear to see girls cry. Thanks. AI smiled awkwardly. Alright, hurry up and hand over all your gains. White Knight said gently. AI finally saw what it meant to use the gentlest tone and say the most ferocious words. It couldn't be helped. The other party was outnumbered, and it seemed like she couldn't influence the other party as a mushroom, so she had to honestly hand over the harvest in her pockets. And your companions, White Knight reminded again. Good lord, with this mess, AI would really be an undercover agent, but there was no way around it. If you didn't listen, you'd get beaten up, so you could only honestly cooperate. In the end, White Knight obtained over 100 beast soul beads, not a single beast soul bead. Too poor. Happy cooperation. White Knight gave Xiao AI a high five before adding, do you need me to help you faint? Xiao AI wisely lay down and closed her eyes, with a look of being at the mercy of others. It had to be said that as a captive, AI was perfect. White Knight was afraid that they would be in danger in the mountains, and even thoughtfully called for a referee for them. At the same time, it also meant that they were disqualified from the competition. The viewers in the live broadcast room almost burst out laughing the entire time. It was unknown how AI's buddies would feel when they saw the recording in the future. But that wouldn't be White Knight's concern. What White Knight needed to be concerned about was how to deal with the strong enemy in front of him. The Lord-level boss finally appeared, facing a Black Iron-ranked lord on a mountainside with 5 times the gravity. Even White Knight and the others were under a lot of pressure. What appeared in front of White Knight and the others was an extremely large, earth-colored python. At first, White Knight thought it was a city wall. As it turned out, he didn't expect it to be the body of a giant python. A giant python that stretched across the crowd like a city wall. The length was hundreds of meters. Type, Giant Mountain Spirit Python. Rank, Black Iron 8-star Lord. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 2,000. Physique, 5,000. Energy, 2,000. Skills, Petrification. Rock Armor. Sweeping. Striking. Entanglement. Gravity Manipulation. Character, Icy. Weakness, 7 inches. The crowd couldn't help but gulp as they looked at the huge body of the giant mountain spirit python. This time, even Lin Meng was not impulsive. Fight? The 3 beast maidens looked at Bai Ye. Fight what? It can't even break the defense. Withdraw. White Knight didn't hesitate and turned his head to run. I'm afraid this one was the overlord of the West Plains giant mountain. White Knight would rather play climbing up from the cliffs on the side than face this terrifying boss. However, it wasn't up to White Knight to decide whether to fight or not. The giant mountain spirit python had also discovered them. The city gate-like head turned and quickly chased them over. That aura was truly uprooting mountains and swallowing trees. Bai Ye's speed was simply not enough in front of the giant mountain spirit python. In just an instant, the giant mountain spirit python's large head reached in front of Bai Knight. White Knight could even already smell the thick, fishy odor. Straight line impact. Sneak out a few hundred meters away first. Then open the flowing illusion wings. Although they couldn't fly, they could glide for short distances, especially when rushing downwards. The effect was even more obvious. The distance gradually widened. Suddenly, White Knight felt his body sink and almost fell to the ground. The gravity, which was only 5 or 6 times, had suddenly increased to 20 times. The Ice Spirit Cold Light Sword was like 1,000 pounds on his back. It was the skill of the giant mountain spirit python, manipulating gravity. In front of such gravity, White Knight felt that his body was making creaking noises. Not to mention flying, even running was a struggle. It was impossible to run away now. There was no way to turn back and do it. Qingchen Control. Little Dream puts on the Darkness skill. Qianshui all statuses full. Under White Knight's command, everyone released their skills at the same time. However, Yi Qingqing's unrivaled control skills were completely useless in front of the giant mountain spirit python. The entanglement skills formed by those grass leaves and tree roots were like paper mache and were easily broken by the giant mountain spirit python. Although Lin Meng's darkness damage was high, it was equally ineffective in front of the giant mountain spirit python's 5,000 point physique. Even when White Knight and Nangong Qianshui combined their bodies, along with the sharp armor breaker skill, they barely managed to cut some shallow wounds on the giant mountain spirit python. It didn't even break the skin. This thing, it really couldn't be done the hard way. At least it wasn't in existence that a Black Iron-ranked Imperial Beastmaster or Beastmistress could fight against. The surrounding bronze-level referees had gathered around, ready to rescue at any time. AOZ, who was watching the live broadcast, could no longer sit still. Why are there such powerful beasts in the Western Plains giant mountain? How did you guys explore it before? AOZ angrily questioned the person in charge of the previous exploration mission. However, that person in charge didn't buy it at all. We only said that there are no king-level foreign beasts in the Western Plains giant mountain. But we didn't say that Lord-level foreign beasts don't exist. Who made them dare to venture into the most dangerous place at such a low level? Indeed, with White Knight's level of rank that they had just broken through to Black Iron rank, breaking hard into the deepest part of a Black Iron rank alien beast space would be very dangerous no matter where they were. Not to mention that this was still an undeveloped alien beast space. Primitively generated lords could be much stronger than lords that had later undergone a breakthrough through spiritual herbs and fruits. AOZ's anger just now was only out of concern for White Knight and the others. In reality, she understood this reasoning. Now, even if she rushed in, she was afraid that it would be too late. One could only pray for White Knight's good luck. Pray that those bronze-level judges would be able to hold off the attack of the giant mountain spirit python. In the Western Plains giant mountain, White Knights and their attacks were useless, but the attacks of the giant mountain spirit python were extremely strong. With up to 5,000 points of strength, a single tail swept the beast spirit armor on the Dark Knight cat demon. Luckily, White Knight's beast spirit armor blocked it. After all, It was stacked with several thousand black iron ranked beast souls, plus dozens of chieftain ranked beast souls, and a large amount of dark energy. Even the giant mountain spirit python was difficult to break down. In this way, there was a fight. The dark night cat lady topped leafy little grass and retreated into the distance. Next, it was up to White Knight. The body of the giant mountain spirit python was too large, and the ice spirit cold light sword slashed at it, although it could cause a little damage. But the effects were few and far between, not even compared to the recovery speed of the giant mountain spirit python. Thus, White Knight thought of the weaknesses obtained from the previous information. 7 inches. All snakes had 7 inches, their most vulnerable place. Even when they advanced to become divine dragons, they likewise had reverse scales. But where were the 7 inches? Bai Ye made a comparison. And the 7 inches weren't even as thick as the giant mountain spirit python's scale armor. Such a large python. Where could one find 7 inches? Fortunately, the Eye of Insight, which had just been upgraded, had the effect of marking weaknesses. After White Knight turned it on, he saw a clear red dot on the giant mountain spirit python's body. It was like the sight of a sniper rifle. This was interesting. The corner of White Knight's mouth curled up slightly as he violently unleashed straight line impact. Today's White Knight had close to 4,000 points of energy. The attack distance of straight line impact reached a staggering 400 meters. The ice spirit cold ice sword instantly pierced into the 7 inches of the giant mountain spirit python. This time, the long sword went in flush. The giant mountain spirit python let out a shocking roar in pain that could almost be clearly heard throughout the entire Western Plains giant mountain. It seemed that Bai Knight's earlier strike had indeed caused great damage to the giant mountain spirit python. Taking advantage of the situation, Bai Knight didn't even pull out his sword and directly launched the ice spirit chop again. It churned dead on the giant mountain spirit python's body. The giant mountain spirit python was in pain and directly slammed its body into the ground. Fortunately, Bai Knight's beast soul armor was tough enough that it didn't show any signs of collapsing at all. He was just a bit dazed from the shock, and his entire body was almost embedded in the giant mountain spirit python like a nail. Anyway, having come in, White Knight simply did not do anything about it and continued to launch a straight line of impact into the interior. This time, he completely broke into the giant mountain spirit python's body. The next scene was simple. The giant mountain spirit python's internal defenses were extremely low, so how could it hold back White Knight's attacks? It was soon churned into a ball of mush by White Knight. The giant mountain spirit python let out a miserable scream and completely lost its voice. White Knight even found the beast spirit pearl near the 7 inches. This was easy now, saving him from having to drill again. It wasn't easy to earn these 100 points. White Knight walked out, dispersed the outermost layer of beast soul armor, and all the blood and flesh was cleaned up. It was clean again, only, the scene outside made Bai Knight extremely angry. Lin Mang and Yi Qingqing had actually been kidnapped. Just now, in order to avoid the giant mountain spirit python's attack, Lin Mang and Yi Qingqing withdrew 1,000 meters away. Originally, they were just watching how White Knight was showing off. As a result, a 9-colored cage suddenly descended from the sky, trapping the two in it. Being in the cage, the two unexpectedly couldn't even transform, and were directly knocked back to their original forms. What kind of magical skill is this? And when exactly did this person appear? Even Yi Qingqing didn't find out. It wasn't until a crimson figure appeared in the void that the two people reacted. It was Long Jiaozhou. As a huge dragon with immense strength, even halfway up the mountain, she could still barely fly. The plants on the ground naturally couldn't sense it. The 9-colored cage just now, on the other hand, was the 9-headed pheasant essence's best skill. It was a combination of the 9 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, restraining almost all attributes. In the 9-colored cage, any beast maiden would be knocked back to its original form and would not be able to perform its skills. It was worthy of being an S-rank beast maiden that was even more powerful than a giant dragon. The reason they could be invisible was because they had eaten the invisibility fruit. Although the invisibility fruit was rare and precious, to Wang Tianhao, the head of the 4 youngsters of Dragon City, it was nothing more than an ordinary thing. White Knight, I still underestimated you. I didn't expect you to even be able to kill such a powerful lord. But so what? Your beast maiden was still captured by me. Ha 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 ha. Wang Tianhao wrapped his arm around the pheasant essence's slender waist with a cynical look. What do you want? Bai Knight's face was very ugly. He had long felt that this man with weak kidneys was hostile to him, and he didn't expect to follow behind and play sneak attack. He also dared to grab his people and threaten him. White Knight hated threats the most. I heard that you've gotten quite a few beast soul pearls. as well as the beast spirit pearls of the Lord from earlier. Why don't you give them all to me for safekeeping? This was exactly what Wang Tianhao had chased all the way over here for. White Knight, don't give it to him. Anyway, with so many judges watching, he wouldn't dare to do anything to us. Even after being locked up, Lin Meng wasn't scared in the slightest. As long as the referee intervenes, you guys can lose by default. Yo, I have all the means to make you guys admit defeat. Ha 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 ha. Wang Tianhao let out another lewd laugh. How disgusting it looked. Not to mention Bai Knight and the others. Even Long Jiaoju was filled with disgust. Good, I'll give it. Beast soul pearls or whatever. Bai Knight didn't care. There was still time anyway. He was sure to earn them back again. But his people, he wouldn't allow anyone to harm them. Yi Qingqing couldn't help but be deeply moved. These beast soul pearls were enough to give Bai Knight a solid first place, with rewards as high as several $billion. Bai Ye unexpectedly handed them over directly without hesitation. So, I'm this important in Brother White Knight's heart? Yi Qingqing felt sweet in her heart. Just as Bai Knight was about to pull out the beast soul pearl, a rumbling sound suddenly resounded in the mountain forest not far away. It was like a mountain torrent erupting with an amazing momentum. What's the situation? Wang Tianhao hurriedly jumped onto the back of the flaming dragon, trying to find out the source of the sound. However, what greeted him was a huge head like a city gate. It was another giant mountain spirit python. Wang Tianhao and the others didn't even have time to react before they were directly knocked out a long way. The flaming dragon had thick skin and flesh, so it was not much of a problem. Wang Tianhao was covered in fine armor, plus various body protection props, and likewise didn't suffer much damage. It was only the 9-headed pheasant essence that was pitted. As a purely legal beastess, the pheasant essence was very fragile. Just by being hit by the giant mountain spirit python, she directly fainted. Without her to maintain it, the 9-colored cage instantly collapsed. Lin Meng and Yi Qingqing finally escaped. Ya Wa, I'm going to beat you up so much that you won't even recognize your mother. Lin Meng, who had regained her freedom, was about to charge up in a fit of pique. However, she was pulled back by Bai Knight, because in another direction, another giant mountain spirit python had appeared. When did Lord-level foreign beasts become so worthless? It was expected to be an overlord-level existence, but it turned out that there was a nest of them. Was this the terror of the open foreign beast space? If he was only facing one giant mountain spirit python, Bai Ye would still have a grasp on it, but with two appearing at the same time, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. In case when Bai Knight went to attack the 7 inches of one giant mountain spirit python, the other one took the opportunity to give Bai Knight a blow, which would hammer him into a daze again. Although the beast soul armor was tough, it had a limited mitigating effect against blunt attacks. If he hammered it too much, White Knight wouldn't be able to stand it. So what should we do now? Retreat back? Nangong Qianxue inquired. There's no rush. You should eat this beast spirit pearl first. Bai Knight handed Nangong Qianxue the beast spirit bead that he had just dug out of the giant mountain spirit python. This is worth 100 points. So if you eat it, it's gone. Nangong Qianxue didn't understand what Bai Ye meant. Eat it? It doesn't matter. We're not short of these 100 points. As long as we can obtain the skill of controlling gravity, we'll have a chance to continue charging forward. Otherwise, we'll just have to pull back. White Knight's thoughts were simple. The controlling gravity skill, in addition to increasing gravity, could also decrease it. If Nangong Qianxue managed to master it, they would be able to rely on anti-gravity and fly on the giant mountain. In this way, the speed was much faster. Even the giant mountain spirit python wouldn't be able to catch up. Whether it was in or out depended on Nangong Qianxue. Nangong Qianxue couldn't help but feel pressurized after understanding Bai Ye's thoughts. The skills in the beast spirit bead couldn't be chosen actively. There was no good way to do it but to gamble on luck. Nangong Qianxue prayed devoutly before swallowing the beast spirit pearl. Great! It's control gravity. It can regulate gravity 5 times. As if hearing her prayers, the 6 choices actually did let Nangong Qianxue win. The size of adjusting gravity was based on energy. Nowadays, Nangong Qianxue, who was a black iron 2-star, just happened to have 500 points of energy. Correspondingly, it was regulating 5 times the gravity. It was enough. With White Knight's war inspiration, even 10 times gravity was no longer a problem. So everyone jumped onto the ice spirit cold light sword and turned into a sword light, charging towards the top of the mountain. It was only at this point that the 3rd giant mountain spirit python managed to catch up, but it could only follow behind and eat farts. The 2 giant mountain spirit pythons converged, and Wang Tianhao felt a strong threat of death. He was so scared that he almost wet his pants. With such a terrifying formation, Not to mention Wang Tianhao, even the surrounding bronze-level judges were scared. If it was just one head, they would have been able to block it slightly with some cooperation, but now that two heads had directly appeared, they were a bit headless. It was a bit difficult to protect Wang Tianhao. Just as the judges were about to make their move, the two giant mountain spirit pythons actually directly ignored them and directly chased after Bai Ye. Not only were these two heads, but there were even giant mountain spirit pythons appearing in the mountains and forests further away. Good lord! This really was a stab in the Lord's nest. The judges looked at each other in dismay. This scene was no longer something they could control. It was necessary to call for a silver-level referee. Several giant mountain spirit pythons were chasing after each other in unison, and such an image made everyone too scared to approach. However, there were still Mang village youths who weren't afraid of difficulties. The first to rush over was a golden-colored figure, Paladin, Ouyang Lai. The golden dragon under his seat was almost fearless of the gravity around him and was still able to fly quickly. Flying on Ouyang Lai's side was an angel with 4 wings and a long sword. The S-class 4-winged war angel, Sharita, a battle angel, was another combat profession in the Temple of God. Not only was it strong in combat, it even possessed the same healing ability. It was an all-powerful existence. Sharita was representing the Divine Hall to fight in the solo Beast Maiden tournament. Although she was also from the Divine Hall, Sharita did not like the overly proud Ouyang Lai. Originally, she was unwilling to team up with him, but the Divine Envoy personally gave the order for them to go together to explore the hidden secrets in the giant mountain. Sharita had no choice but to cooperate. However, she was unwilling to ride with Ouyang Lai, preferring to expend her divine power and physical strength and fly on her own. Other than them, there were other teams that were taking advantage of the disappearance of the surrounding giant mountain spirit pythons to sneakily charge towards the top of the mountain. Looking at it this way, the giant mountain spirit pythons weren't any spatial overlords at all, but instead were just a group of guardians, guarding some mysterious existence in the giant mountain. White Knight and the others charged forward all the way to 10 times the gravity. Finally, they arrived at the highest point of the giant mountain. In other words, it was a giant mountain that was 100,000 meters high, and at the highest point of the giant mountain, it was no longer a mountain rock, but a huge divine temple that was thousands of meters high. The divine temple became the true summit of the mountain. If they were connected together, it even made people think that it was a gigantic divine temple that was 100,000 meters tall. That kind of tremendous shock caused one to uncontrollably give birth to a kind of mountaintop reverence. One even wanted to worship it. Just what kind of existence was it, to be able to live in such a lofty divine temple? While Bai Ye and the others were frozen in place with shock, a group of giant mountain spirit pythons suddenly surged in all directions. There were a full 7 heads. If they counted the one that Bai Ye had killed, there were actually 8 Lord-level foreign beasts in the entire Western Plains giant mountain. This was a bit too many. Facing so many giant mountain spirit pythons, even Bai Night didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly scanned the surroundings, looking for terrain that could be utilized. But for the entire mountaintop, there was only the temple. Go in! White Knight was the first to rush towards the divine temple. However, he was blocked by a curtain of light. The divine temple appeared to have its doors open, but it was guarded by divine power, and it wasn't something that anyone could enter just because they wanted to. White Knight filled up his status, waved his ice spirit cold light sword, and violently slashed at the temple's light screen. As a result, that light curtain didn't move. Instead, Nangong Qianxue was shocked to the point of numbness and directly changed back to her original form, lying into White Knight's arms. This is divine power. It's not humanly possible to resist it at all. Yi Qingqing hurriedly stopped Bai Ye's impulsive behavior while being filled with shock. What in the world was going on? Why would a black iron-grade foreign beast space have divine power? Not only was Yi Qingqing puzzled, those judges, even the main judges hidden behind the curtain, were equally filled with puzzlement. The crowd couldn't help but look at the silver-haired beast lady in the center. Don't look at me. This is the decree from above. The silver-haired beast maiden spread her hands, with an appearance of I don't know anything, but looking at her calm and collected appearance, where did she look like she didn't know? AOZ was especially furious, so all her previous anger was pointless, wasn't it? This feeling of being kept in the dark was really unpleasant. AOZ was so angry that she really wanted to just throw her hands up and walk away. However, she was very curious about the situation in the temple, as well as White Knight's performance and theirs. Finally, she still sat down with a puff of air. In the space of the foreign beasts, seeing that he couldn't force his way into the divine temple, Bai Night saw that the 7 giant mountain spirit pythons behind him were about to charge over again. Then he thought of those mysterious tokens that he had opened in the treasure chest earlier, taking out a piece and holding it in his hand. The originally impenetrable divine power barrier unexpectedly slid open like water. White Knight easily squeezed in a hand. Sure enough, it worked. It seemed that the mysterious tokens were the credentials to enter the temple. Bai Ye hurriedly gave everyone a piece each. Finally, they all entered the divine temple before the giant mountain spirit pythons rushed over. Those giant pythons seemed to be extremely afraid of the divine temple and stopped at a distance, not daring to come forward at all. White Knight and the others finally breathed a long sigh of relief. If these big guys all crowded into the temple, it would really be like catching a turtle in a wang. At the same time, some people from the outside world also rushed over. The ones rushing at the front were still the knights and battle angels of the divine temple. Oh Yang Lai! What the God Emperor commanded. The treasures in the temple must not be lost. Sharita looked at Bai Ye's figure of them and was a bit anxious. The 10x gravity here also made it extremely hard for her to fly. I know, it's just a few Lord-level alien beasts. Kill them. Facing the 7 giant mountain spirit pythons that were blocking the way, Oh Yang Lai didn't have the slightest bit of fear, and charged forward with his spear. Sharita rolled her eyes, simply speechless. Aside from being arrogant and cocky, what else was left of this guy? Sure enough, Oh Yang Lai flew backward at an even faster speed. It wasn't flying by himself. It was directly jerked away by the python's tail. Worthy of being a youngster from Mang village. He's really reckless. Faced with such a powerful lord-level beast, if it was just one, it would still be possible to try to challenge it. There are 7 of them here. Rushing up like this was simply sending them to their deaths. After suffering a loss, Oh Yang Lai was finally a bit more honest. Although he was anxious, he could only temporarily retreat to the bottom. Just in time, he ran into another group. It was an S-rank underworld dragon, carrying an imperial beast master, with an S-devil flower lying on its head. There was also an S-rank specter on the side, hidden from view. Coldly, one would have thought that it was a dark creature attacking. It's those disgusting guys from Immortal City, simply a bunch of flies. Wherever there's favor, there's them. Oh Yang Lai was filled with contempt for these people. Immortal City was one of the 7 giant cities, and because of its extreme similarity to dark creatures, it would often be impossible to distinguish between them. The other party also saw Oh Yang Lai and the others, and was similarly filled with revulsion. The two sides didn't communicate, each thinking of a way out. The reason why they hadn't made a move against the giant mountain spirit python before was because they were afraid that if they fought 7 would come. As a result, he didn't expect that after counting, at the end of the day, he was still blocked in front of the temple door. Next, several more waves of forces rushed to the top of the mountain. Even Wang Tianhao's group followed them. Can't wait any longer. White Knight and the others have already gone in. The benefits can't be left to him alone. Let's cooperate. The Immortal City's royal beast master made a suggestion. Good. Agreed. Let's do it together and kill these pythons. The people around them responded. By themselves alone, they really didn't have the ability to deal with the giant mountain spirit python, or else they wouldn't have waited until now. Oh Yang Lai was hesitant and hadn't said anything. He mainly didn't want to cooperate with the people of Immortal City. As a result, Sharita answered on his behalf. In this current situation, there was no other choice but to cooperate. A group of geniuses from various forces had gathered together just like this. There happened to be 7 forces present, so they agreed to each deal with a giant mountain spirit python. Whoever finished the battle first would enter the divine temple. The team that couldn't even deal with a giant mountain spirit python would have no need to enter the divine temple. After agreeing on a plan, the crowd quickly struck. At first, all dealt honestly with their one giant python. Suddenly, the Immortal City's people led the python they were dealing with to Oh Yang Lai's side. Then, under the darkness of the specter's shroud, they collectively stealthily accelerated and rushed into the temple. Damned stinkers! Oh Yang Lai cursed furiously. However, it was useless. Facing 2 giant mountain spirit pythons at the same time, even Oh Yang Lai was somewhat overwhelmed. Being hit around like a baseball was very miserable. Sharita really wanted to abandon Oh Yang Lai and charge into the temple alone. But considering the orders of the divine envoy, in the end, she didn't dare to be so reckless. But going on like this is not a solution. Sharita gritted her teeth and made a decision. Oh Yang Lai, control a giant python. I'll use my divine power. Before coming in, the divine messenger had sealed a trace of divine power in Charlita's body, which was used to save her life at critical moments. Originally, Sharita was not willing to use it, but now that 2 groups of people had already entered the temple, any later and she wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Good. Ouyang Lai sniffed and immediately answered. Holy light binding. A huge white pillar of light transformed into a rope and bound a giant mountain spirit python to death. As strong as the giant mountain spirit python was, it was surprisingly unable to break free for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from Sharita's body. The surrounding giant mountain spirit pythons were all scared stiff. The long sword in Charlita's hand emitted a brilliant light. It extended out hundreds of meters. The huge lightsaber slashed straight down. The giant mountain spirit python's city gate-like head was directly chopped off. It was instantly killed. The terrifying power of the attack chilled everyone. Seeing this, Ouyang Lai was extremely energized and hurriedly shouted as well. Rita, you control the other head. I'll use my divine power to kill it. As a result, he was stopped by Sharita. No, it's necessary to leave a divine power. I'm afraid it's much more dangerous in the temple than outside. Although Ouyang Lai had itchy hands and wanted to pretend in front of the crowd, but he also understood that Sharita was right. Then he could only be patient and continue to grind this giant python in front of him. Whether it was Ouyang Lai, or Sharita, or even the golden dragon on his hips, all of them were able to inflict very sizable damage on the giant mountain spirit python. It was just that the giant mountain spirit python was too large, and even a wound that was several meters long was just like being lightly scratched by a paper cutter to it. To kill the giant mountain spirit python, it was destined to consume a lot of time. In order to buy time, Ouyang Lai and the others completely disregarded their energy consumption and desperately released their skills. Finally, the giant mountain spirit python in front of them was beaten to death. Just as Ouyang Lai was about to deliver a fatal blow to it, another giant mountain spirit python unexpectedly appeared around them. Marred, which unethical thing did it this time? Ouyang Lai exploded in anger. There was no such thing as playing like this. You can't always catch someone in a pit. This time, the one who pitted Ouyang Lai was Wang Tianhao. With his strength, it was still very difficult to deal with a giant mountain spirit python alone. Originally, Wang Tianhao was ready to give up, but the people from Immortal City gave him inspiration. Wasn't it just total invisibility? He could do it too. Thus, Wang Tianhao commanded the nine-headed pheasant spirit to release the nine-colored cage to trap the giant python he was dealing with. Turning his head, he ate various spiritual fruits and elixirs such as the stealth fruit and the acceleration dan, then rode the flaming dragon and rushed into the divine temple. Surprisingly, he became the third team to enter the divine temple, and after that giant mountain spirit python broke through the nine-colored cage, it just so happened that the closest one was Ouyang Lai. Thus, Ouyang Lai could only curse while dealing with the third giant mountain spirit python. Among the many organizations in Huaxia, there existed a chain of contempt. The Divine Hall looked down on the giant city, the giant city looked down on the provinces, and the provinces looked down on the affiliated countries. As the top of the contempt chain, the Divine Hall had always been the most powerful existence at the same level. Originally, Ouyang Lai's team was considered the strongest configuration. As a result, he didn't expect to be dragged behind step by step. Even if it was slower than the people from Immortal City going in, it was even surpassed by that dude Wang Tianhao. Ouyang Lai simply couldn't endure it. If it wasn't for Sharita's forced suppression, he would have used his divine power long ago. Luckily, with the previous experience, dealing with the giant mountain spirit python again was already quite skillful. After some wear and tear, the battle was finally over, becoming the fifth team to enter the temple. That's right, before them, there was another team that entered the divine temple. It was the people from Compulsion City. Among them was an S-rank Xuanjia earwig, who was the best at drilling holes and was almost the nemesis of large foreign beasts. It was her that just now, following the wound of the giant mountain spirit python, drilled into its head and ate its brain. This move to break it from the inside was quite true to White Knight. Several other teams also used their own methods to solve the giant mountain spirit python and rushed into the divine temple. Those who dared to enter the temple had something to rely on. Moreover, ordinary people couldn't climb a 100,000 meter giant mountain against 10 times the gravity. So those who were able to make it this far were not of ordinary strength. It could be said that they were the elite of the elite. It wasn't strange to be able to tackle the giant mountain spirit python. The team that caught up further back was purely picking up the pieces. This kind of team, even if they entered the divine temple, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to go far, because in the divine temple, it was even more dangerous. After the White Knights entered the temple, the first thing that caught their eyes was a huge statue of a foreign beast, like guards, lining both sides. In the deepest part of the temple, there stood a huge statue of a human body with a snake's tail, just sitting in a coiled position. It was hundreds of meters tall. If the tail was stretched out, It was feared to be thousands of meters long. Luckily it was only a statue. If this was a living creature, how powerful it would have to be. I'm afraid that the giant mountain spirit python can't even be counted as a younger brother in front of it. It can only be a grandson. With trepidation, White Knight added his status and slowly walked towards the depths of the temple. As a result, he had only just stepped into the tunnel, when the pair of beast statues on both sides unexpectedly came to life. Just now, White Knight's eye of insight had clearly scanned through them. It was just statues. Why was it alive again now? Puzzled, White Knight opened his eyes of insight again. The information obtained this time was completely different from just now. Type, Stone Lion Guard. Grade, Black Iron 10-star Special. Strength, 5000. Agility, 2000. Physique, 5000. Energy, 0. Skills, none. Weakness, slowness. It's not a fae. It's a special monster. Although it has no skills, its attributes are extremely powerful, comparable to a lord-level beast. Especially this kind of stone statue, completely unable to find a weakness, can only fight hard, and 2 of them appeared at once. There were more stone statues in front of them, a full 12 pairs. It was practically equivalent to having 24 lord-level foreign beasts. White Knight, holding the Ice Spirit Cold Light Sword, rushed up and slashed against the Stone Lion Guard. As a result, the Stone Lion Guard only dropped some stone chips. White Knight, on the other hand, was shaken to the point that his hands went numb. The Dark Knight Cat Demon's power was even less than enough. There were no plants in the temple, and Yi Qingqing's strength was greatly reduced. Since he couldn't beat them, White Knight simply flew straight up. Although there was 10 times gravity in the Divine Temple, it was directly cancelled out by Nangong Qianshua's control of gravity, coupled with White Knight's war inspiration. So White Knight was completely unaffected. This time the Stone Lion Guards had no choice but to dry out on the ground. The next stone tigers, stone elephants, stone wolves, stone leopards, stone pythons, were all activated due to White Knight's move. However, all of them were unable to deal with White Knight in flight, until a pair of stone eagles were awakened. The speed of the stone eagles was as fast as lightning, and even in the middle of the temple, they were able to fly nimbly. But with that sacrifice, came defense. Facing the stone eagles, White Knight was finally able to break defense, and it was a big defense. With his full status topped up, White Knight ignored the attacks and directly topped the stone eagle's sharp claws, charging it with a stacked sharpness and armor-breaking ice slash. With just one strike, it directly chopped off the wings of a stone eagle. Under 10 times gravity, it fell from high in the air and unexpectedly shattered directly, and the stone eagle's attack couldn't even break through the defense of the beast's soul armor. Another stone eagle suddenly swooped up and tried to sneak attack. As a result, it was backhandedly chopped off by White Knight and severed its head. Nothing could stop White Knight anymore. White Knight was finally able to face the ultimate boss in the temple head-on. As White Knight approached, the idol in the center really did come to life. Type, Mountain God Statue. Rank, Black Iron 10-star Special. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 5,000. Physique, 10,000. Energy, 0. Skills none. Weakness Shenge. It turns out that this is a mountain god temple. The statue of the mountain god in front of me is the one that is enshrined. I've never heard of a black iron grade god. However, according to the attributes of the mountain god statue, it really belonged to the existence of the god class and the black iron class, with a body mass of up to 10,000 points. It was believed that no black iron class beast maiden would be able to break through the defense. The only weak point was the godhead. However, White Knight didn't know what the hell a god grid was. Even the Eye of Insight didn't hint at it. While White Knight was hesitating, the mountain god statue completely awakened. Although it couldn't fly, its 1,000-meter-long snaketail could attack anywhere. The terrifying force of the attack carried an ear-piercing air-breaking sound as it jerked toward White Knight. If this was drawn, even if the beast's soul armor could carry it, White Knight was afraid that he wouldn't be able to carry it. The difference was too great. Instantaneous strike plus straight-line impact. Under the double overlay, White Knight's human sword united and instantly dashed hundreds of meters. He managed to dodge the mountain god statue's swipe. Going on like this isn't a solution. Just as White Knight was frantically thinking of countermeasures, a team suddenly rushed into the mountain god temple. It was the team from Immortal City. Greeting them were 22 stone statues that were comparable to lord-level foreign beasts. Stygian Dragon was so frightened that she hurriedly dragged the crowd into flight. As a result, her massive body instantly caught the attention of the mountain god statue. The mountain god statue shook off White Knight, rushed to the doorway, and rushed at Stygian Dragon with a tail. If this hit, the Stygian Dragon would definitely die. Since those bronze-level judges hadn't obtained the mystic token, Even they couldn't enter the mountain god temple. Anyone who dared to barge in could only die or be injured at their own risk. No one could save them anymore. However, after all, they were representatives of a great power. These people from Immortal City also had means to save their lives, only to see that Imperial Beast Master quickly pulling out a scroll from within the demon flower and tearing it up. An impenetrable boundary instantly formed around them. Death boundary. This was at least a magic scroll made by a silver-ranked, or even gold-ranked Beast Master. According to the rules of the tournament, borrowing external forces to fight was subject to point deduction and even withdrawal from the tournament. One of the things that was clearly labeled was the magic scroll, the ones that had all been checked before entering the Fey Beast space. Even White Knight's subspace had been rummaged through. What they really didn't expect was for them to humanly carry contraband. Surprisingly, they had hidden the magic scrolls inside the demon flower. This operation, it was really six-flipped. However, there was neither a referee nor a live drone in the mountain temple, so it was completely possible to use any props with impunity. The people from Immortal City had counted on this long ago. It seemed like they had obtained information about the mountain god temple long ago. The boundary of death was extremely tough, and even the mountain god statue was difficult to break through for a while. Just then, the third team came in. It was Wang Tianhao. The mountain god statue was full of rage with nowhere to release it, and finally caught a break. With just one strike, it almost blew up the flaming dragon. This was still the result of Wang Tianhao carrying most of the attack. As for Wang Tianhao, he was covered in king-level armor, as well as various protective amulets, which were as hard as a turtle shell. Even the mountain god statue was difficult to break through for a while. Although he didn't die, he didn't suffer much. Every whip from the mountain god statue would cause Wang Tianhao to spit out a large mouthful of blood. He, who already had weak kidneys, looked even more weak. It was just a pity that the flaming dragon and the nine-headed pheasant essence had fainted long ago, so no one could save him. It wasn't until Wang Tianhao vomited blood until he fainted that the mountain god statue finally let him go. It was then that everyone noticed that both the stone guards and the mountain god statue seemed to have no aggression towards creatures that were lying still. After the people of Immortal City disappeared from the dark boundary, one by one, they transformed into wooden figures and fixed themselves in place. Sure enough, they didn't suffer any more attacks, but the people who came in behind were not aware of this. Every set of people that came in suffered a wave of furious blows, especially after Ouyang Lai came in. The mountain god statue focused almost all of its attention on him. It was as if another lion had intruded into the territory of a male lion. The mountain god statue clearly felt the aura of divine power on Ouyang Lai's body. For a moment, Ouyang Lai was beaten and fled in all directions, and his full body armor, which had an extremely strong defense, was deflated. He finally couldn't help himself and used his divine power. This time, it was no good for anyone to stop him. A terrifying aura emanated from Ouyang Lai's body, only to see the lance in his hand, like a laser cannon, heading straight for the mountain god statue. The original nearly invincible mountain god statue was actually directly shot out a large hole in its chest. However, the mountain god statue was still not too affected. It was originally a stone statue, and it simply didn't have any internal organs or other weaknesses. Unless it was completely shattered, it simply couldn't be killed. Now, Ouyang Lai was truly at his wit's end. He could only rely on the flexible reactions of the golden dragon and roam around. With these people sharing his attention, Bai Ye finally had the time to properly plan how to deal with the mountain god statue. The weak point was the godhead, and looking at how eager Ouyang Lai and the others were, it meant that it must be a treasure. Since it was a treasure, there was no shortage of Mouse Little Brother, who possessed treasure hunting skills. Thus, White Knight summoned Rat Little Brother out of the Five Elements Mountain. As soon as Rat Shouty appeared in the mountain god temple, he was immediately scared by the surrounding aura. After all, it was only a level 5 mouse, and any of the creatures around it could crush it like an ant. However, very soon, its eyes lit up and it frantically waved its claws towards the depths of the mountain god temple. At a glance, there was a treasure inside. Little Brother Rat was really reliable. White Knight didn't hesitate, and directly rushed towards the direction pointed out by Little Brother Mouse as fast as he could. The mountain god statue seemed to sense this and directly gave up on Ouyang Lai, who had the deepest hatred, and chased after White Knight at full speed. Even a 100-ton stone elephant on the way was directly swept away by it because it was in the way. It was evident how desperate the mountain god statue was. It also proved that Mouse Little Brother was heading in the right direction. White Knight couldn't care less and threw the others towards the Five Elements Mountain and continued forward with Ratty Little Brother. Anyway, there was no surveillance here, so any means could be used. The speed of the mountain god statue was too fast, and in almost just an instant, it caught up with White Knight. The huge snake tail lashed out once again. This seemed to be its only method of attack. White Knight held ratty little brother in his arms and balled up into a ball, allowing the mountain god statue to send him flying. The beast soul armor shook for a while, but it was able to carry it after all. Dependable. Although Mouse little brother was well protected, he was still shaken and fainted straight away. After all, the difference in strength was too great. White Knight hurriedly used an energy link to wake it up. The search continued. The strike from the mountain god statue just now had instead knocked White Knight into the deepest part of the temple. In front of White Knight, a small mountain god statue appeared. The first thing Mousechan did when he woke up was to point at the small mountain god statue and chirp, extremely excited. That's right. This small mountain god statue was the so-called godhead. White Knight opened his eye of insight, and it confirmed this. The introduction displayed was clearly a fragment of the mountain god's godhead. This thing was the core prop that the god used to absorb and utilize the power of faith and transform it into divine power. Although it was only a fragment of a lower god's divine frame, the significance it represented was extremely significant. Possessing it represented the ability to control divine power. It represented the ability to cultivate a deity. No wonder the divine hall and immortal city, as well as so many forces, were desperately trying to compete for it. In addition, one had to sigh. The organizers of this competition were truly bold. There was no way that the explorers in front of them hadn't discovered this mountain god temple. Otherwise, it would be impossible for forces such as the divine hall and immortal city to know this information. It seemed that the organizers just wanted to give this god's grimoire fragment as a prize to the strongest. Now the question was, how to use this godhead. The mountain god statue in front of him had gone completely crazy, disliking White Knight and jerking him around so hard that the beast soul armor couldn't carry it anymore. The rest of the stone statues, as well as the various forces, were all madly rushing towards Bai Knight. Now, White Knight had become a target. Hurry up and slip away. White Knight threw the godhead fragment toward the Five Elements mountain, stepped on the ice spirit cold light sword, and quickly dodged. One had to utilize Nangong Qianshua's control of gravity to do so. Otherwise, White Knight wouldn't be able to fly at all, much less dodge the many forces chasing him. Although the temple was large, it became a bit crowded after the addition of dozens more huge stone statues, as well as various forces. And when they discarded their former grudges and unanimously dealt with White Knight, the pressure increased even more. The temple door was already blocked, so it was impossible to rush out. Since this was the case, it was time for a big kill. White Knight held the ice spirit cold ice sword and rushed back and forth amongst the crowd of stone statues. Anyway, with the beast soul armor, he was fearless of any attacks. For a while, the crowd of players were killed by White Knight. The terrifying combat power was mind-blowing. Long Jiangzhou, who had woken up, regretted very much why she couldn't have held out a little longer in the first place. Look at how domineering Nangong Qianshue, who was now accompanying White Knight in the battle. Then look at Wang Tianhao beside him. He smells like urine, obviously scared to pee. It's not even on the stage. Finally, Ouyang Lai couldn't stand it any longer and rode a golden dragon to block White Knight's footsteps. Worthy of being the most gifted person of this generation of the Divine Hall, his fighting strength was really powerful. Even White Knight's stacked full state strike was surprisingly unable to break through Ouyang Lai's holy shield defense. White Knight's unrelenting momentum was instantly blocked. All the surrounding forces swarmed around, looking to overwhelm White Knight. Facing so many attacks, even if the beast soul armor was strong, I was afraid that it wouldn't be able to support him for long. Right at this moment, Lin Meng suddenly drilled out, her body's aura looking extremely amazing. The stone statues that were originally swarming around were violently stalled. Aha! Please address me as Lord Cat God. Lin Meng crossed her arms and stood in the middle of the field in a dazzling manner. For a time, no one dared to approach. Even the statue of the mountain god sat frozen in place with a dumbfounded look on its face, because the mountain god's aura had disappeared. Or rather, it had merged with Lin Meng's aura. They were stone statues created by the mountain god, so how could they dare to make a move against the god? White Knight swept in amazement, and sure enough, he found that Lin Meng had undergone a huge change. Name, Lin Meng. Talent, SS Class Cat God. Level Black Iron 2-star. Strength, 1570. Agility, 1760. Physique, 1100. Energy, 880. Beast Master White Knight. Skills: Super Sense of Smell, Claws of Poison, Swift Pounce, Dark Poison, Stealth, Elephant Strength, Blood Recovery, Lion's Roar, Golden Claw, Miniaturization, Shadow Arrow, Hellfire, Black Lightning, Summon Giant Mountain, Craft Statue of Stone. Mountain God's body protection. Darkness attack plus 3000. Earth elemental attack plus 3000. Surprisingly, he had evolved into an SS rank cat god. Not only have his attributes changed drastically, he's additionally mastered the earth element. Couldn't it be that god's lattice fragment had been eaten by Lin Meng? White Knight guessed correctly that the mountain god's sigil fragment that he threw into the 5 elements mountain. Lin Meng was actually curious enough to take it and gnaw on it everywhere. As a result, she chipped a tooth and her blood flowed wildly. Surprisingly, she was just bound to the god lattice fragment. Lin Meng also saw a small soul in the god's lattice fragment. She didn't know that it was a trace of wool left behind by the mountain god, and only thought it was another monster. Up as a meal of hellfire sea. Black lightning. That remnant of wool was simply powerless to resist, and it was directly taken over by Lin Meng, who took control of the godhead fragment. Thus, the Dark Knight cat demon became a cat god. Yi Qingqing watched in amazement from the sidelines. Social my dream sister. See everything dare to eat. Surprisingly, she even ate her way into a god. The god sigil is on that cat. It hasn't fully fused yet. It's not too late to grab it. Someone saw the problem and immediately greeted the crowd, pouncing towards Lin Meng. Although Lin Meng had evolved into a cat god, she was ultimately too low level and didn't have a bug-like defensive skill like beast soul armor. If these people attacked Lin Meng at the same time, she wouldn't be able to carry it at all. In the nick of time, Lin Meng violently waved her hand, and those stone statues unexpectedly all blocked in front of her. She could actually control these stone statues. Even the mountain god statues had to listen to Lin Meng. This was too awesome. The situation was suddenly reversed. How dare you make a move against Lord Cat God? You blasphemers! Accept God's punishment! Ha 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 ha! Lin Meng laughed openly like a great villain. Under her command, various stone statues attacked the surrounding crowd. Frantically, stone statues that were controlled by someone were a whole lot stronger in their overall attack power than those that were unconscious. The crowd was barely able to fight back. The surroundings were suddenly filled with cries of ghosts and wolves. Retreat! She's already grasped the godhead. We can't fight it. Stop fighting. I surrender. Many forces directly gave up fighting and prepared to flee. But now that Lin Meng had gained power, where would she let them go? Today, not a single one of them will be able to escape. Lin Meng directly dispatched a pair of stone lions to sit crouched with their heads facing inwards in front of the mountain god temple's door, blocking the temple door to death. No one would be able to leave. We have to work together. Only by killing this cat god can we escape. Someone tried to compel everyone to join forces against Lin Meng. You're the one who talks too much. Lin Meng waved her small hand, and the mountain god statue immediately cooperated by flinging out its large tail, directly whipping that person away. Unable to get up for half a day, Lin Meng immediately crossed her arms, not knowing what it meant to be an opponent. Arrogant as hell. I'll stop the mountain god statue. You guys go kill that cat. Ouyang Lai charged out on his golden dragon. He was the only one on the scene who could block the mountain god statue from attacking. Divine Guardian. Dragon blood boiling. Giant power enhancement. Ouyang Lai and the golden dragon erupted their strongest skills at the same time. Under his hold, the mountain god statue was surprisingly unable to attack the others for a while. Divine binding. Sharita also ate an elixir filled with divine power and erupted with terrifying potential. Surprisingly, she bound all the stone statues in the temple at the same time. Worthy of being the best from the divine temple, it was surprising that they were all so powerful. The crowd finally freed themselves and rushed towards Lin Meng, facing the attacks of so many people at the same time. Even White Knight couldn't handle it. However, Lin Meng was fearless and was instead very excited. White Knight, pass all your energy to me. Scum, come feel the power of a god. Summon the giant mountain. Terrifying energies converged in front of Lin Meng, surprisingly forming a miniature version of a giant mountain. It was said to be a mini version, but it was also hundreds of meters tall and weighed at least 1,000 tons, and the gravity in the temple was up to 10 times higher. In other words, this miniature giant mountain was feared to weigh tens of thousands of tons, carrying the momentum of 10,000 pounds. The giant mountain violently fell from the sky. It smashed straight into the crowd below. Crap, is this fucking humanly possible? Looks like we're really facing a deity. What the hell? Run! The crowd that had just rushed up immediately dispersed in all directions at an even faster speed. However, where was the time? The miniature giant mountain rapidly crashed into the ground with 10 times the acceleration. At least half of the players were directly crushed underneath the giant mountain, completely losing their combat power. However, because there was someone carrying them, no one died. This someone was Wang Tianhao. It had to be said that his means of preserving his life were really many. with all sorts of protective amulets. It was surprising that even the miniature giant mountain couldn't even crush all of them. This was equivalent to being under a hydraulic press and holding a copper pea that couldn't be crushed. Everyone else was forced to be as flat as Wang Tianhao, but luckily, they were not pressed into pieces of paper. It was only those beast maids with fuller figures that suffered. Their boobs were all pressed and burst. It had to be said that this skill was really powerful, especially when combined with the control of gravity. It was simply excellent. However, the consumption was also really high, and White Knight's 4,000 points of energy were almost drained. If it was just Lin Meng herself, at most she would have summoned a large rock that weighed dozens of tons. It didn't even come close to a giant mountain, but the deterrent power was enough. The remaining ones completely lost their desire to fight and raised their hands in surrender. After a round of outbursts, Ouyang Lai and Sharita also fell into a state of atrophy, and had long been unable to hold back the many stone statues. The mountain god statue that had gotten empty bound the two, along with the golden dragon, firmly, under its tens of thousands of points of power wrapped around it. No one could escape at all. Anyone else? Lin Meng arrogantly swept a circle. No one dared to lock eyes with her. With only her own power, she directly suppressed the group. It was that arrogant. It was that domineering. Alright, since there are no more objections, then turn in all your backpacks. Lin Meng finally did her favorite thing to do, robbing, but when Lin Meng went to collect it, she realized the problem. In here, surprisingly, several people had sublime space. Sublime space was extremely rare and extremely precious. Even the richest person in Jiangzhou to a great extent had paid a huge price and spent tens of billions of dollars to get a tiny 1 cubic meter of subdimensional space. However, these youngsters in front of them, there were actually 4 or 5 of them who had a subdimensional space. Sure enough, the so-called amazing talent was all a lie. How hard was it for a humble family to produce a noble son? These guys, one by one, were all either rich or noble. Are you guys sure you don't want to hand over what's in the subdimensional space? Lin Meng asked, rubbing her small hands together. Not handing it over. This is the Jiangzhou League. According to the rules, you can't kill anyone. Right, you can't kill us anyway. Those few people, relying on the fact that Lin Meng couldn't kill anyone, hardened their heads and resolutely refused to hand it over. If they handed over the loot, then they would have no chance at all. After Lin Meng heard their words, she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she smiled badly. Good, toughness. In order to encourage your toughness, I'm going to ask the stone elephants to give you a horse killing. The stone elephants Lin Meng was talking about were real stone elephants. It was those 2 giant stone elephants that weighed 100 tons. Looking at the elephant legs that were thicker than pillars, a few people couldn't help but gulp furiously in fear. What are you doing? Don't come over. Several people tried to retreat. However, they had already been firmly entangled by the ropes borne from the seeds thrown by Yi Qingqingnat. There was no way to run away. The stone elephant that weighed 100 tons stomped towards the man. The man let out a miserable scream. His shit was crushed out. It sprayed out a long way. That tragic look immediately scared the surrounding people silly. Hand it over or not? Good. Tough enough. Keep stepping on me. Lin Meng commanded the stone elephant to continue stomping furiously. That one. He seems to have something to say. Someone timidly reached out and pointed at the man's frantically waving hand. The stone elephant had just stomped so hard that the man couldn't even breathe. So how could he say anything? Oh, sorry ha. Lin Meng hurriedly ordered the stone elephant to lift its leg. The man gasped and wailed while trembling and stuffing some healing pills into his mouth before coming back to his senses half a day later. I already surrendered when you stepped on the first one. Why don't you give me a chance to speak? Why? The man complained bitterly. After the lesson of making an example out of him, the others were instantly much more talkative. One after another, they handed over all the loot. It's not enough. Lin Meng waved the several hundred beast soul beads in her hand, very dissatisfied. Lord Cat God, there really aren't any more. Not a single one left. Several people wailed and swore. To be able to get so many beast soul beads in just 3 or 4 days was indeed already very difficult. Lin Meng also believed that they really didn't have any more beast soul beads. But what Lin Meng wanted was not just beast soul beads. What I'm saying is for you guys to empty out all of your subdimensional space, including all of your clothes. Not a single speck of ash should be left. Robbery. She was a professional. The few people were instantly confused. It's just a game. Is there a need to be like this? What? Is it because you want to have another horse-killing chicken? As Lin Meng's voice fell, the stone elephant raised its huge elephant leg again. Give. I give. That person was completely terrified by the stomping. and actually really emptied all the supplies in the subdimensional space, and it really included underwear and socks. A few other people followed suit and emptied it all out as well. It had to be said that people who deserved to be in possession of the subdimensional space were truly wealthy. All sorts of precious props that even White Knight had never seen before, and had to rely on the eye of insight to recognize them. Just the things extorted from these people were worth hundreds of millions, but there were still a few big heads left to mess with. First, there were the 3 men from the Divine Temple. What do you guys say? Lin Meng slanted a glance at them. Humph, I don't believe you can break through my defense. Ouyang Lai wasn't afraid at all. Even the mountain god statue couldn't break through the defense of the sacred armor on him, let alone Lin Meng. White Knight, he even said that we can't break through his defense. Lin Meng instantly exclaimed. Then you don't understand my methods. White Knight's consciousness immersed into the 5 elements mountain and ordered a few giant armored dung beetles, also known as giant dung beetles, to roll out a few large balls of dung. Here, invite this friend to taste and savor your delicacies. White Knight issued an order to the dung beetles. As payment, White Knight rewarded each dung beetle with a black iron grade beast soul bead. Originally, the dung beetles were still a bit reluctant to part with it. After all, these large dung balls, they had spent a lot of effort collecting them. Each big dung ball weighed hundreds of pounds. It was their ration for a long time. However, White Knight had given too much. It was a black iron grade beast soul bead. The dung beetles eventually couldn't resist the temptation and gave up their big dung balls. A dung beetle pushed the big dung ball and smashed it on Ouyang Lai's head. It directly wrapped Ouyang Lai's entire upper body inside the dung ball. This was a good time to eat. The divine armor could protect against physical attacks and magic attacks, but it couldn't protect against stink attacks. This was a super existence that surpassed physics and magic. Sharita, who possessed a cleanliness fetish, was the first one who couldn't stand it and directly chose to surrender. Hey, take it easy. It's not your turn yet. White Knight was still a bit unfulfilled. He was eager to see a 4-winged battle angel with a big ball of shit on its head. He was even ready to take a picture, and had even thought of the copy. As a result, she just surrendered. How meaningless that would be. Really, I'll give you anything. Sharita desperately reached out a hand and pulled everything out from the dimensional space. Goo, playing quite fancy. White Knight played with the things Sharita handed over. What is this? The simple Yi Ching Ching, with a curious face. I don't know. It looks quite fun. Lin Meng also came over, curiously sizing it up. Sharita's white skin was suddenly red, almost able to drip blood. Ahem. White Knight hurriedly threw that item, along with all of Sharita's belongings, into his subspace. I don't have a subdimensional space. All my things are with Ouyang Lai. The golden dragon hastily waved its head to prove its innocence, while at the same time distancing itself from Ouyang Lai as much as possible. Women were more or less a bit of a cleanliness freak, and really couldn't accept the horrifying experience of having poop covering their heads. Ouyang Lai was left below. Just as Bai Ye was about to get on the second dung ball, the 2 stone lions at the mouth of the mountain god temple were unexpectedly pushed open. A group of referees walked in from outside, led by a silver-ranked beast maiden. Along with them came in a large number of live drones. It turned out that after the fragment of the mountain god's godhead was devoured by Lin Meng, the guardian boundary of the mountain god's temple disappeared. The referee outside tried to come in at the first opportunity, only to be blocked to death by 2 stone lions. Referees also had rules and couldn't participate in battles at will. They didn't receive orders and didn't dare to smash the stone lions at will. It just so happened that they received news that a silver-level main referee would be arriving soon, so they waited for a little while. It shouldn't be too bad for a few minutes anyway. However, how could they have imagined that so many things had happened in these few minutes? It even left a lifelong shadow on many of the little geniuses. First of all, what met their eyes was a miniature giant mountain that was 100 meters tall. Finally, I can see the contestants again. I thought there was some mysterious existence in the temple, but I didn't expect it to be a miniature version of a giant mountain. Crap, look guys, there's a person pressed underneath the mountain. The Monkey King under the 5 Elements mountain? Goo, I recognize this exposed shoe. It's the wind-chasing boots worth $10 million. I remember it seems like Jiang Tianhao, the 4th youngest of the dragon capital, is wearing this. I also recognize this head. It's our Fuzhou's talented beast maiden, Sun Man Mang. I remember her figure was very voluptuous. How come she's like a piece of paper now? Her breasts are bursting. Was this crushed by a mountain? Too brutal. The netizens have not seen the players for a long time, and now they have just seen it, and immediately excited all kinds of comments flew up. Quickly save them. Under the command of the silver-level beast maiden, The crowd of referees combined their efforts, but they simply couldn't lift it up. Under 10 times gravity, this miniature giant mountain was tens of thousands of tons. Not just anyone could lift it. Ahem. Qianxue, give them a hand. White Knight couldn't watch anymore and signaled Nangong Qianxue to give them a gravity reduction. After stacking the war inspiration, Nangong Qianxue could control 10 times the gravity. It was equivalent to cancelling out the abnormal gravity in the Divine Hall. The mini-giant mountain was suddenly 10 times lighter. The crowd of judges finally lifted the miniature giant mountain. However, the situation inside was miserable. The breasts of many beast maids were all crushed. Some of the fatter ones had their shit pressed out. Who knew what they had gone through? It was too tragic. Fortunately, none of them died, and several guardian angels immediately came out from the side and treated their injuries. Just as the referees were busy saving the people pressed under the mountain, a group of geniuses around them pounced on them, hugging their legs and bawling. It's inhuman, it's so inhuman. All of our things were robbed, even the underwear and panties weren't spared. That cat is so fierce. She let that huge stone elephant make me a horse-killing chicken, and I'd been stomped out of my ass. A group of geniuses hugged the referee's legs and bawled. Where was there a trace of the proud son of heaven left? Woo woo. A mournful and dull wail came from the depths of the temple. Only then did the crowd notice that there was even a terrifying stone statue that was thousands of meters long and had a snake's tail. And in the center of the stone statue, there was also a big ball of shit wrapped around it. The strange sound was coming from that big ball of shit. What the heck is that big ball of shit? The silver referee was a bit curious. Wah! Wah! The sound of the dung ball crying and howling became even louder. Shui Ling, take a look at what's going on. The silver judge rushed a bronze-ranked water spirit beast mistress beside him. That beast maiden pinched her nose and sprayed a torrent of water at the dung ball. Under the impact of the torrent, the dung ball, which was originally somewhat dry, instantly turned into thin shit. When the shit cleared slightly, the figure inside was finally revealed. Surprisingly, it was a person. Continue flushing, the silver referee ordered again. After the dung ball was flushed away, the odor became even stronger. By this time, the water elf beast mistress was already smoked beyond endurance. If word got out that she had used her elf water to play with a dung ball, how could she still get married? It was too disgusting. The water elf beastess simply used water dragon break this time. The terrifying stream of water turned into a long dragon and violently rushed towards Ouyang Lai. Surprisingly, it broke through his sacred armor. This armor had helped him block too much damage and had been tightly strangled by the mountain god statue for so long that it had long been on the verge of breaking. How could it block the full force of a bronze-level beast maiden? It directly shattered. Without the blockage of the sacred armor, the dung water instantly flowed down his clothes. Ouyang Lai completely made a close contact with the fecal water. Only then did the crowd get a good look at the man. Ouyang Lai? Surprisingly, it's the Divine Temple SS-ranked paladin Ouyang Lai. Is this still that peerless genius who shines as brightly as the blazing sun? Heavens, what on earth has he gone through? The netizens in the live broadcast room went crazy, completely unable to believe what their eyes were seeing. Their male god, the strongest gifted person of the temple's generation, a SS-ranked paladin, was actually drenched in fecal water. Through the screen, they could feel that disgusting stench. God knows how on earth Ouyang Lai survived with his head inside a ball of feces for so long. Sharita and the Golden Dragon, on the other hand, each covered their faces and hid to the side, pretending not to recognize Ouyang Lai. They didn't want to join Ouyang Lai and lose face in front of the entire nation. Fortunately, they were wise to the times and surrendered early. Otherwise, they would have lost their qualifications as human beings. White Knight. After Ouyang Lai gave a mournful cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood and completely fainted. It couldn't be ruled out that he had strategically fainted. After all, anyone who was awake wouldn't be able to face such a picture. White Knight, what's going on here? The silver referee looked at White Knight with an unkind expression. After all, a blind man could see that all the players were filled with hostility towards White Knight. It was even fear. Ahem. This isn't a competition. These people were beaten and lost by me. It's normal for them to have anger in their hearts, White Knight said while quietly imploring Lin Meng to hide all the loot. The scavenging had just been too hasty, and some things hadn't had time to be stuffed into the subspace. You mean you defeated everyone present? The silver referees seemed to have heard something extraordinary. One must know that these were the elites of the elites, the geniuses of the geniuses, and it was not too much to say that they were 1 in a million. Even if it was a bronze-level Imperial Beastmaster working with 3 Beast Maidens, there wasn't enough certainty to defeat all of them at the same time. Aang. White Knight nodded and didn't deny it. After all, There was no use denying this thing. Those present were all witnesses. Unbelievably, the silver referee looked at the people around him again. Surprisingly, everyone nodded their heads, not a single one denying it. There were even beast maidens who continued to cry to the referees about the horrors of White Knight and Lin Meng. Unbelievable. It was too unbelievable. Was this the terror of an SS-ranked Imperial Beast Master? Not to mention them, even the main referees behind the screen had expressions of surprise. Well, there's nothing to be surprised about. That cat demon has obtained a god sigil and the temple is her home ground. It's not surprising that she can beat these geniuses, the silver-haired beast woman calmly explained for them. As a result, the other main judges were even more shocked. What? Divine Lattice, you're saying that there are god frames in this temple? How dare you let a bunch of black iron rank little guys go and rob a god's lattice? It's simply insane. No wonder those people from the Divine Temple and Immortal City are so impatient. So they got the news a long time ago. A big deal. The several chief judges sighed. AOZ's eyes were glowing. She knew that White Knight was powerful, but she didn't expect it to be this powerful. Since the forces such as the Divine Hall and Immortal City knew that there was a divine compartment in the Western Plains giant mountain, they were bound to have prepared all sorts of means. In this situation, Bai Knight had actually managed to kill his way out and obtain the Divine Lattice, as well as defeating all the rest. It seemed like it was necessary to revisit this legendary SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master. In the Mountain God Temple, the referee dragged all of the injured Imperial Beast Masters and Beast Women back, sort of disqualifying them from the tournament. As for the others, especially White Knight, the main referees didn't give a plan to deal with them, and no one even responded to their request for instructions. That meant that the main referees had acquiesced to White Knight's behavior. Since that was the case, the on-site referees didn't dare to care about anything else. They just took away the people who wanted to withdraw from the match and stopped caring about what was going on in the temple. Seeing that the referees had left, the remaining people didn't dare to be in a room alone with White Knight and rushed outside. In the entire Mountain God Temple, only the four of them were left in White Knight in an instant. White Knight happily took stock of his harvest. The number of beast soul beads had unexpectedly doubled directly to 1,200. In addition, there were more than 20 chief-class beast spirit beads, as well as 4 lord-class beast spirit beads. As for the various other materials accumulated, they could almost be sold for $1 billion. It's a pity. If we moved faster and grabbed a wave of the people pressed underneath the miniature giant mountain as well, especially Wang Tianhao, then the harvest could probably double again. Bai Ye sighed regretfully. Lin Meng was equally very chagrined. Nangong Qianxue had long since gotten used to the two people's styles, and only showed slight speechlessness and didn't say much. Yi Qingqing, on the other hand, stared in surprise. So many resources, and still not satisfied? Was it that he wanted to pack away the entire Western Plains giant mountain? As if he had sensed Yi Qingqing's thoughts, Bai Knight's eyes immediately lit up. He really wanted to pack away the Western Plains giant mountain. Aside from those substantial harvests, Bai Ye's biggest harvest for them was actually the piece of godhead that Lin Meng had eaten, as well as these stone statues in front of them, and the injured mountain god statue. After the fierce battle just now, of the 24 stone statues, 10 remained. Of those that were in pairs, there were only 3 left, the stone lion, the stone elephant, and the stone ape. The remaining few were all alone. The mountain god statue had suffered quite a bit of damage, especially its chest had been pierced through by Ouyang Lai's entire chest, and its strength had dropped by nearly 30%, but it was also strong enough. In terms of attributes alone, it was comparable to a black iron grade king fey beast. Relying on these stone statues, Lin Meng could almost say that he was invincible at the black iron level. Since they were all invincible, of course they had to go on a wave. There were still 3 days until the end of the competition. During these 3 days, White Knight was going to kill all the foreign beasts in the Western Plains giant mountain. Wherever White Knight passed, not an inch of grass would grow. In the time that followed, the crowd finally saw what it meant to be a foreign beast space destroyer. But all the alien beasts in sight, all killed. But all the players in sight, all snatched up. But wherever spiritual herbs and medicines were seen, even if they were of the first order, they were all dug up and stuffed into their own 5 elements mountains. This locust-like fighting style shocked the audience in the live broadcast room to the point of numbness. Even the referees were turning blue in the face, especially the gold-level silver-haired beast maiden, whose original calm expression had finally changed. At the rate White Knight was killing like this, I'm afraid that the West Plains giant mountain would be ruined. The beast space is a fast recovery speed, but the premise is that you have to save some seeds. It's all about sustainability. White Knight directly to dry up the fish. Just like the Monkey King eating ginseng fruit, the route is for you to plow. The back of the people still eat a fart while they were watching the live stream of the match. The almighty netizens had also posted White Knight's previous results. What with reigning supreme in the verdant grasslands, building the Dark Knight forest almost to ruin, going into a trip to the Five Elements mountain, and directly totaling the alien beast space. So White Knight was known as the destroyer of foreign beast space in Jiangzhou. No one dared to let him enter the beast space at will anymore. Now, in front of the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast, Bai Ye used his strength to prove this title. Finally, the 7 days were up. The match was over. All the judges breathed a long sigh of relief. White Knight, however, felt somewhat unfulfilled. Referee, can we have an overtime match? Let's go for another 3 days. The Western Plains giant mountain was too big after all, and the time was too little after all. Give Bai Ye 3 more days and he would definitely be able to sweep away the Western Plains giant mountain. Don't even think about it. A bronze-level referee sternly rejected Bai Ye's idea. Come on, the Western Plains giant mountain isn't your family's. There's no need to be so petty. White Knight still wanted to continue pestering. As a result, the bronze-level referee directly flamed up. Long before you entered, I had already been ordered to be appointed as the military camp commander of the Western Plains giant mountain. Now, I'm clearly telling you that you've been blacklisted from the Western Plains giant mountain. She certainly had a reason to be angry. After being tossed around like this by White Knight, there was still a shitload of fuel left for her as a commander. I'm afraid no one would be willing to come in for years. There's no beasts, so what's the point of coming in? Vacation? If you don't want to come in, then don't come in. You're so petty. White Knight bristled, then happily walked towards the podium. The judges started keeping score. Zhang San, 10 beast soul pearls, 10 points in total. Li Si, 25 beast soul beads, 1 chieftain-level beast spirit bead, 35 points in total. Wang Wu, 60 beast soul pearls, 3 color-level beast spirit pearls, 90 points in total. Wang Tianhao, disqualified from the competition. Ouyang Lai, disqualified from the competition. Bai Knight, 3,000 beast soul beads, 30 color-level beast spirit beads, 3 lord-level beast spirit beads, a total of 3,600 points. The entire room was shocked when Bai Knight was read. I knew that Bai Knight was strong, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. Other people have tens and tens of points, but you've come straight to a few thousand points. Do you want to go overboard? How can you let other people live? If they knew that White Knight had given 1/4 to Yi Qingqing, I'm afraid they would be even more shocked. That's right, in order to secure the double first place, Yi Qingqing also gained 1200 points. Besides her, the second place was less than 100 points. For a solo beast maiden to be able to gain a few dozen points in a period of 7 days was already not easy. One could only say that Yi Qingqing had really embraced a thigh, and it was a very, very thick one at that. With such a result, AOZ was very pleased. It had been a long time since Dragon City University had received such a high honor. The people of Jiangzhou were even more jubilant. This was the first time in their history that they had won first place in a college league. There was even a second place for a solo beastie, Chang Yu. She got her second place because Bai Ye helped her get it. In exchange, all of Chang Yu's eventual material rewards were to be given to White Knight. Chang Yu would only be left with the honor. Sort of a take what you want. If Bai Ye was willing, he could even split up all the gains and wrap up the bilateral top 10. Unfortunately, he didn't have anyone he trusted, and he didn't dare to be so arrogant. In case the referee found out and cancelled the tournament rewards, it would be embarrassing. After all of their matches were being broadcast live. White Knight really had become powerful enough to control the matches. For Chang Yu's second place, one could only say that when White Knight won, the chickens rose to the top. Anyone who was close to White Knight had gotten very good results, and those who went against Bai Ye basically didn't have a good ending. Ouyang Lai, who was the favorite to win the championship, was disqualified directly because he fainted and received assistance from the referee. He even lost his qualifications as a human being in front of the entire nation. It was too tragic. Once the scoring was over, the Beast Soul beads went to the contestants. White Knight and the others impacted to the Black Iron 5-star in one breath. Strength had once again made great strides. White Knight's energy reached 6,000 points. It was completely more than enough to nourish Nangong Qianxue and Lin Meng. As for the Beast Spirit Pearls, Lin Meng learned an Earth Escape and Nangong Qianxue learned a Sweep. There weren't many other skills worth learning. When all the results were declared, it was finally time to start handing out the rewards. White Knight's first place reward was 1,000 changes skill bead. Not only could he change into all sorts of creatures himself, but he could even change the form of a contracted beast maiden. Unless it was a top-tier pupil skill, it would be impossible to see through it. With this skill, White Knight had already come up with hundreds of ways to do bad things. I have to say, the organizers were really atmospheric. Not only that, White Knight's two beast maidens, surprisingly, both had rewards. They were two sets of armor that were quite good. Not only were they beautifully designed, but they actually directly increased their defense by 1,000 points. Yi Qingqing, as the first place winner of the solo beast maiden, was rewarded with a wooden dragonfly. When in human form, it could be stuck on the head and fly quickly. After transforming, it could be wrapped around the wooden dragonfly and fly even faster. This greatly increased Yi Qingqing's survivability. The high school league finally came to an end. The several people from White Knight all entered one of the best institutions of higher learning in the country, the Dragon Capital Academy, without exams. At this point, there was still a long time before school started, so they could have a good time. Since they didn't enjoy themselves at the West Plains Giant Mountain, White Knight's plan was that for the next period of time, they took the stone statue swarm and swept through the black iron great alien beast spaces across the country, to lay a solid material foundation for the Five Elements Mountain that he had just advanced to. He wanted to make the Five Elements Mountain the richest black iron great alien beast space in the world. As a result, this plan was stillborn before it could even begin to be implemented. The reason turned out to be that all of the foreign beast spaces in the country had blacklisted White Knight. The Collegiate League was already one of the most popular competitions. This time, with the help of the internet, the whole thing was broadcast live, and the number of viewers was in the tens of millions. White Knight's title as the destroyer of the beast space was already well known. Who would dare to let him in? So White Knight thought of the skill of changing into 1,000 different things. He disguised himself and Lin Meng as ordinary beast masters and beast maids. He didn't realize that he would have to swipe his ID card. There would be no way to disguise this thing. This is simply too much. This is not giving him a way out. As White Knight was about to lose his way in the country, he was suddenly approached by someone. It was a beast woman with silver hair. Even White Knight's eye of insight couldn't detect any information about her. In other words, she was at least a silver level or even higher. However, White Knight wasn't worried because there was another familiar figure by her side. It was AOZ. White Knight student, get acquainted. My name is Bai Ye. The silver-haired beastess graciously introduced herself. The silver hair wasn't because of her age, but rather she was born that way. In reality, Bai Ye was a young woman who looked to be only in her 30s and full of mature flavor. Is White Zephyr your name? Or is it the beast maiden you've transformed into? Bai Ye had a curious look on his face. This was because he remembered that in his previous life there was a divine beast called White Zephyr. Sure enough, Bai Ye's words proved it. Both. Surprisingly, it was named after the transformed beastess. Either she had changed her name later, or she had already possessed the ability to transform since birth. The former was fine. If it was the latter, then the talent was truly terrifying. Then it's the benevolent family. White Knight immediately warmed up. The thigh in front of him was obviously much thicker than AOZ. If he held on to it, he would be able to walk horizontally across the country. No one would dare to blacklist him at that time. Yeah, you can call me Sister Zay in the future. Bai Ye also didn't hold back, still acting very cordial. Good day, Sister Zay. Bai Ye immediately climbed up the pole without a bit of embarrassment. Good brother, since we're already family, can Sister ask you for a favor? Bai Ye finally diagrammed her purpose. Good guy, so he was waiting here. This made Bai Ye's whole thing a bit of a no-brainer. Originally, he had wanted to reap benefits from Bai Ye, but it turned out that before he even opened his mouth, the other party begged him to do something instead. Ahem. That, pro-siblings still have to settle accounts, right? Bai Ye rubbed his hands together and responded. The meaning was obvious. He wouldn't do a losing deal. White Knight, this is the Legion commander of the Holy Glory Legion, a gold-level superpower. You perform well. AOZ couldn't stand it anymore and pointed out Bai Ye's identity. It seemed like he was criticizing Bai Ye, but he was actually protecting him. AOZ, it's fine. My brother is right. Of course we have to settle accounts. Bai Ye smiled gently and suddenly stretched out a large hand, fishing out a black shadow in the void. It was clearly a bronze-level dark creature. White Zephyr carried the dark creature to White Knight and casually crushed it to death. Then said, how about this as a deposit first? Seeing this bronze-level dark creature in front of him, Bai Ye reacted. There was still a darkness mark on him. Previously, he had been in the middle of the crowd, so there had been no dark creatures looking for him. Now that he had only just come out, he was actually targeted by a bronze-level dark creature. Luckily, he was pulled out by Bai Ye. Otherwise, if Bai Ye had to deal with it on his own, I'm afraid it would have taken a lot of work. And after beating this one bronze level 1, would more and more powerful existences come afterward? Would there even be a silver level dark creature coming directly? That was why it was necessary to hurry up and clear away the dark marks. Teacher Ao, the dark mark on my body, can you help me clear it off? White Knight looked at Aoz. This was the teacher who had recruited him, and had also promised to be his beast maiden in the future. Guess it shouldn't be charging anything. Currently I can't remove it with my ability, or else I would have cleared it for you by hand last time. Why don't you wait a little longer? I'll try to clear it for you after I try to raise to the gold level. Aoz spread her hands, indicating that there was nothing she could do. How hard was it to rise from silver to gold? When would this have to wait? This dark mark, every extra day that he carried it, was one more day of risk. There was no way around it. Bai Ye could only accept Bai Zhe's offer. So, Sister Zhe, what do you want me to do? Let's talk about it first. I won't do anything about selling my body. Don't worry, you're my brother. How could I possibly let you go sell your body? It's just a small quest that's just right for you to do. So, Bai Zhe told the details of the mission. It turned out that the officials suspected that the Chang family of Jiangzhou was colluding with dark creatures, and the collusion was deep. It had even secretly kidnapped humans to make human elixirs for the dark creatures. Fey beasts were elixirs for humans to level up. Humans are the same for the beasts. The dark creatures are a group of special beasts with intelligence. If the Chang family really dared to do this, it would be a great crime. Unfortunately, they had done it very stealthily, and the officials hadn't found any strong evidence. It was even completely impossible to find the nest of this group of dark creatures. Therefore, the officials suspected that the Chang family was in possession of an unknown alien beast space, or even a portable Fey space, and used it as a hidden den of dark creatures. Of course, this was all just speculation. Someone needed to find the real evidence. It was simply impossible for those outside to get close to the core of the Chang family. Then they could only break through from the inside. Bai Zhe's plan was to have Bai Knight disguise himself as Changpeng and find a way to blend into that alien beast space. Bai Knight happened to be about the same strength as Changpeng, and was very familiar with Changpeng, plus he had just acquired the 1000 Changes skill. This mission was practically tailor-made for Bai Knight. Perfect. So perfect that it made White Knight wonder if he had been targeted a long time ago. So, what's your role in this college league? I'm the person in charge of this college league. Sure enough, this 1000 Changes skill was prepared for this mission. Although it was calculated, it had to be said that the rewards of this college league were indeed very generous. Even the godhead was given to them. However, White Knight was still a bit hesitant about this mission. After all, the risk was too great. Even the Heart of Darkness and the S-ranked Dark Phantom Dragon could get their hands on it. So hell knows how deep the Chang family's collusion with dark creatures was. Moreover, it was heard that after Changpeng broke his contract with the Golden Mammoth, he contracted another S-ranked dark creature, Dark Godzilla. It was an extremely powerful creature in combat. Even a giant dragon would have trouble fighting it. In the event that White Knight went in and people came to catch a turtle in a jar, White Knight wouldn't become the dark creature's sustenance. If it's just a dark mark, the big thing is to stay in the crowd. The dark creatures shouldn't dare to force their hand. If they couldn't, they could pay a high price and ask a golden beast maiden to do it, and it could be lifted. There was no need to take such a big risk. After figuring this out, White Knight was ready to refuse. But then he suddenly received a call. It was from Lu Feng, the principal of Jiangzhou School. Hey, Principal Lu, what's up? Bai Knight, your homeroom teacher, Ms. Li Ku, has disappeared. Oh, she's that old. She shouldn't have gotten lost. She probably went on a date. That's not true. White Knight, you don't know if you're not in Jiangzhou these days. Lately people have been getting lost in Jiangzhou a lot, and several of your classmates have gotten lost. Ms. Li Ku went to look for them and then lost contact. White Knight was shocked when he heard this. He seemed to have thought of something. Then he looked at Bai Zhe with wide eyes. As of today, there have been over 1,000 people lost in Jiangzhou. Bai Zhe gave a reply. This fucking. Bai Ye couldn't even hold back his foul mouth. Originally, he thought it had nothing to do with him, so he was too lazy to get involved. As a result, he didn't expect that even his teachers and classmates were implicated. The first set of people that White Knight came to this world and met were those of his teachers and classmates. Although there are often some quarrels, and even big fights. But isn't that how it is between classmates? It's also a reflection of closeness, especially Mr. Li Ku, not less to him as an orphan care. Now that he had heard that these people around him had gotten lost, and then associated it with the Chang family's perversions, Bai Knight couldn't help but get a little anxious. White Knight, are you listening? Right now the most promising person in our school is you. Can you help reflect this to the top? I'm begging you, I really have no choice. The principal of the school unexpectedly cried out inside the phone. Principal Lu, don't be anxious, we already have clues about this matter, and we'll be able to solve it soon. Bai Ye hurriedly comforted. He even had Bai Ye personally answer the phone and make a promise. With the promise of a gold-level St. Chu legionary leader, Lu Fang was instantly greatly relieved. Only then did she hang up the phone with 1,000 thanks. So, your choice is? Bai Ye looked towards Bai Ye and asked once again. At the same time, the system's options appeared. Option 1, refuse the mission. Gain a reward, agility plus 100. Option 2, accept the mission. Gain reward, plus 1 to all attributes for every person successfully rescued. This system, adding agility every time he ran away or refused a mission. Was this asking White Knight to be a white runner? Regardless of the mission reward, White Knight had to take it. For the prosperity of the country, for the happiness and well-being of the people, I accept the mission delivered to me by the organization. White Knight acted so righteous. Without the previous conversation, the crowd would have been greatly moved. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late for White Knight to establish a persona now. But no matter what, as long as one was willing to take on this mission, it was fine. Alright, brother White Knight, you'll be in charge of this mission. Bai Ye made an instant decision. Just the few of us doing it the hard way. Ha, no logistics? Like some super skills or something. Wasn't the harvest in the West Plains giant mountain enough? That's what I got on my own. Do you think you can obtain 1,000 different skills? Or even a god's personality, without me arranging it? Then there has to be a bit of security. What if the other side shows up with bronze level, or even higher level dark creatures? Little Z will bring a team of bronze level warriors to assist. The same judges from your previous match. Those are all my people. Only after hearing this did White Knight finally nod his head. He still understood AOZ's strength. At least there was no need to worry about silver-ranked opponents anymore. As for the gold level, that was already a party of lords that was easily hard to encounter. Like White Zephyr, as a gold-level beast maiden, she was already the head of a legion. For the Cheng family's kind of goods, they were not strong enough to be at this level. There was no time to lose. The sooner the problem was solved, the more people could be saved. Since Bai Ye had put Bai Ye in full charge, she would not be polite. Let's give a whole private airplane first. Ordinary civil aviation. Bai Ye didn't want to take a seat anymore. In case she was bombed again, how could she mess it up? Bai Ye wasn't angry either. And a phone call actually called for an airplane. It's also a fucking fighter jet. Is this satisfactory? Satisfied. Too damn satisfied. The problem was that fighter jets were all single-seaters. What about so many of them? White Knight voiced his doubts. Oh, you sit in it, and the others can't just go into your portable alien beast space. It seemed that Bai Ye had already thought of it. But what about the pilot? Take a closer look. Crap, no pilot? No, this is a fighter beast girl. An extremely rare mechanical beast girl. This damn. White Knight had sort of grown in knowledge. There was actually a fighter beastess. This thing was in existence in fantasy. This play. This battle G. Burn diesel fuel? White Knight touched the combat G's sci-fi filled body. Eyes full of light. Do not touch. People are girls. Combat G suddenly spoke, startling White Knight. Then White Knight finally reacted to the fact that this one was a beast girl. However, if one were to ride up, wouldn't it be equivalent to drilling into her body? This. While White Knight was rambling, White Zephyr gave a reply. Ziera's fighter form consumes energy stones. It turned out that this Battleheim was called Ziera. Since it was all arranged, what else to say? Departure. Lin Meng, Nangong Qianxue, Yi Qingqing, AOZ, and a dozen or so bronze-level fighters all burrowed into the Five Elements Mountain. You think I'm alone? I'll snap and pull out a bunch of bronze and silver powerhouses for you. Just ask you if you're afraid. This is much more loadable than the divine carwooling. With AOZ and the girls as backing, White Knight didn't have anything to be afraid of at all. Sitting on the Battle G, he set off towards Jiangzhou. It wasn't long after taking off that the Battle G prompted the need to add energy stones. You don't even refuel when you take off? White Knight was a bit dissatisfied. Forgot to add it. Alright then, how many are needed? 10. Thanks. You're robbing money. You're charging $10 million for such a small distance? I'm going to crash if I don't have the energy. It's a no man's land down there. No one lives for hundreds of miles. Question mark. This is a big loss. This is a calculated plan. I should have known better than to use a private jet. After getting off the plane, Bai Ye swore that he would never take a Battle G again. It's too bad. Fast is really fast, but expensive is also really expensive. Flying at close to the speed of sound the entire time, it took less than 3 hours to cross 3,000 kilometers. There was absolutely no delay in returning to Jiangzhou for lunch, but for such a small amount of time, it had consumed a full 10 million of Bai Knight's money. It was simply too much. After arriving in Jiangzhou City, it was up to Bai Knight to operate next. The first step is how to get Cheng Peng out. Now in a special period, the Cheng family is afraid of Cheng Peng everywhere in trouble. Then directly to him to a grounding. Do not go out of the door. Do not go out of the door of the big girl. Cheng family, but there are a number of silver-level powerhouses. Rashly rushed in is also unrealistic, and will also hit the grass to frighten the snake. Thinking about it, the one who can walk freely in the Cheng family, besides Cheng Peng, there is another person. Chang Yu. Just thinking about this, Bai Ye immediately shook his head frantically. No way. Absolutely not. Turning into someone else, or even turning into another alien beast, would be acceptable. But turning into a girl would be too perverted. Hello. And after Lin Meng and the girls heard this idea, they immediately got excited. The three girls pestered Bai Knight and insisted on being sisters. They also taught Bai Knight how to be a girl. Originally, Bai Ye wanted to refuse, but the 5 elements spiritual plate was too big. Like a millstone. After all, it was meant to be able to let people in and out. No one else had a dimensional space, so it was impossible to carry a millstone in. That would also be too abrupt. Even a blind man could see the problem. So in the end, after half a day's discussion, it was still necessary for Bai Ye to turn into Cheng Yu. As for how to ask out Cheng Yu, that is simple. After all, a few people once also counted together in times of trouble. Is considered a friend. Just need a phone call. It will be easy to deal with. Cheng Yu but promised, as long as the White Knight they come back, they will invite them to eat a big meal. The place to eat was a 5-star hotel, quite luxurious. There was a wide array of various cuisines. However, Bai Ye was staring at Cheng Yu the entire time. The main purpose was to consciously imitate Cheng Yu's form and habits. As a result, the haughty Cheng Yu was a little embarrassed by the look, her little face blushing. At one point, she even thought that Bai Ye was interested in her. And when Bai Ye left Lin Meng and the others behind and brought her into the grove alone, Cheng Yu was even more nervous with her heart thumping. Bai Ye, this isn't good. It's too fast. We can develop slowly. Although Cheng Yu was acting squirmy, she still followed Bai Ye into the grove. Originally, she liked White Knight, so being a little early wasn't a big deal. It has to be fast. If we're slow, we'll be too late, White Knight said, pulling out a large slab from his dimensional space. Cheng Yu was a bit confused when she looked up and saw such an image. Ah, what are you doing? What responded to him was the slate that was getting closer and closer. Boom! The slate shattered in response. Agoo! Cheng Yu covered his head, tears coming out from the pain. Ha, it's not the same as what you saw on TV. Ah, why didn't you faint? This was a bit awkward. Bai Ye clearly remembered that on TV, one shot would make you dizzy. Ah, was it the wrong position? Or were all the beast maidens' physiques too good? Alright, stop it. Hurry up and tie it up and take it away. Nangong Qianxue couldn't watch anymore, commanding Yi Qingqing to control a small grass to grow crazily, wrapping Cheng Yu to death and even sealing his mouth. Do I need to strip my clothes? Lin Meng leaped forward. Cheng Yu looked on shivering. What exactly did Bai Ye want to do? Ah, if she just wanted to molest her, she clearly hadn't refused just now. Is there a need to tie her up? Is it possible that this is more fun? Even so, there were still a few girls standing on the side, so it wouldn't be too much fun, would it? Such a large scale. It's unacceptable. No, no, my skill of 1,000 transformations is very powerful. I can directly simulate clothes. It was already a perverted behavior. It would be too perverted to pick off the clothes again. Bai Ye stared at Cheng Yu while slowly transforming. What was originally a sunny and handsome big boy had turned into 1,000 little beauties. In order to be even more similar, White Knight even kept adjusting. In the end, it turned out to be really identical. Even the clothes he wore were exactly the same. Not to mention the others. Even Cheng Yu himself was dumbfounded. After all this, it's just to become me? What's wrong with you? The key thing is, don't mess around. Although it wasn't her, looking at a body that looked exactly like her, it felt like looking in a mirror, and it was too embarrassing. White Knight was purely curious and pinched it for fun, but after pinching it, looking at everyone's strange eyes, he hurriedly explained, Ahem, I'm just getting used to the body. Lin Meng and the girls, on the other hand, laughed like crazy. Bai Ye really couldn't stay any longer and drove them all into the 5 Elements mountain. As for Cheng Yu, of course, she was also thrown in. Cheng Yu was officially online. Through careful observation just now, White Knight was already able to imitate Cheng Yu's demeanor very comfortably. Twisting a small cat step on the luxury car, White Cheng Yu wind speed to Cheng home. When she arrived at Cheng's house, Cheng Yu showed as much as possible a capricious and savage image. The luxury car drove directly to the manor. crushed a large lawn, then kicked open the door, carrying high heels to the villa. There is no way. Bai Ye was really not used to wearing high heels. Dusty little feet, stepping on the white carpet, one footstep at a time. Bai Ye thought, this is enough to be capricious, right? As a result, he actually heard the attendants whispering that Missy was a lot gentler today. Crap, this is still considered gentle. Then Chang Yu usually has to be so savage and capricious. With no other choice, Bai Yu could only let herself go even more. Spreading her feet, she scurried around inside the manor. Missy, Master has explained that you can't enter the backyard. Someone stopped Bai Yu. It was clearly a bronze-level beast maiden. This is my home. I can go wherever I want. Bai Yu played up her little temper. However, that bronze-level beast maiden didn't have the slightest intention of backing down, and her attitude was very resolute. With this mess, it was a bit here and there. It seemed like there was definitely a problem in the backyard. And looking at Chang Yu's innocent appearance like this, I'm afraid that he doesn't know anything about it, which is why he doesn't have the right to enter the backyard. Then, one can only think of another way. Bai Yu grunted and returned to the front yard. Where is that guy Changpeng? Where did he die? Returning to the front yard, Bai Yu started yelling again. The two were half-brothers and half-sisters, relatively similar in age, so Chang Yu usually rarely called Changpeng's brother, and always called him by his first name. Immediately, a maid made a response. Young master is playing in Haitian garden. Mad. Rich people are so extravagant. Such a big manor. There are even several other courtyards. No wonder they didn't see any other silhouettes when they were just scurrying around. Go take a look. Bai Yu was about to set off with a wave of her hand. Miss, it's not convenient for you to go there. Unexpectedly, that maid dared to block. Bai Yu went up and kicked her. Not allowed to go here. Not allowed to go there. Is this still my home? The maid had no choice but to transform into a white deer mount, carrying Bai Yu towards Hai Tian Yuan. This just covered up the embarrassment of Bai Yu not recognizing it. The so-called Haitian court, surprisingly, really did have a sea. It was an artificial beach and seascape. Although it was a bit smaller, it was almost no different from the real thing. There were even sandy beaches, coconut trees, and bikini ladies. And not just one. It's a whole bunch. And there's quite a few of them in here that are fish-like beasties. Semi-altered, keeping all fish-tailed and snake-tailed, rather like a kind of mermaid or snake lady. It added a few more points of different temptation. It had to be said that Changpeng knew how to enjoy himself. No wonder he was confined to his home and grounded. But he could still stay. Who else would this be? Who couldn't stay? He can take his place. These words instantly crossed Bai Knight's mind. Then immediately afterward, Bai Ye thought, isn't he here to replace Changpeng? At the same time, Changpeng also saw Bai Yu. Little you, come down and play together. Changpeng rode on a seahorse beastus and greeted in a debauched manner. The two were not siblings, so Changpeng didn't mind at all. And even if they were siblings, what could they do? The children of rich people played with flowers. That scene was shot out. No worse than Song of Ice and Fire. Changpeng, come over here. I have something to say to you. Bai Yu didn't want to be slimed by a man. If you have something to say, just come down and say it. Changpeng still had a hangdog look. If I tell you to come up, you come up. Why so much nonsense? Believe it or not, I'll ask someone to roast you dry here. Bai Yu instantly played up the majesty of a young lady again. Changpeng still wanted to continue to talk nonsense. Bai Yu simply jumped down directly, slapped Changpeng dizzy, and then single-handedly carried him towards the room. As a beast maiden, it made sense that the strength was much greater than a royal beast master. None of the people around dared to stop them. After all, these two were both Chang family members, and it didn't matter how the siblings fought. If others interfered in, it would be unclear. Bai Yu opened a random room, but it turned out to be an erotic room that he didn't expect. There were quite a few toys inside. Some of them even people like Bai Ye who had read countless movies had never seen before. Changpeng thought that Bai Yu wanted to do that, and suddenly became interested. Just want to reach out. The result was Bai Yu a fat beat. Even all kinds of props are used. The beating is called a hard. The soundproofing effect of the erotic room is still good. The people outside surprisingly did not hear at all. Even if you vaguely hear some sound, we also did not take it seriously. Love room is not used to do this? Until Changpeng hit a half dead, Bai Yu language finally dissipated a little anger, and then forced to ask about the dark creature thing. The result did not expect Changpeng was so tough. Refused to say. It seems that he also knows the stakes. It just advised Bai Yu not to meddle in this matter. There was another reason why Changpeng didn't say anything. He felt that Bai Yu would only beat him up to take out his anger and wouldn't kill him. But if he did talk nonsense, his father would definitely kill him. Seeing this, Bai Ye carried Changpeng into the Five Elements Mountain. Seeing Changyu inside who was tied up with 5 flowers, and then looking at Bai Changyu who was exactly the same in front of him, even with the same clothes, Chang Peng was a bit confused for a moment. What the hell is this situation? After waiting for Bai Ye to change back to his original appearance, Chang Peng finally understood. Immediately afterward, there was extreme panic. Bai Night actually knew about the Chang family's collusion with the dark creatures, and had even infiltrated the Chang family. If Bai Night really found out the evidence, then the Chang family would be finished. After arriving at the 5 Elements Mountain and changing back to his original form, Bai Night completely let loose and used almost every kind of torture he could think of. However, this time Chang Peng was determined and would rather die than give in. Although he was a second-generation dude, he wasn't stupid. If he gave in and reported that the Chang family had colluded with the dark creatures, then he would die even faster, and it would also involve the entire Chang family to die together. Seeing this, White Knight gave up on the torture. It seemed that shortcuts didn't work, so he still had to feel his way around. Still staring at Chang Peng, he slowly transformed. The disguise was flawless. Even the handprint Changyu had made earlier was still there. When they left the 5 Elements Mountain and returned to the Haitian court, the Haitian feast was still going on. The beast maids were winding up one by one, causing Bai Ye to be a little too happy. However, considering that there were still a lot of people to save, there was no time to enjoy it now, so he could only leave reluctantly. Before he left, he didn't forget to instruct that no one should be allowed to approach the erotic room just now. Originally, White Knight could have turned Nangong Qinshui or Lin Meng into Changyu and left them in the room, but leaving a person here was too dangerous after all, so simply the door was locked, and any of those people wouldn't dare to come in easily. After arranging these things, Bai Changpeng swayed with the pace of a second-generation ancestor and walked towards the backyard. The same location, the same people, were stopped again. This time, however, the tone was different. Young master, why are you here again? The bronze beastess with its had some not so good. It seemed like Changpeng usually didn't come over to annoy. This was instead good for Bai Ye. This made it seem less abrupt. I come when I want to. What do you care? Bai Changpeng turned his nose toward that beast maiden, completely disdainful, and continued to walk inside with a dangling pace. This time, the bronze beast woman really didn't stop him. Bai Changpeng successfully entered the backyard. He didn't care about the direction, and walked towards the deepest part of the backyard with a bored head. Sure enough, the deeper he went, the stricter the guards became, and at the end of the day, there were even silver-ranked beast maids. However, these guards were all very cold and disdainful of Bai Changpeng. It seems to have gotten used to it a long time ago. This is good. Saving Bai Night to make up reasons to explain. Finally, Bai Changpeng arrived in front of a strange black building. Before he could study and understand how to get in, a group of people suddenly drilled out of nowhere. Each person was still carrying an unconscious Imperial Beastmaster or Beast Maiden. It turned out that those speculations of Bai Zhe's were true. The Chang family had actually dared to kidnap someone. Those people slanted a glance at Bai Changpeng and didn't greet him as they quickly entered that strange building and disappeared without a trace. Bai Changpeng glanced toward the way those people came and vaguely saw a crypt in a room with a half-open door. It seemed that they had come in through this tunnel. Bai Changpeng followed closely and entered the black building. Sure enough, a black statue was seen there, and in the hollow body in the center, a portal was born. It was portable face space. However, the size was much larger than the 5 Elements spirit disc, and ordinary people really didn't have such a large subspace. No wonder Degree didn't carry it with him, but hid it here. Guarding the outside of the Fey Beast space were clearly 2 silver-level Beast Maidens. There were also Imperial Beastmasters in the room next to them looking on at all times, not generally vigilant. However, they all ignored Bai Changpeng and allowed him to calmly step inside. As soon as he entered the Fey Beast space, Bai Ye immediately felt a strong dark aura. It was more than 100 times denser than the dark forest. Even the sun in the sky was bleakly white, giving off an eerie and terrifying feeling. In the interior of the Fey space, there were likewise guards, and all of them were dark creatures. White Knight didn't dare to casually open his eye of insight for fear of exposing his identity, but even from the breath alone, he could sense that at least 2 of these guards in front of him were silver-level existences. White Knight suddenly realized that bringing only AOZ, a silver-level beast maiden, wasn't quite enough. These dark creature guards, after seeing Bai Changpeng, weren't so polite. Little Pengzi, this is the dark world. No one will spoil you. Dare to cause trouble here. Beware of my mother castrating you. Not only did these dark creatures recognize Changpeng, they could even speak human language. White Knight cooperated and made an appearance of daring to speak, then took a step inside. This was surprisingly a city of darkness, and almost all of the ones encountered inside were dark creatures. Seeing the humans come in, they all drooled as if they were seeing some kind of delicacy. Yet, as if they knew Changpeng, none of them made a move. White Knight walked all the way inside, and by the way, he also secretly opened his eyes of insight. Then it was discovered that the dark creatures here were all surprisingly high in rank. Basically, they were mainly of the black iron level, and there were quite a few of the bronze level, and there were even existences that couldn't see through their strength. Originally, White Knight's plan was that once he had the clues and saved the people, he would immediately recruit his helpers and bulldoze through this alien beast space. As a result, in this situation now, I'm afraid that those backup helpers of his wouldn't be enough. It had to be resolved carefully. Just as White Knight was thinking about countermeasures, he was suddenly stopped by someone. It was a very tall and strong dark creature, like a burly giant lizard walking upright. Its back was also covered in arrow-like sharp spikes. It was Dark Godzilla. White Knight reacted after reading her introduction with his eyes of insight. This behemoth in front of him was Chang Peng's newest beast maiden. No, it should be his beast maiden. He was now Chang Peng. Dark Godzilla stretched its larger-than-human head out in front of Bai Changpeng and said in a jarring voice, "Human, what are you doing in here?" Bai Changpeng gulped and said with forced composure, "You're my beast mother. Of course I came over to see you." "Really? Then take me out to play. I want to play in the human world too." With a look of eagerness, Dark Godzilla picked up Bai Changpeng and headed outside. Although Bai Knight had enough strength to break free, he didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, he would be directly exposed. But he had managed to blend in with great difficulty, and it would be a big loss for him to be carried out here. Just as White Knight was thinking about how to solve it, suddenly a voice called out to them, "Gore, what's going on? Didn't I say I wouldn't let you go out? The last time you went out on a trip, you ate 3 people, and we paid a huge price to cover up your impulsive behavior, almost exposing it." It was only after Dark Godzilla turned around that White Knight finally saw the visitor. It was the Dark Side Dragon Saishi. Good lord, only just coming in, he encountered his 2 beastesses. This Dark Godzilla obviously wasn't that bright in the head, but Yui she was different. I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy to trick her. "Chang Peng, I asked you to trick your sister into coming in. Why haven't you done it yet?" Bai Ye didn't expect that the topic that Yushi came up with would be so powerful. It seemed like she still had the heart of darkness on her mind. Moreover, Yui she shouldn't know that Chung Yu's heart of darkness had all been sucked away by the soul nurturing bowl. "Ahem, I've already put my sister in my house, so I'll take you there when I have time," Bai Changpeng casually coped. You better not lie to me." Yushi glared at Bai Changpeng, then said, "The Thousand Souls formation has been set up, and I'm going to use it to break through to the bronze level, so it's just as well that you're going there together." After saying that, Yushi didn't care if Changpeng was willing or not, grabbed him and left. After all, the two were now in a contractual relationship, and were highly bound. With the Imperial Beast Master by their side, the breakthrough would be smoother. While being grabbed and flying in the air, Bai Ye finally saw the full outline of the City of Darkness. It was a small city roughly a few kilometers in circumference, and most of the buildings inside were very strange. One was oddly shaped, but without exception, they were all very crude. It seemed that dark creatures weren't too good at architecture, and outside the City of Darkness, like the wilderness in Fey space, there were all sorts of Fey beasts moving about. Only the Fey beasts here were more or less influenced by dark energy and carried a bit of dark attributes. The dark creatures could similarly enhance their strength by killing the foreign beasts. The place that Yushi brought Bai Changpeng to was an altar. There were densely carved spell formations on the altar, and on each formation there was a human lying. There were thousands of them. Now the evidence was clear. There was nothing more that the Chang family could sophistically say. White Knight opened his eye of insight and confirmed that these humans had only fainted, not died, before he breathed a long sigh of relief. And in the crowd, White Knight did see Teacher Li Ku, and a few of his classmates. It was just that there were a large number of dark creatures guarding the perimeter, so there was still some deliberation to be done on how to save them. After arriving at the altar, Yushi threw Bai Changpeng to the side and began to make arrangements. The crowd of dark creatures around them followed Yuishi's instructions and stood in the appropriate positions. And surprisingly, it was a silver-level dark creature who personally presided over it. Unexpectedly, Yuishi's status was quite high. As the formation opened, Bai Ye clearly felt that there was soul power fluctuating on everyone in the formation. It seemed that the so-called Thousand Souls formation was utilizing the souls of these humans to enhance their abilities. No wonder they didn't kill these humans. I'm afraid that they were worried that if their souls collapsed, they wouldn't be able to perform. It had to be said that the dark creatures' means were truly numerous. It was imperative to act. Any later and their souls would be damaged beyond repair. White Knight jumped directly to that silver-level dark creature and summoned AOZ at the same time. AOZ, who had long since gotten a hint from White Knight, instantly cast her most powerful skill. A tens of meters of lightning giant blade slashed down, directly cutting that silver-level dark creature in half. The pressure was instantly lightened. The other dark creatures were still confused, They couldn't figure out why Changpeng had suddenly made a move. Especially Yue Shi, due to her active brain, thought of many possibilities in an instant and even suspected that the Chang family was preparing to cross the river. Changpeng, what are you doing? Yu Shi roared angrily. However, what greeted her were the various bronze-level beastesses that came out in a line. Those bronze-level dark creatures were caught off guard as they were maintaining the formation and were instantly killed by most of them. Yue Shi couldn't watch any longer and could only endure the pain to forcefully stop the formation. The melee opened up. White Knight opened the 5 Elements mountain entrance and exit to its maximum, and Lin Meng released her group of stone statues. These stone statues weren't much worse than bronze-level dark creatures based on their attributes alone. Although they didn't have any skills, they were quite good as meat shields to attract damage. Yi Qingqing, on the other hand, jumped out and threw out a large handful of seeds that grew countless branches and leaves, rolling all of the humans on the eye of the formation into the 5 Elements mountain. There, a pyramid hundreds of meters tall loomed. At the top of the pyramid stood a cat-shaped sculpture. The pyramid was built by White Knight's order to the stone people and could be used to recover from injuries. And the cat-shaped sculpture was made by Lin Meng in the past 2 days when she was bored and utilized her statue-making skill. On top of that, Lin Meng had also made many cat god sculptures and handed them over to White Knight to be placed in the 5 Elements elemental mountain for the various subjugated exotic beasts to worship and believe in. The so-called divine power was actually the power of faith, and the divine lattice was equivalent to a memory and a converter. If Lin Meng used up her divine power, it would be almost difficult to recover it subsequently without the power of faith to sustain it. So White Knight was also very supportive of her. All of these rescued humans were placed in the giant pyramid and slowly recovered. As for the damaged souls, with the pure soul power of the soul nourishing bowl nourishing them, not only would they not leave behind any roots of illness, but they would instead grow even stronger. In the City of Darkness, in the beginning, White Knight and the others had the absolute upper hand due to their sneak attack. But soon, as the support from the other side arrived, especially as the silver-level beast maidens continued to increase, White Knight and the others were getting more and more overwhelmed. At this time, AOZ was fighting 5 against 1, and the pressure was extremely high. If it dragged on like this, it would be even more troublesome if the silver-level beast nymphs from the Chang family outside came in as well. White Knight ordered on the spur of the moment. Meng, use divine power. At the same time, White Knight established a mental link with Lin Meng. Lin Meng was greeted and instantly poured all of her divine power into summoning the giant mountain. A towering mountain, thousands of meters tall, suddenly appeared out of nowhere before slamming down. It almost enveloped half of the dark city. Nangong Qianxue cooperated by increasing the gravity by 10 times. At this moment, the giant mountain was truly like a titanic mountain. The weight could not be estimated. At the very least, it had to be hundreds of billions of tons. With such a terrifying weight, even a silver-level beast maiden would be crushed into potato chips. Even the various stone statues were directly crushed. Even though AOZ had prepared for this, she was still startled. This was also too powerful. Without the slightest hesitation, AOZ directly transformed into a running thunder, and with the fastest speed, escaped from the range enveloped by the giant mountain. Almost at the instant AOZ escaped, the giant mountain swept over her buttocks and crashed down violently. AOZ only felt a fiery pain. The force of that impact was just too strong. As for those dark creatures, they were almost completely wiped out. Not a single one escaped. This was the power of a god. Even a silver-level powerhouse was completely inadequate in front of Lin Meng's divine power. But there was only so much of it for a while, and there was no telling how long it would take to recover again. It purely depended on the speed of the accumulation of the power of faith. This huge mountain today, even AOZ couldn't move it at all, so it seemed like there was no way to take the loot. But it's great to be able to save the people, and there's plenty of loot to be had in the future. As everyone entered the 5 Elements mountain, Bai Ye continued to transform into Changpeng and stumbled towards the exit. Just as he reached the exit, he ran head-on into 2 silver beast maidens from the Chang clan. Not good. It's not good. A huge mountain is falling from the sky, smashing people to death. Bai Changpeng hugged the 2 beast nymphs and howled, "Get lost!" The 2 silver beast maidens pushed Bai Changpeng away with an unfavorable expression and continued to rush in the direction of the giant mountain. There was absolutely no doubt about Bai Changpeng's identity. After all, they were silver-level beast nymphs and were very confident in their vision. Not believing at all that anyone would blend in, Bai Changpeng managed to escape from the dark Fey beast space. Originally, he was prepared to leave directly, but when he saw the dark sculpture placed there, he couldn't help but be a little moved again. This was an alien beast space that was even larger and higher ranked than the 5 Elements mountain. There was only a silver-ranked beast maiden guarding it, and it didn't have any defenses. If this wasn't taken, it would really be a bit unreasonable. White Knight manipulated the Earth Fire Mouse and the 5 Elements mountain to display the word "do it." This was used to send a message to AOZ. Although AOZ felt that this way of sending a message was too weird, she was still well prepared. After the spatial reversal, without even looking, she went up and struck a lightning giant blade. It had to be said that this kind of cooperation was simply tacit to the extreme. AOZ almost smothered the slash. Even she herself didn't react. How could the other party be prepared? It was directly resolved with a single slash. Nowadays, the entrance to the Dark Fiend space was completely uncontrolled. With his experience of controlling the 5 elements mountain, White Knight integrated his spiritual power into it. Surprisingly, there was a soul imprint inside. Seeing the White Knight who had barged in, he instantly became furious and charged straight over. It was the first time White Knight had faced such a terrifying existence. It was a dark shadow that almost covered the sky. It was as powerful as a deity. Not even AOZ could match it. Could it be a gold level or even higher level dark creature? White Knight quickly shook his head. No, this was just a spirit imprint. Even if the original owner was powerful, he wouldn't be as powerful here. White Knight pulled out his soul nurturing bowl and frantically injected soul power into it. The soul incarnated into a blazing sun that shone a nuisance light on the opposite darkness shadow. The darkness shadow attempted to wrap and devour White Knight's soul, but ended up being burned out of it instead, creating a huge hollow. At the same time, the soul nurturing bowl opened, and the powerful soul force transformed into a giant hand that desperately yanked the dark shadow inside. Under the attack from the inside and outside, the dark shadow was finally dragged into the soul nurturing bowl. Seeing the darkness shadow that came in, the chimeras that were still trapped in it were dumbfounded. This was followed by anger as well as gloating. Phantom Xian, you were actually caught in here as well. Ha 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 ha. The Dark Void was also a bit confused after seeing the Phantom Demon. Then after looking at the surroundings again, a sense of familiarity arose. Phantom Spirit, you're actually still alive? This is Little Feather's soul nurturing bowl? After half a day, these guys actually all knew each other. As a matter of fact, the Dark Phantom Spirit that White Knight and the others had killed in the Dark Forest earlier was Yu Xian's younger brother. Yu. The reason why Yu Xian chose to set up his forces in Jiangzhou was to look for the soul nurturing bowl. After all, that was the holy relic of their spectral soul clan. And the Phantom Demon was a powerful enemy that Yu Xian had killed and then dug out the Heart of Darkness to make a deal with the Chang family. In a roundabout way, it was surprising that they were all gathered together. It was a pity that White Knight couldn't understand the dark language. For the Darkness Void, he was worried that its original body would come after him, so he forcefully wore out its spirit. It was turned into a ball of pure dark energy and stored in the soul nurturing bowl. Now that there were no more soul imprints in the dark sculpture, White Knight easily completed his control, directly sealed the entrance and exit. As for the 2 Chang clan's silver-level beast maids still locked up inside, let's wait until later to deal with them slowly. White Knight still maintained Chang Peng's image and ran outside in a panic. The other beast nymphs that rushed to rescue him all ignored him and ran in the opposite direction. Soon, someone reported back. Dark space. Gone. Tell me, what the hell do you mean the dark space is gone? Degree shouted out words of deja vu. After shouting, he himself froze a bit. Quickly go check. Where is White Knight now? This was Degree's first reaction. After all, this feeling was too familiar. Someone saw Miss Changyu at the Jiangzhou hotel at noon today, inviting Bai Knight and the others to dinner. Immediately, someone gave a response. Where's Changyu? Went to Hai Tian Yuan to look for young Master Changpeng. Where's Changpeng? Tell him to roll over and meet me immediately. Young Master Changpeng just came out of the dark space and is running outside the manor at this moment. Something's not right. Quickly stop him. Degree instantly realized what was wrong. All of this was definitely related to White Knight. At the manor's main entrance, the guards who had been notified immediately stopped Bai Changpeng's path. Having rushed here, and with the evidence being overwhelming, where did Bai Knight have any scruples? He directly called out AOZ and those bronze-level beast maids and killed all the way out. Seeing this, Degree immediately led all the elite forces to chase them out. At the head of the group was clearly an old, golden-level beast maiden. The Chang family actually had this kind of powerful existence. This was something that no one had expected. No one had ever heard of it, and no one had ever seen it. This gold-grade beast maiden seemed to have been born out of thin air. The truth was more or less the same. It was forcefully cultivated by the Chang family after cooperating with a dark creature. A graded dark underworld rabbit. Although it wasn't of high quality, it was a solid gold-ranked beast maiden. Under her powerful attack, AOZ's charge was instantly hindered. This was the Chang family's territory, and once they were surrounded, White Knight and the others would truly be unable to fly. Bai Knight, give me all the soul power in your soul nurturing bowl. I want to break through to dragon transformation on the spot. The violet gold Jiao bellowed, its breath continuously pulling up, and 2 small packets bulged out of the originally bare Jiao dragon's head, and it looked like it was about to grow dragon horns. If he could break through to S rank and become a purple gold dragon, AOZ's strength would increase dramatically. It could almost be called silver level invincible. Even a gold level beast maiden would be able to fight. Not caring about saving at this point, Bai Ye directly manipulated the soul power in the soul nurturing mantle, turning it into a torrent and pouring it towards the violet gold AOZ. White Knight's soul nurturing mantle had absorbed tens of thousands of foreign beast souls, especially those dark creatures that Lin Meng had just crushed to death in the dark space. There were several silver rank powerhouses present among them. Although they hadn't gained any substantial loot, their souls had all been taken in by the soul nurturing bowl. Coupled with that powerful dark shadow, the quality was even higher. Such energy was a great tonic for the violet gold Jiao, only to see the bag on her head bulge even more. The originally clear sky of 10,000 miles was instantly covered in dark clouds, and terrifying thunderbolts arose from it. It wasn't known if it was summoned by the violet gold Jiao or if it was the lightning tribulation she was about to suffer. The powerful aura was so strong that even the gold-level dark underworld rabbit didn't dare to approach. However, it was still not enough. The Divine Dragon Clan was originally the most powerful existence, not something that could be compared to that kind of lizard dragon. How difficult it was to transform into a dragon. Not to mention, AOZ is also the most powerful purple gold divine dragon. The difficulty is increased by more than 10 times. This was why, even with the powerful strength of the AO family, they hadn't been able to make AOZ transform into a dragon, smash the dark space and absorb all the soul power and energy inside. AOZ was really fuming. She didn't expect that after paying such a huge price, she still hadn't succeeded in transforming into a dragon. If she failed this time, all the resources she had consumed before would be wasted. It would be nearly impossible to transform into a dragon again. White Knight sniffed and his eyes widened in disbelief. This was a portable alien beast space. The value was incalculable. Which loser would be willing to shatter it? This was simply killing Bai Ye. No way. Absolutely not. White Knight desperately shook his head in refusal. My person is yours. What's it worth to sacrifice a black iron grade alien beast space? Don't talk nonsense, huh? When were you my person? I didn't do anything. I mean, I've already agreed to be your beast maiden. Also just as White Knight was getting tangled up, the system's options appeared. Option 1, help the purple gold Jiao successfully transform into a dragon. Completion reward, you can nourish any foreign beast to become a king. Option 2, refuse to help AOZ. Completion reward, physique plus 200. Originally, White Knight had intended to want to help. After all, his 5 elements mountain was what AOZ had helped raise to the black iron level. This was equivalent to AOZ giving him a black iron grade alien beast space. Now that he had returned one, there was no mutual debt. As a result, he didn't expect that the system would give such a big reward. King level beasts, if it could be used as a helper. The killing power, unimaginable. Good. White Knight no longer dwelled on it and directly shattered the dark statue. It was extremely difficult, if not nearly impossible, for others to shatter the dark statue. However, as the controller, White Knight only needed a thought to directly shatter it. Space shattered as if the world had collapsed. All of the foreign beasts in the dark space, and even all of the spiritual grasses and fruits, were all shattered and turned into pure energy, which was taken in by the soul nurturing bowl. Even the 2 silver-ranked beast maidens trapped within it were not spared. This was all the energy contained in the space of a black iron rank beast, more than 10 times stronger than the energy in the entire soul nurturing mantle before. With the nourishment of so much pure energy, the dragon horn on AOZ's head broke right through with an overwhelming momentum. As if this wasn't enough, the excess energy continued to impact AOZ's body, surprisingly sending her directly to the peak of the silver rank. Ow! A terrifying dragon roar resounded for 100 miles. The citizens of the entire Jiangzhou city all trembled at the sound of the dragon's roar and even wanted to worship it. This was the terrifying pressure of the strongest clan. These actions were said to be long, but in reality, they were only moments. Seeing AOZ become a purple gold dragon, the dark underworld rabbit had absolutely no desire to fight even though it was already at the gold level. It was a bloodline suppression. The difference in quality was too much. While the dark underworld rabbit had no desire to fight, the purple gold dragon was full of wariness. Finally transformed into a dragon. Finally realizing the biggest dream all along. She wants to vent. She wants to release. She wanted to make the heavens and earth tremble. The purple golden dragon's aura continued to rise, and the lightning power around it continued to increase. The entire Chang family manor was almost transformed into a thunderfield. However, Bai Ye and the others, who were in the middle of the thunderstorm, were not affected in the slightest. It was evident that the purple gold dragon's power of controlling thunder and lightning had reached such an astonishing level. Under the terrifying attack of lightning power, the beast mothers below the silver level barely had any resistance and were directly turned into flying ash. Even the silver-level Imperial Beastmasters and Beast Maidens such as Degree were struggling. Even the golden underworld rabbit was trembling. It was too powerful. This was the terrifying power of the purple gold dragon. Just as AOZ was preparing to kill everyone in the Chang family in one fell swoop, the surrounding lightning suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. And in front of the crowd, an additional white figure appeared. It was Bai Ye. I had thought that the purple gold dragon was already strong enough, but I didn't expect that in front of Bai Ye. It still wasn't enough. Just how powerful was this gold-level beast maiden? It was simply unimaginable. No wonder even the proud AOZ looked much better behaved in front of her. AOZ, the sins of the Chang family will be decided by the law. You can't kill easily, and there are still some things to ask. Bai Ye glared at AOZ, and with a wave of his hand, he bundled everyone left in the Chang family into a large ball. Captain Bai, it's not quite appropriate for you to come out at this time to grab the fruits of victory. AOZ was a bit unhappy. She had just transformed into a dragon and was just about to let off some steam when she was directly held down. This is equivalent to, forget it, no more examples. It was rather unpleasant anyway. I'm going to come early. Do you still have a chance to transform into a dragon? Bai Ye casually joked, and AOZ instantly wilted. If it wasn't for the emergency just now, it was estimated that with Bai Ye's stinginess, he definitely couldn't afford to shatter a black iron grade alien beast space to use as an energy supplement for AOZ. Hearing this, Bai Ye had the feeling of being punked again. This White Zephyr really is a cunning old man. Sister White Zephyr, the deposit was given before, and now that I've successfully completed the mission, isn't it time to call in the final payment behind me? Having just lost a black iron grade alien beast space, Bai Ye was still a bit of a meaty pain to this day, and had to make up some of it back. However, Bai Ye said, you should hand over the Chang family siblings first. Good lord, she knew everything. I should have known not to be so desperate. Chang Peng and Chang Yu were thrown out. Chang Yu was still dumbfounded, but she also vaguely guessed what was going on. As a member of the Chang family, how could she know nothing? Chang Peng looked at his family members who were tied together and couldn't help but have his eyes dimmed. At this moment, he had fallen into an extremely weak state. It also meant that all two of his beast mates had died. He knew that White Knight was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. In just one day's time, he had directly subverted the Chang family's accumulation over the years. Being a rival to such a godlike person was probably the single most wrong thing he had ever done in his life. However, it was too late to regret now. Everything was over. It's time to talk about rewards, right? White Knight offered again. Wanting to renege on the debt was not an option. Don't worry, the reward was already thought of long ago. Sending you to Kunlun to further your education for a bit until school starts. Bai Ye finally said the final reward. Further study? This means enrolling me in a cram school? Is there any mistake? This can be a reward? Bai Ye felt like the elementary school student who was given homework. When AOZ heard Bai Ye's words, she hated that she couldn't give him a pop. That's Kunlun, the holy land that many people dream of. Do you know why I can fight 1 against 5 without losing a fight when I'm only an A-rank beast maiden? Do you know why Captain White's strength is so terrifying? That's all thanks to Kunlun. Only after listening to AOZ's introduction did Bai Ye finally understand what Kunlun was. It was a special space with extremely abundant energy. Although it couldn't level up, it could drastically increase one's attributes and even skill strength. It could lay a solid foundation for a person. And the lower the level, the better the effect. Like Bai Ye, they had just reached adulthood and hadn't entered university yet. It was the prime time to enter Kunlun. And Bai Ye was quite atmospheric, directly promising that Bai Knight could stay until school started. That was close to 3 months. Even AOZ, back then, with the family's support, had only stayed for 2 months, and had paid a huge price for it. This made AOZ have to wonder if Bai Knight was Bai Ye's long-lost brother? After hearing such an introduction, Bai Ye was immediately moved. If it was just a few of them, 3 months would probably be limited even if they tried their hardest to absorb it. But White Knight had the soul-nourishing bowl. If you can't eat it, you can pack it away. In the soul-nurturing mantle, packing 100 times 1,000 times more energy wasn't easy. It just so happened that the soul power and energy inside had been absorbed by AOZ, so he could go and make up for it. In addition, White Knight had the 5 elements mountain Fey beast space. There were tens of thousands of foreign beasts in there, all of which could be thrown in for a bit of cultivation. Then it would really be a proper black iron grade foreign beast space. So, what else is there to hesitate about? Of course it's a yes. Just as White Knight was fantasizing beautifully, Bai Ye suddenly interrupted him. Before entering Kunlun, your soul-nurturing mantle and the 5 elements mountain, both must be temporarily surrendered. White Knight, why did White Zephyr know this when he was just thinking about it? A lot of things before as well. White Knight had always thought that Bai Ye was omniscient because he was powerful and cunning, and had set up a lot of secret outposts. But now it seemed as if it wasn't that simple. Could it be a skill similar to mind reading? His mind passing? Or something like that? Looking at Bai Ye's smirking expression, Bai Ye immediately came to have a wicked sense of humor. By asking directly, Bai Ye definitely wouldn't say anything. Then come up with something special. White Knight began to fantasize some special images in his mind. And the protagonist was none other than Bai Ye. White Knight had been a man for 2 lifetimes. And although he didn't have any experience in actual combat, he had a lot of theoretical knowledge. And even White Zephyr hadn't seen it before. Bai Ye's face began to redden. At a young age. Why are there so many tricks? Bai Ye wanted to turn off his mind reading technique and not look into Bai Ye's brain. But couldn't help it at all. Ah, is this a brain? No. This is Imperial Uncle Ah, Captain Bai. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? AOZ couldn't help but be concerned. It was the first time she had ever seen Bai Ye, who had always been calm and unruffled, with such a strange expression. Bai Ye woke up with a start and hurriedly turned off his mind reading technique, his face turning even redder. Ahem, little Z. I'll leave it to you to arrange for them to go to Kunlun. I still have to hurry back to interrogate the Chang family. They're heavily involved this time. Bai Ye dropped the 3 tokens and prepared to leave. She was really embarrassed to look directly at Bai Ye. It was too embarrassing. However, Bai Ye called out to her. Sister White Knight. Wait. Bai Ye shouted. Sister. It was originally quite a normal title. But having just heard this title in the little movie in White Knight's head, why did it feel so strange? What's wrong? Bai Ye asked as he turned around with a strong sense of composure. Look. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4 people. But you only gave 3 tokens. Bai Ye summoned everyone out and counted them on point. The 4 people were the ones that included Yiqingqing. This girl had been following Bai Knight in Joyful Place and she came out of the Western Plains giant mountain. For this operation, Yiqingqing had also contributed a lot of strength, and it was Bai Knight's tentative next beast maiden. Of course it should be included as well. Ah. White Zephyr didn't bother to argue and directly threw out another token before turning into a ball of white light and instantly disappearing in front of everyone. Ha, what's wrong with Leader Bai? Why is it so strange? And when did he become so nice? AOZ was full of doubts. This secret would be known only to Bai Knight, but he obviously couldn't say. It just so happened that at this time, those people in the 5 Elements mountain woke up. White Knight then flew inside Jiangzhou city and released them. Seeing that it was Bai Knight who had saved them, Dongsan Aotian had an embarrassed look on his face. There was a time when he had challenged Bai Knight. But now, Bai Ye had grown to heights that were hard for him to reach. The two were no longer in the same world at all. Several other people also had mixed emotions, especially Yi Cherry. Her intestines were green with regret. Why hadn't they agreed back then? If she had known that Bai Ye would have such great achievements, she would have pestered him even if she was upside down. Nowadays, White Knight was too far away, and she didn't even dare to get close anymore. Li Ke looked at her students' great achievements and was filled with relief. This was the greatest happiness of being a teacher, right? After arranging for these people, White Knight and the others rested for a day before preparing to set off once again. Goal, Kunlun. Kunlun was located in the northwest, even farther away than the previous Western Plains city. But this time, White Knight wasn't willing to take the battle Heim no matter what. Even though the combat Heim offered half price for the return trip, White Knight completely ignored it. What kind of joke was this? Even if it was half price, it was still a full $5 million. Buying a train ticket, $1,000 would be enough. In this world, due to the presence of various wandering beasts in the wilderness, trains don't even travel fast, and there's no such thing as a high-speed train. This trip to Kunlun, more than 4,000 kilometers. The train clanked and clunked for 2 days and 2 nights, but it didn't matter if White Knight and the others weren't in a hurry. It was just right to travel all the way. Originally, White Knight was prepared to save some money and stuff all 3 of them into the 5 Elements mountain so that they could just buy 1 ticket. But Nangang Qianxue just couldn't stand it anymore and directly paid for 3 more tickets. At least you are a billionaire now. A few $1,000s. As to be so stingy? How boring to stay in the 5 Elements mountain. It's not easy to come out for a trip. Of course they have to enjoy the scenery along the way. In fact, White Knight and the others were also able to take an airplane. After all, the dark mark had already been removed. But after experiencing the last time the plane blew up, several people still had palpitations in their hearts. In case it happened again and the system didn't have a choice, it would really be game over. On the old-fashioned train, the 4 of them were playing wiffle ball in the dining car, chewing on beef jerky and dried pork. There were also various spirit fruits on the side as after-dinner fruits. They were so happy, didn't feel boring in the slightest. As for ordering food, 4 people ordered a bowl of the cheapest noodles and threw it aside. No one at all ate it. The waiter looked very painful. You say he did not order it. People ordered a bowl of noodles. You say he ordered it. A few people a bowl of noodles. A play all day. This still let people how to do business. These waiters do not have eyesight. Does not mean that the passengers do not have. Ding Yuner was originally a small beastess with a poor family and average qualifications, but because of her special abilities, she was arranged for an opportunity to go out for training. It was a pity that the man didn't mention the reimbursement of transportation and accommodation expenses. Ding Yuner couldn't afford an airplane, so she could only buy a hard seat, but it was too crowded there, and then she wanted to come out to get some air. She couldn't afford the food on the dining car and came over just to find a spacious place to rest for a while. Then she saw a scene that shocked her. Surprisingly, there were people taking first-order spirit fruits and Lord-class alien beast meat as snacks. This was too extravagant. Rich people were truly detestable. Ding Yuner hadn't even eaten a single spirit fruit yet. When she occasionally got one, she hurriedly took it and sold it to save up for upgrades. The more she looked at it, the more she craved for it, and in the end, she couldn't help herself and reached out her sinful little hand. How can stealing from the rich be called stealing? It's called robbing the rich to help the poor. Ding Yuner soothed herself. Her skills were extremely magical, directly opening a wormhole on the edge of the fruit plate, easily getting her hands on the spirit fruit. God didn't know what was going on. After eating the yellow-orange spirit fruit, Ding Yuner realized that her energy value had actually increased by 10 points. This increase was too much of a surprise for her, a C-rank beast maiden. Seeing that these rich people weren't afraid to take such a precious spirit fruit seriously at all, Ding Yuner couldn't help but steal another one. This time, the power increased by 10 points. The more Ding Yuner stole, the more excited she became, and in a while, she had gotten over a dozen. Bai Ye felt into the fruit tray while playing cards, but ended up feeling empty halfway through the game. Lin Meng, you're also too good at eating. So many spirit fruits were actually eaten up by you. Ooh, no way. I didn't eat a few spirit fruits. You should swallow what's in your mouth first. Your mind is not focused on playing cards at all. You just know how to eat. Look at the two of them. They're just learning. They're going to turn the mountain. It's the novice aura. It's not my fault. As they spoke, the two were about to fight again. For this pair of foes, Nangong Qianxue really couldn't stand to watch, and hurriedly spoke out to stop them. Alright, you two stop arguing. Quickly play cards, spirit fruits or whatever you still lack. Just get another game. Bai Ye thought about it. He could just call on the spirit fruits and herbs in the entire 5 Elements Mountain. Now that it had been upgraded to the Black Iron level, the speed at which the 5 Elements Mountain absorbed energy from the void was many times faster. A first-rank spirit fruit like this really wasn't worth much. White Knight casually got another fruit plate full of them. Then he continued playing cards. Ding Yuner's mouth watered as she watched. This is too rich. It's not the usual richness. Since this is the case, there is no psychological burden to continue stealing. Ding Yuner was also a glutton, and in a moment's time, she had actually finished stealing the spiritual fruits from the fruit plate. All of her full attributes were added 100 points, equivalent to her rising several levels. It was too good to be true. When Bai Ye touched the empty space again, he couldn't help but roll his eyes as he looked at Lin Meng, whose mouth was stuffed to the brim. What a pig! This time, however, White Knight didn't bother to say much and once again replenished a plate of spirit fruits. After the previous experience, Ding Yuner stole even more boldly, until when Bai Knight reached out to touch the fruit again. He didn't touch the spirit fruit but caught a hand. Good. Every time you say you didn't eat it, now I've caught you. Let's see how you explain. Bai Ye grabbed the hand and glared at Lin Meng. Lin Meng stretched out her 2 small hands and waved them around with a smug look. I told you it wasn't me who ate it. How dare you accuse me wrongly? Compared to fruits, she preferred meat, and a large portion of the beef jerky and dried pork on the table was hers to eat. It was true that the spirit fruits didn't eat much. Bai Ye didn't expect it either. Then looked at Nangong Qianxue again. She similarly raised her 2 small hands. Then he looked at Yi Qingqing. The same was true. This was strange. There were only 4 people at the table. Where did this 9th hand come from? What the hell? On closer inspection, there was nothing underneath this little hand, as if it was broken. But it's a ghost. Being caught red-handed on the spot, Ding Yuner was all tense. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from her control. Bai Ye's strength was too great. Suddenly, a strong force came from her hand and yanked Ding Yuner violently forward, almost knocking the table over. While grabbing the small hand, Bai Ye looked at Ding Yuner, who was a few tables away, with wide eyes. How did you do that? It's amazing. But very quickly, Bai Ye reacted. He had the eye of insight. Why would he need to ask more? Name, Ding Yuner. Talent, C-rank void nest bugs. Rank, apprentice level 10. Strength, 300. Agility, 300. Physical fitness, 200. Energy, 400. Beast Master No. Skills, Void Wormhole. Dimension Slash. It's a void wormhole. The quality was a bit low, but it was an extremely rare space-type beast maiden. Especially that void wormhole skill. It's simply amazing. It was practically a trick for cheating at cards. Seeing Bai Ye's face of excitement, Ding Yuner was terrified. Don't hit me. I can work for you to pay off my debt. Seeing her skillfully shrinking into a ball and shivering, it was obvious that she hadn't been beaten much. Nangong Qianxue couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache and forcefully broke Bai Ye's hand. Stealing a few of your spirit fruits is just a matter of stealing them. What's the point? Look at how scared people are. After criticizing Bai Ye, Nangong Qianxue went back to comfort Ding Yuner. What's with making it seem like I'm the one who's wrong? Bai Ye aggrievedly rubbed his nose. However, looking at Ding Yuner's bean sprout-like skinny body, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. Seeing that Bai Ye and the others didn't have the slightest intention of beating her. There was even a pretty sister who kept comforting her. Ding Yuner was so moved that she almost cried out. This was the first time she had been caught stealing something and not been beaten. As a result, Bai Ye's next words almost made her cry again. Repayment is still necessary, but I don't have any money. Then play cards with me. Ha? Ding Yuner was confused. You're talking about this accompanying Under Bai Ye's compulsion, Ding Yuner sat in Lin Meng's seat. As for Lin Meng, Bai Ye really didn't want to be with her family. Who plays wiffle ball and blows up their own people? He couldn't carry her at all. But Ding Yuner was different. It didn't matter if she could play or not, as long as she could cheat. With the void wormhole, what cards can't be changed? It's a miraculous skill. Later on, Ding Yuner's energy was depleted, and by night even secretly gave her an elixir to eat. Ding Yuner had finally seen what it meant to live a rich man's life. It was really simple and boring. After playing with them for 2 days, I'm afraid she would have to eat a lot of weight. A few people were all the same age and quickly hit it off. Then Bai Night and the others realized that Ding Yuner was actually going to Kunlun as well, and the one who gave her the entrance token was likewise Bai Ye. It had to be said that White Zephyr was really strong. Surprisingly, he was able to pay attention to even this trainee C-ranked little beastess. It was probably supposed to have seen Ding Yuner's great potential. During the night break, the four of them, Bai Ye, had chartered a sleeper compartment, but Ding Yuner only had a hard seat. When she learned that Bai Ye had a portable alien beast space and allowed her to go into rest, Ding Yuner was excited. She hated that she couldn't go fight monsters overnight. Then Bai Night saw Ding Yuner's powerful fighting ability. Although Ding Yuner only had 2 skills, they were flipped and used by her, only to see her directly open a void wormhole dozens of meters apart. A small hand holding a sharp blade suddenly appeared in front of a foreign beast. The sharp blade ruthlessly pierced into the foreign beast's eyes, missing flush and almost piercing through the head. It was stirred a few times before being violently pulled out. A stream of blood containing brain matter gushed out. That 10th level foreign beast instantly died. The efficiency was too high. It seemed that the void wormhole skill, if used well, could be used for more than just stealing. The killing power was equally very considerable. This girl could really surprise people. The sublime chop was equally not weak. An attack that didn't have any trajectory and appeared directly in front of the opponent, like an attack that suddenly chopped out from a different dimension. It was equally unexpected, leaving people defenseless. And the killing power was so strong that even a defensive alien beast of the same level could not resist it. However, the sublime chop consumed more energy as well, and normally, Ding Yuner couldn't afford to use it. After watching her fight, Bai Ye finally understood why Bai Ye was optimistic about her. It was only C rank, but she had so much potential. If she was cultivated to S rank and comprehended more space system skills, an ordinary beast maiden really wouldn't be a match for her. The next day, Ding Yuner refused to play cards and earnestly fought monsters in the 5 Elements Mountain. When it came to hard work, it had to be her. It made Bai Ye and the others a bit ashamed. Simply played with stickers and covered their faces. As long as I don't have a face, I won't lose face. After playing cards for another day, the crowd finally arrived at Gear City. This was the closest city to the Kunlun Mountains, but it was also hundreds of kilometers away, and there were lofty and desolate mountains along the way. So, everyone decided to take a day's rest in Gear City first. By the way, they supported Ding Yuner in the Gel Shrine and broke through to the Black Iron level. If they went to Kunlun at the apprenticeship stage, the resources acquired would be too little. Unfortunately, Ding Yuner was too poor to be able to afford the mirror-breaking dam that was worth millions. In the end, it was Bai Ye who loaned it to her. In exchange, Ding Yuner would have to work for Bai Ye until she paid off the loan. For Ding Yuner, completing the Temple Secret Realm quest was too simple. It was almost a matter of minutes. Then, Ding Yuner gained 2 more skills: instantaneous shift and spatial gravity. One was a superb displacement skill and the other was a control skill. Both were quite good. Looking at it, White Knight was a bit greedy. combined with the 2 attack skills from before, Ding Yun'er's combat power had once again increased dramatically. If her attributes were a bit higher, she could almost be teammates with White Knight and the others. After a day of eating, shopping, and playing in Gear City, the 5 of them were finally ready to leave for Kunlun. White Knight's choice was to summon the domesticated flying exotic beasts from the 5 Elements Mountain and ride them all the way to Kunlun. If he got tired, he could switch to another flying beast, as there were plenty of them in the 5 Elements Mountain anyway. Under normal circumstances, uncontracted Fey beasts are not allowed to appear in the human world. However, Kunlun is surrounded by deserted areas, so no one usually cares. The 4 beast maidens, a sword, a cat, a blade of grass, and a worm basically didn't take up much space and didn't add much weight. Everyone was perfectly capable of riding on a mount and having fun together. The flight was very smooth, and it only took 2 hours to successfully reach Kunlun. During this time, although they had also encountered other flying units, such as a bronze-level giant eagle, and a helicopter. However, everyone thought that White Knight's seat was a beast lady, so they didn't interfere with each other. It wasn't until they arrived at the Kunlun mountain gate that someone finally stopped White Knight's path. Untamed foreign beasts are not allowed to appear in the human world, don't you know? That person surprisingly saw the nature of White Knight's mount with a single glance. It was clearly a silver-ranked beast maiden. Ha, what did you say? White Knight instantly stuffed the white plume goose under his seat into the Fey beast space with a look like I don't know anything. The silver beast maiden rolled her eyes straight up. Can you be more serious in this pretense? Just as she was about to get angry, a person next to her suddenly pulled her back, pulled out her cell phone and compared it, then asked, White Knight? White Knight couldn't help but go over and take a look, and on that person's cell phone, it was a picture of his head. What does this mean? Is he wanted? It was White Knight's turn to roll his eyes. Ahem, looks like you're White Knight. The man put away his cell phone, then stretched out his hand. Alright, hand over your portable face space and soul nurturing bowl. Looks like this isn't just a wanted it's even listing White Knight's treasures. This was going too far. What did he, Bai Ye, take him for? No way. The person is in the treasure. Bai Knight decisively refused. This was explained by head Bai Ye. If you don't hand it over, you won't be allowed to enter the Kunlun immortal realm. The 2 white silver beast maidens nonchalantly blocked in front of the mountain gate. It was a mountain gate that resembled an ancient pagoda. The word Kunlun was written on it in seal script. It was almost no different from the pagodas of tourist attractions. There wasn't even a teleportation vortex to be seen. Could it be a fake? Could it be trying to cheat him out of his treasure? It was White Knight's turn to be skeptical. He summoned his flowing illusion wings and attempted to fly through the mountain gate, only to be blocked by an invisible wall of air. Kunlun Mountain was clearly right in front of him, but he couldn't enter at all. A special space fused with reality? There was such a magical existence? Alright, don't toss and turn. Let's not talk about you. Even if a gold-level powerhouse came, he wouldn't be able to bypass the mountain gate and enter the Kunlun immortal realm. The silver guards held their arms and looked as if they were watching the show. Not worried at all. Fine. I'll hand it over. White Knight finally chose to compromise and took out the 5 elements spirit disc and soul nurturing bowl before adding, give me a note, or else what if you swallow it? The man was simply speechless. They were immortal realm guardians, so as to covet your 2 props? No wonder the White Knight headmaster said that White Knight wasn't easy to deal with and told them to be 12% careful. Fine, open it for you. The immortal realm guardian casually picked up a stone and carved a line of small words on it. Receive White Knight's 5 elements spirit disc and soul nurturing bowl, and return them after leaving Kunlun. Received by Sun Lei and Zhao Hui. Each person below also pressed a handprint. The 2 of them were also strong enough to press a pit directly into the stone. Even the sealing clay was saved. It was made to look like cuneiform writing. White Knight collected the stone and smoothly stuffed it into the subspace. He was about to hand over the 5 elements spirit disc and the soul nurturing bowl. As a result, the beast maiden named Zhao Hui suddenly added, I almost forgot. I also have to seal up your subspace. The subdimensional space was Bai Ye's life, so if he sealed that up as well, how else could he search for treasures? What? Does that mean he can only eat but not take? However, looking at the 2 men's businesslike appearance, it seemed that not sealing it would not work. Originally wanted to scavenge all the way through it. This time not. Must be accurate to find the best treasure to do. This was going to require the treasure hunting skills of Mouse little brother. It just so happened that White Knight could randomly nibble on a king-level foreign beast. The trainee level 10 king fey beasts that people hadn't seen before. What about a level 5 king fey beast? White Knight suddenly became interested and surprisingly drilled himself first before handing over the 5 elements spirit disc. Under his nudging, the Mouse little brother had indeed become a king fey beast. This process lasted for quite a while. Mouse little brother turned red for a while, white for a while, and yellow for a while. It seemed that the system was also very torn. The system really didn't think that White Knight would want to turn such a low-level rat into a king-level foreign beast. It was really too difficult. In the end, the little mouse stabilized into a golden mouse. Type multiple treasure mouse king. Rank, 5th level king level. Strength, 500. Agility, 1000. Physique, 500. Energy, 500. Skills invincible treasure hunting, treasure enhancement, drilling, possession, samadhi fire. Character, understanding. Weakness, greedy for money. Little brother mouse had unexpectedly turned into the multi-treasure mouse king. White Knight remembered that the great disciple of the interceptor Tong Tian godfather, Taoist Duo Bao, seemed to be a Duo Bao rat who became Taoist. The system couldn't be trying to make mouse little brother take on Taoist Duo Bao, right? That would be too awesome. But to be honest, although Rat Shouty's attributes sucked, his skills were really good. The fire-breathing skill that was originally used for barbecuing had turned into samadhi fire. The treasure hunting skill had also been strengthened. The most amazing thing was that Ratty was even able to strengthen treasures. White Knight took out the golden light sword that he had bought earlier, and after letting Ratty little brother strengthen it, the attack power actually doubled. The price directly doubled several times. It was simply picking up a treasure. It seemed like letting Ratty little brother become a king-level Fey beast was really earning a lot of money. And there was also a possession skill. White Knight tried it out and let Ratty little brother possess himself. It completely turned into a golden rat tattoo. Surprisingly, White Knight couldn't even tell where the tattoo came from with his eye of insight. He was worried about how to bring Ratty little brother into the Kunlun immortal realm. But wasn't this a sleepy pillow? It seems like the system really knows what it's doing. This wave, full marks. With the golden rat tattoo, White Knight excitedly walked out of the Five Elements mountain, happily handing over the Five Elements spirit disc and soul nurturing bowl. By the way, without any resistance, he let the other party seal up his subdimensional space. Something's not right. Just now, he was resisting in every way, and now he's suddenly submissive? And look at his smile. He's clearly holding back something bad. This one is a legendary Fey space destroyer. We must be careful. Search. The two men immediately surrounded White Knight after some quiet conversation. What do you guys want? White Knight clutched his chest with a nervous expression. Take off your clothes, or our hands won't be so gentle. What is this about? In broad daylight, two immortal realm guardsmen wanted to do something untoward? Even Nangong Qianxue and the girls were a bit confused. What are you thinking? We're just going to search. Sun Lei rolled her eyes straight away. Who did she think she was? Bai Ye naturally fought tooth and nail not to comply. As a result, the two immortal realm guardians actually started to get their hands on the clothes. Both of them were silver-level beast maidens with immense strength, and White Knight barely had the power to resist, and was soon stripped naked by them. Only the last piece of dignity was left, still barely guarded. Seeing Bai Knight preparing to undress, Nangong Qianxue and the others each screamed and covered their eyes. Only the finger slits were big enough to barely cover them. Then the crowd saw a large golden rat tattoo on Bai Knight's chest. Ha! White Knight, you! Lin Meng just wanted to ask Bai Knight when he got the golden rat tattoo. Bai Knight hastily covered her mouth, almost to reveal Lin Meng couldn't ask, but Sun Lei and Zhao Hui could. What's the deal with this rat tattoo? I'm a rat. There's nothing wrong with getting a rat tattoo, right? Bai Ye had already thought of a reason. Zhao Hui opened her pupils and looked over and over for half a day, but she didn't see anything. But there was always some vague and inexplicable worry in her heart. Have you seen enough? In broad daylight. How embarrassing. White Knight had a squirming look. The two immortal realm guardsmen were ultimately beast maidens, and were thoroughly embarrassed by Bai Knight. They only had to let them go. As for Nangong Qianxue and the others, they were directly released. No! I'm going to report you for unfair law enforcement. You have to search them all if you want to. Bai Ye shouted as he hugged his clothes. What a great opportunity. No one wants to run. White Knight, you're going to die. The four beast nymphs pressed White Knight's head and pushed into the middle of the mountain gate. People's guards didn't even say anything, so what are you saying more? In the midst of the scuffle, the five finally entered the Kunlun immortal realm. The mountain was still the same. The sky was still the same, but the original two guardians had disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Just a few steps and the people were gone. This couldn't help but make people think about whether it would be a fairy jump or something. We're not being tricked, are we? There's nothing magical in here. While White Knight was wondering, Rat Little Brother was so excited that he was almost crazy. Several times, he wanted to jump out of White Knight's chest. This was Mouse Little Brother's treasure hunting function activating. It seemed that there were indeed tons of treasures here. Only then did Bai Knight believe that they had really entered the legendary Kunlun Wonderland with countless treasures. At the same time, Yi Qingqing was also very excited. This was because she had inquired from the surrounding plants that this place was filled with treasures. Even at the entrance, there were quite a few second-order spirit grasses and fruits. Each one of them could increase the corresponding attribute by 50 points. Ding Yun'er's eyes were glowing as she sniffed. This is all a free super buffet here. You can eat whatever you want. This was too happy. Under Yi Qingqing's control, a steady stream of spirit fruits were brought to her by the surrounding plants. Ding Yun'er directly came to a hungry tiger, rushed to the front and desperately dazzled. Hey, take it easy. Ever eaten a buffet? Which has just arrived at the door, catching the fruit and eating it to death. White Knight calmly ate some spirit fruits to moisten his throat before stopping. Lin Meng wasn't too interested either. She was still more interested in meat. Nangong Qianshui also tasted lightly. After all, the second-rank spirit fruits weren't too helpful to her anymore. She had eaten too much of it and had already developed drug resistance. Yi Qingqing was the easiest, directly drawing energy from the surrounding spirit grasses and fruits. She didn't even need to eat this step. After she rooted her body into the earth, she was even more surprised. The energy here was surprisingly so abundant. Not only could it quickly recover from its consumption, it could even make its attributes grow at a rate visible to the naked eye. If she stayed here for 3 months, she felt that her attributes could completely double. How unproductive. This is just at the door. What's the rush? Go inside and take a look. Bai Ye plucked Yi Qingqing out of the dirt and led the group to continue exploring deeper into the Kunlun Mountains. Just as White Knight had guessed, the further up the mountain they went, the higher the quality of the spirit grasses and fruits. Gathering to the back, everyone's full attributes increased by 500 points. This was a huge boost for everyone, especially Ding Yun'er, whose strength had almost doubled. However, everyone had almost eaten until they were bursting at the seams, and the effects of the spirit fruits had reached their limits. Finally, after going over a hill, they saw the vast heavenly pool under the snowy mountains. Across from the heavenly pond, the snowy mountain that rose straight into the sky was the main peak of the Kunlun Mountains. Before setting out, AOZ had spoken about the wonderful uses of the Kunlun heavenly pool. It was said that the liquid here wasn't water, but rather, it was liquefied from concentrated energy. As long as one soaked in it, they would be able to greatly enhance their physical qualities, and he urged that he should take a good soak no matter what. White Knight naturally believed in AOZ, all without any hesitation. Directly clothes flung, turned the body 3.5 times, and a jolt into the celestial pool, staged a splash disappearing technique. Full marks. With White Knight's current physical quality, if he went to the Olympics, he would probably be able to get the championship in every category. An absolute all-round king. Unfortunately, there was no going back. After entering the celestial pool, White Knight realized that the further down he went, the higher the energy density was, and the more pronounced the boost to his body's strength. Thus, White Knight boldly swam downwards. The deeper one went, the greater the water pressure and the stronger the energy density. In the end, the energy almost condensed into substance. No, not almost. At the very bottom, the energy actually condensed into crystals. It was only connected into a piece and could not be picked up directly. However, White Knight was still salivating. If this was knocked down, wouldn't it be an energy stone? The more White Knight thought about it, the more he regretted it. Why didn't he leave a prop that could be loaded? Just as White Knight was trying to find a way to deduct the energy stone, he vaguely seemed to see a cave in front of him that was permeated with light. This was the depths of the heavenly pool, and it was completely pitch black under the cover of the thick energy liquid. White Knight wouldn't have been able to see anything at all if he hadn't opened his eyes of insight. How could there be light in such a place? With deep curiosity, White Knight called Mouse Little Brother down. Among the skills awakened when Mouse Little Brother broke through to a king-level foreign beast, there just happened to be a drill. The skill of a king-level foreign beast wasn't simple. Even steel could be drilled through. Using it to drill the bottom of a mine made up of this kind of energy stone, it wasn't a breeze, and it wouldn't be tiring at all. Anyway, there was an infinite supply of energy next to it. As much as you consume, you can make up for it. The only trouble is that you have to constantly float up to change your breath. Later, Ding Yun'er opened a space wormhole directly in front of the Mouse Little Brother, which solved the problem. Nowadays, Ding Yun'er's energy value had reached a staggering 2,000 points. One must know that when she had just broken through to the Black Iron rank, her energy value hadn't even reached 1,000 yet. The rest of the 1,000 plus points were partly the result of eating various spirit fruits that had grown, and partly the result of being immersed in the heavenly pool. The other attributes were similar. The same was true for the other few. This was why AOZ urged them to definitely take a dip in the heavenly pool no matter what. The effect was too powerful. Ding Yun'er, who possessed 2,000 points of energy value, had a spatial wormhole that covered a range of up to 200 meters. It was just enough to reach the very bottom of the heavenly pool. Mouseketeer could always stick his head outside and breathe freely. With the help of Ding Yun'er, the efficiency increased dramatically. After half a day of constant drilling, Mouse Kid finally drilled through the bottom of the pool. Unexpectedly, the bottom of the heavenly pool was not the earth, but another part of the world. Rat Shouty realized that the pool water over there was many times denser in energy density than this side. The body that had already reached its limit from the original immersion was actually strengthening rapidly once again. After getting this message, Rat Little Brother didn't dare to enjoy himself more and immediately came back to report. Well done. After White Knight exclaimed in praise, he followed Mouse Little Brother and dived towards the hole at the bottom of the pool. Everything was just as the little Mouse Brother had said. Even with White Knight's powerful physical quality, he could feel an extremely noticeable increase. White Knight roughly estimated that he was afraid that it would increase his full attributes by at least 2,000 points. This would be too astonishing. For any Black Iron ranked Beast Maiden, it was almost equivalent to doubling it. By the time they got up there, almost everyone possessed strength comparable to a bronze-level Beast Maiden. What the hell is this place? Why hadn't even AOZ told them about it? However, White Knight quickly let it go. Normal people shouldn't think of diving into the bottom of the heavenly pond, much less think of making a hole in the bottom. Even if they wanted to, I'm afraid it would be difficult to realize. It seemed that this was a secret place within a secret place. It was an undiscovered virgin land. Bai Ye called Ding Yuner over and prepared to let her explore it. It wasn't to let her take risks, but to open a void wormhole in the air above the opposite side and just stick her head through to take a look. If it wasn't possible, Ding Yuner still had instantaneous transfer, and her survivability was better than any of them. Sure enough, Ding Yuner easily saw the opposite side. Then fascinated, she was almost unwilling to shrink back. White Knight curiously pulled Ding Yuner back and also stuck her head into the void wormhole to look outside. Then he disliked face to face with a flower fairy that was beautifully unearthly. Ah! The two exclaimed at the same time, each backing away. White Knight was surprised that he didn't expect there to be a person on the opposite side. And the opposite side was surprised that a head suddenly stuck out of the void and almost kissed her. Due to being too close to the opposite flower fairy just now, White Knight didn't see anything and could only ask to Lin Dinger, "What did you just see?" "It's a cloudy fairyland filled with flowers of all colors. So beautiful and beautiful. Did you feel a killing aura?" "No." "Then let's go up together and take a look." Bai Ye pulled Ding Yuner up with him. He was mainly interested in Ding Yuner's instantaneous movement skill. Once he encountered danger, he could take him with him to escape back in an instant. Just as Bai Ye and Ding Yuner were about to swim towards the opposite side, a crimson koi suddenly swam over and circled around them. With big, curious eyes, it stared at them. "What are you looking at? Look again and I'll eat you." White Knight tried to scare the koi. As a result, the koi unexpectedly opened its mouth. "If you dare to eat me, I'll let my big brother beat you up." What was spoken wasn't beast language, but human language. Shocked, White Knight drank a bellyful of pool water. This Nima was a beast woman? Opening the eye of insight to look, it was indeed a koya, a talking koi. However, the name of the note was Yao Chi Koi, and it's even a king-level beast. Chanchi, Yao Chi? The place where Bai Ye and the others just took a bath was the heavenly pool. So, this pool across the street, is the legendary Yao Chi? It's a legendary fairyland. No, when they came in, the guards said it was called the Kunlun Fairyland. Being told this by the Yao Chi Koi, Bai Ye became even more curious. "Who is your big brother?" "The golden dragonfish." "Ah, haven't you heard of it?" "Not only have I heard of it, I've even eaten it." Who on the blue planet hadn't eaten a dish fried with golden dragonfish's oil? The Yao Chi Koi's eyes widened when he heard this. Then he rushed behind him and shouted, "Big brother, someone said they've eaten you." The pool water tumbled, and a golden fish, several meters long, suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ye. The most amazing thing was that it had a dragon head. Bai Knight opened his eye of insight and realized that the other party was actually a king-level foreign beast. This was the first time White Knight had seen a king-level or higher foreign beast, and it was actually a landscape fish kept inside a pool. White Knight couldn't see the other party's attributes, but clearly knew that he was definitely not an opponent, so he acted quite honestly. "That, brother fish? Oh no, brother dragon. I just said that I've eaten golden dragonfish because our side worships the golden dragonfish as a holy beast, and there's a brand of food called golden dragonfish." White Knight opened his mouth in a half-truth. "Yikes, isn't the human world fun? Can you take me out to play?" The golden dragonfish's voice was dull and droll, completely lacking the domineering aura that matched it. It really seemed like a landscape fish that hadn't seen much of the world. Bai Ye wanted to abduct him into the Five Elements mountain and raise him. Unfortunately, the Five Elements formation disc was taken away. The more I thought about it, the more I felt a loss. White Knight then pulled the golden dragonfish, and in the process extracted quite a few secrets about this place from its mouth. In the middle of the chat, fearing that Bai Ye had no way to breathe under the water, the golden dragonfish also spit out a large water bubble for Bai Ye. It could be said to be quite thoughtful. White Knight learned that there were humans who had been here before. Moreover, the creatures here did not have any hostility towards humans. After understanding this, White Knight finally called Lin Meng and the girls over, preparing to go up and explore together. Perhaps those before were just appearances, and the opposite side was the real Kunlun immortal land. The crowd had only just surfaced out of the water of the Yaoqi when a flower fairy stared at Bai Knight dead in the face. White Knight, what did you do to someone? Why does it feel like the expression she's looking at you is a bit off? Lin Meng quietly asked. Ahem, it's our first time meeting. What can I do? White Knight scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. What first meeting? Just now we've clearly seen it, and you almost kissed me. Flower Fairy's hearing was quite good, and she directly gave the point away. Yikes, White Knight, you've gone too far, haven't you? Inviting Missy everywhere you go. Lin Meng was already condemning. However, Flower Fairy's next words left Lin Meng a bit confused. As compensation, you have to take me out to play. People almost molested you, and you're asking them to take you out to play? So open-minded? And me. The golden dragonfish and Yaoqi Koi, too, jumped out of the water and shouted. White Knight finally realized the problem. Although this was the so-called Kunlun fairyland, with a beautiful environment and abundant energy, but it seemed like every creature in sight wanted to go out and play. Kind of like fairies in the sky who coveted the prosperity of the earth. You guys have gone out? Bai Knight suddenly asked. No. The three creatures all shook their heads. Then how do you guys know that the human world is interesting? White Knight asked again. If the Kunlun immortal realm was isolated from the world, they shouldn't know about the human situation. Because Sister Bai Ye often tells us stories about the human world and shows us videos of humans. I still have a cell phone, but unfortunately there's no signal here. Flower Fairy pulled out a Huawei cell phone from somewhere, but unfortunately it was already dead. In this ancient and mysterious fairyland, the sudden appearance of a modernized cell phone was weird in any way. Moreover, I didn't expect that Bai Ye would have so many secrets. Surprisingly, even the magical creatures of the Kunlun fairyland called her sister. It seemed that her identity was much more than simply the leader of the Holy Yu Legion. At this time, system options suddenly appeared. Option 1, successfully brought Peach Blossom Fairy into the human world. Completion reward, charm value plus 100%. Option 2, successfully bring the golden dragonfish into the human world. Completion reward, King's Bully plus 100%. Option 3, successfully bring the Yaoqi Koi into the human world. Completion reward, lucky value plus 100%. The system surprisingly wanted White Knight to bring them out as well. And there were magical rewards for each one brought out. White Knight thought for a moment and said, if you guys really want to go out, then I'll think of a way to do it. But the prerequisite is that you all have to be able to take human form. No problem. The Yaoqi Koi was the first to jump out and turned into a little girl with a powdered face. You can call me Yao Yao. Bai Ye used his eye of insight to look at it, and it was almost unbroken. This was also too amazing. The golden dragonfish similarly leapt out of the water and turned into a 15 or 16-year-old boy. You can call me Golden Dragon. As for the Flower Fairy, it was originally a fangirl in a pink flower dress, and it was impossible to see any information. My name is Tao Yao Yao, the name given to me by Sister Bai Ye. The three of them introduced themselves separately. Well, we're going to stay here for the next 2 or 3 months, and when we're about to go out, we'll find a way to bring you guys out. White Knight promised. He already had some plans in his head. Aha! All three of them nodded heavily. Then do you guys have anything good here that I can take with me? White Knight rubbed his hands together and asked the question he had always wanted to ask. Yeah, I've planted a lot of peaches here. I can give you one each. The Peach Blossom Fairy pointed to the peach forest behind her and said, the legendary Queen Mother of the West's peaches? Bai Ye's eyes widened and his mouth watered. This was an existence that even the Monkey King coveted. In Journey to the West, coiled peaches could prolong life and increase magical power. What about the peaches here? Bai Ye was already a bit impatient. Shoo, this is the Queen Mother's territory. You can't just mention her name. The Peach Blossom Fairy looked left and right in fear. There really is a Queen Mother here? Lin Meng was also filled with curiosity. After all, she also grew up watching Journey to the West. Of course. Peach Blossom Fairy nodded affirmatively. Then can we go take a look? Said even Bai Ye, who was curious. No. We can't let the Queen Mother know that you guys have been here. She doesn't like humans too much. Peach Blossom Fairy shook her head like a rattle, then urged, after you guys pick up the peaches, hurry up and leave, just don't forget to come pick us up then. After saying that, she even personally picked 5 peaches and gave them to Bai Ye. It seemed that the Peach Blossom Fairy was truly simple, and surprisingly didn't have the slightest doubt that Bai Knight would come back to pick her up. It really was isolated from the world and had no contact with humans. The peach's function was even more amazing than imagined. Surprisingly, it could permanently strengthen a skill. It was a pity that it was randomized. If it could be specified, it would be even more powerful. White Knight's giganticization skill was strengthened into giant spirit transformation. It could increase his strength by 200% while also increasing his size by 20 times. Lin Meng was quite satisfied with Bai Ye's new skill and had to pester Bai Ye to try it out for her now. As a result, she herself forgot to transform into a cat god and directly grew 20 times in her human state, becoming a giantess who was over 30 meters tall. The 2 tails of meat on her chest instantly turned into a behemoth. Extremely amazing. The most crucial thing was that her clothes were completely burst. Fortunately, the Peach Blossom Fairy reacted extremely quickly and instantly created a set of peach blossom dresses for her. Only then was she not seen naked. Only, when Bai Ye tilted his head, he could still see the infinite spring light. He had to hastily cancel the giant spirit transformation. Otherwise, it was a bit overwhelming. For the first time, Bai Night realized that Lin Meng was so feminine. It wasn't just Lin Meng. A few other women. It seemed like they had also become a lot prettier. Nangong Qinshui was already the #1 beauty in Jiangzhou, and now her skin was even more snowy, and she even gave off a glistening light that was indescribably alluring. Yi Qingqing and Ding Yuner also seemed to have matured a lot all of a sudden. The original airfield, surprisingly, also had ups and downs. Although they still looked like they had a white, young and thin physique, they had a different kind of charm, especially when paired with the swimsuit that was woven from grass. It looked even more youthful. It seemed to be the effect of bathing in the Yao Pond, but there was no time to take a closer look, as if someone had discovered the situation here. Lin Meng's overly large size just now was too eye-catching. It seems to be Lord Luwu. You guys run, the Peach Blossom Fairy exclaimed, hastily summoning a ball of pink clear wind to sweep several people into the Yao Pond. The golden dragon fish leaped into the water, stirring up a wave of water that swept the group towards the bottom. Bai Ye vaguely saw a fierce tiger with 9 tails, just like a swift wind running. It was unknown to the crowd as to how the Peach Blossom Fairy responded to Lu Wu's interrogation. Anyway, they had all managed to escape back to the original heavenly pool, and Lu Wu didn't come after them. A few others also had their skills enhanced after eating the peaches. Lin Meng was strengthened with the skill of making stone statues. Now it became stone statue transformation. Originally, it could only utilize one's own earth element to create a stone statue with a very limited attack power, and was considered a rather ribbed skill. Lin Meng usually used it to create his own idol and give worship to the various beasts in the 5 Elements Mountain, using it to generate the power of faith. Nowadays, it was possible to directly take a freshly dead Fey beast, transform it into a stone statue, and use it for himself. Ordinary Fey beasts were even worse. If it was a Lord class, or even a King class Fey beast, it would be powerful. The skill that Nangong Qinshui had strengthened was Splitting Shadow. Now that it had turned into Phantom Sword, it could wield dozens or hundreds of swords at once. However, only one sword possessed 100% attack, and all the other split swords only had half the attack power. And this real sword could be hidden in any of the phantoms. It makes people defenseless. As for the number of divisions, it was related to one's energy value. Yi Qingqing's entanglement was strengthened into silent entanglement. Once entangled, all skills would be blocked. The control ability increased dramatically. Ding Yuner's Sublime Chop became Sublime Rift. It could directly open a crack in space. If it was opened directly on a person, it could instantly dismember them into 2 pieces. Moreover, there was no trajectory, making it impossible to defend against. It had to be said that this little girl's potential was truly great. The effects of the peaches were too strong. Bai Ye collected all 5 peach cores that he had eaten and prepared to plant them in the 5 Elements Mountain in the future. Then it would be catalyzed by Yi Qingqing's 10,000 things born. Maybe it would bear peaches at some point. At that time, the peaches could be eaten directly until they were full. His 5 Elements Mountain would be the new wonderland. It was tempting to think about it. On top of that, Bai Ye and the others had soaked in the Yao Qi for such a long time that everyone's full attributes had increased by more than 2,000 points, plus the ones accumulated from eating spirit fruits as well as soaking in the heavenly pool. It was only the first day in. Everyone's attributes had unexpectedly increased by 3,000 points. After seeing such an increase in attributes, Ding Yuner was so excited that she cried. One must know that before this, her full attributes hadn't even broken 1,000 points. Now it had directly increased 3 times. It was too unbelievable. Even Mouselet's originally trashy attributes had been increased by several times. It finally had the strength to match that of a king-level foreign beast. When they slept at night, they lived in the treehouse built by Yi Qingqing. Although it wasn't as sturdy as the castle built by the stone man, it was much more romantic. For the next few days, Bai Night and the others wandered around the Kunlun Mountains. With Mouse Little Brother's treasure hunting skills, combined with Yi Qingqing's plant communication, they failed to find countless treasures almost every day. However, everyone's physical strength was about to grow to its limit. The next daily increase was very limited, especially Ding Yuner, due to her quality being too low. She had completely stopped growing in the past few days. Bai Ye was getting sick with eye rolling, and every day, he wanted to pack up all kinds of treasures, but there was no place to put them all. Finally, Bai Ye couldn't stand it anymore and was ready to make a move. Since Ding Yuner was a spatial beast maiden, that meant that there was a high chance that she would be able to awaken the skill of subdimensional space, as long as she could obtain sublime space, no matter how small it was. Even if it was only 1 cubic meter, Bai Ye would be able to fit in 1 billion treasures. It was evident how wealthy Kunlun Mortal Realm was. When all is said and done, wanting to break through the quality limit, just eating spiritual grasses and fruits wasn't enough. Matching pills were also needed. It just so happened that Bai Ye had intermediate level alchemy skills. All that was missing today was a pill refining furnace. Without a furnace, White Knight will build one. Have you ever seen wilderness survival? Have you ever seen a hand-rubbed iron? White Knight is now going to hand-roll a pill refining furnace. I'll do it. White Knight let the mouse little brother dug up a variety of precious metals. After a haphazard proportion, let the mouse little brother with the samadhi true fire burn vigorously. Soak in the heavenly pool. All kinds of spiritual fruits as food. There is no problem of insufficient energy. Those precious metals, under the burning of the samadhi flame, gradually turned into liquid. White Knight asked Lin Meng to build a mold with the earth element and pour the metal liquid into it. After constant adjustments, destroying furnace after furnace, wasting countless resources, and tossing around for 2 or 3 days. Surprisingly, it really did allow Bai Ye to refine an elementary pill refining furnace. It was a bit ugly, but all the functions were there. Checking it out through the eye of insight, the name is called an inferior pill refining furnace. The name of the furnace is inferior quality pill refining furnace. Anyway, no matter what, the foundation is good. Next, it was up to the little mouse brother. With the strengthened treasure skill, the word inferior was finally removed from the medicine furnace. It was enough to use. When it came to refining pills, Bai Ye was the professional. As for dispensing medicines, Yi Qingqing was the professional. Plus the endless variety of precious spirit herbs in the Kunlun Mortal Realm. It wasn't a breeze to refine a B-grade advancement Dan. Soon, an elixir worth hundreds of millions of dollars appeared in Bai Ye's hands. Ding Yuner's hands trembled and she almost didn't dare to take it. How many years of labor would this take to be able to pay it back? Bai Ye didn't care and forced it into her mouth. This debt was already owed anyway. Ding Yuner's strength had already been accumulated to the extreme. And with the promotion Dan, breaking through to level B was as simple and natural as eating and drinking water. Unfortunately, it was surprising that there was no comprehension of skills. As a B-rank beast maiden, having 2 skills was considered normal. Normally, only an A-rank or S-rank beast maiden could have 3 skills. But White Knight wasn't satisfied. He must dislike a dimensional space skill. If B-rank didn't work, then he would dislike it to A-rank. Anyway, White Knight possessed the medium extreme pill refining skill. And with the abundance of spiritual herbs and medicines around him, it was completely possible to try it. The biggest problem was that the pill refining furnace was a bit pulled down. With an elementary pill refining furnace, it was almost impossible to refine this extremely precious elixir. Even a more advanced pill refiner would find it difficult to do so. Then let the mouse little brother infinite treasures to strengthen. 10 times cannot be 100 times. 100 times cannot be 1000 times. I don't believe that I can't strengthen a medium extreme pill refining furnace. Anyway, the materials White Knight used were all of fairly high quality. And in exchange for a professional refiner, he could completely refine a mid-level or even a high-level pill refining furnace. However, it turned out that it really couldn't be strengthened. This was because the rat little brother's rank was too low. Although it was a king-level foreign beast, it was only a mere 5th level. No matter how much it was strengthened, there was no way it could create a medium extreme alchemy furnace. But now, White Knight was completely red-eyed and had to take away some treasures no matter what before he could do so. Since Mouse Little Brother's level was too low, there was no way to continue to enhance the quality for the alchemy furnace. Then White Knight would give the Mouse Little Brother a boost in level. We'll make up for what's missing. Where it's not enough, we'll strengthen it. We're going to have to create a dimensional space. Just leveling up would be too simple. There aren't any exotic beasts in the Kunlun Mortal Realm, and even the occasional spirit beast is not allowed to be fought or killed. This was something that White Zephyr, AOZ, and the Immortal Realm Guards had emphasized many times before entering. But it didn't matter. The effect of the elixir to level up was no worse than the Beast Soul Bead. Kunlun Mortal Realm doesn't have much else, but it has a lot of spiritual herbs and medicines, and it was only beginner level pills, so White Knight had them handy. After another 3 days of hard work, White Knight froze and refined thousands of pills, hardly stacked the rat little brother's level to black iron level. It moved Mouse little brother to cry bitterly. One had to know that it was once the lowest leveled ground fire rat, the existence at the bottom of the alien beast space. All the Fey beasts could bully it at will. But now, it had grown into a black iron grade king Fey beast. The attributes had also changed drastically. It could almost become the overlord of an alien beast space, and all of this was bestowed by its master, White Knight. The loyalty of little brother Mouse towards Bai Knight had almost reached its limit. It practically worshipped White Knight as a god. In addition, Mouse little brother had also realized 2 additional skills, Earth Escape and Treasure Chi Extraction. Earth Escape didn't need much explanation. It was a very powerful movement skill. Treasure Chi Drawing can draw and store treasure chi from a treasure and then transfer it to another treasure. Combined with Treasure Reinforcement, it could create a treasure of higher quality. Under the double safeguard, after many enhancements, the pill refining furnace was finally upgraded to intermediate level. It was possible to open the furnace to refine an A-grade advancement pill. This kind of elixir was extremely precious, and could even be sold for $1 billion apiece outside. There was still no market for it. After all, the spirit medicine required was too rare, and it was extremely difficult to get it all together. It was only the richest man in a province like the Cheng family that could barely make it. But in the Kunlun immortal realm, the cost of these spirit medicines was directly zero. One could casually make a $0 purchase. Even during the first furnace, White Knight had ruined one because of a mistake. But it does not matter. Failure to come again, until it succeeded. Finally, the Grade A advancement Dan was successfully refined. This time, Ding Yuner didn't hesitate and directly ate it. Anyways, debts were not too big, and she already owed Bai Ye so much. What's the point of expanding it 10 times more? The big deal was that she would just lose herself to Bai Ye. This time, Ding Yuner finally comprehended a new skill, and it just so happened to be subspace. Only her subspace was 10 times lower in quality than Bai Ye's. It was only 1 cubic meter of space for everyone. 000 points of energy. However, it was enough. Today's Ding Yuner had a full 3,000 points of energy. That was 3 cubic meters of space. It was already possible to put a lot of things. First of all, the 5 peach cores were put in first. This thing was a top priority. Whether or not peach freedom could be realized in the future depended on Ding Yuner. Then, intermediate energy stones came in 2 cubes. These were dug out at the bottom of the heavenly pond pool. Tens of thousands of them, worth tens of billions. In addition, a few high-level energy stones were also gotten close to Yao Qi. Unfortunately, they were too rare, and Bai Ye didn't dare to go through the hole and enter the Yao Qi side to dig them up now. After all, before he left, he felt a gust of killing aura from Lu Wu, and Lu Wu's aura, not to mention AOZ, even Bai Ye, couldn't compare. It was clearly not an existence that Bai Ye could fight against, so it was better to be honest lately. The big deal was that when he was finally ready to leave, he would make a profit. As for the last bit of space, of course it is reserved for pills. Ordinary spiritual herbs and fruits take up too much space and are not cost-effective. Anyway, the pill refining furnace was out. Wouldn't it be a shame not to make some precious pills? For the next period of time, Bai Knight worked day and night to refine various intermediate level pills. The 4 beast mothers practically ate the pills as if they were meals. Even so, it still filled up the remaining space. It was only a fault that Ding Yuner's subspace was too small. White Knight, who couldn't stay idle, suddenly wanted to explore the main peak of Kunlun again. Frozen Ling Peak was the second largest peak in the world and was known as the Cold Wonderland at the end of the world. It was locally known as Chogori Peak, meaning White Goddess. In his previous life, this kind of snowy mountain was naturally not something that ordinary people could climb. Now that there was an opportunity, of course, he had to try it. Moreover, Kunlun was integrated with the mysterious space. So who knew if there would be any precious and mysterious existences on the main peak? Anyway, White Knight was convinced that there would be. After all, he clearly felt that the higher up he went, the denser the energy and the more treasures there were. How could there be no treasures in the highest main peak, the place with the densest energy? Anyway, he had nothing to do right now, so he might as well go up and take a look. Originally, White Knight wanted to fly up, but the cold wind on the main peak was extremely harsh, making it difficult to even stand, let alone fly. Moreover, it was extremely cold on the mountain, and even with several people's physiques, it was a bit difficult to resist. The first one to give up was Ding Yuner. After all, her quality was slightly lower than several people, and she grew up later. Her overall strength was poorer. It wasn't impossible to instantly move up, but being frozen to death halfway up would be embarrassing. The second was Yi Qingqing. As a small grass, she was ultimately too weak. Moreover, above the snowy mountains, there was a dead silence. Without any plants, even the seeds thrown out could not be catalyzed. Unable to lend her strength, she could only give up. Lin Meng had no problem with either her quality or her various protective skills, but she wasn't interested in climbing snowy mountains. After all, it was full of ice and snow up there, and it didn't look like much to eat, so she also chose to give up. In the end, only Bai Knight and Nangong Qianxue were left. White Knight's physical strength was nothing to write home about, stronger than any of the beast maidens present. There was also the rat little brother in his chest constantly radiating heat. There was no problem at all. Nangong Qianxue was even more needless to say, as she herself was an ice spirit cold light sword. The colder the environment, the more adapted she was. She didn't even need to transform, just relying on her humanoid form. She was able to handle it with ease. The two of them climbed all the way up, finally stepping onto the peak of the main peak of Kunlun. The entire Kunlun, and even the entire heaven and earth, seemed as if they had stepped under their feet. A true mountain climbing to the top. In such an environment, White Knight felt that the various attributes that had already reached their limits unexpectedly grew again, especially the cold ice resistance. The growth rate was extremely fast, and at this time, the golden mouse tattoo on Bai Knight's chest leapt to life. It should have discovered some kind of supreme treasure. After staying in the Kunlun Mountains for such a long time, little brother Rat had long since become numb to most treasures. What could make it react like this now? I'm afraid, is an extreme treasure that the crowd has never seen before. It seemed that White Knight had guessed correctly. After Mousechan's exploration, the treasure was under the ice and snow. The ice and snow at the top of the Iceling Mountain could be 10,000-year-old cold ice, or even 100,000-year-old, million-year-old cold ice. It was extremely difficult to excavate. Even Mousechan's drilling skills were a bit strained. Luckily, it still had Samadhi True Fire, which could just melt 10,000-year-old ice. At most, it will take some time. As for energy, there was still no need to worry, as White Knight's temporary small backpack was stuffed with all kinds of elixirs just in case of an emergency. As Mouse little brother drilled, Bai Knight vaguely felt that something was wrong. The Iceling Mountain seemed to be trembling. What's the situation? Bai Knight stuck his head out and looked down, only to see snow fog filling the area. The 10,000-year-old ice layer cracked out and was extending downward at an extremely fast speed. The snowflakes covering the ice layer flew in all directions. Crap, is this a fucking avalanche? White Knight was shocked. This was a big play. In case he played Kunlun out, Bai Ye would not be able to find him to fight for his life. At that time, not to mention being a dry sibling, even if it was his own sibling, Bai Ye would have to be stripped of his skin. In addition, there were still Lin Meng and the others below the snowy mountain. Quickly go! Hurry up! White Knight shouted loudly as he stood at the top of the shaky mountain. But all the voices were torn to shreds by the cold wind, and nothing could be heard at all. But even if White Knight didn't warn them, they felt the violent shaking. This White Knight guy is doing damage again. Lin Meng instantly guessed that it was White Knight's doing and cursed there. Unable to rush up and beat up White Knight, Yi Qingqing was scared out of her wits and didn't know what to do. In the face of nature, even a black iron ranked beast maiden was extremely vulnerable. Quickly, you guys transform and drill into me? I'll take you away. At the critical moment, it was instead the smallest Ding Yuner who was the most reliable. Thus, Yi Qingqing transformed into a small grass and Lin Meng transformed into a small cat, and they all drilled into Ding Yuner's arms. A single instantaneous movement by Ding Yuner was several hundred meters. The speed was too much faster than an avalanche. Worthy of being an extremely rare spatial beast maiden, it was too strong. Seeing that they were not in danger, Bai Ye was instantly relieved. As for him and Nangong Qianxue, there was absolutely no need to worry. When it came to avalanches, mudslides, and the like, being at the top of a mountain was instead the safest, unless even the top of the mountain collapsed together. However, what was said came to pass. The mountain top actually did collapse. White Knight had almost forgotten that this avalanche was the result of them drilling furiously in the 10,000-year-old cold ice at the top of the mountain. It was cracked from the top down. The chunk of cold ice that Bai Ye and Nangong Qianxue were standing on directly fell downward in one piece. 10,000 tons of cold ice would directly flatten a person if they were slapped underneath it, and it would be buried by the ice, so you can't even dig it out. At this time, what kind of treasure is there to dig for? Escaping is the most important. Mouse little brother, possessed, retreat. White Knight fished out his ice spirit cold ice sword, tattooed the duo Bao mouse on his chest, and prepared to rush down the mountain. Whether or not he could outrun the avalanche depended on his life. Suddenly, White Knight realized that the 10,000-year-old cold ice at the top of the mountain cracked to both sides, and in the middle, a heart-shaped object emitting a biting cold aura rose up. White Knight opened his eyes of insight, but only obtained the name Cold Ice Heart, with no other information at all. It seemed to be of extremely high quality. After seeing the heart of cold ice, Mouse Jr.'s eyes glowed and he wanted to climb out of White Knight to fish for it. He didn't even want his life. This was definitely a supreme treasure. Thinking of this, Bai Ye risked being blown away by the cold wind and summoned his flowing light illusionary colored wings, swooping up and holding the heart of cold ice in his arms. In just a split second, Bai Ye was nearly frozen into an ice stick. Nangong Qianxue seemed to feel something and transformed into human form, swallowing the heart of cold ice in one bite. Then, the two of them all turned into ice sculptures and completely lost consciousness. The avalanche came and went quickly. It was only a few tens of minutes before everything completely returned to calm. Then Lin Mang and the girls realized that Bai Ye and Nangong Qianxue had disappeared. Don't look at Lin Mang, who usually fought cheerfully with Bai Ye, but she was the one who really cared about Bai Ye the most. Because of the contract, Lin Mang could feel that Bai Ye was now in an extremely weak state. So desperately, she rummaged through the giant ice cube like crazy. Yi Qingqing was directly crying. Although she wasn't yet White Knight's Beast Maiden, she had already deeply liked this team after this period of time. Even more, she liked the omnipotent White Knight. However, an avalanche could potentially cause her to lose such a good little companion forever. Ding Yuner was similarly crying in pain. White Knight was her debtor, and if White Knight died, her debt would be gone. It should be a good thing for Ding Yuner. However, Ding Yuner didn't think so. Although Bai Ye often terrorized her and asked her to sell her body to pay her debt, but she could feel that Bai Ye was just a little bitchy with his mouth, and his heart was really good. It was the first time someone had been so kind to her, so how could Ding Yuner gloat? Like Lin Mang, she used all her abilities to try and find Bai Ye. Her spatial rift was much more effective at cutting through cold ice than Lin Mang. Yi Qingqing stopped crying slightly and desperately urged the plants to drag the cold ice, but this was the second largest peak in the world, and it was an epic avalanche that ran down from the top. With just the three of them, they could not move it until the end of the monkey's life. To say that it was a fool's errand would be more or less the same. No, it's not a solution for us to go over like this. Why don't I go out and call for someone? The first one to regain her senses was still Ding Yuner. The small body contained wisdom beyond imagination. Maybe it was also the reason why children from poor families became children early. Lin Mang and Yi Qingqing nodded in agreement. Then Ding Yuner offered to pull out the things inside the subspace and put them on the side first. After all, this was tens of billions of dollars worth of supplies. What if she ran away with the money? However, Lin Mang and Yi Qingqing didn't care at all and just urged him to hurry up and call out the people. For this kind of trust, Ding Yuner was touched for another moment. Then he was ready to turn on his instantaneous transfer and go shout for people outside the mountain gate. As long as he found a beast maiden who was good at searching, the speed of finding people would definitely increase dramatically. However, before Ding Yuner could set off, someone had already appeared. It was those two immortal realm guardians from before, Sun Lei and Zhao Hui. They had all rushed over without even guarding the mountain gates. The Kunlun Mountains were almost gone, so what was the point of guarding the gate? White Knight! Zhao Hui roared in anger. She knew that Bai Ye was a face space destroyer and was fully prepared. Almost all the tools of the trade had been taken away. Why was it still possible to collapse the main peak of Kunlun? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out at all. How could they explain this to Lord Bai Ye? However, White Knight didn't show up, and the few beast maidens on the side were crying. It was only then that Zhao Hui and the girls realized that the avalanche was indeed caused by Bai Ye. But Bai Ye was also crushed underneath. Was this considered lifting a stone and smashing their own feet? No, this was tearing down the mountain and burying himself. Angry as he was, he still had to save people. After all, White Knight was a royal beast master that Lord White Zephyr had high hopes for. If he dies here, the punishment will be greater than if he collapses the main peak of Kunlun. Zhao Hui was a snow mountain mastiff beast maiden who was the best at finding and recognizing people. She was the one who had recognized Bai Ye's seated Fey beast essence with a single glance in the first place. In conjunction with Lin Mang's super sense of smell, she quickly locked onto White Knight's location. Then came the frantic digging. With the addition of the two silver-level beast maids, the rummaging was instantly much faster. After all, their strength was more than 10 times higher than Lin Mang and the others. Finally, with the combined efforts of the crowd, an ice sculpture with a long sword in its arms was dug up. The theater could still see a flash of reddish golden light in the ice sculpture. The ice sculpture was Bai Ye, and the long sword was Nangong Qianxue, and that reddish golden glow should come from Mousquetaire. Through Lin Mang's state, it could be known that White Knight hadn't died yet. It was probably related to the heat that Mouse Shouty was radiating. Once again, it proved that White Knight had made a very wise choice by nudging it into a king-level foreign beast. However, White Knight's breath was already very weak and had to be rescued in a hurry. Now that she couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter, Sun Lei hurriedly sent out a blazing flame that enveloped the ice sculpture. Her beast maiden status was Fire 1. As a silver-ranked beast nymph, her burning ability was extremely strong. The ice sculpture, which was like an ice sculpture made up of 10,000 years of cold ice, began to slowly melt. It's working, continue to increase the firepower. Finally, White Knight's figure slowly revealed itself. With a tremor, the last speck of the ice shell completely disintegrated. White Knight came back to life. One had to marvel that this vitality was truly strong. The recovery power was even more astonishing to the two silver-level beast maids. At the critical moment, extreme speed recovery also played a very large role. However, having been frozen so hard, at this time, White Knight was also very weak. Seeing this, Ding Yuner hurriedly pulled out a large pile of precious pills from her dimensional space and stuffed them into Bai Knight's mouth. Where did the pills come from? Worthy of being a snow mountain mastiff, Zhao Hui immediately discovered the Chinese point. Ding Yuner was ultimately too small and not good at lying. Being asked this way, she was directly dumbfounded. Fortunately, Bai Ye awoke in time and took over the conversation. The elixir was practiced by me. Practiced with what? Of course it's with a pill refining furnace. Where did you get a pill refining furnace? I rubbed it with my hands. Hand rub the pill refining furnace? Can you be any more awesome? Absolutely impossible. There must be some other space treasure. The two silver-level beast maids didn't believe it at all and went up to search again. However, Bai Knight was indeed empty-handed right now. With nothing. No, Lacey, look. This golden rat tattoo on White Knight's chest is different from when he first went in. Again, Zhao Hui saw the flashy point. This was an extremely difficult version of everyone coming to find fault. After all, the last time a few people had met was already 2 months ago. With absolutely no comparison, this was able to find out the differences. It could be said to be extremely bullish, and could totally go to super brain. And Sun Lei also saw the problem at a glance. It's indeed different. When we went in, this golden mouse tattoo was facing outwards, and now it's lying on its back. It's so obvious. Who couldn't tell? This was embarrassing. At that time, under panic, I didn't pay attention at all. It would be a bit difficult to hide it now. There was no other way. The matter of the rat's little brother could only be exposed. It just so happened that it could also be confirmed how to hand rub the pill refining furnace. A king-level foreign beast? Zhao Hui couldn't help but be shocked for a moment. Surprisingly, he was able to take in such a powerful fey beast, and he dared to feel comfortable letting it attach itself to him. It seemed to be absolutely trusted. It had to be said that Bai Ye really did have too many secrets hidden in his body, but after looking over it, this multi-treasure mouse king was only relatively good at searching and creating treasures, and didn't have any spatial type skills. It shouldn't be much of a problem. Just at this time, Nangong Qianshui also woke up. Zhao Hui casually swept a glance, then was shocked again. She clearly remembered that when she went in, Nangong Qianshui was still an S-rank ice spirit cold light sword. So how did it become an SS rank 1000 mountain twilight snow sword now? This kind of level of beast maiden was rare to see when looking at the whole country, and 3 of them had even appeared beside White Knight. Was this the legendary power of a SSS ranked beast master? It made Zhao Hui want to be his beast maiden. It was too unbelievable. Scanning the circle again, Ding Yuner also changed. When she went in, she was still a C-rank void nestbug, but now she had become an A-rank void yuan beetle. How on earth did that happen? I don't remember the Kunlun immortal realm having any spirit fruits that could raise their quality. You have to know that for every level of talent above C grade, the consumption is measured in billions of dollars. Just by eating some spirit fruits, one simply couldn't reach that level. It had to be done with enough accumulation, and then with the corresponding elixir. So, another elixir refined by Bai Knight? After receiving an affirmative reply, Sun Lei and Zhao Hui were completely numb. Bai Knight was truly an existence that created miracles. While shocked, Zhao Hui suddenly thought of something, then immediately rummaged through the surrounding mountains and forests. As a result, it was clean and dry. There was nothing left. The spirit grasses and fruits were almost all defeated. There are only a few of you. Even if you add a king-level foreign beast, you wouldn't be able to eat so much. That's enough for thousands of people. I'm afraid those who come in next won't be able to eat a single fart. Even with Kunlun's recovery speed, I'm afraid it will take a long time. The main peak of Kunlun avalanched. The surrounding spiritual grasses and fruits were gripped almost to the ground, and White Knight also brought in a king-level foreign beast. This one thing after another was not something that Zhao Hui and the 2 guards could decide. It had to be reported to Lord Bai Ye. White Knight, you guys stay here honestly. We'll go report back and see how to deal with your matters. After the 2 of them, Sun Lei and Zhao Hui, made some simple arrangements. They quickly rushed towards the mountain gate. There was no signal in the alien beast space, so it was still necessary to go outside to make a call. White Knight and the others finally took a long breath. Luckily, although Zhao Hui had a scrying technique, the information she obtained wasn't comprehensive enough to know the full range of skills. Otherwise, if she had found out that Ding Yuner had awakened the skill of subspace, then all of the tens of billions of wealth that Bai Ye had amassed would have gone down the drain. However, Bai Ye wasn't that easy to fool. There were no secrets that could be hidden under the mind-reading technique. There was nothing left of this place anyway. Bai Ye was ready to pick up the Peach Blossom Fairy and the Golden Dragon Fish in Yaoqi Koi, and then he would leave in a hurry. The problem now was how to take the three of them. Then, White Knight thought of the stealth pill. If he appeared head-on, he might not be able to escape the keen observation of the Snow Mountain Mastiff. But if one hid in a corner and utilized various means to cooperate, it wasn't impossible. It just depended on how it was done. Outside the Kunlun Mountain Gate, Zhao Hui dialed Bai Ye's phone. What? You said that Iceling Peak was almost collapsed by Bai Ye? All the spiritual herbs and fruits on Mount Kunlun were gripped? White Knight even brought in a king-level foreign beast? After listening to Zhao Hui's added words, Bai Ye was getting more and more alarmed. Didn't I tell you guys to collect all of his soul-nurturing bowl and 5 elements spirit disc? And the sublime space? Didn't you seal it off for him? Bai Ye finally asked her doubts. Right now, the soul-nurturing bowl and the 5 elements spirit disc are still in my hands, and I've just checked, and his secondary dimension space is indeed sealed to death, Zhao Hui explained. Now even Bai Ye couldn't figure it out. But soon, she thought of a way to deal with it. Promise the requests of the various forces such as the Divine Hall, Dragon Capital, Phoenix City, and others to allow their people to enter Kunlun for cultivation, charging $100 million per person, but they can only stay for a maximum of 10 days. In addition, demand that White Knight take out 10 billion in resources in exchange, or else don't return the soul-nurturing mantle and 5 elements spirit disc to him. Forget about the rest for now. I believe Kunlun Mountain will soon recover. Bai Ye instantly gave a series of deployments. If it was carried out, not only would this wave not be a loss, but it would also make a lot of money. However, when Zhao Hui heard it, he was really afraid of being beaten. Now that Kunlun Mountain had nothing left, it still dared to charge people $100 million in entrance fees, simply to the world of all forces are offended. Bai Ye has a special identity, and ordinary people don't dare to provoke him, but they are just guards. Who knows if someone will find them angry? Lord Bai Ye is really capable of causing trouble. Also, asking Bai Ye to come up with $10 billion in resources? He was just a black iron ranked Imperial Beastmaster. Where was he going to get that many resources? Forget it. Whatever the leader says. Anyway, if something goes wrong, there's a taller one to take the lead. Zhao Hui and Sun Lei didn't bother to go back in, so they sat at the entrance of the mountain and called the various forces, informing them that as long as they had money, they could enter Kunlun, and it's a limited time offer, only until September 1st when school starts. For a while, the responders gathered. It was only $100 million. A lot of rich people could shell out, but wanting to enter Kunlun is not something anyone can do. Now that the supply was liberalized, anyone with a young person of the right age in their family wanted to cram in and fortify themselves. From the trainee stage, up to bronze or even silver level Imperial Beast Masters and Beast Maids, all wanted to come in and experience it. In just one day's work, thousands of people had signed up to come in. Easily $100 billion arrived. If all these people came together to look for trouble, Zhao Hui and Sun Lei felt that they wouldn't be able to get out of the Kunlun Mountains again in their lives, but they couldn't care less. As long as there was money to be made, within the Kunlun immortal territory, Bai Night sneaked back again. The 3 Peach Blossom Fairies had been waiting for a long time. To show her appreciation, Peach Blossom Fairy had even prepared 5 more peaches. Other people's skill enhancements were left out, mainly Ding Yuner. With her void wormhole, the distance had increased tenfold, and the area of the wormhole had also increased tenfold. This time, not only could she stick out ahead, but even an elephant could burrow through it. With this, White Knight's plan was even easier to implement. When they arrived in front of the mountain gate, White Knight first went out to spy on the situation, looking for a suitable opportunity to bring them out. As it turned out, there was no need to use any schemes at all. The entire front of the Kunlun mountain gate was crowded with people. Zhao Hui and their 2 beast maids were so busy that they didn't have time to pay attention to White Knight, not to mention paying attention to whether or not anything strange had escaped from the Kunlun immortal realm. In the crowd, White Knight even saw many familiar faces. Ouyang Lai, Sharita. Those players who had participated in the college league were almost all present. In addition, there were also some guys that looked like they were all non-rich. What's this about? A temple fair in front of the Kunlun Mountains? Bai Ye couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Zhao Hui sniffed and threw Bai Ye a big blank stare. Isn't it all because of you? I'm afraid that after today, they would no longer be able to work here as Immortal Realm Guardians, but the money they've earned is enough to run away. Pose a temp who doesn't know anything here tomorrow and let them deal with it. Give me back my stuff. White Knight was too lazy to care about this and pulled out the contract that Zhao Hui and the 2 had carved into the stone earlier, preparing to redeem his soul-nurturing mantle and 5 elements spirit disc. As a result, the 2 unexpectedly denied the contract outright. Then White Knight reacted to the fact that there was no such thing as a court in this world, nor was there anyone who could enforce this so-called contract. Shell out $10 billion in order to redeem your things. What 10 billion? Isn't entering Kunlun free? No matter. Anyway, Lord White Zephyr said that it's 10 billion, and you won't be able to get your stuff back for a single point less. You can't be so mean. Who's cheating? Kunlun Wonderland. Zhao Hui couldn't help but want to complain a bit, but seeing so many people around, she quickly braked. If this was exposed, all the money would be gone. Only after these people in front of them entered could they put their money in their pockets. White Knight didn't expect that White Zephyr, who was thousands of miles away, would still be able to remotely know the situation here. Surprisingly, he knew that he had acquired supplies worth over $10 billion. If it was someone else, Bai Ye would still want to argue, but now the one who had come up with this dilemma was Bai Ye. White Knight knew that there was no chance. It simply couldn't play with that cunning old bad sister. Okay, I'll pay. Bai Ye directly chose to compromise. It was Zhao Hui and Sun Lei's turn to be surprised. Where did you get so many supplies for a black iron ranked beastmaster? Then, Bai Knight proved to them what it meant to be rich. All sorts of precious pills flew out of Ding Yun'er's subspace. It quickly piled up a huge basket. At a rough estimate, there were literally tens of billions, not to mention Zhao Hui and Sun Lei. Even those around me who were waiting to enter the Kunlun immortal realm had their mouths wide open in surprise. Wasn't there only spiritual grass and fruits in the Kunlun immortal realm? How come there are even pills? White Knight shouldn't be refining pills on site, right? That's not right. No supplies were allowed to be brought into the Kunlun immortal realm, and even the dimensional space was blocked. It's impossible for White Knight to be making pills with his bare hands. What on earth is going on? While shocked, the crowd was filled with desire for the rich resources in the Kunlun immortal realm. They couldn't wait to go in immediately. Unfortunately, the other party had a requirement that they would not be allowed to enter the mountain until after dark. Moreover, the mountain gate only opened once, so everyone could only go in together. Unable to figure out what the reason was, they just had to follow. After taking the supplies, the two guards no longer had any reason not to return White Knight's things. By the way, they helped White Knight unseal the subspace. It was just that. Up until this point, they were still a bit incredulous. To be able to casually take out $10 billion in resources. Just how much had Bai Knight acquired in the Kunlun Mountains? That was unimaginable wealth. It was so tempting to rob Bai Knight. Taking advantage of the chaos of exchanging with Bai Ye, the three peach blossom fairies snuck out. Ding Yun'er directly opened a wormhole at the entrance of the mountain and teleported them to a mountain forest a few kilometers away, completely without revealing any scent. The two guards were all in shock and didn't even bother to pay attention to the situation at the mountain entrance. Everything was going quite smoothly. White Knight had finally retrieved the soul nurturing bowl and the 5 elements spirit disc. It was time to bolt. Other than that, in case that powerful Luwu found out, White Knight and the others might have to be taken back to Kunlun as hard laborers. After Bai Knight's few people left, another long time passed until it was dark before the Immortal Realm Guardians finally opened the mountain gate and let the gathered crowd in. At this time, there was already a sea of people outside the mountain gate. Thousands of young people swarmed in. Then they realized that there wasn't a single hair. Didn't they say that the Kunlun Immortal Realm is filled with treasures? Why is there nothing? I guess it's dark. Can't see clearly. Bullshit. I'm an owl beastess. The darker it gets, the clearer I can see. I also have night vision. And I really didn't see any spiritual grasses and fruits. Then it's probably because the energy at the entrance of the mountain is lower, and there are fewer spirit grasses and fruits. Let's go further up the mountain and take a look. The group of people groped their way up the mountain all night long, but they didn't see anything along the way. Even some people with treasure hunting type skills similarly didn't find any treasures. After tossing and turning all night, until the sunrise the next day, the crowd was shocked by the stunningly beautiful sunlit gold mountain. The reason for the shock was not only because of the beauty, but also because the main peak of Kunlun was bald. The original white goddess had only bare rocks left on her head. It has become a bald goddess. Look at the snowy mountain. It's a mess. All kinds of huge ice fragments were piled up together, messy and rough. It was simply like a ruin that had been shelled countless times. What happened to the main peak of Kunlun? Here, an avalanche happened? I guess so. And by the looks of it, it's just in the past 2 days. That's right. If it was a few days ago, the summit should have already been covered with ice and snow again. I remember. When we came in, White Knight had just gone out. That's right. White Knight is known as the Space Destroyer. He wouldn't have given the Kunlun Immortal Realm a hokey pokey too, would he? It's very possible. I remember when White Knight went out, those two Immortal Realm Guardians, they asked him for $10 billion. Crap, there's no escape then. It must be compensation for destroying the Kunlun Immortal Realm. Also, Have you guys ever wondered where the tens of billions of dollars worth of pills that White Knight pulled out came from? It couldn't be from gleaning the entire Kunlun, could it? So, it's not that we can't find them, but that Kunlun really doesn't have any spirit herbs or fruits anymore? Crap! I paid $100 million for the entrance fee. Cursed horse, refund the money. Someone soon figured everything out, and then tried to rush out of the mountain gate to find those two immortal realm guards to refund their money. As a result, they found that the mountain gate was sealed. It couldn't be entered or exited. All of them were going to be locked up here for 10 days, unable to go anywhere. But the problem is, there aren't any spiritual herbs or fruits left on the Kunlun mountain, and there aren't any animals either. What will so many of them eat? Gnawing on tree bark and eating grass roots? Don't be so hard on yourself. The people of Kunlun have gone too far. We had no choice but to search all over the mountain. Then someone discovered the wonders of Tianxi. To be more accurate, it should be something that their family had instructed before he came. This was something that at least half of the people present knew. After all, they were all big families that could shell out $100 million with their hands. Then, a group of people all jumped into the heavenly pool like dumplings. Although the heavenly pool looked vast, it was actually not too large. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a pool, but a lake. With thousands of people crammed in at once, it really looked like a large, overwhelming area. The beast masters were a little better. After all, they were boys. It didn't matter if they were crowded. Instead, it was more enjoyable. The beast maidens couldn't handle it, mixing baths with so many people, and there was no distinction between men and women. Who could handle it? It's not like they're from the east. Moreover, with so many people crowded together, the energy of the heavenly pool is very limited. Originally, a person could increase their attributes by a few hundred points a day, reaching the limit of absorption. Now, it seems that it's a struggle to increase even 10 points a day. Even if one soaked for 10 days, it would still increase their attributes by 100 points at most. A few second-order spirit fruits topped it off, and a second-order spirit fruit was less than $100,000. They spent $100 million on the entrance fee. The first few days were fine, but in the later days, they couldn't soak anymore. People are going to be swollen, but only increased a few dozen points of attributes. The most critical thing is, hungry. When everyone came in, they were all told that they could eat spiritual fruits until they were full every day, so there was no need to bring any dry food at all. Just keep your stomach and eat well. As a result, there is nothing, not even water to drink. You can't go to the heavenly pond and drink the bathwater of thousands of people, right? In the end, we had no choice but to burn ice water from the snowy mountains. Life was pretty miserable. Everyone was cursing White Knight. After all, anyone could guess that everything was the work of White Knight, the space destroyer. They had been literally screwed over. At this time, White Knight had long since returned to Jiangzhou and was happily shopping with the Peach Blossom Fairies. The bustle of the human world has made the three of them so happy that they can't stop thinking about it. They were curious about everything. They are not stopping to buy and buy. And soon they owe Bai Ye hundreds of millions of dollars in debt. Of course, just to buy some ordinary clothes, candy canes and other trinkets. Certainly cannot spend so much money. The main reason was that their three little ones were too simple, and hadn't received any social beatings at all. So White Knight naturally quoted them 10 times the price. Later on, when he realized that they didn't understand or care at all, he simply quoted 100 times the price directly. And so it came to pass that the three of them, the three little ones, also had to work for White Knight to pay off their debts. The Peach Blossom Fairy's task was to cooperate with Yi Qingqing and plant peaches in the Five Elements Mountain. Nowadays, the Five Elements Mountain, after more than 2 months of recovery, was already full of energy, and there were black iron-grade foreign beasts everywhere. It could be called a veritable black iron-grade alien beast space, but just this was not enough to supply the growth of the peaches. In the end, it was the Peach Blossom Fairy who relied on her experience in planting peach trees and set up a spirit-gathering formation with the energy stones that Bai Ye had gotten over to her, and only then was she able to barely afford to raise the peach trees, and all of Bai Ye's 10,000 energy stones were consumed. It was too much of a money burner. It was only then that Bai Ye reacted to why the peach forest was planted on the edge of Yaoqi. It was for the convenience of absorbing energy. The peach tree blossomed once every 30 years and bore fruit once every 30 years. If you want to eat peaches, you'll have to wait for your grandchildren. At this point, it's going to rely on Yi Qingqing's enhanced version of the 10,000 things born. After spending so much, he finally ate the peaches he grew, and a tree only bears one at the same time. Bai Ye didn't even know if it was cost-effective or not. The golden dragonfish's part-time job consisted of spitting out dragon saliva. This was something that if a beast maiden ate too much of it, she could possess a dragon's aura. Especially for low-grade beast maidens, the effect was very obvious, and it was even possible to evolve into a fae with a dragon bloodline. For example, golden dragon fish, dragon eagle or something. It was equally effective on Fae. Even if they couldn't evolve, they could still strengthen their bodies and enhance their physical attributes. Unfortunately, Lin Meng and a few other beast maids resented it. After all, no one wanted to eat someone else's saliva. White Knight then had to endure the pain and take it out to sell. $10,000 a drop. Everyone was still rushing to buy it. They really haven't seen anything good before. Selling the saliva alone would be enough to offset all their expenses. It's a shame the stupid kid doesn't know anything but to be cheated by White Knight. As for the Yao Chi Koi, this little girl's biggest feature is her luck. Every time she went out for a spin, she could pick up money, and even energy stones and animal soul beads. On average, she could pick up $10,000 a day, which was enough to buy her candy. And having brought the three of them out successfully, White Knight's luck was now amazing. As long as he went out, he was full of peach blossoms. It wasn't clear if this was considered luck, or it should be categorized in charm. White Knight was already handsome and very appealing to the Beast Maiden. As a result, his charisma value had now increased by 100% again. Who would be able to handle it? Not to mention the strangers outside. Even Nangong Qinxue and the others around them couldn't handle it. As for what kingly aura, it made Bai Ye become even more majestic, especially when he arrived in the Five Elements Mountain. All sorts of beasts even bowed in worship when they saw it. When White Knight took out the cat god statue and asked them to worship it, they were all extremely respectful and worshipped them. This made Lin Meng clearly feel that the speed of divine power recovery had increased by a lot. It was as if the power of faith was somehow related to divine power. It was a pity that they couldn't reach this level yet. After playing happily in Jiangzhou City for 10 days or so, Tao Yao Yao and the three of them were going crazy. It was finally time to get ready to leave. Next stop, Dragon Capital. And it was 5 of them setting off together. The other 4 were bailing out. But Ding Yuner was admitted to Longdu Academy by her own strength. A proper school master. Longdu was the first of the 7 great cities of China. The heart of China. Not to mention Jiangzhou City, even the entire Jiangzhou province was much worse compared to it. As soon as they stepped out of the car, White Knight and the others felt the extreme prosperity. As far as the eye could see, surprisingly, the lowest were all Black Iron ranked Imperial Beastmasters and Beast Maidens. Bronze level, and even Silver level, were also everywhere. This kind of level, when placed in Jiangzhou City, could be called a top-level existence. The 5 people had just gotten off the bus, and immediately, people surrounded them. Classmate, are you a new student from the Dragon Capital Academy? Yes. Wow. Schoolmate is so handsome. Now that there are a few beasties, do you want to consider schoolmate? It's already full. That's okay. Schoolmate can wait until you reach bronze level before contracting. Sorry, the bronze level 1 is also contracted. Then senior sister will contract a silver level 1. The silver level 1 is also contracted. Then I'll ask for a gold level. What perseverance. Even the distant gold level wanted to make an appointment. White Knight increasingly regretted rescuing Tao Yao Yao. Originally the charm was already big enough. Now it was simply impossible to travel normally. On the train on the way here, White Knight had been accosted 101 times. Now that he had only just gotten off the train, he was stopped by a group of Longdu Academy school sisters. Looking at that level of enthusiasm, Bai Knight felt that the rest of his life would be impossible to live in peace. Alas, it's really too hard. The school year hadn't even started yet, and already he was anticipating the horrors of the future. At this time, a voice suddenly came. Don't grab it, the gold level has been booked as well. A tall figure appeared in front of the crowd, like a crane standing in front of a chicken. It was AOZ. Sister AOZ, the gold level you're talking about. It can't be you yourself, right? The surrounding students of the Dragon Capital Academy stared in surprise. AOZ was originally a student of the Dragon Capital Academy and stayed on as a teacher directly after graduation. This year was considered her first year as a teacher. So many of the older students still addressed her as a senior sister. Aha! AOZ nodded her head affirmatively, without the slightest hint of hiding it. Must declare sovereignty. After a few days of not seeing her, White Knight had abducted 4 beast maids around her. If she didn't get a good grip on them, she wouldn't even be able to take up a gold level pit. It said that AOZ's senior sister not only successfully transformed into a dragon during this summer vacation, but she also elevated to the gold level. School sister AOZ is so outstanding that she's going to be a beast girl for a freshman? And it seems to be so proactive. What kind of divine freshman is this? Everyone was extremely curious about Bai Ye's identity. It was only after some inquiries that they realized that Bai Knight was actually the champion of this year's college league, a SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master. But even so, it wasn't like that. After all, those who could enter the Dragon Capital Academy were at least A-ranked, and they still had to have special abilities to do so. S-class was everywhere. and there were quite a few SS classes as well. Among AOZ's suitors, there are SS-level Beast Masters. I have never seen her have a good face. SS level is just one level higher. Is that so? In the crowd's gasps of surprise, AOZ personally received White Knight and his entourage. The other freshmen were envious, having only just arrived at the Advanced Academy, to be pursued by a gold-level beast maiden. What a bragging thing to be able to do. However, some people reacted extremely violently when they heard Bai Knight's name. White Knight, he's White Knight. You've caused us so much misery. Do you know how we came through these 10 days? If it wasn't for a beast maiden who could spit peas, we'd all be starving to death. As soon as he heard it, he was a victim of the Kunlun immortal realm. AOZ was an afterthought and didn't quite understand the situation yet. During this period of time, she had been in seclusion to raise her strength and impact the gold-level beast maiden. She had thought that Bai Ye was just furthering his training in the Kunlun immortal realm, but she hadn't even expected Bai Ye to make such a big deal out of it. Gathering up all the spiritual herbs and fruits in the Kunlun immortal realm, he almost collapsed the main peak of Kunlun. It was considered a miracle that the White Zephyr leader was able to spare him, but after learning that Bai Ye let in thousands of people at once, AOZ knew that Bai Ye was afraid that his next days would not be easy. These great clans didn't dare to find trouble with Bai Ye because her backstage was extremely hard, so they could only take it out on Bai Ye. It seemed like they had to protect Bai Ye next. Just as they were about to head back to school, someone else blocked their way. It was a SS-ranked Silver Imperial Beastmaster with 3 beast maidens with amazing auras. It's the 4th-year student president, Gao Mulong, AOZ's senior sister's #1 suitor. Now there's a good show. Gao Mulong was infatuated when he saw AOZ. School sister AOZ, I've been pursuing you for 3 years, and you're still not willing to say yes to me? AOZ was also helpless. This guy had been persistently pursuing her ever since he met her at the orientation party. Now that she is a school teacher, this guy even hasn't given up yet. Gao Mulong, you originally have a lot of potential. Don't always be distracted. Improve your strength properly before. However, before AOZ could finish, Gao Mulong's face was livid with anger. It's fine if you keep rejecting me. It's fine if you choose a powerful Imperial Beastmaster. But you can't turn around and go after a freshman. This is simply humiliating me. Gao Mulong had been paying attention to AOZ's movements. Therefore, when AOZ appeared at the station to welcome the new students, he also followed him. Just now, AOZ's words, as well as the crowd's comments, he had completely listened in. Proud as he was, how could he stand this kind of anger? Gao Mulong, set your identity straight. Who I choose? What does it have to do with you? AOZ was also made a little angry. Of course it has something to do with me. Kid, if you want a contract with school sister AOZ, win over me first. Gao Mulong rushed Bai Ye and exerted the powerful pressure belonging to a Silver Imperial Beastmaster. The surrounding freshmen felt uncomfortable under such pressure. However, Bai Knight was not affected in the slightest. He even released his King's Bastard Chi to soothe the discomfort of the people around him. When the King's Bastard Chi was emitted, the eyes of the crowd of beast maidens looked at Bai Knight with increasing fascination. Gao Mulong, you're a senior, but you're going to challenge a freshman who just enrolled? Do you still have the face? Have the ability to challenge me? I'll beat the 4 of you by myself. AOZ blocked in front of Bai Ye and angrily stared at Gao Mulong. But the more he did, the angrier Gao Mulong became. How dare you protect him? Gao Mulong was so angry that he almost jumped out of his skin, crossing over AOZ and pointing at Bai Ye and roaring, Kid, I'm only bringing 1 beast maiden to challenge you and your 2 beast maidens. Dare you accept? At the same time, the system's options appeared. Option 1, accept the challenge and defeat Gao Mulong in the limelight. Completion reward, strength plus 1000. Option 2, accept the challenge and lose the match. Completion reward, physique minus 100. Option 3, tilt your head back and look at the sky, saying contemptuously, you're not worthy. Completion reward, agility plus 100. Taking on a silver-level Imperial Beastmaster. This challenge wasn't really a normal one. After coming out of the Kunlun immortal realm, the basic attributes of several people had been raised to over 4,000 points across the board. The main attributes, even more so, reached over 5,000 points. This kind of attribute was completely comparable to a bronze-level beast maiden. However, it was still several times short of a silver-level beast maiden. Even the lowest-level silver beast maiden had a core attribute of over 10,000 points. With a slightly higher grade and higher quality, reaching tens of thousands would be normal. The strongest beast nymph contracted by Gao Mulong was an S-class ice dragon, with a 3-star black iron rating. The strength was as high as 35,000 points. Another 10,000 points of cold damage. This was a breathtakingly terrifying existence. A single bite of ice dragon breath could take away almost any beast maiden below silver level. Fighting across 2 ranks wasn't that easy. However, White Knight still decided to accept the challenge. Even White Knight wasn't going to sneak up on the Imperial Beastmaster. He wanted to see just how powerful a silver-level beast maiden was. At the same time, this was also a test of his own strength. Good. Master Bai accepts your challenge. Bai Knight's words were like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. It instantly caused a huge stir. A freshman who dared to accept the challenge of a senior. The gap between the two, a black iron level and a silver level, was like a rift in the sky. There wasn't even the slightest possibility. Not to mention the surrounding students. Even AOZ couldn't look on. White Knight, there's no need to accept his challenge. You have a long road ahead of you. There's no rush. AOZ was worried that Bai Ye would suffer because of his failure, or even be suppressed and never recover. However, Bai Ye didn't listen at all, and instead, his fighting spirit was high. Even Lin Mang and Nangong Qianxue were undaunted. They believed that by following Bai Ye, they would definitely be able to create miracles. Ha ha ha, good boy. Not a big person, but quite bold. Today I'm going to teach you how to behave and how to respect your senior. Gao Mulong had a sardonic smile on his face. It seemed like he was about to prepare to strike a hard blow. Gao Mulong, I'm warning you, it's just an ordinary match between you two. If you dare to lay a deadly hand on me, I'll make you pay. AOZ was worried about Bai Ye's safety and couldn't help but issue a warning to Gao Mulong. It was fine if he didn't say it, but it made Gao Mulong even angrier. He really couldn't accept AOZ defending Bai Knight. Let's start. Gao Mulong pointed to the square outside the train station. Everyone in this world practiced martial arts, and the various squares were also dueling grounds. The square outside the Dragon Capital railway station was extremely open, almost as big as 10 soccer fields, not to mention a battle between two Imperial Beast Masters. Even if it was a battle between 200-man squads, it would be enough. Hearing that an Imperial Beast Master was going to fight, the crowd of people around immediately gathered around. The officials also raised a protective shield for the entire square, and even the guardian angels of the temple came. The performance was quite professional and skillful to the point of making people a bit dismayed. How many experiences did this have to develop this kind of speed? Even the fees were very institutionalized, with different levels of Imperial Beast Masters charging different fees for fighting each other. After all, opening the shield also cost money, but when it came to the battle between Bai Ye and Gao Mulong, there was no telling what to charge. Normally, battles between Imperial Beastmasters below the Black Iron level were not charged. After all, a battle at this level couldn't cause much damage. The higher the rank, the higher the charge. Like a battle between silver-ranked Imperial Beastmasters, at least one primary energy stone, or 1 million, would be charged. It really wasn't something that an average person could afford. When the anger came, it was simply too late to get to the wilderness. It was like the very first automobile that was developed with the front seat attached. When the real emotion comes, it's straight up and dry. Any further transfer to the back seat would affect the emotion. For the train station administrator, he had lived for decades and had never seen a battle between a silver level and a black iron level. This really gave him a whole won't. In the end, the train station administrator's choice was to only charge Gao Mulong a primary energy stone. After all, the black iron grade Imperial Beastmaster was supposed to be free. Gao Mulong didn't care about this amount of money, so he didn't say much and directly threw out a primary energy stone. The energy shield rose. The battle began. Gao Mulong's choice was indeed that strongest black iron 3-star ice giant dragon. After transforming, an ice-blue behemoth rose into the air, and a terrifying dragon roar came from the sky, almost drowning the entire train station. Fortunately, the energy shield rose up and blocked the overflowing dragon's might. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the surrounding Imperial Beastmasters and Beast Maidens below the Black Iron level would have fallen on their backs. It was too powerful. White Knight was not affected by the dragon's might by virtue of his kingly aura. At this moment, he also struck out. War Inspiration. Giant Spirit Transformation. Various skills were stacked on the Cat God. The Cat God's giant elephant power was now strengthened into Holy Elephant Power, doubling its effect. Cumulatively, it also turned into a dozens of meters long behemoth. After putting on the Mountain God Body Protector, it looked even more extremely majestic. The strength even reached a staggering 25,000 points. However, compared to the Ice Dragon, it was still much worse. Gao Mulong even stood comfortably with his hands clasped on the side, not even bothering to add status. This was naked contempt for White Knight. The gap between the two sides was huge, just like a lion fighting a white rabbit. Where was he worth going all out? However, the Cat God had no intention of fighting the Ice Dragon at close range. She was ready to use her specialty once again, summoning a giant mountain. With all her attributes piled up, the Cat God directly summoned a 100,000-ton giant mountain. Nangong Qianxue immediately followed suit, cooperating by using 10 times gravity. A 1,000,000-ton giant mountain suddenly fell. The cold ice giant dragon was still flaunting its power there. It didn't react at all and was directly smashed down below. Everyone was confused. What happened to the promised ice-cold giant dragon crushing all the way down? How did it get crushed underneath the giant mountain all of a sudden? Playing with reversal here? But this was too shocking. A black iron beast maiden was able to injure a silver-level beast maiden. And it was also a huge dragon. Are the new students in this class this strong? Just when everyone thought that the battle was directly over, the giant mountain was actually topped up bit by bit. The cold ice dragon actually carried the giant mountain on its back. Under 10 times gravity, this was a tens of thousands of tons of giant mountain. How was this possible? This simply wasn't something a silver-level beast maiden could do. White Knight opened his eye of insight and barely saw some information. It was the boiling dragon blood of the cold ice gargoyle, combined with the giant power boost of the Gamulon. Under the superposition, the cold ice gargoyle's power actually broke 100,000 points. Such power could indeed carry a huge mountain weighing tens of thousands of tons. In front of such power, even a cat god in full condition was completely powerless to resist. The ice giant dragon, which had been crushed and covered in blood, was completely enraged. Gathering all its energy, it spat out cold ice dragon breath at the cat god. Open the shield, go save them, AOZ exclaimed. Dragon's breath was the strongest magical attack skill of the dragon clan, not to mention a beast maiden 2 levels lower. Even a beast maiden of the same level would have trouble resisting it. Even AOZ herself had to avoid the wind for the time being. A little later, people would have died, just as AOZ expected. The strengthened beast spirit holy armor only carried on for a few seconds before it directly shattered. The internal mountain god protector was similarly in jeopardy. At this time, Nangong Qianxue stepped forward. After stacking her full status, she directly transformed into a cold light and charged into the belly of the ice dragon against the ice dragon's breath. The terrifying cold ice dragon breath had no effect on Nangong Qianxue, because, after eating the heart of cold ice, Nangong Qianxue was now completely immune to cold ice damage. Even if it was a higher level cold ice attack, it had absolutely no effect. This was the heart of cold ice that had been nurtured by the Kunlun main peak for millions of years. It was not something that a silver level cold ice dragon could break through. After charging into the belly of the cold ice dragon, Nangong Qianxue used her phantom sword. In an instant, hundreds of thousand mountain twilight snow swords were strangled in the belly of the cold ice giant dragon. It almost churned the internal organs of the cold ice giant dragon into mush. Ow! After the cold ice giant dragon howled in pain, it fell down violently, completely losing its voice. Open the shield, go save them. This time, it was the temple guardian angel who cried out. With the same words, it was a different person who was being saved. This time, the one to be saved was the ice-cold dragon. The thousand mountain twilight sword broke through his belly and returned to White Knight's side, looking proudly at the group. Well done. The three of them high-fived in celebration. It wasn't until then that everyone noticed that the two beast maidens by Bai Ye's side were all SS ranked. Was this really someone from a small place? The talent was too unbelievable. Fortunately, the rescue was timely, and the dragon's vitality was extremely strong, so he was able to save his life. But I'm afraid it'll have to recuperate for a long time. There was no need for the referee to announce it at all. Everyone saw that White Knight had defeated Gao Mulong. A black iron ranked freshman had defeated a silver ranked senior. Such a magical scene left everyone in disbelief. There weren't even any cheers. There was just a long silence, as well as shock. This had completely exceeded their cognition. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gao Mulong roared with utmost fury. At his strong request, another giant dragon unexpectedly pounced over. It was a dark green fierce poison giant dragon. Without any preparation, it directly spewed out a mouthful of poisonous mist that was thick to the extreme. Not only did it aim at the beast maiden, it even enveloped Imperial Beast Master White Knight as well. Due to the suddenness of the incident, even the protective shield was removed and everyone was unprepared. None of them expected Gao Mulong to make a move. Even AOZ didn't react. Ah, be careful. This is the fierce poison dragon's poisonous dragon mist. It can corrode even steel. This is the end of White Knight. Heaven is jealous of a genius. One really can't be too high profile. Everyone revealed expressions of shock as well as regret. Some even covered their eyes and couldn't bear to look at them. They really didn't want to see such a charismatic figure turn into a puddle of pus in pain. However, to everyone's surprise, the three of them, by night, were not in the least bit alright. Nangong Qianxue was needless to say. There was no living body at all, and now the quality was even higher, so she wasn't afraid of corrosion at all. The cat god's predecessor was a dark night cat demon, and was also a connoisseur at playing with poison, and could even eat toxins as nourishment. As for White Knight's second peach, the strengthened skill happened to be super poison resistance, which had now become toxin immunity. Not to mention the fierce poison dragon mist, even if it was a higher level toxin. It was completely unafraid. Spray, big gulps, don't stop, come on, don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower. White Knight shouted as he excitedly refined the toxin with the soul nurturing bowl and filled the bottle. Keeping it would increase the toxin damage for Lin Meng. As the holy weapon of the Spectre clan, the soul nurturing mantle wasn't just able to refine only dark elements, it was effective in all areas including pure energy and toxins. The people around him looked dumbfounded. They had seen bullies, but they hadn't seen such bullies. This is everyone's fear of the poisonous dragon fog. You do not fear even thought of collecting up. What? Take home poisonous rats to play? Some people doubt that this poisonous dragon fog is not fake. Cannot help but go up to smell a mouthful. Immediately fainted on the ground. The body began to decay. Fortunately, the guardian angel of the temple was on the side and saved her little life. Sort of the fastest medical speed. The one who fainted was a bronze-level beast maiden. The crowd had finally seen how powerful White Knight was. Seeing this, the fierce poison giant dragon. What else to spray poison? Simply stop. Why did it stop? Continue. White Knight complained in dissatisfaction. No spraying, no spraying, no spraying. The fierce poison gargoyle said nothing about spraying poison and pounced on him for a physical fight. You say no spraying or no spraying? Where would White Knight agree? Directly a straight line impact instantly appeared beside Gao Mulong and slapped him to the ground. Be obedient and let it continue to spray poison. Not obeying, Then it's going to continue to take a beating, yo. Boom boom boom. Bai Ye directly hit Gao Mulong like a ball, and the other party was surprisingly powerless. The people in the surroundings looked dumbfounded. This was an SS-ranked silver 3-star beast master. His strength must be over 5,000 at least. Even a normal Black Iron Peak beast maiden would find it difficult to compare. As a result, he was pressured by a 5-star Black Iron beast master. This was too unreal. The Manticore giant dragon still wanted to come over to rescue it, but as a result, Nangong Qianxue directly came with an ice sky and snow, almost freezing the Manticore giant dragon into ice. This was one of the new skills she had comprehended after evolving into the SS Grade 1000 Mountain Twilight Snowsword. The ice damage was extremely strong. The fierce poison giant dragon was covered in ice and its speed was greatly reduced. Give her another 10 times gravity. Now she couldn't even fly. The vicious dragon was just a silver 1-star, and its own strength was not as strong as the ice dragon. Without the assistance of the Gomu dragon, it couldn't even compare to a cat god in full condition. The giganticized cat god rushed up and snapped. With the two of them working together, they were actually able to fight a silver-level beast girl head-on. For a while, the audience was even more in an uproar. Everyone was frantically recording videos. There were even live broadcasts. Shocked, a Black Iron-ranked Imperial Beastmaster violently defeats a silver-ranked powerhouse. A freshman from a small town completely abused the president of the Student Council of Longdu University. SSS-class Imperial Beastmaster, Space Destroyer, High School League champion White Knight, officially enters the Dragon Capital and sacrifices his silver-class Imperial Beastmaster to the flag. The headlines became more and more exaggerated, and the gimmick grew bigger and bigger. For a while, the attention soared, especially for those at Dragon Capital University. It almost spread like crazy. Crap, what kind of divine freshman is this? He hasn't even enrolled in school yet, and he even beat up our student council president. We'll have a good show to watch in the future. Still too young after all. Don't forget there's still orientation. Right, there's still the orientation. I'm afraid we'll be targeted then. Wow, junior brother is so handsome. I've finally waited for my own spring. Don't think about it. I'll be there. The gold-level beast girl has already been booked. Is she that popular? Who is it? AOZ school sister. Oh no. Now it should be called Teacher AOZ. Teacher-student love? This. My goddess. No way. The forum of Longdu University was as lively as a festival. New posts were frantically refreshed. There were even people utilizing various skills and dashing towards the train station in an attempt to witness the power of this freshman. Gao Mulong was so ashamed and angry that he simply wanted to explode in place. Just now, the cold ice gargoyle had lost the battle, and it could still be said that it was White Knight and the others who had speculated. Now, the fierce poison giant dragon was truly being suppressed. Even he himself was being suppressed. Under his anger, Gao Mulong completely lost his mind and even sent out a third beast maiden. It was another silver-class dragon, the iron-winged berserker dragon that was known for its strong body. This kind of dragon was even rarer and more powerful than an elemental dragon. No wonder it was called Gao Mulong. He was really full of favoritism towards the dragon race. It's possible that he pursued AOZ as well. After all, this kind of lizard dragon, no matter what, was no match for the Divine Dragon clan. If the iron-winged berserker dragon also rushed up, it would be really difficult for Bai Knight and the others to deal with it. But But Gao Mulong wasn't the only one with helpers. AOZ had long since looked on. She had been ready to make a move just now when the fierce poison giant dragon appeared. However, seeing that Bai Ye was able to control the situation, she retreated. Now, Gao Mulong even dared to continue the battle. AOZ, who had prepared for this, where would she still let him have his way? Rushing up and punching, she whacked that iron-winged berserker dragon, which was known for its physical qualities, to the ground. He didn't even transform. It could be seen that AOZ was completely crushing ordinary silver-level beast maids. After such a mess, Gao Mulong no longer had the power to resist. The cat god broke the mighty poison dragon's mouth and made her spit poison. It kept spitting until it was exhausted. There's no more. There really isn't any more. Not a single drop left. The fierce poison gargoyle shouted in a mute voice. Toxin recovery was slow and not something that could be utilized indefinitely. The cat god punched a few more times to make sure that the vermin gargoyle couldn't spit out any more toxin, before releasing her with a sense of satisfaction, seeing the growing crowd around her, as well as the large number of schoolmates. The vicious dragon immediately felt a strong sense of social death. How can I still mix in school in the future? Forget it. Why don't you just faint? I don't have the face to see others. Oops, don't blackmail me. I don't have the strength. The cat god hurriedly jumped to the side, demonstrating his innocence. The fierce poison giant dragon simply wanted to die. Luckily, the temple was cooperative enough to take her in. In this battle, White Knight was completely famous. The moment he stepped into Dragon Capital University, he immediately drew crazy attention. The extent of it was no less than a star going out on the street. This caused Bai Knight to be completely afraid to live in the dormitory, truly afraid of being attacked at night. It was a good thing that the school had prepared, in addition to the group dormitory, a separate suite area, or even a villa area. The purpose was to make it more convenient for the Imperial Beast Masters and Beast Maidens to be able to live together. With White Knight's stinginess, he naturally didn't want to live in the villa area. After all, millions of dollars a year in accommodation fees was simply a money grab. You're already sitting on tens of billions. As to still be so stingy? Nangong Qianxue was simply speechless. What tens of billions, not tens of billions? Isn't this all still out there? Most of the pills that Bai Knight had practiced in the Kunlun Wonderland were still unproduced. After all, the spending power of the people of Jiangzhou wasn't too good after all. Bai Knight was still prepared to go around the market in Longdu and get the pills out once they settled down. Seeing that everyone still didn't agree, White Knight proposed a new solution. How about we stay with Teacher AO? When these words came out, everyone shook their heads in a hurry. How would any decent student want to live with the class teacher? How else could they be lazy and skip classes? In the end, Nangong Qianxue couldn't stand it anymore and ordered a villa out of her own pocket. Look at the White Knight really heartache. After all, Nangong Qianxue are his. Money default is also his. Surprisingly, the so-called villa area is not in the school, but in the space of the beasts. This was understandable. After all, Dragon Capital is an inch of land. The villa area has too low a plot ratio and covers a huge area. It simply couldn't fit inside the school. And in the beast space, also not afraid of these people randomly build. Seeing that developing real estate was so profitable, White Knight wanted to build some villas in his Five Elements mountain. However, considering the fact that it was not very convenient to carry it around and go in and out, White Knight gave up. After many days, White Knight was finally allowed to re-enter the alien beast space, and was naturally excited. He didn't care about the accommodations, and after recognizing the door, he directly led the crowd towards the field. The school's dormitory in this beast space was extremely large. In addition to the center of the circle built a villa area, other places are foreign beasts. It was equivalent to having the students in the villa area, guarding the alien beast space in disguise. The foreign beasts inside were also very mixed. From black iron level to bronze level, there were even said to be silver level beasts. It was suitable for students of almost every grade. White Knight couldn't care less and just went up and did it. Nowadays, a black iron grade alien beast was completely inadequate in front of a few of them, almost killing them in seconds. Even if it was a bronze level alien beast, under the combined attacks of a few people, it wasn't a problem at all. The only thing that needed to be worried about was the silver class foreign beasts. However, when the cat god had created thousands of stone golems, it was completely possible to make a trip across the alien beast space. That's right, all the fey beasts they had killed had all been made into stone statues by the cat god. Although they had no more skills, their defense had increased dramatically. Carrying such an army of stone statues was almost like carrying a tidal wave of beasts. As for White Knight's originally empty soul nurturing bowl, it was now filled with all types of beast souls. The beast soul armor had finally accumulated to the extreme once again, and it was still growing. At this rate, even a silver level foreign beast would be able to barely carry it. Yi Qingqing's task was to continuously draw energy from the dormitory space before entering the 5 Elements mountain to feed back. Of course, the main thing was to provide energy for the 5 peach trees. The landlord's family didn't have any leftover food. No one could afford to consume energy stones all the time. As for the spiritual grasses and fruits encountered along the way, all the mature ones were picked, and all the immature ones were transplanted into the 5 Elements mountain. All along the way, whatever you can see, take it all away. It's cleaner than a locust crossing. Simply not an inch of grass left, and the division of labor is clear and efficient. Such a move quickly attracted the attention of the crowd. For a while, the sound of reports continued. Oh my god, someone cleared out all the foreign beasts around the dormitory space. Beast Tide. A beast tide has appeared in the dormitory space. I was hoping to practice and familiarize myself with the new skills in the dormitory space. So why is there not a single foreign beast left? Under the students' frantic reports, the school finally noticed the phenomenon. The dormitory administrator made an appearance. It wasn't an ordinary person who could be a dormitory administrator in a place like this. It was clearly a silver-ranked dragon sparrow. The more I chased it all the way there, the more I saw it, the more I was shocked. What? This moment of inattention and the dormitory space was ransacked? In all her years of living, this was the first time she had seen one that could be ransacked so cleanly, literally without an inch of grass. With the dragon sparrow's flying speed quickly, it caught up with White Knight and his party. Then she saw a scene that horrified her. There was actually a real beast tide. There were thousands of them. The majority of them were of the black iron class, and there were quite a few of the bronze class as well. The most amazing thing was that all of these beasts were actually earth attributed. Only after the dragon bird opened its detection did it realize that they were all stone golems, and the one controlling these stone golems was only a black iron ranked beast maiden. Are all the black iron level beast maids this strong now? What was even more unbelievable to him was that the one that these black iron rank little guys were fighting against was actually a silver ranked bewitching lion. The power of this bewitching wild lion was at least more than 20,000 points. Even she didn't dare to say that she could fight it head on, but that black iron ranked beast maiden, surprisingly, completely topped the fight and didn't lose the slightest bit of ground. The most amazing thing was that the Imperial Beastmaster in the squad had charged up with a sword as well. It was true that there were battle Beastmasters, but I had never seen such a strong one, completely no less than a Beastmaster. And what's the deal with that armor of his, that it can't even break a silver level Fey beast? Also, what is that grass doing? Drawing energy from the dormitory space? That's too fast. If they continued like this, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for the entire dormitory space to turn into a desert. The dormitory administrator carefully recalled. Aren't these little guys the freshmen who just registered today? Are all freshmen so tough now? The more the dormitory administrator looked at them, the more familiar they became. And she also liked to surf the internet when she was fine. After all, being a dormitory administrator, there is usually not much to do. If you do not play with your cell phone, what to play? Then she remembered. Wasn't this person White Knight, who was known as the Space Destroyer? In the daytime, he had also beaten up Student Council President Gao Mulong at the train station. At night, he came to destroy the dormitory space. What a master of time management. It's not wasted at all. With deep shock, the dormitory administrator stopped White Knight and the others. White Knight had guessed that someone would stop them, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. So he raised a doorplate and shouted, "I'm a student in the villa area. Number 101. Not anymore. I paid for it. I'll refund it to you now. Get out of here right now." The dormitory administrator knew that she absolutely couldn't let White Knight stay here. Otherwise, her originally bland and boring life would be completely gone for good. There was even the risk of losing her job. After all, if she let Bai Ye play like this, in less than 10 days, the dormitory space would be sucked dry. However, White Knight had managed to re-enter the alien beast space with great difficulty, and it was a bit hard to give it up just like that. After seeing the strength of the dormitory administrator, he couldn't help but move. The dormitory administrator couldn't help but feel a little alarmed after seeing White Knight's eyes. "I'm the dormitory administrator. You're not thinking of making a move on me, are you?" It wasn't until then that she reacted to the fact that these people didn't seem to be afraid of silver-level beast maidens at all, and they had just beaten them up during the day. However, the look in White Knight's eyes already said it all. "Do it!" White Knight gave the order. The crowd of beast nymphs directly made their move without hesitation. First, Yi Qingqing threw out seeds that transformed into vines and wrapped the dragon bird to death. The dragon bird had only just broken through the vines and was immediately frozen in ice before crashing down. The bottom had long been piled with poisonous mist by the cat god. Having just absorbed the toxin from the fierce poison dragon today, the toxicity was even more intense. Even the silver-level dragon bird was a bit unable to carry it, and was dizzy for a while. Seeing this, White Knight simply pried open the dragon finch's mouth and filled it with the fierce poison giant dragon's venomous essence. These were all venoms that had been refined by the soul-nurturing bull, and they were also silver grade. Against the dragon finch, it was full of effects. After only pouring down a small bottle, the dragonfinch completely lost its ability to move and couldn't even maintain its transformation. After White Knight and the others tied up the dragon bird, they threw it into the Five Elements mountain. Then the music was played and danced. In order to plunder as many resources as possible, White Knight and the others were prepared to fight through the night. The entire night, the dormitory space resounded with the roar of beasts. It wasn't until the next morning that everyone realized that the energy in the dormitory space was so much thinner. The surrounding tens of kilometers were silent. Those who liked to practice the monster fighting sport early in the morning skipped around and didn't even see a single hair. Has the dormitory space been robbed? Where is the dormitory manager? Didn't return all night. Did he go on a date with someone? An old tree blooming with new branches. Nope, maybe he's been kidnapped. Report to the principal.